Chinese players, how high is the value of these 4 words? They are called the fourth calamity of the heavens and all races by the various heavens and races, described as the twilight of the gods by the high-latitude civilization. Even the powerful insect race has to detour and escape. All this is because you crossed into interstellar civilization, awakened the reverse summoning system, and can summon fellow Earthlings into the interstellar universe in a gaming way. The universe is complex, but there are only 2 factions. One is the destructive insect race, and the other is the Universe Alliance forced to unite by the insect race. And our human race is in a precarious position in the alliance, and we don't even have the qualifications marked on the star map. However, you are the only student from the human race who has successfully entered the top Alliance Academy. The college has long reached a consensus. As long as you graduate successfully, you will be able to use the resources granted by the Alliance to bring opportunities for the rise of the human race. The good news is that the assigned mission planet is a level 5 planet with abundant resources. The bad news is that this planet is very close to the insect race. Once discovered, the outcome goes without saying. However, all of this doesn't matter, as you have long laid out the main world through the system. The Earth has also set up a game summoning page. Just need to send out invitations, wait for players to confirm, and then you can pull their souls into the novel to work. At the same time, the 30 game anchors who received the invitation from Earth immediately put on the game helmet full of technology with howls and cries. With the release of the space equipment, a technological chamber suddenly appeared on the originally primitive planet. The chamber contained hundreds of hibernation pods. 30 chamber doors lit up with green lights, and opened simultaneously. Handsome men and beautiful women with surprised faces walked out from inside one by one. At this time, an electronic voice sounded in their minds. Welcome to the game. This game uses random appearances. Default sense is 100% restored, and values can be freely adjusted. After logging into the game, please choose a name for yourself and join our Lord in building the prosperity of the human race together. They are so amazing. Game anchors are excited and trembling all over. This kind of gaming experience, they are feeling it for the first time. Just the graphics of this game are enough to outshine all the games on the market right now. You standing on the side, more excited than these people. Players summoned from Earth, their soul quality is ridiculously high, with gene fusion rates exceeding 90% for everyone. In the beginning, you were also able to enter the league's prestigious institutions because of your high-quality soul. What does this mean? It means that as long as you have money in the future, you can exchange for stronger bodies for players and buy better genes. As long as the initial body is human, even if genetic modification is done, they are still human. And the interstellar technology has achieved that even if the genes are altered, the appearance of the body's race will not change. Let them mine to make money, and then use the money they earn from mining to buy better genes and equipment. When using equipment and genes, ask players to pay for them. Just thinking about this, you can hardly keep a straight face. Indeed, players are the best treasure trove. My people, you have finally awakened. I am your Lord. You had already prepared your opening remarks, so all you needed to do now was deliver the speech with emotion. After briefly introducing the history of this universe, you led the players out of the lounge. Ding! Opened the cabin door, and what came into view were 3 suns in the sky, with sunlight shining through the leaves, casting a dense green color swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly seeing such a scene resembling a large primitive forest, all the players were stunned. I now have a feeling that all the pores on my body are open. This game manufacturer is crazy. So many trees, and each one is different. Did the late-stage rendering artist not die at their workstation? The player carefully approached the big tree, reaching out as if to peel off the bark. He wanted to see if he could find any bugs. However, the next moment, this player was pierced by a tree root that emerged from underground. The piercing scream instantly caught the attention of all players, and blood flowed into the tree root through the player's wound. The unlucky player cried out in pain. Ah! What is this? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Bro, you're amazing. Pulling mobs as soon as you open the door. Lower your pain perception quickly. Brother, the default pain perception is 100 at the beginning. A normal person would have died early if poked by a tree root. The unlucky player then remembered to lower his pain perception. The pain sensation in this game is too real, almost making me feel like I'm dying. The player named Begging in the Dark grimaced and groaned. After the pain sensation was lowered, he suddenly went wild, flipped and moved, and pulled himself out of the tree root alive. Even if only half of my health is left, I can still get this first kill. The surrounding players watched as the Begging in secret had half of its health line dropped. Ha ha ha, alright, if you want the first kill by Begging in secret, we won't intervene. It's a good opportunity to record and see how strong the monsters in the newbie village are. You were stunned. Are all players so aggressive now? They don't even know the strength of the monsters and just charge in. But fortunately, the creatures on this planet are not very strong. Take the bloodthirsty chun tree in front of you. For example, judging by the current strength of the players, it would take at least 5 players working together to kill it, and begging in secret is now only half health. Going up there would be suicide. You step forward, this is the bloodthirsty Chun tree. Not something you can solo kill now. Let me handle it. You had just finished speaking and were about to act, but the next second, ha ha ha, I'm going to take revenge now. Die. Tree spirit. Begging in secret excitedly roared, completely ignoring what you said. He charged up barehanded, and the next second, he was slapped in the face by a tree root. I can't even beat a tree? I don't believe it. The person lying on the ground, with his head down, slowly got up from the ground. He was still muttering strange lines, and the players who were originally watching nearby seemed to have grasped some strange point. Don't give up. Beg in secret. No matter how powerful the enemy is, you can't give up. As the hope of the human race, beg in secret. You are destined to face setbacks on the path to becoming stronger. This bloodthirsty camphor tree, it is your first test. The man who was originally lying on the ground suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a determined look. That's right. I can't lose. This is the inevitable path for the rise of our human race. Awkward. It's so embarrassing. Wei Yuan shouted mentally. What's wrong with curling your toes and kind of wanting to pick at the ground? Something's not right. These players? Something's not right. Wei Yuan remembered something. Among the many gamers, most of them are bored to play the game and honestly improve their strength. But there is another niche classification. That would be the resumen player. It's not the pleasure they get from completing game tasks that they're passionate about. Instead, you get pleasure from developing the various ways to play the game. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan looked at the players in front of him who were still cooperating with the show and secretly screamed out, "It's over. There's a really good chance that there's some kind of filth mixed in with these players that I've chosen. Usually, normal players get contaminated just by touching that filth. That's right. It is possible that your own normal player will become a lazy man player as well." A drop of cold sweat fell from Wei Yuan's forehead. Ha ha, brothers, this monster is obviously not something that I can forcefully attack down at my current level, but you just need to wait for me for some time. I'm bound to be able to think of a way to outsmart it. Dark Bag covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. His bloodstain had bottomed out, and he was left hanging on for dear life by a thread of blood. There are just 30 internal test accounts, and who knows if they'll let that spot go when they go offline. So secretly begging for food is not a risk you dare take. If you can't do it, beggar, we're going to have to start painting this monster. Since it's a tree, it must be afraid of fire. So let me drill the wood and give Tsubaki some warmth. Attribute restraint. It's not honorable to win the fight. Brothers, you'll just have to watch me use my stance to solve this monster. First, let's determine Tsubaki's range of attack. The players heckled and gathered around bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Wei Yuan had originally planned to open his mouth to remind them that once a bloodthirsty Tsubaki had tasted blood, he would begin to hunt the surrounding creatures indiscriminately. But he silently shut his mouth when he thought of the group of players' Letso Man attributes. Maybe it's their pleasure to be abused all over again. Just as the players chatted up, the ground shook slightly. 29 tree roots that violently broke through the ground. Fogweed. Engage in a sneak attack. Tsubaki, can't you afford to play? Ah. I haven't had a chance to turn down my senses. Fogweed. My ass. Why are there thorns growing on the tree roots this time? My blood level is dropping wildly. Help. Who designed this? This monster can still evolve. Bug. Who put such a monster at the entrance of a novice village? Lord. Help. Jen. Help. Wei Yuan slowly turned his body and slowly covered his mouth for fear that he would burst out laughing. It was only a few seconds later that Wei Yuan came over, his face not looking half bad. Beneath his handsome and dapper appearance, his eyes were extraordinarily calm and gentle. Seeing the players being threaded up like kebabs and having their blood constantly sucked out of them, Wei Yuan sighed. Chapter 4, Oh no, there's a fun guy in the house. Has the clan been out of this world for too long? The strength and intelligence of a bloodthirsty Tsubaki grows with the amount of blood it draws. When it draws enough blood, it'll be able to evolve into a tree man. You guys can't kill it alone right now. Wei Yuan gently raised his hand and slashed it in the direction of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Cold light lit up the trunk. One moment. All players fall to the ground. Boom! The large tree that could only be held by 5 people's encircling arms was sliced diagonally. The tall canopy fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Without the trunk to support it, the roots of the tree have no vigor left. Asterisk. Seconds? Silkblood's dark begging is currently the only player still active. His eyes widened as he came to Wei Yuan's leg with a sliding shovel, hugged Wei Yuan's thigh, and dropped to one knee, raising one hand in a single, shrill cry. Jen, you are my god. Diagnosed. What a bunch of lezzies. Wei Yuan is a bit numb, but the show needs to go on. This planet is a primitive planet that the Academy has divided up for me. and there are many creatures on it, and intelligent creatures may even have appeared. All we have to do now is explore the planet and mine it. Like this bloodthirsty Tsubaki in front of me, its branches and roots and sap are all valuable, but the territory is now surrounded by bloodthirsty Tsubaki, which threatens the safety of the territory. So everyone needs to clear out a safe area. Wei Yuan's words had just fallen. An electronic beep then sounded in the heads of all the players. Lord's mission issued. The word quest immediately popped up on the player panel. Task 1, clear 100 bloodthirsty toons. Quest details, limited to 15 days. Just kill 100 bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Mission reward, 300 gold coins. Is it picking up the assignment? Yes/no. Task 2, classification of bloodthirsty Tsubaki materials. Task details, store the materials of the slain bloodthirsty Tsubaki by categorizing them into roots, bark, heart, sap, and branches. Quest reward, each bloodthirsty Tsubaki material is rewarded with 100 to 100 gold coins ranging according to the completeness of the categorized preservation. Note, if the categorized storage level reaches the highest level recognized by the system, a hidden bonus will be awarded. Is it picking up the assignment? Yes/no. Fogweed. What the hell? This is a bug. 100 trees. Nuts. Is this game designed with heart for graphics and feet? Who is the designer? Pull it out and beat it to death. Holy, 1,000 trees. And it's limited to 15. Am I crazy or is this game company crazy? Even if the monsters in the novice village are so strong, they're still ing. The players were numb when they saw the content of the quest. Just when everyone suspected something was wrong with the game, the oil-stealing woman covered her ass and ran to Wei Yuan's front, asking in a manner, "Brother Yuan, didn't you say that it would be difficult to settle a bloodthirsty Tsubaki by ourselves alone? As far as the eye can see, our area is as dense as a bloodthirsty Tsubaki's lair, so there's absolutely no way to deal with it, right? Even if we work together. There are only 30 of us." Wei Yuan kind of wanted to laugh. He held his forehead and laughed softly. "I didn't say that I'd let you guys carry it with your physical bodies. The genes that you guys have fused together right now are nothing more than the most basic level 1 genes, and they're not even a match for the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. But the base has plenty of weapons to deal with bloodthirsty Tsubaki, like the one I just used," Wei Yuan said, spreading his palms out. On his fingers, metallic-colored weapons emerged. Although the human race is small, there are still a lot of resources in the race. This kind of tree people that haven't grown up yet are strong in their own body, but in front of a laser weapon, they are powerless. Ha! The oil-stealing woman froze. The players who were ghosting and shouting just now froze. Holy, I forgot. This game we're playing is still an intergalactic game. OC pound, it's so embarrassing. The lords don't think we're cuties, right? There's no need to wonder. The look in the lord's eyes says it all. Who let this game open the door to see is such a primitive forest? I thought it is really rely on our brainless development. But no. Ha ha. The players have reasonably given themselves a leg up now. Wei Yuan smiled. Perhaps you guys have been sleeping inside the dormant silo for too long. And the weapons need energy. And the energy stored in the territory is, well, a bit low. Just as the players start to look nervous again, Wei Yuan continued. But removing some bloodthirsty Tsubaki should still be enough. When I hear the word should, I feel my temples jutting out, and my energy is presumably inadequate. Let's see the weapons first. Holy intergalactic weapons. They must be pretty cool. The players were all excited. What's there to be afraid of with weapons? After this heart was put at ease, all the players took the quest. Who knows if that weapon will be given back if you don't take the quest? When they trooped into the weapons depot and saw a whole arsenal full of weapons, everyone's eyes lit up. Asterisk, is that a Gundam? Inside the armory, the most striking thing was the row of mechs that stood in the center. Hundreds of meters high and in different styles. The only thing they have in common is that they're all handsome. Simply awesome. Mechs are the heart of star games. There's also a dazzling assortment of energy weapons. But the only weapon you can use right now is this. Wei Yuan walked to the corner. From a shelf that was all but falling to dust, a chainsaw-like object was removed. Low-frequency energy saw. When turned on, the sound waves can freeze the bloodthirsty Tsubaki for a minute, as long as the Tsubaki is sawed off within that minute. Wei Yuan explained as he turned on the energy saw. The low frequencies are inaudible to humans. It's just that all I have here is a saw. Wei Yuan frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that I originally had a bit of a collecting fetish in me, and collected a bit of any messy weapon, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to take out such a low-grade weapon. You guys go ahead and try out the weapon, and I'll go purchase some more and come back. After handing the low-frequency energy saw to the oil-stealing woman, Wei Yuan left. The weapons in the energy bank couldn't be used without permission, so Wei Yuan was relieved to let the players stay here. The Lord is gone, As good as the saw is, I have a feeling that with this arsenal, there's something better. Is that trash piled up over there? Icon. The oil-stealing woman turned the saw upside down in her hand, and it didn't feel any different from those chainsaws he usually saw. You guys look for it. I'm going to go ahead and try the power of this saw. The oil-stealing woman was ready to say hello and leave when she turned her head and saw a couple of players, pouting their big butts off, rummaging through the trash. Chapter 5. I didn't realize you were such a senior. Players have only just entered the game and all players are level 0. In the interstellar, it's really the equivalent of the most primitive state. It's the same as bloodthirsty Tsubaki is to the tree people. So the weapons they can use now are pretty basic. Basic to the point where even shopping centers have been eliminated. That's right. Energy saws are obsolete. Let's see if any of the students at the Lord's Academy have a collection. Wei Yuan clicked on the Academy forum and posted a thread on it to acquire a primary energy saw. Soon, his communicator was ticking away. Wei Yuan, what are you charging primary energy saws for? Shouldn't you be developing on your level 5 planet right now? Primary energy saw. Ha ha, even my 3-year-old nephew can't use this thing. Your human race didn't want to give you support, so you arranged for some of the most junior humans to be sent over to help you. Did you? Has the human race fallen so low? A level 1 gene injection is only 10 star coins, and you guys can't even afford to fight here? Our branch of the sea race can afford to fight. The human race is really wasted. Posting on the school network builds tall buildings in a flash underneath the post. It couldn't be helped. Who made Wei Yuan really famous? The human race. Amazing talent. After admission, all grades crushed his peers. The point is, who at the Lord's Academy isn't stacked with resources? But Wei Yuan wasn't, and their human race had no money. This was too much pressure Wei Yuan was putting on those heavenly talents of the Lord's Academy. What's more, the current head of the Star League is about to step down. With such an extra competitive alternative, it's inevitable that they will be targeted. But for these people who didn't even know how to cover up their jealous faces, Wei Yuan wasn't even interested in punching them in the face. He finally saw a message in this useless piece of crap. Senpai, our family used to produce primary energy saws, now we still have a little stock at home. Do you need it? Wei Yuan immediately added the other party's friend and then opened the dialogue box. Senior? At that moment, on the satellite of Kashgar, a young green-haired girl bounced violently from her bed and sat up. It's really Senior Wei Yuan. The moment she saw the other party's avatar and message, 2 red clouds flew across the young girl's face in excitement. Wei Yuan, hello, I'm Wei Yuan. The young girl reached up and pressed her hand against her ever-frantic heart and carefully replied. Hello Senior, I'm a freshman enrolled this year. My name is Amilo and I live in Kashgar Satellite. Our family used to produce these energy saws. We still have some stock at home. How many do you need? Wei Yuan was a bit surprised that there were still students who were so enthusiastic about themselves. Can we see it first? Amilo quickly jumped out of bed, found his storage unit, and snapped the picture. Ever since the price of the gene potion dropped, our family has been unable to sell all of these goods, and now they're all piled up at home, ready to be broken down and recycled. How much do you want, Senpai? Wei Yuan glanced at the picture Amilo had sent. The oversized warehouse is full of goods. It's a big one. Wei Yuan, how many goods does your family have now? I want them all. The fleece is on the sheep's back, and the players will get more and more in the future. This kind of whiteboard leveling can be useful and is definitely something that all players will have to have later on. It's not like they're giving it to the player for nothing. The wool comes from the sheep's back, and you might be able to make a profit out of it yourself. Okay, Senior, you want all. All the goods? Amilo's frenzied look receded momentarily. She frowned slightly. Wei Yuan's poverty was at a level that was known throughout the academy. You're not going to go whoring around for nothing, are you? With so many primary energy saws, Amilo's family could sell them for a decent price if they took them and broke them down for sale. In the face of money, even if it is an idol, Amilo will never back down. But for now, it's better to speak politely for yourself. Amilo thought silently in his heart before sending a message to Wei Yuan. Senior, I adore you, but these goods are my family's property. I'm not qualified to give them all away yet. If you only need a few hundred pieces, I can still do the honors of giving them to you. Wei Yuan was silent over here for a moment. Nice guy. This schoolgirl thinks he's a whoremonger? I guess the reputation of poor people is just too loud. Wei Yuan silently spat. It's not a freebie. I'm buying it, so do the math on how much. Purchase. Amilo's eyes lit up. At the same time there was a silent self-condemnation in his mind. How can you miss Mr. Egwan so much? He is a true genius. There are 370,000 pieces of warehouse goods. Since it was originally intended to be disposed of, let's give it to Senior at the disposal price. A total of 3,700,000 star coins. How do you intend to pay for it? Senior? The disposal price is all of $3.7 million. Wei Yuan coughed and silently glanced at his savings. And $1.5 million. The human race was not rich, and when Wei Yuan went to study at the Lord's Academy, he didn't ask the clan for money. For so many years, it was all about earning and spending. When he was in school, he actually earned quite a lot of star coins on his own, but on the side, a collector. That warehouse of weapons is what he gathered back little by little. Amilo's heart sank when he saw that after his message was sent, the other party was slow to reply. Sure enough, Senpai doesn't have any money, does he? This price is actually all but the lowest price Amilo can offer. Just as she was thinking about how she could keep her senior from losing face, a transfer message arrives. Wei Yuan, $1 million in advance, and the remaining $2,700,000. Let's wait until the goods arrive before delivering them. Wei Yuan, by the way, do you guys include shipping? It's wrapped. Can you send me your location? Senpai. Amilo collected the payment and was instantly happy. Sure enough, Senior Wei Yuan wasn't as stingy as rumors had it. She smiled and clicked on the location that Wei Yuan had sent over. You know, the word has been spreading like wildfire in the academy for a long time. Senior Wei Yuan drew a level 5 planet. The resources on a level 5 planet were incomparably abundant. Just by selling the resources on the planet, Senior Wei Yuan was able to cultivate powerful clansmen. But wait until she taps on the location. Instant blackness. Senior, this planet of yours? Why aren't there any shipping lanes for 70,000 light years around? Wei Yuan, screenshot JPG. Wei Yuan, you just said it yourself. Package. Amilo. The light in Amiro's eyes disappeared as he watched Wei Yuan's avatar just go black. So far. A place where the transportation routes can't even get to. How did I get so handsy that I saw the payment and received it? Amilo was teary-eyed. But having collected the money and made the commitment, you just have to go ahead and deliver it. Where the transport routes can't reach, you can travel in your own private transport ship. That's only 30 days of vacation in total. I'm going to spend these 30 days on a transport ship? Amilo finally decided it was better to go ahead and make the delivery himself. After all, if Dad knew she'd sold the lot at a low price and got screwed over by the buyer, she'd be scolded to death. A businessman. You can't do business at a loss. Amiro bit his finger and sent a message to his old father. Dad, I'm not staying at home this vacation. I've got a date to go out with my classmates. Chapter 6. Everyone get ready to go digging. Business was done, and Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's about 10 days from the Kashgar satellite to this side. Even if there were players who had picked up their quests in advance, 5 days should be enough time for them to complete their quests. It was at this time that Wei Yuan heard cries of alarm constantly coming from outside. Fogweed. Fogweed. Awesome, bro. High is still your high. Dude is worthy of being a sandbox game. Big shot. You're number 1 in collecting materials. Give you a thumbs up. Wei Yuan walked out and saw 30 players all gathered around a bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Have the oil stealer woman stand in the middle of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki and flip the switch on the primary energy saw to hard control the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Then the other players stood quietly at the edge of the attack range of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Countless tree roots burrowed out of the ground, ready to burst towards them. But because they were controlled by the low-frequency sound emitted by the chainsaw, all those roots stopped in mid-air. The player seized this time to start grinding the outer layer of bark on the roots of the tree with knives, axes, shovels, and other assorted things in their hands. That's right, it's really just grinding. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to injure the outer skin of a bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Not. The point is, where did they find all these weapons? The more Wei Yuan looked at the little things in their hands, the more familiar they looked. It's open. It's open. Brothers, it's broken open on my side. It'll probably just take about 3 minutes of sanding to get an opening. Go brothers. The first to speak was a player with a small blade in his hand. Wei Yuan looked at the small blade in his hand, and then remembered that these weapons, as if he had done mech operations before, casually do. There were also some, what appeared to be tools for repairing mechs. Wei Yuan saw a player with a small screwdriver in his hand, right there drilling the roots of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki over and over again. By the time they had broken through the tree roots' defenses, one by one, the players were pulling glass bottles out of nowhere, started squeezing at the roots of the tree. Pale green sap gushed from the breach. 30 players, just toiling away. Wei Yuan watched as people went numb. Time's up. Time's up. Steal the oil woman and turn it back on. The oil-stealing woman flipped the switch on her energy saw again the moment her opponent shouted out. The roots of the tree, which had just shown some signs of awakening, could not move again. This bloodthirsty Tsubaki's blood bar was so hard that the players squeezed it down to just silk blood. Now there was no need to even look at the blood bar. Directly the naked eye was able to see that this bloodthirsty Tsubaki was so weak that it didn't even have any control over its roots. Ha ha, it's now. Guys, start the material breakdown. Living decomposition. The quality of this material doesn't give me a perfect. Gah! Tsubaki, I'm here. The players charged up groggily. Wei Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The players are too mean, aren't they? Specialize in making bloodthirsty toons look like this just to harvest materials alive? Indeed. While the bloodthirsty Tsubaki is alive, strip the material off of it. Both the bark and the roots are still active, and with proper preservation, the quality will not be a problem to punch up to perfection. But this means, it's really cruel. Wei Yuan sighed as he began to calculate how much these perfect quality bloodthirsty Tsubaki materials would be worth if they were to be sold in the black market. Although these materials were not expensive, perfect quality, plus a lot of them, that was a lot of money. Players are just awesome. This kind of boring work, they are really doing a good job. Wei Yuan's little hand of wealth, quietly squeezed tight. Go for it, my players. Give your lords more money back. However, accidents always come very suddenly. Just as the players tossed out almost 10 bloodthirsty Tsubaki materials, primary energy saw, it's running out of energy. Drip. Energy depletion. Shut down. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Ha? Running out of energy at this hour? The oil-stealing grannies are stupid. The next second, a tree root broke through the ground. Damn game design. Gouge you to death. The oil-stealing woman's eyes snapped open from her helmet. His final roar is still left in the game. Player steals oil woman. Dies in game. Do you apply for resurrection? Apply. The oil-stealing woman is numb. It's already interstellar. And the energy saw thing runs out of energy without even a hint. Just cuts off? Damn game planners. What the hell kind of setting is this? At that moment, Wei Yuan sneezed. The roar of the oil-stealing woman before she died really contained resentment. Wei Yuan pursed his lips. It couldn't be helped. Interstellar, but any race that has opened their gene lock, as long as they hold a weapon, they will naturally be able to sense the energy inside the weapon. No businessman would even bother to design that one cockamamie tip. The oil thief is dead. The other players were dumbfounded. Holy, the oil stealing is offline? The account won't be blocked, will it? Speaking of which, I'm a little dangerous with this blood. Looking at the recovered body of the oil-stealing woman, Dark Beggar silently glanced at his blood level, which was only a sliver left. Jen, where does this energy saw go to replenish its energy? And this blood level of mine, why isn't it recovering at all? Darkness begged to come along. Wei Yuan smiled lightly as he played his intelligent NPC and turned on the introduction mode. The energy source used by all weapons on the stars is an ore called Energy Stone. It just so happens that on this planet, there are rich mineral resources of energy mines, so if you need them, you can go and dig up some. Your body is in a state of extreme weakness. You need to enter a medical pod for treatment, and gold coins are required for the use of the medical pod. The gold coins needed for healing are usually set according to the difficulty of the treatment, and with the clansmen secretly begging, you should only need to use 5 gold coins to fully restore your body. The players came together. Patch, it's still a digging game? No, the energy mines can definitely be exchanged for money. The gold coins might be used to buy resurrection opportunities. That's the way it is in the beta. A lot of the settings are still not mapped out and you have to explore everything a little bit on your own. Jen, so where do we have to go to mine? Trigger mission, mining. Mission details, go to the mines and dig for energy. Unit price, 10 gold coins for 1 kilogram of energy ore. As soon as the electronic voice sounded, a route guide appeared in front of all players. The distribution of minerals on this planet had been labeled by the system long after Wei Yuan arrived. Whoa, is mining so profitable? There's 10 gold coins for a kilogram. This is still cutting down a hammer tree. Digging for mines. I'm dangerously low on this blood, too, and I feel so much weaker after a little work. Chapter 7 Raiders of the Oil-Stealing Woman. No fee for the first application for resurrection. 24 hours countdown for resurrection. There's a 24-hour wait. The oil-stealing woman sucked in a breath of cold air and removed her helmet in frustration. Going from the game world and back to your own little playroom was a surprisingly traveled illusion. He was even in a bit of a trance. Looking up at the computer, he realized that he had forgotten to turn off the live stream before turning on the game. It's amazing that there are still 30,000 to 40,000 people on the air right now. The anchor is awake. Whoa! Finally woke up. Anchor, quickly upload the game screen. The beta is just a pain in the ass. There's no way to watch it live. You can only watch the recorded screen. Anchor, why are you offline? Is this game fun or not? Watching the pop-ups from the audience of the live broadcast gradually increase. Thinking that she had 24 hours before she could get back into the game, the oil-stealing woman simply sat down in front of the live stream. The recording is being uploaded. Guys, and I have to say this game is the best game I've ever played. In my life, bar none. Although I haven't opened the plot so far, but just this picture and the holographic simulation of the ultra-real 5 senses, it can already be said that it kills all the games on the market. The viewers of the live broadcast were shocked by his words. The oil-stealing woman is a real technical anchor. Live streaming relies on authenticity to attract viewers. Holy, it's really rare to see a game that can get such rave reviews from Oil Stealer Woman. I've also played holographic simulation games, and I get dizzy after playing for a while. The anchor won't be cheating, right? Cheat, I go out and get hit by a car. The oil-stealing woman held up 3 fingers and swore. This game, there is not a bit of discomfort. No, there was also discomfort. That is, after I quit the game, I actually had a feeling as if I had just traveled back from another world. Disappointment. Then why are you offline? Ha ha, there's no need to ask. It must be death. Can't you be resurrected if you die? Or is the spot given away because it's an internal number? I applied for resurrection, but you have to wait 24 hours for a free resurrection. And I'm waiting for it now. So now I'll start by giving you all the intel I've gathered in the game. Gameplay tips are at the heart of what all game anchors can't get around. Even sandbox games have players making cheats. Anyway, now that she was idle, Oil Stealer Woman began to put together the information she had gathered in the game. The world setting of this game is interstellar, but the human race is the weaker side among the 10,000 races of the stars. After players enter the game, they automatically join the human camp, and then the first NPC they come across is called Wei Yuan, with the identity of a human lord, who is very strong, but no one knows exactly how strong yet. The birthplace where the players enter the game is in Wei Yuan's territory, which is a place like a primitive forest, and the first monster we encounter here is called the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. The video I'll be uploading later will explain a little bit about this newbie monster that players call Tsubaki. Everyone don't look at Tsubaki as a newbie out of the door must kill monster. Its strength can be said to be strong terrible. Just a moment of inattention. By Tsubaki's sneak attack died. With the introduction of the oil-stealing woman, the video he recorded in the game was uploaded. Extremely stunning and realistic graphics. A bloodthirsty Tsubaki monster so powerful it's scary. Countless players wailed in agony as they were pierced at the same time. Cold and handsome powerful lord. The coolness of technological weapons. The shocking aura of a whole row of mechs facing each other straight on. One time, Weibo Hot Search was directly slaughtered by Star People. This video uploaded by Oil Stealer Woman is really getting players hot under the collar. Passers-by saw the video and thought it was some new movie coming out. Still raving about the awesome special effects done in this movie. Once it was known that it was a game, it was quick to join the discussion. The hot search is directly filled with the word Star People. All the hot front is what this game is all about. A lot of celebrities buy hot searches, and just 3 or 4 seconds after they go up, they're overwhelmed again by a hot search with the word Star People in it. Everyone was inquiring as to which game company was such a big deal to make such a game. At this moment, Wei Yuan, who was still watching the players digging in his territory, was completely unaware that the players on Earth were going crazy. It's still a player. It's a job that you don't know you're tired of at all. Wei Yuan sat under the shade of a tree and watched the players sweating as they dug. Ha ha, the body in the game is just awesome. This energy is as good as it can't be used up. It's been too long since I've felt such a strong, powerful body. Guys, dig in. Don't look at the energy ore, which is mostly used in machinery, but when it's harvested, it can't be touched with metal at all. Therefore, even the most advanced races could only dig with their bare hands when it came to collecting ores. Players began mining with their bare hands as soon as they learned of this feature. The purple crystal-like ore is set in the dirt. The genetically modified body had long since ceased to be an ordinary human being. They hadn't opened the gene lock yet, but the foundation was strong. Combined with the fact that one is so motivated, this is ridiculously efficient. When the players got tired, they even took their own mind ore for gold and went to the med bay to get their blood back. It's almost as if the capital weeps at the sight of it. Wei Yuan waited joyfully for the players to send more energy mines, but the next second, he felt a player die and go straight offline. Mining can still die? It can't be a cave-in, can it? Wei Yuan quickly rushed towards the place where the accident happened. Just as he was heading there, several more players went offline one after another. At this point, in the mine, Misty Grass, secretly begging you're a crow's mouth, aren't you? Say there's a monster and there's a monster. I don't know. Just digging a mine and monsters still come out. It's outrageous. The pit was so dim that only the energy ore gave off a faint purple glow. The air reeked of blood. Dark Bag joined a few players and hid in a corner. In the shadows, a constant stream of short figures burrowed through the pit. They pawed through the dead players for energy mines. It finally came together. I clearly saw them digging up a lot of ore. How come they have so little on them? Monster gibberish discussion. Humph. The human race is weak and cunning. They must have given the ore away to other humans before they died. Damn it, but this time we have a lot to gain. Those other humans who are hiding will be left alone for now. As long as we kill a few of them, those humans won't dare to come back to commit crimes. The human race is so weak that they dare to mark our planet. It's simply delusional. Let's go. Go back and report the battle to the Patriarch. Chapter 8, Goblins. Are they gone? The hidden player probes to see. Make sure there's no one left before stepping out of the corner. 29 players. And now there were only 9 left. This game, how come the monsters are all so powerful? The difference in battle power is too big, isn't it? Dark Beg frowned. Anyhow, he was also a well-known player in the gaming circle, and had once hit the #1 position in the whole service in a game that was a big hit. He had played all the fun games on the market, and he had never encountered such a monster that was crushed in the opening round. You haven't even gotten out of the newbie village and you're just getting crushed? I do feel as if we've touched the main game thread. Yes, although the opening of the game where Jen said he told us to explore it will gives the impression that this game is a game of exploring maps. Think about it, the name of the game, and the background of the game that Jen introduced in the opening. The brawl game. Darkness begged for joy in his heart. Those sneaky things that just attacked us had to address us as humans. I'm guessing they're from another race. Holy, are we going to be in war mode? But everyone's level is still 0, eh? If you're low leveled, you upgrade. If it's really a brawl game, then the condition for us to upgrade will most likely be to kill the enemy. Dark Begging's eyes lit up at the mention of the brawl game. He's best at playing brawlers. I was slightly disappointed earlier because this game might be an exploration type of game. I didn't realize that the first day hadn't even passed and the enemy was already at my door. But we're down to 9 people. What can we do? Those monsters are only 7. We can't do it 1v1, but we can do it 9v1, and we can kill a few of them in a group fight. But the big thing is to wait for the resurrection. Players also get messages in-game, so now we all know that everyone gets 1 free resurrection. The big deal is to wait a day. But this plot point is not captured and may not be available later. After the 9 players looked at each other, they immediately took action. It was getting dark. Deep in the woods, 7 dwarves were roasting meat around a campfire. The strong odor of alcohol wafted over from their side. Ha ha, this time I actually harvested almost 2 kilograms of energy ore. I really made a huge profit. These humans are kind of useful. I really didn't expect that they hadn't even had their gene locks turned on. I killed one of them with a single hammer. It's too good to be true. Haha, it's not. Before I heard that this time to come to this planet is the only human race to prepare Lord, thought it would be very strong it. I did not expect that the human race will send him so few garbage. Garbage is even better. Not having opened the gene lock, so we can capture them and enslave them. Let them mine and dig more ore for us. But that reserve Lord's strength is unknown. Humph. The clansmen that the human race sent over to him are some that have never unlocked their genetic locks. He must not have much say in the human race. How strong can he be? Yes. It's just a brat who hasn't graduated yet. After our patriarch comes, we'll definitely be able to get him killed. It's so far away from the center of the alliance. No one will suspect it even if they die. And when the time comes to lure those brainless bugs over, just say that the bugs ate it for them. These figures don't look big, but their voices are really not small. Players were hiding in corners and had thought how hard news would be to pry out. I didn't expect to just follow through and these guys spit it all out. Misty grass. It's a bit contrived and slightly less immersive. I thought how hard it would be for us to spy, but I didn't realize. The game cannot be helped. The planners must also be afraid of players cannot feel the clues. Let's not talk about this useless stuff and comb through the clues. As far as I can see, these people should be from the Goblin clan. Short and cranky and love to drink. And then they also carry around tools for making iron. With stubby fingers and iron shavings. Goblin clan. Damn. A bunch of goblins even want to enslave us. Yuck. Wow. Looking at it this way, the human race is indeed very weak within the 10,000 races. It looks like they came here prepared and had already planned to deal with us a long time ago. So it's a good thing we found out ahead of time. Let's wait until we finish them off and report back to the lords. Dark Beg stared at the group of goblins. After all that wine, they're bound to get sleepy. And they're building a campfire here. So their camp is still far away. And one night won't be enough for them to make it back. Let's wait now. At this moment, a goblin next to the campfire, his face red from drinking, staggered to his feet. What for? Take a piss and hold it. The sparks burned and exploded with a crackling sound. It was hypnotic in the silence of the woods. The goblin who had just asked the question fell asleep after muttering an "oh." The players looked nervously at the goblins coming towards them. Yakuza, running over to pee at this hour? Round up? Well, but gag him first, so the other goblins don't find out. After Dark Begging finished, the other players gave an okay sign. By now, the gnome had found a suitable tree. Close your eyes and start letting go. Go! Dark Beg held an arm-thick vine and jumped down from the tree in a single bound. Straight away, the goblin's neck was strangled. And then another player pulled out a dirty sock with precision and shoved it into the goblin's mouth. After a few dull thuds from the forest, there was no more movement. At this point, the goblins around the campfire knew nothing. Darkbag wiped a handful of blood splattered on his face and frowned in slight disgust. It's also a bit of a pain in the ass to make this game too real. The blood is so thick, holy. Just go back and take a shower. Look, in this guy's bag, there are so many weapons. Congratulations to the player who killed a level 1 goblin by begging in secret. Completing the hidden quest. Reward gold 300. Goblins drop 15 weapons. What's all there? Let's see. The players came together and their eyes went green. 300 gold coins for killing a goblin. This comes with more money. Again. Then mining. A ragged armor. Bow and arrow. Iron pickaxe. Saw. There's a saw. Let's all pick a suitable weapon one by one. And then we'll split the spoils when we've killed all 6 of the remaining ones. Success. Go. By the campfire, the largest of the goblins, the one with the biggest head, frowned with his eyes closed. His big nose snapped at the air. The long pointed ears twitched slightly as well. Players quietly approach. Chapter 9. I'm a level 2 goblin. Worth deploying your battlefield mech? Put. Woohoo. Around the campfire, drunken goblins were killed and dragged away one after another. Even after the bodies had been taken away, the smell of blood in this air was still getting a little bit thicker. By the time the goblin boss opened his eyes, 3 or 4 goblins were missing from the surrounding area. Hey, where are the guys? Where did they go? The goblin boss's voice was gruff as he woke up, first nudging the sleeping goblin beside him awake. Just 7 goblins in all. Now it's down to 3. Other than the warm light from the campfire, there was no other source of light in this forest. There was still wind blowing through the eerie woods. The goblin, who had just been woken up by the boss, was still a bit disoriented. Just now I heard them say they went to take a piss. Does it take 4 people to go peeing in pairs? The goblin boss roared, slapping the still slightly dazed goblin awake. Hidden in the shadows, the players who had just finished off the 4th goblin held their breath. Ho 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 hey! The goblin boss roared towards the forest. No response. Only the wind blew through the trees, bringing over a stronger odor of blood. The goblin who was just now thinking that his boss couldn't be stupid also reacted at this time. But his first reaction was to shiver slightly. Boss, there can't be any monsters in the forest. Can there? This planet is a level 5 planet. The proto-species might have reached level 5 as well. They wouldn't have been eaten by the proto-species, would they? The other goblin cringed as well. The goblin boss's brow furrowed hard. He was also a bit scared. If it really is the original species, how can we still keep the 3 of us alive? Can it hardly be those humans from before? That's right. Boss, don't joke around. Let's just hurry up and go. The fear of the 2 henchmen more or less infected the goblin boss. But he didn't feel right. If the other party was really strong, how could they hide in a corner and sneak attack? After drinking so much, the goblin boss's scarlet eyes looked towards the forest. Hiccup. It was at this time that one of the players suddenly hiccuped. ***, what's a dude doing? A little nervous. I get hiccups when I'm nervous. I didn't realize that habit had carried over into the game. Misty, stop beeping for a second. That goblin is coming our way. 9v3. The odds are in my favor. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate you lose. Kill them. Darkbag raised his bow and arrow and shot it in the direction of the goblin boss. Just a shame. The arrow that was shot over landed limply in front of the goblin boss. No deterrent at all. It's old 6's bow. A goblin recognized the thrown arrow. The goblin boss's eyes instantly turned red and roared in the direction of the darkness begging for them. How dare you provoke me? The coarse, sharp nose twitched, and on the arrow he smelled it. It was human odor. Damn humans! How dare you murder goblins? ********. The roar instantly resounded throughout the forest. The goblin boss didn't expect that the ones who dared to strike at them would be those lowly humans. Humans who didn't even have their gene locks turned on were something that could only be the lowest level of slaves when they were slaves. How dare you take a shot at them? After roaring, the goblin boss remembered that he had just been scared and was ready to run away. And he became even more red with rage. These damned humans were not scared less of them, and had the audacity to come over and scare their honorable goblins. It's a death wish. The goblin boss picked up the sledgehammer at hand and charged towards the forest. He was low to the ground and the ground shook extraordinarily as he moved. Be damned. This guy's been taunted to death. Straight up berserk. Misty grass. That's a bit of a scary movement. Stop talking and go. 9 players charged straight up. They're all high rollers. They're all people who have killed it in other games. It's all meet and hit the GG. 9 men, wasted by a single blow from the goblin boss in his berserk state. It hurts. It hurts. I just turned on 5% of the pain. It hurts. How can it be so strong? What bad luck. This guy is frighteningly strong. The players fell to the ground. all of them simply turning off their pain senses except for one player who had his pain senses turned on a bit to keep himself awake. There was blood on the ground, and broken hands and feet of players everywhere. The goblin boss snorted coldly as he listened to what they said. You know you're scared now? It's too late. Originally, I wanted to let you lowly humans go, but I didn't expect that you would dare to follow us and do it secretly. So you are truly despicable and nasty. The goblin boss snarled, though he didn't know why the guys even bothered to chat when they were all hurt like this. But for him, the fear of these guys was much more enjoyable. This character talks too much, doesn't he? Not killing us immediately and talking so much means nothing. It means that the protagonist is about to make his debut. Dark Beg spat out a sentence. What a classic sequence, where the little brother gets beaten up and the protagonist comes to the rescue right at the crucial moment. The goblin boss snorted coldly. Stupid humans, still think your lord will come to the rescue? I'm telling you, even if this reserve lord of your human race came here in person, he wouldn't be able to save you. The goblin boss coldly slammed the sledgehammer in his hand, towards the dark beggar's head. Mother asterisk 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 her. You all say I'm a crow's mouth. What I say comes true. Let's see if I can say what I want today. Dark Beg yelled. Jen, help! The hammer fell, bringing with it a cold, piercing wind. Even the air was a little distorted. With this hammer coming down, Begging in the Dark was already able to imagine his brain being hammered into a meatloaf. Luckily pain is tuned to 0. Dark Beggar thought to himself. Right about this time. Buzz! The sound of machinery roaring and a searing laser appeared. Before the hammer could fall, the goblin boss's upper body had separated from his lower body. A pillar of light shone in this forest. It instantly illuminated the woods, as if the sky had suddenly brightened. Goblins are very much alive. Not to mention a level 2 gnome. The goblin boss spat out large mouthfuls of blood, but he wasn't dead yet. His eyes widened as he looked at the mech that slowly descended from the sky. Scarlet eyes filled with fear. Reflected in his pupils was a pitch-black mech. With turbo wings, the pitch-black mech held a giant sword on its back, looking cool as hell. Battlefield mech. Battlefield mechs. The goblin boss's heart thumped and exploded right out of his chest. Before he died, he thought to himself, what's the point? A level 2 goblin by himself is still worth fielding a battlefield mech? This lord of the human race is also too strange. Just after the thought, the goblin boss died. Asterisk asterisk. There's really a protagonist making an appearance? Begging in the Dark raised his head and looked at the slowly landing mecha. His blood spurting. Chapter 10, The Unified Sun Can Handle. There are good things he really give. Misty Grass. This mech is too handsome. I'll upload this video later. It's sure to be a hit. If it weren't for the fact that I can't really move right now, high or low, I'd have to whistle for Jen. It's so cool. It's so cool. Players were lying on the ground with missing arms and legs, not forgetting to brag about Wei Yuan. The blackened mech landed on the side of the players and Wei Yuan jumped down from it. Jen, those goblins don't seem to be native to this planet. I just heard them say that they were going to get the matriarch to you. Begging in the Dark still knows what's a priority. At this point, of course, the plot is most important. Maybe even open a new copy of something. Unexpectedly, his words were just finished. Wei Yuan's face instantly changed. Goblin 1? His eyes fell on the 2 goblins in the corner. They were shivering, not even daring to raise their heads. Meet and kill their boss. This human reserve lord wasn't at all as weak as the patriarch had said. This planet, which was issued to me by the academy. How did the goblin ones get here? Wei Yuan frowned. Before he rushed over, he thought it was one of those native species on this planet that had struck. I didn't realize that it was someone from another race, and they were bound to arrive at the planet early. Who sent you? The human race is weak though, but goblins aren't much stronger. For an eldritch race, the goblins however mostly live in relative poverty, generally engaged in building crude weapons for a living. Until now there hasn't been a single lord from the goblins, so Wei Yuan could be sure that the goblins were sent by those good classmates of his. Who could it be? The elven race, which is also a long-lived species, or is it the gods? Wei Yuan remembered the 2 10,000-year-old Dixon seniors in the academy. One of them was the son of the elf patriarch. The other is a god and is also a descendant of the last alliance head of state. We don't know anything. Lord spare us. The 2 goblins were so scared under Wei Yuan's gaze that they were on the verge of pissing themselves. With a plop, the 2 gnomes simultaneously knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wei Yuan. Spare us. Please. Spare us. Never dare again. Never dare again. You who? Weren't you quite powerful before? Why are you starting to get scared now? A player who was lying on the ground with just a sliver of his bloodstain left, started outputting at the goblins. Brother Yuan, these 2 guys even dared to take a shot at us, saying that our human race is a lowly race. So let's kill them. Don't. I just heard them say they were going to take us all as slaves. I think it would be nice to have a few goblin slaves. The players thought the two goblins must be angry. After all, when they realized that the one who had killed their companion was a human just now, that expression was almost as if they had been humiliated. But I didn't expect it. On hearing the players talk about making them slaves, it was surprising that these two goblins all of a sudden looked as if they had found a way to live. Kneeling frantically to Wei Yuan, my lord, we are willing to be slaves. Please, take us as slaves." Being a slave at least had a way to live. If they were useless, their end, surely, would be death. Gnomes are all eldritch species. Living a little for 500 or 600 years is not a problem. Even if the human race had unlocked the third level gene lock, that lifespan would only be 500 years. The big thing is to live on life expectancy and simmer them down. Those two goblins had a pretty good idea. Wei Yuan knew what they were thinking, but seeing as the players were quite interested in the slaves, they nodded. "Mo Yun, take them back." "Yes." The black mech spat out a low word. Then just as the players looked on in amazement and surprise, he reached out and clutched them all into the palm of his hand. Mo Yun even thoughtfully looked down and asked the players, "How do you guys feel? Will there be bumps?" "No, it's pretty good. The blood isn't even dropping anymore." Begging in the dark subconsciously replied back. Then I heard the mech chuckle softly. "It's true what the master said. You guys really do have a sense of humor." "Ha? You have a consciousness of your own?" "There is," Inkcloud replied. "Artificial intelligence has been utilized in many places, and Master said that you have just awakened and have a lot to learn. If there's anything you don't understand during the day, you can come to the weapons warehouse and ask us about it. It's been a long time since we've seen so many people." Listening to what Mo Yun said, the players' people were dumbfounded. I know the world this game is set in is the interstellar future, but I didn't realize that the mechs in this world actually use artificial intelligence as well. "You guys?" A player grasped the point. "That means all the mechs we saw inside the armory before have their own consciousness?" "Yes." The turbine behind Inkcloud glowed blue and took off with the players and the two slaves. "We are all made by our masters and will be your partners side by side from now on." Fogweed. A player shuddered in surprise and then bled to death. After he was taken offline, he didn't have time to get annoyed and ran straight to his computer, sending out the video he had recorded in the game. Surprise! A new plotline opens for Star People, and mechs actually have artificial intelligence. On the other side of the planet, Wei Yuan was not at all clear about the overnight explosion in the gaming circle. He is now collecting his mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of summoning 30 clansmen. Quest reward, level 1 Genlock potion, perfect. Titan Gene. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Titan Giant Gene. Just like that for me? Holy, Unity, you do know what I'm lacking. Although gene trading is not illegal now, but the genes of strong races, they don't pass them on. The Titan clan was a well-deserved god of war clan among the 10,000 clans. They were known for the strength of their carapace, and it was said that at their peak, Titan powerhouses were able to harden their mechs with their physical bodies. When Wei Yuan was mixing the transformation genes for the players, he thought that it would be great if he could have these precious genes. I didn't realize the system guy could be in a place. There are good things he really gives. Wei Yuan was beaming with joy. As for the level 1 Genlock potion, it was also something he was in desperate need of right now. Star developed a potion that works, but Wei Yuan didn't dare to give it to the players, because those potions, all of them are controlled by the Union Merchant Bank to develop and popularize. In normal large clans, the important heirs unlock their gene locks by blending them themselves. What's fishy about it? Wei Yuan doesn't know, but the first time he summoned a player after acquiring the system reopened all of his genetic locks. This made Wei Yuan have to suspect that there was something wrong with these gene lock potions from the Alliance. Compared to the Alliance, Wei Yuan certainly still trusted Unity Sun more. "You have a new task list. Please get it in time. 1. Please summon 100 loyal clansmen within 24 hours. 2. Defend the territory. Kill 300 invading goblins." Chapter 11 Surprise. Another quota has been released for Starman. The Goblin clan has indeed landed on my planet ahead of schedule. A trace of disgust flashed under Wei Yuan's eyes. What a disgusting stinker. It had been assigned to such a remote planet, and it had the audacity to go after him. In that case, don't blame him. Pick up the assignment. Meanwhile, Earth, Game Group. I'm really going crazy. What am I missing? The oil-stealing granny was numb as she watched the videos sent in by the players who later died. He's only been dead for a couple hours and the game world already has so much stuff? Secretly begging, haha not I say. Buddy offline or too early. Otherwise you can still talk to the intelligent Mechaloo. Oil-stealing granny, it's been autistic. Don't bother. Daydreaming, no. On what grounds? Rat, you're not as skillful as me. And the beggar's tactics aren't as good as mine. So why is it that both of you received invitations to the games in-game testing and I didn't? This group, a group of a few very strong players. Most of the group is made up of awesome players from all over the world, and we all get together and team up from time to time. But right now, only 2 people in the group, Oil Stealer Woman and Begging in the Dark, have received invitations to the internal test of Star People. Other players are watching, or, if they can't get an internal account, they have to watch the videos sent out by the Oil Stealing Woman and the Secret Beggar to quench their thirst. Most of them were originally diving, but watch the gameplay videos that Dark Beg keeps throwing out into the group. It's really faded. Everyone loves to play games, and with such an awesome new game on the horizon, who could hold their breath? That's right. I really don't know how the people at this game company choose their people. Rat died just how long ago he entered the game. Which if I had, I would have lived peacefully until the end. That's right. Rat, you're simply wasting your account. No, you can't just give me this internal number and I'll play it for you. Oil Stealing Woman, I've heard all the calculations you guys have been making at home. Oil Stealing Woman, the game company chose us to be internal beta players, so that must be an affirmation of my skills. Oil Stealing Woman, dying in the opening round was also due to carelessness. It was an accident. Get it? An accident. Oil stealing grannies are frantically messaging the group, ready to fight for their dignity. Unexpectedly, halfway through his post, he realized that the group had suddenly gone quiet. How did those groupies who were sending messages just now disappear all of a sudden? Oil Stealer, where are you guys? Oil Stealer, crooked? Dark Beggar's consciousness was still in the game world at this point, and he was being placed into a medical pod. The nutrient solution slowly filled the pod. Comfortably Begging in the Dark was on the verge of falling asleep, but the Oil Stealing Woman was still sending messages in the communication device in his head. Begging in the Dark, Rat, are you? I'm seriously injured right now and I'm convalescing. What are you doing? Oil Stealing Woman. Begging in the Dark, what are you doing? Oil Stealer, ***. Ah, dude, the game is updated. Secretly Begging. What's the update? A link dumped into the group. Secretly Begging to order in. The official web page for Starman has gone from its humble beginnings as a page to a very striking picture. It was a lorded goblin. The large head fell to the ground, blood bubbling out from the wound at the neck. The orange campfire adds an eerie dimness to the scene. The blood of the goblins, which was even a light green color, soaked through the ground. You can't see a bit of CG synthesis at all. It's even as if someone was there and just simply took a picture. In the center of the screen is a large line. The battle for territory is about to begin. And players are now summoned to Star People to fight in defense of the people's territory. 100 internal test accounts will be released soon. To apply for an account, please click. Holy, Dark Beggars surprised both opened their eyes in the nutrient solution. In an instant, his internet connection with the Earth side was severed. The electronic screen of the medical bay emitted a gentle voice. Begging in the Dark, is there any discomfort in the healing process? Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. The darkness begged to speak urgently, and then a large series of bubbles appeared. I'm going on a conquest mission. The Dark Begging brain was also shouting frantically. Begging in the Dark for enrollment. The Dark Begging only quieted down after the electronic voice in his head sounded. Ha ha, it really is a mission. Dark Beggar thought joyfully as he soaked in the nutrient solution. It's only been a day, and the game Star People has already set the gaming world ablaze. Dark Begging can conclude that this game will surely be a global hit as soon as the account is opened. Don't even need to take any technological products. Just the graphics of this game, and the technology of holographic simulation, is enough to make people crazy. And at this point, Wei Yuan looked at the data coming from the system and he was stunned. What? How many people have applied for accounts? 200. 000. 200,000. Unity, are you sure you're not mistaken? I've only sent out this internal test account for a day. Surprised, Wei Yuan began to see what was going on. You know, it's only been a day since he summoned these 30 players. The time ratio between Earth and this side is 1-to-1. In other words, on the Earth side, the game just released 30 internal test numbers, followed closely by another 100. That's not how normal games work. So when Wei Yuan first put out the news, he was a little worried that the 100 people would not all come together. Didn't realize, in just a few minutes, it was surprising that 200,000 people had already come to sign up. Wei Yuan looked at the news on the Earth network, and the more he looked, the more he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. These players, surprisingly, are so six. He was genuinely surprised. It's amazing that those videos that players send out on the internet after they go offline have such a great response. Not to mention people in the gaming community, even some people who don't play games have left messages under the account of the Oil Stealing Woman asking about it. Wei Yuan nodded secretly as he watched the video made by the Oil Stealing Woman after she went offline. This group of first recruited players sure know how to publicize. It's no wonder those advertising agencies love to get these anchors to work with them. The publicity and call to action is really bull. 200,000 people. It's quite a sweet burden to have to choose 100 people out of 200,000. System, it's up to you to decide on these 100 candidates. Good. The gaming scene nowadays simply stinks. Have even games started doing marketing? Really? With all the advertisements and the most realistic holographic simulation game ever. You can really blow it. I'd like to see if this game is really this awesome. At this time, a rich second generation who originally wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but couldn't even squeeze into the top 20 of the hot searches because he spent a lot of money on buying the hot searches, hatedly clicked on the application account in front of the computer. Chapter 12. This game is so much fun. Ding dong. Richie Zhang Tao's mouse had only just clicked down. The villa's doorbell then rang, startling him with a shiver. Then I heard the butler come over and knock on the door. What's wrong? Young master, your delivery. Ha! Zhang Tao was still a bit strange, and when he stood up and opened the door, he saw the butler holding a courier box in his hand. What is it? He reached for it, and just as he closed the door, he saw the logo printed above the delivery package. The Star People? The name. Zhang Tao didn't react for a moment. He even wondered when he had bought an express delivery. That logo is pretty familiar. Just as this thought flashed out in his head, he saw a new interface suddenly pop up on his computer screen. Congratulations to you. You have obtained the internal test account of Star People. Please use the helmet to enter the game within 3 minutes. If you don't enter within 3 minutes, it will be regarded as giving up the account, and the helmet privilege will be cancelled. This large line of words made Zhang Tao shrink a little more. Asterisk asterisk, is this the same game I just signed up for? This game company, isn't that awesome? He didn't leave his address or phone number when he signed up for an account. Unwrapping the delivery, I saw a techie helmet inside. Damn, it can't be a setup against me, right? Zhang Tao subconsciously doubted it, and then laughed at my own thoughts. Although his own family had money, it wasn't enough for someone to use such a large sum of money to screw him. But you don't usually play games at all, so you want to have some fun? Zhang Tao looked skeptically at the helmet in his hand. He had planned to enter the entertainment industry, but he was a bit annoyed that the Water Army hotspots were being suppressed. But now this account is all up for grabs. It's a waste of time not to play. If it's not fun, then he'll go online and expose it. Using his family's connections, putting on the helmet, Zhang Tao's eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dormant bin in the restroom. Same process as those players before. Zhang Tao named himself Windblown Fart. Then just watched the chattering players around them excitedly discussing how lucky they were and how many people grabbed accounts without. Holy, 1 out of 2,000. And it let me snatch it. I really am the chosen one. Wow. It's really the same as what was put out in the video, eh? Everything. It's just like the real thing. If I didn't see everyone with IDs on their heads, I'd wonder if I traveled. Seriously, before I thought that those anchors, and the videos, were all advertisements put out by this game, just to draw traffic. But I didn't realize that the textures were all real. This game is sure to catch fire. Ha ha, dude, don't tease. This game is hot right now, okay? Listening to what the players around him said, Windblown Fart took a deep breath. Slightly cooler air with a hint of humidity. The air quality on this planet is not at all comparable to the urban areas of Earth. It's actually real. Windblown Fart raised his hand and looked at the lines on his hand and the toned muscles on his arm. His heart beating extremely fast. It's the sense of power. He clenched his fists. All the muscles in his body were mobilized in an instant. This body, terribly strong. Windblown Fart felt that his current physique was much better than those bodyguards his dad had hired at great expense. The game, has it even gotten this far? It's so cool. Congratulations on your awakening. I am your Lord Wei Yuan. The same process as the first batch of players. Wei Yuan directly put out a system-built process video. New players have more or less seen the videos that players put out before they arrive. So there's a lot of acceptance of the game. According to the information that the clan has traced in advance, our territory is coveted by the Goblin clan, who have sent hundreds of goblins to hide on this planet, waiting for an opportunity to attack us. That's why I woke you up, just to guard our territory. But before we tackle these goblins, clan, you need to move yourselves. And most of the goblins have unlocked their level 1 gene locks, clansmen, so if you need it, you can buy a level 1 gene lock potion from me. Wei Yuan unfolded the first level gene lock potion rewarded by the system. The old players who are still alive have already placed their orders. New players have also come up to check it out. Asterisk asterisk, a gene potion that costs 100 gold coins? Where the hell am I going to get 100 gold coins for a blank slate? Bro, you can mine. Mining makes money fast. And go kill Tsubaki and get some of Tsubaki's twigs and branches and stuff for some money. Ha ha, just like that anchor. Just started the game not long ago and just sent a blood? Laughing my ass off. Go go go. Go digging first. Seriously, I didn't know why those guys were so gung-ho about running off to dig before. I know now. The player who spoke displayed the biceps on his arms. I'm feeling all over, all powerful. Me too. The body in this game really feels so much stronger than my own. I'd become a fat nerd by staying at home and playing games every day. And I never thought I'd see the day when I'd relive the feeling of being young again, blindly bragging about being powerful. When you were young, were you that powerful? Players run out of the rest area. The feeling of stepping out 2 or 3 meters in one step was just too shocking. Windblown but went from disdain at first, to amazement later on. In one step, he jumped out more than 3 meters and casually crushed a rock. This sense of transcendent power is completely unlike anything Money has ever experienced before. If I had known that playing the game was so enjoyable, I should have played the game a long time ago. Windblown Fart ran wildly with his hands open. Feel the breeze blowing past your face. It's so cool. It's just too good to be true. Players have long known the location of the mines from videos of veteran players. They scrambled into the mine, watching magnificent scenes you've never seen before, and physical work you've never experienced. Windblown Fart followed the rest of the players, enraptured, as they began to dig. Even the soreness of his muscles called him obsessed. This game, it's just so much fun. Windblown Fart wants to shed a tear while he digs in. The next moment, though, he kind of wanted to pee. This game is just a little too real. Man, I'm going to go pee. Save me a spot later. Windblown Fart greeted the players around him who were engrossed in digging, and then walked towards the hill outside the mine. Chapter 13, 100% Pain? This is a warrior. Windblown Fart shivered. What's good about this game is that it's done too realistically. One look at the game plan and you don't think about it that much. What if there are more players and bad people get mixed in? It would be terrible to get blocked for messing with colors. I'll have to look up the planner of this game company and make a comment when I get offline. Windblown Fart thought, getting dressed and whistling ready to go back to digging. Just a few dozen meters into his robust walk, he felt as if there was something behind the hill. The sound of gibberish, coming from the corner. What's that? Windblown Fart poked his head out from behind the mound, right up against a pair of dark red eyes. Asterisk asterisk. Windblown Fart was genuinely startled when he saw those eyes violently. Gnomes? Humans? The goblin arched his back and cracked his mouth full of fangs. Surprised to be discovered? I didn't realize that I had come over to scout, and I had already considered myself to be hiding very stealthily, but I was actually still discovered by the humans. Sure enough, it was just as the patriarch had said. These guys, they're treacherous and cunning. OMG. Could it be that I'm actually a Euro Emperor? Windblown Fart remembered what the players who were digging together today had said. He doesn't usually play games at all. Then as soon as I drew this account I won. How long have you been on the game? Just ran into a wild goblin. Ha ha. Windblown Fart grinned a silly grin. He really was the chosen one, wasn't he? Gird your loins, goblins. I didn't expect the task to appear directly in front of me. Windblown Fart Squeeze hasn't even looked at a few of the videos the players have sent out. Looking at the short monster in front of him, Windblown Fart felt like he only needed to make a slight strike to take it down. He grinned sardonically and rushed up. It's just a little bit of a gas. Looks confident. This goblin who had come over to poke around was still a bit dazed at the sudden sight of such a human who was half afraid of him. Seeing again that he was actually charging directly towards him, the gnome couldn't help but frown. This human, there can't be any backstabbing, can there? Is it a technological weapon? But he obviously hadn't even turned on the gene lock. Just as the goblin froze, Windblown Fart had already rushed to it. Pop! A sharp and loud slap to the goblin's green and blackened face. Holy, what a thick skin! With that slap, Windblown but used his whole body. Judging by his accomplishments today when he crushed a stone with one hand, it was only right for him to at least slap this goblin unconscious with this slap. Why is it standing still unharmed? And the eyes are getting redder. Even if he hadn't played the game, Windblown Fart realized that something wasn't quite right at this moment as he looked at the goblins whose anger had skyrocketed. Damn humans! A slap in the face. In either race, which carries the ultimate insult. I'll kill you, the gnome roared, then pulled out a sledgehammer. Thud. Ah! Windblown Fart hissed, waking up from his helmet. The sensation of his brain cracking was clear and he shivered. Young master, what happened to you? Hearing Windblown Fart's miserable screams, the butler immediately came to inquire. Windblown Fart shivered and took off his helmet in a pale trance. It was only when he was breathing heavily and his heartbeat slowly dropped that he realized he had just been playing a game. Games. Luckily it's just a game. But it hurts. It hurts too much. Who the hell said that people don't feel pain if they die violently? Windblown Fart wiped away the tears. He didn't know if they were from fear or pain and shivered. The butler stood at the door and frowned. Young master, is there something wrong with this game? Are you alright? It's okay. You go out. I need to slow down. Windblown Fart waved his hand. He looked at the removed helmet and let out a long breath of relief. It was so exciting. It's too good to be true. Ha, ha, ha. It's so good. It's better than driving a race car. This game is awesome. Awesome. Windblown Fart took the helmet and put it on his head. Quick. I want to get back into the game. We are applying for your free resurrection. Please wait 24 hours. What the hell? You have to wait 24 hours? I don't want a free resurrection. How much do I have to charge? You tell me. There is no top-up service in this game. If you want to revive immediately, please pay 100 gold coins. Your gold balance, 37. Insufficient balance. It's only been a few minutes of digging today, and I let that goblin kill me. Windblown Fart gritted his teeth. No wonder those animals, when they get on the horn, rush to the mine. What a bunch of animals. If the mine is finished, how can we get gold coins in the future? He had now long forgotten what he had planned to do when he entered the game. At this moment, Windblown Fart's entire body was scratching its head because it couldn't immediately return to the game world. And the other side, Wei Yuan was still a bit surprised when he received the news of the player's death. Are there still rash people out there who don't adjust their sensory values downward when they enter the game? Death by 100% pain. Good man. That's a real warrior. Wei Yuan silently gave this unknown warrior a nod. Attention all players. A goblin sighting has been detected near the mines. The last location of the goblins is marked on the map. Capture a goblin and receive a reward of 100 gold coins. An electronic beep sounded in every player's head. This was followed by a map of the territory. In the vicinity of the mine, a red spot stood out. The players who were digging brightened up, disposed of the body. The gnome let out a long breath. Luckily, he was quick to strike, or he would have given this human the chance to go out and ventilate. But, this human brain may not be working well. How dare a man rush up here to die? The gnome sneered. Thought it was more powerful. One kill. This location of the geocache was good to see the movement inside the mine at a glance. Just as he was getting carried away, one after another, players were heading out of the mine. They don't mine anymore? It's not even dark yet, is it? Does that mean it's going to be a break? The goblin's head couldn't handle too much complexity, so he assumed that it was time for these humans to take a break. The patriarch said that when the humans rested, they were to go back and give him a message. Wait until the humans are asleep, then attack. Then we should be able to go back and air it out now. The gnome turned around and was about to leave. He saw that the humans who had been heading out a moment ago had now surrounded him. Ha ha, this monster is actually still in place A. Go on, catch him. It's 100 gold coins. Dozens of people came together and swarmed. Chapter 14, Begging in Secret. You really can catch anything. Black Tiger Hollow. Watch me monkey steal the peach. Ha ha, little green skin. Suffer. Players swarmed. But they're unarmed. Facing a level 1 goblin. And also with the opponent having a weapon. They couldn't even see the goblin's movements clearly. Still think I'm one of those losers? A flicker of ferocity flashed under this goblin's eyes. He's not one of those losers sent out before. The fact that he could be sent out as a scout to find out what was going on already showed that he was an elite among the goblins. Everyone, don't charge blindly. It's a level 2 goblin. Already healed from the medical bay and out of the dark begging walked out at this point. Looking at the goblin's eyes, he knew that it was a level 2 goblin. Level 1 goblins are still able to be killed by human tactics. At level 2, you have to upgrade before you can kill them. Get out of the way you guys. The figure and also the aura had been completely different from the dark begging. Walked to the front of the crowd. That's right. He's not the dark beggar he once was. He is now LV1 secretly begging. He's upgraded. In that assassination of the goblins, he had gained enough gold coins to allow him to purchase a level 1 genlock potion. At this moment, he was just looking at the goblin, and he had been able to capture the movements with precision that he had not been able to see clearly at all before. Kill! He rushed out. In an instant, the place where he had originally stood was left with his silhouette. This was followed by the sounds of fighting that kept coming out. Players could only see countless remnants appearing in front of their eyes. Dark beggar punches gnome with a volley of punches to the face. The thick green skin was now flushed with red even from the beating. How can it be so strong? This elite of goblins was knocked to the ground by a punch, the force of which was surprisingly not dislodged at once from his face. He rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping. You're not human, the gnome yelled. How could a level 1 human possibly be able to pressurize his level 2 self into a fight? The next second, a heavier fist landed. Dark beg pressed against the goblin's body, raining down fists in rapid succession. I'm not human? Open your ing eyes and see. I am human. Snap. Make you ungrateful. Knock knock. Dark beg grabs the gnome by the ear and knocks his head right into the ground. Dark green blood splattered all over the floor. You're crazy? A small monster dares to single-handedly challenge our human base? Covet our territory? Ha! Kill me? Begging for fire in the dark. There's so much realism in the game world that it's hard for Dark begging not to sub in while playing. The images of those players being killed were pretty gory as well. They all play the game together. We are always together. And there is more or less a bit of comradeship there. Dark begging couldn't stop his teeth from itching when he remembered the scene of being abused by those goblins. At that time, if Jen hadn't saved the day in time, he would have had to wait 24 hours before he could do it all over again. And even if they are saved, he also spent so many gold coins to heal himself. How long would it take to earn that from mining? You are truly damned. Ah, I was wrong. Don't fight. It's human. It's human, isn't it? Gnomes to the second level. How to say that within their own pack? High and low is also a small captain's existence. Now to be treated like this by a first-class human. The gnome was angry and hateful. More than that, I think this human must be out of his mind. Just kill whatever you want. Why all the weird talk? And was he having some kind of deep grudge against him? Why are you so cruel? The gnome's teeth, all smashed by the dark begging. It caused his mouth to be full of green blood and he looked woefully out of shape. And the pleas for forgiveness are not even clear. The other players watched from the sidelines. Asterisk, is this the strength after the upgrade? It feels so awesome. This speed, this power. It's so good. What happened to suddenly wanting to upgrade so badly? I had a feeling before that with all the muscles I have now, I'm already very powerful, but now it seems that I'm the one who's shallow. The players looked at the darkness begging, and their eyes glittered with envy. Mining, must mine more. Die for me. Darkness begged for relief from the fight before giving a final roar of rage. Stomping his foot on the ground, he leapt up and clenched his hands into fists directly on the goblin. Put! This elite among the goblins spat out a large mouthful of blood. Just died at the hands of a first-class human. He, who died in peace. Yes. Dark Beg exhaled. Then you hear an electronic voice announcing it. Congratulations to player begging in the dark for being the first player to kill a level 2 goblin. Trigger special reward, 1 special holiday event voucher. A small golden firework exploded over the head of the shadowy beggar. All the players looked to the dark begging. What special holiday event participation coupons? No explanation? There was no explanation to be seen in the dark begging. But to be evaluated as a special reward, it must be something good. Players are curious. Big brother, why don't you ask Jen? He might know Lou. Yeah, go ask Jen. The players were dying of curiosity one by one. Always thought this reward must be awesome. Maybe it will open up a copy. There aren't many players in the game at this point. We all dig together. We all have a bit of a friendship. Secret Beggar also wanted to know what this special reward he got was for. So he ran to Wei Yuan and inquired. Jen, what's a holiday event participation coupon? Wei Yuan feigned a look of surprise and looked at the darkness begging. Did you get the holiday event participation ticket? That's a good one. When it's time for a special festival, I need to take my clan and go forward to participate in the Lord's Academy's activities, and only those who have obtained a participation ticket for the festival activities will be able to go with me. Wei Yuan finished. The players just blew up. Asterisk. Lord's Academy. Is it the main Star Games thread? Then won't those who follow be able to take a spaceship to see that so-called central star? Holy, that's cool. Being able to travel directly to the central star? Only those who have obtained this event role can go. Jen, so what do we have to do to get this voucher? Yeah. The players looked at Wei Yuan curiously, one's eyes going straight. This is not for me to hand out. Wei Yuan shook his head. Only clansmen who have made special contributions to the clan can have it. Ah, ask for food, man. You really catch everything good. The oil-stealing woman, who was one step behind the others, arrived in a hurry. Chapter 15 Rapture. The Mecha Maiden is here. The oil-stealing woman really hates it. It wasn't that he didn't want to go digging, but mainly because as a meta-level player, he couldn't swallow the fact that he let bloodthirsty Tsubaki karma him on his first day. So when he waited until he was resurrected and paid out for the player's energy mines, he hoofed it and turned on the primary energy saw to cut down the trees. It was a day's work to clear out a large area of bloodthirsty Tsubaki near the base. By the time he remembered to ask around about the players so he could do the raid after he got offline, just learned about the guy who secretly begged for this and got a new reward, or a special bonus. When the oil-stealing woman hoofed it over, she heard Jen's explanation for this reward. Poof! The oil-stealing woman was on both knees, her head bowed in frustration, her mouth murmuring continuously. If you're born a woman who steals oil, why are you born a beggar? Ah, it hurts. It hurts too much. 2 lines of tears, running down the corners of his eyes. Dark begging bitch came over to the oil-stealing woman and tapped him on the shoulder. Rat, don't be sad. When I go to the Lord's Academy, I'll pass you the video to look at. Don't be sad. Don't be jealous. Everyone has a bright future. I've never even seen a gnome's face. Why don't they go to Tsubaki's forest? The oil-stealing woman mumbled as she slapped away the hand that was secretly begging, then walked away with a disoriented look on his face. That back is really depressed. Wei Yuan looked at this player who had made a huge contribution to his recruitment and coughed lightly. It's really important to be reminded. Goblins aren't very smart, but they're not that stupid. The bloodthirsty Tsubaki forest was so dangerous. They were out of their minds to run to the bloodthirsty Tsubaki forest area. That large swath of bloodthirsty Tsubaki, dangerous as it was, did give the base some of its protection. The players have mind enough to pay off the tail end of Amilo's schoolmates. Once we're done clearing out those goblins, we'll have to hurry up and have the players cut down that large swath of bloodthirsty Tsubaki as well. After the bloodthirsty tune is cut down, the material can also be pulled to the Star Network for auction. There should be quite a few treehugger sellers who want it. With this reckoning, Wei Yuan realized that he had quite a few things to do. Tap the communicator. Wei Yuan, schoolgirl, where are we now? At this time, inside the silent cosmic passage, Amilo, who had traveled through countless space tunnels, now had a vegetable face. The communicator blinked twice. Amilo, senpai, there seems to be a problem with the original course. I used space shuttle technology and in 3 minutes, I will be able to reach your planet. Amilo, by the way senpai, this planet of yours was previously Terran Elias, but now that it's marked in your name, won't you give it a name? Ah, forgot. Wei Yuan saw Amilo's message and remembered that he still had planet naming rights that he hadn't used. Using his brain to enter the Star Network, Wei Yuan went directly to the planet registration website. Immediately after the gene recognition, the planet naming page appears. Let's call it Blue Star, Wei Yuan said. In this universe, the original territory of mankind was Blue Star. The reason for the cosmic voyage was the initial depletion of Blue Star's resources. By the end of the later war with the bugs, Blue Star had disappeared as well. Since then, the human race has changed planets to live on. Now as a Lord's reservist, Wei Yuan named his first planet of human existence, Blue Star. The moment the word Blue Star was typed in, it registered. On the Star Network, all Alliance people can see the information inside. At this time inside the Lord's Academy, this child Wei Yuan, he even named this planet of his Blue Star? Oh human race, it will be able to regain its splendor again. Inside the principal's office, a teenager frowned. Grandpa, if you admire him so much, why did you assign him such a remote planet? The old principal smiled and didn't say anything. Buzz. A loud noise appeared above the players' heads. Asterisk asterisk. It's dark? Why is the sun gone? Holy, a space battleship? The players looked up and saw a huge silver ship appear overhead. Cool. It's so cool. This super incredibly huge ship fits perfectly into players' imaginations of the word interstellar. Players have even put down the work at hand. They lifted their heads and looked up at the ships overhead. That's the kind of card Interstellar should have. Wow. There are still signs of battle damage. And what a strong smell of gunfire. Just hovering? What's this battleship doing here? It's not going to hit us, is it? Holy, I'm still digging with my bare hands. And they're hitting us with a battleship? It's not that dignified. Amilo sat in the driver's seat. Look at the people on the ground who are muttering. Is this the Hokage's clan? Hasn't it ever unlocked the G-lock? But it doesn't look as if it's quite the same as those humans I've seen before. Amilo blinked in confusion. On closer inspection it seems about the same again. Why didn't they brief anyone? All also looked at their battleships with curiosity. What's so strange about the clansmen the Hokage led here? Senpai, I'm here. Amiro waited for half a day, but didn't see anyone going to inform Wei Yuan. There was nothing else to do, so he opened his communicator and looked for Wei Yuan himself. The transport is hovering. Just come straight down. I'll be right there. Wei Yuan turned on the base's concealment system. The security of the base was extremely important, and there was no way Wei Yuan would expose it to Amilo. The huge ship overhead suddenly opened a channel. A pink figure flew out of the passage. Amilo's mechs are very nice to look at, with the metallic sheen of the mech and another layer of pink graphics painted on. The maiden-like face directly made the players look straight in the eyes. Asterisk asterisk it's Mecha Nymphet. AI drawings are coming to life guys. Holy I remember I saw a similar vision online at the time, but it was just a conceptual drawing. This game is awesome. To have modeled a complete mecha nymph like this straight out of the box. Holy, mind blown. Guys I'm really hungry now. Looking at the mechs makes me feel browbeaten. Lovers can be gender neutral, even species neutral, and I'm in love. Fools, the mech is nice to look at, but aren't you curious about the person piloting it? New characters. The players were abuzz. Is there finally going to be a new character? Everyone watched with bated breath as the mech landed. Amilo had been thinking that the common clansmen of all races were afraid of the advanced warriors. It would be better to be careful when you landed on your own. so as not to frighten the Hokage's people. But when she landed, these clansmen of the Hokage's surrounded her? Ha! Why are they looking at themselves so hard? Chapter 16, I've crossed an entire war zone. Amilo's entire body was now in a daze. She couldn't figure out what all these Hokage clansmen were gathering around for. The mech had already scanned it just now. And there weren't even a few people in this group who had unlocked their level 1 gene locks. They can't even use genetic energy weapons. What are they doing here? Amiro hesitated for a moment, thinking that he was here to make a delivery, so it was better to be friendly. A sweet female voice came out from the mech. Hello, I'm Amiro. I'm here to see Senior Wei Yuan. Hearing the voice coming from inside the mech, the players roared and screamed. Misty grass. It's really a new NPC, eh? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Beauty, can you get out of the mech? What do you want with our gen? Did you come from another planet? Is there a task for us to do? A whole bunch of questions poured in, and Amilo was even more confused. Are the ordinary people of the human race so casual in their treatment of genetic warriors? You can't be this unreasonable to a guest. Wei Yuan arrived in time to snuff out the players' intentions of continuing to find a new NPC to condescend to. Amilo-senpai, did you bring all the goods? Wei Yuan asked. Amilo jumped out of the mech, and then the mech, which was a bit outrageously beautiful, was received right into the bracelet on Amilo's wrist in front of the players. The young girl is bright and dynamic, looking energetic with her pink double ponytail and black combat uniform. Wow! Upon hearing the exclamation of surprise, Amiro hooked his lips in a smile. As a clan of tree people, Amilo's bloodline is the flower line, naturally a bit better looking than the average race. Even in school, Beauty ranked above the Phantom clan, who were known for their good looks. She'd heard countless marvels since she was a little girl. I've heard that humans are also a very face-controlling race. Sure enough, the smile at the corners of Amiro's mouth hadn't even had time to fully blossom before he heard the ordinary humans who hadn't unlocked their genetic locks exclaiming, I'm brown. Is this space technology? Asterisk asterisk. I shudder to think what an awesome processor it would have to be to make something oh so high-end. That's so cool. I can't wait to have a mech of my own. My hands, they're hungry and thirsty. I'm going to dig. Digging, 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 digging. Brothers, be strong. Be strong. To dig. To dig. Ha! Amilo looked at the players who suddenly got hot under the collar and then rushed off to dig. The people were dumbfounded. She looked up at Wei Yuan. Senpai, are these the clansmen your clan sent you? The human race wouldn't be holding out much hope for the Hokage, would they? Why else would they send so many clansmen who don't look like they're in their right mind? Wei Yuan smiled somewhat helplessly and shook his head. They just love their work more. Just kidding. Players really play the game. Who cares if the characters look good or not? Episodes that affect their gaming experience. These guys didn't jump up and down and shout, skip, skip, skip. It had all been considered a favor to him as a lord. But there are always still some players that would prefer to follow the plot, like the oil-stealing woman who was now rushing over again with a primary energy saw in her hand. Jen, I hear we have a guest? The oil-stealing woman is late but arrives. He also had a jar full of bloodthirsty toon tree sap in his hand, pale green sap with an abundance of life. Holy, girl is hot. The oil-stealing woman raised her hand and gave Amilo a thumbs up. Jen, what are you guys going to talk about? Can I listen? Follow along if you want to hear it, but entertain your guests with a little of your toon sap. Wei Yuan smiled and pointed to the large glass jar he was holding. Amiro's mouth watered as he snuck in several swallows at the sight of the large jar of sap, for the treehugger clan that has evolved into a full body. This mutant tree sap with the breath of life. That's a delicacy. Yes, you'll give me a drink of sap and let you follow. Amiro nodded heavily, his twin ponytails trembling in the air as he followed. 1 cup? The oil-stealing woman glanced at the large jar she was holding. Isn't 1 cup a bit stingy? 1 cup a bit much? Then half a cup will do. Amilo held out his fingers to gesture. What a cup and a half? Later on it makes people of other races think that our human race is so stingy. This jar, I'm giving it all to you. The oil-stealing woman grinned and shoved all these large glass jars into Amilo's hands. He sort of saw it. This somewhat nerdy alien two-ponytailed girl is really craving tree sap. This jar of sap, given to Jen for evaluation, will at most result in a 10 gold coin evaluation. 10 gold coins for an NPC's favorability. This deal, half a point can't be lost. Isn't this too expensive? Amilo hugged the jar, embarrassed and unable to give it back. The sap of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree, although rare, was not expensive. What's really expensive is the sap with the breath of life. It was something that had to be collected while the bloodthirsty Tsubaki was extremely angry, and also alive, to be able to collect it. Bloodthirsty Tsubaki generally survive in forests. When a strong person strikes, even if it's abusive, the bloodthirsty Tsubaki won't have any anger. Weaklings, Meet and get killed by bloodthirsty Tsubaki, okay? Anger causes the bloodthirsty toon's life force to infuse its sap and transport it to the roots of the tree. That's why sap that has the breath of life force is all but unattainable. Opening the jar, the rich scent of life went straight to the sky, mesmerizing Amilo. She looked at the oil-stealing woman with a few milder eyes. Good people. These clansmen under the Hokage have good people, even though each one of them looks as if they're a bit brain-dead. This is a meet and greet gift from my people. And speaking of which, the goods you sent over are something they need badly right now. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he looked up at the ship hovering in the sky. The cargo is all inside? There were traces of gunfire on the massive ship, and it looked like she was still in danger on the way. But as a merchant, transporting goods was one of her responsibilities. If Amilo didn't mention it voluntarily, Wei Yuan wouldn't ask. In case this schoolgirl wants to raise the price. It's not good, right? Amilo blushed and closed the lid. She looked at Wei Yuan with a pair of bright eyes. Senior, do you want to go up and inspect the goods? 370,000 shipments, delivered safely. Like a child wanting praise, she straightened her back. I went hard across a small war zone to protect the cargo. Chapter 17. Your planet has a probability of being attacked. Are you sure you're here? To start recounting the dangers they encountered in transit. Then raise the price. Wei Yuan still looked at Amilo without changing his face. And what a cunning businessman. On the surface, it seems to look up to me. But really? Or for business? A businessman is a businessman. What happened on the way? The oil-stealing woman asked curiously. Those are plot points. Doing it later inside your own game guide is all you can use. The oil-stealing woman had good intentions. But, Wei Yuan silently covered his chest. Oops. Forgot to tell the players not to poke around. This was asked. Amilo will definitely talk. Let's not get all the damage to the transports on my head then. A drop of cold sweat fell from Wei Yuan's forehead. He doesn't have much money left. The players are now digging up just enough to make a final payment. Wei Yuan feigned a cold look at the oil-stealing woman. How can you just ask about other people's business? It's rude to pry like that in Interstellar. Amilo, you don't need to worry about him. Let's go straight to the goods. Amiro waved his hand. It's alright, senpai. The lower-ranked clansmen haven't been involved in many interstellar battles. They're bound to be curious. I was going to take the most conventional transportation route over. Then wait until I was at the very border before using space jump technology. After all, Amilo sighed. You know, senior, that space jumps consume a lot of energy stones. But to my surprise, right on the last leg of the course, there was a war. And it seems that the interstellar pirates fought with the guards of Star M779. I don't know if the Alliance side has received any news. Fighting a war so close to the edge of the region, the energy wave that erupts is likely to attract the bugs yet. Amilo shuddered at the thought of the bugs. Those guys, they haunt every Union man like a nightmare. A little shaky at the bottom of his heart, Amiro hurriedly took 2 large sips of sap to soothe it. Wow! Interstellar pirates! And Star M779! This outside world! It really is wonderful! Oil stealer woman's eyes glistened as she listened. And the material she was able to make tonight was available again. There's no way this game could have done as well as it did with all the money spent on graphics. The plot and storyline is certainly very complete as well. Piecing together the game's entire world setting can also be a very interesting experience for some players who enjoy reading the plot. Oil Stealer Woman is such a player. Fans who enjoy watching his live streams and parses have also shown a greater preference for focusing on the exploration of the world's background. Information collected successfully. System is projecting. Host, based on the news brought by your friend, this system speculates that your territory will likely suffer from 2 forces. 1. There is a 70% probability that a star pirate will use the blue star as a temporary landing site when escaping. 2. There is a 90% chance that the bugs will pass by the blue planet when they travel to planet M779. What? Wei Yuan exclaimed. It doesn't matter if it's the star pirates, or the bugs. It's all doom and gloom for Blue Star right now. Wei Yuan's face became incredibly ugly for a moment. Senior, this planet of yours? It's still some distance from the border. There's no need to worry so much. Amiro was startled by Wei Yuan's exclamation of surprise. I had to jump through several black holes in a row to get here. And since Star M779 is a star, and the guards on it are powerful, this battle is estimated to take months to finish. If there hadn't been a hint from the system, Wei Yuan would most likely have made the same judgment as Amilo. But the system had already said that the probability of interstellar pirates coming over was 70%. And the probability of bugs passing by was 90%, so there was definitely no escape. He had to be urgent. Players aren't growing up right now. Let's settle all the final payment first. Amilo, does your family sell any other weapons besides this primary weapon? Wei Yuan opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, our family has a metal planet that specializes in weapons, but they're low to mid-range. Amilo was immediately enthusiastic when it came to business. I'll send you the link to our store. If you need it, you can order it with a 10% discount. Packages? Amilo fell silent. That postage isn't cheap either. If it's wrapped, you'll make a smaller percentage. If the senior buys a lot, it's possible to have it shipped. Okay, go ahead and inspect the goods. The oil-stealing woman was taken along into the transport ship by Incan. The technology pulls straight through. But when he saw the goods that all the players were curious about, he was a bit dumbfounded. It's just a big warehouse. No, a big transporter of primary energy saws? Brother Yuan, isn't there a space device? Does this primary energy saw still need to be transported exclusively in such a large ship? It's not sci-fi, okay? Wei Yuan and Amiro simultaneously looked at the oil-stealing woman with confused eyes. That's 370,000 primary energy saws. How big a space device would have to be used to store them? Amilo exaggeratedly gestured. Just this bracelet I have for my mech. 8 cubic meters. Cost me $8 million. How much is this transport ship? So reasonable. I can't believe I have no way to refute it. Oil stealer woman didn't realize that this game had become rigorous to this extent. No wonder so many of Jen's weapons are kept directly in the armory. So, surprisingly, there was no money for space equipment? Wei Yuan received a slightly sympathetic look. I'll use the energy or to pay for the final payment. Wei Yuan didn't care about the gaze cast by the oil-stealing woman. Poor. That was all in the old days. After the players start mining in large quantities, he can be associated with the word poor. No more. Energy mines. Amilo exclaimed in a small voice, then asked in a somewhat urgent whisper. Senior, on this planet of yours, there are energy mines? Right. It was going to be paid for with energy or anyway, so Wei Yuan had no intention of hiding it. This planet is quite rich in minerals. How else could it be rated as a Class 5 planet? Envious Hampa. I also want to be assigned a planet this rich when I graduate. Amilo's eyes looked at Wei Yuan with another 3 points of fervor. Rich handsome seniors, and poor handsome seniors. That treatment is still a little different. Although the senpai had always been handsome, there was a senpai with a planet with energy mines. There were more benefits to befriending him. Then, senior, you can contact me with anything you want to purchase. And if you're using energy or as payment for the goods, you can have it shipped. She was a little hesitant about the package deal just now, but now she was agreeing to it without hesitation. Chapter 18, Player Arrested. Amilo didn't leave immediately after the payment was cleared. Anyway, she had used the space jump technique to get here this time, and time was instantly generous. Wei Yuan didn't mind her engaging with the players here either. All words said by a player that might be discovered are forced to be converted by the system. So, Amiro only felt that these clansmen under the Hokage were slightly brain-dead, but hard-working and willing, and the bloodthirsty toon sap they collected was full of life. No wonder the human clan sent these clansmen to the Hokage, they are so terribly industrious. Amirazol sucked on his straw and watched as the hordes of players got up from their dormant silos and immediately went to digging. When you get tired of mining, you go to the forest of bloodthirsty toons and cut down bloodthirsty toons. Then one group of people cut down the trees, while the other group started to collect the materials for the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. Mindfulness. Amilo sighed, suddenly worried that she would, by then, if she was close to graduating. What kind of clansmen will the clan send? Most of the low-ranked clansmen are naive and don't have much of a brain. With a straw in his mouth, Amilo greeted the passing players. That's funny, they really aren't scared of me at all. Amilo slipped away in a rather good mood. Players, on the other hand, are lamenting. The new NPCs are hit and miss. They can't pop out gold or open quests. They just skulk around the block every day. Didn't the oil-stealing woman say everything? She's coming over here to give us a delivery. And the task of cutting down the trees all depends on this shipment. Speaking of which, the material of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree was actually sold to this NPC for a price not as high as the price given by selling it to Jen. It's really a treacherous businessman. Amilo's a pretty adulterer, but she's good looking. Double ponytail control YYDS. There are always players who are willing to pay to get a smile from a beautiful person. Shangung. The first 30 veteran players have all rushed to level 1. We're still all blank slates. If this goes on, the gap will get wider and wider. Mining every day makes my arms feel thicker in reality. You really don't say. Sometimes when I'm offline, I go out feeling better than ever. According to science, it means that when our brain cells are in a frenzy of activity, we fantasize that our body is also working out. And then there is a good chance that the body will actually get stronger. I'm losing my big belly, and I didn't realize that. By playing a game, I was losing my fat. You're not hungry then? I'm afraid. Ha. A few players jostled their way towards the mines. They were completely oblivious to the fact that there were a couple of low black figures in the corner. Whoosh! Amilo, who had already walked away, suddenly turned around. There's a strange scent. Amiro frowned. The Tree People clan had the strongest sense of the fluctuations of nature. Just now, there seemed to be some vibrations in the air. Did those clansmen of the Hokage make it? She thought about it. There were also a few within the Hokage's clan that had already unlocked their gene locks. Maybe they made it. Asterisk asterisk what the hell? Guys, has anyone ever gotten offline suddenly? Problems with the processor? A few players who were just now in the game and were preparing to go forward to dig, suddenly dropped off the line en masse. The players have long since built a large group on Earth. The groups are used by players to exchange information, but there are some gaming enthusiasts who didn't grab an account. At this time, the group that was originally still all game enthusiasts who hadn't grabbed the qualifications for the internal test to brag and fart, directly exploded after the players who had been kicked offline sent out the message. Asterisk asterisk I dropped offline too, and I can't log back on. The system suggests that I don't need to be resurrected. Me too. What the hell? Is the processor broken? Me too. Ha. This game isn't going to be scrapped, is it? Told you this game was a piece of crap. And look, now there's a problem. The processor must have blown up. Sitting on the hot seat tomorrow. Laugh out loud. Some of the game enthusiasts who didn't grab an account from the group Sour Bubbly started going wild. But no one took any notice of their sour words. The few players who dropped out weren't stupid. Recall, everyone, what you were doing before the drop. Slippery Plum, I remember your ID. We were getting ready to go to work together. Yeah, all your IDs look familiar to me too. I was following you guys on your way to the mines when I suddenly got kicked offline. Me too. +1. There were a total of 6 players who were taken offline this time. And the 6 players checked the screen before they went offline and realized that everyone actually dropped offline at the same time. I asked and no one else dropped out. Are we the only ones who dropped out? I asked my little friends and they didn't see any bodies on the road we took. There is no body. Dropped together. Is it possible that we were knocked out in the game? So we went offline. Maybe. Let's wait then. Everyone put on their helmets and wait. What's the wait? Come on, you guys really have some free time. This game might be bugged. This groupie whose ID was called Heavenly Deathcool Break taunted again. Slippery May frowned. Are you sick? Go away you. Like you're sick. In the next second, Sky Deathcool Break was kicked out of the group chat. The Sky Deathcool Break, who was already annoyed as hell for not being in the game, then saw that he had been kicked out of the group and instantly blew up. He opened up his game review account and just started a barrage of output. What's the greatest game ever? Starman is. Releasing 30 internal test numbers followed closely by 100 more. It's a garbage game. Those players who are supposedly entering the game now are all trustees. Starman is ridiculously hot right now. Immediately after the Sky Deathcool Break's comments were made, they turned into fire. High volume of traffic coming in. Asterisk game. How dare you not let me in? How dare a bunch of kick me out of the group? Really think everyone is like you guys? Licking a game? In the meantime, it didn't take long for the players to put on their helmets, and immediately some of them returned to the game with their eyes open. Just, asterisk. Goblins. Slippery May opened her eyes to see a goblin pouring water over the players' heads one by one. All 6 players opened their eyes. Humph. Human. An extraordinarily rough voice rang out from the darkness, and then the ground shook. The players raised their heads and saw a goblin close to 3 meters tall appear in front of them. This had completely broken through their image of goblins. Holy, this is a goblin? It's the ING Goblin King, isn't it? The players gasped out in shock. The massive goblin laughed so hard that the entire space shook. The Goblin King? I like that title. Chapter 19 Top Mockery. Are you okay? Matriarch. Those humans seem to have realized that their people have disappeared, and someone has already searched for them. The little gnome ran over to report. The Goblin Patriarch's sinister eye swept to that common goblin. From now on, all call me Goblin King. Let them search. Even if they search their heads off, they can't possibly think that we'll be hiding inside the deep forest of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree. The Goblin King laughed. The Goblin King's voice was so loud that it shook one's eardrums. Slippery May covered her ears with her hands in agony, trying to ward off the noise attack. He lowered his voice, but couldn't change his excitement. Ha, it's a blessing in disguise. Brothers were caught directly in their lair. Maybe we can still get a wave. For a group quest as big as exterminating goblins, when the final settlement was made, there would definitely be gold coins divided among all the players. Finding such a crucial point as the goblin's lair, they could definitely open more gold coins. Slippery Plum has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Several players were excited. The Goblin King gave them a look and knew what they were thinking. A cold grunt. Foolish humans, do you still think that? All in my hands, you can still transmit information to the pack? I have already turned on the mental shielding a long time ago. In here, all the communication devices, they're useless. What are you bragging about being so powerful? And all the communication devices don't work. Aren't you only level 4? You can't even use a slightly more refined level 4 tech device. And you're shielding it. Look at how powerful it is for you. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? He'd seen this Goblin King's rank long ago. It's just a INGLV4 big boss. What's so great about it? In their interstellar terms, it was also the unlocking of the 4th level of genetic lock. Human, you're reckless. Slippery Plum's sentence gave the Goblin King Dry a break in his defense, and a slap was swung. Snap! There was more blood on the floor. The other players looked dumbfounded, and after the shock, rushed to take pictures of Slippery Plum's corpse. Ha ha, you're alright. That one sentence gave the Goblin King a complete dry break in defense, bro. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. I recorded the Goblin King's face like he ate. Ha ha. The players are about to have a blast in the group. The Goblin King's expression was even directly made into an emoticon and began to spread. But in Blue Star, the Goblin King looked at the group of humans with glee. Surely it's better to deter these stupid humans by force. It's good to know to be afraid. As long as you don't make any more trouble, I won't just kill anyone. Now, tell me about your base and where it is located. The Goblin King lowered his head, face to face with the players. A large, oppressive head. An eye that was almost as big as the player's head. The player who had just come back to his senses suddenly saw such a big eyeball, and was scared to the point that he directly leaned back. Asterisk asterisk. Your ING scaring me to death. The player subconsciously exploded. Then, snap, another puddle of blood. The human race is truly an uneducated race. How dare they be so rude to my Goblin King? Slaves that are completely devoid of reverence are not good enough to sell even if they are sent to the lowest slave market. The Goblin King roared in a low voice. Quick, tell me where your base is, or you will all die. The location of the mine was some distance from Wei Yuan's base. Plus, Wei Yuan had turned on his stealth mode, and the goblins had no way to find it even if they used reconnaissance. That's when it occurred to me to grab a few humans and force them to come over. I didn't realize that these humans had such hard mouths, and every one of them is as if they're not afraid to die. It's amazing that none of them had much fear when they saw their companions die in front of their eyes. After threatening the players for a pass, still none of them spoke up. The Goblin King couldn't help but frown. Humans are obviously so fragile, but why? Why are they completely unafraid of themselves? The Goblin King was furious and wanted to kill all the few remaining humans, but reason held him back. Lock them up. I don't believe it anymore. This group of humans can still carry off goblin torture. Wei Yuan's side had already received the news sent by the players. Attention all players. Attention all players. We've found the goblin's lair. Mission to clear the goblins. Now begin. A map appeared before the eyes of all the players. The location marked in red is the gnome's lair. Asterisk asterisk. Goblins are in the forest of bloodthirsty Tsubaki? The moment she saw the map, the oil stealer went numb. After all the days of complaining to myself, combined with that group of monsters, right under my nose? Done. I'm a clown? The oil stealing woman is numb. Whenever he got offline to do raiding lately, he always spat about how the goblins always appeared near the mines and never even came to the bloodthirsty Tsubaki forest. But now, the goblin lair is in the bloodthirsty Tsubaki forest. It's so ironic. The oil-stealing woman could already think of how the herd would laugh at herself. It's simply horrible. But the humiliation was all after that. Now it was time to get to the task. The oil-stealing woman shrugged it off. After so many days of tree-cutting exercise, coupled with unlocking another level of gene lock, he now felt terrifyingly strong. At this point, bloodthirsty Tsubaki's forest. The player's refusal to cooperate still annoyed the Goblin King. Damn humans, how dare you not cooperate? Just kill them all, the Goblin King said cruelly. Next, the remaining 4 players were brutally murdered. The Goblin King even still brutalized them a little bit in order to torture them. It's a good thing that the players are preemptively turning off their pain senses, but just looking at the wounds on their corpses was enough to make one feel a shiver run down one's spine. This is what happens when you offend a goblin. The Goblin Dynasty quenched the bodies of the players. Wei Yuan was able to observe every player through the system. When he saw the players being tortured, his face was hard to see, despite the fact that the players turned off their pain and are now probably hip and heartless even when they're offline. But they represent the human race. That's why it doesn't feel like much because the player can turn off the pain. But what if the ones who were caught were other ordinary human races? Wei Yuan felt his body's blood boiling at just this thought. A small goblin race dared to come to his territory to sow their wild oats? All clansmen assemble. Wei Yuan directly gathered all the players. 130 players in all. Even the players who had died and dropped out earlier were called back. The Goblin clan has bullied us too much. If we don't teach them a lesson, then other races in the interstellar world will run over our heads in the future. Kill them, cut off the heads of the goblins, and take their heads in exchange for your gene potions. Early delivery of level 1 genetic potion. Requirements for use, participation in the Goblin Slaughter Quest. Chapter 20, In the Stars, only the fist is hard. Is it finally time for war? It looks like I'll be able to buy potions again. Dark Begging gripped the short sword in his hand. When I killed those goblins before, I didn't even feel it properly. Now I'm finally able to kill them. As the one who had killed the highest number of goblins among all the players, he had already received a number of friend requests from players by now. People are coming over to ask about the weaknesses of these goblins. There were too many people to reply one by one. Dark Begging simply sends a voice directly to the group. Guys, the curtain of war is about to open. And even though Jen only said that he wanted us to cut off the heads of those goblins, we can't just recklessly rush over there to die. We have to do a good job of battle deployment before the battle, or else we'll definitely not be able to beat those goblins who have already opened their gene locks long ago with this fierce upgrading. If we rush over, we can only give away our heads and hit GG. The group was instantly abuzz after the Dark Begging voice was sent out. After all, he's the most vocal among the players, and it was also the first player to have redeemed a level 1 genlock potion on his own. The strength of the goblins was evident to the players. If it wasn't for Dark Begging stepping in to kill that goblin elite at that time, their dozens of men couldn't keep that one goblin down. Although Brother Yuan didn't make it clear, there is a clear record of the number at the back of the total mission, which means that the enemies we'll be facing this time aren't really that many, just 300, but I'm sure from watching over the videos of those captured players, they have high-level goblins. Just one Goblin King is LV4 level. How can we fight this big boss? LV1 versus LV4? I'm afraid that even a sea of men won't work. We're not playing a traditional game here. The power of technology cannot be underestimated. Dark Beg took a deep breath. His current strength, according to his own deduction, should be at the peak of level 1. Compared to the other players, he's already adapted to the strength of his body, being able to utilize the full power of your own self very well. Although I almost died the first time I fought a LV2 goblin and it was Jin who came over to save me. But then after unlocking the first level genlock, I was able to single kill a LV2 goblin without any injuries. I think you guys remember how I was playing. According to my analysis, the strength of each race is, by nature, different, and the goblins should be inferior to the human race. After we rise to level 1 and open the gene lock of level 1, we'll be able to single-handedly challenge LV2 goblins without injury. So what if it's dozens of players together? Couldn't a LV3 goblin be defeated? And just because I just haven't tried to take on LV3 goblins yet doesn't mean I definitely can't kill them. The darkness begged to be analyzed. And having sort of fought the goblins a few times, they're generally bad with their brains and only use brute force, but they also have their own advantage, and that is that they build weapons that are very powerful. Dark Beg took out a piece of equipment that had exploded from the goblins when he killed them earlier. His share was an axe. This axe is very primitive at first glance. One might even say crude. But when the Dark Beggar flung up his axe and slashed it against the large tree at his side, the blade of the axe lit up with a dark green glow, and he didn't use much force at all, and the tree that was as thick as two people encircling it, unexpectedly broke right off, secretly begging to record this video to send into the group. Some of the players who hadn't come into head-on contact with the goblins couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. Holy, how can we fight? Their weapons are still stronger than ours. No, don't you guys realize? This axe, in my hands, is more powerful when used than in the hands of a goblin? Begging in the Dark is an avid combat enthusiast. He had specifically kept all the videos of his battles with the goblins in order to be able to deal with them. He even watched it frame by frame. So now when analyzing with other players, head to head, what I'm trying to tell you all is that we may have a gap with them in terms of strength, but we are better than them in terms of the use of weapons. And I've tested it before. These goblins build the best weapons to cut their rough skin. These goblins have thick skin and flesh. If we rely on our strength alone, it's hard to make a high-level goblin break defense, but we, just by using their weapons, can try to kill monsters over the top. So, our goal at the very beginning is to kill all the low-level goblins first, grab their weapons, and then go kill the higher-level ones. According to the videos that came back from those 6 players who were captured, high-level goblins, there aren't particularly many of them, mainly a level 4 Goblin King, 8 level 3 Goblin Elites. Then there are 60 level 2 goblins, and the rest are all level 1. Let's just roughly count them as 200 level 1 goblins. Let's split the quest and kill these 200 level 1 goblins first. Now, I'll start by instructing you all on how to adapt to your body's speed after taking a level 1 genlock potion. As long as we're fast enough, that gnome's attack won't be able to hurt us. Begging in the Dark half-heartedly, he directly began his lesson. and what to use the goblin weapons after grabbing them. I'll teach that in tandem as well. The group was abuzz with players. Everyone started to discuss what to do against the goblins. And there were also players who had fought against the goblins before, who also started to analyze the attack methods of these goblins. In a minute's time, Dark Begging had made a video of his teaching and sent it directly to the group. Everyone has seen this mission, and Jen's fury, I feel, is because those 6 players were abused and killed, provoking human dignity. So this time, it's best for everyone to refrain from any infighting or robbing monsters. This time, we are fighting for the dignity of the human race, and for the goblins to run into our territory and kill our people is provocation. We must fight a beautiful, sharp battle. Let Brother Yuan have face. You know, this time, those who are watching the battle can still have Jen's schoolmates around. Everyone, don't forget about this NPC. She's likely to influence the subsequent plot. And from my years of experience in the game, if this time, we fight beautifully and counterattack handsomely, there's a good chance that Amilo will go back and make a big deal out of it. In the stars, only fists are hard. Chapter 21, What Race? They all touch fish at work. Guys, all fed up and ready for the number. The clock strikes 8. Dark Begging just started gathering in the group. All players at this time, put on their helmets and logged right in. The 3 sons of the Blue Star. All set. Sky, Dark, Wei Yuan watched the players move on their own in an organized and planned manner, and after thinking about it, he didn't get involved. This time, it was both a defense of the territory. It's also the first stop for players to work through. There's a lot to fight for in the future, and the more players work out, the more experience they'll get. With interstellar warfare, Wei Yuan couldn't protect them all the time. Go forth, my players, and let the goblins be your first whetstone. Wei Yuan watched the players depart. The pink double ponytailed Amilo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Senior, this war, aren't you going to do anything about it? This is a battle of the races, and on the human side, there wasn't even a single level 2 warrior. Mr. Wei Yuan let them charge. Amilo didn't know the number of goblins transported to the planet though, but she was able to be sure that within these goblins, there were definitely warriors of a not so low level. At least the 4th grade is there, though each race was different individually. And it was true that there were geniuses who were able to challenge high-level fighters over the top at lower levels. But talents like that are rare, no matter which race they are in. On Senior Wei Yuan's side, the human race sent over only a few people, and he let them all go? This is my territory, and likewise, the territory of my people, and there are people of other races, attempting to occupy our territory. So of course, we must let the masters, personally, drive out the slaughter. Amilo's small mouth was slightly open. And for a moment she was really a bit unable to react. How come it didn't look like those goblins were stronger, but rather like these clansmen of his were more certain of slaughtering the goblins? However, since Senior Wei Yuan himself didn't even make a move, she had no choice but to watch the show from the sidelines. Players have been chopping down trees every day for so many days to quickly complete the task of chopping down the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. They had long ago figured out the habits of the bloodthirsty tune, and the extent of the root system. That's why they traveled through the bloodthirsty Tsubaki's forest as fast as they could. After using the level 1 potion, I'm literally coming and going like the wind now. Guys, the body did change a lot. If not for the video given by the secret beggar Big Brother, I probably wouldn't have been able to adapt to this body for a while. It's better to be careful when you kill monsters. I heard from the players who have died before that if you die and revive, you're starting from 0. What? Holy, so if I die, won't I have to buy the potion all over again? So, everyone be careful. When the blood bar drops to a dangerous value, just go back and soak in the med bay. Don't try to be brave. Go! Secretly begging a gesture. The players spontaneously formed a battle group and began to advance towards the goblin's lair in an orderly fashion. Amilo goes inside the mech and uses its visual tracking to see what the players are doing. The Hokage talks so tough, but in reality, these clansmen would probably still make a move to protect them if they were really in mortal danger. Amiro sat inside the mech and stared at the players who were quickly weaving through the jungle. What about even giving up that expensive medical pod for them? Momo, do you think the senior is a tough talker? The AI inside the mech replied, Master, according to Peachy's calculations, without Lord Wei Yuan's help, the chances of this group of humans winning is only 10%. Are you planning to help out and then gain Eigen-sama's favor? Amilo's little face reddened instantly, and she sheepishly clutched her cup and took a big gulp of the sap. I'll let you say if Senior Wei Yuan has a hard mouth and a soft heart. Why are you saying this? Mecha Peachy stopped talking. The players had also touched the vicinity of the goblin lair by now. The Goblin King's mental shielding was effective, and it was indeed not good enough to spot him without Amilo's precise positioning. But now, with the locations given by the players, Amiro saw the goblin's levels at a glance. Level 4. Amilo exclaimed. The goblin clan had indeed sent over a level 4 warrior. Does the senior know? Amilo tilts his head sideways, trying to see where Wei Yuan is. It was only at this time that he realized that Wei Yuan had actually left his original position a long time ago, and at this time, he was already following the players. Sure enough, you're still soft-spoken. Amaroko let out a soft laugh. Mecha Pichi, however, was puzzled at this time. Master, the human race's winning percentage has increased. With Wei Yuan Senpai around, this basically has no chance of failing. Okay? No, Master. I didn't include Lord Wei Yuan in my calculations. Still, according to the data projected just now, these humanoids, they seem to have tactics. Mecha Momo's tone was tinged with thick shock. Amiro had never heard Momo speak in such a tone before. Ha! She immediately switched viewpoints and looked directly at the players stalking underground. At this point, in the dark, the players traveled as fast as ghosts, but they didn't rush in after seeing the goblin's lair. Instead, the first players started digging trenches. Right, that's right, digging trenches. How can you go head-to-head with weakness against strength? All the players had rich experience in digging, and they were incredibly fast even without weapons in digging with their bare hands. In just a few short minutes, the players dug a long trench in the gaps of these trees based on the attack range of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. It's like a tunnel. Daredevil, go attract the first goblins. Dark Beg gave the order. Immediately, there were 20 players, who stood out from the group of players and quickly ran towards the outskirts of the goblin lair. The goblins were all ready for bed by now. Even the goblins on watch were yawning. Humans are so weak. Why can't we just charge over and kill all of that human lord's people? That's right. I've heard that there are only 100 or so of them, and they're all very low-leveled, so it would be good if they were all captured and used as slaves. That's right. Our clan chief is a 4th-level warrior, and that human lord has only just come out of the academy. How strong can he be? A few goblins were patrolling and chatting at the same time, not even looking around properly. The players were running out of the darkness, and the few patrolling goblins froze and didn't react at all. Asterisk. These goblins are less serious on patrol than I am on the job. What a wink to the blind. I'm going to conquer them with my profession. Dude, what's your major? Majored in acting. Brothers, watch me. One of these players ruffled his hair flirtatiously. Unfortunately, he's a muscular, brawny figure. Vomit. Go for it, bro. All that could be heard was the sudden rattle of a chainsaw in the woods. It was only at this time that the group of goblins who had been chatting idly just now finally stopped in their tracks. What's the commotion? It's coming from the woods. It can't be human, can it? This is the dense forest of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree, the most central section, and just that group of humans dared to come here? They said so with their mouths, but their movements were extraordinarily careful and cautious. Several goblins walked together towards the source of the sound. In the darkness of the night, the primary energy saw made a piercing sound as it sliced through the trunk of the tree when it was turned on. Ha! It's actually really human. The goblins caught a glimpse of the player who was holding up a primary energy saw, sawing a tree. The player was turning his back on these goblins, looking as if he didn't notice the movement behind him. In fact, he looked at the video that the other players in the player group had opened for him and clearly saw a dozen or so goblins walking towards him with grim faces. Chow! So many goblins, can't come up and give me a hit, can you? This falling alone, and still not stir up the bad hearts of you all goblins? Come on, I'm alone, poor, weak human being. You guys want to see me panicked and full of fear, right? Come on. This player's mind kept breaking up. The dozen or so goblins were also true to what he thought, and after glancing at each other, malice flowed from the bottom of their eyes. There's actually a human, stupid enough to come here by himself. It's too much of a shame to kill it outright. I want to see if this human can escape our pursuit. Then don't kill him all at once. Scare him, then let him escape. Give him hope, then abuse him. The whispers of the goblins were actually quite audible over the noise of the chainsaws sawing the trees. All the players immediately turned their heads in horror. With a slightly pompous expression, he shouted, "Fogweed, gnomes, ha ha, you're just reacting now? What a stupid human. Ah, there's goblins. The primary energy saw in the player's hand snapped to the ground only after he shouted. The players hiding in the distance were speechless as they watched this scene. Holy, this brother's performance is just a bit pompous, isn't it? This acting, he has the nerve to say he's a professional? The saw on his hand looks like it was dropped on purpose. This is more deliberate than even the sand monk dropping his bowl. Can this fool the gnomes? Players are feeling like the program might be going GG this time. But the next second they heard the lewd laughter of the goblins. Ha ha, I didn't expect that it was really a human who had fallen alone. How stupid. Humans are really ridiculously stupid. since you've come all the way here, then die. The goblins apparently didn't see a thing wrong with it. Instead, one and all were amused by the horror this player showed. The player whose ID was called Future Shadow Emperor also appropriately fell to the ground and then yelled with his mouth open, just not knowing to get up and run. "Ah, goblins! It's goblins! Why am I weak in the legs at this hour? Damn it! Damn it!" The goblins hemmed and hawed, much less panicked, as one walked towards the player, and made a point of walking slowly so that the future movie star could have time to get up from the ground. They just loved to see these stupid humans making frightened faces, and under fear, panicking. The future movie star even slipped on his feet as he climbed to his feet. The players and goblins were silent for a moment as they fell to the ground with a snap. "This human seems to be really kind of stupid." A gnome spoke quietly. The other nodded. "This couldn't have been thrown out by the human side because it was so stupid, could it? He's so stupid I feel a little sorry for him. Can a human like that survive in the human community? How could one possibly come to the depths of a bloodthirsty toon forest to lumber if they weren't stupid? Or let him go? He'll reveal our position. It's better to kill him. If you don't want to kill him, you can pull out his tongue and break his hands off." The future movie star gritted his teeth darkly. Damn, being looked down upon by the goblins. What was even more annoying was that the words of these goblins were heard word for word by the players. The few players hiding in the shadows, covering their mouths, were shaking into a sieve. "Asshole, you're putting on a show, okay? Performances." The future movie star roared silently in his mind. He acted out his panic and fear all the way over towards the players. He waited until his position felt almost safe before turning his head to the goblins. "Ha ha, it turns out you guys aren't very strong either. I'm running so slow and you guys can't even catch up with me. A bunch of trash." The goblins, who were just now taking a bit of pity on this stupid human and planning on whether or not to let him go, were all of a sudden exasperated by this sentence. "Stupid, still really looking for death, was ready to let you off the hook. Stupid thing, die, don't kill him, take him back as a slave. I'll make him mine until he dies. Damn it, these humans are all equally repulsive. Capture them and torture them to death." "Right." The goblins bared their teeth and yelled. Future Shadow Emperor stood behind the trap that the players had already dug long ago, slapped his chest and shouted, "Oh yo, I'm so scared. Oh come on, kill me. Stupid goblins. A bunch of stupid goblins. Damn it." The goblins let out a low roar and rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Then, knock, knock knock. After several muffled sounds, the goblins fell into the trap set by the players. Beneath the trap, several previously surrendered goblin weapons stood vertically, just as these fallen goblins arrogantly taunted. "Do you still think you can break through with these trash weapons? Put." Several goblins were pierced through the chest. Dark green blood was spread all over the trap. The players who had their sights hidden grabbed their weapons and started zipping towards the trap. Even if there were goblins that didn't die in the beginning, it's hard to escape death now. Crafty humans. The goblins let out a final roar. Soon, the video of the future Shadow Emperor was then transmitted to the group of players. This tawdry maneuver is a direct burst of inspiration for the players. For a while, players in several directions began to use various performances to attract the patrolling low-level goblins. By the time the higher-level goblins in the goblin lair realized that their people had become fewer, the first-level goblins had already disappeared for the most part. Good. Now we can launch a general attack. Dark Beg sliced off the head of a level 2 goblin and threw it to the ground. Weapons, already equipped. Chapter 22, The Seniors Clan. Why are they like the insects? The slaughter has begun. Darkness. The level 1 players were like wolves killing sheep. Whenever you see a lone goblin near a goblin lair, you immediately move up to intercept it. Even seeing a few goblins together in a small group, they didn't bother to use the lure skill anymore. A level 1 player decimating a level 1 goblin was like killing a chicken and slaughtering a cow. Once they encountered a level 2 goblin, the players began to work together. Even some of the more skilled veteran players just stormed up and killed. Dark green blood that quickly seeped into the ground. The surrounding bloodthirsty Tsubaki all began to move in the direction of the goblin lair. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why have the goblins sent out on patrols disappeared? One by one? Who is it that hunts gnomes in the dark? A few level 3 goblins are analyzing it. They knew that when the goblins had disappeared for the most part, inside the lair, they were on the verge of running out of a few level 1 goblins. Originally, they thought that if a level 1 goblin was being hunted, then it must be the work of some monsters on this planet. If they only dared to hunt level 1 goblins, then it must be some level 1 beast or some evolved tree man or something like that appeared in the bloodthirsty toon tree. Send some level 2 goblins on patrol to check it out and maybe get the culprit back. But I didn't expect it. Not only did they fail to find the cause of the disappearance of those level 1 goblins, it was surprising that none of these level 2 goblins that had been sent out had come back either. What should we do now? Should we talk to the matriarch about this? The patriarch is sleeping at this time. Today he was angry by those stupid humans. Steel bar just because he said the wrong words. That was almost killed by the patriarch. Do you also want to go to send death? One of the goblins scratched his head and asked in annoyance. What should we do? The level 2 goblins have been killed out there. So let's go patrol. This is a level 5 planet. Maybe it's a level 5 native species that's hunting. Who's not afraid of death? Several goblins looked at each other. Tier 1 and Tier 2 goblins. Dead is dead. If they go on patrol, what if they're the ones who die? Just pretend you don't know anything? If it's really a native species hunting, who knows when it's full? But if it wasn't for the proto-species hunt, and the matriarch woke up and realized that half of the clan had disappeared, I don't think we would have survived. The goblins are on edge. At that moment, Amilo, who was sitting inside the mech, was a human being who was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is it a rare thing to kill someone over the level now? Why did these clansmen of the Hokage adapt so quickly to their bodies after unlocking? She had taken 3 days to get used to her brand new body even after turning on her level 1 gene lock back then. Just like that, she was already the genius of their planet. But now, what does she see? Those humans who had only been injected with the level 1 genetic unlocking potion during the day were already able to use their bodies flexibly at night, and it was also able to kill the goblins in such a short period of time with ease. The genes of the goblins, if they were really sorted, the genes were ranked above the humans. After all, they are an everlasting species. The everlasting seed means that even if the genetic warriors of the same rank may seem to have similar abilities, the everlasting seed, because they can live longer, stays at the same rank for a longer period of time. The longer one stays at a level without taking talent into account, the more one is able to develop one's abilities. It's all sort of common knowledge in the Intergalactic Alliance. But now, in the presence of Amilo, the human race breaks the rule. The goblins, who were also level 1 genetic warriors, were no match at all for the level 1 human warriors. Even these humans, who had only just unlocked their gene locks for half a day. Looking at these Wei Yuan Hokage's people, they didn't look half as scared as if they had just killed a goblin. And even in their emotions, there was only excitement and pleasantness. Amilo's lips went a little white. It's horrible. That's right. It's horrible. Amiro, as a student of the Lord's Academy, she really wasn't any kind of stupid white girl, to be able to travel alone through a war zone to such a remote planet. Indeed, there might be that small reason that she liked Eigen Senpai, but more than that, it was because she wanted to take this opportunity to befriend Wei Yuan. It's better to be able to be friends, make good relationships and have many friends. What's more, Wei Yuan's future achievements were certainly not small. With such a mindset, she was able to be pleasant to Wei Yuan's people, all the time, even after realizing that they were only the lowest level of warriors, and many of them were not even warriors. But now, she developed a fear of these humans, who she had somewhat looked down on before. These humans, they're like natural killing machines. Amilo exhaled softly. Momo, they give me a very familiar feeling of fear, much like the bugs. Mecha Momo suddenly spoke. Amilo shuddered. But master, you don't have to worry. Peachy has already scanned them. They are definitely true humanoids. Their genes won't lie. From the records from many years ago, I also found out that the ancestors of the human race, in the very beginning, when they left their territory and started exploring towards the universe, they encountered all kinds of races. At that time, in the face of competition for resources between races, the human race was strong and terrifying, and even once fought the divine race head-on. But after that fight with the bugs that nearly wiped out the race, they became what they are now. Perhaps these human races we see now are what the true human race looks like, Peachy said analytically. Amilo took a deep breath. Maybe, if that was really the case, then the probability of Senior Wei Yuan becoming the next Führer would be greatly increased. The human race back then, that was an existence that killed all the races and dared not say much. Back then, when she knew that there was a human race in the Lord's Academy, her old ancestor even ran over to her specifically to tell her that she should befriend this human race student. Unfortunately, she had been at the academy for so long that she couldn't even come into contact with Senior Wei Yuan. If it weren't for this delivery opportunity, Senior Wei Yuan wouldn't have even given her a second glance. Amilo took another big gulp of sap. It looked like she was going to have to try a little harder. At this moment, Wei Yuan, who was standing on the periphery of the battle circle, felt something. He frowned slightly. Why did it feel as if someone was thinking of him? Shaking his head, Wei Yuan didn't bother with this sudden flash of sensation. He watched the players fight. At this point, numerous torches had risen outside the goblin's lair. Not a single goblin went outside anymore. Damn, these goblins have really gotten refined. Chapter 23, The Goblin King's Wrath. Players nearly wiped out. The players are waiting outside in the woods. It's also a bit numbing to see that. If you don't earn it, you're losing money. Guys, I've only killed one level 1 goblin, so if this is settled, I might even have to give some gold coins back to the system. Damn, didn't they say that the goblins are all maddenable? Why have they all turned into shrunken turtles now? And I was going to record a video of the big fight, but now it looks like it's just a little fight. The players sighed. Wei Yuan, however, laughed softly. These players still don't know the true horror of goblins, but now it seems that all the products of the system are really good. The fact that the players were able to adapt to their bodies so quickly already surprised Wei Yuan. They also use spontaneous schemes and divide up the work. What's more, a few very skilled players directly soloed level 2 goblins. This is a real find. Wei Yuan had silently memorized the IDs of those few players who could already cross the level without injury. These are the players that serve as reserves for traveling to the academy for the tournament. While Wei Yuan was mentally calculating, someone among the players suddenly exclaimed, "Holy, the ground is moving." Wei Yuan and the players simultaneously looked over in the direction of the goblin lair. All that could be seen was a being as tall as a mountain of flesh crawling out of the ground. The huge body, just standing up, made the area tremble. In the dark, in front of a campfire, the Goblin King stared in the direction where the players were and let out a roar. "Humans, how dare you provoke me? The Goblin King, again?" The loud sound had even created ripples that shivered through the air quickly. Then it shook the players to their core. Put. Players who were a bit closer to the goblin lair even started spitting blood. "It's scary. What the hell? Is this the Goblin King? The oppressive force is 100 times stronger than what we saw in the video. Damn, it's over. This time, we won't not only fail to make money, but also have to pay a loss, right?" Players are still mouthy even when they are hurt. The Goblin King frowned in disgust. "Even in my sleep, I can smell you stupid humans, not obediently waiting for death in your bases, but actually daring to come to my territory to provoke me. Truly a bunch of stupid things that aren't afraid of death. If you want to die so badly, then die." The Goblin King's eyes were red. The emotions of being taunted by humans to the point of breaking their defenses during the day hadn't even dissipated yet. And now there's a whole bunch of humans running around picking fights. He just woke up from a nap, so don't be too grumpy. "No, I don't want to reopen it again." The player in front of him turned his body around and tried to run away from the Goblin King's attack, but the next second, it was slapped into the ground. Snap! Blood erupted, and not even a finished corpse could be seen. Amiro couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The first time you go into battle, you run into a 4th level warrior from the goblins? These humans wouldn't be so devastated that they'd be afraid to fight in the future, would they? If you run away, you'll die faster, right? Amiro couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. Even if the Hokage were to help, I'm afraid that only about half of these clansmen would be able to stay. And that half, after being struck by such a one-sided crushing battle, was wasted. Without a fighting mentality, even the strongest warrior can only lose. Amilo just thought that. It was then that they saw the players who were all planning to run away, surprisingly coming back. A few players at the front of the pack began their provocations. "Misty Grass, you gnome trash. You're only level 4 and you dare call yourself a gnome king? That's right, with your rank and looks. How dare you call yourself a king? Ha ha, it's the Goblin clan that has no one, isn't it?" The player's unafraid provocation caused the Goblin King's face to slump. "Seek death." The large palm slapped on the ground, and 4 more players died in an instant. But in the player group, Dark Begging opened the mic and said, "Very good. Brothers worked hard. I'll advance you the resurrection coins first. You guys go ahead and provoke this Goblin King as much as you want. Make sure to lure him to the forest of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree. Understood. It's being prepared for resurrection, and it's up to the remaining brothers next. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all tactical. The tactic of begging in the dark. Just, when these 4 players were killed, the Goblin King surprisingly just laughed coldly when the players behind them called out again. "Stupid human. Is this going to lead me inside the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees?" The Goblin King looked contemptuously at the players who were clamoring. "You losers, how can you be terrorized by this tiny group of humans and still be worthy of being warriors of the Goblin clan?" After the Goblin King finished speaking, the players were shocked to see that behind the Goblin King, countless tiny mounds of dirt began to rise. Dense figures appeared. It's the goblins. Countless short gnomes were growing up from the ground. It was a scalp-numbing scene, and the players' hearts started beating rapidly as they watched. Asterisk asterisk, what is this? Why am I tingling all over? Dense phobia is killing me. What the hell? My mom. How come the picture quality of this game is still so clear in the middle of the night? Giving me goosebumps. It's ing horrible. Right. Screenshot. Just take a screenshot and send it out. I can't be the only one who has a hard time. Fogweed. That's the skill of the goblins after level 3 brothers. One player looked at the group of goblins that suddenly appeared from beneath the ground. He saw a small bright spot. Clicking on the bright spot, he saw the introduction sent out by the system. Reconnaissance, level 3 goblin skill, reproduction. Level 3 goblins are able to start dividing and reproducing a large number of level 0 goblins where there is land, and there is a chance that level 1 goblins and level 2 goblins will pop out. The golem goblins that were bred will disappear when the 3rd level goblin mother is destroyed. Holy, why wasn't this information given before? Originally we were talking about a warrior stream. How come it suddenly turned into a mage? And aren't these monsters goblins? How come this skill is so much like a necromancer? Does this game copy everything? Copying everything will only make us eat better. Players were recording video screens and trolling at the same time. Then there were players who hadn't even started recording videos before the tide of goblins overwhelmed them and went straight offline. How can this still be played? The previous plan can now be said to be completely useless. At the back, Oil Stealer Woman's face became ugly. Chapter 24, Stars, 6. Oil Stealing Woman. Now is not the time to disturb the army. Darkbag jumped from a distance to the Oil Stealing Woman and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Turn on the free mic and cooperate with your buddy. Got it. The Oil Stealing Woman rubbed her slapped shoulder. A free mic was opened on the game's public screen and all players heard them. All the brothers in front of us who can retreat start pulling back, and those who can't try to get a few goblins killed. I now have 4,003 gold coins and am able to provide my brothers with 43 resurrections. The dark begging words had just finished. The Oil Stealing Woman followed suit and opened her mic. I have 7,000 here. I also do the same thing as secret begging. Put gold into the commons ahead of time. And players who die can just use the commons to revive. This battle is going to be very tough. But brothers, please be sure to cooperate. We can definitely win. Dark beg, now. Will the remote player please begin marking the location of the tertiary goblins? Beg in the dark, remaining players. Kill level 3 goblins close by. Level 3 goblins are not hard to kill when their bodies stiffen when they activate their skills. Dark beg, as for the level 4 big boss, it will be me and the Oil Stealer Woman, along with Star, Makabaka, and Windblown, but who will head out to stall it? Secretly begging. Are you ready? A patch of players on the public screen all issued. Ready. Charge. Big brother, take us flying. The few players who were named by Dark Begging were the ones who were able to kill level 2 goblins without any injuries during this sparring session. The first group of players were all big names belonging to the gaming community. Windblown Fart, as the second batch of players, was able to get the big guy to name them to work together on the big boss. This surprised the players. After all, we're all in the gaming community, more or less. But this Windblown Fart, it seems like he really hasn't heard much about him. Does that mean it's some particularly low-profile bigot? He's in the game with us, right? Is he really a bigot? Never heard of it. Windblown Fart was also surprised to hear that Dark Begging had actually named him in the public screen. Holy, I'm going to go with them on a big boss fight? Windblown Fart swallowed a mouthful of water as he looked at the Goblin King, who was as terrifying as a mountain of meat. After so many days in the game, he was actually pretty much like any other player, just digging and mining and then going to cut down trees. You might accidentally get killed by a bloodthirsty Tsubaki, and then resurrected with your hard-earned gold coins. Nothing different. Could it be that I'm a gaming genius, and then made those big guys fall in love with me at once? Windblown Fart thought to himself. But yeah, I just didn't play the game before. It's called a no-show. Maybe, I'm just a natural at playing games. The wind is blowing the farts a little bit. The asses were assembled with the 4 big guys. Begging in the dark and Oil Stealer Woman stood together. And following them were Makabaka and Star. Surprisingly 2 female players. Windblown Fart gave them a greeting from afar. Hey, I'm here. We've split ours between the high-grade goods we seized from the level 2 goblins. And this is yours. Dark Beg tossed a machete to Windblown, but dude looks so familiar. Makabaka looked Windblown but up and down. Did you always play single-player games at home before? Never participated in any gaming events? Players met each other and at first it was still a matter of guessing who all were using IDs. After all, the gaming community is only so big. But later on, everyone realized that the modeling in this game world had faces that were surprisingly similar to their real-world selves. Most of the top players in these gaming circles have made public appearances. Anymore, after communicating in-game, you usually make plans to meet offline or something. Female gamers are also rare creatures in the gaming scene, especially the skilled ones. Plus Makabaka for one is outgoing and loves to make friends. The masters in the gaming circle basically knew her. So when she saw Windblown Butt, she was first surprised at the player's good-looking face, and then it was the realization that she had, surprisingly, no recollection of this person, at all. Wei Yuan was specifically optimized for their genes, not only physically, but also in terms of their physique and face. So these players have a face that's sort of a top high of the one they had on Earth. And it was able to stand out among so many handsome women. There's no doubt about the face value of Windblown, but with such a handsome face in the game, he must not be bad on Earth. Makabaka felt sure that he would have remembered if he had met him in the real world. That's why it was such a strange question. Ha! Windblown Fart scratched his head. I didn't used to play games. This is the first one I played. This is the first one? Makabaka looked at him in amazement. You're amazing then, buddy. You've got a bit of talent in you. Not to mention Makabaka, even Star, who had been standing behind the crowd and kept a cold face the entire time, raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, in the real world, are you an athlete? Makabaka asked next. Windblown but continues to shake his head. Geez, then why are you gaining experience so fast? Wei Yuan updated the players' experience bars after the second batch of players entered the game. All players will only be able to use the gene unlocking potion once their experience bar is full. This experience, however, refers to the degree of development of the body. So even if you die and then resurrect again, this experience is not lost. And Windblown Farts have an experience bar that upgrades like a thief. He was able to get noticed by a few veteran players because his experience bar was different from everyone else's. Everyone else is going up the experience bar a little bit. This Windblown Fart is evil. Die once, all of a sudden, and go up a big chunk of experience. Honestly, are you behind this? Having some kind of PY deal with the game officials? Oil Stealer Woman asked quietly as she wrapped her arm around Windblown Butt's shoulders. No. Windblown Fart shook his head nervously. If I had it, I would have to let the officials sell some painkillers. Every time I die, it hurts me to death. The kind that gives me nightmares at night when I return to the real world. It really hurts. Windblown Fart finished, expecting everyone to spit as much as he did. Unexpectedly, the next second, he saw the four big men looking at him as if they were petrified. Dude, you know that page that regulates the five senses? Pull down. At the bottom, pain can be adjusted. Asterisk asterisk you're a ing tough guy. Cow. It's just too good. I respect you as a man. And I'm now convinced you haven't played the game before. The crowd gives Windblown Butt a thumbs up. The stars all silently spit out one word, 6. Okay, time to go deal with that Goblin Kingle. Dark Beg clapped his hands. At this time, a group of players had already begun decapitation operations against the level 3 goblins according to the previous plan. The small goblins that surrounded the Goblin King disappeared for the most part. They can start breaking out and rushing into the boss. Chapter 25, The Star is the Strongest Man. Begging in the Dark was the first to storm out of the goblin group. His hammer in hand, he smashed hard into the Goblin King. Worms, how dare you provoke me? The Goblin King looked enormous, but his movements were not clumsy at all. It could even be argued that he moves a step ahead of the players. Dark Beggar this hammer down. Surprisingly felt that the hand holding the hammer were shocked numb, but just now the piece of skin on the Goblin King's body that he had hammered. But even the color did not change. Swish! A powerful wind blew towards the darkness begging to be blown over. That was the air that the Goblin King's hand, as big as a fluttering fan, brought up when he swung it out. Fogweed. Facing the Goblin King's attack directly, Dark Beggar's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but he couldn't avoid it. The surrounding chi sucked him in. Can't avoid it. Is it a skill? Dark Begging's heart tightened, watching the slap on his own body. Bang! After the loud noise, the Goblin King didn't even look at him much longer. It was just a level 1 human, a slap in the face, so why bother looking at it more than once? The crowd of players also watched as Dark Beggar was sent flying tens of meters by the slap, then landed and rolled several times. There was blood spilled. Definitely dead. Not even moving. The players sucked in a cold breath. I didn't realize that the strongest of them all, the strongest of the big men secretly begging for their lives, would be slapped to death just like that. However, in the next second, the Goblin King's body stiffened violently. He blushed and bowed his head. It was then that he saw another human, who was surprisingly right at his back door at this point. Look at my chrysanthemum lance, Oil Stealer Woman yelled, pushing the lance that was lodged at the Goblin King's chrysanthemums with all her might. There's no way to compare the skin in this location to the rest of the body. Even rough as a gnome, this is one of the weak points. Damn it, that human just now was actually there to draw fire for you? Cunning indeed. The Goblin King's eyes instantly turned red. This position was stabbed. Even if it didn't hurt much, he felt extraordinarily humiliated. Go to hell. The Goblin King slapped again, and the oil-stealing woman went straight down the line. Humph. Just two humans like this. How dare they come to challenge me? What other strong people are there? Just let them all out. Together. The Goblin King contemptuously drew out the lance that the oil-stealing woman had just stabbed into his back door, which carried a little bit of blood on it though. But really, the damage wasn't as great as the mental damage to the Goblin King. At the same time the other three's attacks had arrived. Makabaka flung out 2 Zygons of thunder, while Wind-Blown Fart slashed with a machete. Star drew 2 long knives behind the 2 of them. 3-sided attack. The Goblin King was not half afraid, and even sneered contemptuously, directly raised his hand and pinched the Zimmer Thunder in the palm of his hand, and pinched and exploded it with one hand. The shockwave of the explosion all but bounced Makabaka right out of the air. Wind-Blown Fart, on the other hand, was even worse, as his machete was broken by the Goblin King in a single glance. The first half of the blade that flew out decapitated Windblown, but, in a flash, Wind-Blown Fart was back on Earth, and the only remaining star. Her face had always been just ice-cold and wave-free, and even with all of her teammates killed in action, she was still holding both of her swords in both hands and chopping towards the Goblin King with extreme speed. Miso! The blade flashed, and sparks of fire unexpectedly popped out as the twin blades collided with the Goblin King's greenish-black skin. As the Goblin King's attack came towards her, Star made a sharp dodge, surprisingly leaving a residual shadow directly in the air. I can't believe I dodged it. Amilo slumped in front of the monitor in shock. This is a level 4 fighter. Even she, who was now a level 5 warrior, didn't dare to say that she could dodge the Goblin King's strike under such extreme circumstances. How could the Hokage, a clan member of only 1 level, be so fast? How could she have such extreme speed? Amilo was only now beginning to get a good look at these humans. They were all members of Eigen Senpai's clan, all with black hair and eyes. Grandpa seemed to have said before that the black-haired, black-eyed human race was different from other humans. At this time, the battle on the Goblin King's side was still going on. The 2 long knives in Star's hands faintly whispered, "The blade is already chipped." The young girl's long black hair was spread out in the middle of the battle. She utilized extreme speed and stalled in midair. In the moonlight, her face was exquisite, and she looked startlingly cold and beautiful. Sure enough, I can use ancient martial arts in this game. It's just a shame that the weapon doesn't match the body. Cold light flowed from Star's eyes. Wei Yuan gently raised an eyebrow. Good lord, there was an expert hidden within this group of Rakugo Man players. The Goblin King was enraged when he realized that he hadn't even slapped this human maiden to death. Ha, well, your speed is indeed good. This clan leader recognizes you, but you only have to miss once, and that's certain death. After saying that, he also stomped his foot to the ground and jumped up quickly, fighting with Star in mid-air. Star was very fast and was able to dodge the Goblin King's attacks every time. It was even able to give the Goblin King some damage in between. Each of her chops landed in the same spot. 2 red marks also appeared on the originally greenish-black skin. Asterisk asterisk, this is a real bigot. Too powerful. Too powerful. Level 1 soloing a level 4 boss. Who is this big brother? I've always thought before that the strongest among us is the dark beggar big brother. This big guy's name is Star, and it seems like he's always only played analog reality games. A very low-profile big guy, but he's also very well respected in the group of high rollers. This video must be recorded. Why are they all level 1? My level 1 is worlds apart from other people's level 1. Players keep dying and respawning. Long ago, he had already brushed off those level 3 goblins without even realizing it. Even Wei Yuan was surprised at the efficiency of the players. Now on the field, there was only Star and the Goblin King left to fight. Everyone knew that if Star lost this one, all of them, would be annihilated by the Goblin King all over again. The player knows it, and the Goblin King knows it just as well. The ones who died were just some third-grade losers. All this waste, and they, the Goblin ones, can still produce countless more. So much for being dead. The annoying human in front of him was the one he wanted to exterminate the most. It's really annoying. Her speed completely exceeded the Goblin King's attack speed. Don't even talk about catching up. Even if you anticipate it in advance, it's still going to be dodged. A hint of ferocity flashed under the Goblin King's eyes. It was just a matter of squeezing the obnoxious fly while she was attacking. Miso, the last blade flashes. Chapter 26, Death to those who violate our territory. The Goblin King made absolutely no move to defend, instead letting her slash. Bear. While dark green blood shot out, the large palm also choked Star's neck. Fogweed. Fogweed. Misty grass. Brothers, the public account is out of gold. Just now, in order to be able to clear those goblins, everyone resurrected too many times, and now the accounts are all out of gold coins. Who has more there? Hurry up and rush a bit to give Big Brother Star a chance to revive. I've flushed them all during the battle. Holy, who else has? I'm out of gold. I'm out of it too. What should I do? I was too uptight when I killed the goblins just now, and I had already thrown in all my gold coins a long time ago, and I ran out of gold coins to resurrect when I tried to resurrect just now. Me too. Me too. It's over. What do we do? Is it too late to run off and dig? I'm afraid it's too late. Is anyone else at the resurrection point? Don't come over. Just go digging. The mines and the bloodthirsty Tsubaki forest are just 2 directions. The players had long been red-eyed in order to kill the level 3 goblins. When you run out of gold on your public account, you just start using your own gold. Wait until they've used up all their own gold coins before realizing that it's over. The chances of resurrecting the big boys seem to be gone. Stealing Oil Woman typed with a smile as she watched the messages from the players on the public screen. It's fine. We're basically useless whether we revive or not. It's over. The big man has stamped that it's useless. By the looks of it, we're going to lose this time. They're okay at beating up tier 3 goblins. Mano a Mano can still take care of some of it. Now straight up level 4 goblins? It would be better to kill yourself. And an early resurrection. Oh, just selling a break. You can't resist taking the bait here? The Goblin King cupped the star and mentioned it to himself. His head was almost as tall as Star alone. The location of the wound, on the arm of the other hand, was currently bearing blood. A little injury for a human elite. Not a bad deal. The Goblin King didn't hesitate to snap Star's neck. Such a terrifying opponent, who was still only unlocking the gene lock of the first level, was surprisingly already this strong. If we let her grow up, wouldn't that be leaving a big problem? Star went offline and her eyes went black. Originally, she had thought that this time she would be forced back to Earth offline, just like before. Unexpectedly, this time when she opened her eyes again, she was able to see the images of Blue Star's battle. Only this viewpoint turned into floating in mid-air, watching his body being tossed aside by the Goblin King. Then she was greeted by players ghosting about the lack of resurrection coins in her ears. This game, the updates are pretty fast. Star murmured softly. Are the players still satisfied with the updated features? Wei Yuan's voice suddenly came from her side. Ha! When Star turned her head sideways, she saw that the NPC Lord actually smiled brightly at her viewpoint. When the Goblin King choked Star, Amiro couldn't help but suck in a cold breath and stand up inside the mech to watch. This human is the genius of geniuses. How does the senior? Why didn't he make a move? Amilo just couldn't figure it out. If it was in her people that such a genius appeared, then she would definitely do her best to cultivate it. How could she possibly be willing to let such a genius go to his death? Amilo was sorry and heartbroken. Neither is just this human called Star. And the humans before that, they were excellent. It could be said that when put into the Tree People clan, it was all that needed to be focused on cultivation. Why didn't Senpai make a move? Amiro asked, confused. Is this how it's going to be lost? The rest of those humans also have to. Amilo hadn't finished his sentence. The Goblin King was seen preparing to strike out towards those ordinary players. An athletic figure suddenly scurried out. Fogweed. It's the secret begging bigot. Why was he able to come back to life in the same place? Fool, what resurrection in place? The dark beggar big man just now seems to have been pretending to be dead the whole time. Ha! The body that had been begging in secret had long been somewhat tattered. The Goblin King slap did indeed leave him with bruises all over his body. But after resting on the ground for so long just now, the blood level had sort of stabilized. 7% blood. That's enough. Dark Beg hooked the corners of his mouth. In his hand, he had a syringe. That needle looks like a needle for a level 1 gene unlocking potion. Ha ha, brother, a few of us got the chance for you. You go straight on now. The oil-stealing woman's excited voice came out of the free mic. Makabaka was also yelling. Charge, beggar, it's all up to you. Star was offline, wearing his helmet and listening to the voices in his free mic, not knowing what to say. Star, come on, you say something nice too. Star, 6. Pust. The Goblin King was all ready to go on a rampage of carnage, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain at his arm. He lowered his head, just in time for the dark begging to raise his head and smile at him. The Goblin King's pupils suddenly shrunk. This human, surprisingly, is still alive. He resisted his own slap and he didn't die. What made the Goblin King feel even more fearful was that he suddenly realized that his arms were starting to tingle. Then that sinking feeling that quickly assaulted his entire body. What? What is it? How could these first-class humans have a poison capable of poisoning him? No. The Goblin King thudded to the ground. The whole ground shook. This shock. Just give the secret begging to the shock. After entering the death view, Dark Begging entered the free mic. Brothers, go up and chop off this goblin's head. We, victorious. The cheers rang out across the public screen in an instant. The players were exhausted, but more excited now. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of guarding the territory. Reward, level 2 gene lock potion. Goblin quality genes. Star Iron mind map. So many rewards. Wei Yuan viewed it with surprise. Don't look at these goblins sent to his planet as trashy. But the Goblin clan's quality genes aren't bad at all. They were born forgers. If it's a high quality gene, it should be able to produce advanced forgers. Advanced forge masters. but they were capable of making extremely powerful weapons. Starfighters, they don't just rely on technological weapons to fight. In the absence of mechs, the fighters themselves had to be very strong in combat. Having a weapon in hand is also important for starfighters. Congratulations to all players for completing this mission perfectly. Now, start distributing the rewards. At the same time, the video of a large swath of goblins having their heads chopped off by humans was synchronized and transmitted to the Star Network. Wei Yuan placed the image of a level 1 human warrior decapitating a level 4 goblin at the end. He spoke coldly at the end. Those who violate my territory, die. Stars instantly exploded with hilarity. The Goblin Clan, surprisingly, was slapped in the face by the human race. Chapter 27, they're yours now. What is that? Amilo deadpanned in the direction of the battlefield. The thing that was secretly begging to be injected into the goblins' bodies could never be a gene unlocking potion. They must have switched to something else to get in. Peachy, scan and look. Scanning. Momo replied. Master, the analysis results are that the toxin from the bloodthirsty Tsubaki. The effect of this toxin is to anesthetize and stop blood clotting, and the effect is related to the measurement. For each bloodthirsty toon tree, only 0.1 grams of the toxin can be extracted. Amiro took a deep breath. Senpai is really generous. When the bloodthirsty Tsubaki hunts, they all still mix the toxin within its sap before injecting it into the prey. I can't believe they purified so much of it. Amilo took it for granted that the large syringe of toxin in the dark begging hand was purified by the purification equipment that Wei Yuan had produced. But actually, Wei Yuan had just seen the large tube of toxins and was dumbfounded as well. This group of players, they are really frugal. He vaguely remembered that after the players had gotten a large amount of sap over to redeem it, they said that when they finally decomposed the bloodthirsty toon, they found that there was still a little bit of sap in the capillary tube in the middle of the bark and the core of the tree. And these, then, were the very toxins that the bloodthirsty toon hadn't even had time to flush into the roots of the tree. Players look at this stuff and it looks a lot like tree sap too. Plus sap can be a lot more expensive than trunk bark. So the stingy player just squeezes that little bit of toxin all the way into the sap. Instead, they were told that it was a toxin, and when mixed into the sap, it would degrade the sap instead. I didn't realize that once they realized it was a toxin, they started collecting it a little bit at a time. The system didn't recycle these toxins. They just crowded themselves and circulated internally. After all these days, I guess I've just gotten this much out. Then it came in handy. Congratulations to all players who have completed the task of clearing the goblins, and we will now start distributing gold coins according to the player's performance. First place in this mission, Star, reward, 100 gold coins. A second-grade gene unlocking potion, a Titan gene, a Goblin high-quality gene, and a weapon from the Lord's storehouse. You can get it from the Lord. Second place in this mission, Oil Thief. Reward, 800 gold coins. 1 second-level gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan gene, 1 Goblin quality gene. Third place in this mission, Begging in the Dark. Reward, 500 gold coins. 1 second-level gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan gene, 1 Goblin quality gene. The game's public screen scrolls to inform of the rewards, and it's a sight to see Makabaka's eyes go red. Holy, why is stealing from the oil woman second? Makabaka glanced at his reward, just 300 gold coins, a level 2 gene unlocking potion and a copy of the Titan gene. Why? Because I make a big contribution. Of course, the oil stealing woman replied loudly. Ha ha, Master is finally getting his rightful place this time. Beggar, I'll ask you if you're convinced. No sooner had his reward arrived than he immediately resurrected and stood in front of the dark beggar with his arms crossed in arrogance. Dude is really convinced this time. Convinced okay? Begging in the Dark was also crying and laughing. It's thanks to the Tsubaki toxins you collected. Otherwise we'll definitely lose this time. Even if we can all be revived. It's just a slap in the face for this Goblin King to kill us. I really didn't expect a level 4 boss to be this strong. And he hasn't even used a weapon yet. I guess it's also looking down on us. So it didn't use its full strength at all. Dark Beg subconsciously began to do a battle summary. As a high-level player of brawl games, Dark Beg has a much better sensitivity to the battlefield than several other high-level players. The oil-stealing woman also nodded. Stealing coincidentally, but this is the stars. Let him look down on us. It's not dead. Ha ha. This reward distribution was a wild ride for the players. Everyone can say they've earned it. Wei Yuan gave out Goblin quality genes to the first 100 players, while the top 10 had Titan genes, and the top 5 were directly given level 2 gene unlocking potions. As players were checking their rewards, they also saw them all that had been updated out of the game system. A lot of things, though, Wei Yuan didn't have for a while, so they were all grayed out. As for the gene unlocking potion, only the level 1 and level 2 potion icons were lit. The good thing is that most of the players' experience bars are just at one level just full. Even if the top 3 redeemed it, they wouldn't be able to rise that much experience value for a while. As he watched the players gleefully checking for rewards, Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart leaping as well. Although he had already heard of the Fourth Heavenly Tribulation's hefty reputation long ago, but this time, he was really feeling the terror of the players, completely without his help. The players themselves took their own gold and quickly brushed the quest off. It's the same as leaks with sites frantically harvesting themselves, not to mention some words of thanksgiving to him. Like right now, even Star, who had a high and cool face the entire time, couldn't help but blush slightly when she came over to Wei Yuan to collect her reward. Lords, the brunette was tall and her skin was white and soft. I'm here to collect my reward. Wei Yuan nodded. You come with me. It's still the same weapons warehouse as before, but after unlocking the first level gene lock, all those weapons that once looked just awesome suddenly seemed like they weren't even dead things anymore. Star stood in the doorway of the weapons warehouse. There was a vague sense that all the weapons in here had their own heartbeats. No, not their heartbeats. Star took a deep breath and headed in the direction where she felt her heartbeat was heaviest. Star, in the Interstellar Alliance, there are 2 types of weapons. One is the energy weapon. That's made by a mechanic, using energy stones to provide energy to explode a powerful weapon. That one needs to be matched with the genetic level to be able to use it. Wei Yuan spoke faintly. And another? Star's heart began to race as she looked expectantly at Wei Yuan to open her mouth. There is another kind of weapon. A weapon that is created by a forger, from various materials. This kind of weapon is with spirituality. They are not limited by class. Wei Yuan drew a pair of tang swords from his own weapon rack. The narrow blade, the moment it was drawn, carried an extreme coldness. The cold aura flickered slightly, without even having to try. Star knew that the pair of tang blades were very sharp. This kind of weapon needs to rely on the user to utilize its strength. According to the theory, as long as the user is strong enough, then this weapon is invincible. After saying that, Wei Yuan waved his tang sword and lightly slashed on the ground. The tough land was instantly cut through like tofu. Star watched with his own eyes as 2 more black cut lines like hairline appeared on the ground, and these 2 tang knives traveled through the ground without a single scratch. Now, they are yours. Chapter 28. I've done a lot of hard work even if I didn't get any credit for stealing the oil. How nice it would be to have such a weapon in the real world. Star gripped his twin swords, and the man was in a bit of a trance. These 2 knives are just perfect. When she held it in her hand, she had the sensation of her arm being extended. The 2 knives, it was like they grew out of her body. This game is really, really scary. Hearing the words that Star whispered, Wei Yuan let out a light laugh and said, I saw you use out your ancient martial arts skills when you fought against the goblins today. Star, do you have a legacy in your family? Ancient martial arts. Star looked sideways at Wei Yuan. In this game, there wouldn't be something related to ancient martial arts as well, right? In fact, she really did have an ancient martial arts heritage in her family, but now it's turned into running a martial arts school, and business isn't so good. It's looked like it's about to go out of business these past few years, and if it weren't for the fact that her dad only has her as a daughter, and that this legacy can't be broken, Star, her mom, wouldn't even want her to practice. After all, poor literature and rich martial arts. In order to practice martial arts, eat above have to work hard. Not only to eat hard, but also to eat to make up. It's not enough to eat well, but you also have to soak your body in a variety of medicines every day, and take quite a few more chi replenishing medicines. But in the modern world, where air pollution is severe, herbs are far less effective than they used to be. Plus, young people nowadays don't want to run so hard to the mountains to pick herbs. Good herbs are not easy to find anymore. Star didn't think that by playing a game, he would be able to show the NPCs in the game that he knew some kung fu. Suddenly being spoken of as such a lofty term as ancient martial arts, Star was still feeling a bit ashamed. I can only say I know a little bit. As long as you know how to do it. I happen to be planning to invite some teachers to our Blue Star to teach the clan some skills, and ancient martial arts is one of them. I've sent out all the job postings, and now I've had quite a few starmen drop in their resumes. Heading to the interview in 3 days. Can you help out by being the interviewer then? Lord's Quest. Follow the Lord to the Central Galaxy as an interviewer. Note, after accepting a mission, you may not be forced to go offline during the time it takes to carry out the Lord's mission. Mission reward, unknown. Do you accept the mission? Yes/no. Fogweed. Special assignments. Where on Star's pretty little face was there any trace of the cold and icy look from before? The high-flying beauty or whatever? That's all an external image. Accept. Lord's time is scheduled for 3 days from now, right? Wei Yuan nodded. Fine. Wait, Lord. How many days do we have to go on this mission? You should know that just now. The system prompt said that you can't force your way offline when you're on a quest. I don't know why she can't be forced offline. But she still has to eat and drink in real life. If this were to do a quest for days, wouldn't the real-life version of himself be starved to death? This mission, it should take a week. After Wei Yuan's words, Star was a bit hesitant to refuse. Right about this time. System tip. Mission accepted successfully. Please go offline later and sign for the game warehouse specially prepared for players by this game. The game barn is fully equipped with a perfect nutritional system, which can provide players with a full set of services without going offline for a month. Star had lost count of the number of times she'd mentally exclaimed today. It's exciting every time anyway. This game is so topsy-turvy, isn't it? Before, she was just thinking of grabbing an account and practicing her skills inside the game because it was a holographic simulation game. She was actually not much of a fan of playing any intergalactic games, because the game sets are just so old. Interstellar, that must be a myriad of flying machines, mechs, tech and whatnot. But now, Wei Yuan, a Lord NPC, told her that there were ancient martial arts. Then she won't be sleepy. Now it's even more so when you accept a quest and get a playpen. Big deal. Big deal. Star took a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. You can't be as staggering as a few of them in the dark begging. As an ancient martial arts inheritor, she still had a bit of idle baggage. Hey, ancient martial arts inheritor. It's a shameful name to say normally, but to be praised like that by an NPC in a game, it's still pretty cool. The star that Wei Yuan saw was a cold nod. He was completely unaware of the fact that this beautiful maiden in front of him, who looked very high and cold, was actually inwardly no different from other sand sculpture players. Really, after all, you can't sleep under one blanket with two kinds of people. A game that doesn't attract both kinds of players either. There are only two types of players. One, pure and simple lezzies. The other, the one who looks serious on the outside, but is still a fun-loving person on the inside. Wei Yuan was still sighing in his heart. It's really not easy. Within such a group of sand sculptures, there is still such a reliable player. This star, even if it's brought to the central galaxy, it's still something to take. I pick players, and I do have a bit of an eye for them. The smile on Wei Yuan's face grew bigger. Since you've accepted the mission, let's put it this way, but it's still a bit insufficient to bring only one clan member there. Star, do you have any candidates you can recommend? Lord, you mean the people who brought along to the central galaxy? Star asked. Wei Yuan nodded. Dependable players will definitely have their own cliques. Maybe Star can recommend a few more reliable players to him. Begging in the Dark, Makabaka, and Windblown But are all great, especially Windblown But. The man has a lot of class, Star said. Wei Yuan nodded. The players, all of them, do have good skills, and this mission is all on them. But why doesn't Star recommend stealing the oil woman? Wei Yuan hadn't even asked her why she didn't recommend stealing the oil woman. There was then a sudden swish in front of his eyes. With a sliding shovel, the oil-stealing woman slid to Wei Yuan's feet. He hugged Wei Yuan. Brother Yuan, take me one. I want to go to the central galaxy too. I've been stealing from the oil woman and working diligently to give players science for so many years. I look like my experience bar is going up slowly. That's all because the bloodthirsty Tsubaki doesn't raise the experience bar when you chop it up again. Oh, Star, you dead iceberg. You play this game or I recommend you to come. There is such a good opportunity to see the outside world. You even do not recommend me. You ungrateful you. A cry for help. Star's face was cold, but in her heart, she snorted out a laugh. She knew it. This gossip dog must be hiding in the corner listening to her conversation with the Lord. This pushes. That's really wherever the action is. How could he be missing from this mission? Chapter 29, Invitation to a Mission. Preparing to travel to the central galaxy. Wei Yuan shook his leg and froze, not giving a damn about the guy who was picking at his leg. The oil-stealing woman just howled dryly, and that was without shedding a single tear. Your acting skills aren't even as good as that player called the future movie star. Star was really getting an earache from his crying. Up went a hand and yanked the oil-stealing woman down. With your acting skills, you still have the nerve to make ghost videos for other future movie stars? The oil-stealing woman, who had been yanked down hard, quickly twisted around and prepared to get out of Star's grip before going over towards Wei Yuan's pant leg. I didn't expect that just after climbing out 2 meters, I let a long leg of Star's step on it. What for? What are you doing? You traitor. I know how to bring you with me when I have something good to do. What about you? The Lord asked you to recommend candidates. You even take not to choose me. When I go back to do the strategy, I have to cut a ghost video out for you. Shut up. It's noisy. Star knocked a popping chestnut on the top of the oil-stealing woman's head. The Lords have said that they want players who are more reliable. Look at yourself. Are you reliable? I'm not reliable? The oil-stealing woman was sliding on all fours like a cockroach on the ground, but because she was being stepped on, the position was not moving at all, and it looked really funny. I'm no more reliable than a beggar or a makabaka? That guy's a total battle hardener, okay? What if someone like him, if he really followed the Lord to the central galaxy and had a brain fart and had to fight someone? Go ahead. And that makabaka, that guy, it's not like you don't know. Wherever there's a buzz you have to go. Scurrying around every day and keen to make friends. Looking reliable? Star was so impressed by what he said. There was also a real silence. Listening to what the two of them were saying, the silent ones would have to add Wei Yuan to the list. Nice guy. None of them seemed to be any less of a pain in the ass. Shouldn't you consider thinking about it yourself and changing a few candidates? Wei Yuan's eyes fell on Star. Lord, I've already taken the task, so don't you dare take it back. Star looked him in the eye and instantly blew up with this. Wei Yuan immediately looked away. Is it so obvious what one's intentions are? Ha ha, since the mission has already been sent out, how could it be retracted? Wei Yuan awkwardly digressed. But since the oil stealer woman wants to take on the mission so badly, seeing as your performance on the last mission was indeed very good, I can take you along this time as well. Wei Yuan's words had just fallen. The oil stealing woman's side then received a quest invitation from the system. He clicked confirm without even thinking about it. Ha ha, great. I can go see the outside world too. Star's foot was still on his back. The oil stealing woman danced around gleefully, then became more like a stomped cockroach. This mission time is surprisingly almost a week. Then I'll go offline first to give my fans a vacation. Star quickly let go of me. I'll go offline. The oil stealing woman tapped away Star's foot. 3 minutes later, he then opened his eyes from his playroom. At the same time, like the helmet was sent before, the delivery of the playpen arrived. The oil stealing woman looked at the playpen that looked so much like the medical pods in the game that she couldn't help but get her hands on it and touch it. That's awesome. This game company, it's really too awesome. Right, when you look at the medical capsule in the game, you already feel very powerful. I didn't expect that. In the real world, it has already made something somewhat similar to the medical capsule. To the players, everything in the game is rendered by the graphics. The tech in there is all fake. Of course, it's all set up. So they take for granted the feeling that all that technology in the game is hard to realize in the real world. Oil theft mother-in-law did not realize that this game company really has a game warehouse that can make people in the real world do not eat or drink for a month. Cool. So cool. Go ahead and take a vacation from your fans. Soon, the oil stealing woman then turned on the live stream. Still as before, he talked to the fans about what happened in the game world. There's already a lot of video online of this battle against the goblins. It's all about players getting killed, going back offline, and posting it online. Those videos on the internet are getting disk-wrapped. Where's your video of the oil stealing woman? Quickly update out. Although there are many videos available online, it's the version put out by the oil stealing woman that netizens are most looking forward to, because he usually records the whole thing and has a good grasp of perspective. The oil stealing granny didn't sell out this time and uploaded the video directly. Then just as all the netizens were about to click on the video and watch it, he put out a bombshell message. Ha ha, brothers, 3 days later, I'm going to complete the Lord's quest, and this time, the Lord's quest will probably take a week to complete, and I can't go offline during that time. So I'm giving everyone a vacation now. Lord's quest? Never heard of it. Oil stealing woman or Jiao. Is this the legendary special mission? The few other anchors I follow haven't given any news yet. You're really always on the front line. Oil stealer woman. Come on, tell us about it. What's the mission? Yeah, why do it for a week? And what do you eat and drink if you don't get off the line? Play a game to starve yourself? Looking at the concerned greetings sent by the netizens, the oil stealing woman smiled mysteriously. Hey, everybody, look what's behind me. The oil stealing woman sidesteps her head, revealing the playpen. The fluid hull, when closed, looks like a giant oval egg. As the oil stealing woman reached out and touched it, the electronic voice sounded. The Star People game warehouse is at your service. Please log in to your game account? Not logged in. After stealing the oil woman to show off the cool effects of the playpen, she decisively chose not to log in. Then he saw countless pop-ups swipe past his computer screen. Holy, I'm envious. What is this? A playpen. That's so cool. It looks like that medical pod from the game. Misty Grass. Is this game company really just making games? It even made something this awesome? This game warehouse is a bit of something even if you don't look at the other features. Just this appearance. It sells for a few tens of thousands of dollars. I reckon that it can make countless people go crazy and rush to order it. Oil stealing woman, you kids eat so well? Damn you to hell. Oil stealing grannies gleefully watch netizens make jealous comments. Okay guys, wait for my good news. By the way, the nutrient system that comes with this game warehouse, the effect it can maintain is 1 month. Brothers, 1 month. Don't be envious. don't be jealous, brother will bring you back good things. Chapter 30, Why is Lord Wei Yuan's clan like the insects? Blue Star. Milo, it's almost time for you to start school. Hurry up and bring me back the transport ship. What's with the stink? Going out to play and you still need to drive a transport ship. Listening to the angry roar coming out of the calm, Milo scowled. Knew Dad would be angry, but didn't think he'd be this angry. She looked up at the transport ship that was riddled with bullet holes. She was going to die for sure if she went back like this. Anxiety. Milo anxiously took a large gulp of sap from the bloodthirsty toon tree. Master, for the sake of your little life, I suggest that you go to Lord Wei Yuan's clan and purchase some sap from the bloodthirsty tree to bring back. Mecha Peachy's voice rang out from behind Amaroku. Right oh. Amiro snapped his hand. Still, Momo you're smart. Bloodthirsty Tsubaki trees are hard to find nowadays, and the sap collected by the human race still carries the scent of life, so Dad will definitely be very satisfied. Maybe this beating can be avoided. The sadness on her face dissipated for a split second before she bounced and ran towards the direction where the players had gathered. Fresh off a hard-fought battle, all the players' pockets are bulging. At this moment they were in a large clearing, hawking what they had in hand. Don't miss it if you pass by. Hey, weapons soaked in the toxin of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree. When hunting, just break through the prey's defenses and you'll be able to hunt without injury. Limited quantity. First come first served. Big sale. Advanced goblin weapon. Inheritance battle axe. The effect is the same as Star Big Brother's Tang Blade. It's the treasure weapon in the cold weapon. All 2 gold coins. All 2 gold coins now. Buy it and don't lose. Buy it and don't be fooled. Just as he reached the street, Amilo was enthusiastically stopped by the player at the front of the line. Hey goo, it's Miss Amiro. Come on. Look at me. I have the freshest sap of the bloodthirsty toon tree here. Just squeezed out. Very fresh. Ours is even cheaper. Oh, MS. Amilo, come to my house to buy. You can get 20% off if you buy more. 75% off. I'm here at 75% off. Don't even have to buy in bulk. MS. Amaralt, come to me. In an instant, the players all started looking for Amilo to sell their family's bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree sap like crazy. Most of the players who could come here to set up stalls were also the first players. The first batch of players, after all, were handpicked by Wei Yuan to be the bigwigs of the gaming community. When the second batch of players returned to the game sleepily, they saw such a lively scene. I'm still getting ready to get on the job and dig. And this site is open? Holy, what are those big guys doing? Why are they all pushing their bloodthirsty toon tree sap? That stuff is awful to drink. And the prices are coming down now because the oil-stealing bigots are selling too much of it to the system. Hey, you guys don't know about this, right? I heard that mess. Amilo loves to drink the sap of the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree and gives a price that is much higher than the one given by the system. The prying player rubbed his thumb and forefinger at the other workers who were getting ready to go to work. And she doesn't even pay in gold. She gives energy stones directly. Ha? Energy stones? I remember that energy stones and energy ores are about the same price. Didn't someone do the math earlier and say that it would be better to give bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree sap to Amiro than to exchange it with the system? You're all behind on that news, bro. The old players have all risen to level 2. And after level 2, they'll be able to buy energy weapons in the system mall. Isn't the consumable material for energy weapons energy stones? The energy ore we dug out has to be processed before it can be turned into energy stone. But we don't have the technology to process this energy stone here in our lordship. Holy, that means we can only get energy stones from Amilo if we want to get them? Right. The news spread through the circle of players in an instant. It was the first time Amiro felt so welcome here in Eigen Senpai's clan. You know, before, every time she came to buy bloodthirsty toon tree sap, these clansmen were a bit indifferent, and always said to sell her, all for the sake of her double ponytail. The players were usually looking at Godpoke and Poke, but now they were suddenly so enthusiastic, and it still made Amiro react a bit. Are you guys already aware that I'm leaving soon? Amilo went straight for this street. All the bloodthirsty toon tree sap. It was only at the time of the final payment that the player who made this transaction was asked about it. Could it be that it was Elder Wei Yuan who knew that school was about to start, so he asked his people to, well, warm up to him? A faint pink color came to Amiro's face at the thought. However, the player standing across from her let out a sharp pop all at once. What? Miss Amiro, you're leaving? He shouted at the top of his lungs. All the players looked over at once. Holy, when do we leave? Can we make a deal and leave later, sis? Amilo, what will we do if you leave? The players all panicked. I thought this NPC was a punching bag before, but I didn't expect it. By the time they realized the usefulness of this NPC, the person was going to leave. What kind of planning is this? Isn't that playing with them? It's time to set sail and leave in 3 days. Amilo sighed. I've come here to purchase some sap from the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree to make gifts for my family. Do you have any more? I want them all. For that amount of time. That was all still squeezed in because she used a space jump. If she had gone the normal way, then she would have had to return to the shipment after coming over to deliver it at that time. I didn't expect that these clansmen of Senior Wei Yuan, who usually looked as if they didn't have any feelings for her, would be so reluctant to part with her when it came time to part. Just 3 more days? The player was alarmed. 3 days. Brothers, I'll leave the stall for now. Squeezing the sap is important. Bye. I'm pulling out too. I just bought a weapon and that won't work a bit without energy stones. Players come and go super fast. In just a few seconds, the market, which was incredibly lively just a moment ago, was instantly depressed. Isn't it said that human clans are the most humane? Why are these clansmen of Senior Wei Yuan so? Amilo didn't even know what adjectives to use to describe what she was feeling right now. They also seem to have just a hint of reverence for Lord Wei Yuan. Mecha Tao Tao summarized. It's like the bug race's worker bugs that are loyal to their king bugs. Where do they look like the insect race? Bugs don't have feelings. They only mercilessly carry out the king bug's task of devouring everything in sight. Amiro frowned in subconscious disgust as he thought of the insect race. These clansmen of Senior Wei Yuan were still quite warm to her, weren't they? Chapter 31. How can I let you go home alone? Mecha Momo cocked her head as she looked at Amilo, who was bouncing away. However, the simulation data produced within it showed that Lord Wei Yuan's people had a pattern of getting along that was at least 90% similar to the insects. If Lord Wei Yuan is compared to a king bug, aren't his people worker bugs? In the bug group, there is only a distinction between king bugs and worker bugs. There is no up or down hierarchy in a group of worker bugs. And in the alliance, not to mention gene warriors and ordinary clansmen, even high-level gene warriors wouldn't put low-level gene warriors in their eyes. They have always believed that the strongest is the king. But on this planet, what Mecha Momo saw was that these humans showed themselves to be equals when confronted by Amilo. They even dared to say out loud, in front of Amilo, that the price she was giving was not a good deal at all. Such a thing would simply not be able to happen to the Tree People clan. Momo, what are you thinking? Amaroko had stopped walking at some point. It's not good to leave without saying goodbye. I have to go talk to the senior first. Amilo was eating on another street when he found Wei Yuan. Most of the stalls over here are new players without much resources, and after digging for a long time and feeling tired, they run to hunt some prey over to do the night market to earn a little money. Level 5 planets are full of resources, both animals and plants. Players also like to hit the sack when they don't have anything else to do. These players, in turn, recruited Chinese because Wei Yuan, the man, had a bit of a hometown feeling. So, fresh wild boar now, hey. Fragrant roasted mountain chicken and roasted mountain eggs now. Boss, a bunch of grilled mountain chicken legs. Wei Yuan stood in front of the barbecue grill and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as he smelled the fragrant roasted chicken legs. It's Jen. The player, fanning himself with a homemade fan, wiped a handful of sweat from his face, then deftly sprinkled the wild onion flowers from the spice box onto the chicken thighs. In an instant, an even more overbearing scent drilled right into Wei Yuan's nose. It's still got to be the old Earth folks. Wei Yuan's eyes looked straight at the golden sheen that rose from the chicken leg. In the interstellar age, no matter which race, they only focus on efficiency. Even the desire for mouth and stomach they have evolved away. As for the human race, after that big battle with the bug race, even the clansmen only escaped in 3 pieces. So no one cared about having to bring recipes. After Wei Yuan crossed over, all they ate every day was nutrient solution. The nutrient solution is filling, but the flavor is hit or miss. According to the law of travelers, Wei Yuan should also be a master of food, and then a master of cooking and being able to conquer large swaths of interstellar masters with just food. But it's a shame. Wei Yuan is on Earth, a takeout foodie. Who cooks for themselves when you have takeout? The most he's ever made at home is bubbly. Barely a bubble chef. Spicy? The player quickly flips the chicken thighs, the golden grease dripping down onto the coals with a zippy sound. White smoke billowed out, smoldering. Gaga. Alright, the roasted chicken leg is ready. Brother source, 1 gold coin. Players use the leaves of the bloodthirsty tune tree as a wrapper to deliver their grilled, flavorful chicken thighs. Collecting Wei Yuan's gold coins, the player was not at all polite. Senior Wei Yuan, you still have to pay for what you bought. Amiro, who had just rushed over, looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Wei Yuan and the player were separated by a grill while looking at Amilo in confusion. What do you mean? I can't collect? The player scratches his head. What do you mean? Amoroku, you buy things from my people without paying? Wei Yuan's eyes instantly glazed over. I paid it all. Paid it all. Amilo looked at Wei Yuan's eyes and immediately felt a little chill on his neck. Just pay up. Wei Yuan returned to normal and took a bite on the roasted chicken leg. The The chicken thighs that were bubbling with oil were so flavorful. You wanted to see me? The corners of Wei Yuan's mouth were glistening with grease from eating, but it didn't affect his handsomeness at all. It's even more lived in and doesn't look as unattainable as it did before. Amiro looked at Wei Yuan with some fascination. Want to eat? Wei Yuan took a bigger bite, and only turned his head when he had eaten all the chicken legs in his hand. Boss, 2 more chicken legs. Do you eat spicy food? Amilo looked at Wei Yuan adorably. Senior, I want to eat the same as you. Okay, all spicy. Wei Yuan paid 2 more gold coins. Momo watched as Wei Yuan handed the player 2 gold coins, and the similarity between the human and bug races on its internal display brushed down. Even the bugs. There's no way a king bug would pay a worker bug either. It would be an honor for the worker worm to serve the king worm. Hiss. Amilo had only taken a bite of the roasted chicken leg when her white and tender little face turned red in a flash. What does this feel like? This can't be toxic. She lolled her tongue out slightly, trying to slightly lessen the irritating sensation on her tongue. But saliva is again produced in abundance at this time. What's wrong with wanting to eat it even more? Even though it hurts in your mouth? Take a big bite. It won't be spicy if you eat more. Wei Yuan took another big bite. The savory, bursting with spice, the grilled chicken thighs are simply delicious. Amilo's eyes were tearing up from eating it, but the advanced genetic warrior's physique was still strong. She quickly adapted to the spiciness and became more and more addicted the more she ate. After 2 or 3 bites, a whole large chicken leg was consumed. I didn't realize that the human race had such delicious food in addition to the delicious bloodthirsty toon sap. Exciting and delicious. Without waiting for Amilo to speak, Wei Yuan hurriedly said, You're here to see me, aren't you? What's the matter? One look at this big greedy girl and she just still wants a chicken leg. As the senior and the host, he naturally couldn't act too petty, at least not in front of the players. So hurry up and take Amilo's attention away from the chicken leg. It was then that Amiro remembered that he had approached Wei Yuan to say something about his departure. Senpai, school is about to start and I have to send the transport ship back first, so I came over this time to say goodbye to you. Amiro finished, and there were a few moments of anticipation as he looked at Wei Yuan. I also wonder if the senior will not be able to give himself up a little, but she noticed that Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. You're going home alone, schoolgirl. It'll be too dangerous if you run into another interstellar pirate on the way. Senpai, I can go right through the war zone with my space jumping technique. Wei Yuan shook his head and said, Even if you use the space jumping technique, you're a little girl. I don't feel comfortable with you going home by yourself. How about this? I'll bring a few clansmen along and send you back. Chapter 32, How can I feed you if I'm not careful with my money? You're so nice. Senpai. Amaroko's cheeks reddened even more. She stole a glance at Wei Yuan, heart beating slightly faster. Ha ha, look at that. I told you Amaroko must like Jen. I won the bet. Quick, all give me the gold coins. Hey, double ponytail in the end still fell. Just a pity. Our Jen is a man with big ambitions. How can we be dragged down by a little girl love? Oh, alas. Oh Amilo, you have failed us too much. Not far from Amiro and Wei Yuan, a group of players handed over their gold coins in pain. The players who had apparently won the bet had their faces cracking up with laughter. The ambiguity vanished in an instant. Amiro ran away even faster, covering his face when he heard them say that. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, stopped the players who were collecting the gold coins and stretched out his hand. Take me as a bet. Why don't you hurry up and split the bill 3 by 7? 7 for me and 3 for you. Forced to be obscene, the players pulled out their gold coins. You're a lord now. Jen, why are you still so stingy? That's right, you're a high lord. The man who's going to be king of the stars in the future. It's not easy to find a wife if a man is too stingy. Humph. One has to suspect that what you just said to Amaroku about protecting her back home was a lie. Jen, and you were actually planning on rubbing off on people's space jumps. Oh stingy man. How dare you have to sell your color just to save some ticket money. Pity our silly Amilo. Hey, the world is cool. Wei Yuan nodded his handful of gold coins and glanced at the players. You must know that our human race is very poor. How can we feed you if we don't economize a bit? My people, he said and turned to leave, not even bothering with the still somewhat disorganized players behind them. Just kidding. Without his finesse, could he have earned the players such a large base when he was at the Lord's Academy? Weapons in the arsenal. Could they still be blowing in the wind? But the players made a pretty good point. It wasn't like he was a cutie, and could see that Amilo had a bit of a thing for himself. He was already into himself anyway, so there was nothing inconvenient about giving him a ride. And none of the players' current identities have been registered with StarNet yet. Technically, it's all black. There is no way for a black user to log on to an official passenger starship. Trigger mission, identify players, as an interstellar lord. How can the clansmen under his command be interstellar black households? Please apply for identification for every member of your clan. Mission reward, pilot battle fleet. ****. When Wei Yuan saw the content of the quest and the reward, he really couldn't hold back at once and let out a low cry of, "It's a good thing there aren't any players around right now or it would be OOC. But the quests and rewards that popped out of the system this time were both just a bit outrageous. Getting IDs for the players? Genetic cloning technology, coupled with the system's summoning of Earthlings. It's impossible to get past the obvious in any way. If the people of the stars knew that they were able to summon powerful souls from other worlds, then he'd ironically be captured by one of those top races and forced to make him summon players and then force them to be dead soldiers against the bugs. Wei Yuan still felt like an Earthling as opposed to an interstellar. He and the players are the homies. System, this mission reward of yours, you just put it here to gluttonize me. Wei Yuan spat out. But a whole fleet of lead battleships. That's 81 pilot battleships. This value, even if it was placed in the Alliance Center Army, it would make several military leaders grab their heads and break them. Wei Yuan looked at the quest rewards with a frantic heart, but then sighed when he thought about the quest requirement. Do it or not. The only way to do it would be to try to hack into the Alliance's terminal brain, an alliance of all races, with technology growing by leaps and bounds as the races collide. Artificial intelligence is a part of the research on genetic technology that aids the all nations, and all registrations of identity are uploaded to the cloud, and all the data in the cloud is saved and managed by the terminal brain. I'm not that technically capable of hacking into AS back office and tampering with the data, not to mention the number of players, which is sure to increase in the future. I can't run to hack its backstage every time I summon it. Besides, although those on the stage of the Alliance are all ridiculously stupid, it's not like it's Cutie who's really in charge back there. Discovering traces of the backstage data will definitely enhance the protection. I'm going to challenge this thing over and over again. Wouldn't that be brain dead? Tuanzi, you said we've gotten to know each other so well. We're kind of dependent on each other, so give me the bottom line. Can this be done? Wei Yuan really couldn't give up on this mission. Detected that the task is too difficult for the current host and is retrieving a solution for you. Upon evaluation, the clan summoned by the host can provide 0 help. Activate system help. Technically, this system can help you. The host only needs an interface that can access the terminal brain. It's a little easier to operate than the original, but getting the interface to the terminal brain isn't easy. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment. Looks like a trip back to school after all. The thought that if the principal knew he was going back, he was going to steal the interface to the terminal's brain and hack into AS back office. I guess the principal had to break his own legs. Whatever. Let's go ahead and pick the talent. Or at least train the players decently. Relying on resurrection alone, that's just some cannon fodder even if you stay up until you die. 3 days passed in a flash. To the morning when it was time to leave, the players tearfully all came together underneath Amilo's transport ship. Ooh, Amilo's going to leave this way. With this farewell, I don't know if there will be any more NPCs that can bring energy stones in the future. Have a good trip, and don't forget to videotape us. Oil Stealer. Everyone would have been the same. They were all digging properly. You guys had to roll. Now it's good. One roll and you guys can follow the lords to the central galaxy. I'm really. Biggie, bring us back more energy stones. Oil stealing granny. Begging in the dark. Windblown butt. Makabaka. And stars. 5 players stood in the middle of the crowd. All eyes on them. Secretly begging. Ha ha. Brothers, just wait for our good news. Oil stealing woman, when we get to the new map, we'll be sure to take video footage of you guys and bring it back for you to see. Makabaka, if there's anything good, I'll just send a message directly to the group and you guys can just private message call me then. Star 6. Windblown Fart looked at the 4 men and wondered for a moment if he was going to say something, and if he didn't seem a bit out of place if he didn't speak up. Right about this time, Wei Yuan also came with Amilo. Okay, stop showing off and get on the transport ship. Chapter 33. No, dude, you spit on me. Haha, look brothers, this is the interior of the transport ship. Even though this is the second time I've been here, every time I come, I'm still shocked by the interior space. Look, how cool is this door? It's just so cool. Before, this hatch was used to put the primary energy saw in. That was a shocker at the time. Now we can only see that this place is huge. Haha. Amilo is definitely a super rich woman. I've eavesdropped on her conversation with Jen before. This transporter belongs to Amilo's own family. A proper rich white woman. If Jen can get close to Amilo, we'll definitely have nothing to eat or drink, brothers. The oil stealing woman walks in line, shredding and recording video. It was the first time Windblown Fart had followed them around, and it was puzzling to see the oil stealing woman's behavior. There's no live streaming in the game at all. What's he doing? Won't he feel embarrassed? Couldn't he see that Amilo was getting a little embarrassed? Windblown Fart turned his head and saw the way Wei Yuan moved his eyes away again. It's broken. And the lords feel humiliated. So shameful. The embarrassment on behalf of others is going to be a problem. Windblown Fart lowered his head with a red face. As a rich kid, this was the first time he had experienced the feeling of being so embarrassed that he wanted to pick his toes out of the ground. As the internet, netizens, had said earlier, just when the wind is blowing asses are about to gouge out 3 rooms, Makabaka's hand rested directly on his shoulder. Doesn't it feel awkward to be a thief? Ha ha, the oil-stealing woman is an anchor. Get used to it. That's the thing with holographic simulations. When you play them, you get so immersed that you forget about them all being NPCs. Windblown but expressed his gratitude, but wasn't comforted in the least. Sister Makabaka, this generation is just too strong for me to ignore. Windblown Fart whispered sideways to Makabaka. Just now, just as they were talking, Amilo had been unable to stop himself from laughing several times. The Lord is even more directly full of writing disgrace. How did they do that and still be so calm in front of the lords and Amiro, talking about how they were all NPCs while, after being processed by the system, the Earth language spoken by the players will be automatically translated into the Star Alliance common language, but after touching the relevant words that would reveal the game, it automatically becomes Earth language. So Amiro only felt that these clansmen of Weiyuan Senpai were really god-poking and prodding no matter what they looked like at any given time. I didn't think I'd be able to ride a cosmic ship once in my life. Are we about to start interstellar shuttling? Darkness begged to lie down on the window and look out. Didn't see anything. He also curiously turned his head toward Amilo and asked, Amilo, did you put pee-proof film on your window? Holy pee-proof film. Weiyuan really wanted to throw these 2 disgraceful guys out of the transport ship now. So humiliating. So humiliating. Otherwise, it would be better not to take a couple guys with you when you go to the academy for the competition. It shouldn't be too late to find a few more dependable ones within the players with a more subdued personality. Just as Wei Yuan's scalp went numb, Amilo gave him I get it all. Look, it's alright senior. I know they've all just turned from ordinary people into genetic warriors and haven't been on this kind of transport ship. It's normal. It's normal. Amilo is understanding. The heart is in the right place. The human race is really just like what was rumored before. Since the war with the insect race, the race's resources have fallen apart. No wonder Senior Wei Yuan was famous for his hard work and thrift when he was in school, and all have already done in the Lord's Academy. All subjects grades comprehensive first. After the distribution to the territory, the human race also only sent so a little bit of clansmen over, and they were all normal humans, not even talking about giving a genetic warrior over. Amilo thought of what her dad had said, that when she was close to her graduation test, he would directly send all those potential genetic warriors in the clan to her. There were also nurturing resources that she didn't even have to think about. With this comparison, Amiro suddenly felt that Senior Wei Yuan was really working too hard. Thinking about this, Amiro didn't have the same attitude of laughing at the players that he had earlier. She spoke gently and answered, because during interstellar voyages, spatial cracks will appear, and for the sake of safety, 70 years ago, the Alliance already upgraded all of its flying machines. With the upgraded craft, there is no viewing area, so if you want to see what's going on outside, you can look at the real-time surveillance outside from the main pilot's seat. Amilo finished and tapped the smart bracelet on his wrist. Swish! The images of the universe appear in 3D form to the players. It was like they were already in the universe now. The 3 giant suns are 3 relatively large points of light. Wei Yuan's territory, Blue Star, was already so small that it was almost invisible. Holy, we're out of gravity? I actually don't feel anything, Oil Stealer Woman exclaimed while filming. Amiro smiled. If it was just a normal voyage, basically there wouldn't even be a sense of vibration. But we're, this time, going to use space jumping technology to cross over the war zone. So get yourselves ready. Ready for what? Amilo maneuvered the transport ship in his hands. Only the sound of machinery could be heard ringing above them. Space jump countdown, 3, 2, 1. Prepare to vomit. As soon as Amilo's words fell, the players felt their brains grow big for a moment, and then it's all like Play-Doh, being squished round and flattened. I can't even throw up if I want to. It's all over my body. It's not even physically hard. It's hard on a soul level. Vomit. When the jumping stopped, the players' faces all went white. The oil-stealing woman was even more snotty. Vomit bag. Mecha Peachy delivered the vomit bag. The 5 players collectively hugged the bag and vomited furiously. That's the way it is with space jumps. It can be very uncomfortable. Just get used to it. Amilo wasn't feeling too well either, holding the sap of the bloodthirsty tune tree in a big gulp to push down the discomfort. This is too much to handle. Vomit. Amilo, your house arrived? The oil-stealing woman finished puking and managed to raise her head. Amilo shook his head and said, No, we've only skipped the war zone. We'll have to do it at least 8 more times before we get home. 8 times. All 5 called out. Even Star was tearfully clutching her vomit bag, her entire body radiating an aura of wanting to die. Obviously the physical pain was given off. But this space jump is still so hard. 100 times worse than motion sickness. 100 times over. Jen, I can't. Throw me off here. I'll reopen. Reopen. Makabaka held up her hand in a breathless application. It's just a game, so you don't have to put your life on the line. Makabaka had been a heavy motion sickness sufferer before on Earth. You have to throw up in the car. At the time, she still thought there wouldn't be anything in the world that would be worse than motion sickness. Didn't realize. It really came across. And it's still inside the game. It's just a game. Just a copy of the next. He almost vomited numb. Makabaka was really looking at Wei Yuan prayerfully at this moment. Lords, Jen, let me go. I can't jump. I really can't jump a bit. Vomit. As she said it, she started throwing up again. Wei Yuan also didn't realize that this little girl, after pulling up Makabaka's information, actually had such a strong motion sickness. Space jumping technology hasn't been very perfected yet, and the experience is indeed poor. Senpai, why don't I just turn around and go back and drop your people off again? Amilo asked. If all these humans get off the transports, she and Senior Wei Yuan were the only 2 people left on this transport ship. It feels exciting to think about it. Amilo's small face was slightly red and full of excitement, and the anticipation in her eyes couldn't be suppressed. Return flight even. You were about to start school. It's not good to delay it any further. Wei Yuan lowered his head and began to check out the planets that could dock in this neighborhood. To go on a player's mission. Can you do it without a player? The system side of the system had specifically explained that it would take the players to the central galaxy to find their suitable mentors. That's right. This mission wasn't something Wei Yuan thought up on his own in a flash. Rather, it was a small branching quest given out by the system. These small temporary tasks that are issued out of the blue are given rewards based on the completion of the task. So the player has to go along for the ride. And they still don't have identification. So to get to the central galaxy, they'll have to smuggle themselves in. It was good that the location of the blue star was very, very far away from the central galaxy, and generally this kind of remote some galaxies, as long as enough money was given, people could be arranged to sneak in. But senpai, this is still a war zone between the border guards and the interstellar pirates. Will it be unsafe? Amilo was a little worried. No, they can take care of themselves. Don't worry, find a planet to dock. Wei Yuan said. It's all about chaos. The more chaotic a war zone like this, the more ships are smuggled in. Planets in war zones are chaotic. On the faces of all those who fled, there was numbness. The eyes were all sad as well. Makabaka, along with the oil-stealing woman and the others, followed the instructions given by the system to the starship where the smuggling was taking place. Along the way, a number of various people whose bodies had been blown apart had been seen. The child lies on the side of the already dead mother's face, waiting to die. There are husbands who die and wives who curl up in their husband's arms with dead eyes. There was no crying out. This war zone could even be called dead silent when there was no artillery roar. Makabaka couldn't help the redness in her eyes at just a quick glance. Is there something wrong with the artist who made this screen? Holy, why did you make them so miserable? Makabaka's voice had taken on a sobbing tone. A few minutes before, she'd been throwing up in a stupor. It was a moment to see the hell on earth. It's just a game. Do you have to render the graphics so realistic? Makabaka could no longer help wiping up her tears. It's just gameplay footage. Don't take it too far. Just don't look them in the eye. Windblown butt, standing next to Makabaka, tapped her on the shoulder. This time it was his turn to open up Makabaka, but at the sight of that scene, he actually got a sore nose. A couple of the others weren't much better. Even Star was moist at the corners of her eyes. Stop dawdling and get on the starship quickly. And if you want to live, go squat in the kitchen and keep quiet. You hear me? A purple-skinned man who led them onto the starship had nothing but indifference on his face. Seeing that these 5 little ones actually had the leisure to shed tears, they couldn't help but frown a little. Where are all the strange people from? They've been reduced to smuggling, and they still pity the civilians? Hurry up. He gave another impatient prod. This one is going to the central galaxy and the voyage is 2 days, so there's not much food stored inside. The storage room is relatively decent. At least Makabaka and the others didn't feel crowded when they got together and hunkered down in the corner. Anyone who can get on a starship seems to be a genetic warrior. The oil-stealing woman saw that the purple-skinned man who had led the group was gone, and he quietly raised his head and looked in all directions. There are already 40 or 50 various people huddled in this storage room. Next to the corner where the players had come together in a circle, there was another white, chubby balloon man who was lying on the ground, his eyes staring lifelessly above his head. On his stomach, there was a huge scratch. The silver liquid was flowing out of whichever wound a little bit. The oil-stealing woman looked at him and thought at once of all the civilians who were not even qualified to board a starship. Even the genetic warriors were so heavily killed and injured. Those civilians could only gamble on their luck to see who would survive now. The oil-stealing woman kept telling herself that it was just a game. Though, it's just a game. But he couldn't help it. His eyes reddening slightly. As a human living in peacetime, it's rare to see such a gruesome scene. Even if he kept reminding himself in his mind that it was all a lie, that didn't take away the sadness. I'm going to poke around and find out what's going on with the planet. The oil-stealing woman sighed and stood up to go to the balloon man. That's how dedicated you are to being the anchor of the raiders. Dude, are you okay? The oil-stealing woman came over to the balloon man. At the sound of the voice, the balloonist's eyeballs rolled, but his eyes remained lifeless. It doesn't look like you're alright either. Oil stealer woman spoke with some embarrassment. I'd like to inquire about what's going on with this planet. Aren't the interstellar pirates at war on star M2779? Why has it spread to this side? At that time, when Emilo and Wei Yuan were talking about this matter, the oil-stealing woman even eavesdropped an ear. But this planet where they were boarding the starship now wasn't M2779 either. He asked sincerely, but realized that the balloonist was still looking at him with those same lifeless eyes, and he had his mouth wide open, looking like he had something to say but couldn't. The oil-stealing woman didn't even think about it, and leaned over and put her ear to it. Dude, you whispered to me. A breathless voice rang out from the other side of the oil-stealing woman. I've said it's a war zone, and when the interstellar pirates don't have enough resources, they'll move towards the weaker planets in the neighborhood, plundering the resources, and using the war as a way to feed the war. Do you understand? So much for that. The oil-stealing woman looked sideways at the speaker. It was then that I realized that there was actually another person on the opposite side of the balloon man. This one looks to be in much better shape than the balloon man though. Just at this time, he suddenly felt his ears go cold. Reach out and touch. There is water damage. Holy, dude, what are you spitting in my ear for? Chapter 34 Yuka's the Brainworm. The oil-stealing woman just had a voice. The balloon man then shuddered for a moment, then went wide-eyed and out of breath. Asterisk. Not going to blackmail me, right? The oil-stealing woman took a jolt and took a step back towards the back. The man who had just chimed in, coughed softly several more times in the corner. He's long since almost out of breath. What do you care? The body just sits here. All right? The oil-stealing woman wiped the water stains on her ears with her sleeve. It feels all over the place. It's a game. But it's more or less bad luck that this balloon man spat on him before he died. Looking across the room, this man seemed to know more information. The oil-stealing woman simply came to the man who had spoken. This area was all used by the starship galley to stack food. The man was lying on a large pile of woven bags, wearing a light green robe, and the man was thin, pointed ears and nose, plus a pair of green eyes. If it weren't for his bad looks, the oil-stealing woman would have thought he was an elf. By the looks of you, you don't look like you're from our planet. What clan are you from? The man was still speaking with an in-breath but not out-breath look. His eyes looked straight at the oil-stealing woman, who had obviously noticed the players when they entered the kitchen just now. Ah, the human race, isn't it obvious? The oil-stealing woman smirked and came over in passing. You already know what race I am. What about you? What is it? The Green Witches. My name is Ukaz. Ukaz smiled. You're curious about the war zone. Are you from somewhere else? The kitchen is actually quite full of wounded, but most of the people, even if they heard the commotion over here, were numb and dumbfounded. So when he came across such an NPC who was willing to chat with him, Oil Stealer felt that it was quite rare. Look at Ukaz clearly looking in better shape than the other injuries. The oil-stealing woman thought, this can't be the NPC that's giving them guidance, can it? He or she had just gotten the wrong person and that's why the conversation couldn't be triggered. And then the NPC was smarter and came over and answered it on his own? The more I think about it, the more I realize that's what's going on. The oil-stealing woman looked closely at Ukaz's face. TSK, this one looks like an ordinary NPC at first glance. It doesn't look as beautifully crafted as Emilo's, not to mention the rough, dry skin, but that eye, it's a little underdone. A game is a game. There will always be oversights by the staff. See, this little bug was found. The oil thief can't hide anything. From Ukaz's viewpoint, it was the human who suddenly smiled in ecstasy after suddenly looking hard at himself for several moments. And the more you smile, the prouder you get. There can't be anything wrong with this human, can there? Ukaz's lifeless eyes rolled a little stiffly. It was always unlikely that his disguise had been discovered. He had already encountered so many Alliance people before without being exposed. It was unlikely that he would be exposed in front of such a first-class human. And again, Ukaz glanced at the dead balloon man. This guy, no guard at all. Even if they realized something was wrong now, in a few moments, they'd be eaten. Humans. I didn't realize that these were the same humans that were able to make even the king bug suffer a big loss. It doesn't look like it's strong at all. Oi, oil-stealing woman, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you'd gone to inquire? Begging in the dark saw the oil-stealing woman acting like a little cutie. Smiling at a green-skinned man in the corner, and smiling for half a day. Suddenly felt that something was wrong. Didn't the Lord say? Tell us to stay on this stowaway starship in peace. If we can't complete our mission this time because of you, then you're dead. Begging in the dark reached out and pressed his hand on the oil-stealing woman's shoulder and whispered, the quest we're doing this time, but we can't be resurrected. If we die in the process of doing the quest, there's no way to do this quest. Begging in the dark said as he brought the oil-stealing woman towards the players. Ukaz looked straight into the darkness and begged. This look didn't feel right to the dark begging. It's fine. I'm just poking around for information, playing the game, not clear about the background. Then what's the point of fighting? The oil-stealing woman slapped away the hand that was secretly begging. This man's name is Urkaz, and he's probably the NPC on the starship with whom you can trigger a conversation. The oil-stealing woman whispered. What they said, to Yuka's ears, became intermittent with unintelligible beeps in between. You don't have to be nervous, young man. I'm in such a state that I can't hurt anyone, and in a stowaway ship, it's not permitted to get your hands dirty. Ukaz could see the defensiveness in the dark begging eyes. He instantly became interested in begging in the dark. He had been on the players from the moment they boarded the starship and came into this galley. Humans. What a special race for the bugs. That's right. Urkaz is a bug. No, perhaps I should say that the body's head, which was shaking slightly, the brain named Ukaz, was buggy. This body is just a little close to holding up. He would need to find another body to parasitize just like his companion did. People in war zones are too cautious. The genetic warriors they were able to parasitize were ones with missing arms and legs and were mentally disorganized. A body like that wouldn't survive long at all. Ukaz glanced at where the players had just gathered. Over there, windblown but was completely oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. He also puckered up and untied a rope from a marijuana bag. Are you guys curious to know about war zones and interstellar pirates? Urkaz asked, begging into the shadows. I could give you some of the information I know, but I want to stay with you guys. I'm in such bad shape that the administrators might take my stuff if I don't have a companion with me. Without resources, even if I reach the central galaxy, I will only die. Humans, as a race, are said to be a very sympathetic one in the Interstellar Alliance. They are usually willing to help the weak. Ukaz thought back to some of the information he had learned about the human race from the kingworm when he had left the worm race. That administrator. He still does this kind of thing. Ha, really not a thing. The oil-stealing woman rolled up her sleeves. Wanted man. Let's help him. The oil-stealing woman winked at the dark begging. In a private message, he said, this NPC, it seems a bit off. Secretly begging. You know he's not right and you're still talking to people? Oil-stealing woman, I thought it was some kind of trigger NPC, but I didn't realize it was us being targeted. Oil-stealing woman, anyway, we've been watched. Let's just see what he wants to do. Secretly begging. If you play it off you're dead. This is a special assignment. Begging in the dark doesn't want this mission at all. And it's not long out of the door before it falls apart in the middle of the road. But this Ukaz was clearly having bad thoughts about the five of them. Dark Beg thought about it and replied to Oil Stealer Woman in a private message. Secretly begging. Robuster. If things don't go right, just have Star kill him. The secret beggar and the Oil Stealing Woman looked at each other. The Oil Stealing Woman nodded slowly. The two of them, with Ukaz in tow, headed towards Windblown Fart and their side. At this point, Windblown but is poo-pooing and spitting. Makabaka also had a look on her face that said she had eaten. Only Star, with a test tube-like object in her hand, was gently shaking it. What's going on here? Begging in the dark inquired curiously. They had to see what kind of food this kitchen made was like, so they opened a sack. With some amusement, Star flashed the sack that Windblown Fart had just opened. It was full of test tubes like the one Star had on hand. Inside was a clear, viscous liquid. What's this? Dark Beg took one out and saw that it had nutrient liquid written on it in big letters. It's awful, but I'm kind of hungry again. I should have known that I would have bought some food from the food court and brought it here. Windblown Fart wanted to vomit again when he remembered the nutrient solution he had just drunk. This game is really unnecessary to design such detail. In the game actually still feel hungry. Windblown Fart was filled with pain. The most important thing is not to be hungry. It's to stay hungry all the time will still drop status. Star picked up on that and then drank the one nutrient solution she was holding with an expressionless face. It's okay, it's drinkable, she commented. Makabaka and Windblown Fart both looked at Star with adoring eyes. A bigot is a bigot, even eating something so unpalatable in one bite. Star had gotten used to it a long time ago, and when she was at home, How hard hadn't she eaten the tonic? She glanced at Ukaz, who had been brought over by the oil-stealing woman and the others. Who is it? An NPC, but it seems like his mind is not quite right. Said that he wants to follow us all the way? Have a caretaker? Got seriously injured. And the oil-stealing woman wants to ask for some information. Begging in the dark simply said. Star nodded. The team with the strongest overall strength is definitely Star. But the real captain is secretly begging. Just listen to you. Star drew 2 more nutrients. She walked over and handed it to the oil-stealing woman. At this moment the oil-stealing woman was talking to Ukaz. Ukaz began to tell the oil-stealing woman about his experience, based on the memories in the brain of this corpse he had devoured. When he saw Star coming over, he smiled at her curtly. Star nodded expressionlessly at Ukaz. The nutrient solution isn't too good, but it makes the stomach feel a bit full and the hunger value won't drop anymore. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. I haven't eaten yet. The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Uncover the cap on the nutrient solution and give it a mouthful to smother. Gulp. Just after drinking one, the oil-stealing woman's stomach surprisingly growled again. He subconsciously looked over toward the other one. I'm a little hungry, so I'll drink this one too. Star brought 2. One for the oil-stealing woman and the other for Ukaz. Ukaz waved his hand. I already drank earlier. The nutrient solution in the kitchen is manageable. This low-grade nutrient solution is no longer quite enough for brainworms. It was still the brain marrow fluid of the genetic warriors that was more to their liking. Oil-stealing woman smiled as she took this nutrient solution, and without half feeling bad about it, she directly poured it down. Star looked at him silently. 6. You're 6 what again? The oil-stealing woman smacked her lips, feeling a little hungry still. Why do you feel like you can't get enough to eat today? He rubbed his stomach a little strangely. I guess I'm hungry because I've been laboring all day. The nutrient solution is all over there. Go get you some more? The oil-stealing woman nodded. Windblown, but they've seen the oil-stealing woman drinking nutrient solution. A few eyes went wide. WOJ, is the oil-stealing woman's tongue a poser? It can't be that this guy just shuts down his sense of taste, can it? Windblown Fart exclaimed in shock, and then hurriedly opened the page to try to find it, to see if he had forgotten to turn off any senses again. Makabaka frowned. Taste won't shut it off, and the oil-stealing woman is quite a picky eater. There's a problem. Darkbag rubbed his chin. Something's wrong. There's a problem. The 3 of them made a chin-stroking gesture together and just looked sandily at the oil-stealing woman who was coming towards them. Quickly present the master with a few more nutrient solutions. The oil-stealing woman grinned and reached out for the nutrient solution. But the next second, it was as if he was stuck, his eyes swinging wildly, and then his mouth began to open and close. Asterisk asterisk. Guys, I'm stuck. Oil-stealer woman exclaimed in her head, finding no way to speak out. Rush to their squad's group and send a message. Holy, guys, was that nutrient liquid I just drank not a fake bar? How come my body is starting to not listen to me? Fogweed. There can't be a bug. Randomized quest, a new branch of the bugs. The people you summoned are being attacked by brainworms. Please exterminate the worms immediately. Mission reward, detailed information on the bugs. Brain bug gene. Wei Yuan, who was lying down in the transport ship and was lying down in a kudzu position, snapped his eyes open. I want half. Are these sand sculptures so unlucky? Just let them go on a stowaway ship by themselves and they run into bugs? New branch of the brain bug. Wei Yuan took a closer look at the message given by the system, and immediately his face turned ugly. Bugs are coming. And what appeared were bugs that hadn't been seen before. Brainworms. What is it? Wei Yuan had studied at the Lord's Academy for so many years, and had also been first in every course. But the word brainworm was not half recorded in those textbooks of the Lord's Academy. Done. It's not like you're with them yourself. These sand sculptures, when they run into the bugs, I'm afraid there's only one way to die. Wei Yuan frowned. Players could still be resurrected when they died, and as for the quest, one could still go back and pick up a few more players to go to the central galaxy. But this brain bug thing was a bit serious. Trigger, removal of brainworms. The body of the player's oil thief is being infested with brainworms, and the players need to work together to get rid of them. Mission reward, brain bug gene. Chapter 35, let me open your skull. Brainworms. The oil-stealing grannies are stupid. When was he invaded by a brainworm? It's the spit that the balloon man just spit out. The oil-stealing woman blew up at once. It's over, brothers. Barbecue. Just now that balloon man spit towards my ear. It must have been that time the brainworm went from my ear to my brain. What to do? I don't want to die. I haven't gotten a good feel for level 2 yet. Oh, save me. Star, save me. What to do? What to do? Oil-stealing grannies are frantically messaging the group. And keep it starring. It was a series of messages that kept bouncing around in his head. Star's face grew ugly. Yukas had long been watching the fun from the corner. Would they notice when their companions were about to be eaten? Hungry. I'm so hungry. Slightly jarring sounds came out of the oil-stealing woman's mouth, and his eyeballs were fluttering from side to side like toys being fought over back and forth. Oil stealer, it's over. It's over. The brainworms are going to take over my body. Oil-stealing woman, all my brain is being chewed on too. I hear you. Oil-stealing woman, at star. Oil-stealing woman, at star. Oil-stealing woman, big brother help me. Biggie, hurry up and get that bug out of me. I'm going to die. Am I going to reopen? My money Star's brows tightened and he growled lowly. Shut up. She drew a tang sword at her side, and an aura so sharp that it sent chills all over the body instantly filled the area. Yuka's entire bug was dumbfounded. What's the situation? He's just hungry. What are you doing? Infighting is forbidden here. I didn't say I was going to kill him. Star glanced impatiently at Ukaz. Help him heal his brain. In the group. Oil-stealing woman, I'm scared when you're like this. Big brother. Star, is it useful to be afraid? How are you going to exterminate the bug without opening your skull? Wait for it to eat all your brains and then you reopen it? Shut up if you want to live. Makabaka, 6. Windblown butt, 6. Secretly begging, 6. Oil-stealing woman, 6. The oil-stealing woman was weeping in her head. This Star guy must have done it on purpose. This petty woman. But it's also true that there's no other treatment now but a craniotomy. The oil-stealing woman's body was still stuck and her mouth was screaming with hunger. Star doesn't spoil it. The tang sword was raised high and aimed at the top of the oil-stealing woman's head. Craniotomy. Vertical or horizontal cut? Makabaka and Windblown Fart are still eating their words, or secretly begging for a riposte. Crosscut. Crosscut. Oh. Star coolly switched the position of his tang sword. Don't worry. I have quick hands. Oil-stealing woman, I can't thank you enough. He's just hungry. It's not enough to kill him, is it? The more Yukas looked, the more wrong he was. What was the human doing this time? Wasn't it agreed that humans are peaceful and friendly and very compassionate to the weak? How they are going to give their companion a kill just because he is hungry? Why didn't the others stop it too? Yukas has kind of eaten the brains of a lot of races since he entered the alliance. There's sort of a better understanding of the basic moral theories of these communities, though none had ever encountered a human before. But he remembered that those alliance people generally felt that the human race was a very kind community. Could it be that the human race has also changed because they've been avoiding the world for so long, but no one in the alliance knows about it? This must be reported to the king before it can be done. Just as Ukaz was muttering in his mind, the oil-stealing woman's brains have been uncovered. The tang sword in Star's hand was perfectly retracted into its sheath after a graceful arc. Begging quickly in the dark, he opened the oil-stealing woman's brain as soon as he pressed the thin line opened by the star. Oil-stealing woman, holy, my head is cold. Oil-stealing woman, at Windblown butt, dude take a picture of me, quickly, I have to post it to my friends when I get offline Windblown butt, dude you are awesome. Windblown Fart kind of wanted to throw up, but the people involved were in such good spirits that he fought back the nausea and started videotaping the oil-stealing woman. The moment his brain shell was uncovered, his brain tissue wobbled slightly like tofu. Blood began to bubble up from where the edges of the brain were sliced. Where are the brainworms? Darkbag muttered under his breath. Oil stealer, that pussy spit in my right ear. It must be on the right side. Look for it. Oil stealer woman, hurry up. My blood is starting to drop. Oil stealer, have you found it yet? Dark begging to look carefully. Blood has been flowing non-stop. Simply cannot find Get on it and find it. Star peeled away from the dark begging and went straight for it. Sticky blood soaked Star's fingers. Ukaz watched Star's movements nervously. He watched as Star's fingers stirred in the oil-stealing woman's head. It just felt like my brain, too, had been opened up. Touché. Ukaz's pupils shrank as if he had heard a demonic whisper. Then he saw that the human woman, with one hand, had seized up his companion. It was a bug that looked like a brain, fleshy and covered in blood. When he was captured, he didn't even have the ability to turn around and bite Star. She grabbed the bug and took a closer look at it. Bugs, that's it? You can crush it with one hand, right? What's so scary about that? Ukaz, standing not far away, was trembling. Bugs don't communicate by words, they communicate by brainwaves. By now, Star's fingers were so hard that it had made the brainworm tremble in pain. Panic, agony, several emotions were transmitted to Ukaz via brainwaves. At a closer look, it still feels weirdly disgusting. Oil-stealing woman, it looks like it's eaten part of your brain tissue. Star gave a disgusted look at the oil-stealing woman's brain. After the brainworms were caught out, a large chunk of the oil-stealing woman's brain tissue was left empty. Oil-stealing woman, sister, stop talking for a second and help me cover my brain. It's really cold, and my blood level keeps dropping. the oil-stealing woman's body won't recover for a while, so he was left to post his current feelings in text in the group. Okay bah. Cover the brains of the oil-stealing woman. Star put a force in his hand. Snap. The brainworm was directly crushed and exploded. Vomit. Windblown fart and Makabaka both threw up. Seeing the brain tissue of the oil-stealing woman just now was disgusting enough. And then I see Star facepalming a bug that looks a lot like a brain and crushing it to death. And pinched out pops. The two of them couldn't take it anymore. Vomit. Didn't we get rid of the brain bugs already? Why isn't there a hint that the mission has been completed? Dark Beg asked. Chapter 36, A Full Meal and a Full Stomach. Yeah, why? Star calmly wiped the liquid off her hands. Then with a cold gaze, he turned to Ukaz, who was still trembling slightly. Dude, you should have seen it earlier, right? From her waist, she drew her tanged sword again, but it was the left waist that was just drawn out and the right hand was used. This time, she drew two. The twin knives are long. The other players on the long path have to make way for her. Ukaz's face instantly turned incredibly pale. He was now incredibly sorry that he had found this parasitic body that was a first-class genetic warrior, and with serious injuries. My king will not let you go. You, the human race, can only be the rations of the insect race? Better talk to me in your own body first. The long blade flashed in Star's hand, the head of the Green Witch clan, the upper part of which was immediately sliced open. His brain had been completely eaten by Ukaz. By now the brain tissue inside had also been taken over by an entire brainworm. At first glance it looks like this brain with eyes and mouth growing out of it. It's ridiculously ugly. Without hesitation, Star flung out a blade. Ukaz was instantly sliced in half. In the meantime, in the middle of a bug nest, a huge king bug opened its eyes. Inside the nest, the mature brainworm mother trembled. My king, Ukaz and the others, dead. The compound eyes of the kingworm opened and looked at the brainworm bug mother. Any last messages back? Yes. The mother bug passed on the last message she had received from Ukaz to the king bug. The black-haired, black-eyed young girl held two long swords in her hands and swung them indifferently. The message ended abruptly, but the king bug's compound eyes whitened at once. Human. The wings on his back fluttered slowly. It's a human. Back then, it was after eating a few humanoids that he came to the decision to create a brainworm. Now it was hard to create a few brainworms with independent thinking and drop them into those foods. I didn't expect to lose two of them at the hands of the human race right at the beginning. It's a real frenzy. King, it takes 1/10 of the nest's energy to differentiate a brainworm with an independent mind. And we're running out of energy. The brain bug mother slowly spoke. The other bug races have been devouring according to their original evolutionary routes. And the swarms are all incomparably large. We seem to be lagging behind. The competition from the bugs is just as fierce. Each king bug is paired with a nest. The nests hatch the workers. The worker worms search for energy sources to devour and bring back to feed the kingworm and the nest. And then more worms hatch. All the thinking of such a colony is ruled by the king bug. The one bug. This is the route that the bugs have been following for thousands of years. But this king bug in front of the brainworm was very different. After eating a few humans, he began to choose to have the nest undergo another hatching. Years of experimentation down the line, the brainworm mother was hatched. Then the bug mother absorbs some of the energy from the nest and gives birth to more brain bugs. But brainworms are hard to come by. In all these years it had only given birth to 7 brainworms that possessed the ability to think independently and had intelligence. Ukaz and the brainworm that died not long after it appeared. That's what it's been producing lately. The youngest one, the brainworm, hadn't even gotten around to naming himself. The brainworm mother was a little bleak. They're still going the old evolutionary route, and that one is a dead end. The king bug, you said disdainfully. Every king bug has intelligence, but not every king bug is smart. Those stupid guys, all they know how to do is eat and eat and eat and eat, and in the end, they just eat all the energy and then go looking for it again. In a vast universe, searching for energy, go eat again. If, unfortunately, you run out of energy on the way to find it, you die. It's just plain stupid. You thought for a moment, have those few that have already invaded successfully, keep all the news down, and never let those alliance people find out about our evolution. According to the news that came back from those previous ones, the human race had all gone into hiding since that big battle. They usually show up very little. I didn't expect that this time, when the brainworms struck, they would encounter the human race again. King Bug licked his tongue. The human race. It was the toughest and most intelligent race within those alliance people. Such a race would be nice to have at his disposal. Think of all that human intelligence. Looking at the brainworm mother in front of him, which he had spent a lot of resources to create, the kingworm moose-eyed slightly. A knockoff is a knockoff. It's still quite a bit worse in the end. That being said, it also seems that his intelligence began to increase after eating humans. That You remembered a couple other king bugs. Back then, he wasn't the only king bug that fought against the human race. It's all a bunch of sly guys. After saying this, the king bug closed his huge compound eyes again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing the brainworm. Reward, bug details. Brain bug gene. See the message from the system. Wei Yuan was stunned. The player killed the brainworm? What the hell? He hurriedly used the system to check the perspective of the oil-stealing woman and the others. Sure enough, it's a newly emerged species. Wei Yuan absorbed the system's reward while checking their visual information. Looking at the various types of intelligence that the bugs had, over the years, densely differentiated themselves into. Wei Yuan was numb. Holy, these bugs, are they going against the grain? Originally, the strength of the insect race was already above the alliance of all races. The alliance has been able to survive all these years thanks to technology. But now, looking at the column of bug details, several special bug species appeared. Wei Yuan sighed. I'm afraid that all of this information is still unknown to those within the alliance. If they rashly told the principal the news, I'm afraid they would still have to investigate the players they summoned. It's even more problematic when it turns out the players are black. Wei Yuan simply took the video that the players had recorded, excerpted paragraphs out, and took out the images of the brainworm separately, posted it directly on StarNet. On the Star Network, Wei Yuan also made a point of using a shocking body headline commonly used by gamers. Surprise! Bugs have been spotted in the war zone. The newest branch of the bugs, the brain bugs. After all these years, our technology has evolved. So what have the bugs evolved? A series of headlines plus videos were sent out by Wei Yuan. Usually with news of the bugs, the video will explode. So I won't vote for traffic. Wei Yuan looked at the page that popped up to recharge and increase the flow, and calmly forked it. The oil-stealing woman sighed. His brain was pressed back, but the body is still a bit uncoordinated. I can't be so damn unlucky that this brainworm ate just the part of the brain tissue that coordinates the nerves. Even if you eat it, you'll be fine. I can see the wounds on your brain are starting to heal. Dark begging picks away at the oil-stealing woman's hair. The incision has begun to grow closed. Chapter 37, College Walk, Provocation of the Elves. Sorry, the content you posted has been deleted due to a violation. Wei Yuan looked at the message on the star page with cold eyes. Nice guy. The latest news about the bugs has not only gone unnoticed, and deleted in seconds? It looks like an insect race has appeared inside the alliance. Wei Yuan glanced at Amiro, who was still giggling and smiling sweetly at himself not far away. The Star League isn't safe anymore. Everyone's idea of the bugs is that of a bunch of monsters who only know how to eat and eat. But now, these brainless monsters have not only grown brains, but they've also differentiated. How many people within the league could have been manipulated? The wars that have been waged over the years, and the ones that have defected from the military region. Could there be a bug hand in this as well? Wei Yuan couldn't decide. The existence of being able to directly control the StarNet audit, and even erase everything he sends out. To do all this, people of low status can't do it. Who could it be? Senpai, we'll be arriving at Kashgar satellite soon. Do you want to come and sit at my house? Amiro looked at Wei Yuan with loving eyes. Without those obtrusive humans, the air smelled sweet when she stayed with Senior Wei Yuan. I'm not going to do it as a guest. Just put me down on the closest route that can go to the central galaxy. Wei Yuan said with a smile. A guest? What kind of guest? Any late arrival at the moon of Kashgar and one would miss the last starship to the central galaxy. Amilo watched Wei Yuan leave. He's just gone. Not a single stop. Mecha Tao Tao sent up a handkerchief. Master, don't be sad. At least you've brushed off a little bit of goodwill with Lord Wei Yuan now. I just have a feeling that Senior Wei Yuan is very handsome even in the back of his departure. Mecha Peachy. Forget it. This master is probably hopeless. Windblown and the five of them have no heart. I had just finished solving the brainworm thing and fell asleep in the cabin in a flash. Hey, wake up all of you. Hurry up and get down there. You're already in the central galaxy. The purple-skinned man took a stick and knocked next to the oil-stealing woman. The oil-stealing woman woke up with a stream of harumphs. Begging in the dark they all slept around too. That's it. Windblown rubbed his eyes. It doesn't feel like it's been more than a couple hours, and I can't believe it's here. The five men followed the purple-skinned man off the starship again as if they had been on it. Wei Yuan was standing not far from the starship. Wow! Jen, you came to pick us up. Oh, you don't even know that, Jen. I almost died on the road. Jen! Lords! The oil-stealing woman paddled over with a sliding shovel, wrapped her arms around Wei Yuan's thighs, and began to tearfully start talking about what had happened in the starship. Dark begging, Makabaka and Windblown are constantly adding to the mix. Star also looked like she was relieved, and the moment she saw Wei Yuan appear, her eyes softened considerably. The insect race is still really cunning. Luckily you guys are fine. Wei Yuan patted oil stealer woman's shoulder. The lad was really unlucky. He's always the first thing to go wrong. This guy, though, has a pretty hard life. By the way, Jen, we killed someone on the starship. That purple-skinned person won't come after us, right? The oil-stealing woman glanced a little apprehensively at the purple-skinned administrator who was not far away, still staring at them. I'm here. There's nothing to worry about. Wei Yuan's words had just finished. That administrator then bowed and ran over to Wei Yuan. My lord, these few little warriors we delivered safely for you. My master said that it's our honor to be able to work for a lord of your rank. We can't charge you for this road fee. He had watched the players finish talking to Wei Yuan before he dared to come up. That respectful look made the players look dumbfounded. I cam, dish this guy was not this dogged when he was rushing us to the starship. Is this what it feels like to have a backer? Oh, it feels so safe with Jen. Whoa, what rank do you think our Jen has to be? To be able to make even this level 5 purple-skinned man so respectful. Wind-blown, but they were shaking with excitement. Instead, Star looked at the three of them with a look of a 5th-level warrior, personally running to pick them up even. On the way, they were going slow and pushing their luck along the way. The purple-skinned man also just prodded without making a move. By the time they got to that galley compartment, all the passengers were in awe of the purple-skinned man. Even that brainworm, it kept repeating that you can't kill people on a starship or something. But Star had killed someone, and the purple-skinned man had seen it at the time and just looked away as if nothing had happened. Such a powerful being would cast a net over them just because of a few of them? You can tell that with a little bit of brains. That's definitely because Lord is a very strong being. Star looked at Wei Yuan, his eyes flashing with excitement. I really don't know how powerful an existence Lord really is. What kind of nymphomania am I on? This is the game. It's just a game. Star kept admonishing herself mentally. On the surface, though, she looked as high-strung as ever. Who is your master? Wei Yuan took the purple-skinned man's return. The money he had paid out for the players to travel. It's full of energy mines. It's not a bad value. The purple-skinned man watched as Wei Yuan blithely retrieved the bag of energy ore. His eyes were glazing over a bit. This adult. How come you're really taking away the road toll? Normally, shouldn't an adult of his high rank be rewarded with these energy mines as he goes along? The purple-skinned man sighed silently in his mind. It felt like I had just been sort of happy for nothing. I can't believe I ran into such a stingy adult. Count on your master having an eye for a friend worth making. Wei Yuan tapped on his smart brain page. Tell him to turn around and add me as a friend. I'll give him a pass later. The purple-skinned man instantly turned sad to happy. Cheerfully, he topologized the communication code of Wei Yuan, though there is no favor to be had with this lord. But with this lord's communication number, his own master would give quite a few rewards when he returned. All right, let's go. Wei Yuan waved his hand and led the players straight to the recruitment market. The intergalactic 10,000 is really no joke. The oil-stealing woman had just walked into the job market and was dazzled. There are strange-looking races everywhere. There are those that are similar in size to humans, and those that are completely unrecognizable as creatures. There was even a cloud of gas that yelled as the oil-stealing woman walked by. What's cutting in line? It was a great way to watch the players' eyes glaze over. Is this a real interstellar race? This is too cool. If this gets back on video, those guys are going to go crazy with excitement. The players were all bleary-eyed. The oil-stealing woman is even videotaping everywhere, afraid that she has not recorded anything. Our interview room is in 306. Let's go. Wei Yuan took the room number he drew from the Talent Market Administration and walked towards the corresponding room. The interview session was nothing to write home about. The job search process is no different than an interview on Earth. One could even argue that it wasn't nearly as exciting as when the players ran into the brain bugs while on the starship. Meritocracy. The lists are given to you. Sift through them, and if any of you feel fit to bring back as your teachers, stay. Wei Yuan left the players behind and went straight to the Lord's Academy. Yoo-hoo! Who do I see? Our Lord's Academy's college bully is back? What are you doing back at the academy if you don't go and run your Thai territory properly? It can't be because the territory location is just too good to be true. It was spotted by the Star Pirates, and now it's going to be blown up, so it's running back to ask for support, right? Snarky words rang out just as Wei Yuan was about to enter the principal's building. Wei Yuan wrinkled his eyebrows at the person who spoke. The other man was not tall and looked a little rough and dark-skinned. She was also wearing a tiger-skin dress and looked primitive. What is it? Wei Yuan coldly glanced at the other party before striding forward and preparing to skim over. It's not like he's going to stop and confront someone if some cat or dog stops and talks. Wei Yuan didn't even have the desire to speak even one more word with such a person. Damn it, what are you so mad at me for? The human race is just a small race that is about to decline and disappear. Wei Yuan, You alone instigated a battle between the human race and the goblin clan. Don't you have a bad conscience? Noisy. Wei Yuan just wanted to enter the principal's building, and this guy directly blocked the gate. Wei Yuan, who was already in a bit of a hurry, was in a bad temper at this moment. The Earth Elf clan? Are you planning to take revenge on the people of the Earth Elf clan? Wei Yuan calmly stepped forward. Condescendingly, he looked down at the ground elf who was not the least bit impressed. Bastard! If you want to die in front of the principal's building, I can send you to your death right now, Wei Yuan whispered in the ground elf's ear. You! Don't you dare! See if I dare! Wei Yuan held out his hand. Just as Wei Yuan was about to remove this eyesore, the door to the principal's building slowly opened. Then there was the voice of the principal. Alright, Wei Yuan, is there something going on back at the academy? Wei Yuan reached out and pushed the ground elf out of the way as he went straight into the principal's office. The crane-haired principal looked at Wei Yuan amiably. Principal, I have a video here that you might want to take a good look at. Wei Yuan sends the video to the principal. It's about the bugs. Bugs. The expression on the principal's face was serious for a moment. This video, after I uploaded it to the Star Network, was quickly deleted. And principal, I think you should know better than I do what that means. Outside the door, the ground elf stared at the headmaster's building with a hard look on his face. Hateful. It's really hateful. This Wei Yuan. It's almost like there's no one else in sight. How dare a tiny human provoke him? It was important to know that the elf clan and the goblin clan were both eldritch species that were extremely difficult to breed. So when a gnomon elf crossbred to give birth to a ground elf, that was one more direction that meant the future of the two races. He's the baby of two races. This Wei Yuan not only dared to be so arrogant as to cut off the head of a gnome and post it online as an example to others, and have the audacity to openly call out other races. Such an attitude made the heart of this only earth elf at the moment upset. His cousin, the prince of the elf clan, with an unparalleled status, was even being pushed down by this person called Wei Yuan. It's just a tiny human. So what can you do even if your grades are good? In the end it's still just a piece of trash with a short lifespan. How dare you provoke our goblin clan on the Star Network? They're all a bunch of losers. A 5th level planet can't even be taken. If it were up to me, I would have already enslaved all those trash of the human race. The ground elf whispered. He crouched on the ground, his eyes still evil. But the next second, a large shadow loomed over his head. And Yedon's cousin? Wei Yuan's voice rang out from above the ground elf's head. The ground elf instantly raised his head and looked at Wei Yuan with contempt. It's just a human. How dare you? How dare you even come to the Star Network to provoke us goblins? Since I ran into you today, I'm going to tell you that the position of the Führer is my cousin's. You piece of trash. Don't even think about it. The human race will also pay a price because of your arrogance. Our goblin clan has been successfully angered by you. That unit of slain goblins is merely the weakest batch in the goblin clan. Snap. In the course of the ground elf's endless badgering, Wei Yuan was really not in the mood to continue listening. After coming out of the principal's office just now, he had heard the words muttered by this ground elf. He had never been much of a hitchhiker for this kind of stupidity. But today, it just so happens that the mood is not so good. So when the other party was shredding, Wei Yuan did not have half a face left for the other party. A direct slap in the mouth. In his face, the ground elves blew up. How dare you punch me in the face? I'll kill you. When my cousin ascends to the position of Führer, I'll make all of you human slaves. He roared out. Wei Yuan's brows tightened furiously. Has it really been too long since the human race has been in the public eye? How dare a cross between a goblin and an elf talk like that? Or say, the goblin clan had become arrogant to such an extent. Who gave them the courage? Elves? Wei Yuan was furious. He grabbed the ground elf by the neck and slapped him in the face again, along with knocking out several of the ground elf's teeth. Not far away. And Yedong was watching this scene and couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Young patriarch, this is not good, is it? At his side, the elf steward had worried eyes. The ground elf guy is not in his right mind, casually being instigated by an Yedong for 2 sentences. The impulse went to his head, and now he was even directly provoking Wei Yuan's head. There was no guarantee that what he said wouldn't really offend Wei Yuan. If Wei Yuan kills him at that time, this will not be easy to explain. What are you afraid of, Wei Yuan? This person, his temper has always been very good, and the human race can afford to offend the goblins, but cannot afford to offend the elves. This Andy is a bastard. Still really think that it is my cousin. Give him a lesson. Chapter 38 Wei Yuan's True Strength. And Yuatan was confident. Wei Yuan is just a human. Even if he is in the limelight, what can he do if he overpowers Feng Yuxing and I? It's not the everlasting seed. He's not even qualified to be our opponent. After An Yedong finished speaking, the butler who had been following him around to take care of him had a blank expression on his face. The young patriarch is really spoiled. Boom! A somewhat muffled voice suddenly sounded. Just as Yedong had finished making his confident remarks, he saw Wei Yuan pulling out a soft towel from his pocket with a bit of disgust and meticulously wiping his fingers. Damn! And Yedong's pupils trembled. The ground elf's head had been crushed. The broken head cracked like a watermelon that had been shattered. The ground was covered in spattered blood. Wei Yuan! And Yuetong was dumbfounded. And all of a sudden he couldn't stabilize himself as he rushed straight out of the corner. Looking at the blood all over the ground, and the dead earth elves, he trembled with anger. How dare you? What wouldn't I dare? Wei Yuan folded the hanky he had finished wiping his hands with and took it back into his pocket. Sure enough, flies are in a better mood after they've been pinched. In the Lord's Academy, he, Wei Yuan, was just keeping a low profile. It's not like he really had no temper. Yasuki-san, if you want to find fault with me in the future, it's better for you to do it yourself. After all, I don't have the means to get you killed in one go right now. How dare you? How dare you? And Yedong was trembling with anger. Asterisk. Wei Yuan glanced at Yedong, back and forth just like that. Ha! How dare you? Didn't I already crush him? What's the matter? You want to get me in trouble? Or are you going to let this butler behind you come after me? Wei Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the butler at Yedong's side. The elf clan has been offering the elf royal family's steward for generations, and their strength is still good. But at this point, seeing Wei Yuan's eyes, this butler who had been following the elf royal family for many years also felt a chill run through his body. Yes, butler, he killed my cousin. Why don't you quickly avenge my cousin? And Yedong was anxious. Play it off. The ground elves do look stupid as hell, but he's really quite special. The gnome one and the elves, in the very beginning, lived on the same planet. So there has always been interoperability between the two communities, but by the interstellar age, all races began to try to unlock the genetic lock. Once they unlocked their genetic locks and became genetic warriors, the common races, who used to procreate easily, began to have a hard time procreating, and those eldritch species were not meant to be good. It's harder to be born after you unlock your genes, the gnome one and the elf one, both of which are eldritch species. Their own race doesn't have many newborns every year, not to mention after intermarriage. For hundreds of years, there just hadn't been any children born to genetic warriors of the two races who had interoperability. Still, it wasn't until Enyuto's mother managed to gain the throne of the Elf King after battling his sister-in-law. Then Enyudong's sister-in-law, as is tradition, married the strongest warrior of the Goblin clan. A few years later, it was surprising that such an interoperable child of both races was born. So, although Yedong despised this cousin, but he also had to admit it. He'll be in trouble when this cousin of his dies. And this trouble, it's all brought to you by Wei Yuan. Endless anger filled in Yedong's chest. He had to get Wei Yuan back. It's only fair to let Wei Yuan take the wrath of the Goblin ones. Butler, arrest Wei Yuan and take him back to the Goblin clan. The Goblin one would be better off just killing Wei Yuan. In that case, he would only have Feng Yuxing as an opponent. Ha ha. Wei Yuan looked at Yedong and directly laughed out loud. It's a ING talent. You think I've been in school for so many years and managed to be number one because of my culture classes? The air around Wei Yuan suddenly distorted. As he approached Yedong step by step, his aura grew geometrically. The air around him even started to thin out until he walked in front of Yedong. A look of horror instantly appeared on the faces of Yedong and the butler behind him. They even felt that their knees were starting to get sore. It was like tons of weight on his shoulders. How is this possible? You're still just a student. How could you have unlocked the 9th level gene lock by yourself? And Yedong's speech was a little broken under the immense pressure. Wei Yuan smiled and patted his cheek. It's just nice for the elves to have the tree of life for sustenance. This skin is quite tender to the touch. It's just that this slap is a slap mark, not very durable. Wei Yuan lowered his hand, and Yuetong's face was already swollen high. The handsome face he was so proud of now looked nothing like a pig's head. Going to sue? Ha? Going to have your butler arrest me? Wei Yuan smiled and looked at the butler behind Yedong. The butler's heart missed a beat at this point. Done. The young patriarch really kicked the bucket this time. He was breathing heavily. Instantly, he bowed down on one knee to Wei Yuan and said, Lord Wei Yuan, we don't have any malicious intent, and as I saw before, it was young master cousin who ran to provoke you first. I will report this matter to the king truthfully. We elves have always believed in peace and friendship, which is similar to the philosophy of the human race, and many years ago, the human race and the elf race still had established diplomatic relations, and we have no ill will towards you, much less capturing you for the Goblin clan. Cold sweat dripped off the butler's head. Nice guy. This young patriarch of his own. He is daring to say anything. Asking him, a freshly unlocked level 8 genetic lock, to capture a level 9 genetic warrior? Do you really think that when it's level 1 and level 2, You're still able to challenge over the top? Realize that the difference between the first level at the beginning is perhaps double and triple the difference. But after the third and fourth levels, the gap between each level is growing exponentially. On the battlefield, a single rank 7 genetic warrior could instantly exterminate tens of thousands of rank 6 genetic warriors. Ninth grade. Both are already top of the league fighters. Wei Yuan had never announced his genetic rank to the outside world. Everyone guessed that he was perhaps a 7th level similar to Feng Yuxing. With this, it could already be said that there were only a handful of geniuses in the history of the alliance. But who would have thought it? Who imagined that? Wei Yuan wasn't even a 7th level. He's a level 9. A level 9 genetic warrior. Not to mention the elven ones. I'm afraid that the divine race's side wouldn't dare to offend him easily. It seems that the status of the human race is about to undergo a sea change. How is this possible? How is this possible? And Yedong's eyes streamed with tears as he flung himself onto his knees. He doesn't believe it. Chapter 39, Genius? I have 130 geniuses under me right now. I, for one, have always kept a low profile. Wei Yuan didn't want to kill in Yedong here either. In the college, there's an old principal keeping watch here. If he had just killed the students, the old principal would not have allowed it. Besides, the elf clan has a deep heritage. In their clan, there were at least 3 level 9 genetic warriors, and every elf king. It's all about injecting a level 10 genlock potion. Only the ones that didn't die, or didn't have a genetic breakdown, to live to become the elf king. So this in Yuetong a good head. There's no way to pinch it off. The human race is still too weak now. Players have to grow up slowly too. TSK. I, for one, have always kept a low profile. Wei Yuan stuck his hands in his pockets and turned around without even changing his tone. Yes, the elf butler instantly got Wei Yuan's meaning. He then fell to his knees and watched Wei Yuan walk back to the principal's building. Only after the terrifying aura around them all disappeared did the elf steward dare to let go of that breath. He instantly went limp. If it weren't for Yedong being next to him, the elf butler would probably be sitting on his butt. And Yuetong didn't have that concern. With a thud, he dropped to both knees and looked dismally at his hands. Long hair hung to the ground and waved when the wind blew through it. How is it possible? How can he be a level 9 genetic warrior? Back then, when he first came to the academy, he was only at level 5. Even that 5th level, I feel like it's fake. A human that's only a few hundred years old. How can it be a match for our everlasting seed? It's only been a couple years? Young patriarch, the elf steward shuddered as he took a look at the situation. Just now, he wanted to complain a bit and ask Yedong why he dared to provoke Wei Yuan without even knowing how many levels he was. But now when he took a look at Yedong's expression, and the words he said, what's wrong with that? And Yedong was on the verge of going crazy with this blow. Genius, every year, who, at the top of their game, doesn't run into someone better than them? And Yuetong has had a smooth life and is still the only child of the Elf King. He had since been of the opinion that he would be the next king of the elves. Will unlock level 10 genes thousands of years from now as well. Even at the College of Lords, the only opponent he could look at was that Feng Yuxing of the divine race. But now, Wei Yuan really slapped him hard. A Wei Yuan he never looked up to. A human being. He's not even a long-lived species. A couple of years. It went from a 5 to a 9. And it's been so low-key. This time, it was even more straightforward to let Yedong know. As long as Wei Yuan he wants to, he just doesn't care about the human race behind him. He could even casually pinch Yedong to death in the academy. It's like crushing that stupid ground elf. Casually pinched. Just think of it as swatting a fly. Young patriarch, don't think anymore. The butler went forward and grabbed Yedong's shoulders, shaking them vigorously. There are geniuses in every session. It's just that some are geniuses while others are absolute geniuses. And someone like Wei Yuan is probably the only one in all the years since the alliance was founded. Don't be too demoralized. Other than Wei Yuan, everyone else is inferior to you. You have to believe in your own talent. And Wei Yuan is not an everlasting seed. And Yuetong looked up. Tears were already sliding down from both eyes. But butler, what if he unlocked the 10th level gene lock? Crazy. And Yedong was really close to being struck with depression now. Standing outside the principal's office, Wei Yuan leaned against the railing, looked at the two figures on the ground, and let out a light laugh. How can you play games with him with that kind of mentality? Not even a tenth of those players under him. And that butler was wrong. In this world, he was not the only one who had upgraded quickly now. Wei Yuan. At least right now, there are 130 of them. It's not too good to hit him like that. The old principal stroked his beard and looked at Wei Yuan with a smile. The most brilliant student he had seen in all his years. It's also just a mild-mannered look. Actually, that temper, the proud son of the sky, that is, you have to rub a little sharpness, Or else you really think that there is no one left in our human race. Wei Yuan leaned against the railing. Headmaster, you saw that video. I suspect that the brain bugs have invaded inside the Alliance. Otherwise they wouldn't have deleted the post I made so quickly. I think we need to get it to take care of it. Doesn't our school have an interface that links to the terminal brain? Let me talk to you about it? The old principal hesitated. What's the point of asking for Can the terminal intelligence even tell who's been infested with brainworms? The old principal frowned. From the video transmitted by Wei Yuan, he saw it too. The branch of the bugs that evolved this time is scary, although the body is very weak. Even a level 2 genetic warrior would be able to crush it with his bare hands, but after having their brains chewed out, the brainworms simply take over the entire body and become the other person's new brain. There seem to be all the memories of the body's original owner. How long has that brainworm been lurking in the Union? Where do I know that much? But get it to talk about it. As the most advanced AI, it must have thought about it more than me. And the accuracy of projecting who was invaded by the brain bugs must be higher than me too. No? Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows. Besides, I haven't even seen what a terminal thinking brain looks like for so many years. And I only know from the elders in the clan that the port in our school is still separated from the human race. The old principal smiled helplessly. Good. Then I'll take you there. Wei Yuan's strength was terrifyingly strong. And in such a short few years, he had unlocked the 9th level gene lock and was still able to maintain an incomparably stable mental state. In this state, the old principal didn't even need to think about it to know that unlocking the 10th level gene lock, it would just be a matter of time. It was just that he didn't know where Wei Yuan had gotten the means to unlock the gene lock. Maybe it's the underbelly of the human race, the old principal thought. Oh people, this is a desperate attempt. Fortunately, Wei Yuan, the child, is very competitive. The next head of state, the one the old principal favored most, was Wei Yuan. The moment he saw the terminal interface, Wei Yuan placed his hand on it. The virtual image of a flickered as it appeared. Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. The system's pleasant voice sounded in Wei Yuan's mind. Hey, how dare you, an interviewer, look down on us? The oil-stealing woman raged a bit in anger. You're not qualified. Call the next interviewer. Talent Market. Room 306. The tall giant stood in front of several players. Furious. A few tiny second-grade gene warriors. How dare they yell at me? Chapter 40. I need to pee. The oil-stealing woman wiped a spit-covered face that had been sprayed. A bitter laugh. Mother asterisk. In the offline world, it's okay to be bared by an interviewer when you're looking for a job. Now make a game of it. And it's so hard to be the interviewer and have to be bared by the interviewer. The point is, nice guy, this mouth is so full of saliva that it spews out like a faucet. No, brother, we're recruiting here to go to Blue Star and be a teacher for the clan. You really don't meet our standards. When Wei Yuan left, he made a point of explaining. The teacher of the ancient martial arts is going to be chosen by the human race when the time comes. This time, when they came over to the central galaxy, the players were allowed to choose from the 4 positions of Weapon Master, Mental Manipulator, Forge Master, and Mecha Master. It's all brought back to Blue Star when the time comes for the players to use for training. But this Cyclops that the oil-stealing woman interviewed, he ran an interview for a mental manipulator. The opening was that they, the Cyclops clan, were uniquely gifted for spiritual power. His mental power level was high, and then his gene lock was unlocked to level 5, which made him very strong. The interview was very flattering, but wait until the oil-stealing woman asks him how he wants to train low-level fighters. This guy came with a sentence. Mental power are born. The Cyclops clan is born with strong mental power. If mental power still need to be trained, it's no different from waste. Hearing things like that, the oil-stealing granny also learned that the guy can't teach at all. Being able to do it yourself, and being able to teach it, are 2 completely different things. No, I'm already here anyway, and there's no one better than me in this scene, so if you don't apply for my job, humph. Cyclops' fists had clenched. He looked threateningly at the oil-stealing woman. Several level 2 genetic warriors were pulled out as interviewers. This person who posted the job posting shouldn't be any stronger. And they were all humans. The human race has long since fallen. The weaker races don't even have a few populations left, let alone produce a few overwhelmingly strong people. Cyclops knew it well in his heart. If the other party was a strong person, then he might even be a bit more restrained. But now they were facing a group of minor characters who were only 2nd level. Oof. It wasn't that Cyclops didn't realize that he wasn't fit for the position at all. But, it pays well. The salary of a mental strength trainer could actually be given up to 200,000 star coins a month. 200,000. It's more money than going interstellar and hunting star beasts. It's still a job where you don't have to keep your head in your pants. A safe batch. I can come to apply for the job because I'm giving you face. You'd better not give face. If you put it in the usual way. These level 2 genetic warriors didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. How dare you reject him now? This interview, even if he didn't get hired, he had to get this $200, 000 a month job. Asterisk you people, are you ready to buy and sell by force? The oil-stealing woman was really angry. A slap on the table. Then the next second it's a big fluttering slap out the door. Moment. The oil-stealing woman is posted on the wall. Blood smeared all over his face. Everything in front of me turned red. Fogweed. 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 My blood. The oil-stealing woman let out a heart-rending cry. His blood dropped most of the tube. It would have been a loss of blood on the starship. At this point, direct blood is near the bottom. Dying. Dying. The copy won't kick him out. The oil-stealing woman's entire body trembled. It's a chance he traded his dignity and face for. Ha! This is what happens when you disobey me. The Cyclops finished slapping the man and condescendingly scorned the other 4 men who had come over. The other interviewees, after seeing that there was a disturbance, all left for the time being. Star frowned and drew his twin swords. This guy, he's strong. Strong and scary. Her eyes fell on the information the other woman had handed to the oil-stealing woman. Level V. Level 5 genetic warrior. Are you planning to make an enemy of us? Dark Beggar pressed down on the tang sword in Star's hand. He stepped forward, calm and collected. In fact, there was still a bit of panic in the back of his mind that Jen had left them to deal with this on their own. That high and low is nothing dangerous. Apparently the other side can be reasonable too. Secretly begging frantically in his head what to do. They definitely couldn't beat this guy if they fought. But this moment if it dies, the replica will probably not be able to be painted. Going by the piss-poor nature of this game plan, if you haven't beaten the copy, you probably won't have the same opportunity in the future. He gave a somewhat toothy look at the oil-stealing woman who was still struggling to pick herself off the wall. But since the mission is already underway, it would be a good idea to recruit such a guy in. Jen won't be happy about this. I didn't strike him dead. He's still hanging on for dear life. The Cyclops opened his mouth in triumph. Actually, just as long as you guys hire me, or the next time I strike, I don't know if I'll remember to leave anyone alive. Threats. Naked threats. Now, it wasn't just Star's face that went cold. All the players looked at the Cyclops with disgust. He, an NPC doing this disgusting thing? Villain. This guy is definitely a villain. Must him. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Knowing it's a game though. But this generation is just too much. Being threatened by an NPC pointing his nose like that. As a player, can you stand it? Do you play the game to aggravate yourself? Even if this copy can't go down, dude has to piss in this pussy's face to do it. The oil-stealing woman limped down the wall. Tramp. Can't swallow this. He roared, hung on to his stump and charged. Dark Beggar couldn't even stop it in time. And Windblown Fart and Makabaka had already rushed up too. As for the stars, the big guy had already been on with his twin swords in hand a long time ago. Hey, I really am. Begging in the dark hadn't even finished a sentence yet. And seeing them all rushing off, how could he continue here? Asterisk. Wait for me. Seeing 5 people rushing towards him at the same time. Cyclops smiled contemptuously. Ridiculous, Griffin. Even if he stood still, let them do it. These 5 mole crickets didn't even have the means to break through their own defenses. Humph. Seeing as you're the application officers, I'll just let you get started for a few minutes. He really just clasped his arms and sneered at the oil-stealing woman who rushed to the front. Rubbish. Don't blame me if you get shocked to death by yourself instead because you hit me and recoiled from the power. The pussy's disgusting, but he's still not very good at taunting. The oil-stealing woman spat. You said it yourself. Stand still and let us fight. The oil-stealing woman unzipped her pants. Chapter 41, My people can piss on anyone they want to. Zip. The hot red liquid splattered all over the Cyclops. The arrogant and domineering appearance just now instantly turned into violent anger. You shall die. Aha. Shame. Never been more humiliated. How dare this level 2 trash. A huge palm that cupped the jaws of the oil-stealing woman. The Cyclops' eyes were on fire. You damned human. You must die. You must die. The others, at this moment, had rushed to the Cyclops side though, but they all stopped silently. Windblown but, Biggie, awesome, 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 secretly begging. You have a way of retaliating in a way I've never seen before. Makabaka, nice guy. I'm calling nice guy straight up, but alas, why is there a health system when this game already gives you this defecation feature? I just see a cloud of mosaic. Star, 6, cough. Hey, how dare you call me a piece of trash? And how dare you lose my bloodstain? I told you, even if I die, I'm going to piss blood piss all over you. The oil-stealing woman was choked by the Cyclops and kept coughing up blood. I'm going to kill you. Cyclops gritted his teeth at the oil-stealing woman. But before I kill you, I have to kill all your accomplices as well. I want you to see with your own eyes that it was your behavior that got your teammates killed. The Cyclops gritted his teeth and cupped the oil-stealing woman with one hand, then also quickly slapped towards the darkness begging them. This was no longer a strength that could be compared to that Goblin King from before at all. The four men were ready. Still, they fell to the ground in an instant from the slap. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Star's head was the first to be pinched up. With one hand, the Cyclops choked the oil stealer's head, and with the other, yanked Star's head over so that the oil stealer could see clearly. Star felt like her neck was breaking, but after unlocking the secondary gene lock, the toughness of this body was simply strong and terrifying. She froze and just felt her brain rise, but her neck just didn't break. I really don't know how strong this body has to be until after the next few levels. All this time, she was still thinking that she was going to have to inject a few of the genes she had just gotten when she was resurrected. When the time comes, High and Low will have to kill back and show this Cyclops what pain means. See? This is what happens when you piss me off. I want you to watch your teammates die. Cyclops' fingers pressed against the top of Star's head. Star, it's something that people don't normally experience. And I feel pretty sick. Secretly begging, it's okay, this copy is estimated to be yellow. When you turn around and want to edit it for us, remember to give it a sad cut. And also, mosaic it. The players were exchanging words in their minds for the moment. Star's face, which had begun to twist and distort. The Cyclops' fingers, in a little bit of force. Obviously, he wants to torture the players to death. And to see the look of pain on their faces, it's just a shame. Everyone's blocking out the pain. At this point, it's all coming clean to death. TSK, just a moment's absence. My people, and you're in danger? Pust. A laser appeared. The hand of the Cyclops that was squeezing Star instantly snapped from the wrist. The Cyclops hadn't felt the pain when the blood spurted out, but the next second, his other hand broke off. It was only then that the pain reached the brain. The door to room 306 was opened. Wei Yuan walked in with a cold face. Standing behind him was the head of this job market. Ah! Cyclops hissed twice in pain. A quick dash towards the corner of the room. He waited until he felt safe before turning to look at the person who had walked in through the door. At his wound, the flesh buds were surging wildly. Then the hand grows back, but his face was a lot harder to look at, and it was obvious that the regrowth of his flesh required quite a bit of energy. Who are you? He looked at Wei Yuan's face. A human facial feature. Are you their master? You're the one who posted the job? This Cyclops has a decent IQ. Wei Yuan glanced at the players who were still alive and sighed in relief. Almost. These precious players themselves are about to be killed by a smash. Meow. It's just one less sentence to explain. Wei Yuan thought of this and coldly glanced at the person in charge of the talent market behind him. The head of the man in charge was in a cold sweat. It was an abyssal race, demonic in appearance and vicious looking. But at this moment, facing Wei Yuan who was obviously a bit angry, the person in charge also had a racing heart. Who would have thought that Lord Wei Yuan would bring a few level 2 genetic warriors to the interview? And there was no hello. Even in the central galaxy, where the law and order was at its best, it was commonplace for the strong to abuse the weak, and it could be seen everywhere. What's more, it's a job market. It's not uncommon for the person being interviewed to be strong and bully the recruiter a bit. Normally the officials at the job market would still be in charge. But this Cyclops, it's all level 5. The market side doesn't want to offend him either. But, I didn't realize it was because of this one oversight. Offended Wei Yuan. Loss. It's a loss. The man in charge felt his neck go a little cold. Looking at that Cyclops was also like looking at a corpse. Your strength is strong, but the reason I laid my hands on your clan is that they insulted me first. Cyclops sensed that things weren't going well. All of a sudden, the arrogant attitude from before was also gone. He pointed to the bloody urine on his body and said hatefully, your clan, a level 2 genetic warrior, pissed on me. It's not the time to be counting the shame. Cyclops could tell by looking at the man in charge. This human in front of me. I'm afraid it's an existence I can't afford to offend. So, he's going to take a gamble that the other guy is a reasonable one. As long as he's disgraced himself more than the other guy. Then the other side, by definition, would give the people on the job market side a face, right? In the eyes of the advanced genetic warriors, the death of 1 or 2 low-level clansmen was no big deal at all. So this Cyclops subconsciously felt. Wei Yuan was saying this because he was feeling offended that he was trying to kill his people. Pity. He bet wrong. My people. They can piss on whoever they want. Wei Yuan icily spat out words that made the Cyclops feel suffocated. And you, just now, were really going to kill them. So, damn you. Chapter 42 Pilot Battleship. Lord Wei Yuan. He's a Cyclops clan. I don't care what race he is. If he wants to kill my clan, it's up to me to destroy him. Wei Yuan coldly glanced at the head of the talent market and, if the Cyclops clan is looking for trouble, they can also come and kill me to avenge him. That's fair, isn't it? The head of the talent market's hands were shaking, wiping the cold sweat from his head as he did so. Facing Wei Yuan's inquiry, he could still only nod his head and reply, yes, that's fair. What the hell is fair? Who would offend a border lord for a common clan member? What's more, it was also the most promising lord to become the next head of the Lord's Academy in all these years. It's not like anyone is as protective as he is. This head of the Abyssal clan muttered in his heart. It looks like you really have to be careful when you go out in the future and run into the human race. This human race, it's crazy to be protective. At this point, the Cyclops, who had already grown all his hands in the corner, had scarlet eyes. He heard it. This human, refusing to let himself go. He's still going to kill himself, just for moving his people himself. Ridiculous. It was ridiculous. How could one give his life away because of those few pieces of trash? Although it was impossible to tell just how strong that human was. But right now, there's absolutely no sitting around waiting for something to happen. The Cyclops' heart crossed, knowing that there was no way Wei Yuan would let himself go, and now he could only fight to the death if he wanted to live. Fight it! Drink! The Cyclops stomped on the ground and jumped up high, attacking in Wei Yuan's direction. His main purpose, however, was not Wei Yuan, but the gap on Wei Yuan's side. He's going to escape. When he left this small space, he would be able to release his mech. When the time comes to turn on the mech to escape at full speed, it is bound to. Cyclops hadn't even finished his thoughts in a split second. His body then stalled in midair. Wei Yuan had appeared at his back. The giant's body was huge, and Wei Yuan, who stood at his back, accurately stomped on his spine. Click! The sound of bones breaking was heard by all. The Cyclops landed with a thud and convulsed. That one eye of his showed fear. Please, let go of me. Wei Yuan got off his back and reached down to press the giant's head. But you just now didn't think to spare my people, did you? He looked in the direction of the players. Star's skull was pinched and deformed, but if he had come a few seconds later just now, this mission is about to fail. 5 fingers, clasped on the Cyclops' head. There is no way to even make a sound when the pain is so extreme. Bang! The brain that was several times harder than a ground elf shattered under Wei Yuan's hands. Blood mixed with brain tissue splattered everywhere. The players felt a redness before their eyes. Makabaka, I throw. Source brother even. So violent? Oil stealer, that's so cool. This. Windblown fart, Lord YYDS. Secretly begging. Ooh-hoo. Second time I've been saved from death by Jen. Love. Star made no comment. Her body was recovering a little bit, and those beautiful eyes were looking straight at Wei Yuan. That way of retaliation. Could the Lord be doing this for himself? Though she kept admonishing herself in her mind that it was just a game. But looking at the scene in front of him, Star's heart was still touched hard. It would be nice for the Lord to be a real person. She was now suddenly able to understand why those 2 spined apes fell in love with paperweights. Star thought to herself that she was, by and large, in love. Clean it up. The interview continues. Wei Yuan pulled out the bloodied pad from his sleeve again. Poverty, but maintain elegance. Wei Yuan sighed and took a hanky to delicately wipe his fingers. Brother Yuan, I'm afraid we can't interview anymore even if we're like this, right? The oil-stealing woman's lumbar vertebrae had been broken. The blood count is also pitifully low. For a while, there was no way to recover. All he could do was pick his hands up on the ground and then crawl as hard as he could. Wei Yuan wanted to take out his pocket and throw him 2 dimes. Begging in the dark also crawled over at this moment, lying side by side with the oil-stealing woman. Brother Yuan, we are saying, can you give a reminder for such a dangerous job in the future? 1 drop short, and we're all out of the group. Wei Yuan looked at these 2 living treasures and asked with a forced smile, why don't you guys inject the Titan Gene Potion? As I recall, you should all have obtained quite a few high-quality gene potions. It's not like those potions, when injected, change racial appearance. They are embedded with the high-quality talent of the corresponding race. Just like the Titan Giant race, they have invincible physical bodies. Once injected with the Titan Giant Gene Potion, you guys, this physical quality, at least 10 times. It's not as if a level 5 Cyclops was beaten like this. Watching the oil-stealing woman and the secret begging their jaws drop to the floor, Wei Yuan also added a question. So why don't you guys use it? Is it because you won't use it? Invincible in the flesh? 10 times the physique? Does the system have an explanation? No. Holy, I thought it was just a bottle of crap potion. I thought so. After all, there's the bugs and whatever goblins are behind them. I actually started out thinking I'd transfer if I injected it. So, I won't have to take almost getting killed to realize that. Holy, guys, this planner is screwing people over again with introductions. Begging in the dark looked at such a small line of labeling affixed to the several bottles of potions in his backpack, and the man was dumbfounded. Wei Yuan touched his nose and vaguely glanced at the dark. Begging. Good boy. You cursed the plotting right in front of your eyes. Begging in the dark suddenly felt a coldness in his body. He shivered. It must be too low. Hurry up with the injection. Hurry up with the injection. Since we already know what it is, where is the reason not to inject it? The moment the light green potion was injected into the body, the players felt a wave of warmth cut through them, followed by an overall rise in all the attributes of their entire body. The originally precarious amount of blood rushed out in a flash. The bloodstain grids are getting more. No wonder it's a good thing only available to the top 10. Are the genes of the Titan clan? So stream approved? Awesome. When the players had gone back to interviewing their teachers, Wei Yuan walked outside to let off some steam and check the rewards he had just received for accessing the terminal thinking interface at the academy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fleet of pilot ships. 81 pilot warships. Sent. Wei Yuan looked at the pilot battleship in the system's backpack and couldn't contain his excitement a little. It's so cool, this pulling battleship. And I don't know when I'll be able to put it in practice. The grin that spread across the corners of his mouth hadn't had time to blossom. Another prompt popped up from the system. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Your territory is about to be attacked. Please return to your ship immediately. According to our system's calculations, the interstellar pirates' voyage route passes through the blue planet, and they will land on the blue planet in 3 days. Probability, 97%. Chapter 43. Wei Yuan are jealous. Or players eat well. Star pirates. Is that the group of pirates that were on planet M2779 earlier? Wei Yuan's heart lifted. When the system prompted earlier, the way he looked at the war zone, it would be at least a month before he could tell the difference between a winner and a loser. I didn't realize they were actually going to return so soon, and it must also pass through the blue star. It's not like I'm crowing, is it? Wanted to try out the power of the pilot battleship. That's good. It seems like you really have to use the pilot battleship. Otherwise, with this strength of the players, when they encountered the interstellar pirates, they were properly sent to the dishes. The strength of the interstellar pirates is definitely not something to blow off. This time M2779 Star encountered this group of pirates. The strength is not to be underestimated. In the interstellar age, there were 2 groups besides the Alliance. One is a pirate who was out there in bits and pieces, plundering resources everywhere. The other is a rebel army that defected from the Union. Compared to the rebels, a team from the regular army, the interstellar pirates are no different from the pirates of the past. Even more disgusting than the pirates of the old days of the great voyages, burning, looting and pillaging. There are even perverts among them who take sadistic pleasure in killing. System, can you figure out roughly how many pirates will be passing through Blue Star? It's been measured. This route passes through Blue Star, one of the teams in this wave of pirates. After Star M2779 was repulsed, the Star Pirates fled under an umbrella to prevent capture by regular Alliance forces. This team has the following equipment: 70 battleships, 300 high-level genetic warriors, 10 of which are at level 5 or higher, and 1 level 7 genetic warrior. There are 800 low-grade genetic warriors, and if the host can't take care of the other side in a short time, there's a good chance that the Star Pirates hordes will find out about Blue Star's situation. Wei Yuan's heart sank. A level 5 planet. For an interstellar pirate, it was a resource that could not be found. If they were discovered by the large troop, I'm only afraid that they would immediately turn around and come over. Being able to command a battle zone, there were bound to be level 8 or even level 9 genetic warriors in this group of pirates, though he himself was also a level 9. The players, however, are certain death. He doesn't have the resources to afford unlimited resurrections of players yet, not to mention, lose the territory and that system will be closed again. It's really my crow's mouth. Wei Yuan lightly tapped his lips. Look at this situation. Not using a pilot battleship is a real no-no. Okay, the other side's battleships were no more numerous than his own. When battleships are pitted against each other, you can simply ignore the gap between low-level fighters. Just cut off their senior fighters yourself. However, with over 100 players, there was absolutely no way to come and control so many battleships. You have a new task list. Please get it in time. Task 1, please summon 100 players within 24 hours. Mission 2, defend the territory. Kill the interstellar pirates passing by Blue Star within 3 days. Mission reward, level 3 Genlock Potion. Basic Enlightenment. Basic Gnosis? Wei Yuan tapped on the details of this quest reward. Basic Enlightenment applicable to all players. It can be added to the player's basic attributes, and will increase the player's enlightenment after the enlightenment is added. The higher the player's enlightenment, the faster the speed of learning skills, and even the ability to instantly absorb knowledge. Against the day. Wei Yuan's first thought when he saw this synopsis was anticlimactic. The biggest difference between this summoning yourself and the real game is here. All the things that you want to learn. That's something you really have to learn honestly. Now the system says there is enlightenment. Mother asterisk 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 What's the difference between this and a game? What difference does it make? Unico, why didn't you develop this project earlier? Do you know how much effort I put into studying in school back then? Meow. If only there had been something as good as this. Does he need, after crossing over, to study day and night? Host, this is an ability you developed after working hard to complete your mission. The system explained. Wei Yuan wiped a non-existent tear from his eye. Players are eating really well now. Wei Yuan was now really kind of understanding why the old people in the past always liked to say, what if we had your conditions back in the day? He saw this reward given by the system, and now he was also sour as hell. But, it's always good for you. He turned around and entered room 306. The oil-stealing woman. The weapons teacher. Increased to fine 10. Roger that. The process of recruiting teachers for the players is fast and furious. Anyway, the teachers who dared to apply for the job after a dead Cyclops were at least as strong. And then there's the guts too. The oil-stealing woman happens to feel as if all these teachers are okay, and is having a hard time choosing between them. Wei Yuan then ran over and said he wanted 10. Now, all the teachers he was happy with had made the cut. Wait until they've identified someone on their side. Earth. The gaming community has blown up again. The Starman page, once again, popped up in a huge section. The ghosts of the starry sea, the bandits of the stars, the murderers and plunderers of the world, are about to land on the blue planet. The human race is about to face an extremely difficult battle. The human race, which is just about to stand up, against the star pirates, dueling in the sea of stars, fighting for the legacy of mankind. Star People officially calls for 100 players to fight with the people. Battle of the Star Ocean. Curtain up. Now open 100 first round test quota. Please want to collect the players. Click the link below. The selected players will receive our company sent by courier. Asterisk asterisk is Starman finally releasing game accounts again? 10,000 accounts this time. Haha, I've been squatting for so long. It's my turn to get in. Last time, there were over 400,000 people, grabbing 100 spots, and I couldn't grab them normally. This time, but there are 10,000. I have to grab them. I'm going to dig in. I'm going to read. I'm going to get into Starman. Once again, the gaming community has blown up. And this time, it's even more combustible than the last time we fought the goblins. Apparently, this sudden release of places is because there's a war on, and it's still about fighting interstellar pirates. The figure Wei Yuan released this time was none other than the pilot battleship he had just acquired. Cool and dominating ship pictures. Just looking at it screams hot. Weapons. The ultimate form of thermal weaponry. Cool. Chapter 44, Brother Yuan YYDS. Added for Xiao Xiao Broken. This game is actually starting to release places again. Ever since the last time he cursed Star People, Sky Death Cool Break was kicked out of the group chat of the high players. He had been holding a fire in his heart. The darker it gets, the more attention it gets. Seeing that 10,000 slots were released, Sky Death Cool Break still didn't hold back and clicked on the link to apply. 10,000 places. How can I have myself this time? He spent most of the night, red-eyed, sitting in front of his computer waiting for news. Ding dong. I had just dozed off when a prompt popped up on my computer. Clicking on it, he realizes that it's not a medium anymore, but that the anchor he follows, Oil Stealer Woman, is posting new content. Sky Death Cool Break indignantly clicked on the latest content posted by Oil Stealing Woman. He remembers this Oil Stealing Woman. It's one of the group administrators inside the High Play group. Also, which group was the first guy to get into the game first? I'd like to see what new stuff you've posted and what's coming out of this garbage game. Before he even entered the anchor page, Sky Death Cool Break sent out a pop-up first. Che, didn't the anchor say he was going on a special mission? How come you're back after only 5 days? Did he die in the middle of it? Or is that playpen actually a piece of junk? The oil-stealing woman saw the not-so-friendly looking comment at first glance. Stealing Oil Woman, anchor is an early completion of the mission. Well, this mission is completed but quite beautiful. And the middle of the road happened a lot of unexpected things. It is too exciting. Words do not say. On the video, the oil-stealing granny posted the already edited video to her homepage. Here still have to boast about the awesome game warehouse of Star People. I would have thought that 5 days of soaking inside the game warehouse would be more or less uncomfortable for the body. Right? I didn't expect it. Guys, I really didn't expect it. Not only don't I have the kind of back pain I usually have when I'm playing a game, But I feel like my body has gotten a little bit better. The oil-stealing woman arched her back muscles for the camera. I go. The anchor looks like really strong, a lot of loo. The skin is all better. Seriously, it really doesn't look the same. This mental aura is different. Anchor, are you soaking in the playpen? As I recall, it's been scientifically proven that when the brain is active, if you keep visualizing exercising a part of your body, that part of the muscle group seems to actually get worked. Are you sure it's not pseudoscience upstairs? No time to watch the anchor. Holy guys, the video that oil stealer woman put out this time is really something. I'm stabbing. Go watch it. Everyone go watch it. It's brilliant. Watch it early and remember to download it. I doubt the officials will give it a downgrade because of the gory violence. Netflix ran off in a flurry to watch the video. Skydead Ryabreak also ran off to watch the video with the intention of picking a fight, but he didn't expect it. The moment he clicked on the video, it was as if he heard the sound of cannon fire. There were starmen everywhere, fleeing the war. They look like people with a slight difference from humans, but the look of survival in those eyes shook the world. What's all the grumbling about? Why don't you hurry up and get on the starship? The administrator's voice came out of the video, and all the netizens saw the huge, incredibly technological-looking starship. Then it followed the perspective of the oil-stealing woman into the kitchen. The balloon man spat out the mouthful with the brainworm. Star sliced open the brain and drew out the brainworm's touch. Ukaz the brainworm with 5 senses on its brain. And the final battle with the Cyclops. All the netizens who were watching the video had the feeling of actually following his perspective and entering the stars. Especially when the oil-stealing woman's neck was being choked and she was watching Star's head about to be crushed. Everyone held their breath as their heartbeats gradually sped up. Until the moment Wei Yuan appeared. Redemption. The netizens looked at Wei Yuan's figure and felt that he was flooded with light. It rocked. Immersive. Holy, this game is simply excellent. I just now almost forgot that I just watched the video that the oil-stealing woman recorded in the game. I just can't imagine how strong the sense of immersion must be after actually getting into this game. Oh, Jen's line, "My people," made me want to cry. Goosebumps are already exploding all over my body. Genko Seigo, YYDS. Really? It's so cool. While I was watching it, I thought that's how the oil-stealing woman got off the line. The heart is still beating extra hard even now. Absolutely. The moment I saw Jen, I actually had the urge to shed tears. Chapter 45, What Can Be Done? The human race is weak. Sky Death Coolbreak looked at the computer screen, refreshing it over and over again. But by the time the page had shown that all accounts had been issued, he hadn't even waited for his account information. What's that? No, not again. Why? The man sat in front of the screen fuming, his eyes red while he quickly opened the trumpet he had created earlier to insult the Game Star people. What garbage game? Even in a short period of time to start sending accounts again. Must be waiting to harvest the money of the leaks. A group of fools still roar up in a hurry waiting to be cut. I wouldn't even play it even if I got an account. It's just a garbage game. After venting, it was only when the sky died and Cool broke that he picked up his cell phone, not realizing that he had just opened a gaming group. One of the little munchkins in the group went so far as to send out a screenshot. It's snowing, wow. Pure newcomer. At the very beginning I thought this game screen was some new sci-fi movie. But I didn't expect it to be a game that's so hot that I didn't expect it to be a game that's so hot that I've won it. It's snowing, image JPG. This was a large group of 3,000 people, and there were quite a few of them who were veteran players just like Heaven's Dead Cool Break. There are not many newbies. It's snowing, and I'm impressed by the coolness of the sky. Indeed, I'm just getting into the game, and it seems to be for Starman that you start learning about the game. I didn't expect her to grab the account in a handful of minutes. Why? Sky Death Cool Break? Oh. It's just that you got an account. What's there to show off? There are so many people in our group, and you're not the only one who grabbed an account. Sky Death Cool Break, in the group with who show it you? Stinky, just grabbed an account. Still really think they are so great, is not it? Sky Death Cool Break, with no skill whatsoever. You're only going to die if you enter the game. A game of this difficulty is simply not something a newcomer should touch. The group was silent for a moment. Everyone was silently watching Heaven's Death Cool Break go crazy in the group. This can't eat grapes say grapes are sour look is really breathless to watch. It's snowing. Are you sore? Snowla, I remember your ID. And you said before that Star People is a garbage game. You won't even play it even if it's given to you. How come you're sour now that you saw me grab the account? It's snowing, lemon dog. Skydead Cool Break odd and hissed at the rental. Stinky, damn it. Sky Death Cool Break, you. What are you talking about? In this group, there is still no part for you to speak. You damn well have the balls to give me an offline address. I'll go find you. Shwela, oh. Yeah, come to S-City. John's group. You report my ID. Come and find me. It's snowing, image JPG. She sent a photo taken from her high-rise office looking out. At this point, the top floor of Zhang's group. Zhang Shuer lifted her long curly hair and threw it back. She had never been scolded like this before. Even if she had come across it on the internet, then she would have to ask the person out and had to teach this outspoken person a hard lesson before she could do anything about it. But after she sent the message, the other party surprisingly never heard from her. It's snowing, yoo-hoo, you're not afraid to come, are you? Yukira, I'll come to you even if you don't come to me. Sky Death Cool Break held his cell phone and looked at the message sent by Snowla, and his hand shook, and then lipped out of the group. In that picture, he saw a familiar building. He lives in S City now. The viewpoint of the other party's shot was clearly the roof of Zhang's group. Zhang Shuer didn't expect this guy to be such a wimp. With a snort of laughter, he heard a call from the front desk about a strange delivery box that had been delivered downstairs. Her bossy look from earlier instantly disappeared and she happily ran downstairs to open the delivery. Zhang Shuer had never played the game before, but at that time, she had seen the videos recorded by the players of Star People inside Headline Fire. It was then that I was mesmerized by the images in it and the word interstellar. Virtual reality can be made so real. Players have also been raving about it. How could that not make her a starstruck fan? What's more, this one was still fought mostly with battleships. It's almost like an intergalactic war romance. Inside the Star Alliance, all the commanders were seated at a round table. The old principal of the Lord's Academy was among them at the moment. He looked somewhat nervously at the Führer who had called the meeting. The other person had a serious expression on his face and was accompanied by a virtual teenager. It's the materialization. I've called you all here today because A has measured the movements of the pirates who attacked Star M2779 this time. The Führer's words had just fallen. Some of the people sitting in the seats then began to speak. What's there to count? Hasn't all the support from the 7th Military Region already arrived? As far as I know, they're already beaten and ready to flee back to the Star Ocean. Poor pirates. These interstellar pirates. It's still very hard to catch them while sailing in the Star Sea. Catching them costs more resources than they have. It's not worth the loss. A few people were talking down there. The Führer's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he turned to look at A. This is the model I've built out. And based on the scale of this big battle, the pirates who attacked Star M2779 this time seem to be the Squid Clan, one of the 3 major pirates. For their size, even if support from the 7th Legion had arrived, their sudden withdrawal was unusual, and this time, their exit route left in a fan pattern. It doesn't look like they're fleeing, more like they're carpetbagging for something. The modeling diagrams appeared in front of everyone. The tracks that the pirates had left were all labeled, and some of the planets they would pass through were all marked as well. The moment of seeing Blue Star, the old principal sat up at once. My Führer, we may need to go for backup. He pointed to the landmarks of Blue Star. That child of the human race, the territory assigned to him is here. The human kid? Everyone reacted. Are you talking about Wei Yuan, old principal? Yeah, I heard that before. The kid named his territory Blue Star. The people, a name I haven't heard in years. This is the only lord that their human race has produced in so many years. I heard that the strength is above Feng Yushin, and that grandson of the Führer is even less of a match for him. Shoo! The scene was noisy for a few seconds. The old Führer glanced at the last of the alliance men to speak. Everyone was silent. Only the old principal's beard quivered slightly. My Führer, we all know in our hearts the strength of the Squid Corps. Even if the First Legion strikes, they may not be able to leave them behind. Wei Yuan's territory has only just begun to develop. It's no match for the Squid Corps. Moreover, he is a descendant of the human race, the last hope of the human race. If we don't help him out, I'm afraid that the human race's side won't be able to give a good explanation, the old principal said, and looked over at A. You know, back then, A was developed without the contribution of the human race. Headmaster, as the head of the Interstellar Alliance, I won't play favorites. I'll find a way to help whichever race is in the alliance. But their location is really remote. The Führer's meaning is clear. He'll help, but it's also just going through the process and doing business. And from the schematic map, we can also see that Wei Yuan's small planet, at most a pirate branch of a few thousand people will be passing through. He is an outstanding student of the Lord's Academy. He will surely be able to hold out until the supporting army arrives. The old principal's face instantly turned pale. The Führer was right in everything he said, but only if that planet of Wei Yuan's was of little value. Planets with no value certainly don't stand out. But, that planet of his, it's a Class 5 planet. Level V. Enough to draw the attention of the Squid Corps' main force. Wei Yuan certainly had no problem dealing with those detachments. But, can he carry the main army with that many men? The old principal's gaze swept over everyone on the field. They all know it by heart. But now, none of them spoke. Actually, it's not because The human race has been weakened. The truth of people leaving T is on full display at this moment. The old principal sighed. He wasn't worried about Wei Yuan dying at the hands of the Squid Corps. This kid could even exterminate the entire Squid regiment by himself if he used his full strength. But, if those of his people died or were injured as a result, I'm afraid this kid, who already had some opinions about the League, will have even less of a vested interest in it. Come on, old principal. It's just geniuses. Our alliance produces a few exceptional geniuses every year. That's right. Back in our day, weren't we the same way? Young people, more or less will encounter setbacks. Interstellar battles are just brutal. And when we encounter such things, we can only say that the fate of the human race is just like this. And we can only say that we did our best. A few important people from the alliance. And the words that came out at this time also made the old principal's heart go cold. Are you all going to just watch? Chapter 46, Amilo is grounded. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Amilo, who had just been resting, was nestled under the soft covers, sleeping in a daze. After several space jumps, she began to huff and puff when she arrived home, and when she heard the knock on the door, she even mumbled and shouted, "Dad, I'm too sleepy. I'll sleep some more, so take those bloodthirsty tune sap that I brought back for Mom to drink. I won't eat dinner." After that, she smothered her head and started sleeping again. Outside the door, the two couples looked at each other. The gentle woman sighed. Otherwise it would be better to wait for Ramiro to wake up and go to the astronet and let her find out on her own. Aren't you afraid that she'll take the risk of going to Blue Star right in her mech? The kid looks good, but she's actually rebellious. Amilo's dad was full of seriousness. If he hadn't realized that a large shipment of his family's goods had disappeared and the kid had taken the transport ship, he wouldn't have known that the dead kid, Amilo, had broken into the war zone alone. Luckily the dead kid could use space jumps and was lucky enough not to be seen by the main pirate army. Otherwise they'd have to be in a hurry. Even after seeing his child return safely, Amilo's father was still in fear. But seeing Amilo's determined face saying that she liked Wei Yuan made him feel like his heart was going to explode. Amilo, get up. We want to talk to you about something to do with that senior of yours. Amilo's dad said loudly to the house. With a snap, the door opened. Amilo had her pink hair spread out on the back of her head, and she looked at her dad with bright eyes. There was still a hint of excitement in his voice. You've agreed to intermarry with the human race. Father? The veins in Amilo's dad's head began to throb. His fist was already trying to smash in Amilo's head. Amilo, that's not what Mom and Dad want to talk to you about. It's that Wei Yuan's territory is going to be attacked by a pirate group, and your dad and I want you to stay out of this. Amilo's mom spoke warmly and softly. Then with a quick eye, he grabbed Amilo, who was about to jump up and release the mech. In a hug, Mommy, let go of me. I'm going to. Oh, Amilo's mouth was also gagged. A calming fluid was injected into Amilo's body. Amilo's mom hugged Amilo, who had closed her eyes and just sighed when she saw Amilo's eyes snapped open, and in one flying leap, she jumped into midair before releasing Mecha Momo. Goodbye Mom and Dad. I'll be back after I help my senior escape this attack. Amilo pressed one hand on the arm that had been injected with the calming fluid, and then controlled the flow of blood within his body, little by little releasing those with the highest concentration of the calming fluid. Peachy, full speed to Blue Star. Master, we can't leave. Mecha Peachy released a view of the entire planet of Kashmir. Your father has turned on the no space shield. What? Amilo looked down and saw his dad blushing hard. Amilo, get down here. Amilo's father gritted his teeth. This isn't a joke. Even the Alliance army heading there may not be able to save them. You going is pure mischief. Do you want your senior to have to look out for you when he escapes on his own? Amilo was locked in her own room. She was sleepy as hell, but now she couldn't sleep at all. She went on Starnet and the students of the academy were talking about it, but most of them said that this time, Senior Wei Yuan's territory was definitely gone. Turn on the communicator. Amilo, senpai, are you okay? Wei Yuan, rush ing. After returning this message, Wei Yuan added, nothing, no need to worry. He was driving the pilot ship at full speed at the moment. For their part, Oil Stealer and the others had long since entered the dormant bins within the pilot ship and went offline first. There was no way they could make it back to the blue planet without using a space jump. Attention all players, the game version is being updated. Please all players get offline within 10 minutes. Players will receive the game warehouse from the game company when the version update is available, and the update will last for 1 hour. Game announcement sent. The players all went offline. I haven't even finished mining here and I'm going to go offline? That's all the hours in the day you get to play games. Give playpen? Is it given to everyone? Whoa, this is too good to be true. Veteran players are surprised and delighted. I see the propaganda says it's going to be a big war. Last time the war was a small profit. This time I guess there are good things to give again. That cool? I guess something even more awesome will be on this 1-hour downtime update. Waiting to get off the line. All players received game bins. During the hour of waiting, the players were not idle. One by one, they started to show off the game bins they received online. The eyes of those netizens who didn't grab an account were red with gluttony. The fiery headlines even has the word star people hanging around all the time. It never came down. The hour passed quickly. Wait inside the lounge. 10,130 dormant bins light up green at the same time. Players rise from their dormant silos and see so many people logging into the game at the same time. It was more or less a shock. The oil-stealing woman, they were sleeping in the pilot battleship. This time, when he opened his eyes, he was back in the territory. More than 10,000 people, landing at the same time. That's what it feels like to play a game. The oil-stealing granny has known for a long time that this game was going to be a hit. But when that day did come, the number of players skyrocketed from over 100 to 10,000 all at once. And he was still blown away when everyone still logged in at the same time. Dear clansmen, please gather in the center of the territory. Wei Yuan's voice rang out from the lounge's radio. Is Jen so formal? Holy, I smell condensation. It's going to be a tough fight this time. So excited. Go go go. Go check out the center clearing. Older players heckle away. The new ones online are still looking around in amazement. Feeling the world that is exactly like reality. By the way, don't forget to adjust your pain senses. All of you newcomers, but of course, you can still leave them off if you want to upgrade faster. The oil-stealing woman spoke loudly to the players as she walked away. Newbie players. A huge surprise erupted from the bottom of Zhang Shuer's eyes. Where is this a game? This is clearly a real world. She reached up to her face, delicate and smooth, and the air was all fresh. Not at all the stuffiness of the big city. It's a freshness that can't even be matched with a fresh air system. Asterisk asterisk. Sister Snow, why are you here? Windblown but suddenly tapped Zhang Shuer, whose ID was called Snowy La, from the side. Chapter 47, now that's a star game. Zhang Tao? Yukira turned her head to see Windblown, but, you're playing this game too? Ha? Holy, Sister Snow is really you. Windblown Fart was also not expecting it. Cheryl Chang was a nightmare for all the kids her age in the circle. She just graduated not long ago, took over the family business, but also in just a few years, boldly led the transformation of Zhang's group. From the original traditional enterprises, transformed into emerging enterprises, truly a child of others. But now, he actually ran into this sis in the game. This game is now how hot After I saw it I also think it is very interesting, so I try to grab the number. I did not expect to grab it. I heard that it is an interstellar game Snowlaw asked. Windblown Fart nodded his head a little nervously. Yes, Sister Snow, you have a really good hand. This game can snatch, the number of people can be less. I came earlier than you. There is anything you do not understand can directly ask me. Though, that said, he hadn't played games before, but it will still be entertaining compared to Cheryl Chang. It was important to know that Zhang Shuer hadn't even attended a party for their peers for so many years for the sake of the family business. Everyone can only see her on important occasions. Such a character who lived in legends, just appeared in front of his eyes alive, and a wave of pride came back to Windblown Fart's heart. Himself came earlier than her, and it's playing better now. In the future, if Olden at home uses Zhang Shuer to belittle him again, then he'll tell Lao Dang that Zhang Shuer's game is still his own to lead the fight. Sister Snow, come on. I'll take you to the central open space first. We just came back from other planets. You don't even know. This game can be fun. In addition to the virtual reality is awesome, the environment, characters and whatnot, all can be good too. Windblown Fart said as he headed out the door with Chamoy Ula in tow. Buzz! A loud roar appeared above the heads of all the players. The black, neatly organized looking pilot battleships hovered in the air and parked. Just the sight of these steel behemoths gives one the feeling of killing. The pilot battleship makes a slight roar when it starts up. 81 racks were put together at the same time. The sound just got louder. The moment Shimo Yukira looked up, her entire body was mesmerized by the steel behemoth. So beautiful. So violent. What's this? Why is it so cool? She had never seen such a perfect, like a work of art, weapon of war. Clansmen, interstellar pirates are coming, and if we are to defend our homeworld, we must intercept them before they discover Blue Star. These are the 81 pilot battleships that will lead you and intercept the interstellar pirates. I've brought in some teachers who will teach you how to fight using the battleship. You have only 3 days to study. Players were immersed in the grand beauty of the battleships. There have been countless iterations of interstellar weapons. Battleships are heavy weapons that are more powerful than mechs. In major battles, an extra battleship could potentially sway a battle. Those teachers who had been brought back by Wei Yuan had also been too shocked to speak at this point by the sight in front of them. 81. This is a pilot battleship. not an ordinary battleship. Surprisingly, there are 81 of them. That's the equivalent of an entire battle fleet. Even if it was a medium military region, having one pilot battleship as the main battleship, and then all the rest were ordinary battleships, it would be considered wealthy. Wei Yuan here. There's a whole 81 of them? Crazy. All the teachers who followed Wei Yuan felt a tingle in their heads. They had also followed Wei Yuan to the blue planet in the pilot battleship. But who would have thought it? Not only does he have a ship, and there were 80 of them in addition to the one that brought them back. I'm actually worried that I'm going to die at Blue Star. Gosh, that's just amazing. The human race's depths are so rich. It seems like those people on the Star Network have guessed wrong. A few teachers got together and couldn't help but talk about it. They were all thinking about quitting when they first found out the pirates were passing through the blue planet. After all, it's not like giving your life away for your job, right? Even if the salary is higher. But then they were afraid that Lord Wei Yuan would get angry and let them die before they even reached the blue star. So they followed Wei Yuan apprehensively. And then when they saw that it was the pilot battleship that picked them up, everyone's hearts began to settle down. At this point, at the sight of so many pilot battleships, the dozen or so teachers felt, again, that this time, their little lives would surely be saved. After all, this was the lead battleship. If they really couldn't beat them, as long as they activated the battleship, escaping would be absolutely no problem. The pilot battleship is not as simple as its name suggests. But, how many days did Lord Wei Yuan just say that he told us to teach his people skills? 3 days. 3 days. Several weapon masters people were dumbfounded. How could they possibly master operating a battleship in 3 days? It's over. It's over. Can't it be that the first thing we do when we come to work here is to personally fly a battleship and take on interstellar pirates? The faces of all the weaponsmiths didn't look too good anymore. Their hands were trembling slightly. The operation of a battleship requires multiple fits. Just the sheer number of buttons and the timing of the matchups is not for the faint of heart. Usually in a battleship, all the crew members have been working together for years to be able to perfect the strength of the ship. Now, Lord Wei Yuan was asking them, within 3 days, to teach these humans in front of them, who still all looked full of curiosity, to learn to operate a battleship? Are you crazy? Ha? Is Lord Eigen crazy? The color of the 10 weapon masters' faces went red and white for a moment. None of them dared to express it to Wei Yuan. No other reason. Fear of death. If they couldn't, it wouldn't be impossible for 10 of them to operate a pilot battleship when the time came. The 10 teachers looked at each other with bitterness in their hearts, but the players erupted in loud cheers. Holy, is there really going to be a fight? That's cool. That's cool. I get to operate the battleship myself? Simply awesome. This is the real interstellar game. Real operation. Think about it is very exciting. Jen, when do we start learning? Yeah, I want to learn now. Now that's the real Star Games for you. What's the big deal about mining every day? What about a little gunfire and blood? The players shook their fists. The mere sight of those gun ports protruding from the outside of the battleship was starting to send shivers down their spines. It's so cool. It is really cool. Let's begin now. All of you in groups of 10. Following the teacher. Chapter 48 Enlightenment Plus. Windblown but screams out in shock. Players are asked to choose the weapon teacher's course. Current teacher's course. Gavin, 987/1013. Sophia, 326/1013. Alice, 1013/1013. Each teacher has only 1013 places to his name. Players enroll themselves and find time to learn on their own again. But the teachers were dumbfounded when they saw the arrangement. Lord Wei Yuan, time is so urgent. Why don't you let them all study at once? Yeah, how else can they choose their own time? Does it mean that it's the human race that will send support? A dozen teachers all gathered around Wei Yuan. They're really scared. When the pirates come, who cares if you come over to work? That's a bunch of bandits who kill on sight and rob on sight. Who could not be afraid when their own lives were hanging on these humans at this moment? Looking at the teachers in a hurry, Wei Yuan expressed his understanding. Unfortunately, there is only relief. I'm sorry, but the human race can't provide support for a short period of time. And the only ones who can fight are these clansmen right now. Wei Yuan said gently. 3 days is enough time for all of them to learn how to operate a pilot warship. Teaching you don't have to worry about. What you have to do is to select the clan members with commanding talent among my group of clan members. I intend to leave this great battle to my clan members in full control. What? Gavin, the most powerful of the weapon teachers, had his entire body tense up. He looked at Wei Yuan with disbelief. Lord Wei Yuan, forgive me for offending you, but this time you're facing the Squid Pirates. They're the third largest pirate group in the Star Ocean. Even if you had 81 pilot battleships, I'm afraid there's no way you could be sure you'd win for sure. Let alone, with such a number of low-ranked fighters to operate them. Gavin hadn't had the guts to say that out of those 10,000 people, Only 100 or so were actually genetic warriors. The rest are all ordinary people. To have such a group of people, who basically never saw a battleship in the first half of their lives, operate the lead battleship? What's the difference between that and going to die? Gavin's face turned red. But really, he wanted to go against Wei Yuan. He doesn't have the guts. Even if you don't trust my people, you should trust me. Wei Yuan swept his eyes over all the teachers. In addition to the weapons teacher, several other teachers had worry wiped from their faces. I couldn't have brought you all the way back here just to let you die. I promise you, even if my territory is occupied, you'll leave alive. Several teachers looked at each other and stopped talking. Since Lord Wei Yuan has already said so, it is really not good for them to say anymore. Let's just hope that when the time comes, they really will be able to leave with all their whiskers intact. After all, Blue Star is so far away. Not even the routes. If you drive a mech by yourself, you'll have to run out of energy and die in the Star Ocean halfway through the day. It's a dead word left and right. A cloud hangs over all the teachers. Players side. Everyone has pretty much signed up. Holy, a bunch of livestock. I saw it all just now. The only female teacher. The quota was snatched up just as soon as it was released. That's right. A bunch of old colorful batch. And it has to be my simplicity. I just simply look at mess. Alice's name is good, I'll report it. But of these teachers, it should be Gavin who is the strongest. He's at the top of the list. If I didn't get MS, Alice's class anyway, none of the other teachers would have mattered. All players enrolled successfully. Starting special attribute, Basic Gnosis. The system's voice rang in the heads of all the players. Holy, Basic Gnosis. I'm conked. Windblown Fart was taking Shimmering Yola to meet the oil-stealing woman and the others. I didn't expect that just at this time. The system popped up to say that there were special attributes now. He immediately opened his details page. Player, Windblown Butt. Level, LV2. Gold, 14,759. Gnosis, 3. Skills, none. Our personal page for this game is still so skimpily made. Oil Stealer Woman was also looking at her Gnosis. Windblown Fart asked in passing. Brothers, how much enlightenment do you all have? Star, 6. Windblown Butt, Biggie, where's my sincere question? I'm 3. Star, really? 6. Oil Stealing Woman, I've got 5A, not low by the looks of it. Secretly begging. Dude Stronger, 7. After everyone had spoken, the group turned to Makabaka. What about you? Makabaka blushed. 1. Ha ha. 1. Ha ha. Makabaka, you really? Tro ha ha. The oil-stealing woman covered her mouth and laughed. And then a slap on the back from Makabaka. Gnosis isn't IQ. You're laughing your ass off, you. Makabaka's face turned red with anger. She just couldn't understand the science stuff when she was in school. But there was nothing wrong with her playing games or anything before. How do you get to this game and have a Gnosis jump out at you? Simply. The oil thief smiled at Makabaka. I know it has nothing to do with IQ. We were in the same class in high school. You're just a little bit worse in math and science. It's okay. I'll cover you from now on. Cover your ass. Can't you see that this Gnosis adds points? Makabaka viciously stomped on the oil-stealing woman. Then tap your gold and start adding points to Gnosis. Holy, 1 point of enlightenment and it costs me 1,000 gold coins? After the enlightenment reaches 10 points, another increase is 10,000 gold coins? Robbing money? Even the veteran players are just that 1 or 2 weeks ahead of the new players. People don't have a lot of gold. Makabaka is already considered more gold. That's it. She's going to go for the extra point, and she'll just have to give herself a 10. Oil Stealer Woman as they urgently check what level their gold can add to themselves. The wind-blowing fart came to the side of the snow, cheaply opened his mouth. Sister Snow, you just came over here. There are not many gold coins on your body. Do you want me to lend you some? Look ha. This game gold coins are also hard to earn. If you go mining, you have to dig for a day to dig out of 50 gold coins. I'll lend you some gold in the game, and when you go offline, hit me up for some money, as if you're paying for my gold. Your brother won't pay you? Yukira asked. Here, hey, but not much to give, not quite enough to spend. Windblown but smiled curtly. Do you need to spend money now that you're in the game every day? Yukira reveals her page to the wind blowing her butt. And you shouldn't have any extra gold to lend me after you've added points to yourself. She chuckled softly. Windblown Fart is still not proud of it. Sister Snow, don't underestimate me. My gold coins are also. Chapter 49 Gavin. Hold it in. The wind-blowing farts with this loud as *** T drew several other still noisy ones directly to him. Makabaka may not be very enlightened, but she has good eyes. At a glance, I saw the personal page lit up by Yukira. That huge one, 20, appeared in front of her. It made her a little dizzy. ***. Where are you a genius from? Sis? Isn't everyone playing within 10 bad? Why would someone have 20 points of enlightenment? The oil-stealing woman yells and starts spinning in place. Even Star's eyes went wide. Asterisk asterisk sis. You're my sis. This game's gnosis value. It can't really be based on an individual's gnosis, can it? Can't put. The players were in disbelief. Wei Yuan was also shocked. He was able to see the player's attributes directly from the background. He could guarantee that this gnosis wasn't really written blindly by the system. All players were evaluated by the system and then the gnosis value was calculated. Have I, in fact, summoned a monster? The opening appearance is 20 points of gnosis. This woman. Wei Yuan tapped on the other person's identity. The system directly laid all the details of Shuela before Wei Yuan's eyes. Good guy. Really grew up to be a genius. Wei Yuan swallowed. There's no one else I'd rather have this hand. Ha ha. It was just as well that for this battle, there was no qualified commander, and he would have to take on the Squid Regiment's high-level genetic warriors directly when the time came. With the rest of those pirates, it was up to the players to take care of themselves, and Wei Yuan was still a bit worried. It's not that I'm worried about not winning the fight. The main fear was that they wouldn't be able to hold the line and let the pirates find out about Blue Star. Now that such a female bully with such a high enlightenment value had suddenly appeared, it shouldn't be a problem to have her make a temporary cameo as a commander. Of course Shimoika didn't know that Wei Yuan was now onto her. She just felt like the game was kind of fun. Gnosis value is able to be added with gold coins anyway. What's so surprising? You guys won't catch up by earning more gold coins at that time. Shimoika waved her hand indifferently. Now it's better to hurry up and learn how to maneuver a battleship. She looked up. That one pilot battleship stalled in the air was just too much for her eyes. This company is really powerful and mysterious. She had investigated the game in detail before logging in. Deliveries to the playpen are all delivered in secret. Even the couriers seem to be commissioners. She couldn't even find out specific information about the courier. It's like it came out of nowhere. It's snowing and it's even a little suspicious that this game was created by some secret organization. Sister Snow is right. Let's go study now. Let's see. The teacher I signed up for is Gavin. Sister Snow, you're Gavin too. Let's join together. Take me. Take me. Windblown fart followed behind Yukila in a proper doggy style. Looking at this guy like that, Shimazuka laughed softly and didn't refuse. It's all in the same circle anyway. This Xiang Tao kid looks like a mixed up second generation. In fact, it was much better than his big brother who was full of grim calculations. Go study. The oil-stealing woman and the others smiled and ran off to study. As some of the strongest veteran players, they are not as enlightened as Snowla though, but it's also just like she said. Anyway, it's something that you can add points to with gold later. Don't you catch up by doing a few quests? A few players added their gaming buddies and then left on their own. Instead, it was a bit of a surprise to Yukira. She rarely encountered people like them in the real world. What's wrong? Sister Snow? Windblown Fart asked curiously as he saw Snowy stopping in his tracks. It's snowing. It just feels like these friends of yours aren't quite the same as the ones we usually run into. The wind blowing on my butt immediately got the message that it's snowing. He nodded his head with a smile. Yes, they are much cleaner and simpler minded than the people in our circle. Anyway, they are all playing the game. And everyone is just trying to have fun and be happy. Who would still try to count on others? Besides, this game, it's about defending the human race. We're all the same race. Jiang Shuer suddenly understood somewhat why someone would like to play games. Go. Cheryl Chang's ID looks soft and cuddly, but she's a person. It's actually very imperial. Tall, long legs, thin waist, big as it should be, thin as it should be. Add to that a perfect googly-eyed face and a pair of slightly stern phoenix eyes. The temperament alone is extraordinarily outstanding. Look, where's Mr. Gavin? Windblown Fart saw Gavin, who had just come out of Wei Yuan. From afar, he shouted, then waving towards Gavin, Mr. Gavin, we're here to learn. Take us up there to learn. Gavin was already holding his breath, thinking of Wei Yuan's indifferent look, and then look at all these humans running over to him to learn. A low-level warrior who not only didn't know to be respectful when he saw a high-level genetic warrior, and so jumpy. It's really, endure, hold back. Gavin, you don't want to die here. Gavin shouted frantically in his head. He remembers it well. That Cyclops, it was during the time of recruitment that he struck out at these humans of the human race. And that's why he was abused by Lord Wei Yuan. Can't be mad about that. Can't get mad. Lord Wei Yuan is very protective. Very protective. Gavin had been brainwashing himself. But when Windblown Fart put one hand directly on Gavin's shoulder, he couldn't tense up. Anger exploded from a pair of deep purple eyes. You, Windblown Butt, treat your teacher with respect. It was at this time that Shimazuka spoke up, telling Windblown Butt to put his hands down. Windblown Fart has been following Oil Stealer Woman for a long time, and more or less doesn't take these NPCs too seriously. It's all just NPCs anyway. But since Sister Shui had said so, he didn't dare to make a move. Regularly lower your hands, Shimashira said towards Gavin respectfully. Teacher, is it convenient to teach now? Gavin's fire is still a little high. He was ready to speak out and knock these humans who didn't know the difference between honor and disrespect. I'm in a bad mood right now, and even if I taught it now, you guys certainly wouldn't learn it. Does the Lord know you talk to us like that? Shimazuka wasn't one to be messed with. She's just being polite. And what makes you think, Mr. Gavin, that we won't learn? Because you're so low level. Even you're still just a normal human. And there's never been any normal Alliance person that could operate a pilot battleship. To have a conversation with me, at least you should become a genetic warrior first. Gavin grunted. Chapter 50, Oh humans who don't know respect. To give you a little shock, added for Xiaoxia one shattered. But Lord didn't say that we commoners can't learn. Yukira replied calmly. Are you displeased with us, Mr. Gavin? Or are you displeased with our lordship? How could I be displeased with Lord Wei Yuan? Gavin hurriedly denied. Don't talk nonsense here. If you want to learn, follow honestly. He wimped out. In the territory of the human race. Even if he was really upset with these ordinary low-level humans, he had to hold it in. Anyway, the Star Pirates are coming in 3 days. Let's see how arrogant you guys can still be then. Gavin muttered in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for the two ordinary humans in front of them to hear. Wei Yuan he couldn't afford to offend. And now they didn't dare to make a move against these low-level fighters, only able to take advantage of it verbally. But, does teacher mean that he's waiting to see the jokes of our human race 3 days later? Shimo Yula inquired aloud. At this moment, Wei Yuan happened to come from a short distance away. Gavin's face instantly twitched and hurriedly shouted. No, I'm muttering blindly. What are you doing? Didn't you say you want to study? Quickly come with me. What's with this human woman? What's wrong with her? Gavin's heart was going to explode. He was already terrified of Wei Yuan, and now he was almost caught badmouthing him behind his back. Gavin looked up to see Yukira raising a provocative eyebrow at him. Teacher, it's better to be careful what you say in the future. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this human? Why aren't they afraid of themselves at all? What's going on within the human race? Gavin brainstormed. And the whole thing was a little less than great. Wei Yuan stood in the distance and watched it all. At the bottom of his heart, he felt a little funny. Gavin, an affiliate, is okay and has decent skills, so it's very appropriate to call him up as a teacher. But this character, and the players will definitely punch it. I just didn't realize that the first thing he ran into was this snow. Now, why don't you ask Sensei to take us up there to learn? After all, time is short and you don't want the Lords of the Lords to know that you can't teach, do you? Shima Setsura said. Gavin's eyes widened. Threats. It's a naked threat. Fine, I'll teach now. Gavin gritted his teeth and was furious. He'd like to see how these humans would learn to maneuver a pilot battleship that finally, Wei Yuan had already opened up access to the pilot battleship a long time ago. As long as these teachers take the players, they are able to enter the battleship. Sister Snow, you're this. Once inside the battleship, Windblown Fart gave a thumbs up to Snola. Nice guy. He was just hooking up to this teacher a moment ago. Sister Shui said that she would respect the teacher, but in reality, she was rushing to give him a gas. All the NPCs in this game have their own personalities. Yukira looked at Gavin, who was forcibly suppressing his anger, along with a surge of intent to show them some color. Suddenly it felt marvelous. Isn't this game a little too realistically done? If you're not logged into the game yourself, you're walking the playpen. She was about to wonder if this was a real world. Even if she hadn't played the game before, Jiang Shuer would have done her research before playing the game. So far, a few AIs did emerge that were able to pass the Turing test. But can any AI get to that point? She was a bit gruff inside. Gavin, just one of the many NPCs out there. All the smart AI manipulation used for such an unimportant character? Realize that every second burned when top AI is running is money. Starman Games, which gives out free game bins, so to speak, for publicity. All play bins, after all, require matching nutrients. This common marketing tactic was normal, and at the very beginning, Jiang Shuer just assumed that the game was using nutrients as its main means of profit. With high enough daily activity, there's no shortage of game revenue, so it goes without saying that this game made money after it blew up. Just isn't the upfront investment a bit too much? Right about this time, Gavin spoke, stinking in the face of these unappealing students. Watch this, I'm only going to demonstrate all the procedures of what to do once. He finished and began to show the two. Learning pilot battleship operating procedures, on-site learning, efficiency, 100%, learning video being recorded, learning progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. Gavin does have some arrogance, but he does teach at a high level. The thing about learning is that in addition to the student's own comprehension, the teacher's level of teaching must be added. Gavin, though he had a bit of a problem with the two humans, was very serious when it came to teaching. After waiting to finish using a small area in one breath, Gavin took a break. Looking at these two very serious-looking, but exasperated humans, he coldly said, "You can't learn just by watching. You have to get your hands on it and do it. Now, you guys follow the ones I just said and demonstrate them once more to see if you can emit a low-end particle light wave and hit the target." Gavin reached over the display and picked out a bare patch of wasteland. Just that boulder on the ground here, to shatter it into powdered form, but without any excess energy spilling out. Gavin turned to them in a serious manner. "Then just wait for the good stuff. Don't think it's easy to manipulate low-end particle light waves," he thought darkly in his mind. "Gotta teach these two little guys who don't know any better a lesson." That boulder? The distance alone was the furthest distance a lot particle light wave could reach, and it was also important that the energy didn't escape and pulverize the boulder. Oof. It's not like optics will work. There also has to be extraordinary perception. Or rather, to experience. It was necessary to frustrate these humans, and when they all failed to do so, then they would perform themselves, tell them to admire themselves from the bottom of their hearts. Gavin looked at them with a grin. "Now, get cracking." "Okay, Mr. Gavin." "Pressure? It's snowing and it's not stressful at all." "Holy sister snow. Wait a minute. I'm still stuck at 65% in this learning progress." The wind blew the buttocks a handful of times and pulled the snow down. "It's okay. 65% if you're aiming. This piece should have been learned right. Just aim the gun at the target later and do as I say." Gavin stood and mentally snorted. That's quite a mouthful. An ordinary human who really thinks he's some kind of supreme genius. Oh, this level 2 genetic warrior was also a useless one. Actually listening to a human who hadn't unlocked his genetic lock. It's simply a disgrace among genetic fighters. P.S. Won't use the author to say, "Hey, plug it in here." Additional work will be arranged one after another. The base day is 2 chapters. And then every day to the readers who have rewarded the Lord to arrange for additional work. Dash a shatter, 18, 2 completed chapters. Let me comb your hair, 8. Username, 7004 ***, 3. Username, 1670 ***, 2. Shalong who loves halibut, 1. For the sake of glory, 1. Chapter 51 Gavin, I'm in a state of mind muzzle calibrated. Energy 15. Bearing 37. Ready to strike. Key 2. 7 seconds. Release. Accurate. Decision. Not even the semblance of a panicked command could be seen. It only took Yukila 10 seconds to get windblown but to follow her instructions and shatter the boulder in the distance. The wind blew. The rock, under the monitor, blew apart. Gavin, who had all but planned to have a good laugh about windblown butts and snow now felt like the boulder that was going to shatter. What did he see? A human who hasn't even unlocked his genes yet. Just now, he commanded a level 2 genetic warrior to complete a lot particle light wave strike mission. How long did it take her to learn? 17 minutes. How long did it take for her batting duties? 10 seconds. At this very moment, Gavin's mind flashed back to the smoothest operation he had ever had back then. How long did it take him? It took him 30 seconds just to calibrate the muzzle. Not to mention having to be precise with all the information. "Teacher, the first time I operated it, I was still a bit unskilled and did a poor job. Do you think it's a pass?" The most irritating thing about Shirshuela is not that she's arrogant or overbearing. It's the fact that she's obviously so awesome and favors her. Whether it's when she's having a conversation or looking at her, it's all calm from start to finish. It's like, this whole thing just fell flat for her. That's if it's all only passable. What was all that maneuvering I did before? An outright joke? Gavin looks like he's still standing. It's actually been shattered for a while now. "Teacher?" Windblown fart tapped Gavin on the shoulder. He was laughing at the bottom of his heart. Ha ha. Sure enough, no matter who it was, it would be a shock to meet a pervert like Yuki-san, right? After all, this is a man who killed his way out of an extremely patriarchal family and still managed to take direct control of the family in just a few short years. Can this not be a tough guy? Yes. It's so cool. Windblown fart was on the verge of having a blast as he watched Gavin's expression on the verge of shattering. It's not quite the same thrill of revenge as when Jen crushed that Cyclops head earlier. This cool. It's the thrill of punching these Union men directly in the face. It's a blast. Although the teachers were all recruited by the 5 of them at Windblown but they were also very clearly able to perceive it when they came into contact with these Union men. The only one they feared was Wei Yuan. Facing the Windblown farts and their low-grade genetic warriors, these teachers had condescension in them. Now, ha ha, shocked by genius, I guess. Looking at Windblown fart with this cheeky grin on his face, Gavin was still a bit confused even now. But It's not like geniuses come out of nowhere. A supreme genius like her, out of millions of people, one or two would always appear. This Snowlaw is a genius. This windblown but always can't be still. Gavin felt his teacher's face could be saved a little more. You try it too. The requirements are the same as just now. This time you will act as the commanding officer, with Yukira cooperating as the second in command. And the target of the strikes will be those 3 bloodthirsty Tsubaki trees next to that boulder just now. Gavin tensed his face. At the moment, he wouldn't even feel comfortable standing next to Shimazuka. There's the feeling of being stabbed in the eye by a genius. So he simply went right ahead and just watched the wind blow his ass off. So you think I'm a soft touch? Windblown Fart raised an eyebrow at Snowy Law. Come on, Snowy. Yukira nodded. 1 minute later, the low-end particle light wave annihilated the 3 bloodthirsty Tsubaki without any half-assed excess loss. It also reveals a player below who is preparing to cut down a tree. I stabbed who is so lacking? Fire at me. The player at the bottom who was preparing to get some bloodthirsty Tsubaki materials let out an angry roar. Windblown but scrunched his neck. Thankfully they weren't the only ones learning on the pilot ship right now. So that player underneath couldn't find which pilot battleship fired for a while. Hey, the technology is still poor It took longer to measure the data. Windblown Fart scratched his head and grinned at Gavin. Seeing that he was a bit disoriented, Windblown Fart's wicked sense of humor came up all of a sudden. Teacher, it just so happens that you are also here at this moment, or else I'll call a few more clansmen over to learn from you. They all signed up for MS. Alice's class. But MS. Alice is too busy at this moment. Look, Gavin was somewhat disoriented as he returned to the residence Wei Yuan had arranged for their teacher. He sat on his bed and couldn't figure it out for hours. What the hell is going on here? Is it really because, well, one's talent is so bad? He braced his hands on his forehead, his whole body on the verge of curling up. Today, all students, it's all the wind blows farts call over all humans. All of it. All of it. All of them learned faster than he did. He then just taught in front of those humans. Surprisingly, the slowest of them all took only a minute to be able to use low-end particle light waves with precision. Could that be something very simple? Gavin remembered that when he was in school, his teacher actually took and praised him as a rare and talented student. It's really kind of funny just thinking about it. Gavin cried and laughed. Good lord. It can't be a collapse of the Tao heart, right? Wei Yuan sked. Of course, there's no such thing as a Taoist heart in the interstellar age. To be true, that's probably mental illness. It's not out of the realm of possibility to be crushed out of existence by a genius strike. Wei Yuan also kind of wanted to hold his forehead when he remembered what that wind-blown fart guy had done. Wilt. He purposely looked for those old players who had a bit of gold and could pull full gnosis for themselves. It's all about striking Gavin. After reaching 10 in gnosis, the learning ability of those players would be an upper-middle existence even if they were put into the Lord's Academy. Newbie players are desperately chopping down trees and digging up minerals right now, just so they can get some more gold to raise their enlightenment. Wei Yuan was afraid that Gavin's mind would really break down, so he simply came to his side. Gavin. Gavin looked up numbly, one eye slightly red. He sighed when he saw that the visitor was Wei Yuan. Lord Wei Yuan, it's me who is too shallow. I didn't realize that the human race had so many geniuses. What's there to sigh about? Mr. Gavin, shouldn't you be happy to be able to teach geniuses? Wei Yuan handed him a cup of juice made by the players. Don't you want to see the scene where the squid pirates, famous in the Star Ocean, get their asses kicked by a bunch of low-grade genetic warriors? Chapter 52 Alice's wife Sago. Learning video has been recorded. Thanks to the players to provide the learning experience. All rewards will be in the novice players to observe the learning. Settlement distribution. Snowy Law and Windblown but had just gotten off the pilot battleship when Snowy Law received an alert message on his side. She opened the system panel and was checking it out when Windblown Fart gave a strange cry. WOJ. Sister Yuki, you just recorded the video while you were studying? Didn't you turn on the camera too? Windblown Fart pursed the corners of his mouth for fear of laughing out loud. He didn't record any instructional videos. He recorded Gavin's face changing throughout. Later on, this good stuff, he had to take it to the oil-stealing woman and share it with them. Alice is a wood elf, with long dark green hair and round, wet eyes. At her young age, she looked soft and sweet. At that time, when recruiting teachers, the oil-stealing woman recruited her straight away. As the lowest ranked and least skilled of all the teachers, Alice had been apprehensive for quite some time before. She was afraid that her teaching would make Wei Yuan unsatisfied and dismiss her as soon as she could. When she first arrived at Blue Star, she wondered if it was the first day of trying to teach, and if she didn't teach well. I wonder if Lord Eigen would be willing to pay her for the day, but I didn't expect it. On her first day at Blue Star, she just set up course enrollment on her smart brain, as Lord Wei Yuan had said. Her spot was then filled by Lord Wei Yuan's clan. It looks like my people like you a lot. When Eigen-sama spoke at that time, Alice had a feeling of disbelief. Recognized by. Alice swooned as she watched her quota being filled. But the next second, it was over. One had only ever learned how to use a battleship from textbooks in school all this time. That's almost zero real-world experience. If I hadn't just gotten out of school, I really wouldn't have had a job to make money and would have had to take those awful nutrient solutions. She wouldn't be so bold as to see a high-paying job posting and sign up. Alice's eyes were wide and wet, and if she was found to be a waterlogger, she would surely be done for. She's only level 3. Just unlocked the genlock on level 3 and just got out of school too. It's not like the family will give support. At this point her heart was beating fast in the face of the upcoming teaching. MS. Alice. It's MS. Alice. I signed up for your class A. When do we start teaching? The old colorful guys are all coming over. Holy, the modeling of this game is simply stunning. This is better than the stars. Honestly, green hair is my spot. Love, love, love. Now I declare that MS. Alice is my wife. It's everyone's duty to defend Alice's wife. Everyone is responsible. Alice, my wife. Oh, the players shouted as if no one else was there, scaring Alice into shrinking. Why did it feel like these clansmen of Lord Wei Yuan were a bit weirdly enthusiastic? Circle the earth to sprout yourselves, go you group of old colorful batch. But it is hard to come up with gold coins to get myself enlightenment to 10. Quickly crawl away. Let me go in to learn. No gold coins. I feel panicky. Teacher, hurry up and teach. After teaching I still have to go digging and chopping down trees. Just now in order to get gold coins to chop down trees. But also almost let someone take a cannon to shoot to death. Ha ha. Dude, you're the unlucky guy who almost got killed by a cannon. Ha. Go go go. I almost didn't die on the spot from fear. Still laughing here. When I learn how to use a weapon, I'll be the first to give you an electric cannon. Seeing that the players were about to make a scene, Alice hurriedly and timidly went up to stop them. Students, don't make any noise for now. If you want to learn, come to me first. I'll take you on the pilot battleship and teach you about the operating system first. Alice said that while also tapping on the smart brain, and the information projected on it was clearly a copy of the operating instructions. Hoo-hoo, Alice-sensei actually used the operating instructions. I'm judging from my 10 years of experience in taking teaching qualifications. You, MS, Alice, are a fresh graduate, aren't you? It looks like you've just graduated. Your first job. It's nerve-wracking. My heart is melting. Alice's face turned pale all of a sudden. End. Is finished. Is this discovered? Her eyes widened in horror as she looked at the player who was making the statement. Is he going to be sacked so soon? Alice's tears were on the verge of falling when the emotions she was just brewing were suddenly interrupted by the ghostly yelling and screaming of the players. It's really cute. Come on, Alice's wife. It's all about the first job. Look at that, almost crying from fear. Haha, it's adorable. Go, take us to study. If you can't, it's okay to show us your operating instructions. Right. Alice took the players aboard the pilot battleship. She was giddy the whole way, answering any player who asked. It didn't look like a teacher taking the students through the program, but rather like a group of bosses checking out the interns. Throughout the pilot battleship stroll, players are at 100% learning progress. She was still a bit confused until she was coaxed by the players back to the teacher's lounge. Today's teaching, Don, just in time. At that moment, the door to the other hatch opened, and a disheveled-looking Gavin saw a still dazed Alice. Alice, how was your first day of teaching? Alice smiled brightly as she remembered that her group of students had assured her that they would never tell Lord Wei Yuan that her teaching was not up to par. The students are great to work with. I mean, teaching-wise, Gavin asked quietly. He couldn't be the only one who ran into a student that sick, could he? And it's still such a crowd. Alice heard him ask. The brain is down. Teaching, did she teach today? Just tell the students what those buttons are for, what to do with the system and which place. As for the detailed tutorials and the hands-on exercises, they are not taught. Alice exclaimed in frantic circles inside her head. It's over. The students didn't learn anything. They haven't learned anything yet. Looking at Alice, whose face went down in gray as if she would die the next second, Gavin didn't feel quite right. You don't, teach anything yet. Alice looked up. Want to cry. I forgot. The whole time I just took them for a spin inside the pilot battleship. It's fine. You can teach them tomorrow. It should be too late. Gavin had just finished speaking. Alice then shook her head and murmured. But there are only 2 days left. No. To be precise, there is only 1 day left. The pirates should be here on the 3rd day. 1 day? How can we possibly finish teaching I'm such a useless teacher. It's over. Alice turned her head into the house, her mouth still chanting. Otherwise it's better to call tonight for them to come and study. Definitely can't let them lose their lives. Gavin watched Alice close the door, and his outstretched hand retracted silently. Is it possible that whatever teacher is teaching it is about the same for them? Gavin listened to the noise outside, and the way players were already carrying primary energy saws ready to cut down trees. Thought better of it and kept his mouth shut. By 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Alice, who was still working on her lesson plan, suddenly smelled an extremely overbearing fragrance. Rumble of a stomach. Chapter 53, Teacher. Let's make a deal. It smells so good. Look up from your lesson plan. Alice's long green hair, now in a messy cascade, all caught while doing the lesson plan just now. But she was so hungry at the moment that her stomach was close to her belly that she didn't pay any attention to what her hair looked like. Then a big pile of green hair appeared in front of the player who was doing the fanning and grilling. From this huge pile of green hair, a dopey little face was peeled out. Misty grass. Frack. Cutie, you scared me. The player was so scared that the fan in his hand was almost thrown out. Seeing that it was actually their lovely Ms. Alice who had come. It was only then that they steadied their trembling hands. It's you, classmate. Alice looked at the player with a smile. What are you baking here? Why does it smell so good? In fact, she couldn't remember the other person's name at all. After all, players are really getting all kinds of names. But now the food that this little student was turning over in his hand smelled just too good. Smelling it when she was in her room earlier had made her crave it. It's almost like she's going to be perfumed and mesmerized now that she's coming closer. Drooling. Roasted chicken. This is our Jin's favorite. He comes to buy one every day. Would you like one too, teacher? May I? Alice's eyes lit up. Her swallowing increased significantly. Are you giving it to me to eat? Then I want to. She held out 2 white fingers and looked good for a batch. Okay, go sit over there for a while and I'll bring it to you later. The players were adorable as they looked at Alice's well-behaved and adorable appearance. Alice was still a little embarrassed to see the players' quick agreement. Isn't it a bit too much to ask for 2 roasted chickens at once? Alice glanced at the strings behind the player. In addition to grilled chicken, there are a variety of meat and vegetable skewers. Where the people were sitting, there were also several players, fresh out of the mines, laboring for hours, coming over for some barbecue and a little fruit punch to blow off steam. A cozy batch. This atmosphere is so enjoyable. Alice's little face flushed slightly. The elves are pretty hierarchical. What elves are considered to be lower middle class among the elves? She had never seen the human race like this before, where people of any rank could come together to eat, drink and laugh. Hello, Alice's wife. 2 roasted chickens for the teacher. The fragrant roast chicken was steaming hot, and after Alice swallowed twice, she reached out to grab it. With a gentle bite from sharp teeth, large chunks of chicken meat were ripped off along with the bones. It's so good. Fragrant, tender and slightly spicy. It's so delicious. Alice's mouth wouldn't stop screaming inside. 2 lines of hot tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. The barbecue stall owner was dumbfounded and rushed over to inquire. Is it scalded? You can't eat this bone, it'll stick in your throat. Misty grass. Teacher, you spit it out. This roast chicken. He didn't crisp the bones. This voice attracted all the surrounding players who had just come out of the pit a few times. Alice, are you okay? The food is crying. It must have burned. Maybe it's spicy. Man, how much chili did you put in this? Didn't put much in. Just a little. Good lord. A billion dots. No wonder it gave our Alice's wife food to cry about. Alice opened her eyes in confusion as she listened to the noise around her. What are you talking about? The barbecue stall owner, whose ID was called Dependent Defense, hurriedly asked. Alice, why are you crying? If this is not explained clearly, in the future, this stall of his own will probably be lifted by the old colorful batch. Alice looked blankly at the concerned players around her, lowering her head somewhat sheepishly and whispering, I've never had anything so good. Ha! The players were dumbfounded. No way, bro. You guys don't have food in this intergalactic setting? The players looked at each other. Jen has always been quite fond of it, but I haven't seen any talk of crying over it. Amilo loves it too, but she prefers to drink the sap of the bloodthirsty toon tree. Wait, I remember when Oil Stealer Woman posted her rundown earlier. She said a mouthful about what nutrients those people in the Star League were taking, and it was said to be super hard to eat. Whoa! I remembered the meal replacement powder I ate before when I was losing weight. It's true that I don't lack nutrition after eating it, but there's no point in living. So there's nothing good about Interstellar? You ask. A few of the players finally looked at each other and towards the Edo defense. He went to ask. Relying on the defense is curious too. Alice-sensei, you're thinking that I made this delicious, right? Then you didn't eat anything delicious when you were living outside before? Alice shook her head. She still understood more or less what the players had just said, She suddenly remembered that she had heard earlier that the human race did not like to go out. It was originally thought that it was because the strength was so poor and the community was weak that they didn't come out of their gathering place. Now it seems, it's quite possible that they found the supplements too hard to eat. Alice took a hard bite of the roasted chicken in her hand. Even in the central galaxy, ordinary genetic warriors can only eat nutrients. The higher-priced nutrients, at best, provide more than enough energy. Alice's words made the players perk up. Isn't that a good way to make money? Ha ha, why don't we turn around and make a wave? Get a wave. Get a wave. Watching these students of his start cheering inexplicably again, Alice raised her hand and said quietly, the blue planet is just too far away from the other planets, and the closest one is still encapsulated in a war zone. So I'm afraid that if you guys don't study hard, 2 days later, we're all dead. Dependent Defense reached up and rubbed his chin. Can't afford to open your own store in the real world ***. How about one in the stars? Guys, want to do something big? He looked around at a few of his brothers. These dudes, they're all liveries. One worked in the mines day and night, and it looked like people who didn't have much gold either, but had plenty of time in the real world. How do you do a big job? Several players looked over. I've carefully observed the traces of those old players who got rich before. Like that secret begging big guy, he just seized the first opportunity. That's why he earned a large amount of gold. Why don't we try it too? You mean, sneak off to the war zone and meet those pirates first? Players sighed a pair. It's done. We're all gamers. Who doesn't love to get into trouble? Mining every day. Isn't that the same as being a cow or a horse in real life? But we don't have any gold coins, or weapons, or even a flying machine. What are we going to do without money? A player named Two Dogs asked a sole question. Ito replied looking to Alice. Teacher, let's make a deal. Chapter 54, we need an angel investor, plus. Ha! Alice finished the roast chicken in 3 bites. When she heard the reply from Ito about finding her to discuss a matter, she was alerted. She squared her shoulders. Class, you're the one who said that both roasted chickens were for me. 2 words reflected in Alice's emerald green eyes. No money. It's wrong of you to be defensive of us. Teacher. Ito replied, moving a stool to sit next to Alice. A few other players chimed in. One looked at Alice eagerly. 7 or 8 people. Talking at Alice. MS. Alice, you see we're so familiar with each other. We're at this moment, we really need your help. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to cultivate the same boat, and 100 years to cultivate the love between teacher and student. This teacher-student bond of ours is a rare 100 years of cultivation. Your lovely students need your help now. Won't you help? Alice listened to what they were saying without being the least bit moved. She heard it all just now. These students themselves should be planning to do something dangerous, but they can't do it now because they don't have any money on hand. For the moment, it looked like the idea had gone to his head. I don't have any money. She shook her head. So firmly. Edo replied with a twinkle in his eye. Teacher, as long as you lend us a little gold coin this time, after it's accomplished, not only will we pay back the money, but we'll also split what we earn ourselves with you 37%. The most important thing is that from now on, you are the most honored VIP customer of this barbecue stall of mine. You can eat as much as you want. Eat whatever you want. No money. How about it? This instant. A moment ago, he was incredibly adamant that he would absolutely hold the line. Alice, who wouldn't agree to anything even if the students made any conditions. She hesitated. Really hesitant. That string of delicious-looking food will be able to be eaten openly later. Honestly. Roast chicken. Too. Stuffed. It's just enough to stuff your teeth. Alice swallowed. Who doesn't work for a living? But I really don't have any money. I only have 1 star coin in my entire body right now. Alice embarrassedly tapped on her smart brain. Spread the balance out to the players. Oh yo, it's poor enough. Good lord. No wonder when I see Alice, I smell a familiar odor. So it's just like me. Smelling like poor acid. No wonder there's no worry about the pirates at all. So if Jen doesn't pick her up, she'll have to starve to death too? Alice blushed. So yeah, why don't you guys just find another teacher to borrow money from? That won't do. MS. Alice, it's because you're poor. That's why we have to help you. Ito replied, reaching out and clapping his hand on Alice's shoulder. Even if you're the god of poverty in the universe, we're going to save you from yourself. You don't have any money on you right now, but your salary as a teacher is quite a bit a month, right? Go ahead. Go get an advance of a month's salary from our Jen. Jen is very nice. Just kidding. Can other teachers be as good as Alice? But, Alice squirmed, really embarrassed. How could one possibly be good enough to ask Lord Wei Yuan for a salary when one's teaching was so poor, and it's still an advance? Teacher, don't get sidetracked. Edo replied, opening a demonic whisper in Alice's ear. Look, it stands to reason that a laborer gets paid for what he does, right? But the bosses are paid monthly. This money is the equivalent of being pressed into the hands of your boss. You have to do what he tells you to do or you will be docked your paycheck. But if you advance a month's salary, see if the boss dares to fire you. Do it in reverse. You get a month's salary. And if he doesn't let you work for a full month, he dares to let you go? Alice actually subconsciously nodded her head as she listened. Yes, even if my teaching quality is poor, it was Eigen-sama himself who summoned me. Yeah, that's what he deserves. And you, our dear teacher, you've already taught us all the knowledge today. You just needed a month's advance. It's not like you're hurting Jen, right? Besides, that pirate is coming. You asked for a month's salary. You spend it all. Jen, can't watch you die even if it's for this salary. Right. Yeah. Alice's turquoise eyes were bright and glowing all at once. Gotta go for the paycheck. I've been teaching all day. When she gets her paycheck, she won't be afraid that Lord Wei Yuan will dismiss her. To get a paycheck advance. Salary advances. Salary advances. Alice majestically then headed towards the lounge where Wei Yuan was. Looking at the elf girl who was full of cowardice just a moment ago, all of a sudden as if she was possessed, she left with a powerful aura. Those in the know knew she was off for a paycheck advance. Those who don't know still think that Wei Yuan owes her wages, which is a door-to-door debt collection. No, dude, you used to work in a pyramid scheme? The second dog stuck out his thumbs at the Ito reply. That mouthpiece, it's unbeatable. Hey, average. Dependent defense waved his hand. According to Jen's character, this money will definitely be given. Let's think about what we should buy. The players tapped on the system mall. Wei Yuan, who had been spectating from afar the entire time, was really a bit teary-eyed. Nice guy. These guys are really, even fake NPCs. Ha, what a simple, sweet little girl Alice was, to be so tainted by the Rakugo people? Knock knock. As he was sputtering, Alice came over and knocked on the door. Wei Yuan opened the door helplessly. Never mind. These guys are daring enough to think and act as their lords. This help is still needed. But, you have to start by adjusting the exchange rate between star coins and gold coins down a bit. Think of it as tax collection. Wei Yuan narrowed his smile and opened the door. Alice, come on in. Is Lord Eigen so nice? Alice walked out of Wei Yuan's lounge in confusion. 200,000 star coins. It's in the books? It was the first time she had seen so many zeros inside her account balance since she was born. Looking at the account balance, Alice had a bit of a surreal feeling. But the players that came together made her a little frustrated again. Paychecks that haven't even warmed up yet are going to these little guys. Ha ha, I told you Jen would definitely give it. Come on, MS. Alice, call us your paycheck. I'm going to get my gear. Seeing Alice's reluctant look, Ito reply hurriedly said, when things are done, this money will definitely be returned to you. 8 teeth were neatly exposed. And depending on the defense by hand, the star coins were exchanged for gold coins at the system. Bye. Mecha Rental 6. Thermal Weapons, Particle Sniper Rifles, Lightwave Grenades. Chapter 55 Agreement 3, I will not lose my iron harness again. 200,000 star coins for just 1 million gold coins. Ha! The exchange rate seems to have been adjusted. But this is enough money for us to go ahead and arm ourselves. Jie, we're going to have mechs. So cool. They were all new players, and all the previous information about the game was learned from those videos passed out by the old players such as the oil-stealing woman. At that time, when Jen piloted the ink cloud mecha and fell from the sky, they were so greedy. Relying on the defense looked at the gold coins transferred to the account, and his heart was on fire. Mecha, place your order. All the weapons appeared before their eyes. After Wei Yuan finished the summoning quest, the system automatically upgraded as well. The upgraded system is capable of teleporting things from the system mall directly to the player's hand. Where's the mech? Look at the weapons that are laid out in front of you. The players were surprised, but they wanted to see the mechs more than anything else. Mecha, the ultimate romance for men. The mech you ordered is in the process of being delivered. Please check. The next second the system popped up with a prompt. From the distant sky, 6 bright lights flew. Knock knock. 6 battle mechs with smooth lines and a silvery glow stood side by side in front of the players. The 3-meter-tall mecha's eyes let out a bright light as it scanned towards the players. Rental customer confirmed. Please check. Players have had check buttons appear in their game panel rows. Make it so formal? ETOH replied, his hands and feet were shaking. A mech this tall. Really just rented? So excited. Checking in. Introducing myself to you. We are a BT series mech. My number is 003. Number 004. Number 005. Number 006. Number 009. Each of the mechs sounded similar, but when you listened closely, there were some subtle differences. Dependent Defense wooed when he heard the mech say their series was BT. So your pilot, Wouldn't he be called Iron Harness? BT-003, who was standing across from Ito's reply, cocked his head quizzically. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about with the Iron Harness, but our pilots, in general, are referred to as masters, but we're tenants. Temporary master. No, from now on you will call us Iron Harness. The second dog standing beside the Etrog reply jumped up and shouted excitedly. He was a veteran Titanfall player. Iron Harness? The mechs inquired towards the players. Several other players wailed with excitement. BT, don't underestimate the bond between BT and Iron Harness. It's burning up. Woohoo. Agreement 3, I will not lose my Iron Harness again. Trust me. The mechs looked at each other after they watched the players gibbering and starting to cheer and shout. These clansmen of the masters, they don't seem right, do they? They have chat codes inside. The mechs immediately began to communicate. 003, the Iron Harnesses, it seems, are communicating that we will sacrifice for them? 006, but the master said that if he encounters a mission he can't accomplish, he can just abandon his people and leave. 007, they're shouting. Protocol 3. 008, command unrecognized. Protocol 3 is null and void. We'd better follow our master's instructions. 004, new deal number 3, we can lose Iron Harness. 005, Sego. 005 suddenly gave a thumbs up to the other mechs. The movement, it's just right. It comes along with the players calling out. Trust me. Well, let's now, for the time being, head to the nearest war zone and meet these fearsome pirates first. Fine. Walk. The mechs come with an instruction manual when purchased. With the manual in hand, the players enter the cockpit and begin to learn. Mechs are much simpler to maneuver than lead battleships. The main thing is to link the spirit to the mech. The players were flipping through the manual when their mechs, then, opened their cockpits. We have an autonomous consciousness. The Iron Harness level is too low. If we force the link, the spirit will be traumatized. You can directly issue commands, and we will do it autonomously. It's not that the mechs look down on the players. Rather, normally, rank is also tied to mental strength. The players, if they were really just ordinary humans, then the moment they linked up with the mechs, the little level 1 stragglers they were now, they'd probably be crushed into little cuties by the multitude of data streams. But, are they ordinary humans? Dependent defense hammed and hawed. Mental link? The second dog immediately got the meaning of the dependent reply. Then won't we have to be man-machine? Well, the reason why I can't find a wife has been found. It's all because of you old colorful bastards. What you think about every day is not women. You think about mechs. Another player slapped the back of the Ito reply fiercely and painfully. Are all your XPs this sick now? The mechs really didn't understand some of what the players were saying, but after seeing the mechs' puzzled gazes, all the players returned to their serious looks. Children should not pry when adults are talking. Spirit link, can you still let BT look down on you? If I don't succeed in linking, I don't even deserve to be your Iron Harness. Dependent on the reply crawled hand over hand into the cockpit of the mech. BT-003's spirit link pipeline. He grabbed it and pressed it toward his temple. The mechs were ready to take control of their data flow, but to their surprise, the next second, all their data was received and the players opened their eyes. Holy, that's so cool. Everything on screen is data mined. The second dog opened his eyes and everything in front of him was marked on the sides. As long as he looked closely towards something, all the data of that thing would appear instantly. He will also remember it straight away. This feeling of the brain seeming to be 100% developed is just cool. Departure. Dependent answer pulled the coordinates of the nearest war zone directly from the BT-003's data stream. Okay, you'll be able to get there by relying on the mech. Go! 6 dark lights flashed. They shot straight up into the clouds, out of the blue star's gravity and into the sea of stars. Alice took a large skewer of kebabs that Itho Defense had grilled for her, and the more she ate, the more alarmed she became. It was only at this point that she kind of came back to her senses. It's like, it's been snubbed. What to do? If Eigen-sama finds out, he'll peel her skin off, won't he? At the thought, she took an even bigger bite of her skewer. Die a full death. Chapter 56, I don't have a backstab for the league, so I'll count my conscience. Alice was a bit bewildered. Those barbecues that were still in his hands a moment ago had now been transferred to Wei Yuan's hands. Looking at the 6 players who had disappeared into the sky, Wei Yuan took a bite of the crispy roasted pancetta. There aren't many people left in the clan who can grill this well. Wei Yuan sighed and ate faster. Alice's eyes filled with hot tears as she looked at the barbecue that was being quickly wiped out. Lord Wei Yuan. She wanted her skewer back, after all. Sticking her head out was a cut, and shrinking it was still a cut, even if she was going to die. Then she wanted to take one last bite before she died. Wei Yuan's face did not change in front of Alice. and he continued to take a big bite, chewing leisurely. Oh Alice. Chew. I already know why you're getting an early, chew, paycheck advance. Chew. You'll have to bring me one of those when you're having free barbecue later, chew. Eyeing Alice. She took a deep breath and was ready to speak. Wei Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth and raised his hand, revealing his brain. Look at this brain of mine. The principal of our Lord Academy forgot to read the message when it came. Alice, I'm leaving first. As he said that, he also took a kebab and waved it around. This kebab. It's so delicious. Thanks. Ha. Alice looked at Wei Yuan's back as he left. For a moment it didn't even register what had happened to him. Eigen-sama. There's no anger. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Then lost in thought, he looked at his empty hand. Why does it feel like I've fallen for it again? Wei Yuan swaggered back to his lounge. Speaking up, relying on reply as a player. The grill is pretty good. He made this trip to the war zone. You don't even have any barbecue to eat yourself. Hey. Luckily resourceful. Went and intercepted the wave. Eat the last skewer. Wei Yuan tapped on the communication request sent by the old principal. He really wasn't lying to Alice just now. The old principal did call him on his comms, but he hadn't answered before. Now that he had some free time, he clicked on it. One moment. The old principal, somewhat disheveled, appeared across from Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, Alliance side may not be able to arrive in time for support. After all, time is too tight. Wei Yuan laughed. Hey, I told you a long time ago, didn't I, that we're going to have to take care of this ourselves after all. Something happens to Blue Star, and those Union men can still back it up in time? They'd have a conscience if they didn't run over and backstab a wave. Wei Yuan had long since stopped having any thoughts about the Star Alliance, while Alliance support won't arrive in time. On the college side, I'll be sending students to. Don't. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Old headmaster, I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need to force the students to come over and get involved in danger. This time around, I'm still sure that I can stop the pirates, and I hadn't gotten my hopes up for those Star League ********. No hope. No disappointment. And you had to disobey me to go talk to them about something that wasn't there. Those people, seeing you defending me so much, might hate the human race even more. Wei Yuan sat dangling in front of the video. The human race was so strong back then, how could they really let the insect race be scrapped in one wave? At that time, they were known as the most powerful race among the 10,000 races. Unfortunately, instead of being eaten by the bugs, so many of the resources left behind were divided among those guys from the Alliance. Otherwise, all just allied. They can grow so fast? All of them grew up by devouring the blood and flesh resources of the primordial human race. Of course they feared the rise of the human race again. What's more, the one who led the rise was still Wei Yuan, the careful one. They would have hated for Wei Yuan to be able to join the human race and die far away. There are now pirate pathways. Wei Yuan is in trouble. Those old guys probably sleep at night and wake up dreaming and laughing. Wei Yuan, the interstellar alliance is already no longer solid. If there is any more infighting, it will likely fall apart. And when that happens, it won't be a good thing for either the human race or the 10,000 races. The old principal looked at Wei Yuan's expression and sighed in his heart. As long as we wait for you to ascend to the position of Führer, the human race will naturally stand up again in the future. What's more important now is to get through this difficult situation you have in front of you. I'll carry through the hard times. Don't worry. Wei Yuan ran out of patience. With a wave toward the old principal he turned off the calm. The human race had a long and stinking account back then, when he had just crossed over. Wei Yuan wasn't interested in messing around for the sake of the human race over here. He was, at that time, for the human race over here, that had no sense of belonging at all. But, after he crossed over, however, quite a lot happened. Those things, little by little, wore out Wei Yuan's patience, piss him off. Until the end, Wei Yuan had even become somewhat hostile to those in the Star Alliance. And the old principal actually thought that he, Wei Yuan, wanted to be the head of the alliance? What he'd actually been thinking was that he'd have to find the time to cut off all those old men's heads and hang them on the walls of their respective clans. In the meantime, in the Sea of Stars, after almost an hour or so of traveling, the dependent defense was just a bit too much to bear. BT-003, I am nagging this beautiful view of the Star Ocean. No matter how good it looked, he was a bit tired of looking at it for an hour straight. Wasn't there 001 and 002 before you? Yes, BT-003 said, but they have all fallen in battle in the Star Ocean, having died following their masters in their conquests, and that is their honor. Ha, mechs die too? It will. 003 narrated. Back then, 001 was the one whose data collapsed after his master blocked the enemy's fatal blow when he was completing the Academy's mission. 002 was assassinated and died while his master was hunting star beasts. To be able to die protecting your master. This type of battle fall is the highest honor of our mechs. The players were not sleepy when they heard about Wei Yuan. The game mic, which had been quiet just a moment ago, was instantly buzzing with activity. Answer me, answer me. Ask your mech what's going on here. Why is Brother Yuan so easily ambushed? The point is that the mechs all blew up and died, but our gen is still alive. That's awesome. Life is harder than a mech. The point shouldn't be, why did the mech die? Isn't the mecha's intelligence just some program? If the core code or carrier still exists, shouldn't they logically be able to be resurrected indefinitely? Players were asking in the mic in a variety of ways. The mechs are mentally linked to the players again. At this point, the questions they were thinking about had been synchronized in real time to the mecha brain. Chapter 57 As an iron harness. I will protect my BT, plus more. We are going to die. The voices of the mechs rang out from the cockpit. BT-003, iron harness. We are going to die. When he finished, there was silence. The mechs all exuded a hint of sadness. Mechs were created as weapons. They were not supposed to need souls. But after a certain level of technological advancement, weapons also possessed a soul. The mechs do not fear death, but they don't stay alive as long as they keep their core data, as the players say. For the mechs, the definition of alive, not data preservation. Just as the definition of a human being alive is not incorruptible flesh. I don't know why, but I feel the sadness of the mechs. A player suddenly made this exclamation in the group chat. When the other players saw this, their hearts were also a little bit upset. Without a soul link, they just treat these mechs as emotionless weapons. Now that the data streams are all linked into the spirit, as the main controller, the players are able to clearly perceive the joys and sorrows of the mechs. It was only at this time that they realized that these mechs, the emotions were frighteningly real. But it's a game. Even the NPCs in it are made of data. Some of the mechs, how can they be alive? What a stupid game to play. Several players mentally told themselves to wake up. However, they tacitly agreed that none of them opened their mouths in front of the mechs, but all chose to send messages in the player group chat. Two dogs, as iron harness. We can't ignore the BT's feelings. I'll protect my BT. Depends on the defense. You were the one who shouted the loudest before when you shouted Protocol 3. Stop chatting, guys. I see something scanning towards us. Lasers visible to the human eye scan towards the area where the players were. Inside the mech, the players were even able to see what range of energy these lasers were at. Iron harness. We're entering the engagement zone. Now turn on stealth mode and prepare to land. The surface layer of all the mechs was replaced with a high-density layer that was able to directly evade the scanning machines. In the barren battlefield, 6 mechs landed one after another with a thud. The ground was scorched black from the artillery fire that had swept over it. There were several large dark masses on the floor, and it was impossible to tell what they were. The air smelled of smoke and scorched. Doing barbecue all year round and relying on the defense smells familiar. He glanced at the ground, the large mass of unidentified black objects. The stomach lurched. Vomit. Holy, does this game have to be made so real? The smell. Vomit. The BT-003 thoughtfully turns off the external circulation system. What? I just smelled paste. It's not very disgusting. A few other players twitched their noses. Neither smelled out of place. Asterisk asterisk. It's the smell of meat roasting off. Those big black clumps on the ground. Vomit. It's a carcass carbonized. Vomit. Melted together. Vomit. Depending on the defense, tears are dry heaving out of my eyes. But, with the thought that since I'm sick to my stomach, you guys aren't going to be any better. Dependent on the defense loudly explaining it to them in the mic. It's still definitely not from artillery fire. The bodies were scattered after the artillery hit. It had to have driven all the Union men into one piece and burned them at high temperatures. So the outside circle of corpses melted. And the inside. Vomit. Inside shouldn't be carbonized yet. If you don't believe me, I'll split this mess open and show you if the bodies inside are still blackened. Asterisk asterisk. Relying on the defense. You're a real ing puke. Is a real ing. Puke. What day ah. This game made too real. I still really smell meat. Cannot. Vomit. The call channel was filled with the sounds of vomiting. Players didn't think it was that disgusting in the first place. Who hasn't encountered a nasty scene while playing a game? But with this game, the graphics are off the charts, just thieves real. And the smell in this air. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered if, relying on the defense, he hadn't explained it in detail and just said that the body had carbonized into a ball. But, this pussy is like a disease. I'm going to have to give you a chicken claw when we get back. Dude, be careful taking out boneless chicken feet. Don't play the ing stunt. Look for any living people. We came out this time, but we borrowed a large sum of money from Alice's wife. Don't go back empty-handed. The second dog wasn't too affected by it. The Mets had also long since turned off their external circuits in response to a detailed explanation. The players who followed the Ito defense to the warzone this time around have the IDs Clara, Crazy Bunny, Ordering Food, and Grandpa here, plus a 2-dogger. A team of 6. BT. Scan the neighborhood for any living souls. Erdog is the player who was the most flexible with his Mets. Scanning, 970 meters ahead, 6 meters underneath. Intelligent creatures alive. Blue Star. The player's super high learning progress is literally killing a few teachers. They even wondered for a moment if their strength was just too bad. Some of the teachers simply went on StarNet and tried to check the speed of weapon learning for normal Alliance people. OMG. I've never seen such a talented student. This learning progress? Catching up with me 100 times. Back then I just learned all the operation. It took half a month. Why can just read my analysis once? All will be? Why? I'm still a little giddy. So that's what your students are like, huh? I didn't realize that the human race is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. This learning speed, casually pulling a human to the Alliance's school is crushing the existence of the same level. So the human race had previously stayed out of the Alliance's activities, not even showing up for many years, not because their strength had gotten worse, but because they were afraid of their talent being exposed? I don't know. There was an intergalactic V-post earlier saying that the human race was about to be extinguished. Now it's pretty ridiculous. A few of the teachers couldn't sleep at night, so they simply all got together. Gavin's heart was soothed when he saw how each of them had never seen the world, and how their jaws couldn't close by Wei Yuan's clansmen. Yeah, that's it. It's that feeling of surprise, blown away to the point of skepticism, I guess. Ha ha. Gavin smiled and scanned the room, only to find that the only female teacher, Alice, she cowered in the corner, full of apprehension. Alice, what's wrong with you? Alice, at this time, was thinking about whether Wei Yuan would know about the fact that she had lent her salary to a student, and she shivered at Gavin's voice. Almost subconsciously, he blurted out, I didn't mean to lend them my paycheck. Chapter 58, it's bad. We seem to have been robbed of the first opportunity. One moment. The whole room went quiet. All the teachers, their eyes fell on Alice's face. Being here, the youngest and lowest ranked being, Alice was honestly a little scared of them. MS. Alice, what did you just say? What do you mean? Gavin asked out loud. Lend them your paycheck? Can I get an advance on my paycheck? Who are they? Could it be those of Lord Wei Yuan's clan? That's a lot of content contained in that one sentence of Alice's. None of the ones here are considered much smarter though. But to be able to become a weapon master is still more or less enlightened a bit more than the average Alliance person. MS. Alice, we're all on the same rope now. We're going to face the interstellar pirates soon. So if there's anything, it's better to tell us about it. Yeah, if anything happens, maybe we can even help you put in a word for Lord Wei Yuan. You lent your paycheck to those of Lord Eigen's clan? What did those kids do with your paycheck when they were so low in rank? This matter, Lord Wei Yuan doesn't know about it yet, right? There was a lot of speculation. The cold sweat on Alice's forehead was also increasing. No way. She wasn't very bold to begin with, and just now she was only thinking to herself. And the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Now that he was being discussed by his coworkers in such a heated manner, he felt even more like he was going to die. It's just that a couple of students said they wanted to do a big job, and then they came to me and borrowed their paychecks, as if to buy some weapons, and headed straight for the enemy's lair. Alice kept her head down, hating to curl up, but the words that came out of her mouth made these teachers in the room sweat. Gavin all but stared wide-eyed at the little girl with a harmless face. Alice, she looked so timid, so weak. How dare she? You're saying that Lord Wei Yuan's clan, having snubbed your paycheck, is headed straight for the Star Pirates' lair? No, it's not necessarily the lair. It could also be going to the war zone. I see that they are still carrying the mechs made by Lord Wei Yuan. Alice scrunched her neck, her voice getting smaller and smaller. You didn't stop it then? They said to give me a big cut when it's done. And free kebabs for life. Of course, Alice didn't dare say the latter half of the sentence. She glanced at all the teachers present. Their faces were all extraordinarily ugly. Will the pirates be able to locate us if they are caught? I'm not sure. Gavin felt his brain go numb. Star pirates are not low-tech. If Lord Wei Yuan's people were captured, the pirates would be perfectly capable of locating the planet with their think tanks. When the time comes, the level 5 planet is exposed and the pirates' main army enters the battle. Everyone will die. They all have to die. Gavin was calm on his face, but in his heart he had gone crazy. He wanted to hold his head and yell a lot right now. What the hell is all this? Why are they all so unreliable? What's a bunch of guys with such low levels doing running around delivering groceries? It's okay if you run off to die on your own bare ass. It might be shattered into pieces by a single laser blast. Who else can locate them? But on the contrary, they brought their mechs with them. It's still a BT series mecha made by Lord Eigen. Isn't it obvious that the pirates are being told that there are resources available? Feeling the strong negative emotions coming from Gavin, Alice shrunk into a small ball, even smaller. Her voice couldn't even be heard anymore if you didn't listen closely. I haven't dared to tell Lord Wei Yuan yet. He probably still thinks that those students, they just go around. Alice lowered her head, not daring to look at Gavin. So scary. Lord Gavin now looks as if he's going crazy. Woohoo. Sure enough, I made a big mistake this time. How can you be so hot-headed as to become an accomplice once you've been fooled by a student? Alice died crying. Gavin, with a funereal air about him, looked at his fellow officers, all of whom were still in a state of amazement. He sighed and walked out of the teacher's lounge. At this point, the guy skaters are scurrying around outside. Seeing Mr. Gavin heading towards Wei Yuan's lounge, the oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. The squad of 4 followed Gavin quietly. Makabaka, what's the situation with Mr. Gavin? It's not like he's been hit bad, is it? Dark beg, that windblown fart guy is wilting too. That bossy sister of his went up there and blew Gavin out of the water. Oil-stealing woman, no. I also saw Jen going to enlighten Gavin in the afternoon. And Mr. Gavin was still happy by evening, so there must be something going on. Star gave the oil-stealing woman a look. 6. This guy, he's really poking around over here all the time. Go, brothers, let's go listen to the wall. I feel sure there's a plot to be triggered. Maybe we can even get a head start this time. When the oil-stealing woman saw Gavin enter the room, she immediately crawled to the corner of the wall and listened sideways to the sounds of the house. Makabaka, holy, you're so creepy like that. He. This game is played with a difference in information. It's important for me to gather information everywhere that's also important, alright. Oil stealer woman gave Makabaka a blank look and, be quiet and let me listen properly. Chapter 59, not being cheated of money just because I didn't run into a targeted bureau. Lord Wei Yuan. Those students. Warzone. Mecha. A blurry voice, coming from inside the house. The oil-stealing woman had her head through the door. Gavin yelled in excitement. But the door to this room was really well soundproofed. What did you hear? Oil-stealing woman, tell me, what did you hear? Makabaka came up behind the oil-stealing woman and kept asking. The oil-stealing woman wants to scratch her head in a hurry. 2. He whispered sideways. Didn't hear you. What with the students and the mechs and the war zone and all? It's killing me in a hurry. The point is that our Jen started talking, and his voice is so low. You have bad ears. I'll listen. Hear that? Dark Beg came along. No. Did Jen talk? I don't know. You guys stop talking for a second. I can't even hear what's going on in there. At this point, inside the house, Gavin, who was sweating anxiously, was confused by a silencing gesture from Wei Yuan. It's not. Isn't Eigen-sama in any hurry at all? He's getting antsy. Suddenly, the door was squeezed open. Knock. Ouch my ass. Makabaka, get up, you're crushing me. Ouch. I'm at the bottom. Get up if you want to. Don't prop my face up with your hands. The 3 sand sculptures rolled in a heap on the floor, and from his position in the doorway, Star locked eyes with Wei Yuan inside. That faint smile on Wei Yuan's face directly gave Star a look that made her face go red. Star, are you guys looking for me for something? Wei Yuan teased. Looking at Star, Star's face instantly exploded red. Glancing at the 3 men still crawling around on the ground, the heart is speechless. No, why? It was clearly the 3 of them eavesdropping. Why am I the one who's embarrassed? We just saw Mr. Gavin coming to see you and wondered what was going on? Star inquired graciously. There's no point in hiding it. Wei Yuan nodded. There's nothing much going on. It's just that there are 6 clansmen, who rented mechs and broke into the war zone on their own first. What? The 3 sand sculptures on the ground, who were crawling around, raised their heads and shouted at the same time. ****, let's get a head start. Why didn't I think of that? Focusing on replenishing gold coins. After studying I said I would take a break and cut down the trees. I didn't expect it. Well, there are really countless heroes in this world. Damn it, let someone beat me to it. 1 minute Gavin thought that someone was finally taking this seriously, and the next he saw these humans and pounded his chest in regret. How does this not look like a realization of the seriousness of the problem? Lord Wei Yuan, what's important now is that we have to get those students back. If their identities are exposed, the pirates will surely find out about us. No, renting a mech costs 10,000 gold coins. Where is the newcomer so rich? The oil-stealing woman shouted, interrupting Gavin. Gavin subconsciously said breathlessly, it's not because of you students. You're just too cunning, and you even fooled MS. Alice into advancing a month's salary to lend to them. These humans, they are simply lawless. Not much of a rank, but that ghostly idea is a hell of a lot more. The idea of class that Gavin had built up over so many years in Interstellar was ate up by the players at Blue Star in just one day. No one is afraid of him, and also ran in and eavesdropped while the Lord was communicating with his teacher. And even if he eavesdropped, he asked openly. Gavin let out a long sigh. And so did Alice. How could it be so easy to be fobbed off with a student's paycheck? The oil-stealing woman was really surprised that these newcomers are playing so wild now. It's a real talent to fool the teacher's paychecks directly. How did he not come up with such a great idea? Even Makabaka reacted. Asterisk. There's an expert inside the newcomers. It's really daring to think and do. So that means we can't lag behind. The first to eat crabs will always eat better. Star, that's right. She didn't have time to care if Wei Yuan was laughing at them now. Be aware that in the game, players are cohorts while also competing for resources. The first kill quest was not put in plain sight, but the players who had participated in the Goblin quest before knew it in their hearts. The first player to kill an enemy gets an extra bonus. While we're at it, no news has been communicated that the player has made the first kill of a pirate. Let's also hurry up and get together and get ready to go. Most of the money in our hands has already been exchanged for enlightenment. Now the way to get a lot of gold. The eyes of the small group of 4 turned to Gavin in unison. Gavin froze for a moment, then was surrounded by a squad of 4. Mr. Gavin, you must be worried about the well-being of those 6, right? Yeah, they all came running over to Jen about it, so they must really want them back. You may not know what we're capable of when you first come to Blue Star, but do you remember? It was us who interviewed you. Oh, yes, Mr. Gavin, you remember me. The oil-stealing woman brought her face up to Gavin. We have a friendship. Mr. Gavin, we don't want more. Just lend us half of your paycheck, and we'll go help you get those bad students back. How about that? Except for Star, who maintained his high-flying image and stood in a circle outside. The 3 remaining men were like flies around Gavin. Gavin instantly had 2 heads in one. He looked to Wei Yuan for help, but to his surprise, Lord Wei Yuan gave him a look of love. How could I make the same mistake as Alice? Don't even think about it, guys. Gavin bobbed his head and headed out the door. Lord Wei Yuan himself wasn't worried anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it blindly. Instead, they keep harping on the issue. These kids are really eyeing their pocketbooks. This month's paycheck hasn't even come in yet. He didn't even think about it. He hurried. Wei Yuan was also happy to be easy on the ears, but looking at the way those 3 of the oil-stealing woman followed Gavin around, I guess it's also a case of not stopping until you get what you want. I wonder how long Gavin can hold out. I told you I wouldn't lend you my paycheck. Why are you still pestering me? Wherever Gavin went, these 4 men followed him like a shadowy spirit. The oil-stealing woman is even more thick-skinned. Teacher, you're wrong. It's not like we're necessarily looking for you to borrow money. That's right. At that time, when we were interviewing, that was also a glimpse of you. You look at you this level, this technology, this professional quality. Hey, we all think, encounter you as simply 3 lifetimes of good fortune. We don't mean anything else. We are all acquaintances, and still teacher-student relationship. Right, we have this relationship, and not to say anything else. To take care of the teacher, this is our duty. Yes. Besides, you come to be our teacher. How can we not treat you to a meal on the first day? Let's not mention the matter of borrowing money. How can we also give you a welcome? Secretly begging also do not know from where to get some wine and food. The wine is what the players make themselves. The dishes are also made by the players. They're not just pestering Gavin and doing nothing else. The oil-stealing woman, after realizing that those newcomers had cheated Ms. Alice out of her paycheck with a barbecue, immediately got good wine and food. This group of union men, who hadn't eaten anything good, couldn't take a Gavin with this good wine and food? Don't worry, teacher, we sincerely want to thank you, even if you don't lend us that paycheck. It's okay. Yes, come on, taste it. It's a specialty of our human race. Makabaka poured Gavin a large glass of wine, put marinated pork and peanut rice on it too. The oil-stealing granny was even more thoughtful and gave him all the meat and vegetables. I've just never met a more responsible teacher than you. Really, I have to toast you. The oil-stealing woman stood up and poured Gavin a glass. That's right, teacher. You don't know. We adore you, and we couldn't have been happier to see you at the time of the interview. Just now, at the Lord's place, splashing and rolling around, must have scared you. Hey, punish yourself with a cup. Punish yourself with a cup. Dark begging came too. Star raised his glass. No more words. The feelings are in the wine. That, in turn, gave Gavin a bit of embarrassment. He didn't realize that these students, in fact, worshipped him. Here, I'll do the same. A few drinks down. Teacher. In fact, I have always had a dream. This thing has never been in my heart pressure. This day ran into you. Really feel. Finally have a person who can talk. Begging in the dark starts its own show. One night passed. Gavin walked out of Wei Yuan's lounge in a daze. I didn't realize. That I was so popular with the students. He had old tears in his eyes. Students, a little dream. Be a teacher. Cannot support? Chapter 60, Kindness. Probably the base color of the human race. Warzone. Beneath a scorched earth. It's the smell of death. In a warzone, kids don't grow up. Dependent answer looking at the child curled up in the corner, gorging on the nutrients as if they were a delicacy. It was a little hard to feel good. He won't survive if we leave him here to stay. Clara spoke as she walked over to Ito's defense. There aren't many people left alive in the warzone. This little kid, or the mech scanned it. When I first met the kid, he was pretty much dying, too. Still, Clara couldn't bear it, and spent gold coins to exchange a dose of healing potion from the game mall to give this child a shot down, before his life was saved. Nutrients are also provided by the players, but we're on a mission, and the mission isn't even done yet. And you're taking a kid? It's fine to leave him where he is and bring him back later. The second dog came over and said, that kid is a mermaid. All have just now learned from the mouth of the child that the interstellar pirates, after arriving at this planet, directly drained the seawater, just to extract the energy in the seawater. All of the mermaid genetic warriors were killed in battle, and all of the ordinary mermaids were burned to death. He was lucky to be hiding deep enough, and the pirates seemed to be in a hurry to leave, so they didn't scrutinize him closely enough to leave him alive. At that moment, hearing the players discussing where they were going, the mermaid child, clutching half a nutrient, curled up on the ground and looked at Clara with pleading eyes. He didn't even dare to speak up and beg the players to take him away. Poor thing. It's so small. If we really leave him here, he will surely die. But we came here in foreign debt, and it would be harder for me to let Alice's wife bleed out. No one of the six could decide what to do. After all, the players are coming from a time of peace, and this is a time when they are asked to make a decision that could very well cost them the life of a child. It's really a bit painful. What are they hesitating about? Blue Star. Inside Wei Yuan's lounge, several teachers came together. On the big screen, 7 live feeds were turned on. 6 of them, all of which were images of several students, rushing through a sea of stars. Only the earliest departures of the dependent defense of their videos are in the war zone. That's right. Except for Gavin. Several more teachers have been scammed. Teachers only suddenly came to their senses after being lulled into a daze and agreeing to be angel investors. They had come together with the original intention of asking Lord Wei Yuan for a statement. I didn't expect to turn my eyes and watch it live, because Lord Wei Yuan said that if you want money, you can't have it, but you can have your life. Now, who would dare to approach Wei Yuan to recover the money that the players had cheated them out of? But, what are they hesitating on? This mermaid child, at first glance, is a monitor left behind by the pirates. Can't you see this? These kids, in the end, are still a bit young and don't have any experience against each other. Lord Wei Yuan. I remember that the BT series mechs you designed have autonomous consciousness. Why didn't they warn these kids that it was a trap? Wei Yuan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and leaned back to look at the screen. What for? All these things. Spit, have to be experienced by them. Spit out a mouthful of melon rind. Wei Yuan was unsurprised. Are you kidding? Reminder? He game, for the players, is primarily an exploration. Before he set off, he had specifically explained to the mechs that all actions were player-oriented. What's wanted is for them to have a good time. The thing about experiences is that you have to let them experience it for themselves. Pull it straight full. At this point, the dependent respondents, who knew nothing about this, decided well, leave him more food and water, and then, some weapons for defense. Ito replied by transferring 30 gold coins from his account. Kid, when we're done, we'll take you back to our territory, okay? Clara jumped out of her mech and stroked the mermaid child's head. Mermaid juveniles, all very cute looking. At this point this little mermaid, who had already eaten her fill, tilted her head. The glazed eyes reflected Clara's gentle face. He looked at the food and water that the other man had brought to his parched body, and he wasn't even able to produce tears. Thanks. He clutched what Clara handed him, lowered his head, and whispered, don't you go looking for those pirates. They're pulling out tomorrow, so hide yourselves, and after tomorrow, you'll be alive. While it lasts, before they find out. Hurry up and go. Get out of here. The little mermaid's body was trembling. The clan was all burned to death in front of them. The sister was also taken. These good people, as long as they don't go after the pirates, he doesn't have to inform. Those pirates, they wouldn't have found these good people. My sister will be safe too. Just wait until the pirates are gone. The Little Mermaid prays that players don't think about pirates. Pity. We've come specifically to find them this time. Kid, wait here nicely and we'll take you to safety. Clara patted the Little Mermaid on the head. But it's just some pirates. I, however, am the man who is about to become the Pirate King. Clara crossed her arms and laughed. Uncle, are you really that good? The Little Mermaid looked up at Clara. This uncle looked, well, ordinary, and didn't even seem to have a higher rank than Dad. Dad died at the hands of those pirates. Uncle is just not that great yet, but Uncle has a mech. See? Such a tall mecha. Fly over and blow up that group of pirates with a single cannonball. The expression on this kid brother's face looked like he didn't believe it at all. Clara bristled. Still being looked down upon by a brat? Then you must come back. The Little Mermaid said nervously. I'll wait here for you. Okay, got it. Don't worry. Ito replied, jumping back inside the mech, and said to Clara, let's go. Any more dilly-dallying and the pirates are gone. The BTs looked at each other and neither said anything. They had long since detected the pirates' location, and after saying goodbye to the Little Mermaids, they moved forward at full speed. After losing sight of the players, the Little Mermaid removed a button. If the pirates had known that people were entering the gathering from his bearing, the sister would have been made into a roasted jerky. I'm sorry. Sorry. You who? There's really an alliance troop coming over at this hour? 6 people. 6 people dare to come over and deliver food. Ha ha. As the players stick to the ground, the surveillance, which had been cut off from energy, lit up green the moment they flew by. Then the players were all photographed. What series of mechs are they? They don't look like Union Army junk. On the pirates' battleship, a few pirates looked at the 6 mechs and smiled cheekily. What's this? Come over to deliver the food and the mechs, hee hee hee. The pirates are burning and looting everywhere though, but not many resources can be obtained and divided down. At the bottom, there was no telling how many pirates didn't have the money or the resources, let alone owning a mech. There are only 6 of them, and from the information we got from the Little Dried Fish side, it's just a couple of low-level gene warriors, so there's no need to report it. The captain of the pirate squad spoke up. The people monitoring this side are all on their team. That said, everyone's heart is in the right place. These mechs and the resources these guys have in their hands can just snap them up. Hey, good look, Captain. I put the monitoring screen or cut to the previous. The above cannot be found. After the sea was drained, the undersea abyss then takes the shape of a cliff. The star pirates are stationed in a very large area. Looking down from the bluff, a huge cluster of battleships could be seen. Asterisk asterisk, that's a lot. 2 dogs shrieked. As far as the eye could see, all of them were warships. And every warship, as far as the eye can see, is equipped with excellent weapons. The image was, at the same time, synchronized to Wei Yuan here. Wei Yuan, who was originally sitting on his back, also sat up straight all of a sudden. A battleship regiment of at least 10,000? The main battle group, surprisingly, is also on this planet. Gavin instantly recognized a flag fluttering in the cluster of warships. That's a flag that only the main battle regiment raises. But wasn't everyone's prediction before that the main battle group would go the other route? Gavin looked at Wei Yuan in horror. His voice trembled. Lord Wei Yuan, if we retreat now, retreat is impossible. Wei Yuan's face was also instantly ugly. Plans can't catch up with change. Originally, all the prediction models gave out the conclusion that the main war group of the Star Pirates was taking a different route and would not pass through the Blue Star at all. The planet the players logged on to was at the very edge of the war zone, the closest one to the Blue Star. If we were to go by what Brain predicted, there should only be a small group of pirates stationed here. Toon-chan, you didn't predict it either? Wei Yuan asked mentally. His brow furrowed slightly. Now there was a bit of a problem. System, the difficulty of the task has been raised. This system has automatically raised the reward for you. Nice guy. Unico you. Wei Yuan is numb, but it's not like there's no chance of winning at all. Wei Yuan frowned. He had no problem escaping on his own. But what about the players? The highest they could go was just the 2nd level. Players rely on answering squads to discover the latest information on the battlefield. Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players. Fighting escalates. Please, players, relying on the replying squad, return immediately and leave from the war zone. Protect your mechs. Protect your mechs. Assigned task, please rely on the defense team to ensure that the mechs leave the war zone safely. Mission reward, mech ownership. A message from the system is sent. The players are all abuzz. Dependent on the defense, they hadn't even had a chance to feel the grandeur of the picture below. Straight away, he was blown away by the alarm sounding from the system. WOJ, what's the situation? And we're in time for a special mission? Asterisk asterisk ah. Ha ha, we can just get mech ownership if we go now. Holy, ha ha, Walk. Can't stop a bit. The second dog was jumping up and down with excitement. Ha ha. No. We've really triggered some new plot? Hey. I don't know if there will be a reward for triggering a new plot. Let's go. Before they find us. All 5 players went numb with laughter. The second dog's mouth even cracked with laughter. Dependent defense, however, felt that something was wrong. If we could leave so easily, I'm afraid the system wouldn't have given such a high reward. To know, a mech, placed inside the mall, would sell for 1,000,000 gold coins alone. Of all the gear they'd bought on this outing, it was the mechs that cost the most to rent. With such a high reward, it would be a very simple task. Just the moment the words of the Ito defense fell, a red filament lit up around the players. There are enemies? Bang! A lighted cannon blasted between them. 3 immense mechs landed, and a dozen other pirates, wearing portable assistive devices on their bodies, descended from the sky. Yo, let's see. It's that young master's army in the Alliance army, isn't it? It's amazing that it's equipped with BT series mechs. Ha ha, it looks like we're going to be rich. Young masters, if you want to live, get yourselves out of the mech and hand over your resources obediently. The pirates laughed strangely as they approached. Those red threads contracted a little as they moved. The players are surrounded. They think we're from the Alliance army. Should we trick them and then find a chance to escape? Relying on the defense just sent a question in the mic. In his head, he then rang BT-003 the voice. Iron Harness, am I your partner alongside you? Dependent defense shuddered. Is BT planning to fight alongside me? Don't worry BT, we'll get you back safely. Rely on the defense to answer excitedly. Now then, please give me all your mobility, and we will take you all with us. The BTs spoke at the same time. After all, players play a lot of games though, but real-world experience, so to speak, is zero. So the mechs need to get the players to just surrender their actions. Iron Harness, trust me, trust me. As soon as these 3 words came out, the iron-harnessed heart of the second dog burned. Yes, BT, I believe you. The second dog was the first to surrender his action. One moment. On BT-005's back, the metal feathered wings spread out and rotated to shoot feathered arrows in all directions. The feathered arrows were melted the moment they touched the red silk threads. Found someone trying to resist. The 3 huge heavy mechs stepped forward quickly and slammed their fists into BT-005. The players also agreed to cede the right to act in those fractions of a second. 6 mechs acted at the same time. 3 mechs resisted the heavy blows of the heavy mechs. Knock knock. The mech's arm was instantly cratered. The player is synchronized and injured, instantly dropping large sections of blood. Asterisk that strong? The other dozen or so pirates had attacked as well. With weapons in their hands, they rushed towards the 3 injured mechs. They're coming over. What to do? Trust me. BT-004, BT-006, BT-007 simultaneously whispered to the player inside them. Holy, are they trying to pitch us? Oh, don't. BT, we're not going to die. Don't you leave yourself behind. Chapter 61, damn. Agreement 3 is a lie. Asterisk BT. You're projecting me in the wrong direction. WOJ, it's over. IING. Put. 3 players, Crazy Bunny, Order, and Grandpa here, was just touched that BT was going to die for them. The next second, it was ejected from the cockpit. It slammed right into the faces of the group of pirates charging towards them. Several hot lasers, cutting head-on. 3 players were instantly shredded. Asterisk. Don't say the players are humanly stupid. Even the pirates were dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Since when do mechs project pilots? The mechs rose quickly into the air with a terrified shout from the players before they died. Trying to run now? I'm afraid it's too late. The captain of the pirate squad grinned, took out the huge cannon barrel behind him, and blasted out a shot in the direction of the mechs. Dependent replied with a sideways glance. Ha ha, he missed. Just moments after the words of Ito's reply had fallen, the shell exploded, surprisingly forming a net of energy directly in the air. Scatter and run. The mechs with iron harnesses were obviously not as fast as the 3. Several mechs that had already dropped theirs. BT-003 rushed out in one direction based on the escape route measured by the data. Several others likewise left without any hesitation. BT, Clara got caught. Ito replied shouting from inside the cab. Sorry Iron Harness. Our most important task now is to escape. BT-003 didn't even look back. Clara hissed in a low voice as she watched her teammates flee without looking back. BT, let's make a deal. Can you not eject me? Those 3 just now, they died a horrible death. Straight up shredded while the pain was given off. All the other senses were still there, and being shredded certainly didn't feel good. Clara doesn't want to try it. The optimal solution at the time was to throw the iron harness out, allowing the enemy to show a half-second break and escape. And now throwing you out is no longer useful. BT-009 voice cold. The huge mech was entangled in red energy threads, and the locations that were entangled in the energy threads were scorched with thin marks. BT-009 knew that they could no longer escape, so they had to fight with their backs to the wall. Master, BT-009, requesting permission to self-destruct system. BT-009's voice appeared from Bluestar's big screen. All the teachers in the Wei Yuan lounge stood up. After a mech generates self-awareness, it can actually be considered a mechanicus. But because they were mechanical clansmen created by Wei Yuan and artificially generated afterward, they stayed by Wei Yuan's side. Application denied. BT-009. Recalculating probability of survival. Provided that the pirate squad's goal is to leave you behind for use and that the other party is unaware that you have developed self-awareness. Now, request co-brain mode from your iron harness. Wei Yuan gave an order. There was no way he was going to let his mech blow itself up in front of him again. Players that are the fourth cataclysm are able to resurrect indefinitely, so they don't have to worry about it at all. BT-009 froze. Command received. Iron harness. Please turn on your co-brain access. Clara was still a little confused, but his BT had spoken and he subconsciously nodded. You drive. Co-brain mode is on. In an instant, Clara's consciousness had no way of manipulating her body. He then watched with his eyes as his body began a series of maneuvers like running water. Thrillingly dodge all attacks while attacking the source of the red energy lines. All the red threads were cut off in an instant. Then there was the flight. The mechs are so flexible they don't even look mechanical. Under the siege of artillery fire, BT-009 was as if it had turned on advanced prediction, changing its stance in various ways to avoid the attacks. In a matter of minutes, BT-009 escaped in an almost self-inflicted manner. For all the attacks that he couldn't avoid, he chose the kind that would be less injured to receive the attack. Then flee quickly. BT, you're awesome. The Clara was dumbfounded. All he could manipulate now were his eyes and mouth. Iron harness. I've done my best. BT-009 landed heavily after making sure he had gotten rid of the enemy. At the same time he exited the co-brain mode. After Clara landed on the ground, she realized that her blood bar was almost at the bottom. This also means that the injuries on BT-009 are on the verge of dragging him down to scrap as well. BT, are you okay with this? I'm sorry, Iron Harness. I have a problem right now, and it's a big one. They landed, surprisingly, just as coincidentally, where they had just started coming from, the same place where the mermaid child was found. BT-009 locked onto the kid crawling out of the ground. Iron Harness, right now, all the energy I'm retaining is only enough to secure myself away from this planet, and there's no way to secure myself back to the blue planet yet. I'll be floating in a sea of stars. Now that the mermaid child who reported the news has appeared, if I waste energy on him, I won't be able to leave and the enemy will be looking for this place soon. Ha! The mermaid kid who tipped us off? Holy, BT, you mean that little gave away our whereabouts? Clara gritted her teeth. It's really a ing white wolf. I wanted to slap myself an hour ago. It makes you sympathetic. So, BT, what are you going to do? Clara inquired pathetically. Mother asterisk 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 her. BT must be trying to leave himself behind and run away alone. Woohoo! Clara shed tears of remorse. Iron Harness, as you wish. Please delay the enemy for me, and I will keep you in mind. The cockpit opened. Clara looked like she'd been spat on by a mech. Drop it on the floor, and bounced up a bit. Nice guy. Even lower blood levels. Goodbye, Iron Harness. BT-009 lifted off without hesitation. Under the protection of the coating, the enemy would not be able to locate their current position for at least 5 minutes. But that kid, if he can betray them once, he's sure to betray them twice. BT-009 saluted towards Clara on the ground. Good luck with my Iron Harness. People are responsible for their own goodness. For their own goodness. Everyone gets their comeuppance. That's what the master teaches us. BT-009 left so decisively, without a trace of attachment. Clara tilted her head, watching BT-009 leave her. 2 lines of tears hung like spaghetti down the corners of his eyes. Damn it, Protocol 3, it's all a lie. He closed his eyes. Forget it, go to your death. At least it doesn't have to be cut into pieces. Clara reassured herself. Then feel yourself moving. Moving? Chapter 62, Dried Small Fish. Clara opened her eyes to see the little mermaid, struggling to drag herself away. Oi, kid, what are you doing? He was all ready to die. No players saw it anyway, and even if he died at the hands of this little kid, he wouldn't be laughed at. But this kid, what's up? The kid didn't say anything, he remained persistent in dragging Clara away. What do you want, kid? Did you give away our whereabouts? What a heartless little fellow. I thought you were dying of pity, but I didn't realize that the one to sympathize with was myself. I'm such a joker, clown. Clara's eyes were tearing up again. Don't cry. There's no water now. The little mermaid saw Clara about to cry and immediately spoke out to stop it. Ha! Clara tilted her head at the expressionless little mermaid and tensed up. No, kids. Not only did you snitch and get us nearly wiped out, but now you want to take me back as reserve food? The little mermaid's hand shook, and Clara's collar was loosened, and he hit the back of his head on the ground in one fell swoop. Fogweed. 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 The blood is really a sliver. The knock was so direct that even that hint of color was almost invisible. Are you okay? The little mermaid nervously stepped forward and spoke a little timidly. I don't eat people. I'm sorry. 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 His tears had dried up. Now the eyes were even more sore and painful, and there was only a large red bloodshot appearance, and there was no way to even produce tears. But the guilt. It was like a knife, hard in the chest. I didn't want to betray you guys, but they took my sister, and if I don't report your whereabouts, my sister will be burned to death and turned into a little dried fish. Ha! Clara hadn't realized there was such a hidden agenda. He was also a little embarrassed. This kid is also unlucky. He almost died himself, and his own sister was taken as a hostage. The guy who designed the game's plot script is also a ING epileptic. What a ING outrageous 3 words. Dried minnows. Hey, I don't blame you. Don't feel bad. If you don't want to eat my flesh to live, throw me to the side of the road and I'll die on my own. There's only so much blood left anyway. What the seabed looks like after this ocean has been drained, none of his circle of friends have seen yet. Might as well just let the kids throw themselves to the side. So he can take some nice pictures and go ahead and post a friend when he gets off the line. The little mermaid's mouth grew. What is this nice uncle talking about? Has he been seriously injured to the point of insanity? I'll take you to where I'm hiding. They won't be able to search you even if they do. The little mermaid assured. Those pirates are leaving, and their energy reserves are low enough that they won't waste energy on my body, so you'll be able to survive by hiding at my place. Just wait till tomorrow. They're gone. He'll be able to live with his good uncle, and in time his sister. The little mermaid's face lifted up with a smile as she thought of the wonderful life ahead of her. Clara hummed. He thought. The kid is pretty pathetic too. When the battle is over, I'll take you and your sister with me to our planet, and then I'll have Ito's defense make you a roast. Uncle, doesn't your planet fight? Life is great without war. Can I have grilled fish then? Holy, don't be outrageous. At the Blue Star, Wei Yuan looked at Clara's side and pursed his lips. What a bunch of old-timers yourself. Just too soft-hearted. Such compassion is rare in the Star League era. Rarely seen. He glanced sideways at Gavin. Gavin sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, it has been rumored throughout the alliance that the human race loves peace, but when it comes to facing a war, it's better to admonish the students. Kindness, it's the shining merit of our human race, isn't it? Wei Yuan smiled. Trigger mission, BT-007 has been captured. All players who have already traveled to the war zone, please prepare for a rescue operation. Mission rewards will be based on the player's performance. Star Ocean side. Oil stealer woman. They had fished out BT-009, which had run out of energy and was floating in the sea of stars. Captain. Just one mech was captured. The junior captain looked at the number on BT-007 and was ecstatic. I didn't think I'd have so much luck with the BT series. This series, it is said, is from a talented lord of the human race. None of the mech companies have mass-produced them since they got the designs. Instead, it was used as a high-end series of fighter mechs, specifically for some of the higher-ups in the military region. TSK, BT series. We usually can't even see it. Don't you guys crave it? Besides the 4 that fled the fastest in the beginning, there's another one that should have run out of energy and didn't escape the planet yet. Besides, with a pilot, it's quite a bit of energy loss to turn on shields for the pilot after entering the Sea of Stars. That one. The pirate squad leader mentally calculated that the BT series of mechs, even if they had enough energy, ran into an attack of that magnitude from them. It must have consumed a lot of energy. And with a driver. But Captain, the ones before, they hadn't forgotten about the mechs that had, during the battle, brushed off their pilots and spat them out. Those 3 pilots. They're so poorly equipped that they might as well be some kind of chaperones brought in by a great young master. Didn't you guys see how awesome that escaping mech was operating at the time? Can that be compared to ordinary, disposable cannon fodder? Forget it, you won't understand if I tell you. The young captain glanced at these pirates in his group. The interstellar races don't all look alike, but most, intellectually, are much lower than the human race. This pirate squad leader was able to be the one to lead them. In addition to being strong, there was also a slightly higher intelligence. Okay, then let's go search. Hey, Why don't we go to that little dried fish place? And don't you say, dried mermaids roasted and dried. They're delicious too. Hey, we're leaving soon anyway, so before we go, let's go scavenge some more. Maybe those pilots, back then, left some goodies for the little dried fish. Chapter 63. Since it's an interception, can I wait for them to come to me? Blackened undersea lair, cold and dark, curled up in the corner, Clara felt a cool breeze blowing in through the cracks of her bones. This kid lives here and isn't afraid of getting rheumatism. After the gene lock was unlocked to level 2, he was able to see something even in the dark. For example, at this point, the little mermaid that had cowered in another corner and went straight into hibernation with bated breath. Really? Might as well just let me be out here looking at the starry seafloor. It's so dark it's not even good for sending friends, Clara muttered under her breath. No one's talking. This blood is also just not dying even though it's nearing critical mass. It's just hard to lock up blood, live and let live, die, and not in a good way. Clara simply started spamming the group. Clara, little cabbages. Yellow in the ground. Ah. Iron harnesses are thrown. Life and death. Ah. Clara, good brothers. I've been left behind by BT too. Oh. He's heartless. He's uncaring. He's irrational. Clara, who would have thought that the little mermaid we rescued would be the eyes of the enemy? Clara, are there any living people left? Say something. A whole bunch of messages exploded out of the group. Ding dong 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 dong. Relying on the defense of the godly atrophy, he was lying in the cockpit of his mech, floating in a sea of stars. Dependent reply. Brother, if you want to die, hurry up and die and reopen. Don't blow up the group. It's very noisy. 2 dogs, that's right. We're both floating in the sea of stars right now, just waiting for a passing buddy to pick us both back up. Order, the 3 of us have reopened. This time I guess it's going to be a bloodbath. BT-007 has been caught. I don't know if the mission will be ruled a failure. It's too bad. Clara saw the message from the group and was instantly energized. Clara, the business has not yet been halfway started and then collapsed in the middle of the road. This is what we call a bloody loss. Clara, Ito reply. The 2 of you and the 2 dogs are really lucky. You don't even know how unlucky I am. Now I've been taken by the little mermaid to its lair. It's dark and cold. It's so meaningless. Ito replied. Don't say anything about blood money. I'm ashamed to face Alice's wife. Second dog, you think you're the only one who's bored. The 2 of us, escaping is escaping that planet, but the BT doesn't have enough energy left to barely keep the cockpit supplied with energy. I already said it when I came here. I'm sick of looking at this sea of stars, and now I can't believe I have to look at it. Hey, Clara, asterisk, don't you guys bleep for a second. I think I heard footsteps coming over the seabed. It should be several people. Anyone? Will it be the enemy or the bigots who come over to wipe their asses? Ito replied. Clara, what are you holding back? 2 dogs, come on, give us a video. Live stream it. Ordering, conk. Clara, but it's pitch black in this lair now. Even though he said that, he clicked on the group chat video the next second. Just open it. The darkened lair was then illuminated by a powerful light. A gruff voice rang out from the mouths of the members of the pirate squad. Hi, mermaid kid. Still alive. The little mermaid, who had been curled up in a dormant state, shuddered. He came out of the corner trembling. The corner where Clara was hiding was so secret that the group didn't even notice. They smiled and gathered around the little mermaid. The information you reported to us was useful. An obese, green, slimy creature, mayfly nymphed its way to the little mermaid, like a big pile of green snot. Is that a slime? Etsu replied, looking at the video and asking. I don't know. It looks like these pirates are all so ugly and weird looking. It's better that the humanoid races look better. A few players were in a group chat video, chattering away. But the little mermaid, who was being questioned, thought that these pirates were trying to send his sister back to him. He looked at the group of pirates hopefully. I have made a merit. Can you guys send my sister back? You guys are leaving tomorrow, and my sister is useless to you. Without seawater, the little mermaid's fishtails became deformed legs, but there were still fish scales on their faces and hands. The little mermaid, who looked like she was only 6 or 7 years old, was pitiful. But this kind of pity, in the eyes of the pirates, that is a better object of humiliation. It's weak guys like this that are the best to clean up. That's what that sister of his prayed for before she died. Send it back? We're sending you to meet your sister. Gee, you don't say. Your sister tastes great. Really? I don't know if you're any good at it. It's fine skin and it sure doesn't taste bad when it's roasted and dried. 3 or 4 pirates, talking to the little mermaid, while licking their tongues. The little mermaid trembled in shock. He couldn't even say the words to beg for mercy. Sister, dead, or were they eaten by these guys? His muscles tensed, trembling. The sunken eyes were instantly covered in blood. I'm going to kill you. The tender child's voice broke right through, sharp and piercing, with endless hatred. A child, not even realizing that the group were pirates. Not one word from a pirate should be believed. Pity. Any anger from the weak is just taken as a joke. Oh yo. Ha ha. This little dried fish is quite temperamental. Better than your sister. TSK. TSK. You don't even know what your sister said at the time, that as long as we spared her brother, then she would be willingly roasted. Actually, it's not our fault. Before you mermaids broke through the gene lock, you were just food to the mermaid race's genetic warriors, so it's your fate to be eaten. Of the pirates, a few pulled out their weapons, against a little mermaid who hasn't unlocked her genlock yet. Using genetic weapons is a waste. I've heard of a dish called sashimi. Do you think we're going to be cutting slices of meat from the freshest of bodies, live, and still be able to open and close them later? A pirate swallowed and inquired. We're leaving tomorrow. If we have the chance later, we'll go catch some mermaid kids to experiment on. For now, let's eat him first. The weak child slammed through it with all his might, and it didn't hurt for the pirates. Ha ha, how dare you resist? We'll eat you now. Eat up, eat up. The pirate grabbed the kid by the collar and lifted him straight up. Sharp claws hooked through the skin on the little mermaid's chest. Asterisk asterisk, this is really ready to open up. Clara, do you have any stamina left? I've got a hell of a lot. I'm on silk blood. I'll probably die if I move. Can't see. Really can't see a bit. I still have some gold coins here. All dislike the healing needle. Brother, save this child. Clara's only level 2. There's no way to save him, but if you run away at full power, you should be able to. 2 dogs. I've already sent the situation that Clara ran into to the public screen. The big boys who came to wipe our asses will definitely step in if they see it. Don't worry. No one said anything about not saving this little mermaid. It's a game though the little mermaid did pit them against a wave before. But this was a 6 or 7-year-old kid who was just trying to save his sister. And now, his sister has been eaten. Clara couldn't forget when she was all ready to die. The kid gave himself a drag back to the lair. Something he said along the way. Hey, there's really no way around it. This lord has said that he will take you back to the Blue Star. As he finished the sentence, an injection was stuck into his body. Blood is fully restored. One moment. The little mermaid, which had been in his hand a moment ago, was vigorously yanked away. Before any of the pirates could react, they were startled by Clara, who suddenly sprang out. Clara ran wildly at breakneck speed, clutching the child with a large gash open in her chest. Dude, another injection. 3, all for you. Rely on the reply to click on the giveaway. 3 injections immediately appeared in Clara's backpack. After injecting one into the child, the little mermaid slowly opened her eyes. Uncle Nice Guy, stop talking. Follow this lord and start running for your life. Wei Yuan coldly watched the video. BT-007 on the screen. Something's wrong. The captain of the pirate squad died on the side of BT-007. And the man who killed him was a member of the main fighting team. Red flames draped behind his head, and his face was crisscrossed with blotches. He's from the Inferno clan. At that moment, he was grabbing a bloody heart and eating it in one bite. Thick blood, like juice, burst out. The Inferno gnawed away at this heart like an apple, then licked his fingers clean. How greedy! To plan to keep the BT series of mechs private. The pirates who were around the young captain were already trembling with fear. Beside the flame Inferno demon, another snow demon with a snow-white body and white hair and eyelashes came out. The female snow demon gave her partner, who was licking his hands, a disgusted look. Alright, everywhere you go you have to find something to eat to satisfy your cravings. And now that this thing that creates fluctuations has been found, let's go back and turn in. She shook her hand and iced all these pirates around her, then muttered, with this strength, you can even leave behind the BT series of battle armor and pilots? Let's go show it to the boss first. Maybe we'll get rich again this time. Every war fought ends in a loss for the most part, but in every case, they also left with their pots full. This time, we were all about to pull out and leave, but we ran into a BT series mech. Following BT-007's view, Wei Yuan saw most of the Squid Pirates personnel, 198 level 7 fighters, 679 level 6 fighters, and 092 level 5 fighters. The system was also watching and reported back all the numbers it had counted. The number of low-ranking members is too large to be counted, and high-ranking members are currently undetected. Warning, warning, Team Starfleet is attempting to access BT-007's core data. It can't wait any longer. Wei Yuan looked at the image on the screen with a grave expression. These pirates are not only capable of looting and killing. Among them, there are also talented people who specialize in terminal data tampering. BT-007 had just been captured and disassembled by several technical talents, who set about preparing to break through its protective wall and modify the core data. Well, there really is talent everywhere. Wei Yuan exploded for the first time. He was just a student when the BT series was made. The wall of protection made is not strong enough. If they were allowed to steal the core data of the BT series, not only would Blue Star's affairs be exposed, all the data from the BT series will be known to the pirates as well. By the time players are fighting with the BT series of mechs, they'll be caught at a weak point. It can't wait. Wei Yuan knew it just by looking at it. The time that the protective wall can protect is only 10 hours. All players, please gather at the center of the base. All players, please gather at the center of the base. All players, please gather at the center of the base. Important notice. Notice 3 times. The players who didn't have anything on their hands all came. Even the teachers, who had just wanted to join in the fun, came. Wei Yuan swept a glance at the players who still had 10,000 people left. His expression sullen. Clansmen, this time, it is truly a time of life and death. The detachment heading to the war zone has lost a mech. The core data of this mech is 10 hours away from being tampered with and accessed. Once the Corsairs find out about our presence, the pirates are bound to attack Blue Star in force. Without territory, we will be displaced. My people, it is time for you to fight for territory. Intercept pirate mission. Now open. Main mission, intercepting pirates. This is a mission of life and death importance. The completion of the mission will open a new storyline. If the mission fails, the game will be suspended for restoration. All players can be revived indefinitely for the duration of the mission, and the game will provide players with inferior genetic potions up to level 5. All players' resurrection points will be moved to the pilot battleship. For the sake of players' health, all players should be aware that after the use of poor quality gene unlocking potion, the body will experience side effects that will lead to difficulties in upgrading in the future. Now, please, all players, get ready for battle. Head to your respective pilot battleships, and depart directly. ***. This mission, is it even that powerful? Just stop the game and shut it down without finishing it? Is it hard to believe that the game company is still out of money? No way. Probably a real test. Players are speculating all sorts of things. Wei Yuan, however, had already entered Mo Yun's body. He didn't see the legendary leader of the Squid Pirates when he turned on the video. I'm afraid. The other party was also a level 9 genetic warrior. Swish! Mo Yun's huge battle wings unfolded and carried Wei Yuan up into the air. In 3 seconds, they entered the Sea of Stars. Intercept mission. Open. Chapter 64. I'm the commander-in-chief this time. Buzz. Over the blue planet, the battleships chirped low. All the players raised their heads as they felt the storm coming. It's going to war. Ha ha. Is the glory of our human race about to open now? In this great battle, there I will win. No harm done. I'll step in if necessary. The pretenders have begun their passionate performance. There are fuming players everywhere. Incan looked at the humans on the ground who were still spitting out embarrassing quotes, and he was silent for a moment. By the way, as his master's strongest battle armor, he, Mo Yun, should have brainlessly supported his master's decision, but as a battle mech that had been turned on, he was skeptical of the mental state of these members of his master's clan. Okay, the 4 words open spirituality were all still told to him by his master's clansmen. Master, is it really okay to leave the battle to them? Mo Yun asked. Wei Yuan, who was in the middle of docking the data stream, stopped moving his hands for a moment. He looked down just in time to see a few players, crossing their arms and laughing. The view shifted a bit, and another player was seen, gesturing with his hands like Ultraman firing lasers. This scene, falling in the eyes of who heart does not beat 2 shivers. Wei Yuan is no exception. Honestly, he had originally intended to find some subdued players, and that's how he executes it when he chooses to summon a player. Even most players, in real life, have a game preference for brawlers. But, he never expected it. One's own players will be mixed in with the lezzies. By the time he reacted, basically all the players would have been contaminated. Wei Yuan thought back. Maybe, probably, something went wrong then when the first players were summoned in. 2 lines of hot tears fell from Wei Yuan's heart. Now even if he wanted to return it, he couldn't. But on the surface, Wei Yuan still had to act like he had a plan and nodded lightly. They are my people, and they do things right. Inches? The players will just say, what's the difference? All players, choose your battleships and gather immediately. The commander-in-chief for this battle has been chosen. During the battle, all players will be tuned into the same channel. Please all players, get ready. Windblown Fard looked at the system message and cursed in a low voice. The candidate for chief commander must have been chosen from the initial 30 old players again. ***. Would have gotten into the game later than they did. It's not fair. After cursing angrily, the voices of other players rang in his ears. Holy Who opened the mic so boldly? Blatantly open spraying in the public group? Ha ha, and the dude didn't even turn on anonymous mode. At windblown butt. Bro awesome. Awesome. Even Star and the others, who had already reached the war zone, heard the clear whining of the mic. Windblown farts. Star, 6. Secretly begging. Holy, the wind blows farts. Dude was right about you. You're a hombre. Makabaka, ha. Windblown. This is too much for you. You're ready to fight our commander-in-chief before the battle even starts? Oil stealing woman, I have to speak up for the veteran players on this one. We're working in fighting too. Windblown fart people are stupid. What the hell? Why did you pull everyone into the group so quickly? And why was my open in the first place? Isn't this purely a trap? The planning for Starman is, as usual, pretty pitiful. He turned off the mic sharply. Then it hangs like a frosted eggplant. Watching Windblown but droop. Shimmering Yella looked up from her own main page in a rare moment. What's going on? Sister Snow, I seem to have offended someone. Shwella didn't even pay attention to the group's message, and shifted her eyes over at that moment. Tell me about it and I'll help you out. It can't be solved. Windblown fartside. If we were offline, there's no doubt about your strength. Sister Snow, but we're in the game. Ah, hey, it's also my bad luck. Sister Snow, you don't even know. These game guys, who are not afraid of the sky and the earth, are capable of doing anything? What I just said must have offended that chief commander. This game, it's the pits. Letting those old players be the commanders. Who knows what this mysterious commander will do? Surely he's going to screw me. Windblown fart hasn't played many games before. In their circle, it was not uncommon for a word to offend someone. That's why that old den of his family always had his ear to the ground, telling him to be careful with his words. Originally, Windblown but didn't care at all. Even in their own circles, they were notorious for being grumpy. But in this game, who cares how much money his family has? Players? It's all about playing the game. And in the minds of the players, dishes are the original sin. He was kinda apprehensive about saying this one wrong. That mysterious old player. He wouldn't really screw him over, would he? In a few seconds, he thought of a million possibilities, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he might be getting screwed. Is that all you're about? Yukara closed her main page and calmly glanced at the still emo windblown ass. First of all, in the game everyone is playing. Don't use those cliques you had before as guidelines. No one is that careful. Secondly, it snowed and laughed softly. The mysterious, unpredictable, chicken commander-in-chief you describe. It's me. Oh, what is it? Windblown fart's eyes widened steeply. Sister Snow, you're the chief commander? Windblown fart's mouth dropped open. His head shocked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Snowla boarded the pilot battleship and opened the group chat interface. She was just about to give the order. A strange voice was heard emerging from the group. Windblown but, haha, it's over. This dude must be crazy. Crazy, carry away. Next, ahem. The moment the sound of Snowla appeared in the public mic, all the players' voices were silenced. All players, board the ship immediately. Now, relying on the responding squad to present to me the information you have obtained. Dark Beggar Squad, give the coordinates of the war zone. All pilot warships, turn on stealth mode and head toward the coordinates. Battleships move in groups of 8. The battleship I'm on is the main battleship. Go! Chapter 65, Genius of the Slime Clan. Windblown fart this kid. Laughing my ass off. Ha ha. Makabaka laughed as he sat in the cockpit of his mech. He's always been lucky, but I didn't expect the commander-in-chief to be the one who got snowed in. Oh, that big beauty's enlightenment is up to 20. And that's still her initial value. How much do we have now? I spent all my gold coins and only managed to get to 11. In this world, there are really countless talents. Bai Ningbing, what a white, oil-stealing woman, you're skewering the stage. Makabaka interrupted out loud. Star, 6. For Mechs had reached this planet in the war zone. It's always extra shocking when the seabed is exposed. The oil-stealing woman subconsciously turned on the video recording. Brothers, we have begun a new war. This time against the Star Pirates. And this is their last garrison. Look. This is supposed to be the exposed seabed after the seawater has been pumped out. It's all chapped from being baked by the sun, but we can still see some seafood on the ground. The oil-stealing mother-in-law is high in the air, pulling the camera closer and closer. Well, all this seafood, it's all just shells. Oh, look, there's actually a man on the exposed seabed, running wild. The oil-stealing woman's camera sees a black dot and then immediately pulls in closer to see it. A man in a blue uniform with a child in his armpits was seen pulling his feet up and running. Oi, brothers, I'm here. Come and help me. Clara ran and waved frantically towards the four mechs as she ran. Behind him, there are still pursuers. It's a player? The oil-stealing woman let out a gasp. And the other three saw Clara. Saving lives. Star took the lead and flew towards Clara. As she skimmed past Clara at low altitude, Star reached out, took Clara in the palm of her hand, and with a glide, she was up. Laser rays and artillery fire followed. It's a new mech. They have help. Report immediately. The few pirates who chased out immediately reacted when they saw Star's mecha. He raised the thinker in his hand and was ready to deliver the message. Pity. Star had heard it. A few pirates who were only level 3 or 4 were defenseless in front of the mech. Star's mech, raising his arm, fired out towards the pirates. Thud. There was a loud shelling, and a large expanse of dirt that had been blown up and splattered everywhere. The 3 pirates had collapsed in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, but incapacitated. The only pirate that looked like a slime before was the one that had softened into the shape of a fluid at the moment and was moving quickly across the seabed. Star, I've turned on the signal shielding. There's no way for him to contact his brigade within 5 kilometers. But now the mechs can't aim, and the opponent's body seems to be able to ooze part of itself into the seabed crevices. What should we do? By this time, the oil-stealing woman and the others had also arrived. The oil-stealing granny was in the cockpit and had been recording video. What to do? Kill him? Of course. Star was in the cockpit and drew the pair of tanged swords at his waist. It also cut the link to the mech. BT. Assist me. Okay, Iron Harness. Wei Yuan himself had crafted this series of mechs that were capable of assisting personnel in their actions even without a pilot. As it was, BT-010 quickly rushed forward to the slime pirate's route and opened the hatch. The Star jumped right out of him and landed directly on the ground. Twin tang knives plunged into the ground. A low roar of pain came out from the ground. A handsome draw of the knife by Star, bringing out 2 green mists of blood. The slime pirate peeked out of the ground in agony. He was a level 4 genetic warrior. In fact, now his body as well as his experience had reached a point where he could withstand a level 5 genlock potion. But because pirates are resource poor, if you want a level 5 genlock potion, you need to buy it yourself, or make a merit to have it. And he's just a lowly slime. Let me go and I won't tell them that you came over to sneak up on them. Please. Slime's eyes aren't small, and when he turns into his rounded form, he still looks pretty cute. The 2 wounds were still bubbling green blood. The long sword in Star's hand was already standing at his side. A few other players had gathered as well, for mechs were in the air, and on the cracked seabed, a young girl with black hair and black eyes, holding twin tang swords, looked indifferently at the green slimes across the room. You're afraid to die. Star spoke. The jelly-like flesh of the slime's face quivered. Big sister, I've asked for forgiveness. Are you sure you're just now realizing that I'm afraid of death? Slime hummed. Disgraceful, but perhaps life-saving. Our mission is to exterminate the pirates. Star frowned, a little hesitantly. She clicked access to the slime. Peak level 4 slime. If you use a level 5 gene potion, 100% will enter level 5. A genius of the slime clan. Timid, gluttonous, and able to change forms, the slime clan is weak. And even at the 4th level, they don't seem to have any means of attack. Weak in strength, but because the body form can be changed at will, it is not easy to die. Current life expectancy, 5 years. The injection of the level 5 genetic unlocking potion will extend your life by 50 years. Makabakat sked and followed the dark begging to start crickets. It's over. Star's weird fetish is probably kicking in. You mean, like buying some ugly dolls? Dark Bag looked at the slime pirate on the floor, like a big pile of jelly. It was still green and looked as if it could change into any form. Liquids, solids and even fluids. At this point this slime is something like a solid jelly mold. A pair of eyes were round and looked straight at Star. Please. The slime pirate snapped and prostrated himself. I'm the only slime in our slime clan that has climbed this high. I don't want to die. The slime pirate spoke honestly. I'm a pirate, but also because in their place, I can fight the gene unlocking potion. In the interstellar alliance, our race, the highest potion that we can apply for is the 3rd level. I just want to live for a little while longer, and I'm very talented. I can submit to your race as long as you don't kill me. Star's face was still cold. Look at this slime and shiver inside. Then tell me, the situation of this pirate group of yours, the more detailed the better. Star looked at this slime in front of him and spoke coldly. If the information is useful, you can have a level 5 genlock potion. In fact, she was starting to bubble inside. Jelly-like slimes super cute. Races can only apply for 3rd level gene unlocking potions. Ha, isn't that blatant discrimination? What Star League? Is that such crap? Ugh, I can download the information from the brain to you. Slime rolled to Star's feet. All that was heard was a bellow from Poe. Slime took his head off. Its hands, holding its head, respectfully handed it to Star. Chapter 66, It's Just a Pet. The icy cold memory extractor shivered as it was inserted into the slime's head. The green, jelly-like body rippled. This genius of the slime clan, at this moment, was full of thoughts. Can the organization behind these people really be stronger than a pirate crew? But they said they were going to give themselves a level 5 gene unlocking potion A. Even second-level genetic warriors were able to drive such a high-level mech. They must be a very rich race. Please, don't get carried away. What I need to extract is information about the Corsairs. BT-010's voice rang above Slime's head. Slime's eyes lifted upwards, and he saw the giant mech, looking down at himself. Oh, well, Slime replied respectfully. The oil-stealing woman said quietly. This Slime, he really knows what he's doing. Only when you know what's going on can you live longer. This slime race is also quite pitiful. Why is this interstellar alliance still practicing racism? Makabaka muttered. Star has already retrieved his 2 tang blades to his waist and is holding his arms and watching BT-010 collecting information. This technology is awesome. It's really capable of pulling out the information from the images stored in the brain cells. Ha! Darkness begged to come along. BT-010 replied. Technological advancement comes in all directions. And the Star League stopped obsessing over the evolution of weapons once there was no bug threat. While gathering information about the squid pirates, BT-010 recalled those things he had discovered after linking his brain machine into the Star Network after he was created back then. After the human race's power had shrunk drastically, among the 10,000 races, the powerful races all had a share of the pie. Among them are all aspects of technology. The human race was not the most enjoyable race amongst the 10,000 races, but they were the most technologically advanced amongst the 10,000 races, and would not limit their technology to weapons. So after the human and bug wars, the Star Alliance just suddenly had a lot more fancy technology, including these memory extraction techniques they're using now. In the words of a former ex-head of state he had once seen on the StarNet intranet, the human race, the most powerful thing is their brain. Such a race is very scary. The good thing is, they're not eldritch. The better part is that they always feel obligated to sacrifice for their offspring. They fought the bugs for the future of the human race. BT-010 There are times when it is hard to figure out why the 10,000 races will go to share the resources of the human race after being favored by the human race. Now seeing this slime, BT-010 it is a little bit understandable. The human race will always sympathize with the weaker races. But these weak races would only bow down when the human race was strong. When they are strong themselves, they will plunder. BT-010 intend. After extracting the memory later, to help Star to get rid of the slime. It was at this time that the little mermaid, in Clara's arms, woke up as well. He opened his eyes and all he saw were 4 massive mechs, standing around him. He himself was being held by Clara, and not far away, his enemy, the slime pirate, had his head yanked off and docked into that mech. He looked agitated. I'm going to kill you. Clark pulled a hand and scooped it up for the mermaid child. Don't make a mess. The movement on the Little Mermaid's side also caused a few other players to look over, secretly begging. Oh, you abducted a child. Brother? Makabaka, that's the mermaid kid you guys ran into earlier, right? Oil-stealing woman, TCH. Not that I'm saying, when you're playing a game and you run into a weakling you don't gun him down. You wait for him to cheat you? As a senior player, when she saw the information brought back by the other players at that time, the oil-stealing woman could see that this kid was definitely a spy. Hearing the words of the oil-stealing woman, the Little Mermaid shuddered and looked at the oil-stealing woman with awe in her eyes. He cowered behind Clara, and again couldn't help but look indignantly at the slime not far away. Clara rubbed the Little Mermaid's head. It can't be helped. The kid is pretty pathetic. It's a quest game anyway. It's good that I'm taking him back to raise him. He doesn't have any other family. Uncle Nice Guy, can you help me kill it? The Little Mermaid hugged Clara's leg and pointed at the slime not far away. Those pirates, too, were ready to make a move on Uncle Goodman just now. He would have helped me kill those pirates. Definitely. The Little Mermaid's eyes pooled with tears as she looked at Clara in a pitiful manner. Star cast a glance. Clara opened her mouth, then closed it again. Revenge this kind of thing. It's better for you to do it yourself. That guy is being looked at by our big brother A. The Little Mermaid froze. He looked around at the players in bewilderment. Aren't they friends of Uncle Nice Guy? You could have gotten your own revenge if you were capable of it. Clara egged on Eiley. Do you want to become a genetic warrior too? I'll take you back to the planet I live on. You'll work for me then. I'll get you the gene unlocking potion. And when you're higher level than him, you'll him. Hey, direct recruitment of a child laborer. Can I do the same? The Little Mermaid was a little confused as to why Uncle Good Guy would rather provide him with a genetic potion than get his hands dirty and help him kill that slime. Star withdrew her gaze. This slime, she kinda liked. since she was already hugging her thighs and begging for mercy. Then she's going to take it back and keep it as a pet. Just in time to be able to help mine and make some gold. When it comes to things between pets, I won't interfere if you don't. Understand? Star spoke. The oil-stealing woman hissed. Holy, Star actually said so much today. Secretly begging. It looks like it's really quite like this slime. Oh, not just like. Didn't you hear Star say it was a pet? Oil stealer woman said. Star is planning to take that guy back to the base and raise him. Just like Clara. Damn it, this Star brain is just good. I want to catch a pet too. If I go back to help me mine, I'll be able to free up my time to cut down trees, so I'll get paid twice. Clara, Big Brother is just tough. But Big Brother? What's the point of keeping this guy? If you bring it back, what if it levels up and turns around and wreaks havoc? If you raise it, you have to beat it into submission first. Star spoke coldly, glancing at the shivering slime. If it backfires, I deserve it. The players jabbered on, completely did not notice the shock in the bottom of BT-010 the eyes. Pets that have to fight the service before they are kept? And if it backfires, then she deserves it? The human race, so that's what they thought all along? They hadn't cared at all that the 10,000 races had taken their technological products. Not even the owner complained to them about those things being taken by the 10,000 clans. On the contrary, he had said before that the 10,000 races were really a waste after all these years, and that technology was progressing like a snail crawling. Is really doesn't care at all about the resources being taken away. Instead, they are disgusted that they are progressing too slowly. Original. All because, has the human race ever treated the other races of the 10,000 as races on equal footing at all? The more BT-010 he thought about it, the more he felt right. After all, even the so-called strongest single god race used technology after that big battle. One must know that once upon a time, apart from the technology of genetic unlocking, those eldritch species were completely disdainful of these external means. Download completed. A beep sounded. BT-010 retrieving his thoughts. He packaged all the information and transmitted it to the database of the Snowing Law. Dark Beggar Squad. I have received the information you sent over. The sound of snow appeared to the players. The battleship is moving forward. The Lord has departed ahead of schedule in his ink cloud. All you need to do is wait where you are for a few minutes and the Lord will be there. When Lord arrives, you will follow Lord to the enemy's interior. And after Lord has made his move, proceed to the coordinates I gave you and rescue BT-007. Beg in the dark, roger that. Star, roger that. Oil Stealer, roger that. Makabaka, roger that. Clara, Commander-in-Chief. What do I do? BT-009 sent back to the base for repairs can't return properly. You wait where you are, and when the main force arrives, you go up to any pilot battleship. Clara, yes. Just in time. He was in place watching point this little mermaid. The kid was all but viciously looking at the slime not too far away at this point. Clara was able to understand the little mermaid's thoughts. After all, his own sister was eaten, and he was cheated again. It's only right to hate these haters, but Clara wasn't going to get in over her head and help him get revenge. This is the game. There's no way he's going to offend the Star Lord for a rescued mermaid child, even if it's not a game. In Clara's opinion, the child was pathetic, but he at least survived. As for the sister who was eaten, is that any different from the ocean, and the other fish that were eaten? BT-010 glanced at Clara. At the time, Clara posted a live video that the players were watching, and the mechs linked to them could see it as well. Originally, he had thought that Clara would sympathize with him because she had been saved by this little mermaid. Unexpectedly, Clara, though she had saved the little mermaid from the pirates, had no idea of helping him get his revenge. In all their years, the mechs had only seen one human, Wei Yuan, so they had always wondered what it would be like. The Master's people. Now after the contact, the mechs were even more confused. Sympathy floods in, but then again, it doesn't seem that sympathetic, and there's a lot of bad taste. Being able to be on your knees to your master while being able to talk to him as an equal, in the face of a little threat, immediately concede, but really encountered a life-threatening time. Go up is to send. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. Humans really aren't that easy to study. They're just too complicated. The BT-010 shook its head and retracted the data interface. Iron harness. Your pet. What are you going to do with it? Star glanced at the slime who had pulled his head back and then prostrated himself on the ground. I'll give you a level 5 gene unlocking potion later when the Lord arrives, but you'll have to do a favor and be a bandwagon first. Slime looked blankly at Star. What do you mean? Bandwagon party? Oil stealer woman. Explain it to him. Star pointed at oil stealer woman. The oil stealing woman rolled her eyes. This Star, in the game is more and more pretend. This Big Brother model pinch. Abominable. Do I just want to be a pony boy? The oil-stealing woman cursed secretly, then walked to Star's side in a very horsey manner. The lead party is, you go over there, tell your little friends that you've captured a few of us, and then lead us into your inner circle in a dignified manner. Got it? Slime brains weren't supposed to work very well. The long paragraph of the oil-stealing woman's words confused him. How could I possibly catch you? Oil-stealer woman rubbed her hand back and forth on her chin. Good fellow. Before I was worried that you would defect, but now it seems that this IQ is not capable of it either. Listen. You'll say whatever I tell you to say later. The oil-stealing woman got a rope over. The player's side was just set up. A gust of wind blew, and the incomparably handsome ink cloud descended from the sky. Mo Yun is extremely fast. Without even leaving a trace in the air, it appeared beside the players. Asterisk asterisk, that's cool. It's so cool to see Jen piloting a mecha again. We get to see Jen out today? So excited. A myriad of voices came from stars and their headsets. It was a public mic for tens of thousands of people. But it wasn't noisy at all while everyone was talking. Inken's cockpit opened halfway, and Wei Yuan revealed half of his body. Wei Yuan said, prepare to depart. The oil-stealing woman raised her hand. Wait, Jen, we have traitors here. We have traitors here. Wei Yuan froze. He mentally asked a big, what's this guy up to? What traitor? As soon as Wei Yuan lowered his head, he saw the oil-stealing woman excitedly spelling out his plan. Jen, let's let this slime lead us into the enemy's interior. I've found it all out. These pirates probably can't recruit any decent people. They're recruiting some not-so-brainy genetic warriors as cannon fodder. After we follow slime into the enemy's interior, we'll make a sound attack, jump left and right horizontally, and make a scene inside him. Makabaka, you ate the idiom book? Go go go. Doesn't that make you look more cultured? The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. It's okay. Wei Yuan nodded. It really made no difference to him. After rushing straight over and a big shelling, those advanced genetic warriors would have to come out and fight too. But then it certainly wouldn't be as interesting as the oil-stealing woman said it would be. Wei Yuan didn't notice. The initial source of the Lezi infection was right across the street from him and, at this point, had begun to contaminate towards him. Okay, let's go. Chapter 67, Brother Yuan. You'll make me look dumb, plus 1/3. Since we're going to blend in, we need to get some signs of having fought a losing battle on us. The oil-stealing woman grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and slathered it on her face. Hey, 2 rows of large white teeth reflecting white. I don't want it. It's too dirty, isn't it? And the mud on the seabed stinks. Makabaka crossed her arms in a gesture of refusal. Of course a girl still wants to smell nice and soft. Then you can't follow us to play sneak inside. The oil-stealing woman came over to Wei Yuan's side. It just looks like a fox and a tiger. Even Jen agrees. Don't you? The oil-stealing woman crosses her arms. Come on. Get baptized in sea mud. Aw. Get out of here. Makabaka ran as fast as she could, with the oil-stealing woman following in wild pursuit, secretly begging to hold his forehead. These two guys, the mind is still so immature. Absolute. But the oil-stealing woman was right. If there were no signs of a battle, it would probably not be easy to blend in. Jen, let's disguise ourselves as well. At least we can't let those pirates see at a glance that something's wrong. Wei Yuan nodded. Camouflage is certainly needed. But why use sea mud? He took a wicked, quizzical look at the oil-stealing woman. Then he clapped his hands towards the ink cloud behind him. A light shot out from Mo Yun's pupils, enveloping everyone present, except for the oil-stealing woman. Then all of them showed very realistic signs of the aftermath of the battle. Even a few of the mechs had a strong scent of burning on them. Except for the oil-stealing granny. The mud-covered oil-stealing woman froze in place, his mouth wide open. Jen, you have this technique. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The oil-stealing Brahmins are stupid. Makabaka, silly, laugh me to death Star, 6, secretly begging also covered his mouth and snickered. I did not expect Jen to be so sandy laughing my ass off. Jen must have suspected that you were all set to slime him as well. That's why you were quick to have Inken do the disguise. Dark Beg said with a smirk. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's all an illusion. The oil-stealing woman touched a handful of dark, begging faces. The camouflaged wounds on his face were large, minor abrasions that were extremely large, but not deep. Just by looking at it, I was able to see that the wound had not long been scabbed over. The oil-stealing woman wiped over this time, and while the skin on his face was torn, the scabs actually cracked following his movements. Then oozed blood. Even the muddy water from the oil-stealing woman's hands stayed on the wound. So realistic? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Illusion. The oil-stealing woman shouted to the sky. Shut up you. We have to hurry. Makabaka tugged at the oil-stealing woman's collar. Don't, brother Yuan, put a shell of illusion on me too. The oil-stealing woman came over to Wei Yuan's side. He wants to go over to Wei Yuan's thighs with a slip kick like he did before. But don't dare. He was really dirty on him now. Wei Yuan stifled his laughter and shook his head, pretending to be very calm and fair as he said, "Oil-stealing woman, that's a good disguise you've got there. There's absolutely no need to waste any more energy to put a layer on you. Trust yourself. The most primitive disguises are usually the most effective." "Ha, yes?" The oil-stealing woman silently withdrew her hand. Then followed the secret begging and chewing. "It's over. Beggar. What's the matter now, baby? Jen must have gotten carried away. He's even joking with me now." The oil-stealing woman spat fiercely. "I don't know which polluted brother Yuan into this, to know that when our brother Yuan started, he was such a handsome and bright person. Oh, what to do now? I'm really going to follow you guys with a face full of mud? If everyone was covered in mud, it wouldn't matter. But now, everyone's face except his had a battle-damaged look on it. Only he, like a wild boar who'd run off and rolled in a mud pit. Jen, you're going to make me look like a nerd. If my fans see us like this, they're going to laugh at me again." The oil-stealing woman's professionalism has always been there. He still has the camera on to this day. Then what? How am I supposed to know? Why don't you go beg Moruan yourself and see if Moruan is willing to put a battle damage filter on you? Just after the dark begging words were finished, the oil-stealing woman ran to Mo Yun's side in a puff of smoke. Mo Yun, who had been following behind Wei Yuan and moving in big strides, suddenly felt something sticking to the side of his feet. He was about to stretch his leg to give it a kick off. Incan big brother, don't dump. Looking down, he realized it was the clan member who had touched the mud. "Something wrong with you? Big brother Mo Yun, add a layer of camouflage for me as well, please. It's embarrassing for me to appear on camera like this." He tilted his head, two eyes blinking in his black mud-smeared face. But, is already at the enemy's base. Incan Gun opened his mouth. As soon as he had finished speaking, he felt that his master, who was still partially connected to his spirit, was suddenly in a better mood all of a sudden. The oil-stealing woman's hand dropped to the ground. At this point, they had gone under the seabed cliffs. In the darkness of the night, countless starships lay prostrate at the bottom of the broken cliffs, flickering with a bit of dark red light. "Don't emo, come over here and instruct Slime in acting." Begging in the dark tugged on the oil-stealing woman and led into the slime. "Quick, you two add comms and instruct." A few people hurriedly got ready. Wei Yuan made Mo Yun hide to the side. The BT series of mechs would be awesome enough to totally draw on those pirates in the middle and upper levels. Wei Yuan curled his lips. The players' methods might even allow them to meet the captured BT-007. Stand still. Just as the players had been camouflaged, with Slime leading the way, and were about to reach the outermost battleship, several green points of light aimed at them. "It's me." Slime waved his hand. "We went looking for dried small fishes, but we didn't think we'd just run into the same team of those mechs." "Ooh, good boy. You really got them back?" The green spot of light disappeared. A couple of star pirates guarding the gate stepped out. Seeing that the oil stealer woman and the others were just second-level genetic warriors, she sked. "It's really a high-level mecha with such trashy genetic warriors. Ha, isn't this giving us food? Ha, that's cool. Your kid is probably going to get a 5th grade gene potion this time. Right, where are your teammates?" The caretaker finished his sentence and slapped one hand on the slime's body. "It's a war. They're all dead." Slime waved his hand. "I'm off to send them all to the squad leader. Hey, I'm the only one who can claim the credit." Don't go." The janitor stopped Slim and gave him a pack of cigarettes in passing. "I heard that the squad leader you were with before died. It was the pickets that did it, and the pickets are still in there at this hour." Chapter 68. Wherever there is a disgusting eat, take and take a 2/3. A picket? Slime's jelly-like face quivered several times. "The captain is dead? Well nah, it's not. The blood is staining the cab. You'll probably get killed if you go back now." Seeing Slime's face quiver with fear, this janitorial pirate smiled and took back the cigarette he had handed out. He lit one up and smoked it delicately. "This is the premium stuff I've managed to collect. Don't you want to try it?" Slime was horrified and scared. The pickets are specialized in managing them. The lowly pirates. Whenever anyone committed an offense, the picketers could execute the pirate they thought had committed the offense without finding any reason at all. Slime swallowed. With this blatant mutiny of his own, plus the fact that he's still bringing enemies ready to penetrate the interior, he's probably going to get shredded to pieces. But now, there's no way to reverse yourself. Those mechs are right behind us. In and out. Slime was not seeing the hint of this pirate across the street at all. Look out, pirates. Humanoid in appearance, but as if they had no skin on their bodies, which were reddish in color. At this moment, he was even looking at the slime with a pair of red eyes, and after making sure that this slime didn't hear what he meant, he said somewhat breathlessly, "What are you still standing around for? If you go in with those mechs now, the pickets will surely kill you like they did your captain. How about I suffer a little bit, brother, and help you digest? I have the way." He nodded suggestively at the cigarette in his hand. Cigarettes are something that have been passed down from the human race since back in the day. It can be said to have taken the stars by storm. But pirates, because of their status, are ostracized by the Star League, except for high-level pirates with access. Other pirates at the bottom like slime, that don't even have a way to buy anything, not to mention something as good as cigarettes. Hoping that just now, that little red man gave Slime cigarettes to tell him that he has a way out? Oil Stealer woman lit up her two eyes and looked straight at that little red man. The red pirate glanced from side to side somewhat uncomfortably, just in time to see the oil-stealing woman grinning at herself. Why is this POW covered in mud? The red pirate's eyes instantly sharpened and came towards the oil-stealing woman. The oil-stealing woman, covered in mud and muck, was really able to be seen from the crowd at a glance. I just got a little scared when I was fighting. So, the oil-stealing woman's brain is not slow. A split second later, he thought of the wording. Didn't realize. The other party actually laughed at him. So it's a goon. It's really strange. How did you level 2 genetic warriors get such a good mecha? These mechs. It's a shame to give them to you. The red pirate licked his lips as his eyes swept over the players and Wei Yuan. Give me control of the mech and I'll just have Slime release you guys. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. How's that for a good deal? The red pirate's voice was not loud. It just so happens that the players can hear it on their side. But the slimes can't hear it on their side. The players froze. The oil-stealing granny was the first to send a message in the group chat. Good lord. So there's this kind of old fart in the stars too? Makabaka, did the game planner spend years in society when he made the game? This kind of character is made. Star 6. But should we say yes? Secretly begging. If we agree, our plan to sneak in this time will be lost. But if we don't agree, he probably won't stop. This pushes the 4th level. Can a few of us do it? Star, it's a bit difficult if I'm by myself. But with the BT mech, no problem. The oil-stealing woman coughed softly. Mentally spat. Crap. If they use mechs, what are they worried about? The main thing is that in front of someone's house, you are fighting with your mech. So big noise, won't you attract all the people over? Just when the players were anxious, Slime nervously ran over and said, "They're all my prisoners, what do you want?" Humph, what do I want? The red pirate sneered. He looked the slime up and down. What kind of thing are you? Don't you know in your own heart? A slime is just a slime. To be able to climb to level 4 is considered your luck. Do you really think that? In the Pirate Corps, you are also a character? By giving you cigarettes just now, I gave you face, but if you don't want that face, then don't blame me. I'll be honest with you, the pickets are gone, but these mechs, I'll take them. After the red pirate finished speaking, he took off the cigarette in his mouth and threw it to the ground, pretending to look cool. If you are sensible, let these pilots give me access to their mechs, or else, I'll wait to die. Ordinary mechs, when used, are certified with biogenetics, just like the brain. That's why usually looted mechs are forced to be swiped and then authenticated once more before they can be used after killing the mech's owner. But there is also another, simpler method, in which the former owner of the mech unbinds it autonomously. Now this red pirate, apparently, wants the players to unbind themselves, then acquire these mechs. For BT mechs, that's a lot of money for these pirates. As for the pickets, it's all coming to be a pirate. That's keeping your head in your pants and not dying anytime soon. And to put out this fat meat within reach just because you're afraid of the pickets? No way. The snobbery in the red pirate's eyes hadn't even had time to fully reveal itself yet. A laser poof cut off the red pirate. The extremely high temperature emitted by the laser directly caused the red pirate, the meat on top of the cuts of the two sliced bodies, to be fully cooked. In the air, a burnt smell wafted up. I really didn't expect that even at this time. There are still those who don't have eyes and want to hide things privately. A gloomy voice came from the distance. A group of pirates in black war robes came towards them. The leading pirate, in his hand, was holding the very weapon that had just shot out lasers. Slime was trembling and whispered to the players, explaining, "The pickets. They are the pickets." The oil-stealing woman scratched her head. Good lord. In just a few minutes, they'd run into a picket line here? What luck. Maybe this time, we'll get to meet BT-007. Just at this time, in their headsets, the sound of snow coming down came. Shady Beggar Squad, please get ready. In 30 minutes, the pilot battleship group will arrive above the battle zone. We have moved the resurrection point to the inside of the battleship. Chapter 69, will the 10,000 races let a human rise? 3/3, Edith's star. The Yasuki clan. The Elf Queen, with her wooden battle in hand, looked solemn. In front of her, there was an oval mirror made of twisted vines. The mirror swirled like water. A ripple went up the instant the queen's finger pointed up. In the blurred image, the human called Wei Yuan, who had arrived somewhere unknown, was followed by several humanoids. The Tree of Life doesn't even have a way to see this Wei Yuan clearly? The queen hung her eyes, and had a very bad feeling in the back of her mind. The human race had cultivated their lives for so many years, completely ignoring the changes in the outside world. I didn't expect that such a talented young man would suddenly be sent out. In a short period of time, he had become a 9th-level genetic warrior. That's not good news for the 10,000 clans. Master, the young patriarch, he is still completely immersed in the phantom of defeat even now. Wei Yuan seems to have become his heart demon. The butler bowed and spoke pleadingly. In fact, let alone the young patriarch, he was also one of those who were intimidated by Wei Yuan's aura that day. But, the old butler had been serving the Elf King clan for almost 1,000 years. That resilience is still there. But in Yedong, the young patriarch who had always been hailed as the proud son of heaven by the elves, and yet, he had never been crushed so badly. It's good to be given a good thrashing. At least you'll know what it means to be outside of the crowd later on. The Elf Queen waved her hand. Her expression was arrogant. But as my son, how can Donger be so humiliated by a human? Call him here. The Tree of Life grants the power to see a clear picture of Wei Yuan's side, but it's able to see a generalization. All he had to do was see Wei Yuan's defeat and death with his own eyes, and he would be able to face his inner fears head-on. The Elf Queen side. The elf race was inherently difficult to conceive, and she would probably only have one child in her life. And Yedong. It would also be a great blow to the elf clan if he was not educated and then had the authority handed over to him out of the blue. So this time, after learning that Wei Yuan was about to face extinction in battle with Team Squid, the Elf Queen then began to waiting for this resurgent humanity to fail again. It's like the human race back in the day, the Elf Queen thought to herself. In fact, the ones who were truly afraid of Wei Yuan rising up were not the students in any academy. Rather, it was those 10,000 races that had partaken of the resources of the human race. Host, prying eyes, from the Fairy Queen, the sound of a system prompt resounded in Wei Yuan's head. At this point, he was following the players, being led by the pickets. The interior of the main battleship was not small, even larger than a normal technology showroom, and it contained even more strange things. The oil-stealing woman and all of them were looking around curiously. Although it's not as handsome as our pilot battleship, this interior space is really big. There's nothing to say about the space. It's just that the aesthetics of this battleship's owner are really not complimentary. The interior of the battleship is lit primarily in green and red. Walking under this kind of light, the oil-stealing women always felt as if they were walking on the road to the Yellow Springs. The mechs were left outside, and at this point they were really only in the tiger's den. Slime was trembling all over. It thought of countless scenarios of how it would get itself killed just walking down this path. You guys, aren't you scared? The slime cowered and subconsciously moved a little closer in the direction of the players. Ha? Scared of what? This road? You don't know. It's got a bit of a horror movie kind of vibe to it. But yeah. The oil-stealing woman snapped a bit of mud off her face and flicked it towards the ground. This horror atmosphere, with what we have played before to escape from the madhouse, the fifth personality and so on, or too far away. Chapter 70, the elf clan won't offend the human clan, but it can expose Wei Yuan's strength. Mother, are you telling the truth? And Yedong's originally lifeless eyes instantly brightened up again after hearing what the elf queen said. Wei Yuan had unexpectedly encountered the squid pirates. Ha ha, that's just great news. And Yedong knew that Wei Yuan would definitely be able to survive this great battle, because he knew Wei Yuan's true strength. But, the graduation competition at the Lord's Academy is not based on the strength of an individual. The Academy competed against the strength of those clansmen under their hands. That planet of Wei Yuan, if the pirates had taken it, he certainly couldn't have saved much of the clan. According to the pirates' character, even if they couldn't dry out Wei Yuan, then they would definitely kill all the middle and high-level genetic warriors of Wei Yuan's planet. The human race itself doesn't have many clans. I haven't heard of them buying many gene-unlocking potions in all these years. That's right, the shares of the company that developed the gene-unlocking potion, the elves, held a part of it. They control the Star League in every way. Even more so, he had already begun to stare at the human race long ago. Beware of them growing again. Though I don't know how this Wei Yuan grew to level 9 under our noses. The Elf Queen spoke cruel words in a gentle tone. But now that it has been discovered, we must also pay attention to it. The 10,000 races had not yet had anyone who dared to speak out openly and honestly about persecuting the human race. After all, this is a technology-based era. The initial developer of the terminal brain A was a genius of the human race. Though later, after the decline of the human race, that genius developer also died in the Great War. The control of the terminal brain fell into the hands of the Alliance. But no one knew if the terminal brain would still favor the human race. None of the several central power races of the Interstellar Alliance wanted to see the human race rise again. This Wei Yuan, after entering the Lord's Academy back then, had attracted a lot of attention. The Elf Queen gently rubbed the scepter in her hand and looked at Yedong, who was still in ecstasy not far away. This son of hers did not yet know that Wei Yuan was in the academy back then, but he had already been noticed by the power holders of those races. But he survived one try at a time and was protected by the old principal. Everyone was originally just looking at the old principal's face. Plus, the strength he had been displaying was only that of a level 6 and 7 genetic warrior. That's what kept those races from launching a frenzied attack. Now that Wei Yuan's strength was exposed after this battle, how could they still sit still? It's bound to come out. Mother, then should we send someone over, take advantage of the chaos, and try to see if we can get Wei Yuan to? And Yedong spoke excitedly. As long as Wei Yuan died, he would still be the same genius he was back then. He would then still be a rare genius in the entire Star League. The only enemy he had was Feng Yushen, who was also a strong clan. The Elf Queen laughed softly and shook her head. No, we, the elven race, have never been one to honor peace. Even back then, when the resource plundering was launched against the human race, we, the Elf clan, stayed out of it. This time, you're not allowed to do it either. However, we can send out dark elves and tell them to go to the site and interview them, so that the 10,000 can properly see the battle. The fight between Yedong and Wei Yuan, that was merely a sparring match between peers. The Elf Queen didn't want to tear herself away from the human race just yet, although the elves also gained a lot from that incident of sharing the resources of the human race, but they don't get to step up substantially. The late king had said that we must not make enemies of the human race until it was absolutely necessary. That kind of a group that could produce countless amazingly talented people in a short period of time. Who knows how much strength has survived over such a long period of time? The human race back then, that was really pressured the geniuses of all races to bow their heads. Geniuses, in their community, seemed to be the most common existence. The Elf Queen remembered the moments of human splendor she had seen in her young body. The heart couldn't help but sigh. If a genius like Wei Yuan was born in any ethnic group, he's all but secure in the Führer's chair. But alas, he's human. The news that the Elf clan was about to send help quickly spread throughout the Star Network. It even went straight to the top of the StarNet Hot 100. Players now have their own identification, and can also chip in to buy a smart brain and log on to StarNet. A few rich players, connected to their smart brain early on, looked at the star page and oohed and awed. An elf is coming to support us, eh? Ha ha, could it be a cute elf like Alice's wife? Sailing through the sea of stars. 2 hours have to stay on the battleship. It's not like the players want to get off the line for fear of missing any drama. So one by one, they all got bored and got together to chat. At this moment, when they saw the news tweet pop up in their wise brains, one of them wailed with excitement. This game is really a little bit of cattle batch. This Star Network, do exactly the same as our internet, is not a game in the Star Network, TSK, otherwise that will be able to play the game in the game. Ha ha, really cool. Read the news first. Wow, this is the Queen of the Elves. She's so pretty. How old? I just love young women. Let me check. Ha, almost 500 years old. The players are all open mics as well. At this moment the sound clearly reached Shimoyu LA's ears. Yukira frowned. Players are suddenly brushing up on the news. Or at this critical juncture, could it be a hint from the game? Playing the game for the first time, Shimazuka took it very seriously, and any bit of information loaded in, she thought about it for a moment. Little Zheng, when you introduced me to the background of the game before, did you not say that the human race was once upon a time very strong, but fell out of favor in order to fight the insect race, and after that, it was looked down upon by the 10,000 races? Windblown Fart hadn't been called by his real name for a long time, and he froze for a moment when he was shouted at by Yukila all of a sudden. Yeah, those 10,000 races that I ran into before were all a hangdog, let alone disgusting. Yukira nodded. None of the other races had shown anything, so why would the elven race be the first to move out in support? She tapped on Wei Yuan's comb. Wei Yuan was, at that moment, leading the players to where the pickets were. The pirates were no slouches. The members of the picket line were even more villains of villains, and when they saw the visitors, they licked their tongues and went forward. Ha ha, actually captured back a few fine skin and tender flesh. It looks delicious. Ah, only leave one alive, waiting to be interrogated later. The others, all killed. Just the one covered in mud. Stay. 8 picketers, all squid heads in human bodies. The tentacles on their heads were slimy and disgusting looking. The oil-stealing woman pointed at herself and said breathlessly, "Looking down on me? What is it with these pirates? Does he look that easy to bully? Asterisk asterisk, why is it always me who gets looked down upon by the monsters?" It was really convincing. The oil-stealing woman rubbed the mud off her face. Viciously, he shouted, "Today, let you pirates see what it means to deceive the youth." In his hand, 3 injections appeared. They are inferior grade 3 genetic potion, inferior grade 4 genetic potion, and inferior grade 5 genetic potion. It was this time because of the benefits that the system had given out in advance after discovering that the difficulty of the mission had increased. A clinical upgrade? Is this person out of his mind? The squid monster on the picket line frowned and yelled. It was important to realize that normal interstellar races knew that these genetic potions had to be injected only when they were at the peak of their physical condition, and it also has to be that their body has fully adapted to the current genetic level. In the words of the players, that is, not until the experience value is there. Ordinary interstellar races that injected genetic agents were careful and cautious, because they don't have the visible experience value that players have. Once the body couldn't take the next stage of the potion's impact, then it would burst into flames. The League did come out with some instruments that were able to estimate a rough range, but that only reduced the mortality rate by a fraction. The oil-stealing woman, on the other hand, had drawn out 3 gene-unlocking potions at this time, straight into his arm in front of the picket squid monster. Asterisk asterisk, get out of the way. It's going to blow us up in a face full of blood later. Squidward yelled. At the same time, the oil-stealing woman shouted, "Ha ha, let's see if Grandpa doesn't beat you all to death alive when he reaches level 5. Shouts went up on both sides at the same time. The squid monsters dodged for a moment before realizing nothing was happening, and the oil-stealing woman was even more dumbfounded. After injecting himself with the potion, how come his level didn't increase? Asterisk asterisk, is it a fake drug? At the top of his lungs, he cried out in aggravation, pain, distortion and disbelief. The next second, one of the squid monsters, a few tentacles pumped in the body of the oil-stealing woman, asterisk asterisk, scared the old man. Really thought that you took the gene-unlocking potion to directly zap it, to make it half a day as a fake drug, to scare us? Nuts! What bad luck! Don't beat it to death. Such cooties. Words from the mouth are best set. Listen to the squid monsters shout. Dark Bag was on the verge of breaking down laughing, tears spilling out of the corners of his eyes. Ha ha, are you to steal oil, woman? Laugh me to death. Ah ha ha ha, even if it's an inferior gene-unlocking potion, you have to have your experience value before you can inject it. Put. Why didn't you say so earlier? The oil-stealing woman was jerked against the wall by a tentacle and spat out a mouthful of blood before her face went pale. So how was I supposed to know that you didn't even know? Dark Bag yelled. Don't use the wind blowing your ass trick yet. Pain pulls full and saves experience straight away. How dare you communicate in front of us even at this point? Ah, what arrogance. You guys looking for death? The squid monsters wailed in anger when they realized that the players were chatting as if no one else was there, and there was no hint of fear on their faces. Chapter 71. As long as my hands are fast enough, the pain can't catch up with me. Painful pulling full? The oil-stealing woman was slapped with wounds all over her body, lying on the ground, her eyes full of fear. It's not fear of these NPCs. I heard that the game planning is so realistic that everyone has the same pain sensation as in reality for the sake of realism. If he's giving pain a full pull, himself now this blood. The oil-stealing woman glanced at her blood level, which was less than a third. It's going to hurt like hell. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Bro, it's just a game. Do we have to fight so hard? That's stretching the pain full. The secret beggar and the oil-stealing woman locked eyes. He also gulped and swallowed. Don't say. That feeling of being impaled by a bloodthirsty toon tree when I first started playing this game has resurfaced. That really hurt. Hesitate and you lose. Prepare for war, and remember to prepare medical potions ahead of time or you'll be heading straight back to the battleship. Star drew his twin swords. She had pulled full of pain. 10 medical injections are on standby in the backpack. The moment the twin swords were drawn, they blocked the tentacles thrown out by the squid pirate. The squid's tentacles are not yet the same as the octopus. They have no suction cups and are smooth. What strength! Star held the sword in both hands, his tiger's mouth slightly numb, but with just that one swipe, her experience value went up by a knot. Asterisk asterisk, that's okay? The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. Don't say anything. She's got the guts to pull a full load. Can I be a wimp? Next. Asterisk asterisk. That hurts. That throaty scream sent a shiver down the spine of the squid pirate who had hit him. After the oil-stealing woman saw her experience value go up, she immediately turned off her pain sensation. The feeling of the pain subsiding directly made him suck in a breath of cool air. This was too good. People are coming to life. Hurry up and get another medical shot. The way the oil-stealing woman screamed one moment, was full of relief the next, and then gave herself another shot. Look at the squid pirates with their eyebrows raised. This can't be someone with a special fetish, can it? Damn. Dare to scare me. Can't stand it. Get you killed first. The squid pirates yelled and rushed up. Seeing that her level instantly came to level 3 after her experience value rushed up, the oil stealer woman was not a wimp. Come on. Whoever doesn't fight is a grandson. Ganayon. Anyway, if he had fast enough hands, the pain wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Instead, the experience value was able to swipe up. No less. Wei Yuan's eyes swept across this chamber. There's no trace of BT-007, so it looks like it should be somewhere else. A strong wind blew towards his face, and Wei Yuan raised his hand and grabbed the squid pirate that tried to attack him. This squid pirate only felt a great force before his entire body was yanked over. The next second, his head was in Wei Yuan's hands. How? The squid pirate's eyes widened tremendously. He just checked off. These people are just some secondary. Where was the last mech you brought back sent? Wei Yuan cupped his head and forced the squid to meet his eyes. The moment of confrontation on the eyes. The squid pirate's eyes drifted off as he spoke. The doctor took the mech. He said it wasn't a normal BT mech. He wanted to study it. Wei Yuan, where is the doctor? Inside the second battleship. The squid pirate's words hadn't even finished when his head exploded right off. Wei Yuan frowned a little. The method of mentally forcing a confession is really still too crude. However, I didn't expect that within this pirate team, there would be people who knew what they were doing. Probably, it was this so-called doctor who dismantled BT-007, right? What a pain in the ass. Wei Yuan shook off his hands, shaking them clean of the bloody tissue that covered them. He pulled out his little handkerchief again. Scrub. It's so thrifty. I'm going to make a trip to the second battleship. You guys have fun here. Wei Yuan snorted. Straight away. Oil stealer woman here just stuck down a medical needle and instantly came back to life with full blood. The level also rushed to level 5 after a few near-deaths. Okay Lejen, when we're done with them, we'll go find you. The squid pirates were horrified to find that these people who were able to crush and beat them just a moment ago. Surprisingly, it's starting to be too much to fight now. And, why do they get a feeling of pain and enjoyment from being beaten? What kind of perverts are these? The mechs had turned on signal jamming, and there was no way for all the screams in this tiny room to get out. Players just need to level up while here. The ink cloud rises into the air, above the undersea cliff. It transmitted all the images it saw to Wei Yuan. The second battleship was positioned right in the center of the pirate group. All the cabins that stood in Wei Yuan's way were violently dismantled by him. A loud alarm sounded abruptly, starting from the pirate warships at the very edge, a little bit towards the center. Alarm! Alert! Unknown enemy detected. A red alarm sounded in the 3 battleships in the center. At this point, Wei Yuan is still moving forward. In his ears, the sound of snow la la was ringing in his ears. Lord! The elves have released news that they are sending support. Are they friend or foe? The loud explosions on Wei Yuan's side, and the screams of the pirate group rushing over and being casually killed by Wei Yuan made Shimoyu La's eyebrows jump. The lords are strong. I'm afraid this NPC is more than just a game guide. Wei Yuan hadn't had time to read the news on the Star Network from the time he started out until now. Even if he had the time, he probably wouldn't pay attention to that. I didn't think that Yukira would report back to him. The elves would be so kind as to come over and help him? It's just a big joke. The elves, the gold fluffers, the losers. It's a good thing he didn't fall on his sword and help the pirates at this point. That elf queen, I'm afraid she's up to something else. Wei Yuan's hands did not stop, moving all the way towards the center of the pirate team. Along the way, he killed countless pirates and destroyed dozens of warships. Eventually, stopped on the outskirts of the center battleship group. It was a shield of energy. Inside, the muzzles of several star cannons were aimed at him. Outside, there were also countless interstellar pirates holding weapons and surrounding him. Those elves aren't any good. I reckon. They want to expose my strength so that the few other strong races of the 10,000 races can exterminate us all. Wei Yuan's tone was light. It can't be helped. We're too strong. We'll always be envied. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? Chapter 72, Humans, Stop. Yukira didn't think that Lord would ask her this question. The freedom of this game was surprisingly really the same as what Zhang Tao had said. Is it up to me to decide anything? It's snowing a long time ago and I feel my blood boiling. Wei Yuan, of course. For this war, you are the Commander-in-Chief. And all decisions made during the course of the war will be directed by you. Use the person you want, but don't doubt the person you want. The players were summoned by him from the old country. Of course Wei Yuan would trust his homies not to do anything to backstab him. After all, they are Sandlot players though. Also, truly pure humans. What's more, Even if Shimoyuki made a bad judgment, he could still give them a good aftermath. Lords, it's all about wiping the asses of the players under your own hand. As a boss, how can you not cover your minions? In the stars, the human race has no allies. You are the only hope for the rise of the human race? Wei Yuan finished. Countless shells exploded around him. Snow lasers are roaring. Wei Yuan walked idly, amidst the rain of gunfire, towards a few battleships in the middle of the pirate team. His mental force field was on full blast. All the artillery fire went around him. Level 9. Among the pirates, there were senior genetic warriors who sensed Wei Yuan's rank. He cried out in horror. In the next second, he was pressed by the mental force field to the point where his neck twisted and he directly spat out blood and died. Oh my god. It's a level 9 gene warrior. Could it be someone from the Star Alliance side? Go contact the chief. Quick. His target seems to be our battleships. Immediately turn on all battleships. Lift off. Lift off. Genetic warriors below level 7. Immediately ascend in the battleship. All those above level 7. Gather up and kill this kid. Level 9 gene warriors. It's not like we haven't killed them before. What's the point of panicking? Assemble. A few of the giant battleships in the center had slower liftoff times because they were so massive. Wei Yuan had torn through their energy shields. Chief Commander. Enough chit-chat for now. I'm going to bring BT-007 back. The task of bringing back BT-007 is not expected to be completed by the players alone. Wei Yuan also did not expect that within this group of pirates, there were guys who knew what they were doing. The second battleship was filled with scientific talent from within the pirate team. Their battleships were the bulkiest of all battleships. After all, the instruments for scientific research are huge. The pirates are all 4 seafarers and carry their basic household goods with them. A small pirate hurried in to tell the men of science to get ready for protection. Doctor, it's dangerous out there. We need to lift off immediately. All experiments must be suspended. Pause. An octopus man with a monocle pushed his own glasses with a tentacle. His brow furrowed. And in his hand was none other than the already disassembled BT-007. This particular BT series mech. The core is on the verge of being cracked. And you're telling me to stop now? Dr. Octopus coldly flung out his tentacles. The pirate who came over to inform him was stabbed straight through the neck. The body collapsed limply outside the lab door. Dr. Octopus didn't even look at the corpse one more time. Opened the video of the call in front of him. The face of the squid's leader appeared inside the call video. Eurus, this BT series of mechs is very special, and now is the critical time for me to crack its core. Whatever the situation, don't interrupt me. Eurus, the leader of the squid pirates, is also a giant squid man. There's a level 9 genetic warrior out there. Still seems to be a human, and he's coming our way. He has destroyed a lot of warships along the way. It is likely that he was sent here, specifically to destroy our warships. Are you sure that your warships do not lift off to open the protection? Can't open it. The core program of this mech is very special. I need the battleship energy to support my algorithmic program to decipher it. If I open the battleship, it will be a lost cause. Dr. Octopus was also a little upset when he saw the silhouette of the other guy casting a screen over. How did such a person have to show up at this time? Humans? That's pretty rare. Surprisingly, it's still a rank 9 human. Those higher-ups in the 10,000 clans can tolerate a rank 9 human? Eurus, you call off that human. Promise some favors. Whatever it takes to stop him anyway. Eurus was upset. As the leader of the squid pirates, he was the one in charge here. But the team didn't have a way to buy things from the Alliance. And the advanced weapons, as well as the gene unlocking potion, were provided by Dr. Octopus. If we lose Dr. Octopus, they, as a regiment, will be greatly reduced in strength. It's still true. Humans, stop. Let's talk. Eurus turned on the mic inside the battleship. Open mic towards the still moving forward Wei Yuan. Right now, the only battleship on the battlefield that hadn't lifted off to open its shields was the second battleship. Seeing that Wei Yuan was simply ignoring his intentions, Yuri shouted in annoyance. Humans, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. If you leave now, I can still let you live. Don't you know how much the human race has suffered in the Interstellar Alliance? The Alliance army, who sent you here, should just want you to die. Stop it. If you don't stop, I'm going to make a move. A tall mech that flew out of the first battleship. It was a mecha in squid form with mechanical tentacles flung out towards Wei Yuan. Extremely fast. Wei Yuan's eyes glazed over as he quickly dodged out of the way. The place where he had just stood was directly cracked by the mechanical tentacles. A deep crack appeared on the ground, and the mechanical tentacles switched directions very quickly, with amazing speed and without the slightest sense of bulk. It's a top-of-the-line mech, and it's customized, so it's bound to be from a master craftsman. Wei Yuan only needed a glance to be able to tell that this was not from the hands of those masters of the alliance. This squid group, and a mecha master? Mo Hun, the pitch-black mech, descending from the sky with its cold mechanical feathers spread out, was half the size of a squid mech. Wei Yuan made a flash and entered the cockpit. The two mechs instantly fought together, and at this point, Dr. Octopus, who was anxiously waiting for the progress, was startled by the huge commotion outside, and opened the monitor, and at a glance, he saw Mo Yun, who was fighting with the squid mech. Eurus, leave him, leave that mech, and leave the human too. I want to know, who made them? That's a battlefield-class mech, the same level as yours, but in the Star League, there is no record of leaving him. Eurus was sweating from the battle inside the squid mech. Hearing Dr. Octopus shout, the gas shivered cold. How do you expect me to catch him when you know it's a mecha of the same level as me? He's level 9 too. Chapter 73, what it means to be able to bend, 1/5, even if it's level 9. So what? Dr. Octopus's face floated in a circle of blue patterns. Eurus, it's not like you haven't killed a level 9 genetic warrior before. He had a frenzied look on his face. I designed the ultramarine weapon to deal with high-level warriors. Eurus, get him, get him, get him. The design scheme, the thought process, and even the built-in programs of these mechs are all very special. So special that they are capable of giving rise to new races. No, I should say, to be able to disprove the mechanicals' claim that they are a naturally occurring race. Yes, the mechanicals are inevitably created by something external. They are not the same as any of the 10,000 races. The blue circle pattern on Dr. Octopus' face was becoming more and more pronounced. His expression was also becoming more and more frantic, even with a hint of adoration and yearning. Seeing the blue pattern on Dr. Octopus' face, Eurus let out a long sigh. The doctor is extraordinarily crazy whenever he comes across something about weapons, completely deaf to any other suggestions. Looking at the black mech that had once again dodged his attack and was able to destroy one of his tentacles, Eurus gritted his teeth. Spell it out. Anyway, this time he came to plunder and grabbed a lot of resources. Use the ultramarine weapon once and consider this trip a wasted one. Okay, Doc. You don't want me to lose too much money. He slapped a bright red button hard on his hand. The first battleship, which had already risen to mid-air, suddenly began to change its form. The air around them trembled as all the energy coalesced. Wei Yuan looked up. Danger. He raised an eyebrow, looking at that first battleship. Dude, this guy can't afford to play? Aren't we supposed to use energy weapons after we've split up the winners and losers? Wei Yuan asked. Eurus opened his mouth with a fierce smile. We are pirates. We don't follow your rules. Just in time for you to see the ultimate weapon of our squid pirates. You're the second level 9 genetic warrior to see it. Seems like overplaying his hand. Wei Yuan maneuvered Mo Yun to a stop. He had already discovered that no matter how fast he was, that energy cannon is all locked on him. At this time, the oil stealer woman who had already settled the squid pirates, they also quietly hid among the pirates on the periphery. Cluster star weapon, consumes all the energy of 3 level 7 planets at one time, can directly kill level 8 genetic warriors and seriously injure level 9 genetic warriors? Asterisk that weapon in the sky. It seems a bit. Oil stealer woman clicked survey on the swarming weapons, secretly begging his heart to beat the drum. How many levels did Jen come from? 9th level. Star spoke coldly with his dual swords in hand. NPCs aren't like us, they only have one life. If Jen is seriously injured here, I'm afraid, we've already lost half of the battle before it even starts. Dark Beg analyzed. He reported the entire situation on this side to Shimoyu La. It's already going full speed ahead on the Snowy La side. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to this ocean planet. But in 10 minutes, Wei Yuan would surely have been injured by the Gunstar weapon. The most that the healing needles could do was to repair and fix the bodies of their low-ranked warriors. By the time you get to the high-ranked genetic warriors, their bodies require so much energy. The effect of the injections can already be described as minimal. So, it's Snowing La connects to Wei Yuan. Lord. Surrender. Pust. Wei Yuan almost laughed. Nice guy. Almost made me laugh. Lord, we'll be able to arrive at the scene in 10 minutes. And if the other side is using a swarm weapon, they'll have to pump all of their energy into this weapon. You are the strongest combatant of our team. Try to retain your strength when you can. It also serves as a pincer to keep the other side from randomly withdrawing energy from the ultramarine weapon. So you stall for time and we'll sneak in. The Snow Lala tactic is very obvious. But for the pirate team, who would have thought that 81 pilot battleships would come and sneak up on them? Good. Wei Yuan nodded faintly. Don't look at the seemingly long duration of their conversation. But in reality, only a few short seconds had passed in the scene, before the energy of the swarming weapons all came together. Incan drew a white flag from his own waist. The little white flag waved in the air. Wei Yuan also raised his hands and stepped out of the cockpit of Moyun. Dude, take it easy. I surrender. It's not easy for us to be upgraded to level 9, so don't fire at the drop of a hat. Hey, isn't it okay for me to surrender? You're right. The Alliance isn't very friendly to us humans either. I just came here to show off. I don't intend to hand over my life for the Star Alliance. Wei Yuan's ability to bend and bend was confusing to Eurus. The oil-stealing woman and the others even quietly gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. Holy, Jen is really good. So bendable? Good lord. I think what's even better is Shimoyuki La. She was actually able to make Jen. The battlefield commander-in-chief. You think it's a joke? TSK, that's so awesome, actually being able to command Jen. If I ever get to be a battlefield commander, I'll have to make Jen listen to me too. You're thinking about fart eating. They were dressed as pirates, and they were talking quite loudly. At this time the players were surrounded by several pirates, frowning at them who had changed into pirate clothes. Why do these guys look so familiar? And talking strangely. What team are you guys on? Chapter 74 Oil Stealing Woman. Very good. I will definitely reuse you in the future. February 5th. Begging sideways in the dark he saw a couple of odd-looking pirates looking towards them. The heart screamed. Several of them were human-looking. These pirates aren't going to find out. Here, look over. All are 4 or 5 levels of pirates. Cold sweat rose from the dark begging head. Just as he was trying to think of some excuse. Are you blind? We're on the picket line. The oil-stealing woman let out a yell and chortled toward the pirates who had asked them. Big guts. How dare you control the sky and the earth to the head of our picket line? You want to die, don't you? The oil-stealing woman saw at a glance that these ordinary pirates wore clothes without features, while the pickets one and all wore red uniforms. Picket what status? What is the status of the pickets? From the very beginning players have been exposed to Steel Oil Woman as a game anchor. This information gathering ability is still there. Aren't all pickets squid aliens? That first pirate to voice a question's aura weakened instantly, even scowled as he uttered this defense. How dare you talk back? You don't want to live, do you? The oil-stealing woman slapped the pirate on the head. There was a loud snapping sound. All of them were level 5 gene warriors, and this arrogant look of the oil-stealing woman could be said to have directly made sure of the surrounding pirates. Yes, that's the flavor. It's the pickets all right. Several pirates hurriedly scurried low and hid, afraid that the words he had just said would get him killed. The members of the picket line were the chief's inner circle. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Look at the circle of emptiness all around you. Star compared to the oil-stealing woman. 6. Awesome. Begging in the dark didn't think it could be played that way either. Makabaka was even more directly shocked by the operation of stealing the oil woman. Nice guy. At this point on the field Wei Yuan surrendered and was giving Eurus the whole won't. But energy is something that can be saved a little bit. And group star weapons with a limited number of uses. There aren't many things that can seriously injure an advanced genetic warrior. Well, in the words of your people, what's it called? Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Wei Yuan smiled and opened his mouth as he stood in place with his hand raised. Eurus, I've heard of you. All of you have a grudge against the Star Alliance. We can actually not need to cross swords. I don't have any malicious intent either. Eurus strained a squidgy face. No offense? Nearly finished demolishing his lowly fleet. And you call that no malice? But the other side couldn't really be cannon fodder put out by the Star League. The delicate relationship between the human race and the 10,000 races was known to all slightly larger forces. But now that this mysterious 9th-level genetic warrior had surrendered and shown his goodwill on his own, then he wouldn't mind receiving another 9th-level junior. Well, now that we've surrendered, let's go meet our second in command, Dr. Octopus. He has something he wants to talk to you about. Yuri's didn't even expect things to go this well. Someone take him to Dr. Octopus. It was a shout, but no pirate dared to come forward at this time. No way. That's a level 9 genetic warrior. The lower-ranked pirates, who had been ostracized when the battle began, could only gather around the outer layer. One and all thought they would let the advanced genetic warriors go. The higher-level pirates, on the other hand, were all expecting a lower-level pirate to go up and lead the way. What need is there for them to lead the way? Not to mention, whose head isn't on their pants. Who knows if this person appears to have surrendered, but is actually planning to destroy them? When Wei Yuan and Eurus fought just now, he had accidentally swept away a few level 7 or 8 genetic warriors. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. He took some of the blood from his body and wiped it toward his face, then raised his hands and pushed toward the outside of the crowd. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. Eurus had just frowned when he saw a lowly pirate covered in bright red walk out. Instantly the fire that had just risen went out. He looked at the pirate who was walking towards Wei Yuan, covered in blood, and nodded in relief. Good. What's your name? Oil Stealer Woman smiled fawningly. Hey, Chief, my name is Oil Stealer Woman. Oil Stealing Woman? Not bad, and you have a nice name. In fact, he didn't even know what an oil-stealing granny was. There are thousands of interstellar races. All kinds of races have their own unique way of taking names. With this face full of blood, Oil Stealer Woman didn't look like a human, but more like a more niche tribe. There were tens of thousands of members of the pirate team, and it was impossible for Eurus to know all of them. He just had a feeling that any pirate who dared to come forward at this time was a pirate with courage. He would have to reuse the oil-stealing woman later. Boldness is what makes a good pirate. Take him to the doctor. Eurus, listening to the rambling voice of Dr. Octopus in his ear, pointed to the second battleship with some impatience. The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed, reaching out her hand toward Wei Yuan. Yours please. This fawning look, it made Wei Yuan a little tense. These players, they really can screw up any occasion. Go. Wei Yuan raised his steps and went towards the second battleship. Gunstar weapons did not shut down. The energy storage completion light is still on. If Wei Yuan makes any out-of-character moves, the weapon will activate immediately. Dr. Octopus was trembling with excitement at this point. A battlefield mech with no records. He's going to get this mech. Gotta get. Eurus frowned as he watched the blue ring on Dr. Octopus in the screen that had slowly started to redden. Doctor, you just study mechs, right? Right. Dr. Octopus replied with a grin. I just want to work on mechs. The more normal it seems, the less normal it is. Eurus frowned. Doctor, he has decided to submit to us. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. The human race is still difficult to deal with. Though after all these years, there hasn't been much news coming out. But the reputation of the human race was still great among the 10,000 races. None other. Until now, everyone in the 10,000 races would tremble in fear when they heard the name of the insect race. In these hundreds of years, it was only the human race that dared to fight the insect race that hard, and they are notorious for being protective of their shortcomings. If such a level 9 genetic warrior died in their hands, who knows if those human races will wait for a chance to retaliate. Dr. Octopus waved his tentacles. He had heard the footsteps appear outside the wolf harrow. Oh, the human race? It's just a dying breed. This 9th level warrior was presumably their strongest fighting force. BT-007 core program cracking time. Counting down to 30 minutes. It's not too late. Wei Yuan knocked on the door of the lab. The pure white door is made of Lessian stars Lessian ore. The level of protection in this lab. Surprisingly, it's at level 9. Sure enough, surrender is the optimal solution. It's snowing. The judgment of this commander-in-chief should not be underestimated. Wei Yuan squinted happily. That's what Wise Guy is all about. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. There are still reliable people within these players. Crunch crunch. The heavy disc wheel locks turn. Dozens of tons of heavy doors slowly opened as the wheel locks turned. Throughout the lab, all 4 walls are pure white. Looking in from Wei Yuan here towards the inside, there were rows and rows of instruments for experiments, and immersions that couldn't be named. Eventually his eyes landed on the innermost, the large octopus with the kindly-looking smile. Blue-ringed octopus. Hello there, honorable human level 9 gene warrior lord. I wonder what to call you. Dr. Octopus's carpal foot lifts its entire body, taller than a man. The body looks magnificent with blue trim with some dark red ringlet patterns. Wei Yuan hasn't said anything yet. The oil-stealing woman yelled out first. Asterisk. Blue-ringed octopus. What a big one. It's a game. Even if it's highly toxic, high and low can still taste it, right? The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. His favorite of the night market stalls is the charcoal-grilled octopus whiskers. Sheesh. They say the more poisonous the animal, the more delicious it tastes. This big octopus. So big and so poisonous. It must be a real kick to eat. The oil-stealing woman's mouth watered at the thought. Dr. Octopus keenly sensed the pirate's disrespect. He glanced unhappily at the oil-stealing woman. Get out. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to be slightly more amiable in front of this 9th level gene warrior, this unintelligent pirate would have killed himself long ago. Just roll with it. Sooner or later I'll roast it for you. The oil-stealing woman muttered quietly. Wei Yuan looked at the oil-stealing woman who was all about to drool just now. When this battle is over, it would be prudent to eat the grilled octopus or whatever it is that the players make for themselves. These guys, if they let them reopen for what honor dignity that's basically impossible. But if it's a reopening for a bite to eat, that's really not accurate. The oil-stealing woman turned away. The heavy door, again, slowly closed. Just call me Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus right, I've heard a lot about you. an important member of the Squid Pirates and notoriously famous in the Alliance. Even this Dr. Octopus was a student from the Lord's Academy. It's just a shame that it's not the honors graduates, but the discouraged students. Wei Yuan remembers it as if it was because of a serious bias, plus a mental illness. That's right, there's no cure for mental illness, even on the astral plane. But some of those common mental illnesses that people used to think were common have been diagnosed as side effects caused by strong mental powers. Wei Yuan? Dr. Octopus blushed. You're the one, the only human lord in this class? Impossible. You haven't even graduated yet. How could you have become a level 9 genetic warrior? Dr. Octopus' big head shook vigorously. The mouth began to ramble. A genius like me didn't even make it to the 9th level. How could you possibly do it? Chapter 75, BT-007 is long dead, March 5th. What was the disease manifestation of Dr. Octopus again? Wei Yuan saw the body of BT-007 that had been completely dismantled not far away, and his eyes gradually turned cold. If you don't say it, I've almost forgotten. Senior, that you're also a student of the Lord's Academy. What was the reason for being cleared by the college at that time? Wei Yuan watched as the circle of lines on Dr. Octopus' body gradually turned dark red and lifted his steps closer and closer towards him. Dr. Octopus frowned. He still had his sanity now, and was restraining himself even though he had been asked about places he extremely didn't want to remember. Wei Yuan, don't think that just because you're a rank 9 genetic warrior that you're something great. It's not like there aren't any rank 9s that have died in my hands. And, those old guys of the 10,000 races, I'm afraid they still don't know that you're already at the 9th level, right? Do you think they would still keep your human race if they knew your true strength? Dr. Octopus' eyes widened as he looked straight at Wei Yuan. It had been a long time since he had been sick since graduating from the Lord's Academy. So many years have passed. The symptoms from back then were still there, but he was trying hard to refrain, and even killing, he rarely did it himself anymore. Now he has sense. The instant he knew Wei Yuan's identity, he knew that it was definitely impossible for Wei Yuan to let those old guys of the 10,000 clans know about his strength. The human race, 9th grade, lords, those 3 words, put together, are enough to horrify the timid and greedy old men. They'll be scared. Fear of the emergence of a lord of a human race, a lord with the strength to compete for the position of Führer. And it was also a 9th level gene warrior that was strong enough to be able to arm wrestle with those old guys. TCH, I remember. Wei Yuan clapped his hands, not caring what Dr. Octopus was saying. You were so jealous of the Mecha Master Senior of the same clan that you outright committed murdering him. Right, just because the other party's talent was higher than yours. Instructed you a little on the essentials of Mecha. TSK. Wei Yuan clapped his hands. So tell me, if I tell you that I made these mech programs of yours that you can't even decipher, wouldn't that make you crazy? Wei Yuan pointed to the core program of BT-007 not far away and opened his mouth. It's still the same as it was. Those who were able to enter the Lord's Academy wouldn't have poor talent. But genius, it's everywhere. Even if it's 1 in a million, there are tens of billions of beings across the stars, able to send to the Lord's Academy. That can all be said to be 1 in a billion. But above genius, there is even more genius. As one of the deep sea races, Dr. Octopus has a powerful family and has been gifted since childhood. Arguably, a slightly weaker version of Inuto, where his talent stood out, though, was in weapons manufacturing. Of the interstellar weapons, the mech is the most sophisticated. Once a mech is built, its core level will never change. Dr. Octopus, back in the day, single-handedly introduced the anthropomorphic-shaped mecha. That is, combining the form of the mech and the form of the pilot. It is one of those mechs that is going for a high-end customized model. But back then, he had a core problem that he had never been able to rip off. And in the end, it was a cousin from his same clan that pointed out a few things that allowed him to rip it off. But who knew? This guy had a case of the blinkers and used the mech he had just researched to take out this cousin on the spot. And this scene just happened to be recorded by the Academy's surveillance. Then he was removed from the Academy and disliked by his family. Dr. Octopus was desperate, which is why he defected to the Star Pirates. Wei Yuan's taunt was simply pulling the hate value up. Dr. Octopus's expression instantly changed. He looked at Wei Yuan grimly. You did? You said you did it? Right. Hey, who made me a rare genius in 10,000 years? Wei Yuan added fuel to the fire. When I was in the Lord's Academy, I was able to crush the same level of invincibility. And now that I've come to the Squid Pirate Corps, that's even more so. I'm able to squeeze you right out. Dr. Octopus, you haven't even deciphered the program I made after all this time, have you? Really? Waste. The smile on Wei Yuan's face also disappeared instantly. BT-007. Already dismantled. Died in the process of Dr. Octopus dismantling him. The BT series of mechs were made by Wei Yuan some years earlier. Their conscious body exists in all combinations of parts. Once the core few components are removed, the consciousness dies out. It's as if a person is alive. His consciousness exists, and his body parts can be replaced. But once his consciousness dissipates after a craniotomy, even if his body is still alive, his spirit is dead. Dr. Octopus was able to read all of 007's memories once he deciphered Wei Yuan's core program. What's the difference between that and insulting a corpse? Wei Yuan fumbled with these parts left behind by BT-007, and finally pressed on the core parts of BT-007. Don't! Several of Dr. Octopus' tentacles were shivering. I still need to research. Just give me time and I'll be able to. Can what? Wei Yuan raised his head coldly. The parts in his hand had turned to powder. Do you think you can still get out of my hands? Alive? Chapter 76, Weapons are cool. But next it's mine, 4/5. Even if it's a level 9 genetic warrior, I can still poison you. Dr. Octopus threw out his tentacles and headed towards Wei Yuan. His speed was so fast that he could even see the residual shadow in the air already. The blue-ringed octopus has toxins that are attached to his epidermis. Just a little contact. He was then confident that he would be able to kill Wei Yuan, even if Wei Yuan was a 9th level genetic warrior. But how could Wei Yuan let him get close? Buzz. The mental force field that was so powerful that it was like substance distorted everything around it. Dr. Octopus's tentacles reached towards Wei Yuan's direction and stopped half a meter in front of him. Eurus. Direct swarm attack. Quick. He wasn't sent by the Star League. He came here on his own. And the target was always me. Dr. Octopus' mind was spinning fast. Almost the instant Wei Yuan made his move, he thought clearly about the causes and consequences. This Wei Yuan, from the very beginning, was here for that mech that he had dismantled. Inside the mech, there must be a bigger secret hidden. Dr. Octopus' eyes lit up. He was only level 8 though, but within this lab, he knew quite a few buttons that could instantly build him shelter. Not daring to delay, Eurus pressed the button in his hand. One moment, the Gunstar weapon, which had already finished storing energy, shot out a hot blue light. It was headed in the direction of Wei Yuan. In the bottom of Dr. Octopus's eyes was an endless frenzy. Killing Wei Yuan, the mech he left behind, would still be able to be dismantled. That's a battlefield mech. It's a fortune. The energy is so thick that the air is distorted. Blue energy light shot out, and the environment around the second battleship was imperceptibly distorted. Surprised, Dr. Octopus snapped the button on his side. The ground cracked open just enough for Dr. Octopus to fall through. He grinned. Goodbye, genius. It's only those who can live that will be remembered. Catch. Wei Yuan pulled out his hand, directly grabbed Dr. Octopus's wrist foot through the air. You don't want to live? Dr. Octopus struggled his wrists and feet as hard as he could. He didn't want to die with Wei Yuan yet. Eurus also felt that Wei Yuan was dead this time. As long as he was seriously injured, it would be easy to kill him. But just at that moment, the change is steep. In the sky above Wei Yuan, a spatial ripple appeared, and the pitch-black colored battleship loomed above the second battleship. Blue energy rays. The moment they exploded on the shield, the energy shattered and the shield disappeared. At the same time, the energy shot out from that swarming weapon weakened considerably. Boom! The second battleship was blasted with a huge crater. Searing waves of heat rolled up with the wind. The hull of the battleship, scorched by the energy rays, ticked with metal that had been melted. Wei Yuan was still holding Dr. Octopus' wrist and foot in a false grip. Dr. Octopus had been stunned by the shot. It's snowing, my lord. We're here. 81 pilot warships, one after another appeared in any corner of this sky. Ouch! 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 Hey! Hey! Lord! We've come to rescue the hero. Just watching you guys act like assholes in the sea of stars is really gluttonous. What are you waiting for, everyone? The corners of Yukira's mouth curled into a smile and fire. Black Tulip, the commander of Pilot Battleship 1, smiled and narrowed his eyes. Her target, that weapon from the pirate's first battleship. What was it called? Ah, the Gunstar weapon. Cool, but soon it will be mine. Little ones, follow me into battle. Chapter 77, this is the real interstellar war. It's the Alliance Military Region's lead battleship. There was a shout from one of the pirates who knew what they were doing. In a flash, the battle was on. The pirates who didn't get on the battleship raised their weapons in their hands and shot towards the pilot battleship. Windblown Fart stood beside Shimazuka as the battleship's outer shell was attacked. and the inside couldn't even feel the vibrations. Sister Snow, Battleship 1 has broken away from the group. With a sharp eye, he saw Battleship 1, which was furtively feeling its way toward the ultramarine weapons. Adjust your guns and attack the big boss. It's snowing. La ignored what Windblown Fart shouted. She just scanned the battleship that had broken away from the group and ran out. A weapon that strong isn't the only one Black Tulip likes. Go steal it. It's hard to say whose battleship you can plant it on when you steal it. Yukira is also a belter. The main thing right now, though, was to keep the big boss, Eurus, in check. Let the Lord of Lords use his maximum strength without worry. The pilot battleship had a total of 37 gun ports, with energy lightwave weapons, particle lightwave weapons, and even ion blasters equipped. Targeting only takes 0.3 seconds. High-end particle lightwave cannons, fired instantaneously, fired towards Yuri's mech. Eurus just froze for a moment as the pilot battleships appeared. Noticing an attack coming his way, his 8 mechanical tentacles moved quickly. His speed was so fast that he dodged several lightwave cannons one after another. High-end particle light waves, even with tracking. Those who came over this time, are they core personnel? As he maneuvered his mech to dodge quickly, Yuri's was a bit lost in his heart. The pawns buried within the league hadn't sent him any messages. Does it mean that the pawns are being pulled out? Whatever. Let's destroy these pilot battleships first. The battleships used by the pirates were all ordinary battleships, and the firepower alone was completely incomparable. Not to mention the shielding of the pilot battleship, which was able to block quite a bit of it. 8 giant long mechanical tentacles crawled extremely fast, dodging the cannon fire as they did so. With a leap, the mechanical tentacles slammed heavily into the shields of a pilot battleship. The shield breaks contact at that instant. Mechanical tentacles smoothly wrapped themselves around the protruding gunports of this pilot battleship. With a giggle, he was inside the shield. As the players in this pilot battleship squealed and pulled out their weapons to attack, Eurus opened his communicator. Protect the battleships. Fight with mechs against mechs. Avoid enemy fire. Rush up into these pilot battleships. Kill them, and loot the battleships. Star pirates. Not a soft touch. This order from Eurus went down. All the pirate battleships all retreated. And from these battleships, countless mechs flew down. The players inside the pilot battleship's eyes went straight when they saw the mechs flying over from the sky. So spectacular. Tens of thousands of mechs, like locusts, took to the air. Toward the 81 pilot battleships sped. The Black Tulip took the brunt of the attack, and subconsciously shouted out when she saw so many mechs of all shapes and sizes, ferociously charging over. Asterisk asterisk. Pull out. Whoa. How come no one was informed before? These pirates even have so many mechs. There's no way out. They're destroying the shields. Black Tulip turned on the monitor and saw that outside the prototype shields were densely packed with mechs. It directly surrounded pilot battleship 1. Countless specks of light shimmered in the air. It was the energy fluctuation of the mech attack on the pilot battleship. Our resurrection point. Are we set? Black Tulip's heart was also beating wildly. Even if you're playing the game, when you see such a shocking scene, it's inevitable that you'll feel your heart racing and your body sweating. That's cool. This treadmill is the real Star Wars. It's been hidden for a long time. The chief commander had us install all the resurrection pods inside the hull. Next to Black Tulip, player Timeless Star had wild eyes. I want to play with mechs too. When the time comes, we'll be able to pick our own, right? These mechs that have gathered around are really handsome, though it's hostile now. But when all these pirates are dead, then surely these ownerless mechs will have to be brought back, right? He had to figure out which one to pick ahead of time. The Black Tulip saw right through his buddy's thoughts. All play Star games. How can you not be good at this? Mechs, they all have to be booked in advance. They couldn't afford to buy the ones in Jen's hands. And with all this loot, they could always take their pick. Ha ha, buy you. I'm kind of cool just thinking about it. Black Tulip took a deep breath. But there's still a lot of pain to be stretched before pleasure. Tell the brothers to get ready. It's best to settle on the mechs they want, before they get killed, so they don't split the spoils and grab on. Timeless Star compared a handsome receive with one hand towards the Black Tulip, then opened the free mic. Timeless Star, this wave of official free distribution of poor quality gene potions. Brothers, don't be stingy. As long as the experience value goes up, get quick injections, directly after the resurrection. Pick a mech and come meet death. Timeless Star's words fell. Black Tulip then pressed the shield off button. Boom! Countless pirate mechs were baffled by the sudden disappearance of the shield. There were even dozens that hadn't gathered their strength and scurried right into the deck of the pilot battleship. They were greeted by players wielding grenade launchers. Ha ha, eat me a grenade. This wave is a rich fight. Set fire. 1,000 people with over 200 players set fire to the face of a mech with thousands of them. The first few mechs to fall were momentarily inattentive and were directly blown to pieces. Genetic warrior levels, at the low end of the scale, are within 3 levels of each other. It's the ability to just use technological weapons to level the playing field. But, after the mech level goes up, normal weapons can't pull even. They're all just some second-level genetic warriors. Just carry the fire and go up and kill them. The grenade launching range was limited, and the mechs hovered and fired a few rockets directly towards the group of players. A huge explosion rang out. Hundreds of players instantly went offline. Asterisk asterisk. That hurt. The ones that die straight off the line are kinda cool. The biggest loser of the wave was the one that got blown up, but didn't die. It hurts so much that you forget to turn off the pain. Asterisk asterisk ah. It hurts. It hurts. Why are you howling? If you're not dead, hurry up and get a medical injection. It won't cost you less than a resurrection? Black Tulip yelled into his headset. The weapons bay of the pilot battleship is opening. Resurrected. All hurry to the weapons bay. I've turned on access to level 4 and 5 weapons. Don't let the enemy get inside. Roger that. Chapter 78. Old Ancestor Tadian. Have no problem taking a screwdriver to a big boss. The 8 long legs of Eurus wrapped around to the gunports of the 7 pilot battleship, hanging upside down. The squid, with large mechanical eyes, looked over in the direction of the second battleship. The camera contracted for a while before focusing on the large octopus that was brown in color, but had blue stripes on its body. At this moment, Wei Yuan was still using his spiritual power to keep him firmly under control. Didn't kill. Eurus sighed in relief. Regardless of what the other party had in mind, as long as they didn't meet up to take out Dr. Octopus outright. But he had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wei Yuan, who was standing behind Dr. Octopus, showing his 8 teeth towards him with an extraordinarily wide smile. Eurus's pupils shrank. What does he want to do? By now the battlefield had already spread to the rear, with mecha all over the place, heading straight for the pilot battleships, except for pilot battleship number 1 trying to steal the ultramarine weapon. So it's isolated. The other navigating battleships all stood in accordance with Shimazuka's arrangement, and steadily used their battleship gunports to block the battleships that were rushing towards them. Shimo Yukira took a deep breath as she looked at the monitor, which had shifted from the gunports of Battleship 7 to the bottom of the ship. Yuri's, Battleship 7, Battleship 7, come in when you hear me. Commander of Battleship 7, Elder Treadmill is here. This ID. It was really easy to visualize him as a hot-tempered, virtuous old man, but what appeared on the opposite side of the screen was actually a handsome uncle with a refined temperament. Yukira was silent for a moment. Sure enough, the group that plays the game is a mix of all kinds of people. In addition to not being able to judge a book by its cover, you can't judge a book by its ID. Eurus is lying on the bottom of your battleship right now, and although he hasn't made a move, odds are he's afraid to because of the constant threat of the lords. Number 1 is under siege. I don't think there's much time left to resist. I have to send more warships over to support from my side. Old Treadmill Ancestor was also an old gamer, and tactics were something that was more or less studied. Knowing that Eurus underneath this is an untimely dynamite bag for the entire team, the other pilot battleships didn't dare fire at the bottom of the 7. But as soon as this Eurus starts messing around, the 7 pilot battleship is up for grabs. He would immediately use 7 to attack the other ships. The pilot battleship's protection is strong, but it can't stop its own attacks. It's fine. I'll notify my men first. This big boss is probably scared of the Lord now and didn't dare to make a move. Let's try to see if we can lure him out of the shield first. If that's not possible, I'll just have to blow up 7. And then it's just going to be a matter of having to borrow my brother's resurrection pods and resurrect our brothers from Battleship 7. Speaking of this, old Ancestor Treadmill also frowned. This battleship, dazzling and hanging, really want to blow up. He was the first to die of heartache. Rather than having to blow ourselves up, if Yuri's takes the ship, we'll be sure to be the first to fire on you first. Yukira laughed softly. This is not to say hello to you in advance. Good lord, this commander-in-chief is a tough guy too. Such a determined guy. He named it Yukira? This time, it was the turn of the treading heavenly ancestor to be silent. Silence is tonight's Cambridge, with both sides silently marking one for the other. You can't take a man by his looks. You can't take a man by his ID. I'll immediately arrange for a squad to head out and harass the big boss. If something happens you guys just fire towards me and let me be a showgirl too. Gotcha. Yukira laughed and closed the communication. The situation over at Battleship 1 seems more dangerous than 7 for the moment. Round after round of players dying, reviving, injecting potions, dying, reviving, injecting potions. Damn. Those guys, how come they can't even take down a single battleship? Yuri's hid in the bilge of the 7 pilot battleship and waited for his men to return word. He needed at least one pilot warship to co-war. By himself, even if he took up a pilot battleship, There was no guarantee that he would be able to take on that 9th level human below. Yuri's knew it when he saw those humans on the battleship. These pilot warships, surprisingly, were of the human race. I didn't expect that. The human race, which had been quiet all this time, had such a deep heritage. 81 pilot warships. This was a lot of money even if it was placed in the star military region. Older races are just awesome. Eurus waited. Pirates. It's a robbery job. This time, since they all let him come across so many pilot warships, even if the other party had a level 9 genetic warrior, he's also sure to eat it. After all, they had only brought the lead battleship. No matching infantry, air combatants, or even mechs had been seen, relying on just a few low-level genetic warriors with higher-level handheld weapons to fight him. The squid pirates? It's a death wish. Eurus rolled his neck, his vision sensing a couple guys with weapons crawling towards him. His squidgy eyes rolled. Instant lock on 9 people. On energy weapons? It's with an energy scent. Eurus's mech, relying directly on its energy scent, locked onto the people crawling from all around. The energy cannon, handheld, blasted towards Eurus when he had thrown out his tentacles, poking the attacking player to death the moment he dodged the energy cannon. Put. Several piercing sounds rang out, one after the other. The players are stacked like skewers on a string. My first ING time as a kebab, and it ING hurts. I threw it. Good thing I have fast hands. The blood drops really fast. This big boss is indeed powerful. A few players couldn't keep their eyes open. He's got blood bubbling out of his mouth in poofs, and he's got the luxury of chatting. In the next second, Eurus tentacles flung out. Players feel the joy of falling from the sky again. Wait buddy, I'm afraid of heights. Don't fling. Don't fling. Crap trough aha. Listening to the mournful screams of his teammates, Old Man Treadmill patted his chest. I hope they didn't receive a bruise on their hearts. The jumpers all say they were scared to death. I don't know how they are. Old Man Treadmill was also hanging in the corner at this point, but he wasn't skewered, because when he ran out just now, he was focused on calling people to the boss. Forgot your weapon. Climb up from the resurrection pod. These 9 players experience value brush up too scary to fall that high. Luckily I got offline when I didn't. Man, that was straight up scary for you, wasn't it? My brain is falling apart. East and west. How come we are resurrected? Tap Tian Lao Zulu? I don't build them. I didn't count how many we were skewered when we died. The old thief must have hidden and not been killed. Just as a couple of players were spitting, a communication from Old Man Treadmill called, treading heavenly ancestor, brothers, bring a weapon for me. I came in such a hurry that I didn't take anything. This high up, the wind is still blowing pretty hard. Old Treadmill ancestor crouched at the gunnel bracket and waited silently. Wait for a screwdriver. Weapons brought to you. Charge. The dude who was afraid of heights, stuffed the screwdriver and ran. Then, another string of human strings. Old Treadmill clutched his screwdriver and charged. Chapter 79, The President's Power. The pilot battleship hung in mid-air. The wind is in full force. Elder Treadmill ancestor's hair was blown all the way to the back of his head, and the skin on his face was a little tight. With a screwdriver in his hand, he carefully crawled to the edge of the battleship. Here, a mechanical tentacle of Eurus. The tips of the tentacles alone were as thick as a human head. He had only just reached the screwdriver into the gap where the mechanical tentacles joined and started to remove it. There was a poof right in his ear. A bit of warm blood that spilled all over his face. Turning his head, he saw the dude who had just brought him the screwdriver, pierced through the chest. It's hanging in mid-air, waving at him. Dude, when you come back, bring me another handy weapon. Wow. With a screwdriver. How long do you have to take it apart yourself? The dude opened his bloody mouth and shouted towards the treading heavenly ancestor. What did you say? It's too windy for me to hear. He's not even finished talking. He's dead. Then it was flung down again like garbage. Old Ancestor Treadmill felt the blood on his face dry up, and reached out to pick at it, which really let him tear off a piece of bloody skin. No, everyone can be revived. Why doesn't this pussy kill me? I'm waiting for my experience too. The Treadmill Ancestor muttered, exasperated, and used the screwdriver to pry at the tentacle slit again. Humans, it's so hard to read. Yuri sat in the cockpit, his eyes skimming over the Treadmill Ancestor. Who cares about someone who, with a screwdriver, is ready to dismantle a mech? Still, the ones that kept coming over with weapons to die were a bit annoying. Eurus frowned. He was not recognizing the humans' looks. The players were wearing uniforms again, so it looked even more like it to him. For a while, it didn't look like all these people were recurring. Instead, while stringing along, it felt like these humans who came over to attack him seemed to be stronger than once. It can't be testing my strength, can it? Eurus scowled, realizing that Wei Yuan was still looking at himself. He couldn't guess what the other side's tactics were. and could only anxiously call communications to his men. Why hasn't the next battleship been captured by now? Chief, in that pilot battleship, the ones that have come out for the time being are all low-grade genetic warriors, so there's no need for us to make a move yet, and I've observed it. There are still advanced fighters in the battleship. At first the ones who died were level 2 fighters, then slowly level 3 ones appeared, and now there are level 4 genetic fighters joining the battle. I suspect that there are still 7th and 8th level ones in them, and we're going to wait until the senior warriors can't stand to show up before we fight. The pirates of the 7th and 8th levels did not join the fight. High-end fighters like them tend to come out last. After all, there are limits to physical strength and energy. By being able to let the cannon fodder go ahead and drain the enemy, they had one more hope of victory. Eurus also thought they had a point. Although the human race has a good reputation now, back then they were also known for their treachery and cunning. It's indeed fine for you to consider it that way, but it's time to hurry up, preferably a little faster. That level 9 gene warrior down there is no weaker than me. Eurus, sitting in the cockpit of his mech, didn't even notice that in the blind spot of his vision, the mech system popped up with a small alert. The outer skin of the mech is peeling off. Learning mech disassembly in progress, 0.001%, 0.002%, 0.003%. Old treadmill ancestor had just pried open the linking piece of the mechanical tentacle, ready to see if there were any screws inside that he could remove himself. The screwdriver in his hand went to a piece of screw and the game system popped up with a prompt. Wait for him to move his hand away. The system prompt then disappears. Asterisk asterisk, and that's how it works? Unscrew a screw, and your own mech disassembly skills improve just a little bit. Ha ha, holy, screwdrivers really work. Ha, old ancestor tapped Tion's face was about to split with laughter. That luck. There's no one else. Not bad for an old man. Old treadmill ancestor handsomely threw up his screwdriver and began to quickly dismantle the parts on the mechanical tentacles. As he did so, the progress bar for disassembling the mech rose rapidly, clanking. Congratulations to the host. Triggering the side quest. Wei Yuan was about to copy Dr. Octopus's brain memory when he heard a system prompt. He was heartened. Side quest. View. Congratulations to the host. Your player, treading heavenly ancestor, in the course of the battle, learned the skill of dismantling mechs, triggering the Lord's quest branch line of the occupational differentiation of clansmen. Occupation opened, Mechamancer. System reward, battlefield grade mech construction. Mech core energy, top mech repair technology. Note, top mech repair technology, can repair mechanical race consciousness? Wei Yuan saw the last note and instantly the corners of his mouth hooked up. Unico is still true. It's a bit of a giveaway. Mechanicals. Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. He created mechs that were self-aware, and not the AI kind of awareness, but simply born from within the machinery. It was in a sense that the mechs he had built were considered mechanicals, but the mechanicals, of the 10,000, have always advertised that they were born of nature, not from the hands of any one creature. That was why Wei Yuan had never exposed the mech in his hand as having self-awareness, to avoid the mechanicals finding fault. Among the 10,000 races, the mechanical race was considered a neutral race, and had always had a friendly attitude toward the human race in their dealings. Thought 007 this time, was really hitting the GG completely. I didn't realize that Unico was so powerful. Wei Yuan was a little touched in the bottom of his heart. The BT series of mechs are like family to him. Before the players arrived, he was in the Lord's Academy, with no family and not even one of his own kind. Only these mechs, which he had built himself, lived and died with him. Thank you Tunchan. Tadako didn't respond to his thanks. But then another prompt popped up. After the branch quest is opened, the system rebate ability is lit up. Please pay attention to check. Wei Yuan didn't expect the surprise to actually be there. Rebates. Those two words made him feel excited just by looking at them. It couldn't be what he thought it was. That would be awesome. Rebate points. The experience and skills gained by the clan members summoned by the Lord during the summoning process will be returned to the Lord in the form of 1% rebate points. Asterisk asterisk. Even if you're already mentally prepared. Wei Yuan still exclaimed after seeing the notes on the return ability. He knew he was awesome with this gold finger. But I didn't expect it to be this good. The reason for summoning the player before was solely because Wei Yuan himself kind of missed his old hometown. Plus, the human race on this side of the stars is just withering away a bit horribly. But after the players really came over, Wei Yuan was too much stronger than them. He's totally coming across as a protector of the players. But now, as soon as the player grows in experience and skill, 1% of it is fed back to him. Wei Yuan didn't even have to think about it. It's still just over 10,000 players summoned. Wait until the next stage of the summoning quest is opened. 100,000 players. Then with that experience value, he wouldn't even have to practice on his own. And skills. As soon as a profession is developed by the players, then he directly has an additional advanced skill. What kind of concept is that? Invincible? Wei Yuan smacked his lips. Toon-chan, I'm a bit out of sorts to be given such good food all of a sudden. Host, in order to start the next summoning, the condition to be completed is to win the first place in the Lord's Academy graduation contest. Wei Yuan was not supposed to be someone who drifted easily. The Lord's Academy match, which saw the system prompt, instantly sobered up. Yeah, want another 100,000 clansmen. Also had to win first place in the Lord's College competition. Academy students. He was able to comprehensively crush awe. But what about the players? That competition. It's not about how good the students are. Rather, it's the clan they've nurtured. Watching the players heckling, Wei Yuan expressed a bit of concern. By the time the Lord's Academy tournament rolls around, it won't be possible to revive players indefinitely. The oil-stealing woman let out a long breath as she rubbed her head from behind the large hole that the second battleship had broken through. I didn't realize it was possible to pass out inside a game. The oil-stealing woman muttered. Immediately, the darkness begged their voices in the headset. Asterisk asterisk. Oil stealing? We just kept messaging you and thought you were offline. That's right. How's it going at Jen's? Just from the headset, you could hear the explosions in the dark begging them there. I don't know. I just woke up. And after the pain sensation turned on, that shot didn't kill me. It just deadened me right up. The oil-stealing woman glanced from side to side, just in time to see Wei Yuan not far away. Jen is here with me. Where are you guys? Secretly begging. You may not believe me when I tell you, but I'm inside the enemy now. Secretly begged to turn on the game camera. At this point, around him was a circle of pirates. On the opposite side, there was row after row of mechs. His job was to put the mech together. It's no different than an assemblyman. Makabaka, it's all about being treated like a pirate. Why ask for a rice man? You can go to the adults table. Makabaka is struggling to get on the bomb. She was literally speechless. Blame it on the oil-stealing woman. The guy had to make them disguise themselves as well in order to pretend to be pirates. Now it's good to be caught inside the enemy. She's a flower girl, strong and capable. Surprisingly, I was assigned the job of filling bombs. Where's Star? The oil-stealing woman rubbed her chin, feeling as if things were getting interesting again. Star, I am inside the mech. It's just about to be set up now, to make a dash for Battleship 1. Oil-stealing woman, Big Brother is awesome. Secretly begging, don't take the mech I assembled. I messed up and it might fall apart halfway through the flight. Makabaka, all the ammo I'm filling is duds. Star, 6. She's now going to start worrying about whether she's going to fly halfway through her mech and fall apart, and then have to worry about blowing herself up when she fires her gun? Star, kudos to you guys. She opened her mouth coldly, the comedy pulling right through. Darkbag poofed out a laugh. Secretly begging, we're just saying, how does this not count as a contribution? There was silence around him as he spoke. Here, it's the inside of the pirate's battleship, assembled like a flow operation. It's comparable to a factory hitting screws. A few of the pirates around them had been watching the shadowy begging hand put the parts together so quickly. Now hearing him say that, he was even more offended. What are you pretending? Do you think that just because you perform your efforts here, you'll be rewarded by being sent to a higher level to assemble a whole mech? That's right. Assembling a thigh part and acting superior to you? Getting so fast. Are you planning to step on us to show yourself? That's ridiculous. Didn't think any would be coming over to check now. Did you? Do it that fast? There's something wrong with you. Begging in the dark was chattering with the rest of the group when they all froze at the sound of taunting voices around them. What's going on? He recalled. This pirate couldn't have thought that he had just said, how not to count as contributing. This sentence, it was said to them, right? Darkbag glanced at the other pirates. Everyone looked at him with the look of a labor thief. Darkbag sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh, no. I'd become a thief? He's assembled this blind couple of times, and while he did follow the process, the parts didn't snap together properly at all. Part to part. A little more movement might break it apart. This workload, of course, is not as great as the other pirates' meticulous snap. Darkbag rubbed his hands together, wondering if he should explain. I really didn't intend to roll them myself. Being a cowboy in the real world is really something you get used to. Woohoo! Just as the Darkbag was about to slow down, a chorus rang out behind them. The battle ahead is so fierce. You guys are lazy even if you're not, but you're still here to taunt your companions who are doing it fast? A level 7 squid pirate walks out. You guys are already lucky that you don't have to rush forward to die. Do you know that? His majestic eyes swept across the room. The eyes milled as they fell on the dark beggar. You're very good. And quick with your hands and your mind. I heard everything you said just now. and it just so happens that it says that there's not enough manpower for the overall assembly of the mechs. So come with me. Begging in the dark looked around blankly before reaching out and pointing at himself. Me? Yeah, that's you. The 7th level squid pirate nodded. In fact, low-grade mechs were originally cobbled together from a variety of parts. After the mechs from the big battle in front of them were shattered, the parts that fell to the ground would be picked back up by the lower-level pirates. That's how frugal the bottom fighters are in their battles. The parts are put together in an assembly plant and turned into hands, feet, torsos, and other parts. Then on to the final assembly of the whole thing. Dark Beg followed this level 7 squid pirate and switched to another location. It's a little more upscale than the old factory. Everywhere were mechs undergoing final overall assembly. A mech with 10 shells, head, shoulders and legs, put together according to this diagram. Chapter 80 on how important a good commander is. Wei Yuan almost rolls over, plus more. Holy, these guys are having too much fun. Windblown Fart looked at the large group of players opening a video call. Battleship 1 over there. Black Tulip was still leading the crew in a frenzy of attacks on the mechs that had rushed onto the deck. Timeless Star, on the other hand, acted as an impromptu war correspondent. Brothers, what we see now is what's going on Battleship 1, and it's holding up so far. The camera disliked it straight to the deck, just in time to see a brown iron battle-damaged mech rushing from mid-air onto the deck. After a roll, several gun ports poked out from the back of the mech and fired 10 rockets directly. Timeless Star's camera was pointed at none other than an incoming rocket. Just in time. Are there any of our brothers in the battleships behind us who haven't gotten to level 5 yet? Let me show you all what your own strength is like now that you've risen to level 5. Ha! Timeless Star's camera was a little shaky, but you could still clearly see his hand, a stroke in the air. Surprisingly, he caught a rocket steadily. The warhead alone is the size of a man's head. Asterisk asterisk. Not to mention the other players in the video. Even Timeless Star himself froze. Am I this good now? This sizzling feel. This shell sinking in. Ha ha, I can catch cannonballs with my bare hands now. Timeless Star yells, laughing his mouth off. Oi brothers, don't fix anything else. Quickly catch all the shells thrown out by the enemy. We might be able to utilize another wave later on. His words had just finished. The camera then recorded a couple other players listening to him, not dodging the shells, and getting blown straight up alive. I know Timeless Star you. A big nationalist quickie was performed in a large group. A few of the players who had just been blown alive hadn't even turned off their pain. At this point, Makabaka, who had been eating and filling in the dynamite, turned on the mic. Ha ha, bro, you caught that. I filled the bullet, right? That's okay? Timeless Star looked at the several players who climbed out of the resurrection pods with such vigor that the people were numb. Dude, spare your life. Dude, spare your life. His plea for mercy had just finished. A huge metal giant sword, descending from the sky, directly slashed a piece of players horizontally. Ah! Timeless Star shuddered in pain. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his waist. Still at. Breathing heavily, Timeless Star opened his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Down the line? What the hell? How did he die? Inside the game pod. Timeless Star wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and pushed open the hatch of the game pod. What met his eyes was a wall full of his hand-me-downs. Several half-man tall mecha models were placed in the center of the room. Time showed that he had been in the game for almost a week. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to have to buy some gaming pod nutrients after this big battle. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he first fumbled for his cell phone, which was sitting on his bedside. Before entering the game, the phone was fully charged, and now that it's turned on it's surprisingly almost dead. Charge it up. Timeless Star sent a message to his mom. Mom, hit some money. Then send a message to Dad, Old Den, popping gold coins, and Lao, Nakden, give some money, play the game to charge. It didn't take long for the thumping messages to go off. Jean Yang, the money's been called for you. Don't play games all the time. Remember to go out for a walk. Haha. Son of a, you want money for something? You don't do any of the work you've been assigned, do you? The money's been called, and you don't care a bit about the family now? Messages. He didn't answer a single one. Seeing that the money was coming in, he simply tossed his cell phone aside. The extremely intense pain of death is something that takes a few minutes to ease. Timeless Star opened the game group. What's going on? I died in the blink of an eye? Black Tulip, don't ink. Come back quickly. Advanced mechs have appeared. A level 6 Gene Warrior drove the mech. Damn. We can't hold on much longer. Is it that dangerous? Where did Timeless Star dare to delay? Without half a second's hesitation, it was straight back to the game. The first moment he entered the game, Timeless Star gave himself a pain shutdown. What an instant refreshment. Planning is really, don't understand the game at all. Isn't it good to just resurrect at the original level? Every time you come back, you just zap yourself. Timeless Star took the gene unlocking potion and injected it. It's a good thing we don't have to pay for this fight. Otherwise it would be a straight bloody loss. Wei Yuan was secretly watching the players too. Hearing Timeless Star's tirade, he was also a bit speechless. The thing about this is that he doesn't want players to just resurrect at their original level, but energy and mass. Those things, they're conserved. This isn't a real game world. Can you change them back out of thin air? Checking into the host's thoughts, does the host want to solve the problem of not being able to maintain their rank after the clan is resummoned? No, Toon-chan, you can fix this? Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. This system of his own could break the principle of conservation of mass? The original rank can be maintained only if the clansman retrieves the corpse after death, but it requires a complete corpse. I thought you could really change out of thin air. The original corpse works too. A simple substance extraction technique. That's good. That's very Goldfinger. He immediately told the players to recycle the corpses, and the gold given for recycling the corpses had to be a little less than the gold needed to resurrect them at their original level. Make another buck out of it. Wei Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling his pockets bulging again. That's so nice. Ding! All players, please be aware that the player body recycling program is now open. Corpse recycling program, all players' corpses after death are able to be recycled. Players can choose to recycle their own corpses or the corpses of others. Recycling your own corpse can be directly credited to the original level of resurrection gold, or can be exchanged for gold for your own use. Recycling of other people's corpses can only be exchanged for gold coins for your own use. Only players whose corpses have been recovered will be able to be resurrected at their original level. A few messages that made all the players pause for a second. Timeless Star's hand shook with the injection. Planning to hear me spit? He looked around for a moment. Then a loud thud was heard on the deck. No, dude, don't look at the system alert. Battleship 1 is going to be lost. The Black Tulip was swept out by the heavy-shaped mecha, a giant metal sword. In her hands, she was still clutching several corpses, spitting blood and yelling while nodding furiously at the recycling. Why don't you stop recycling for a minute, asshole? Requesting backup. On the Commander-in-Chief's battleship, Shimo Yuola's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. All of you, don't get busy recycling the bodies of your companions just yet. If Battleship 1 is lost, we've lost this battle, and the consequence of failure is a total shutdown of the game. Quiet. Wei Yuan's heart trembled. Wipe. Almost overturned. The players who had been messed up by the game's hints were also like being poured a pot of cold water on their heads at this moment. Eurus should be waiting for Battleship 1 to be lost. He's no match for the Lords. But now I've received a new message that the elves have sent someone who was about to arrive in the war zone. And they are not allies, but enemies. Black Tulip. At this point Black Tulip is offline, but the call is still connected. With a white face, she rose from the game pod. Commander, I'm in. Chapter 81, as the saying goes, no poison is too much. I didn't expect that in your battleships. There are only rank 5 warriors. It really caused us to worry for nothing. A level 6 humanoid mecha, wielding a giant sword, swept across the deck of Battleship 1. It seems that within the human race, there aren't many high-level genetic warriors left, either. Oh, in that case, then your battleships will be ours. This pirate of the humanoid race made a dull sound inside the mech. He contemptuously waved back those mechs of lower rank around him. These level 5 genetic warriors didn't even have a decent mech. He could have rushed in and hacked away on his own. It's as easy as chopping up a melon. It's his turn to take the big credit. Players didn't pay attention at first and got killed straight away. The entire deck was covered in debris. Blood all over the place. The players who were still alive also had blood all over their faces and bodies. The strong smell of blood made the remaining players tremble. Not of fear. Rather, it was this sense of realism that caused the restless ancient genes within them to begin to awaken. This game, what attracts me the most, is real. I didn't think that a real battlefield would be so exciting. What a vicious little monster. It's just a shame that you have a blood bar. The players who got up from the pool of blood, one by one, weren't heckling anymore. Turning on monitor mode, the blood bar above the opponent's head appeared instantly. As long as there's a bloodstain, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you. One by one, the players rose from their piles of blood and flesh. The sound of it snowing came out of the headset. Battleship 1. All players, turn off your pain senses. I will take over for Black Tulip in your battles and direct instruction. 10 players, responsible for recovering the bodies on the field, and another 30 players are assigned to collect the parts that those mechs dropped earlier. Now, we're going to start fighting while we learn to put together our mechs. The outer pilot battleships are also supporting you. Players of Battleship 2, the bottom of your ship, The hidden big boss is able to brush professions. There are those who want to switch to become mechs. They can go and brush them. Elves, 50 minutes to reach the battlefield. Lord, your strength cannot be exposed in front of the elves, so please take care of Eurus within these 50 minutes. And all players of Battleship 2 cooperate with Jen. Now, please turn off the pain and begin our path to scrubbing the script. Yukira's voice was very calm and decisive. At this point, inside Battleship 1, the players all turned off their pain senses. The level 6 genetic warrior, operating his mech, quickly slashed across the room in the direction of the players. He was surprised to find that these humans, who had been missing arms and legs just a moment ago, all looked as if they didn't know pain anymore for a split second. Quickly dodging, though, it didn't dodge it either. But for some reason, the fight wasn't very good. The giant sword in the heavy mech's hand was stained with blood. Humans, meet fear. Jen, is this Dr. Octopus still alive? The oil-stealing woman was on the ground at the moment. There's no way to get on a battleship for a while. Simply run out. He looked at Dr. Octopus, who still had a blue ring on him, and had a plan. Still alive. Wei Yuan asked. What's wrong? Oil stealer, he's poisonous, isn't he? I'd like to draw some of his blood. The blue-ringed octopus toxin is super high, I reckon, and could be used on the battlefield. As the saying goes, a soldier can't be poisoned without poison. And I'm going to have another poisoning incident. It's a war. A frontal attack is one way, but isn't poisoning from behind a way? And again, they're 4-person squad. They have always been well matched. Wei Yuan's fingers moved. The huge octopus then moved to the top of the oil-stealing woman's head. A wave of his hand. Dr. Octopus's tentacles then had a large gash in them. Pale blue blood dripped. The oil-stealing woman hurriedly bought several large clear glass bottles from the mall and received several large glass bottles. I'm going to go deal with Eurus first. He won't be awake for a while, so feel free to make it work. Wei Yuan leapt up, and Mo Yun opened the cabin mid-air and caught him directly. True Jill is handsome. The oil-stealing woman stole a glance and smacked her heart. I'll be boarding like this every day when I get my mech. A large octopus, 8 tentacles hanging in mid-air. Blood from the wound dripped down the tentacle. Seeing that the ticking was getting less and less, the oil-stealing woman hurriedly got another knife to cut. Except that the knife couldn't cut through Dr. Octopus flesh at all. Asterisk. Is the defense that high? The oil-stealing woman opened the mic of the 4-man squad. Oil-stealing woman, star, calling star, what for? She was, at the moment, in her mech, hanging out. There was no way for a level 5 mech to get together and get into the encirclement. Oil-stealing woman, I got some poisonous blood here. You take the poisonous blood to the dark begging in Makabaka. Let's pull out the pirate's ass. Secretly begging. Holy, you kid is a genius. Got poisonous blood from where? Oil-stealing woman, that Dr. Octopus that Jen caught. It's a big one. Highly poisonous, so it's a waste of time to use it. Makabaka, bull. Brother still has to be you. It's snowing, highly poisonous? Oil-stealing woman, send a copy to our side as well. Stealing oil woman, holy, how did the commander-in-chief's mic mess up? What's going on? We don't have a commander in our group either? It's snowing, is it possible that you're driving a public mic? 2. The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed. Almost forgot. You'll have to remember to turn off the public mic next time you're chatting privately. Stealing oil woman, but this octopus defense thief I can't even cut his skin. Just now Jen opened the mouth. This moment is almost closed by itself. Star, wait for me. With her weapon, she should be able to. Star, it's snowing. I'm piloting my mech and entering a war zone. Clear the way for me. The mech she was piloting at the moment was simply cobbled together by the backup pirates. She'd have to hit GG instantly if the pilot battleship blew up. Okay. After receiving the answer, Star flew directly towards the group of lead battleships. The pirates on their side watched a somewhat tattered mech, through a hail of gunfire, get surprisingly close to going inside the battleship group. All of them were pleasantly surprised. If that mech can do it, surely we can break through. Let's go. Another wave of mechs rushed up. Dazzling laser cannons shot out from the group of lead battleships. Chapter 82 Elves Live. What do I see? Sea of stars. Inside a golden flying machine, the elf with the long black hair looked at the war correspondent who was spouting off a lecture not far away. The color of the gods was somewhat obscure. Hello Alliance viewers. We are now traveling to the planet that the Star Pirate team is invading. We've gotten word that the planet occupied by a young lord's graduate of the people is in the path of the pirates. It is to this young lordly graduate of the human race that we, the elves, have come to offer our assistance. You should know that the graduation conditions for the Lord's Academy are harsh, requiring that the student's territory must be intact and that they must produce at least 30,000 genetic warriors before the tournament. The one who initiated the war this time is the third largest group in the ranking of interstellar pirate teams. The Squid Pirates. The Squid Pirates are strong. Their leader is a level 9 genetic warrior, plus a Dr. Octopus who went out from the Lord's Academy. This reporter Elf who was broadcasting the news live had long blonde hair spread out behind her like waves. A pair of golden eyes signaled that she was of the Light Elf clan. Ivan remembered that this Light Elf called Yulina was Yudon's fiancée. It's also a modest internet sensation on Stars. Ivan was silent as he watched her perform for the camera. This time live, directly to StarNet. Supposedly, there will be a lot of attention. Ivan gripped the bow in his hand. Before boarding the craft, the queen asked him to try to force out Wei Yuan's true strength. Wei Yuan, that human genius. The queen's words, still echoing in her ears. Ivan, the status of the Dark Elf clan is waiting for you to elevate it. You're the close guard that I specifically chose for Donger, and when it comes time for the Lord's Academy competition, you'll be Donger's strongest main force as well. The Dark Elf clan, in the elf community, had a low status. They are not sprites born from nature. They were born in the shadow cast on the earth by the Tree of Life. For so many years, the clansmen had all lived a grueling life in the elven community because of their low status. He's going to take advantage of this opportunity. Though, he was only level 6, but he brought with him the supreme weapon of the Dark Elf clan. Ivan gripped the bow in his hand. If it was really like what Yedong had shouted out that day when he went crazy in the clan, Wei Yuan was a 9th level genetic warrior. That yourself. If an arrow is actually shot, I'm sure I'll die myself. Ivan froze and thought, or at least did what the queen said. The clan would surely be able to get preferential treatment. Hey, Ivan, what are you waiting for? Can't you see that I'm talking about being thirsty? Why don't you hurry up and go get me a glass of water? After the camera shifted, Angelina chirped at Ivan. Ivan lifted his head, his black eyes reflecting the condescending look of Angelina. Okay. He silently went to pour the water. The elfin maid who was beside Angelina didn't feel a little too good. She said softly, Lord Ivan is a rank 6 gene warrior. For things like pouring water, you should arrange for us to do it in the future. Pop. Angelina slapped the maid in the face. Her perfect and delicate face was full of arrogance, and she was even more cold-eyed towards the maid. What do I need you to care about my affairs? What's more, in the future, I'll marry Yedong. A Dark Elf clan's level 6 genetic warrior is just that. What? I can't make it work? Her eyes swept to Ivan. Ivan didn't say anything and handed her the water. I'll be broadcasting the whole thing later as a war correspondent, so you'll have to protect me then. I will only do what the queen tells me to do. MS. Lena, pouring you water is just me being grumpy, Ivan said calmly, just like the patriarch said. The Light Elves, have been in high places for too long. Angelina didn't even notice that behind her, the elven maid was displeased. And Yulina was disliked by this sentence from Ivan. Although she was not happy, she really did not dare to do anything. Speaking, several planets in the war zone had come into view. That planet, there seems to be a battle going on, eh? Didn't they say the war zone was out? Angelina cried out in surprise. Does that mean we can dig up other news this time? She plopped down in front of the screen and pulled the view directly in close. Images of the battlefield appeared after the clouds crossed. She immediately shifted the live camera over. Wow, a lot of pilot warships. Is that a group of pirate warships? Could it be one of the teams from the military district coming over? Star Online. The audience has long been on the edge of their seats. There was no lack of powerful clan executives among the 10,000 clans. 81 lead warships are firing a steady stream of weapons. The other side, the pirates' battleship group, was retreating towards the back a little bit, and every now and then a battleship was knocked off. In the air, on the other hand, there was a large number of mechs that dodged the attacks of the pilot battleships before rushing towards them. It's human. Angelina sucked in a breath of cold air after getting a good look at the players on the lead battleship. These navigational warships, surprisingly, are the human race? Gosh, not that the human race has been. Remembering that she was on a live broadcast at the moment, Angelina hurriedly reached up and covered her mouth. This is unbelievable. Let's all see what's going on down there. At this point, the Elf Queen was also watching the live stream on the Astro Network. From Anzuki Lena, her face instantly changed when she saw the 81 pilot battleships. The human race, they even have a pilot warship? The pilot battleship was only developed after the decline of the human race, and a large portion of it was supplied to the military region, and only a small portion of it was given to them, the more powerful races. According to what she knows, back then, it was impossible for the human race to get so many pilot battleships. Could it be that? Is there some other community that pretends to maintain neutrality, but is actually secretly funding the human race? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The crew members on those pilot warships looked as if they were all rank 5 genetic warriors, plus a Wei Yuan. A level 9 genetic warrior. Where did the human race get so many resources to train talent? If others don't know, doesn't she know better? The resources of the human race had already been divided up by a few great clans. Of the 10,000 tribes, who could it be that is channeling resources to the human race? While the elf queen was brainstorming, on the live feed, Angelina sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, what is that doing? As the craft broke through the atmosphere, the picture they were able to see became clearer and clearer. Angelina's camera, after a moment of shaking, focuses on a battleship that has been broken open. Underground. Inside, a huge octopus was so brightly colored and presentable. Blue-ringed octopus, or giant blue-ringed octopus. It's hard not to think of the infamous Dr. Octopus, one of the core members of that squid pirate crew, the genius who was dropped from the Lord's Academy, the sin octopus of the Blue Ring Octopus clan. The villain surrounded by so many titles is, at this moment, hanging in mid-air. On the 8 tentacles were dense cuts. A human, wearing gloves, was mercilessly squeezing the wounds on his tentacles. As the glove was corroded clean by the poison, blood flowed from the wound, filling another glass vessel. Chapter 83. Dare you come to see our fun? That wouldn't be the squid pirates, the powerful Dr. Octopus, right? Angelina's eyes were filled with horror. She had also looked up information on the squid pirates before coming here. That Dr. Octopus, he's a level 8 genetic warrior, 8th grade, and the leader of the squid pirate group. That was a solid level 9 gene warrior. Who could kidnap Dr. Octopus in front of the pirate captain and abuse him like that? That's right, abuse. Those wounds on Dr. Octopus' body were honestly not very serious injuries for an 8th level genetic warrior. To put it more simply, it was just a few superficial wounds. But that human, he's outrageous. Even Athan, who was standing on the side of an Yuletide Lena, felt uncomfortable all over. That human, squeezing those wounds over and over. There wasn't even much blood left in the cuts that had been made, and directly outside the white, bloody tissue of Dr. Octopus. Is he a pervert? Surprisingly, he just lived to squeeze all the blood out of that piece. It's horrible. Ivan sucked in a cold breath. Even if you're a strong warrior and the blood in your body is drained, there's only one way to die. Ah, are all humans this sick? Isn't it true that humans, as a race, are extraordinarily friendly? This side isn't done being surprised. A mech that clearly looked like a pirate crew suddenly just fell out of the sky and landed next to the demonic-looking human. And then out of it came a pirate? Star's camouflage is still pretty good. She was still wearing the same clothes she had stripped from the squid pirates earlier, and then she was coated in blood. The oil-stealing woman, on the other hand, had removed all her clothes in the course of her labor. The constant squeezing of blood was exhausting and he was sweating profusely. This piece of blood is all squeezed out. Holy, it's exhausting for me. Thanks to turning off the pain sensation. Otherwise I'm sure I'd have pulled a muscle. Oil stealer woman wiped off the beads of sweat on her forehead. The body doesn't know pain, but it's mentally exhausting, too. This Dr. Octopus. The skin is really thick and the meat is really firm. It's amazing how this octopus muscle fibers wriggle when you squeeze the blood. If he hadn't used some force, all that blood would have flowed back. Rest here again to a knife put. The other places are out of blood, but also need to give him a bloodline card. I do not know if Jen still want to use this octopus. If he does not use, I turn back and let the Edo reply to help me grill a few skewers. This meat is thick as a thief, and it sure tastes cutastic. As she spoke, the oil-stealing woman's mouth watered. He reached up and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then it felt like my mouth started to tingle. It's over. No sooner had he finished his words than he fell straight down. Star looked at his already septuagenarian body. 6. After silently spitting out a 6, she took a picture of the oil-stealing woman's body and posted it to the group. Star, 6. Makabaka, what's the situation? Secretly begging. This pussy couldn't have tried Dr. Octopus poisoned blood. Could he? Ha ha. Oil stealer woman, what are you laughing at? I just want a bite of grilled octopus whiskers. He's really unlucky. How could you forget that you still have a little bit of poisonous blood on your hands? Woohoo. That human. He took poison himself. The elven maid exclaimed in a small voice. Angelina glanced at her. What's all the fuss about? It must be that pirate, who forced him to commit suicide. I didn't realize that within the human race, there was a traitor. This dead human must have been coerced by that pirate. Forced to drink Dr. Octopus blood and die. That pirate, what is he trying to do? To the puzzled gazes of the elves and the StarNet viewers, Star put away all the several glassware vessels on the floor. 17 canisters full of poisoned blood. She stuffed them into the mech one by one. It flew back toward the pirate battleship group again. While Angelina was still in shock, the queen's voice rang in her ears. Don't care about those irrelevant things. Immediately in the battlefield. Otaku to Yuan. Yes. Angelina responded in a low voice. She operated the craft and went quickly in the direction of the humans. Sister Snow, the elves have appeared. Windblown Fart's fingers traced rapidly across the operating console of the lead battleship. The location of the unidentified craft is marked. Just by seeing the shape of the flying machine, Shimo Yukira was able to determine that it was the elves who had come. How much support can such a small craft bring? What a joke. Windblown Fart snorted and opened the public mic. Brothers, the support from the elves is here. Give a warm welcome. The fact that it was snowing didn't stop the childish behavior of wind blowing on your butt. Come on. It's not fun to have friends from afar. TSK, come to watch the battle without knowing to say hello in advance? What Jen points to is my conquest. Elves, let mother come. Dude, it's not good to put mom. Ha ha, a new NPC is making an entrance? It's not going to be an elf as cute as Alice Sensei, is it? I can't afford to fight then. Jen didn't explicitly say it was hostile, but it's not very friendly anyway. So should we just do it? Players are talking in the public mic. Windblown Fart coughed and said in a fox-like manner. The commander-in-chief has said that it's an enemy and not a friend, so we must do it. Besides, if we don't hit them a few times, how do we know if it's an enemy or a friend in there? Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the game, lords are said to be hostile forces, and that's all that exists to be ed over by them. It's not directly labeled red name yet, though. But, come to see what we're up to? Well, let's take a couple shots first. 81 pilot battleships simultaneously turned a single gun. Even the beleaguered pilot battleship number 1 took the time to turn a gun over. Knock knock. 81 cannon shots. The battlefield was all quiet for half a second. And Yulina, who was originally looking for Wei Yuan in midair, went black. Attack, attack, attack. Flyer damaged 20%, 30%, 70%, 99%. The AI inside the craft went crazy with alarms. The moment the defenses were completely destroyed, an even heavier barrage of artillery fire blew the craft right out of the sky. Chapter 84, I have ants crawling all over me. Pilot Battleship 1. Players die over and over again. On the deck, mechs and players mingled. The mech piloted by the level 6 squid pirate was drenched in blood. A faint blood-colored film was attached to the metal casing. Climbing out of the resurrection pod once more, Timeless Star wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and jumped straight back onto the deck. It's true that you still have to turn on the pain, and your body improves faster. Even if he didn't have a level 6 gene unlocking potion now, he could still feel that his speed, strength and agility had improved a lot. Weapons, here you go. Next to the resurrection pods, there were players who specialized in distributing weapons to the players. Damn. Thermal weapons, they can't penetrate a mech shell. A shot from a magnetic cannon is just a crater for the shell. Man, get me a cold weapon. Before, Timeless Star had thought it was strange. An intergalactic game. Why is there a cold weapon in there? Shouldn't this have been eliminated a long time ago? But, now he knows. The defense of the mechs. That's unreasonable. A magnetic cannon that could reasonably give a carbon-based creature a direct spaced-out send-off. Run into the mech. That's no way at all. At best, it'll give the surface a big crater. And there are even more unreasonable ones. Some mechs, the more advanced ones, have coatings specifically designed to deal with these technological weapons. Isn't that proper restraint? Timeless Star remembered the few times he had been there before, rushing up to his death with advanced technological weapons in a hurry. Just feel the toothache. This would have been in a normal fight. That number of deaths alone was enough to deflate his wallet. Offline there are dad and mom and brother to give money. Online he will have to go mining to make money by himself. This wave, kill a level 6 pirate. How can you make $1 million? Taking the short blade thrown by the weapon player, Timeless Star took a deep breath and charged towards the deck. The heavy mechs were still there. It's just that those low-level mechs that weren't allowed to come down before joined the battle. The 6th level squid pirate's forehead veins throbbed furiously. The hand movements were still flexible though, but he was already feeling mentally exhausted. Why can't we finish killing? The good thing is, no higher level genetic warriors have appeared until now. All of them are still level 5 gene warriors. Carry on for a little while longer. If he still can't take the battleship, there'll be higher level pirates coming through. It's really annoying. Anger bubbled under his eyes as he watched the humans swarming around him once more. Isn't it good to be immediately killed by me and stop resisting? Having to wait until someone else comes over and snatches the credit away from me. You humans, what an abomination. He swung the huge sword in his hand and swung it towards the players once again. Timeless Star, with a flip jump, directly dodged away from the giant sword. The speed has really increased. Timeless Star landed a moment later and bounced up again. A thin layer of bloodstains had adhered to the metal shell of the heavy mech. Underneath the stains was the mech structure. Timeless star from the player base directly at dark begging. Timeless star, at dark begging. Man, this mech structure. Do you have a diagram there? Timeless star, this guy's been killing our battleship for too long to fight with thermal weapons. Timeless star, at begging in the dark. Timeless star, at begging in the dark. Timeless star, at begging in the dark. Secretly begging this way. In his busy schedule, he clicked on the group chat. Being in the dark begging to steal his time. Several pirates around him breathed a sigh of relief. How did this one just come in and catch on so fast? The chief has shown him several mech designs. The point is, there's been no rest since we got here, and it's only now that we've taken a break. That's right. I don't know what kind of race it is. It looks humanoid and has a head full of blood. It can't be a demon race, can it? Demon races are lazy, alright. Is there such a hard-working race in the 10,000? Secretly begging to pretend he didn't hear their whispers. What a breathless place to live, brothers. Is it a cow horse to be taunted by NPCs for even playing the game? He just let it go and put it together haphazardly like he usually does when he's working. And again, the designs are all in hand. It's easier than putting together Lego. This would be in the gumshoe circle. You'll all lose your jobs. Spitting out a wave of these pirates. Dark Beggar scanned the message for help sent by this dude called Timeless Star. Secretly begging, coincidence is not, is on the hand to spell this mech. Buddy, I will send you the diagram. Several joints can be disassembled. Your hands faster. Maybe you can give him to dismantle out. Dark begging, heavy shape mecha pictures, JPG. Timeless Star, righteous father is above. Timeless Star didn't think he'd try to take a gamble and actually hit it. Hurry up and click on the big picture. That one glance took in the structure of the mech straight away. There are only a few circles of players, secondary, gumdrops, and hand pieces. Piecing it all together, the players can read a little bit of mech charts from anyone. Timeless Star is even the best of them. All the mech models in his house, that he made himself. From modeling to failure. Oh no! From modeling to payment. Timeless Star flung the short blade in his hand in a circle, locking onto several of the heavy-shaped mech's weak points in a second. Brothers, the time for revenge has come. Congratulations, you have opened the basic practice for mech masters. Your learning progress, 0, 1%, 0, 3%. Congratulations on opening. Countless tips for mech disassembly and learning bounced around the players' panels. Countless humans climbed and rushed right over, relentlessly, with all sorts of gadgets. Yuri's climbed onto the bottom of Battleship 2 and looked at the dense and ever-increasing number of humans. He actually felt a twinge of fear. Even ants, countless of them, coming towards oneself, can be uncomfortable. Not to mention, these humans had no fear at all. Instead they were laughing excitedly, taking those ridiculous tools and pouncing directly on his mech. Damn it, die. The tentacles quivered, and another of Yuri's tentacles pierced through countless humans. Ha ha, this blood level of mine, it's really boosted quite a bit now. It didn't even fall to the bottom when it was pierced. The first player who was skewered was spitting out blood and grinning from ear to ear. Then while the blood wasn't gone and Eurus hadn't dropped them in this time period, he hurriedly took the wrench in his hand and just started prying it towards the cracks in the mechs he could see around him. Fogweed. It's true that the strong never complain about the environment. Man awesome. Behind him, the other player, who had also been pierced through the chest, gave a thumbs up to the first, and then followed. Aw, what a bunch of crazy people. Yuri's yelled from the cockpit as he started flinging the psychopaths out like they were crazy, but the deaths of their companions were as if invisible to them. Keep going forward and backward. A tingle ran through Eurus's heart, and he felt prickly and scratchy all over. Like, there are ants crawling on it. Chapter 85, luckily they're all from my hometown. Eurus' eyes were red. The creatures that were clearly seen in front of us were human beings. How? What's with the intense fear? Some densely packed creatures awakened his deepest fears. Bugs. These humans in front of Eurus suddenly overlapped with the images of the bugs. Interstellar pirates. Don't settle on one planet. They have to hide from the Alliance and the strikes. So most of the time was spent hanging out on the Sea of Stars. Eurus has seen the bugs. Those were creatures with no concept of fear at all. They're inorganic pupils. Once they locked onto you, then it will persist in nibbling away. Eurus shuddered. Right. Aren't these humans in front of us just like those bugs? They have no fear at all. Even when it comes to their own bodies. They are just like the bugs, not caring at all about injuries, just faithfully carrying out the orders of the king bug, devouring, nibbling. Yuri's looked at the humans who were spitting blood and not forgetting to pry the mech apart. The depths of his eyes were full of fear. No, they're just humans. It's only human. Yuri's hissed inwardly at himself. They're just some level 5 genetic warriors. Even if tens of thousands of people crawled over here, there's no way they could hurt me. As long as I kill them all quickly. The squid mech churned madly with its 8 tentacles after a shudder, rolls up and crushes all players who crawl over. But he always had to have 2 wrist feet that had to be curled around the hand battleship to maintain stability. So, oh ho, ha ha, I bet right. These 2 mechanical tentacles I'm in didn't move. Ah. Why do I pick the wrong one every time? Day Tesco up. First to eliminate the 2 correct answers? Dude, next time you're the first to rule out a tentacle. Share it with your brothers first. Below the second battleship, a blood spray erupted. It's like there's a meat grinder at work. At first glance it looks shocking, but the meat is a steady stream of self-projection. Moyon took Wei Yuan up into the air, looking at the squid mill that was like a bloody mill, constantly dropping human limbs and debris. Wei Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. It's still got to be a player. Really bullish. No wonder it said that the 4th heavenly tribulation is the most terrifying. This screams fear even more than the insects. At least with the bugs. That's the king bug consciousness overriding the individual bug's consciousness. Those lowly worker bugs were not unafraid of death, but were mechanically fulfilling the king bug's orders. But not the players. They are living, breathing, self-aware, and self-conscious human beings, sending people to their death so forward and backward just to brush up on their learning progress. Wei Yuan sensed Yura's fear. Honestly, if he were to face these old folks of his straight on, he'd have to be terrified in his heart. 2. No solution. Totally unafraid of death and able to resurrect indefinitely. What's even more terrifying is that they, the players, can still get a sense of accomplishment from sending them to their deaths. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Don't be afraid. I summoned all these old folks myself. Turn your eyes again to Battleship 1. Those players up there have long since begun to bounce back. Mecha collage drawings are out. That disassembles. Arguably, even faster than when the model is offline. Players have to be 10 times faster with their hands now than they were when they were on Earth. Led by the Timeless Star, the players all ditched their technological weapons and replaced them directly with tools for repairing their mechs. I also wonder if they have some kind of obsession with screwdrivers. Most players have screwdrivers in their hands. As soon as the mech hits the deck, there would immediately be a group of players that would quickly step forward. The division of labor is extraordinarily clear. Drawing fire, harassment, demolition. As soon as the mech is removed and the pilot inside appears. Seconds if you show your head. The only one who was still holding out until now was that level 6 genetic warrior. Come down you. With a single elbow strike, Timeless Star opened a piece of the cockpit at the heavy mech's chest. He gripped the short blade and flung it directly toward the interior of the cockpit. The 6th level squid pirate, after quickly dodging the attack, his hatch was opened by Timeless Star. The Black Tulip, who had long been crouching in the distance, pulled the trigger. Dark blue rays, with pulses of magnetic energy, entered the cockpit. The link between the squid pirate and the mech was instantly broken, with the mech completely immobilized. This level 6 squid pirate also shot out of the cockpit and directly clasped Timeless Star's neck with his hand. A 5th level genetic warrior dares to challenge me? Even if you have 10,000 people, one level lower, is one level lower. Kapow. The sound of shoulder blades breaking came out from Timeless Star's body. Let's die together. Timeless Star backhanded the squid pirate. Black Tulip, fire at me. Fire. ****** in 2nd Battalion Commander. Pull over my old Italian guns. Mother ****** ing Italian artillery. Pull in the old 2nd Battalion Commander. Fire. The players hissed as they fired their cannons towards Timeless Star's position. Dang. The flames were all over the place. No more mech protection. Add to that the winding up of the Timeless Star. This level 6 squid pirate was directly blown up without any possibility of defense. To his death. He couldn't figure out why the support from the high-ranking battle force in the rear hadn't come until now. However, at the back of the mecha wave, the ink cloud skimmed quickly in midair, and all the pirates above level 6 died silently. Wei Yuan's spiritual domain was fully open. Thousands of advanced genetic warriors, although the number was large, but it was simple to kill. The big backwater of the squid pirates. The first thing Star did when he returned was to fill the mech's ammo compartment with poisoned water. It's raining. When she sees a battleship, she fires a poison blood round. A sweet, fishy stench spread as the blood mist filled the air. The blood mist turned into gas and poured into the interior of the battleship. Makabaka, who was still struggling to fill the bomb at that moment, suddenly smelled a foul odor. *****. Who farted? She covered her nose and was just about to curse if someone had farted. The pirates around them were seen to be turning blue with white foam oozing from the corners of their mouths. Did Star project poisoned blood? She touched the foam oozing out of her mouth. It's over. My dead body. Who will recycle it? I wonder which battleship blew up first. In short, the great rear of the pirate core was suddenly ablaze with fire. The poisonous gas spread wider as the flames rose. Octopus's toxin. That was capable of killing even a level 9 genetic warrior. On another dry seabed, Angelina's face was pale as she was held in the palm of Irfan's mech. Humans? So strong. Behind them, 36 dark elf mechs stood. Chapter 86. Are you, thanks to Manhwa Sanguine and Liao for their great god certification? Holy, dude, do you actually remember where you died yourself? Beneath the underwater cliffs under the sky of gunfire. A player with the ID of chicken eating potatoes was bowing down and rummaging through the mud on the seabed. Warfare? Well, that's for fans of brawl games. There will always be players who have little interest in fighting, and instead are looking at another way to make money. Recovery of bodies. New players are the ones who have not been injected with special genes and can restart at any time. Anyway, what this official event gave was unlimited resurrection, and all the gene unlocking potions were supplied free of charge. But there are some veteran players that are injected with special genes. If the body is not recovered, there's no way to reuse the special gene. At this moment, underneath the second battleship, blood and flesh were flying, and there were broken limbs everywhere. It's much more lucrative than mining for new players. If you recycle, you'll get gold coins. There were even veteran players who simply turned on quest mode on the public screen, gathering players who wanted to do recycling and specializing in getting his corpse together. At this moment, the chicken that eats potatoes is the one who took the corpse recovery quest from the veteran player Sakura Falls Horsehair. The body torso was found but the head is gone. The voice of Sakura down the horse's mane was gruff. He belongs to the group of high rollers who got into the game with the oil-stealing woman. It was really hard to be forced offline at this point and not be able to find my head. Dude, before you die you don't remember where you dropped it at all? The potato-eating chicken's eyes are searching for a place to go. This is full of corpses. He casually recycled recycling. Also earned money. It's a loss. Sakurazuma Main scratched his head, and knew that it was all about professionalism for the dude to leave a field full of corpses unrecovered and help him find them first, but he really didn't want to give up the genes he had managed to get. AI. Brother hard. When I died the sky swirled. I saw the silt all over the ground. This dry seabed. Where is not silt? Sakurazuma Main. Otherwise, if you look further out, the ones that were winched out must have been thrown farther away. Sakura down the horse's mane. Raise you. What? 5,000 more. 5,000. Potato-eating chicken just prepared to let him give up words, to the mouth and then the 5,000 to hard back. Nice guy. 5,000. Older players just have money. Chicken-eating potatoes. Dude, what kind of genes are you using here? So valuable? Sakura downed her horse's mane. Hey, gnome. Sakurazuma Main. This was also earned the last time I participated in a mission. Potato-eating chicken rummages around on the floor while smacking his lips. Goblin that ugly has no eyes. That, you don't understand. This goblin gene I injected gave me strength and arms. The usual weapon is still a sledgehammer. And you say it's so coincidentally genetically enhanced that you can change it? If I can't find my body, I'll have to get a different gene to inject, and then who knows what can be enhanced. Sakuranuma Main's hands were a little itchy again, and after the goblin gene injection, it had no effect on the natives' looks. Instead, they are able to give players a portion of the goblin's abilities. Both arms were strengthened after Sakuraba's horsehair was injected with this gene. It just so happens that he plays with hammers again. That's a handful of sledgehammers, swung with sparks. The smash dented a chunk of Eurus's mechanical tentacle, and then he was strung up by it. And it was a straight-up roll off his head and throw him out. Thinking about the miserable state she was in before she died, Sakurazuma Main felt a little horrified. No more pain, though. But anyone who sees their headless body for the first time still carrying a hammer and inertia will feel outrageous. The chicken eating potatoes slurped. He had come all the way outside the battlefield. Lifting his head, he now looked at the second battleship to be the size of a fist. Any further and we'll be on the edge of the bluff. The potato-eating chicken hit his eyes and saw the bluff. This would have been a really bad wave if we hadn't found Sakuraba's horsehair's head. Gollum. A creature in the silt of the ocean floor was wielding two pincers and attacking the human who approached. What ugly crabs! The potato-eating chicken kicked the blue creature, which looked a bit like a crab, out of the way. Pop! The dark gray mech flung its hand and blocked the blue water crab that flew over. Human? The dark elf's voice, coming from inside the mech. More than 30 mechs, staring straight at the chicken eating potatoes. Chicken eating potatoes, ***. Dude, it's not about being able to find you a body anymore. The potato-eating chicken turned on the live feed. Who the hell am I going to get to collect my body later? Inside the public screen, players were treated to a live feed from the potato-eating chicken. Angelina had woken up a long time ago. Her live stream is still on as well. Seeing this human in front of him, who didn't even know to greet them first when he saw them, he frowned. These low-level genetic warriors of the human race really didn't know any manners. A non-eldritch species is vulgar. She lightly jumped down from inside the mech. Standard elfin beauty. The looks are nothing to sneeze at. Her long golden hair fell in a flutter, and in Yulina's face was all pride. She walked toward the chicken eating the potatoes. Humans, we are the elves who have come to give you support. Have your lord, Wei Yuan, come and see me. A second before hearing Anzarina speak, the chicken eating potatoes is still thinking about it. This NPC, it's so pretty looking. Next, are you? He raised his middle finger and pointed it at Angelina. Dare to humiliate me? How dare you? Angelina raised her hand, and the mechs behind her followed her, raising their hands. The laser went through the brow of the chicken eating the potato. One moment. The chicken that ate the potatoes went down the line. When he fell, the sight fell just behind the dark elves, a head that was meeting his eyes. Dude, I saw your head. Chapter 87. Wait, this sis is a tiger too? A tiny human. How dare you speak out against me? The human race is really unruly. Pale gold leather boots, stepping on the carcass of a potato-eating chicken, looking at the black hole wound on his head, and Yulina smiled contemptuously. When I see Wei Yuan later on, I'll have to talk about it. How can I go to the central galaxy to mix with this subordinate, who is so ignorant of the rules? Angelina, you're going a little too far. Ivan frowned. He didn't want to offend the human race at this time. I don't know why. Ivan couldn't help but cringe in his heart after seeing the large blaze of fire. He always felt that the human race wasn't like the Queen or the rumors on Starnet. Worried about what? We're here to support their human race. Angelina glanced at Ivan. Shouldn't Wei Yuan come to greet them? Just let such a stupid human come over. It's a total bummer. Dark elves are just timid and cowardly. Really no good. Behind them, they had the support of the Queen of the Elves. Moreover, the Queen said that this Wei Yuan was powerful and might be a 9th level advanced gene warrior, but he certainly didn't dare show it in front of them. After all, those executives of the 10,000 clans must be watching her live stream as well. If Wei Yuan had used the strength of a 9th level gene warrior, then he would have been able to win over these pirates and would have suffered from the suppression of those powerful races in the 10,000 races when he returned. If he didn't use his full power, then he definitely couldn't win against Eurus. At that time, these human races were bound to lose half of them. No more clansmen. There was no way he could win the Lord's Academy match by himself. Angelina smiled a chesty smile. Ivan looked at her expression and was silent. Standing behind Angelina was the latest model of the Light Elf clan's mecha, equipped with the latest weapons. The energy was also loaded up before it came. With this kind of equipment, escaping should be enough. Afen thought. It's just that they don't know. The chicken that ate the potatoes and turned on the livestream has been recording them right along. Quiet. The original noisy players. All of them were quietly looking at Anzuki Rina in the picture at the moment. As they moved towards the battleship and out of the potato-eating chicken's field of vision, the players averted their eyes. Good lord. You want Jen to greet you on your debut? She has such a big face. Talking about our Jen like that. Does she think we're dead? Red name. This NPC. It's definitely a red name. Evil. Just evil. Even Windblown Fart, who was beside Snowlaw, grinded his teeth and cursed. This chick from the elves. She really owes a lesson. I think she's just a level 5. Ha! The mech behind you is quite strong. With such a big mouth? Yukira glanced at Windblown, but she certainly has a big mouth. The current queen of the elves is the Elf of Light clan. This Angelina is from the Light Elf clan and is also the queen's daughter-in-law to be. See that mech behind him? A mech developed by the elves themselves. The weapons alone are already comparable to our battleships. What are you going to compare it to? Windblown Fart sucked in a breath of cold air. Then his eyes lit up. Holy, then if I take her mech, isn't that going to make you rich? Before Windblown Fart could finish his words, he was met with a blank stare from Shizuela. Attention all players. A melodious female voice rang out in all the players' headsets. Attention all players, the enemy elves have appeared. The information we have so far is as follows. 1. This Angelina of the elves has opened a live stream on Starnet. Secondly, the elf race holds an attitude of hostility towards our human race, but it seems that the other side, on the surface, needs to maintain an attitude of neutrality or even affinity, for reasons unknown. Third, they are, on this occasion, ostensibly to assist us, but in reality to probe our strengths, the most important of which seems to be that of the lords. And Yulina is an elf of the Light One clan, with the status of being the elf queen's daughter-in-law to be and the fiancée of a new Dawn, who is the perennial third most dominant existence in the Lord's Academy. And our lord, for years, has been number 1 in the Lord's Academy, so we can't rule out that the other party is trying to take it out on their fiancé. Before the other party came, they turned on the live broadcast on the Star Network, an act that makes me reasonably suspect that they are looking for allies. Or that they want to expose the strength of the human race in order to get the attention of the other 10,000 races. My lord, are you willing to expose our strength in advance? Yukira directly turned the mic to Wei Yuan. As he said his last words, Wei Yuan was startled for a moment. The heart sucked in a breath of cold air. This player got skills. Not bad for the number 1 player in Gnosis. This brain, it's just spinning so fast. The truth is coming to her. Wei Yuan is feeling a little stressed. This guy, too smart. Don't let her find out the game is fake when the time comes. The first thing to be addressed now, though, is the issue brought up by Yukira, revealing strength? Those old guys must be watching him. Chief Commander, this battle, you arranged it, so you decide whether to expose your strength or not. Wei Yuan spoke with a light smile. Having a smart subordinate was simply too good to be true, and people like her were sure to take one step and have to look at 10. Maybe the decision will be to do better than he did. Hearing Wei Yuan's reply, It's Snowing LA's eyebrows quivered. Is this game that open? All the main game threads, advanced by the players themselves? The arrival of the elves, the different responses they took, the final result-oriented must have been diametrically opposed. It's Snowing La looked sideways at the wind blowing her butt. This guy has been just hanging out inside the public screen, trolling with the players. The veins on Yukira's forehead throbbed slightly. This guy, she shouted at Windblown but at the top of her lungs. Chang, what is the attitude of the players? Windblown Fart looked up in shock at the chortle. Ha, Sister Snow, isn't this decision for you to make? Yukira glanced at Windblown but, it's a game. What's the end goal of the game? Windblown but, what is it? Yukila frowns. Thanks to his family, it's not this guy who was groomed to inherit. It's Snowing, it's a service player. Only if the player's gaming experience feels good will they keep playing and be willing to invest, whether it's investing effort or money or time. This game is making such a big deal that it surely doesn't make sense if it's purely for the sake of making money. Only when players are having fun and have a good experience will they be willing to spend money, time and energy into the game. A virtuous cycle is most important. So, now that decision has to be made by the players. They all felt that they had to punch that female elf in the face and put on a good show. Writing face output such words. The wind blowing on you but feels better not to give a snow lasse. So he took the players' comments and politely expressed them. Yukira nodded. Sure enough. People play games for the fun of it. For sure. This in Yulina. She's really too arrogant. If she's arrogant with the players, she'll only die. Not to mention, meeting and killing a player. I'll announce the final decision. It's Snowing. Wei Yuan couldn't even help but pay attention. He sat inside Ink Cloud's mech and listened to Yukira speak slowly. I decide. Supporting the Dark Elf clan to the throne. What? Wei Yuan's jaw dropped. Not. She's a tiger too, isn't she? Chapter 88. There's nothing you can do about it. No. Sister Snow. Windblown Fart made a jump and came over to Yukira. His tone excited. We're talking about how we're going to take out these elves. Obviously just now Snowla still say, to let the majority of players, cool a wave. Well, that must mean taking out these high and mighty elves. How can you turn around and say something about enabling dark elves? Yeah, Commander-in-Chief. Now I just want to go back and give that what's-her-name Angelina a hard time. And you dare to step on my corpse and curse me. It's just an NPC. Even if it's pretty, it's unforgivable. That's right, red names are weird. Whether she looks good or not, looking good still helps a little. Guys, at least upstairs has gone to work. Typing with both hands to show your innocence. Don't talk nonsense. Type with both hands to show your innocence. Watching the players talk, it just skews the conversation. It can't be helped if it's snowing. Explain. Everyone looks as if they want to do battle more than anything else. Sure, are some warmongers. This side of the war isn't even done yet. Guys, let's not get too busy thinking about something unhealthy. Let's get back to business. It's snowing. Turn on all the mics. Everyone knows by now that the elves are not dealing with us. But this old race, if we really have to fight, I'm afraid it'll be one race against another. And the elf queen is stronger than our gen. If we really face each other, we'll be the only ones to suffer. Up until now, they haven't made any head-on moves, so they must have scruples about the human race. The name of the game we're playing is known to everyone. Star People. Gen, as a native race, he couldn't have become a race by himself. There must be other races here. Although we haven't dug out the exact background yet, we can already feel it. The elves are somewhat wary of the people. So, we don't have to think so much. Let's just assume that the backer behind us is very powerful. Anyway, I haven't seen much of what's going on with the human race right now in the information I've found on the Star Network. Windblown Fart listened for half a day, scratching his head in some bewilderment. Sister Snow, what do you mean by that? Why didn't he understand what he was hearing? Weren't we just talking about the elves? Why are we talking about the human race now? It's knowing La reacted to his interruption that what he said was perhaps a bit too tedious. To put it simply, our human race used to be very powerful, but now our strength seems to be deteriorating. But those races of the 10,000 races don't dare to be sure if the human race is really trashy anymore. They're afraid that we're still as powerful as before. And they're afraid that the human race is as powerful as before. So it's targeting Jen, while not daring to actually do anything to Jen in the open. This elfin race, the first to run over to try to expose our Jen's strength, and to play the rhetoric of coming over to help. To put it bluntly, it's their queen, who is also afraid of the people. So, those of us players who aren't powerful enough for the time being can pull up the human race's tiger skin and have a fox and tiger wave, and pretend that the older generations of our clan are very optimistic about the Dark Elf clan. Yukira stroked her chin. As the saying goes, killing kills the heart. This Angelina is arrogant in that she is an elf of light, a higher status lineage in the elven race. Do you think she'd be furious if we pulled the plug on their light elf clan and supported the dark elves to the throne? Windblown Fart for once listened. But, he scratched his head. This time span, isn't it too big? Sister Snow is clearly a mall conquest tactic. It's a good idea to take it slowly. But the players just want to hit that Angelina hard in the face right now. It's Snowing La saw at a glance what Windblown but was trying to say. She held her forehead somewhat breathlessly and smiled bitterly. I didn't say that we can't go and punch her in the face, when it's time to do so, and it's best to do it ruthlessly, so that she'll be fearful of the human race. Fear is followed by apprehension. Fear of the powerful human race belonging to the Dark Elf clan. Understand? Windblown but hasn't said anything yet. The potato-eating chicken then jumped out, shouting furiously from inside the mic. I got it. What the chief commander is saying is that we need to use the Yang, just to show them that we are as close to the Dark Elves as we can be. Then they will be afraid of the Dark Elf clan, and the more they are afraid, then the more hostile they will be in the future. A phallic conspiracy. Wow. Chief Commander, you've got a brain like that. It's awesome. Worthy of our Commander-in-Chief. No. From now on, Commander-in-Chief, you are our brains. Brain. 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 One moment. The headsets were full of players yelling brains at her. It's snowing and I don't feel honored at all. And I kind of want to go down a crack. Why is there such a strong sense of shame? Yukira sensed what Windblown Fart had told her earlier. That these players, and the people in their circle, were completely different. Nice guy. What a shameful epithet for them to use. Yukira reached up and covered her forehead. So ashamed. But honestly, it's kinda cool. The player's worship of the strong is really just straightforward and passionate. Shimoyakiare's face wore shame, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up again. Hey, there's really nothing I can do about you guys. Yuki-chan didn't know why, but she suddenly wanted to say that. Then, Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. Not, why don't you do it in front of me? I'm such a big commander, such a serious commander-in-chief. How did I become a sand sculpture? Ha! Wei Yuan's eyes widened as he listened to Yukila dotingly speak to his players, uttering the phrase, there's really nothing I can do about you guys. He's stupid. It's over. It's completely over. Even a bull like Yukira, who has an opening enlightenment of 20, has fallen? It's amazing how strong the brainwashing skills of the Lekko people are. Hiss. Wei Yuan suddenly felt that he wasn't quite safe anymore. Does he still have to take the players and bring them to meet those elders of the human race? Meditation. Really need to meditate on this. Just as Wei Yuan was dryly silenced by a single sentence from Shurshuela. Windblown Fart has found the slippery four. Windblown Fart, bigots. Help help help. It's time to start your show. Makabaka, speak up. Our brain's lapdog. Windblown, but it's an honor to be Sister Snow's lapdog. Hopefully, the ass-kissing would be known by Sister Shua, so that after she got offline, she'd put in a good word for herself in front of Lao Dang, and she'd be able to get a little more pocket money for herself. Just as the wind was blowing farts and they were out, Eurus, on his side, was completely enraged. A group of mole crickets. How dare they try to win by small means, relying on their numbers to consume their energy? Eurus saw it. Wei Yuan went towards the pirate group. He should have gone to kill his own pirates who were above level 6. The breath that Eurus exhaled was a little bright red. Humans were indeed treacherous and cunning, pushing out so many level 5 gene warriors just to be used as cannon fodder? Eurus's squid eyes couldn't quite tell what a human looked like. He's also just looking at it all in terms of human rank. So even now, he didn't even notice that all of these humans who had come forward to send themselves to their deaths were all in one batch. Spare him the weariness. Whoever was manning the mech for hours would feel physically and mentally exhausted. What's more, these humans keep showing up over and over again. Too. Damn it. His eyes darted toward the outside and scanned the area. The guns of the other 79 pilot battleships were pointed right at Battleship 2. Everyone, it seemed, was glaring at him for occupying this battleship. As long as he waited for him to enter it, These 79 pilot battleships would inevitably send him a few shells. Abandon this battleship. Eurus was a little disheartened. But for now, it's really all that's left. The mechanical tentacles flew and quivered, and the players who laid up again were directly vibrated down this time. Eurus' tentacles climbed quickly, carrying him swiftly away from Battleship 2. The big boss is getting away. Guys, shoot! Numerous cannons exploded behind Eurus. A level 9 genetic warrior is not something that can be killed by an ordinary cannonball. The reason why he didn't occupy the second pilot battleship was only because, if he entered the second pilot battleship, it would be too big a target. Having only one pilot battleship alone was a bit dangerous for him, casually dodging the players' attacks. Eurus grunted. I really don't know what those men of mine do for a living. A bunch of idiots who can't even deal with this crap? Eurus dodged to the ground, the 8 tentacles moving quickly with him, and headed right for Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus, who had originally thought that he would have to fight Wei Yuan for 300 rounds before he could bring it back, was actually hanging in midair right now. Doctor! Yuri's voice rang out from within the mech. No reaction? He reached out his mechanical tentacles and touched them towards Dr. Octopus' body. Creature you have touched has no biological signs. Time of death, 2 hours. Cause of death, bleeding to death from blood loss. Eurus was chilled to the bone. With his mechanical tentacles, he rolled up Dr. Octopus' body and looked hatefully at the battleship in the sky. Wei Yuan, right? Good. A human. So what if he's already at level 9? To abuse a prisoner of war like that is heartless. He could clearly feel that Dr. Octopus's body was densely covered with large and small wounds. Abuse. It's outright sadism. Eyes wide, Eurus braced his wrists and feet on the ground and sent the body of Dr. Octopus directly into the cab. Never mind. The body is still there just fine. Big deal is a trip to the Dark Capital to get those oozes and summon Dr. Octopus back again. But, before that, he had to kill Wei Yuan. That guy, he's just horrible. Yuri's had a premonition that if he couldn't kill Wei Yuan this time, he would be in big trouble in the future. Drip. The communicator rang, and the first thing Eurus saw when he opened it was a level 6 genetic warrior who hadn't been with him for very long. Eurus was puzzled for a moment. Why are you the one who called me? That said, there is no particularly clear hierarchy within the pirate crew, but a level 6 genetic warrior, now contacting him directly. He's the head of the whole team. How is it possible that a random pirate can talk directly to him? Eurus' question hadn't even been spoken. That level 6 genetic warrior, then, had begun to tremble all over, and in his eyes, there was all fear. Chief, Deputy Chief, they all disappeared. Even the brain can't detect their activity. Eurus froze. He quickly rummaged through his address book. As soon as he opened it, the gray avatar that swooped all over his face made his heart tighten. How is this possible? After losing their vitals, their minds automatically change all their avatars to black. The more Eurus looked, the heavier he breathed. The 7th and 8th level genetic warriors were surprisingly all black. What the hell is going on here? Eurus roared. The little pirate over there on the opposite side of the room seemed like he didn't know what to say. He bowed his head in silence. Then Eurus saw the head of the level 6 pirate, sliding down the neck he had let go. This level 6 pirate's neck, when it was quickly sliced open, was still able to see all the blood vessels and tissues in the cross-section. The next second, blood spurted out. Eurystus sucked in a breath of cold air, and in the next second, Wei Yuan's face suddenly appeared in the picture. Oh yo, what a coincidence. Wei Yuan waved his hand towards Yuri's. Are you tired and planning to call it a day? After all, it was starting to get dark. Eurus grimaced. It really didn't occur to me that after all the lessons you've already experienced like that, you, the human race, would still want to sell your lives to the Alliance. Help from the elves, you all accept. Eurus snorted. Those hypocrites are just fooling you. Wei Yuan, you can't still be unaware of what those elves are planning, can you? They want to expose your strength, and then make those powerful groups of the 10,000 races scorn you and plot against you. Oh, and then what? Wei Yuan pulled out his ears. Finished? If you've finished, get ready to prepare and go to your death. Ink Cloud made a thrust and the entire mech ejected. The pirates will resist if Eurus doesn't die. When the rabble is headless, it will break up. The delay, Wei Yuan felt, had been long, and at this point, the oil-stealing woman was greasing her mouth and saying nice things to Unsukina. AI. The maidens of the Elf of Light clan are really just so brightly beautiful that people can't take their eyes off of them. He whispers into the wind blowing his ass. It looked like a whisper, but in fact, Angelina heard it loud and clear. The corners of her mouth quirked up. The elves of the Light One clan. That's the best looking of the elves. And she, and Zuki Lena, was set to go straight to Anzuki Dong early on because her looks were so good. The few humans that had come over this time were kinda what she felt like looking at. Well, except for that woman. Angelina glanced at Star, who was following the back of the crowd. Teenage girl with long black hair, soft and beautiful. At this time, he was holding a long knife, and his temperament was cold and detached. Angelina frowned at the oil-stealing woman. That woman, I don't like her. Get her. The oil-stealing woman was embarrassed. Star raised her eyes indifferently. 6. Chapter 89, Battle Maniacs. Watch out. I'm only going to perform this act once. Seeing the crowd all looking at him with surprised faces, it took a moment for Angelina to remember that she wasn't within the elves right now, and he's on live himself. She immediately turned her beautiful eyes and said righteously, she is a traitor to the human race. I have seen it all. She was driving a pirate's mech before. Actually, it was that far away at the time. Angelina didn't see anything. But now, in front of the crowd, she had to maintain her image. In the elves, if she came across a female elf who looked better than her, she had no problem dealing with it. What's more, now that they've come to this poor countryside, the human race is the one that the queen has hinted at and can be bullied and humiliated. So just now, Anzarina subconsciously said what was in her heart, but she didn't realize that the sentence she was looking for to make up was really the truth. Player chat group, oil stealer woman, holy, Star, when did you get exposed to them? Star, helping you cut up a large octopus? Secretly begging, see what you're doing? Star, no need. I was already pissed off at her. Isn't she on a live stream? Watch me go up on her. The players made eye contact. Just as Star was about to make his move, Ivan rubbed his brow and scolded Anzarina. That's enough. Anzarina, this isn't the time for you to be fooling around. Ivan didn't even get a good look at Star. Can Angelina see clearly? As a dark elf capable of living in a light elf community, Ivan had long known what a hell of a personality this Angelina had. Having just arrived on the territory of the human race, he dared to talk nonsense and then offend the human race. This female elf, she's just crazy. Ivan, you dare to yell at me? Angelina looked at Ivan with disbelief. Ivan sent her a direct message over comms. Angelina, if the queen's plan is ruined by you, do you think the queen will spare you? Azure East's fiancée can be Azurelina or another elf. She's just the most appropriate person for the status. Ivan didn't want to flip out now. Just after he had made contact with a human, Ivan turned to Star and said, I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Anulina. She's used to being proud and bossy in her clan. Do dark elves always speak so bluntly? The skittering quartet glanced at each other. It was Dark Begging who was the first to react, grinning. It's fine. It's fine. The Light Elf clan has always been like this. We humans still appreciate your Dark Elf clan's sincerity and candor. Beg for this in secret. Step on one and hold it. If the players had heard it, it would have been instantly recognizable. This strong flavor of tea really floated out along with his mouth. But these elves of the Elven one, yet most are more innocent, especially since the ones that Anulina had brought out this time were also all Dark Elf clans. Who wouldn't love to hear a compliment about them? Even Ivan enjoyed the flattery. Anyway, the word, it came from a human being. What does that mean? This showed that they, the Dark Elf clan, were still quite popular. It's not just Ivan. All of the Dark Elf warriors who had followed them over this time had a slight favorable impression of the human race. After all, in the elves, even if they were stronger, they would still be taunted and bullied by some elves of higher status than them. Even if the other side is worse than them. Angelina was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Our Lord has always said that we have to wait for the support from the elves to arrive. I didn't expect your support to come so quickly. It's only just a day and a night after the war started. Now is the time when you are needed. Please do help our Lord and kill the other party's level 9 gene warrior. Please. Darkness begged to bow to Ivan. A level 9 genetic warrior? Ivan's heart trembled. He remembered what the queen had asked him to do then. He gripped the bow in his hand tightly and nodded somberly. Good. Then let's go over there now. Windblown Fart and the others immediately acted like they were dying of joy. One rainbow fart after another, sent towards the dark elves like no money. How worthy of the elves. We've heard for a long time that you dark elves are the most gifted of the elves, and the ones with the best hearts. No wonder this time, those who came to support were all from the dark elf lineage. How nice. The oil-stealing woman was even more theatrical, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and shaking hands and bowing to all the dark elves, one by one. Starting directly from Ivan. Thank you so much, our Lord. Fighting against that level 9 pirate is really, hey, I was about to think that we, the human race, were hopeless, but I didn't expect that you, the dark elf lineage, would be so kind as to come to our aid. Makabaka even acted like she was about to die of emotion as she faced Anzarina. Actually, It's facing her camera. Vocally, it looks like the Alliance hasn't forgotten about us either. Yes, did not forget about our human race? That year with the insect race, that big war. The human race was greatly injured. I thought the Alliance to abandon us. Several people were on the verge of tears. On the Elf Queen's side, when she saw the image in the video, her expression suddenly became serious. Why hasn't Lena Anzuki turned the camera away? This fool, these humans are putting on a show. They're putting on a show. This time, those who watched in Yulena's live broadcast weren't just those in power of the 10,000 races who loathed the human race. The middle and lower levels of the league will be watching as well. Their stupid populace has always had a filter on the human race. Abominable. The Elf Queen's side opened her comms and sent a direct message to Angelina. But on Angelina's side, it was the entire elf who was held down by Makabaka. Makabaka is adorable and looks unoffensive, even winking and pulling her eyes at the camera. Just kidding. These 10,000 races that only know how to fight haven't even developed a game yet. All the tech is used for points in war. If you really put together an entertainment program, no one is as good as this group of players. Makabaka is also a famous anchor in the gaming world. And she is the one who knows best at what angle and with what expression she can make the audience love her. At this moment, again injected with the level 5 genetic unlocking potion, Makabaka hugged Anzarina without any malice and touched her. The elf clan, indeed, will always befriend the human clan. We, the human clan, will always remember you. Angelina couldn't even break free when she tried. She couldn't push Makabaka away as soon as she was in full view of the public and it was on live. And then say that the elves didn't come over this time to help the humans. Did they? She now could only speak with a fake smile. We, the elf clan, have always been on good terms with the human clan. That's why this time, the queen has sent us here. Ah, great. Let's go over there now then. The Lord is still struggling to deal with that 9th level pirate. Go help him. Chapter 90, The Conscience of the Dark Elves. Condemned. Ivan led a group of dark elves and followed the players. They looked ahead, at the innocent, joyful humans, and were silent. Everyone knew what the queen had sent them over for this time. They want to destroy the hope of the human race. The human hope who had forever crushed in Yuetong in school. If we expose Wei Yuan's 9th level strength, will the races of the alliance that don't get along with the human race ignore it? The dark elves looked at each other. The dark elves that were sent this time, except for Ivan, were all middle-aged elves who had reached 300 years of age. Of the 36 dark elves, there were 3 rank 8 genetic warriors, 13 rank 7 genetic warriors, and the rest were all rank 6. They didn't come in such a powerful formation to help the human race. It was to be able to restrain Wei Yuan at the most critical moment, so that Ivan could draw that bow and shoot that arrow. They don't really think that we're here to save them, do they? A middle-aged elf, looking at those human children, giddy with joy, had some bad feelings in his heart. The human race, back then, the attitude towards them, the elves, was really much better than the other races. But now, it's amazing that it's going to come to this. They don't know anything yet. Let's just withdraw when the time comes as long as we expose Wei Yuan's true strength, right? The queen didn't say what to do with the rest of the humans. So when we get there, let's just leave and let them have a way to live. A couple of old elves conversing. Angelina heard it all. She snorted coldly. The queen will naturally make arrangements when the time comes. So you guys are being compassionate to humans? Is it because a few of them, just now, said nice things about the dark elves that you want to betray the queen's orders? That's a big hatchet. A few old elves fell silent. After so many years of fusion of all races, the younger generations of the elves have been bad for a long time. Seeing that they still dared to ignore her, Anzarina grunted coldly and brushed past their shoulders as she walked forward. Even after millions of years have passed, our light elf clan is still more noble than you dark elves, and you are nothing more than shadows left behind by Mother Life. Speaking, the crowd had come to the human camp. Snowla also specializes in getting a few cleaner battleships that drop. She walked to the landing port of the battleship herself. Thousands of players neatly lined up. If things weren't so bad to put together, they'd be preparing ceremonial teams and cannonballs. That one. That's our commander-in-chief. It's snowing. The oil-stealing woman was beaming with joy, and led Ivan toward the snow. Though he didn't know why all the names the humans gave were so strange. Ivan nodded towards Shimizuka. Are we going to back up your lords now? Yukira nodded gratefully. Are you guys going to go ahead with this? It's really appreciated. The Dark Elf clan's help to our human race will never be forgotten by our human race. Forever and ever. Forever and ever. Forever and ever. The players who were pulled over to perform this time yelled at the Dark Elves at the top of their lungs. These hundreds and thousands of people, truly speaking in unison, shouted at them that the human race would not forget the help of the Dark Elf clan. That feeling. It's really, really exciting. Ivan's face, all of it, began to redden slightly. They, actually, trust us that much? His eyes swept over all the humans. Not one of them held a hostile attitude towards them. Everyone, in all their excitement, was watching them. It was as if they, the Dark Elves, were gods who had come to their rescue. There was even an enthusiastic wave towards Ivan. Ivan's conscience fluttered hard. Are they really treating us like heroes? It was a treatment that had never been enjoyed in the elves. Ivan remembered the time he followed Inyadon. All of the credit was given to Inyadon, and even the resources that he himself had looted were taken away by Inyadon. Each time, back in the elves, no elf, from the bottom of their hearts, would welcome them. Even everyone would only land their eyes on the light elves. At this very moment, listen to 10,000 people shouting in unison. The faces of several of the old elves reddened. We're going now. Ivan took a deep breath and released the mech. 36 Dark Elf clan mechs, then took to the air. Aren't you leaving? The oil-stealing woman asked, turning to Angelina. Angelina frowned. A battleground for advanced gene warriors. She wouldn't be injured by mistake if she went in, would she? She didn't want to go again at this moment. But what the queen wanted was a picture of Wei Yuan's strength showing. If you don't go yourself, I'm afraid, it's not going to be easy. She also released her mech. Looking at the elves who had all gone away, the oil-stealing woman gave a thumbs up toward the snow. Awesome. A bigot is a bigot. And these few moves will make the Dark Elves suffer inner condemnation. It's just so cool. Sister, I wasn't convinced before, but now, I really want to say, you're awesome. Dark Begging also gave a thumbs up to Snowlaw. Yukira laughed softly and waved her hand. The really tough show is yet to come. I don't know if I'll be able to perform. My lord. At this point, Eurus has been blocked by Wei Yuan. Eurus, with Dr. Octopus body, where are you planning to go with this? Inkcloud spread its huge wings. Metallic feathers, sharp and unmatched, reflected in oozing cold light in the light. Wei Yuan had picked up the signal that it was snowing. The afterglow also swept towards them, the dark elf mecha. Eurus wasn't stupid. He had sensed a fluctuation in the air in the distance. He looked sideways, and all he saw was over 30 mechs flying towards him. Is it human support? Damn you, you despicable villain. Sure enough, the human race is just so treacherous and cunning. You even hid your hand all along. Eurus gritted his teeth. What battleship only has level 5 genetic warriors on board? What no mech? It's all a lie. This human, from beginning to end, has not revealed his true strength. The mechanical tentacles, flung out like lightning, struck heavily towards Mo Yun's waist. Mo Yun dodged and quickly dodged the tentacle attack. But in the next second, several other thrown-out mechanical tentacles wrapped around. There was a loud metallic clashing sound, and the moment the tentacles touched Inkcloud, the metal feathers behind Inkcloud's back also shot out, aiming for the squid mecha's eyeballs. Chapter 91, Persona is a good thing. A giant squid mech with 8 tentacles surrounding a humanoid mech. In Wei Yuan's headset, the sound of snow was heard. Lords, see the opportunity to show weakness. Well, it is better to be able to drama doggedly. Yukira wasn't sure if the NPC lords would understand what he was saying, but this game is so awesome. It should be fine. No problem. It's all blood and drama. Wei Yuan said. Sprinkle water. It wasn't for nothing that I watched so many dog and pony shows back in the day. In order to make those populace inside the alliance who still had a little conscience to think of the human race again, they had to be shown as selfless and kind and devoted human race. A persona. That's a good one. There wasn't really much news about the human race on the Star Network. That's why after Angelina opened the livestream and stated that this time, she was heading to support that young lord of the human race. Backstage of her livestream, the number of people exploded straight away. I wouldn't even want to pay attention to this Angelina if it weren't for the human race. Who says it isn't? Not strong and so arrogant. If we put it in our clan, we would have been killed off a long time ago. That human beauty just now, whose level should be higher than hers, even tried to kill the other party. It's really funny. If you ask me, that young elf of the Dark Elf clan, she is indeed good. It's the human race's temper that's called for. If this kind of thing had happened in our race, there would have been a fight by now. The elves have brought quite a few people with them this time, and their strength is also very strong. I just want to see that lord of the people. It's amazing that he and Eurus can even battle. I hear it's very strong. Although there is very little information about him on the Star Network, but to be able to forcefully suppress Feng Yuxing and Inyadong, his strength is definitely not bad. While the opinions were divided, and Yulina's live broadcast had already focused the camera on Wei Yuan's body, the huge squid mech was almost as big as half a battleship. The humanoid black battle armor with feathered wings dodged slightly under the siege of tentacles. It looks like Eurus has the upper hand now. Is it elven support? Wei Yuan inquired aloud. Sounds anxious. His eyes swept over the elves and finally landed on Angelina, who was in the distance, not even entering the battle circle. Mo Yun. A handsome mecha designed and built by Wei Yuan himself. The entire body is made of extremely rare raw black rock. Looking over the live feed from the Star Network, it was the incredibly handsome battlefield mech, facing the viewers straight on. Don't come over. Eurus is very strong. Wei Yuan woefully dodged the mechanical tentacles thrown over by Eurus, still holding on toward the elvish mechs. He shouted, "Come on. I tried to tell you not to come before, but unfortunately we're so remote here that even the Starnet login is slow." He took a breath. It sounds as if all the stamina is gone. There was even a subconscious cough. "Your elven help will be remembered by the human race. Thank you, but for now, it's better that you leave quickly while Eurus is not able to free his hands to deal with you." The Dark Elves weren't the only ones who could hear these words, either. Eurus heard it too. A look of excitement appeared on his face. It turned out that Wei Yuan, who was so aggressive before, was actually pretending? Now this is intended to give the elves a chance to escape? Oof. Stupid humans indeed. No wonder the 10,000 clans still kept them. These human beings, they are the foolish good. Until now, it's not obvious that the elf one's true purpose? There was a light flickering in the bottom of Eurus's eyes as he looked over at Mo Yun. It was also true that Wei Yuan, who was sitting inside that battlefield mech, was only a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. The human race is a race that cannot live forever. One of the reasons they were able to be strong before was that they had rapid technological development and a full range of talents. The second is that it develops rapidly, and is able to grow out a large swath of geniuses in just a decade or so. But these geniuses, having experienced so little, are more or less naive and easily brainwashed. This Wei Yuan, I'm afraid that he has long been conditioned by the Alliance to only know loyalty to the Alliance. Oh, I'm only afraid that I don't even remember what happened to the human race back then. The mechanical tentacles waved wildly. Each stroke was a killing move, but Wei Yuan was just able to dodge it narrowly at the last moment. Eurus only felt that it was Wei Yuan's good fighting talent. Stupidity. What a pity for this talent of yours. Wei Yuan, you were able to ascend to the 9th level only by luck. One of Yuri's wrist feet wrapped around in Wei Yuan's direction. The other few tentacles, on the other hand, instantly elongated and rushed towards the Dark Elves' mechs. Run! Wei Yuan was behind Eurus, blocked by his massive body. He yelled towards the Dark Elves. Yuri's, too, had arrived in front of Ivan and the other elves by this time. All coming over to die? He had gotten so impatient long ago after failing to kill Wei Yuan. At this moment, these elf clans themselves came over to send themselves to their deaths, and he was overjoyed. All from the Dark Elf clan. Ha ha, your queen. What a good shot. Mechanical tentacles bristled and popped. The 3 8th level Dark Elves at the very front, almost at the same time, blocked in front of their clansmen. Eurus, our allegiance is to Her Majesty, so don't stir up trouble here. The 3 Dark Elf mechs quickly flipped and dodged Yuri's mechanical tentacles. Eurus is too strong. You guys retreat and stay back. Ivan, you stay away with Angelina. And the other elves, prepare from the sidelines. The 3 strongest mechs, from their backs, drew their bows. These 3 great bows were specially prepared for the elves. Just as it was set up, there were light gray energy arrows that rested against the bow. I actually kinda wanted to see the tactics of the Dark Elf clan. It's just a shame. Eurus's words had just fallen. 3 tentacles then instantly sprang out of the back of the elf mech. His mechanical tentacles is able to be extended. Swish! Huge mechanical tentacles with tips revealing drill weapons. It directly penetrated the body of the elf mech. Snap! The crisp sound of energy glass cracking was extraordinarily harsh. The cockpit cracked. The mech, which was just about to shoot an arrow, suddenly lost power and its hands fell down in a crumpled manner. The mech and the pilot are brainwave linked. Now they're disconnected. It's so weak that I don't even want to do it. But I do have a shortage of some high-level genetic warrior corpses right now. Eurus snorted. These guys, coming together is a bit annoying too though. Just now, it almost made him think that the human race was hiding some kind of high-level genetic warrior. I didn't realize that it was the elves. That's nice. Chapter 92, it's good to run into normal intergalactic trash again. These elves, even if they were of a higher level, but this fighting sense, it still couldn't be compared to the human race. Yuri subconsciously began to feel that the people were strong. At least, those humans who kept climbing towards him. Just horrible. Finally, a normal interstellar waste encounter. Eurus sighed in relief, manipulating the tentacles to quickly pull the body out. The tips of the tentacles, which had been drills a moment ago, now changed back to normal mode. The thick mechanical tentacles, even at the tips, were about as thick as the elves' waists. Tentacles withdrawn. Along with the body, it was pulled out of the mech. Angelina stopped in the distance, trembling. A level 8 genetic warrior, killed just like that? These 3 level 8 genetic warriors, placed in the elf clan, that could also be said to be a dominant party. Surprise. Just die? Angelina's heart fluttered, listening to what Eurus said again. He sucked in a breath of cold air. There are very many elven branches. In each branch, there would be a number of strong people, but the most advanced batch of genetic warriors are under the Queen's control. They were, this time, specially selected. All Dark Elfi. Does it say? Did the Queen really choose them specifically to come here and die? Angelina's face went white for a moment. Even she thought so. What about the other elves? At least, Ivan's grip on the longbow, at this point, was loosened. Those 3 elders, all of them had watched Ivan grow up. No, don't. Ivan watched as Eurus's mechanical tentacles pulled the body out of the cockpit. 3 corpses dangled, blood oozing from their wounds. A gurgle of blood, gushing from the body. Eurus shuddered in relief. That's right. Who's a corpse that chats before it dies? This huge penetrating wound, the massive loss of blood, the fear and pain, the creature's instinct to just pass out and die instantly. That's more like it. That's what's right. It's the human guys that are out of sorts. Watch it. Even at level 8, after being penetrated and then pulled out, the brain is dead. So how can it still talk? Eurus sat inside the mech, all but wanting to reach into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. He really kind of wanted to have a cigarette and think about it. Why those humans? Can you talk before you die? Even more damned. He had just pulled out these corpses, and surprisingly, he would subconsciously want to hear what they would talk about. That's crazy. Eurus shivered. Sure enough, humans are very abnormal, and it's messing with me. The cigarettes had long since been smoked out beneath the second pilot battleship earlier. Now there's just an empty cigarette box. He simply dropped the cigarette case and gave his cheeks a good rub. This state, if Wei Yuan knew about it, he must have had to yell, "Dude, you're contaminated, you know that? You're contaminated." But Eurus, at this time, didn't know anything yet. It just doesn't feel like it's quite right. His eyes shifted to a few other mechs. Swish, the mechanical tentacles were fast. It's already even faster than before. There were quite a few Alliance viewers who had paid attention to the squid pirates and could see the difference at this point. It looks like Yuri's has gotten stronger. His speed now is several seconds faster than before. Does it mean that he's already able to inject a 10th level gene potion? Although a level 9 gene warrior could definitely crush a level 8 gene warrior to kill, but it won't be that easy. And Eurus is fast, all over the stars. Any battle footage of advanced genetic warriors that had been recorded would be downloaded and studied frame by frame. So Eurus' speed changed, and that was quickly seen. It was important to realize that this thing called speed was not yet something that could be simply enhanced in the same way as things like strength and physique. Being fast means an all-around physical improvement. After reaching the 9th level, it wasn't a simple matter to still want to increase speed. The last time Eurus had a video recording was during the capture of planet M779. How long has it been since that video? Less than a week. Is he even so fast that he's about to be upgraded? It looked like there was no difference in this fight. The people of the Alliance watching this battle live couldn't help but sigh. Shimo Yukira followed the situation on the field while looking at the attitudes of all the Alliance people watching the live broadcast on the Star Network. She looked at the pop-ups coming from these leaguers. Raise your hand and edit. AI. Now it seems that this human race is also unlucky, running into Yuri's squid pirates. But this time, the Dark Elf clan has suffered a heavy loss. Their status in the Elf clan was not too high. I guess there are not many high-level genetic warriors. After this wave of death, there will not be many Dark Elves, right? A pop-up from Snowla is like casting down a stone. What had been just a discussion about Yuri's combat strength getting stronger all of a sudden started all sorts of conspiracy theories. Don't say it. From the very first time I watched the live broadcast, I felt the strong flavor of the Light Elf clan's calculations towards the Dark Elf clan. Ah, that's right. When you guys put it that way, I'm getting that feeling too. The Queen of the Elves. She's from the Light Elf clan, right? No wonder even Eurus said the Elf Queen played her cards right. The building that's going down is getting more and more crooked. You know, curiosity and gossip are the instincts of almost all living things. They had even begun to doubt the reason why Wei Yuan had been assigned to such a hole of a place. The human race, back then, sacrificed so many people for us. That said, yeah, it can't be that someone deliberately set Wei Yuan up like this, right? I remember that the planet Wei Yuan is currently on isn't that far from the star that was discovered by the bugs, right? By the time the bugs have eaten that star, they'll surely be foraging around for food. Wei Yuan and the others. Yukira's eyes brightened steeply. This can't be the lead buried in the next version, can it? It didn't occur to Yukira that he had gone on StarNet and was only going to take a look at the battle scene. This one blink of an eye also touches on the general content of the next version of the test. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Since the players were shouting for her brain, Snowlaw was very righteous and took a screenshot of this Starnet message and sent it to the game group. Holy, haha, it's snowing big brother. Awesome. The pace isn't that fast. Are we going to start the bugs this early? This wave hasn't even finished yet. I have to dig quickly. When I go back, I'll dig immediately. Or else I won't be able to keep up with my strength in time for the version to test the new content. And that would be embarrassing. While the players were laughing and joking on this side, above the sky, Ivan was covered in blood that had congealed. The 36 mechs brought by the Dark Elf clan were all killed in action. Even the corpses were strung together by Eurus, swaying conspicuously. Chapter 93, this arrow is a great shot. Knock knock. Ivan's heart, with every beat, he felt his eardrums vibrate with it. So strong. It's too strong. In the reflection of his pupils, the huge squid mech across the street, waving its tentacles, playfully slaughtered the remaining 30 or so high-level dark elves. Really? It's just carnage. It's that easy. Killing it off at the drop of a hat. Like in the elf world. Those young elf children, when they come across flowers and plants, they casually pick those flowers and plants. Easy and casual. A 9th level gene warrior, against a lower level gene warrior. Crushing even to such an extent? Ivan was trembling all over. And Yulina beside him had even covered her mouth without being able to control it. 2 more little flies here. Eurus's tentacles, pulling all the bodies of the dark elves out of their mechs. One of his eyes looked straight at the 2 elves, Ivan and Angelina. Angelina locked eyes with him for a split second. Uncontrollable shrieks of horror. Ah! A piercing scream rang in his ears, and Ivan shuddered. The queen's order was to force Wei Yuan to reveal his rank 9 identity. But now, where's Wei Yuan? Ethan's pupils vibrated wildly as he restrained his fear and looked over in Wei Yuan's direction. That humanoid battlefield mech, tangled with 2 of Eurus' tentacles. It still looks a little tough. Why didn't Wei Yuan come to save us? He's also a level 9. Why is he trapped by Eurus? Such angry emotions just popped into Ivan's head. It was right up against the sight of the Incan mech. The next moment, he heard the teenager's slightly gasping voice. Run! I'll pester him. You guys now. Hurry up! The Dark Elf clan has given too much already. You go. Ivan was a little unable to understand for a moment, but the next second, he felt a strong force coming from behind him. He twisted his head around and saw Angelina's mech, her outstretched hand, not yet retracted. Then she shook her head and cried out in terror. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Die. Ivan sucked in a cold breath. In that fraction of a second, it was reacted that Angelina was trying to push him to his death. I'm afraid that at this point, Eurus' tentacles are right behind him. Under the fear of death, Ivan was in the cockpit of the mech and pulled out his longbow. This bow, it's a Dark Elf clan, made from the roots of the Tree of Life. Plain, understated. At the same time, the power is amazing. The mech's hand, surprisingly, also floated a brown bow the moment he posed as well. The moment Ivan's fingers hit the bowstring, a phantom appeared on that bow in the mech's hand. It was a long black arrow, a rare talent of the Dark Elf clan. False arrow. Wow. What's that? The oil-stealing woman raised her head and looked at Ivan's mecha, suddenly pulling out her bow and arrow. This is too good, isn't it? Could it be an interstellar weapon? Survey it. Dark Elf rare talent, Void Arrow. Abilities, 100% hit. Ignore defense up to 10th level. True wound bonus. Unable to heal self. Void arrows were originally an innate talent of the elven race, but after entering the Star Alliance era, the elves seem to have been tainted in some way. Most of the elves have lost their talent for archery. Not to mention being unable to develop the talent for imaginary arrows, and as far as we can tell from current records, there hasn't been another elf capable of shooting imaginary arrows in the elves for 100 years. Tree of Life, the only tree in the universe that can give birth to intelligent beings on its own. All the materials in its body are top quality materials. Holy, so powerful? This Ivan is also very powerful. The oil-stealing woman's eyes went straight. Previously, he still felt strange. This Ivan obviously did not look strong. How those dark elves are quite listen to him, half the time. So it's a rare elf who can shoot imaginary arrows. At this point, at the same time that Yuri's tentacles reached out, Ivan's imaginary arrows shot out. There's no sound. There was no way to even see exactly what the long arrows looked like. Eurus just glanced at the long, blackened arrow, and it had shot over. You can do it, kid. Pretty good strength. Yuri sneered and stretched out his tentacles, trying to block the attack of the imaginary arrows. The mech is under severe attack. Please prepare to flee immediately. Pust. The arrow went through the squid mech like it was tofu. Eurus thought he blocked it. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he saw this long, illusory arrow lodged in his chest. How? Yuri's took the pain and tried to reach out and grab the arrow, but I didn't realize that the next second, the long arrow shattered. It shattered into channels of dark light and disappeared into his hand. But the wound, real, pust. Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood. Asterisk. That arrow, so strong? Wei Yuan was paddling not far away. At this moment, he was looking at the footage that the system had intercepted for him of the inside of Yuri's cab. It's true that these old packs are still something, but this won't kill Yuri's, will it? At most, it would have seriously injured him. Hey, but Yuri's was seriously injured. He'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to get down and dirty. Wei Yuan smiled and arched his eyebrows. Pain doesn't make strong people afraid. It only makes them madder. Yuri's was injured and felt the agonizing sensation coming from his body. His eyes were scarlet as he roared. What a little brat of the elf clan. I want you to die today. Accompany your clan to go. The tentacles that had originally followed Wei Yuan around and were treated as if they were props for his performance were instantly withdrawn back. Kill him. Yuri's 8 mechanical tentacles opened up at the same time. Blood rushed inside the small hole in his chest. Angelina has run away. Ivan was drained after shooting this arrow. Looking at the huge squid mech that covered the sky, he sucked in a cold breath. Are you going to die here today? He hasn't thought about what happens after he dies. From a nearby corner, a humanoid mech suddenly sprang out. Yuri's tentacles were about to pierce Ivan when Wei Yuan fished with his hand. Straight away, Ivan ran out of Yuri's circle with him. Hey, bro, you're pretty good. The voice of a clear teenager came out from the humanoid mech. Ivan was on the verge of running out of stamina to link with his mech. Is this your elven talent? It's awesome. Yuri's is hurt by you. You can just watch later. I can take care of him. Wei Yuan delivered Ivan directly to the players. Take care of our heroes. I'm going to kill Yuri's now. Wei Yuan waved his hand at Ivan, who was already out of the mech. Ink cloud spun and lifted off into the air, swishing open his metal plumes. Ivan looked at the mech speeding through the sky and hadn't even looked back yet. Just then he heard the humans around him chirping and shouting at him. That's awesome, brother. You're saving our human race from the fire. That arrow of yours just now. It's also fantastic. Was it the elves who sent you over specifically to shoot this arrow and support us? Too strong. So touched. Even let so many dark elf senior gene warriors, delaying time, leaving you the time to. The humans' compliments made the guilt in Ivan's heart well up again. Chapter 94, there is an old saying among our human race. They, don't know anything. Ivan sat paralyzed on the ground. After shooting that arrow, he had absolutely no stamina left. If these humans want to kill themselves, it's simply easy to do. But they didn't. They also see themselves as benefactors who saved their lords. Ivan spread his hands and looked at the burning sensation left on his hands. The longbow, sensing his inner struggle, was the reason why it scalded him at the very beginning when he tried to shoot an arrow towards Wei Yuan. The human race used to be on good terms with the elves. The later elves have long since ceased to be those of old. Ivan remembered that after he discovered that extremely rare talent, the patriarch of their dark elf clan had said at the time, back in the day when the Tree of Life was still able to naturally spawn elves, the void arrow talent was not rare, and it could even be said that all elves possessed it. It was later, after the worms had gnawed on the roots of the Tree of Life and the elves had begun to experiment with other ways of reproduction, the original gifts of the elves began to disappear. The patriarch of the dark elves had speculated. Their biggest difference would be kindness. An elf without a kind heart cannot develop the void arrow talent. But just now, I was actually prepared to deal with Wei Yuan while Yuri's was dealing with him. Aimed the imaginary arrow at Wei Yuan. Ivan held his head in his hands and thought again that it was actually the queen's orders. But what the queen says is always right? Why did she let a few high-level genetic warriors from the Dark Elf clan come when she knew how dangerous this mission was? They, the Dark Elf clan, didn't have many elves left in the first place. Ivan was feeling sorry for himself and couldn't think of those things. That elf, it's not emo, is it? In deep thought, by the looks of it. Hey, let's not go up and trick him at this point? Didn't the chief commander say that? To let the Dark Elf clan take the throne. Those previous ones are dead, and now he's the only one left. And this guy has that what's his name talent. Maybe he's a genius. Condescending? Scorched on the battlefield were the players on Battleship 1 on the front line. The back players have basically run out of things to do. Now it's just a matter of waiting for all the fights to be over to gather up the loot. Idly, the players came together around Ivan. The oil-stealing woman also intends to learn more about the elves from Ivan. He groped quietly and sat down beside Ivan. Dude, what's on your mind? Ivan raised his head, only to realize that he was surrounded, without realizing it, by people. He looked with some consternation at the oil-stealing woman who had come over and made herself known. You're not worried because of that little elfin girl who ran away, are you? the oil-stealing woman nuzzled. That direction was the direction where Anzuki Rina had fled. Now, seeing as it didn't seem so dangerous, she came running back upside down. I have to say, there's something wrong with this little girl. Even if she's good-looking, she can't be pushed out as cannon fodder for you, the oil-stealing woman said. Tisk 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 over and over again. Hearing him say that, it was only then that Ivan remembered that he had almost died, and it was still because of Angelina, this female elf. Anger also burned in the bottom of Ivan's eyes. Almost. You're dead yourself, ah. A fellow elf who almost killed him. The other, a human who had been named by their elven queen and nearly injured by him, saved him. It's ridiculous. Ivan smiled to himself. This visit to the war zone had really grown on him. She is of the Light Elf clan. Her status is more honorable than mine. It's normal for her to push me out to block the disaster. Afen looked disheveled. The status of the elf clan seemed to have been carved dead from the time he was born. Even if you're annoyed, what can you do? The queen is all Light Elf one. So what can he do? Get angry? It will only lead to more unfair treatment for their own people. And more unfair treatment. Brother, what you're saying is wrong. The oil stealer woman stood up, looking agitated, her voice impassioned. He pointed to the sky with one hand and patted his other hand on Afen's shoulder. There is an old saying among our human race, called, wouldn't it be better to have a king and a prince? The Light Elf clan. Aside from their attributes being different from you dark elves, what else is better than you? That chick is from the Light Elf clan, right? She looks about the same age as you. How come she's a lower rank than you? Isn't she powerful? And this character? It's too trashy. A Light Elf, to do such a nasty thing? It's simply disgraceful. She was even on the verge of a battle and pushed her teammates out. Such a fellow, if she was placed in our human race, that's going to be dragged to the flag. The oil-stealing woman made some impassioned opening remarks, which made Ivan's cranium numb. Yeah, why do we, the elves, have to be divided into high and low? Why is it that the light elves are more noble than me when they are both elves born from the tree of life? What's more, most young elves these days can be born through other methods of reproduction. By what right? Ivan looked at the oil-stealing woman with bright eyes. That's the kind of thing no one has ever said to him before. Do you know no? In our human race, everyone is equal. Even if it's a high-ranked gene warrior, that's still the same as an ordinary person. The oil-stealing woman opened her mouth with a look of certainty. That's right. Everyone digs the same and cuts down trees the same. None of the money earned will be a penny more. You might even be able to cut trees and mine faster because you're higher leveled, pulling up the currency and turning back the price to cut it. I don't know what the game planners were thinking. They can't make any money out of it. So what's the point of making it so real? The oil-stealing woman thought hatefully. At this moment, Wei Yuan, who was fighting Yuri's, sneezed. Who cursed me? Wei Yuan frowned. Dodges the attack from Eurus. Watching Wei Yuan get faster and faster, dodging smoother and smoother. Eurus was in a hurry. TSK, killing a few high-level genetic warriors and digging up the corpses. Eurus, you can't be seeing that this pirate team of yours is about to be finished and are preparing to pull a corpse core out, right? Wei Yuan asked. Yuri's, shameless human. You were faking it all just now. Damn it. Eurus's tentacles, no matter how much they accelerated, couldn't touch Wei Yuan's mech. Obviously, Wei Yuan was faking it all before when he slaughtered the elves. This human, what does he want? What the hell does he want? What the hell do you want? Tell me. My pirate group was destroyed by you anyway. You're the same level 9 as me. You can't even kill me. Don't waste your time. Eurus was about to die of annoyance. Wei Yuan had really guessed right just now. His pirate group was finished, and there was no point in holding on for dear life. With so many corpses, he would simply take away the corpses of these high-level genetic warriors and go straight to the undead clan to resurrect the corpses and form another undead army. My purpose is simple, and that is, to intercept and kill your entire pirate crew. Ink Cloud's wings snapped open. Sparks shot out of the small holes within the metal wings, and in an instant, the back of the black mech blazed with its red flames. And who said I couldn't kill you? He was, just now, just looking for Yuri's weakness. Battlefield mechs are not comparable to ordinary mechs. Eurus's mech defense was even stronger than that of Mo Yun. But now, he found a place. In one of the 8 tentacles, there was a gaping hole where the carpal foot had been. Not great, but it was really pried open. That was the gap that the old ancestor of Tap Tian had gouged out. The flame, under Wei Yuan's manipulation, scurried straight into the small, negligible gap. Chapter 95, Come here if you dare. The temperature was so high that even a battlefield mech would melt. The tentacles of the squid mech turned red by inches. Throughout the cockpit, the temperature rose sharply. 3 seconds. The mecha AI in front of Yuri's then sounded an alarm. Alarm! 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 Mecha heat damage. 10%, 60%, 80%. Pust. The cockpit quickly popped open, and Eurus shot out of the pod, heading straight for Wei Yuan's mech. Damn elves, if I can escape today, I'll kill them. Eurus didn't even have time to take Dr. Octopus and their bodies with him as he scurried out of the mech. Humans, they are so treacherous and cunning. Yuri's heart ached to the point of dripping blood as he watched the gradually melting mech, but he was now injured and without his mech. So how could he be a match for Wei Yuan? If he didn't find a way to escape, he was afraid he would die today. Wei Yuan, if you have the guts, come out of your mech and let's have an insta-battle. That was what Yuri shouted out of his mouth, but his eyes fell on his first battleship. Inside the battleship, corpses were strewn about. The pirates had all been poisoned. It's a good thing the battleship's defenses are still up and the humans haven't had a chance to land yet. His brainwave linked up to the battleship and used his highest authority to directly allow the first battleship to coalesce its energy. The ultramarine weapon is on silent launch mode. Even the energy light is hidden. It was all but instantaneous. Eurus screamed. As soon as Wei Yuan came out of his mech, the ultramarine weapon would then deal him a fatal blow. That's all the energy the first battleship has left. Whether we live or die depends on this one. Asterisk asterisk, now that the odds are in my favor, who am I to fight you with my own body? Wei Yuan snorted, didn't even hesitate for a second. Flapping his wings that spewed scorching heat behind him, he dodged behind Eurus. He drew the hilt of the sword in the weapon slot behind him. The moment Mo Yun gripped his hands on the hilt of the sword, the energies that filled it converged into a giant sword. The cross is on Eurus's back. Bear! Eurus' back cracked right open, energy impacting inside him as the giant sword penetrated his body. This oblique chop directly cut him in half. With these two tricks, you still want to shade me? Wei Yuan snorted. The swarming weapons on top of the first battleship, which had originally finished recharging, once again stopped going off. Ha ha, your leader is dead. On the no. One pilot battleship. Timeless Star laughed out loud towards those pirates. The pirates, who had already lost the will to fight, were cowed at the sight of Yuri's, who had been cut in half. The weapon in the mech's hand drops. The pirates surrendered in the cockpit. Even Ivan raised his head and stared blankly at Wei Yuan in the distance. Asterisk asterisk, so handsome. When will I be as handsome as Jen? Windblown Fart's eyes are looking straight. Such a big sword. The technology and weapons in this game really opened his eyes. If only I could get offline and find this company of theirs. I want kryptonite. Kryptonite. Congratulations to the host. You've completed the interception mission. We're settling the rewards for you. The system opens the business of recycling the bodies of advanced genetic warriors. May I ask the host if he recycles them? Conservation of energy holds true everywhere. The energy contained within the body of a level 9 genetic warrior was super high. Wei Yuan jumped out of Mo Yun's cockpit and landed directly in front of Yuri's body that had been split in half. Recycling. Just the moment he reached out towards Yuri's body. Daze. Suddenly it went black. As if in an instant, all the light around them was absorbed. What's the situation? I throw. It's dark? No. Why is it still so cold all of a sudden? Endless black clouds were rolling in. Wei Yuan frowned and looked ahead. There was lightning brushing through the thick clouds, and faintly they could see a number of corpses appearing around them. There was even a strong aura of death. Hiss! It's the undead? Ivan jolted to his feet, before the players even had a chance to ask what it was. Black, dark clouds rolled in. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of the players, in front of Wei Yuan. It spread over what seemed like thousands of meters on a long ladder of white bones. A huge undead skeleton sits atop a white necrotic throne. Inside the empty sockets were cold red soul flames. The red soul flames signaled the strength of this undead skeleton. The moment Ivan saw that undead skeleton, his hairs stood up in sweat. A 10th level undead. The patriarch of the undead clan. How did he appear here? At this moment, the Alliance viewers who saw all of this in front of them through an Yulina, one by one, felt chills rising up all over their bodies. The undead, though, are among the 10,000. But they're not in the league. 10th grade. It's already the highest known combatant. Everyone is guessing. What did this patriarch of the undead clan, suddenly appearing, want? Asterisk asterisk, is this an illusion? The oil-stealing woman was right beside Ivan, and they were already in the midst of endless skeletons. It looks just like the real thing, eh? But after touching it, it's not real. Dig it? This game is really awesome to death. Can you make bones this fine? Oh, undead monarch. So cool. So awesome. Hiss. It feels handsome just looking at it. The bones, white and textured. The undead clan chief was sitting on a high seat. He had wanted to wait for Wei Yuan to speak first, but at this point, he heard whispers. What's that? The undead patriarch glanced sideways, and saw some lowly humans, surveying themselves with very eager eyes, and muttering something about handsome. Undead monarchs? Undead monarch. That's quite a name. Not bad. The name fits the temperament of this monarch. Red soul flames danced in his eyes. Then disregard these lowly humans. The sin of disrespect. Retracting his gaze, the undead monarch continued to look at Wei Yuan, only to find out. This genius of the human race, after hastily glancing at him, was actually ready to bend down to pick up Yuri's corpse. Wait, the undead monarch pressed on. Yuri's entire pirate crew has been sold to me. A low voice, with a morose air, swept across the entire battlefield. The pirates who had surrendered only a moment ago were cold at this point. The regimental commander actually sold them to the undead? The undead are a cursed race. The faces of all the pirates, all went white. So, Wei Yuan replied, not stopping his hand movements at all. He picked at Yuri's body, planning to put these two halves together to look better. Humans! The undead monarch was enraged. If he had a frown on his face, it would probably be furrowed tightly by now. What's with this human? Don't you understand? A 9th grade junior. Was this thinking that he was so powerful that he could challenge the dignity of his undead monarch? The undead monarch burned with rage. Those scarlet soul flames blazed in their eyes. Wei Yuan, as I said, Yuri has already sold himself along with the entire squid pirate corps to me in advance. These bodies, they're mine. Waves of black clouds rolled over. Countless corpses, crawling out of the ground. Thousands and thousands of them. Endlessly. Just one look at the scene screamed a strong sense of oppression at the bottom of one's heart. Ivan was already starting to have trouble breathing. I didn't realize that Yuri had hidden such a hand. He looked around at these humans with some concern. I'm afraid they don't even realize what a scary guy their lord has messed with. Luckily for this patriarch of the undead clan, I heard that he had a calm personality and didn't like killing too much. As long as all the bodies are returned to him, nothing will happen. This lord of the human race shouldn't do anything excessive, right? Ivan had just finished lamenting. He heard Wei Yuan, who was not far away, snicker. What's all the bragging about? The underworld galaxy is millions of light years away from here. Does it help to threaten me like that? Come here if you've got the guts. Wei Yuan calmly looked up and spoke calmly. But this is a word that is just too provocative to say. Ha ha, this provocative gesture from Jen isn't enough. I'll come to your aid. The oil-stealing woman made a sliding shovel and bared her way past Ivan to Wei Yuan's side. Ivan was just about to reach out and stop him. Then he saw that this human friend, whom he had just known for less than a day, had gone looking for death. The oil-stealing woman laughed in a way. Face the undead monarch and slap yourself in the face. Oi, see? I'm right here. I'll take your body. Ha ha, me if you can. Ha ha, trash. So what if it's level 10? Got what it takes. If you've got it, you come on. Come on. Ah, so angry. The two soul flames in the undead monarch's eyes rose, prancing up. He was about to blow a gasket. This human, he must kill this human. The undead monarch was trembling with anger as he stood up violently and looked down at the oil-stealing woman and Wei Yuan. Well. The undead monarch spoke with an immense voice. It shook the players so much that they felt their eardrums itch. Clouds that were stable a moment ago. At this moment, as if there was going to be a heavenly punishment, it rolled up wildly. Lightning flashes and thunder. Countless corpses crawled out of the ground. It looked unbelievably scary. The undead monarch stepped down from his throne and took one step at a time to the oil-stealing woman. They're face to face, but in reality, millions more light years separate them. When the undead monarch stood up, it was directly as tall as two oil-stealing grannies. The oil-stealing woman had to crane her neck to see the two flames under the skeleton's eyes. Ha! What's the matter? Annoyed? This is coming over to me? Oil-stealing women know how to pull hate. He deliberately tilted his head and brought half of his face up to the undead monarch's hand. Fight. You're a son of a if you don't. Group. Secretly begging. No, brother, are you really not afraid? Oil-stealing woman, what do you know, der? Right now Jen is definitely not dealing with this undead monarch. I'm brushing up on Jen's favorability, understand? Oil-stealer woman, besides, don't look at this undead skeleton. You guys, it says a lot. Oil-stealing woman, in reality, these are all illusions. I just tried. Those bones, they can only be seen, not touched. Touch? Darkbag looked at the oil-stealing woman with a slightly off look in her eyes. This dude doesn't have a special fetish, does he? Makabaka, isn't it? Like, so rolled? Star, 6. This time, Star was really prepared to give the oil-stealing woman a 6. After all, who would put their mind to such details while seeing such a grand spectacle? I have to say, the oil-stealing woman deserves to be a game master. The mind is just spinning fast. But, he miscalculated. After the undead monarch trembled with anger, he directly raised his hand and pinched the neck of the oil-stealing woman. The real touch. and the oil-stealing woman who was lifted up with her feet dangling in the air. A moment of confusion. It's not. Dude, are you serious? The real thing came to a multi-million light-year blob just to teach me a lesson? The oil-stealing woman's bloodstain had begun to brush off. He stared, wide-eyed, at the eerie flames in the undead monarch's skull. It's like they've read the mind of the oil-stealing woman. The undead monarch snorted. Even if there's no way to actually descend on this little place you guys are in right now, I also have ways to make you beg for your life and not for your death. A snowflake jam followed. The oil-stealing woman dropped to the ground, and he covered his neck and coughed hard. The Great War is over now. It would cost a lot of money to die at this point. Watch as the bloodstain slowly recovers again. The oil-stealing woman breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw Jen squeezing something in his hand. The environment that was so realistic just a moment ago dissipated a little bit. Even the undead monarch, who was standing in front of the oil-stealing woman and hated to kill him at the moment, started to get stuck after blinking twice. That's all the strength you have? Come over here and pretend? The oil-stealing woman mumbled as she rubbed her neck over and over again. Way source. You give me. Wait. The sound breaks off, as if he's cackling, just like my clan said. Wei Yuan smiled and stood in front of the oil-stealing woman, who kept his eyes on the undead skeleton at that head. If you've got the balls, come over here in me right now. Wei Yuan's voice with a calm face matched those words. It made the players laugh. Jen is really starting to learn the hard way too. Ha ha, that's right. What kind of harsh words are you putting out there when you're so far away? Laughing my ass off. Don't have money to charge traffic? Why is this still lagging? That's it. The voices are breaking up. The players laughed playfully. Their laughter, intact, reached the undead planet millions of light years away. On that planet, there are white bones everywhere. The corpses of whatever creatures are here to rot and deteriorate and eventually come back to life. At the very center, exactly the same as the players saw on the throne, the undead monarch was furious and threw himself up to the sky. Wei Yuan, the human race, it's simply abominable. Pray, you had better pray that you don't draw and come to me to compete in the Lord's contest. Chapter 96, I'm such a good lord. Bang! The transporter that was pulled out of Eurus's arms was directly crushed by Wei Yuan. I didn't realize that Eurus had colluded with the undead, and that the undead-ruled underworld galaxy was one of the locations for the Lord's tournament. 7 entry points will be drawn from 400 galaxies, and if you are unfortunate enough to draw the underworld galaxy, my people, you will have to be careful. Wei Yuan stood still, mouthing words that looked like lines. Players get it instantly. Okay, Jen, you don't have to say anything. We understand. We all do. I'm sure we'll just draw the underworld galaxy next time. We all know that. So tell us, what's the contest? This game that planning I don't want to say. The game is doing so well. This game plot, advancing. Always let our source brother to say this dialogue. It's the only time I'll feel like this game doesn't work vicariously through me when I'm speaking dialogue. Was playing nice you said. I'm all lit up. Jen, come on. What was that tournament? The players came together at Wei Yuan's side and yelled. Ivan didn't even have the heart to emo when he saw this scene. How is it that these humanoids, how are they able to speak to Lord Wei Yuan so casually? That's a class 9 genetic warrior. What a casual attitude. Harmony made Ivan jealous. He was even a little curious about what kind of attitude Lord Wei Yuan would have to these humans whose genetic unlocking only goes up to level 5. They weren't even advanced genetic warriors yet. Originally I was going to wait until the period of 3 alliance months was almost up to tell you. Wei Yuan had a gentle attitude and a faint smile on his face. Just right. Just give the players a little incentive to dig in faster after this big battle. Otherwise, when the time comes to go to the tournament, you won't even be able to afford the equipment in some special galaxies. Poor I can be, but you can't pour the clan. I'm such a good lord. Wei Yuan gave himself a mental nod. Next, he began his speech. It's a competition that students of the Lord's Academy have to compete in if they want to graduate. The contestants, not the lords, but the clansmen under the lords. Each graduate will be able to lead 300 clansmen in the competition, of which the main battle team is 8. Because in addition to the team competition, there is a squad competition, and the exact format. Every session is different. Before each match, the graduates take their teams and head to the Lord's Academy grounds in the central galaxy and wait for the principal of the Lord's Academy to draw the star system for the match. 7 games, points system, each game totaling 100 points. 7 games to reach a total of 420 points to pass. Currently, my people, Wei Yuan looked at all the players. All of these 10,000 or so players were exuberant. Is this going to be a selection? Ha ha, isn't this a proper copy? Holy, how awesome would this be to follow? So excited. So excited. In the eyes of the players in anticipation, Wei Yuan laughed. Currently, the only way to obtain participation tickets for special festival events is for clansmen to secretly beg. Who? Which big man is secretly begging to be so bullish? Holy, I remember. It's the one in the old player. Holy, it's rumored to be a raffle ticket that was won while battling the goblins. So that special event was following Jen to the tournament. It's going to be so cool for him. Oil Stealer Woman's eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames with jealousy. This secret begging is really good. At this point, in the crowd, the darkness begs to puff out its chest. Not bad. It's none other than me. If it wasn't for the fear of being beaten, secretly begging was a real temptation to laugh out loud. Cool. It's so cool. Of all people, he was the only one with a raffle ticket to follow Jen to the tournament. Hey! Settlement of this battle. Thank you to the player Yuki, who commanded the entire battle. Congratulations to the player Snowing, who has won a special holiday event participation coupon. The system public screen scrolls directly. All players are able to see it. Asterisk this time. I was able to get a raffle ticket too. Ha. I wonder if I can get it. If I had known, I would have killed more pirates. What a shame. And here it comes. Congratulations to player Star, who has killed the most pirates in this battle, and is rewarded with a special holiday event participation ticket. Congratulations to player Oil Stealing Woman, for her outstanding performance in this battle, rewarded with a special holiday event participation coupon. 3 top banners. All of a sudden, the Oil Stealing Woman, who had been bubbling with acid just now, was made to cry but not to laugh. Nerve. I didn't think I had a chance. The Oil Stealing Woman wiped her eyes. The game plan. It's sensible. Woohoo. I'm risking so much and doing so much hard work this time. I know about Star. She wiped out a lot of enemies in the back. But what did this Oil Stealing Woman do? A new player issued a puzzled question. The Oil Stealing Woman jumped up and shouted, "You dare question the game's algorithm? Reverse the Big Dipper. I've been squeezing the poisonous blood out of that Dr. Octopus while you guys have been playing with dismantling mechs and having a good time. Where else do you think that Star got all that poisonous blood from?" The Oil Stealing Woman yelled. All these new players, don't they know to watch more of the videos they post? Just knowing how to beg in secret. It's amazing that they don't even know the name of his Oil Stealing Woman. Abominable. In the future, when you do tips and videos, make sure you cut yourself bare well. The Oil Stealing Woman raised her eyebrows and stood up straight. Congratulations to all players who have completed the mission of intercepting and killing intergalactic pirates, and now start distributing gold coins according to players' performance. First place in this mission, it's Snowing. Reward, 100 gold coins. 1 each of gene unlocking potion of grade 1 to 5. 3 kinds of interstellar genes that can be exchanged in the system mall. And 1 pilot battleship. Second place in this mission, Oil Thief. Reward, 800 gold coins. 1 each of level 4 and 5 gene unlocking potion. 1 interstellar blue ring giant chapter gene. And 1 interstellar gene that can be exchanged in the mall. Third place in this mission, Star. Reward, 500 gold coins. 1 level 4 and 5 gene unlocking potion. And can exchange 1 kind of intergalactic gene in the mall. The system gives each player, according to their performance in battle, a start to clear. Players partied and counted how much money they had. Holy, Sister Snow, your reward. It's actually a pilot battleship. Holy, windblown farts squeal with jealousy. Yukira glanced at him. What's all the fuss about? She was on the verge of paralyzing with exhaustion now. Her brain power had been used up too much in this battle. But it's not time to go wild yet. Yukira still opens all the mics. Attention all players, although the system rewards have all been handed out, the battlefield still needs to be cleaned up, and the loot is still waiting for you to collect it yourselves. Pirates, warships and mechs, pack it all in. Who? There were waves of cheers. Ivan's entire elf looked dumbfounded. Is this the human race? And Yulina, who was hiding in the distance, even sucked in a breath of cold air. Her live stream, which was still on. Chapter 97, the higher-ups of the 10,000 clans are panicked. Just as the players were frantically scavenging for loot, the Alliance's AstroTurf network blew up. All the hot search phrases are filled with the words human race and human beings. Strange. It's too strange. Did the human race's senior genetic warriors and ordinary genetic warriors get along so harmoniously? There is no high or low. There are no weaklings. Everyone's face was wearing a smile. They even dared to heckle Lord Eigen. Right now, no Alliance person cared if Wei Yuan was a rank 9 or not, and where he got the rank 9 gene potion from. The Elf Queen went from being angry before to being heartbroken now. The human race was really not beaten into decadence. They must be secretly developing in the corner. Until now, the human race's main camp has not even been interconnected with the outside. Even the starships that transported resources were only able to dock at intermediate stations and wait for the warriors of the human race to come and receive them. There is no clan that can place a spy. That's why the higher echelons of the 10,000 races, up until now, didn't know what was going on within the human race. It was hard for a Wei Yuan to appear, and they were filled with joy to spy on it. There were even a few high-ranking people with dark hands who had already laid hands on Wei Yuan, both explicitly and implicitly. But Wei Yuan was not only alive and well, he had also successfully ascended to the 9th level. They, the self-proclaimed omniscient top brass of the alliance, the controllers among the 10,000 races. And yet, he didn't even know when and where Wei Yuan had gotten the 9th level gene unlocking potion. And these clansmen of Wei Yuan, from when, and by what method, did they arrive at the blue star where Wei Yuan was located from the human race's main camp? Why, they haven't received any news at all? Are those scouts planted in that barren galaxy where the human race now lives, all trash? It's all a waste. The elf queen gripped the scepter in her hand. Angelina is also a waste. And the dark elf bunch, too. It's all crap. And you, Lena, why don't you quickly shut down your damn live broadcast? You're simply throwing out the face of our light elf clan. All of it. For the first time, the elf queen roared so angrily. Angelina shivered when she received her voice. It was only now that she reacted to the fact that she had been on live the whole time. She remembered abruptly. The things you do when you're fighting yourself. Push Ivan out to block the attack. When the fight starts, just escape. These behaviors. All seen? All seen by all the races of the stars. All seen? Cold sweat fell from his forehead. And Tsukina shuddered and closed the live stream. She even turned to the elf queen with a few tears in her voice. Queen, what should I do? You have the face to ask me what to do about a stupid thing you did yourself? The elf queen snorted coldly. Come back with Ivan and don't linger where the people are. Stupid. In a little while, it will be time for the Lord's graduation tournament. The human race. I'm sure it's hard to solve. It looked like he would have to go find the old principal of the Lord's Academy. This underworld galaxy had to be a playing field for their race. She'll have to see. Just how many other tactics have the human race hidden? Looking at the players cheering, Wei Yuan expressed his tiredness. These guys have unlimited energy, and they don't have a button to be able to turn off the 5 senses themselves. He's got to get back to resting and relaxing. Just as Wei Yuan was about to return to the blue star, the communicator in his hand vibrated like crazy. Feng Yusheng, Amilo, Zue. With a sweeping glance, Wei Yuan tapped on the old principal's communication. Old headmaster, Wei Yuan, that queen of the elves, contacted me. Wei Yuan, let you operate in the dark? Old principal, yes. She wants you to go to the underworld galaxy. I knew it. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth curled up. The mood is better. This elf clan, ever since the Tree of Life was destroyed, the entire clan was as good as rotten. No. How is this not considered rotten from the roots? Wei Yuan, old principal. Look at you. The elf tribe is a big tribe. Their queen has personally come to you. Don't you give a face to the dark side? Senior. Principal. Speak properly. Wei Yuan, it's been so many years since the Interstellar Alliance. Haven't these rulers of the 10,000 races been secretly interfering with the Lord's Academy? Wei Yuan, I remember. According to your subterfuge to play, they can set down 3 galaxies. Old headmaster, the old skeletons of the undead clan are no good. Wei Yuan, I know. If he's a good guy, how would he dare to snatch the corpses of our human ancestors? Senior. Principal, I know. Inside the Lord's Academy. After closing the communication, the old principal sighed. Sure enough, the boy was never meant to be the Führer to do so much. Well, he's here for revenge. Revenge for the human race. It's just strange, obviously having such a strong talent. Without relying on the academy, he had raised his rank to the 9th level, and that must have come up by relying on the human race's heritage. Why didn't he take revenge earlier? The old principal rubbed his eyes, a little tired, but when he watched the live broadcast just now, he seemed to see that the humans, a steady stream of them, were appearing. The old principal frowned. It felt like Wei Yuan was getting more and more mysterious. That kid was good enough to see through when he was in school before. Now, scan the video of Angelina's previous livestream. Those humans, are they repeating themselves? Though between all races, because they look different. When people look at humans, they feel like they all look the same. But the constant reappearance of human beings still makes one suspicious, because there's just too much resemblance. The avatar of A appeared next to all the Alliance executives who were somewhat skeptical about this. Scanning complete. No duplicates. The video that Anzarina posted up is still that much further away from the players. Host, player reappears, spied on. The system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Old guys, that's quite an observation. Wei Yuan sked. Right now the players are not completely grown in power. Still have to get a wave before I can do that. All players, the version will not be updated offline. The game has a new skin selection page, with hundreds of skins for each player to choose from. The game has even introduced several refined facial features such as canonical skins and legendary skins. Please check out Chapter 98, Summoning 100,000 players. Earth. Every time I go offline it's like I've traveled. It's a trance. The oil-stealing woman removes the tube that the playpen is attached to and climbs right out of it. Turn on your computer and turn on the live stream. This live room of his is always closed when he's playing a game. Now slamming on the air. I was expecting not many people, but I was surprised that it only just showed up. The number of people in the live room just started growing geometrically. In a matter of seconds, thousands of people. Holy, who bought me zombie dust? The big face of the oil-stealing woman appeared on the live screen, and was so shocked by the sudden popularity that she spoke out of her heart. Ha ha, Anchor, don't be too funny. A lot of players have gone offline, saying that the Great War is over, so we came over to see if you'd come back to explain. Yes, the video circulating out there. I've watched it all. It's not interesting, still have to be waiting for you to explain. The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed. It's so meaningless, still read all of it. I'll upload the video of this battle later. For now let's answer some of the previous fan questions, and later on, as per the usual rules, we'll do the game story background as well as the strategy guide. A fan asked earlier if the virtual reality technology in this game is really that good, and I can only say one word: absolutely. The game's virtual reality technology, basically, has been able to say that it completely crushes all other VR games currently available, with no vertigo at all. Honestly, it's not without discomfort. At least I feel like I'm traveling every time I go offline and online. The oil-stealing woman tried to laugh at herself when she said that. And then there's that body in the game. It's really so much stronger than the real-world body. And I have to say, after getting used to the body over there, I feel heavy when I come back. Can't even wait to get a good run in, jack it up, and get a good workout. Being in the game, mining, chopping down trees, and killing monsters every day is seriously awesome. And there's a simple joy in doing those things with the pain turned off. There are also fans asking about official game things, like this playpen and the currency exchange in the game. Honestly, I'm not sure, but a slight guess. This playpen, there is a time to use it. I don't know if everyone remembers, the oil-stealing woman said, pointing the live camera at the playpen. In the nutrient fluid piece of the playpen, it was already visibly visible that a section was missing. This nutrient solution. You should be looking for an official purchase. I feel that the official should be about to open the Kryptonite channel. And it's now open for online use of skins. Okay, back to the point. Now to tell you about what happened in my Great War. And by the way, to run you through the background and main lines of the world as I know it so far. The oil-stealing woman put up all the videos she had recorded inside the game. The screen opens with a few tall mechs. The BT series of mechs are nothing less than ink cloud in terms of looks. Their body types were not as slender and agile as Moyun, but they were extremely large and full of battle power. And they also called out to people. So cool. This mecha. It's really too handsome, isn't it? As the pop-ups drifted past, the screen also started to move, and all the footage was recorded by the oil-stealing woman in its entirety. That's why Netflix watches it vicariously, starting with the discovery of Clara and the Little Mermaid, and ending with the players following Wei Yuan to the inside of the pirate battleship, kill the squid aliens of the monitoring team. It ended with a loud cannon blast that woke up the internet. Instantly, the pop-ups went wild. Holy, this is just like the movies. Holy. What do I see? SpongeMan? This interstellar setting is so interesting, isn't it? The images released by other players are now inside the pilot battleship. Anchor, you really didn't disappoint my expectations. Netflix followed the perspective of the oil-stealing woman from the opening scene to the end when the skeleton throne appeared. Even though I've seen the skeleton throne countless times in videos put out by other players, every time I watch it, it feels so shocking. Congratulations to the host for completing the super mission, intercept and kill the squid pirates. Mission reward. Level 4 Genetic Unlocking Potion. Level 5 Genetic Unlocking Potion. Level 6 Genetic Unlocking Potion. High Quality Squid Alien Gene. High Quality Blue Ring Giant Chapter Gene. High Quality Abyssal Catfish Gene. Level 9 Mecha Processing Plant. Level 6 Weapon Manufacturing Plant. Level 6 Material Processing Plant. Level 6 Intelligent Training Ground. Chart of the 80 minerals of the Blue Star. Players are cleaning up the battlefield. Wei Yuan is here to check for rewards. Originally, when he saw those 400 or so genes from various races, he already felt that he had earned it. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the system rewarded a 9th level mecha manufacturing plant. Wei Yuan's breath sank a little. Good stuff. Now that's really good stuff. Wei Yuan swallowed. Unico. Atmosphere. In the Star League, one of the marks of being a great race is the ability to process and produce weapons within one's own clan. Wei Yuan hadn't thought about squeezing resources out of the original owner's pack at the moment. The human race in this world is sad. Wei Yuan shook his head and with a sigh he put those previous thoughts behind him. It's better to look at the system's rewards first. A level 9 mech processing factory. The factory had perfect equipment that could provide Wei Yuan with the players to build mechs together. The rest of the weapon manufacturing would also directly allow Wei Yuan to get rid of some of the trouble caused by purchasing weapons from other places. Speaking of which, Wei Yuan remembered the pink double ponytailed schoolmate. Sheesh. Schoolgirls who can't be in charge. Even if you can sell him weapons once, there's no guarantee that you'll always be able to supply him with them. At least, if those great clans pressed, the Tree People clan would probably not dare to interact with themselves. Even if the schoolmates wanted to help themselves, they would have no choice. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan immediately put a Milo behind him and continued to check the system's rewards. Material processing plants that work minerals into raw materials. Well, that's nice. There's also a map of the minerals in Blue Star. Unico is so attentive. Good. The corners of Wei Yuan's mouth never came down. In the end, what satisfied Wei Yuan the most was this level 6 intelligent training ground. Players are able to train here, selecting all of Interstellar's current galactic environments. Inside, players only need to input their weapon data as well as mech data, and the system will automatically simulate it. It's a premium. Races in general. Not really. The system surprisingly waved its hand and arranged a level 6 training ground for him. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Now please prepare the host to summon the mission to upgrade. Please summon 100,000 players within 24 hours. And, within 10 days, select the player who will lead the way to the Lord's Academy. Chapter 99. It's good to have a good-looking son. 100,000. Ha. This time, it's my turn to perform. It's true that after the 3 internal tests, the quota began to be gradually liberalized. 100,000 accounts. I don't believe that I can't get one. This game company, it's really rich and generous. Before 10,000 players, everyone put out a game warehouse. I feel like it's already very Now it's even put out 100,000. No money for the playpen? In fact, this game warehouse may also be more costly in terms of research and development costs, and by the time the development is successful, there will only be a material cost, right? The material cost isn't cheap either, okay? It's so rich, such a rich company that hasn't made a name for itself at all before? Players start the water group after signing up on the game's official webpage. Have fun is not good. Steel oil woman that Anchor has not already said? Back to the nutrient fluid must be charged. And skin. I don't have any money, but also want to play this game. When the game starts to be able to kryptonite, and there are so many people playing the game, then it wouldn't be better to just make money in the game and sell it at a discount to the rich. It's the same as the previous big story. Maybe we can even make some money in the game now. The netizens are having a very lively discussion. Shamoika, who had returned from a break from the battlefield, was wearing a robe and working on the backlog of paperwork that had accumulated in the company in the meantime. She pressed her long fingers to her brow, glancing up at the computer every now and then. The special assistant was a little surprised. The president had been saying he had something going on all this time, and originally he had thought it was a family matter. I didn't realize that. Surprisingly, it was, to play a game. He glanced at Jiang Shuer's computer, the most conspicuous and eye-catching box above so many work tasks. Game group chat. The president actually plays games, and for days at a time. It's true that geniuses are all about work and play. The special assistant was in the middle of something in his mind when he was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the phone. He immediately went forward to answer it. President, it's a call from Mr. Zhang of Mayan Group. Jiang Shuer stopped the work in her hand and extended her hand without lifting her head. Uncle Zhang, something wrong? Shuer, it's like this. Yu Zhang's group has a project. Before Mr. Zhang could finish his words, Jiang Shuer interrupted him. Uncle, I'm pressed for time, so you can have Zhang Tao turn around and talk to me. Let Zhang Tao talk to you? Fine. I'll go back and find him. The voice on the other end of the line was 9 parts excitement and 1 part curiosity. Zhang's group had grown by leaps and bounds after Jiang Shuer took over, and had long since become incomparable to the Zhang family's Mayan group. Plus, after Jiang Shuer came on stage, she was notorious for only recognizing gains and not remembering old feelings. So this time, Zhang Tao's dad was apprehensive. A friend had bumped into Chang Sher before, and he was afraid he'd get hung up on. But, although the other guy picked up, but these words, said Zhang Tao's dad was very confused. What do you mean? She's busy. Let Zhang Tao find her. That uneducated son of my own family. who thinks of fooling around all day long, has caught Jiang Shui's eye? Yeah, this little son of his own is an asshole. Though, but that face is still good. At that time, if they could join the Jiang family and be a wise assistant to Jiang Shui, it would be enough for their family Mayan group to get a few points of care from Jiang Shui. TSK. This brat, finally, is somewhat useful. Windblown Fart finishes the game and returns to the line, his eyes lost in thought. Sister Snow, it's too good, isn't it? How is she so good? Even if he was so strong in studies since he was a kid, now he even plays games and directly crushes him. It is simply inhuman. He himself is not as strong as the oil-stealing woman and the others than on. Under the comparison. Surprisingly, it was also inferior to Jiang Shui who had just entered the game. It couldn't be that. By giving out 100,000 slots this time, all those players were going to surpass themselves by then, right? No. I must get the spot to go forward to the Lord's Academy. That world is so much more interesting than the current one. No wonder everyone likes to play games. Windblown Fart, also known as Zheng Tao, was sighing with relief. His cell phone, which he had placed at the foot of his bed and had never turned on, suddenly began to vibrate. He just opened his cell phone and saw 2 words on it, Father. At the sight of those 2 words, Windblown but couldn't help but suck in a breath. There are rich families with enlightened parents who are very supportive of their children's hobbies and care for their children. But some families, anytime a child does something poorly, it is seen as a disgrace. Not coincidentally, that's how it is in the Windblown But house. Because of the deviation, Windblown Fart has long been disliked by Mr. Zhang, and does not pay much attention to it, except for hitting some money every month, even less than 10 phone calls a year. Among them, there were 9 others, because the wind blew his but often made a scandal, or disgraced their family, and Zhang's father called to scold him. So see this call. The wind blowing on your but still resists it a bit. Answer the phone. Hey, Lao Dang. Ah no, Dad. Are you calling me for something? Windblown Fart's eyes widened and a cold sweat stayed. Holy, how is it that after playing in the game for so long, this mouth has a mind of its own? Although the old den is in his mind, he can't say it out loud. His back straightened, afraid that this dad of his will burst into a rage. But the good thing was, the other person seemed to be in a pretty good mood today. There's just something I want to talk to you about today. You and Jiang Shui, are you very familiar? Father Zhang mildly inquired. Today, I told her I wanted to talk about a project at home, and she said for you to go talk to her. Oh, looking for Sister Snow. No problem, Dad. You give me a word. The wind-blowing fart all of a sudden did not wimp out. If Dad had asked him to talk to someone else about a project, he'd be a loser. But to talk to Sister Snow? Then he's not a wimp. Hearing his youngest son with such a confident look, Mr. Zheng could be sure in his heart. The nice guy. I did not expect so many years. All feel raised waste of the sun, but did a great thing without saying ah. Okay, I'll let the project planner be sent over to you. You'll talk to Schwer at that time, and mention more about our family oops, by the way, lack of money lately? Do you want me to give you some more? Windblown Fart eyes light up. This game is going to cost a lot of money when it comes to rushing skins and buying nutrients again. I didn't realize Dad was so generous. Yes. Thanks, Dad. Windblown Fart happily hung up the phone, then quickly contacted Jiang Shui. Play group. Windblown but, it's snowing. Sister Snow, get on the line. It's snowing. Wait a bit. Processing some documents. I won't be online today. You come to my company this afternoon and have dinner with me. Chapter 100 Genes of the Old Ancestors? This time, summoning 100,000 players. It's better for you, Unity, to pick them, and those who call out our game on the internet for false propaganda don't want any of them. Now Wei Yuan is on his feet. No longer was he the same person who, back then, had been coy in order to summon 30 players. Received. It was much easier to leave it to the system than to do it himself. Wei Yuan hummed a little tune as he lay on his bed. Pity. If it wasn't for the fact that the players had cleaned up the battlefield and had all gone offline to rest, he would have let Ito reply by grilling 2 skewers to eat. Smacked his lips twice. It's so tasteless in your mouth. No way. Next time, before I wait for the players to go offline, I'll make sure they get me something to eat before I leave. Dodo. The special tone of the communicator sounded. Wei Yuan sat bolt upright. He opened his communicator with a grave expression on his face. The word patriarch appeared. Knock knock. His heartbeat accelerated. The human race in this world had a similar, but not identical, experience to the human race on Earth before they left the blue planet. Ever since he crossed over to the original owner, he had rarely contacted the human race. That's what the people had said when they sent him out. Unless it came to a matter of life and death. Otherwise, Do not contact them. Now, did the patriarch even call to communicate personally? Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Surely he had seen that league-wide broadcast. If the patriarch asked, he didn't really know how to muddle through. To the foreigners, of course, you can say whatever you want. Just say that the players were selected from the human race, and that those people didn't reappear, but they just look alike law. But, facing real humans, that lie, it just doesn't add up. Dodo, the beeps are still ringing. The old patriarch was on a direct video call. It was very much a case of, if he didn't answer the phone, he wouldn't stop. Wei Yuan pressed connect. A pale silhouette appeared in front of him. The old patriarch's body was hunched over and his long hair was all white. There was only one pair of eyes that were amazingly bright. He just connected to the video. Then immediately his cheeks flushed with excitement. Even a few moments of exuberance. Wei Yuan. Ha ha. Good boy. Good boy ah. Cough cough. I really didn't misjudge you. The old patriarch looked immortal, but his entire personality was completely at odds with his looks. He even happily walked over to Wei Yuan and vigorously patted his shoulder. Matriarch? Wei Yuan was a bit confused. The old patriarch's cough eased some before his expression softened and he looked at Wei Yuan with a smiling expression. Your principal has already told me that you plan to travel to the underworld galaxy, right? Wei Yuan nodded. Your parents' corpses are not necessarily in the underworld galaxy. That battle back then was too chaotic. The old patriarch said and shook his head. Don't really want to remember that lost war back then. Actually, I wouldn't really recommend traveling to the underworld galaxy. After all, you were produced as a frozen embryo, and your parents shouldn't be very attached to you. The old patriarch coughed twice. Even if we find their corpses, it won't be of much use. All the corpses are controlled by the undead patriarch. Even if they want to return to the human race, that old bone probably won't agree. The old patriarch frowned, remembering the old bone he saw when he was on the air. The leader of the undead clan has control over the entire undead clan. So even if a human skeleton is resurrected by him and has memories of its former self, it is still controlled by the old bones from the soul level. Not to mention, don't you have those clansmen now? The old patriarch's eyes lit up again. He didn't even dare to ask directly when he projected the call. But the suppressed corners of his mouth told Wei Yuan that this old patriarch must have misunderstood something. Wei Yuan, blessed with the spirit, instantly knew how he should muddle through. It's because I have those clansmen now that I dare to travel to the underworld galaxy. Wei Yuan revealed an inscrutable smile. Actually, he had no idea what the old patriarch thought the players were. But look at this excitement of the old patriarch. Must have brainstormed it all on their own and given it a rationalization. Ha ha, yeah, you got M. The old patriarch rubbed his hands together in excitement. Is there a need for a genetic unlocking potion from the clan? If they were, wouldn't they have to prepare right up to level 8? The old patriarch asked softly, speaking of them with a hint of respect. Wei Yuan shook his head. No need. The clan doesn't have much resources right now, and you know about the Alliance's current gene unlocking potion. Besides, the clan is strapped for resources right now, and with them around, whether it's technological weapons warfare or close combat, it won't be a problem. By the way, matriarch, you'll have to arrange for me to have some ancient martial arts teachers come over. The old patriarch nodded. It also reinforced that suspicion in his mind. Good. I'll arrange for someone to go there in the next few days. You don't have to worry. After closing the communication, Wei Yuan immediately let Unicorn hack to the old patriarch's wise brain end. The footage over there is synchronized. Wei Yuan was lying on the bed, watching the screen as the old patriarch slammed his hands in excitement after closing the communication. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, it's really God blessing my human race. God blessing my human race. I told you, my people's lives are not meant to be great, just great. Wei Yuan, this child, it's really something, without saying a word. He actually did such a great thing. I knew it. Those losers from the Alliance know about technology, picking up things, researching our technology, researching 4 different things even if it's not like that, but even dare to think about the genes of our old ancestors. This kid Wei Yuan traveled to the Interstellar Alliance, and it's true that it's also for the genes of the old ancestors. I didn't expect that, but he actually researched it. It's just that the faces of the old ancestors still need to be reminded to change. The old patriarch hovered in place for a moment. And again, the toning. It was probably because he was afraid that if he communicated to Wei Yuan again, he would be monitored. So after frowning, he muttered to himself, that group of old foreigners, they should not be able to recognize the human face. But still, I have to remind Wei Yuan of this little guy's son. He's so smart, he should be able to understand. Wei Yuan froze. What do you mean? What does the old patriarch mean by this? What do you mean? The genes of the grandfathers. Without realizing it, Wei Yuan had stood up. Right about this time, a phone call from Earth rang through the system. Host, Cheryl Chang calling. The system's voice pulled Wei Yuan back to his senses. At this point, Earth, Zheng Tao and Zhang Shuer sat together. And in the company cafeteria where people came and went. Every now and then there were employees looking at Zheng Tao in shock. Gulp. Windblown Fart was about to forget that this was the first glass of water he had downed. Sister Shui, you didn't find me here for the cooperation of that project of my father's. Just to ask for a contact number that can be found on the official website. Ha! Windblown but blinked. In the game, he could have called Yukila a brother. But offline, he looked at Zhang Shuer, who was full of seriousness and was dialing the phone. And his heart was still a little frightened. That project, your family can't eat it. It's not enough in terms of qualification. You go home and tell your father that you can't cooperate. But a small project he wanted before, I can give it to him, provided that the price is lowered by 7%. Zhang Shuer knocked on the table with one hand. Her gaze was on the cell phone that was placed on the desktop, but the words that came out of his mouth made Windblown but feel his skin tighten a little. Sister Snow, you don't have to look at my face. Zhang Shuer looked up and scorned him. You have face in my place? That small project, the previous partner, the family can't wipe their asses, letting the mistress make a scene in the open, incapable of doing things, and not a good person. People like that are risky to work with. It's snowing and that's all the wind blowing up your ass is going to explain. And then went back to staring at the phone. She looked at the dialed number and suddenly connected. It's snowing and it's violently taut. The whole thing was meaty and tense. Windblown Fart actually wanted to say that when he saw how nervous Yukila was. This call, many players have already played it. It didn't work at all. It's all bots talking back. Hello? Wei Yuan's voice came from the phone. Hello? Is this the official star people? Zhang Shuer's breath hitched a few times. Yes, I am the player Snowla, but also the president of Zhang's group. We Zhang's group very much want to cooperate with you. Please, if Ms. Zhang is interested, you can add my own contact information. The company's build is not in the country, so I can't talk face to face. Please forgive me. It's snowing and my heart is racing. Good. The phone hasn't even hung up yet. An official text message from the game was sent over. Windblown Fart's eyes went wide. No way. Sister Snow, someone called before. Why are they all robotically connected to you or the official personnel? Is it possible to be able to connect today? Windblown Fart shouts the end, pulled out his cell phone and started dialing as well. But the next second, after the connection was made, it was the calm, waveless electronic tone of the system. Hello, the official customer service of Star People is at your service. Windblown but, I'd like to talk to your company about working together. What's your problem? Windblown but, I'd like to get a contact from an official. May I ask? What is your problem? May I ask if there is something wrong with you? Windblown Fart hung up violently. Sister Snow, this robot actually cursed. Ha ha. Shimisuka was in a good mood. When working with a super large company like this, the other party will definitely do the back tuning in advance. Otherwise where would the efficiency come from? It's only outrageous if you answer anyone's phone. When it comes to Star People, the game company, Windblown Farts is not a sleepy place to be. Sister Snow, you don't say. This game company is really awesome and luxurious, he said. Tens of thousands of gaming silos, said to give away. Just at the beginning there were only 100 or so people I could understand. Now it's directly 100,000 people. That's 100,000. Not 10. The tech in the playpen is, well, not normally high tech. And to this day, the game company hasn't even begun to collect a dime. And they're giving away so many game bins. It's snowing, though, too. But as a businesswoman, she didn't believe that anyone would go to charity, let alone a gaming company. Opening a company is definitely all about making money, and this game company has a horrible level of technology, so it's not hard to guess that there's a lot of capital behind it. There's only one possibility for being able to give away so many gaming silos to players. It's Snowing Law stretched out a finger. That's the other party is well funded, regardless of the cost, just to push this game globally. Their nets are just bigger and cast longer. When the time comes to close the net, perhaps the money harvested, then the only word to describe it is horror. If you slam the high-priced gaming bins out the door, there's a good chance that gamers will refuse to play because of the high price of the bins. With the money to back it up, they'll be able to give gamers free game bins up front. Wait until later to make the money back in some other way. The more I think about it, the more I think this game company is scary. Windblown Fart is on his elbow, but he's watching the snow fall with one hand on his cheek. I thought to myself, Sister Snow really doesn't read novels, so how could there be only that one possibility? There's obviously another possibility. That is, the game isn't a game at all. It's a massive group crossover packaged as a game. We, on the other hand, are the great fourth plague. Windblown but used to not play games though. But he reads novels. The wind blew his but out in joy at the thought that Yuki's imagination wasn't as strong as his. You can go back after dinner. I have a ton of work to take care of. Getting the contact information of the official staff. Yukira walked away with a smile on his face. Wei Yuan sighed. He passed the friend request sent by Snow Law. Host, summoning can be mandatory. Why are you doing a disguise? That's what humans are. Toon-chan, you don't understand. The fourth plague of days is what has to make the summoners recognize that they are playing a game. Only then can they, mentally, remain forever fearless. And the joy of playing the game, is that comparable to anything else? He has to convince the players that this is a game. And originally, the operations that he was not good enough to carry out on Earth. Now, too, had help. It's snowing, hello. It's snowing, I'm Jiang Shuer from Zhang's group. It's snowing, your company's scientific research level is breathtaking. We, Zhang's group, only want to cooperate with you on an agent matter. Do you have time for a chat? It's snowing, I haven't found your registration record on the domestic website. So your server is built in a foreign country, right? It's snowing, the details in the game are perfect to the core and the scenes are gruesomely realistic. It's snowing, is it because the controls are so strict at home that you've gone abroad to get it on the shelves? At present the players are all our Chinese players. If you want to open a kryptonite channel, you have to let a domestic company be the agent. I think, it's snowing, we, John's group, are fully capable of acting as an agent. So think about it. The smarter you are, the more you will trust your own deductions. Chapter 101 AI fan is not the proper origin of the male lead? Online, online, online. It's on, it's on. Exhausted. I went back to check in with my family and I'm back. Hiya. I disappeared for a week here. No one contacted me. Went offline to have a bite of noodles and came back. Going back I was feeling physically heavy and almost wanted to go to a construction site to move bricks for exercise. Players began to climb out of their dormant silos in groups. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, ran over to the new 100,000 players and read the lines. Just as he had done before when he had fooled the previous batch of players. The veteran players, freshly up from their dormant barns, slapped their way to the corner and started laughing at the surprised looks on the newcomers' faces. Let's go over there and publicize it later after Jen reads his lines, huh? All remember, recruit someone who can cook a little. Ito replied to Clara and the others. Alice and the Little Mermaid followed here. This group of them were the same players who had snubbed Alice earlier. I understand. We, the Kitchen God Alliance, will definitely be able to drive food to the entire universe. Alice raised her hand and shouted. Ito replied, Teacher, keep your voice down. Jen is reading his lines. Alice's little face instantly turned red, but she still nodded obediently. She knew she could earn these students, for sure, but to her surprise, she just invested only 200,000 star coins, and relying on the reply to them, she actually pulled back a few level 5 mechs for her. Although they weren't branded goods, these mechs were also made of genuine grade 5 materials. When she was free, she could bring the mech to the auction and sell it for at least 500,000 or $600,000. No wonder they say you make money fighting wars. Alice's eyes shone brightly, and now she had made up her mind that she would follow the Ito reply and hang out with them. Hey, to push food all over the universe. Alice rejoiced that there would be endless amounts of good food when the time came. For her part, the Little Mermaid's large eyes held even greater doubt. Why would such awesome Clara uncles, who are obviously genetic warriors, go into chefdom? The Little Mermaid thought of the cooks in her pack. Only those low-level clansmen who had no way to upgrade would choose to be cooks. And isn't that a matter of just getting the food cleaned and on the plate? The Little Mermaid was a little hard to understand. Not to mention all the yummy nutrients the League is coming out with now. Need a chef? Coalitions like rely on answers and their like have popped up a dozen times in a short period of time. What closet house? Hunters League. Game over. Countless alliances. All waiting for these wailing new players to join. Begging in secret, oil-stealing woman. What are you doing? Everyone is robbing the newcomers. Aren't you coming? Secretly begging. We have to pull up our alliance. Not enough people can't do it. We have to be the biggest alliance in the whole game. Oil-stealing woman, huh? Y'all can't imagine what I'm doing. Oil-stealing woman, Brother Yuan has arranged a mission for me. That dark elf mech broke down. The elf chick who traveled with him, ran away with all the energy, after we went offline. No one cared about him. I'm now leading people, back to the blue planet. Oil stealer woman, y'all don't know. When I first arrived, that dark elf was lying lifeless on the ground, like he'd been abandoned by the world. Oil stealer, I even filmed it. Look, oil stealing woman, picture JPG. The picture shows Ivan just lying on his back on the silt, his eyes obscure. The dark elf mech at his side was badly broken, secretly begging. Good lord, this is a story that happened after we left. Makabaka, there was an accident. There are melons that want to be heard. Star, +1. Oil stealing woman, you guys are so gossipy haha. The flying machine that was taken from the pirates clanked and clanked when it was opened. The oil stealing woman looked back at the dirty, huddled dark elf in the corner. Oil stealing woman, all he told me was that the energy was taken by that female elf. What's her name? Angelina. But as I recall, his mech was fine before we went offline. Makabaka, you mean, Anzarina destroyed his mech? Trying to leave him here to die? Star, nope. Angelina isn't as high ranked as him. Oil stealer woman, that's not hard to guess? It must be that Anzarina used some method first to make him willingly give her energy. Ah, weapons, and whatnot. Oil stealer woman, and then when everyone is ready to go, Angelina gives him another shot and blows up the mech. Beg in the dark, so gossip for what? And so steal the oil woman to bring people back after. We directly ask it. Anyway, is also a NPC. There is a story plot will certainly say. Secretly begging. The problem now is that everyone's grabbing people. And a few of us can't pull in any new people. Oil stealing woman, no need to worry. I will naturally step in when the time comes. Makabaka, it's only natural that he would go and make a fool of himself. Ha ha. Oil stealing woman, roll on. Star, 6. Ivan's afterglow was able to see the oil stealing woman with a smile on her lips. He had just felt the sight passed by the oil stealing woman. This human must have been wondering why he was, well, so messed up. He gasped breathlessly. Now it hurts like hell all over. What a surprise. It's amazing that the queen would do this to him. Unexpectedly, the closest clan members were going to kill him to silence him. And the ones who folded back to save him were the ones who had been shadily targeting the human race before. Is he going to take me to the blue planet? Ivan gasped and closed his eyes. The fluid in the medical bay. Warm and moist. Ivan closed his eyes and breathed slowly. So warm. It was like the feeling of being wrapped into the tree by him after the revival of the mother tree. Mother, I told you to come back soon. And now, well, the newcomers are all divided up. What's the hurry? It's not like people can only join one alliance. Who am I? I'm a big anchor with millions of fans across the network. Ha ha, as long as I raise my arm, 1,000 armies will come to join me. It hurts. It hurts. Star, go easy on me. Beat him to death. You came back early, do not know to go to give us publicity, but also first go to the snack street to buy food. Really have your steel oil woman. It's so noisy. Ivan was inside the glass silo, frowning. His long dark hair swirled with the water in the warm liquid, as the noise outside grew louder. Inside the medical bay, the dark elf, with pale skin, snapped his eyes open. This one was right up against the oil-stealing woman who was being held down and rubbed against the ground. Ouch! ***. The oil-stealing woman let out a loud, scary cry. The dark beggar and Makabaka, who were pressed against him, shivered in fear. Ivan was in the medical bay, and shuddered. What are you doing, oil-stealing woman? You're scared to death. Makabaka cursed angrily as she covered her wildly beating heart. Thanks for playing the game. If she herself had been so frightened, she would have passed out with a wail. The oil-stealing woman rose from the ground and hemmed and hawed towards Ivan in the medical bay. Got a kick out of that dude. Holy, this med bay treatment is like soaking in formalin. As soon as the good guy opened his eyes, I was instantly brought into the zombie crisis. The oil-stealing woman herself was scared out of her wits. Almost had to think it was a scam just now. You're at 80%, with 20% left to repair in half an hour. Would you like to leave? Leave. Ivan replied with his mind from inside the medical bay. Okay, thank you for using the human medical pod. Have a nice life. Is this human technology? The healing liquid in the medical pod was quickly drained, and the pod opened up before Ivan came back to the fact that all those dark wounds in his body had been repaired as well. Unlike Ivan, who was full of excitement, the oil-stealing woman, who had just rushed to the instrument panel and saw the fee to be delivered on it, caught the soft flesh of her cheeks at once. Ah, didn't you not suffer any injuries? Why did you deduct over 170,000 of my gold coins? Seeing the price of this treatment, the oil-stealing woman let out a sharp pop. Ivan's eyes were confused, looking sideways at the oil-stealing woman who was as mad as a maniac. The oil-stealing woman has been swiped. Now he is jumping up and down like a monkey on a medical billing machine. That's my hard-earned money. Hard-earned money. You give me back my hard-earned money. Do you know how many trees I had to cut down to get this little bit of gold? It's abominable. Enough. With a low bark, Star yanked the oil-stealing woman up by her collar. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the aliens, okay? The oil-stealing woman, with a sniffle and a tear, instantly straightened up after hearing Star say that. almost embarrassed in front of Ivan. He rubbed his face and gestured for Star to put him down. Hey, Ivan, we were just messing around. Our Jen told us to show you around Blue Star first. Ivan nodded. His eyes swept over the players. Third degree? When he was on the Warzone planet before, he remembered that whoever he saw at that time was a 5th level A. His eyes traveled over the players before finally returning to the oil-stealing woman. Good. He doesn't have any energy left. Even if no one cares about him, he has to live in Blue Star first. Go go go. Let's show you around first. The oil-stealing woman had a smile on her face. The moment you walk out of the medical room, appeared in front of Ivan. It's just a big forest. There were birds and flowers everywhere, and even a fresh scent of grass in the air. Being an elf, one would just prefer nature a bit more. Blue Star is still undeveloped, and there is only one mine so far, so the whole planet is, so to speak, extraordinarily pristine. Ethan hadn't even had time to properly appreciate the surroundings before he was taken along by the oil-stealing woman and walked towards the snack street. Just coming over. It's just an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. There are humans everywhere. Ivan looked at the humans in front of him in amazement. What a lot of ordinary humans who haven't been injected with a gene-unlocking potion. They were all looking at themselves with curiosity and novelty as well. Boss, 5 chicken wings, brush with honey not spicy. Walk. Today opens several stores it is said that this time in the newcomers, there are several chefs, relying on the defense of this kid, really blessed. Ivan followed the oil-stealing woman and the others, eating and drinking all the way down. From the very beginning, it was still a bit uncomfortable to be curiously surrounded by ordinary humans and pointing at them. To the later part when he was conquered by the food and holding his stomach no longer cared about what the humans thought of him. It only took Ivan half a day. He just couldn't figure it out. How is it that human beings can be so harmonious? Simply, just not like the Star League races. It's outrageous. And they cook really well. Ivan licked the corner of his mouth. It's amazing how all the ingredients that are obviously very common are so delicious when combined together. Ivan burped. The calms were ringing off the hook. It's full of those new humans that were added today. It's the first time he's been, well, this popular. Dude, did you have a good meal? The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed. A few of us. We've got something good to share with you. Try it? Ivan nodded. The oil-stealing woman smiled and took a mention of the player's homebrewed wine. After ordering a few plates of peanut rice and cold vegetables, he led Ivan to the corner of the barbecue stand and sat down. After 3 rounds, Ivan's face was red and he looked a little misty-eyed. Dark Beg, Makabaka, and Star, after glancing at each other, by begging in the dark spoke first. Ivan, in fact, the first time we met you, we felt that you, an elf, are a good elf. You say you're such a good elf and powerful. How come you still let an Anzarina get you into trouble? We know that the Dark Elf clan has had a bad time in the elf community, but we didn't expect that in Inulina, whose level isn't even as high as yours, would dare to. Hey bro. 4 people took turns dunking Ivan. After a few glasses of wine, all those grievances that he had previously planned to forget about exploded all at once under the concerned inquiries of the oil-stealing woman and the others. With tears swishing down his face, Ivan raised his glass with one hand and poured it into his mouth. In fact, I don't know exactly why. Why can't the queen see the dedication of our Dark Elf clan? Back then, my talent could also be said to be unrivaled in the Elf clan, but the queen gave all the resources to Inyadon, and those were the resources of the clan. What gives them the right to just take it all in one fell swoop? We, the children of the Dark Elf clan, have nothing, and Udon's graduation competition and I have to go to him. Oh, I'm dizzy. What I hate most is that it's obvious that I listen to the queen so much, but she still asks me to give all the energy to Anzarina. She just wants me to wait for death in a war zone. Ha ha. Why? On what grounds? Snap. Ivan was head over heels on the table, obviously already drunk. Drunk as hell. But even after all that, his mouth, he was still muttering about the aggravation he had suffered for so many years. Even the players at the next few tables came over with a squeeze. What's going on? They asked with their eyes, inquiring about the elves. I didn't think that this dude creates such a big crime. But, proper male-led origin. Chapter 102 Roar from afar. Hey, this guy, he's even drunk. Hey. The oil-stealing woman pointed her thumb back toward Ivan. This elf, surprisingly, fell asleep with a few glasses of wine, clutching the bottle. Hey. The oil-stealing woman smiled and raised her glass. A few players around us also raised their glasses. Come on, let's go. In the game, players that can really say, only drink to death, not drunk. So for the moment, everyone had one drink after another, feeling the thrill of alcohol paralyzing their bodies, but their brains were still clear. This guy, it's really tragic to say it's tragic. That's true. If it wasn't for our commander-in-chief saying that he wanted to support the Dark Elves to the throne, this branch of their race would probably have no future. The players are not cuties either. This is a game that plays true. Everything in Star World is synchronized as players play the game. The most interesting thing about this kind of game is that with the choices they make, the game ends up going differently. If anything, at the very beginning, Yukira opened her mouth and said she was going to send the Dark Elves to the top. Players just think of it as a game quest. Now then, having heard these grievances spewed out by Ivan in his drunken stupor, everyone, more or less, sympathized a little bit in their hearts. This guy, really, is in the same configuration as a fictional male lead, and has been suppressed in the early stages. The very first race to be born is the lowest ranked branch within the pack, favoring an extremely strong talent. They were even able to compare to the children of the queen of their term. Such a high level of talent. Yet he was not able to receive resource support from the pack, simply because he was born in the Dark Elf clan. If that's as far as the aggravation goes, so be it. The queen is also going to make him a little brother to Inuitong, to give someone whose talent was not even as good as his own. As a junior brother, one could imagine the suffocation. But that's not enough. The press never ends. In order to explore Wei Yuan's strength, their queen knew how dangerous this place was, but still put their Dark Elf clan, the weakest branch of the elves, was sent out. Players are even guessing. Those high-level Dark Elf warriors that were previously taken out by the pirate big boss. There was no possibility that it was the Dark Elf clan, the only one that could hold a high-level genetic warrior. Sheesh. Dark Beg shook his head. Guess he didn't even think about it. That queen of theirs didn't even want him to go back alive. The oil-stealing woman threw a few peanuts into her mouth. That's not true. When I went to pick him up at that time, that look, the heart was like death. I've seen that mech of his. If not for that female elf's bad technique and missing, I guess he would have followed the mech and died in the Warzone planet together. Misery. He was really miserable. The players would have made this decision to support the Dark Elves if they hadn't. Then Ivan, the unlucky guy, is presumably the one who figured to have the male lead's body, but not the male lead's future. Even though I know it's just a game. That elf queen, I dislike it. The oil-stealing woman skimmed. Are you going to start your own war in the elf queen? Makabaka inquired as she dazzled the gazpacho. How could it be? Oil-stealer woman turned on her thinking brain. Nah, I'm going to post a little essay dissing this elf queen. Makabaka, ha, you're sick. This is a game, and you're really bringing it on. Ha, Netstorm boss, you're the first one I've seen. Oil-stealer, just because there wasn't one before doesn't mean there can't be one, right? This game has such a high degree of realism. I'm challenging the integrity of this game. You know what I mean. Secretly begging, since we have to Netstorm, what's the use of us only sending small essays? That Inulina opened a live broadcast. Let's also open a live broadcast. Make a video. Invert black and white. Secretly begging. Brothers, don't forget what I did to get rich back when I had no money. Makabaka, huh? What did you get rich begging in the dark? Oil-stealing woman, hey, this guy used to run a marketing number. Star 6. Wait until Ivan wakes up. It was completely dark, but it's still crowded not far away. After Ivan climbed up, he felt his head was still a bit dizzy. I had heard that the wine that the people themselves brewed would be stronger than what was sold on the stars. It's really intense, but it also tastes better than what Star sells. Ivan suddenly just popped an idea in his head. If these fine wines were to be sold, they would be sold. It'll probably sell out. He shook his head again. Forget it. The human race has always lived in a closed life, so I guess they don't want to be disturbed by outsiders as well. A strong, overbearing scent came from the direction of the noise. Ivan subconsciously tilted his head and sniffled. It smells so good. Gulp, the mouth is watering. But now, he didn't even have a single star coin in his hand. Ivan thought to himself that he'd better not go. The feet, however, went that way unheeded. By the time Ivan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the snack street. Just now, following the oil-stealing woman and the others over. It was a hurried glimpse. The real mainstays at the time were grabbing new guys. At this moment, the barbecue stalls are also out. The hot noodle store was also staked out. What stinky tofu, fried skewers, grilled cold noodles, and sliced fooding pork. Players have even created carts. The whole street was bustling with activity. Not like Interstellar should be. Ivan had never seen so many genetic warriors that were pounding food. He let his eyes go. A long street, in the middle of which were humans coming and going, sampling food all over the place. Most of those humans were even regular humans, and cooking on both sides. Surprisingly, are genetic warriors. Ivan's jaw dropped. What did he see? Ha! A genetic warrior currying favor with an ordinary human? Hey, try it. My fried skewers are super tasty. Little brother, as long as you join our alliance. The fried skewers can be eaten at will. Don't listen to him, come and see our side. I have the most authentic and hui beef plate noodles here. I'm from International Zhuang. ID card starting with 1301. As long as you join our alliance. Not to mention food. I can make our alliance master work for you as a cow. Our ally can be a bull 24 hours a day. Our ally can be a bull 24 hours a day and still be willing. Being an ox is nothing. Our alliance master can eat. As long as you come, I'll let our ally master give you a show. Then our ally is even better. He can eat 10 pounds of. At that moment, a roar came from the distance. I can't. Dependent respondents are numb. Just let the recruiting go. How is it that in the blink of an eye, you hear someone say they dare to eat 10 pounds of? Don't I want to lose face? Rely on the defense to come flying in. Looking at the ally of the beef plate noodle one, he also came over in a sweat. Authentic beef slab noodles, ha. I said how can you talk about food and still talk about? It's really you. Authentic beef slab, dependent on the defense. I'm sorry. Or you can eat. You can eat. Relying on the defense sweated it out. It's losing on the ID. Ito replied. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of is shouted back and forth from the mouth of the one who makes the food? Your family cooks it. It must be unclean. Authentic beef slab, you're the one who's unclean. Ito replied. You're not clean. You're not clean. You're not clean. Snap. The beef plate noodle family led the charge. A lump of dough was smashed over. A level 3 genetic warrior, whose strength should not be underestimated. The dough flew out sharply in the air. Rely on the defense to duck immediately. Behind him, the barbecue gang, too, pulled out their sticks. Poke. You throw dough and waste food, and you recycle the sticks. It's unsanitary. The two sides were pitted against each other. Ivan looked at the scene in front of him and hadn't reacted to why he was suddenly fighting. Then he saw that the humans, who had been eating and drinking everywhere just a moment ago, all gathered around. Yes, all of them. Almost within seconds, hundreds of people came together. What happened? How? A fight, Ha ha, what a hoot. Ivan was giddy as he watched these humans, who hadn't even reached the first level, run over in a crowd to see what was going on. He was even tempted to walk backwards. But, stuck? He twisted his head, saw the crowds. What's going on? Is there a fight up front? Yeah, supposedly arguing about who can eat better. I really can't let them eat too much. It's going to be a competition to see who can eat more poop? What's going on up ahead? It's a competition to eat poop, and they say some people can eat 10 pounds, and they're eating it. Holy, that's awesome. I'm going to check it out. Don't push. Let me go to the front and record a video. Yeah, holy, there seems to be more than one. It's an alliance, isn't it? It's so rare that such a perverted hobby can put together an alliance. It's 2 leagues, like they're going to fight over who gets to eat 10 pounds of poop. Robbing? Haha, that's awesome. I'm going to report on that. Welcome, dear friends, to Approaching Science. Why do sows squeal in the middle of the night? Why can't an octogenarian woman close her eyes? Today's strange news. A snack street. Shocking, 2 alliances fighting against each other. It's actually for it. Ivan stared, wide-eyed, at the human who, not far away, had begun to spout nonsense. Impact. It's too much of a shock. Ivan felt like he needed to calm down. This is, human? Is this surely the Union's word of mouth? Peace-loving, mild-mannered, introverted and low-key, human race? It wasn't the same race as the one he'd heard about, was it? Ivan, what are you doing here? The oil-stealing woman carried a huge backpack and walked up to Ivan. He also made a point of turning the carrier around to face Ivan. Contained inside was a huge energy ore. I woke up from my nap, so I came out to hang out, and here you are. This huge energy ore was on the verge of crushing the oil-stealing woman to the point where she couldn't even straighten her back. Ha ha, how did you know that I dug up a piece of energy ore, king? Hey, this person of mine is just more lucky. How long has it been since I went down the mine? Just reached out, dug twice, and got out such a big energy ore. Hey, the workers are saying that this is the king of energy ore. You say hey, these guys just too modest. The oil-stealing woman's face cracked with laughter. Cutting? Redeeming to the system? Just kidding. This is the king of energy ores. 8 cubits. The oil-stealing woman is hardwired to come out from underneath the mine. On her shoulder, beckoning. He came here specifically to carry the ore on his back because he saw how many people were over here. Before Ivan could get his meaning, he saw the human who had just been reporting on everyone ahead of him. By this time it had already set its sights on this energy mine of the oil-stealing woman. Dear viewers, an urgent insertion of a news item. An urgent insertion. In the snack street, there has been another shocking news at the same time. We have seen a huge energy ore. That human directly came up to the oil-stealing woman's side. Wow, the owner of this ore is actually the famous oil-stealing woman. The oil-stealing woman's back was suddenly all straightened up. Ivan felt his brain buzzing with confusion. He had to sit down somewhere and calm down. Outside the snack street, 300 meters, Alice and Gavin, and a few other teachers, came along. They were sitting on the ground, watching the action in the distance, looking at each other. Their eyes were blank. Are we, the students, really not in our right minds? Maybe this is a real human being? Can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Alice, Gavin, don't you know these students well? A teacher looked over toward them. Alice shook her head. They said they told me to sit at the kids' table. Gavin, they say I'm too old to keep up. Another figure, joining the small team of the confused, Ivan sat over. A couple of teachers came together and moved him. To be honest, if we really just simply look at their strength, I don't have any hope that Lord Wei Yuan can become the Führer. Gavin looked at the players who were making a scene in the distance. But now, I think, if Lord Wei Yuan doesn't become the Führer, these humans might have to run out and scurry around. And that's a danger that's worse than even the bugs. Gavin, to this day, couldn't figure out why he had, so easily, loaned out his paycheck at that time. Ugh, sighed Ivan. Immediately after, dozens of sighs rang out. Lord Wei Yuan, don't you care? Ivan inquired. Alice gestured toward the outskirts of the crowd. Ivan looked over in the direction of her finger, just in time to see Wei Yuan struggling to make his way through the crowd. Where do people race for poop? Where? Well, a virtue. Ivan only dared to think so. Look up and lock eyes with the other teachers. Sure enough, that's what everyone thinks. Alice covered her mouth and snorted out a laugh. Ha ha, it's not good, but they, the human race, are really fun. Ha ha, yeah, hey, after coming here, I feel that life isn't all about earning star coins anymore. Honestly, I feel the same way. I'm thinking about getting the old and youngest members of the family. No wonder the older generation would always say that the human race is really a very good race. I believe it now. Who the hell said there was a poop eating contest in there? Isn't that a pure lie? Wei Yuan struggled to get out of the crowd again. These guys, they're fed up. Attention all players, there is a new quest released by the Lord. Please get it in time. Chapter 103, this game really started moving bricks. Mission 1. Construction of a level 9 mech processing plant. Mission 2. Construction of a level 6 weapons manufacturing plant. Task 3. Construction of a level 6 material processing plant. Mission 4. Construction of level 6 intelligent training ground. Task details, construction tasks. You can take the task in the form of a team. You can also receive the individual. The task is a large number of rewards. Base reward, 80 gold coins/hour. Advancement bonus, after completing the basic daily 3-hour mission, you can redeem half an hour of training time at the smart training ground for each additional hour of bricklaying. The system's mission broadcast appeared. The players who were still in constant commotion just now all quieted down. Asterisk. Really start moving bricks? A 9th grade mecha processing plant? So powerful. Oh. Ha ha, does this mean that we can make our own mechs? Good guy. This development is not too fast. Point. I feel that this some time ago, but also in the primitive life. This all of a sudden. On the sudden progress to our own hand-rubbing mecha? It's still level 9. Cool. So cool. Who cares if the sand sculpture in there is actually eating poop? Mission. Pick up. By plain gaming values, the rewards for team quests are sure to be higher than those for solo. So the new players who were just being begged to join the alliance are now starting to hurry up and look for alliances to join in the public frequency. When the oil-stealing woman took a look at this situation, she hurriedly exchanged the huge energy mine on her back to the system, and after exchanging it for gold coins, he didn't even have time to look at how much he had exchanged. Hurry up and rush to the public frequency and open the mic to shake people. Oil stealer, brothers, I'm the oil stealer. Oil-stealing woman, we, the Burning Legion, welcome all players to join. Not that I'm bragging about being awesome, the strongest players in the entire network right now are on our team, he shouted while inside the small group at dark begging at star. Small groups, Makabaka? I'm the one who doesn't deserve it? Oil-stealing woman, well, at Makabaka, even more angry. She jumped in anger, but the next second, the Burning Legion's alliance application was 99 plus all at once. Makabaka was startled by the application message that kept popping up in his head. Makabaka, ***, what the? Holy, I'm getting ing stuck. The sound of dripping. It rang wildly in the minds of the slithering quartet. Oil-stealing woman, I'm a ing genius. This was the time when new players were in a hurry to find alliances. And even if they weren't fans of their own, the one who was the first to run to the public frequency to advertise, and who also posted the link to apply for joining the alliance directly to himself, was able to eat the first wave of newcomer benefits directly. After all, the nature of human beings is that they are repeaters who can't think. He even dumped the link all over the place, so just click on it and apply. Ha, isn't this much more convenient than those sand sculptures, running to the public frequency and shouting at players to search for their alliance name? Who's still a hard worker when they can come running to the game? The more convenient the better. The oil-stealing woman secretly crosses her arms. Ha, give him the awesome no. Makabaka, you are indeed a ing genius. Secretly begging. In terms of quick brains, it's still you. Star 6. Star frantically agreed to the player's applications in the middle of it. And just like that, in the middle of her busy schedule, she even went into the small group and typed out a 6. Agree. The Burning Legion. For administrators, it was only Star, who was honestly clicking agree. Oil stealer woman, this wave, let's go straight to number 1, right? Look at that. Beggar, it's still up to me. Secretly begging. You're good. Makabaka, what a sketchy introduction to this quest. I'm going to ask Jen how to do this one. Star is still in the corner, giving the players who applied to join, clicking agree. The other leagues are not cuties either. After seeing the oil-stealing woman do this, she immediately followed suit, dumping links and shaking people everywhere. The crowd that had gathered just a moment ago scattered like birds and beasts. Wei Yuan, I'm such a worrywart as a lord. All the plants rewarded by the system are given materials and need to be built by themselves. But, it's really not as much of a move as the players think it is. Instead, you have to manipulate the printing machine to 3D print. Interstellar 3D printing can be different from the crude printing technology of Earth. Players have a lot of tedious things to do, but these will only add to the players' enjoyment of the game. When the plants are all built, players will be able to make a small profit again when they have to use the processing plant. Wei Yuan's eyes narrowed as he smiled. When Blue Star was flying high, millions of light years away in the Elfin Galaxy, the Elf Queen stared at Angelina. The beautiful elf maiden fell to her knees, trembling. Didn't I already tell you everything? In the war zone, find a chance to kill Ivan. He doesn't even have any energy left. You punk! The Elf Queen was now on the verge of being infuriated. Make it or break it, loser. It was a waste of her resources for so many years, to use the resources of the elves to raise such a loser. She looked at Angelina with deep resentment in her eyes. Those resources might as well be given to Nyedong. This trash, if not for her light elf origins, she would have been here herself, dismantling her and abusing her alive. The bones of the Elf Queen's hand tensed, a little, but the look on his face remained placid, just a little colder in tone. Angelina raised her eyes and cringed. It looks like the Queen is really angry. Queen, it's me who's useless, but the situation was urgent, plus my strength was lower than Ivan's. I aimed at that time, but he dodged it, and by the time I wanted to take another shot, the ships of the human race will have arrived, and I will not dare. She was truthful. Just wanna pray to be forgiven by the Queen. Pity. In the next second, an elf maid hurried up, running out of breath. Obviously an emergency had arisen. The other glanced at Angelina, who was still kneeling on the ground, then quickly leaned down to speak in the Elf Queen's ear. As he spoke, he also raised his head to look at Anzuki Rina. It was a glance that instantly made the back of Angelina's neck froze, wondering what was going on. But even on her knees, Angelina could clearly see the Queen's face. A little harder. Standing beside the Queen, the elf maiden who had just run over to inform her was cowering a bit. Asshole. Are these humans crazy? How dare you spread rumors about me on Starnet? I will destroy the human race. Destroy them. Low growl. From the mouth of the Elf Queen. One moment. The Elf Queen's elegant dignity disappeared, and on her face, there was a hideous scowl. Faint purple veins surfaced on her face. Angelina sucked in a cold breath. Queen. The maid behind the Elf Queen immediately stuck a syringe into the Elf Queen's body. She recovered from this. After the veins on her face disappeared, the Elf Queen's face went white, somewhat weakly and feebly. She waved her hand at Anzarina. You go back first. Waiting until Ansukina left the palace trembling, the Elf Queen covered her forehead and sat back down on her throne. My time. Is it running out? She inquired back towards the maid. The maid hung her head inside. Queen, you can't afford any more stimulation. Once the genes collapse, you'll instantly be reduced to. The maid didn't even dare to say the words that followed. Pharmaceutical companies. No solution so far? The maid shook her head. It's all a waste. The Elf Queen sighed. She hadn't stopped kneading her brow. Once the gene collapses, she'll instantly be reduced to a madman who only knows how to kill for fun. It can't be like that. She's going to be in the position of queen for 10,000 more years. 10,000 million years. She's a long-lived species. There was absolutely no way, and there was no way, that he would turn into that kind of monster like the previous Elf King. The Elf Queen shuddered just remembering the kind of monsters she had seen. Go ask, what other materials does the potions company really need? And why is it that they can still only come up with so many inhibitors even though they've already given them everything they wanted before? The Elf Queen took the syringe, which no longer had any potion in it, and crushed it viciously. All the crumbs were turned into powder by her extremely strong spiritual power. The maid instantly shrank in silence, her head lowered for fear of being relieved of her anger. It was a good thing that the Elf Queen, who had already been injected with an inhibitor, now had her sanity back. She didn't do anything to the maid. Instead, he waved his hand at the maid. Go down and ask. Ask nicely. What's going on? Yes. The maid left in a hurry. Angelina looked back at the Gilded Queen's Hall, finally walked out. Angelina looked around and realized that no elves had followed her. There was a sigh of relief. She had, just now, seen unimaginable images. That's terrible. Discovering the Queen's secret won't get you executed in secret, will it? Angelina swallowed. She now felt that the things she had done, they were nothing. The Queen just did. It's about to have a genetic breakdown, isn't it? Angelina lowered her head and clenched her hands. If the Queen's genes collapse, then they, the elves, would have to start re-electing the Elf King again. Now that Ivan is in the war zone waiting to die, the one with the most potential in the pack is in Yedong, and he's the Queen's own son. But if the Queen really had a genetic breakdown, and was still at level 10, the elves would be in danger. What for? Anzarina's back was suddenly covered by a hand. Ah! Angelina let out a scream. Just now she was wondering if the Queen would kill her, right? The next moment there was a hand on her shoulder. It's really going to scare her to death. Well, after fixing her eyes, it turned out to be her fiancé and Yudong. What the hell are you screaming for? What's on your mind? Azuki East frowned, looking a bit speechless at Azuki Rina's instantly pathetic appearance. But it was just a shot. Surprisingly, he just started yelling. It doesn't even look like it would make a good companion. There's also this genetic grade. Sheesh. It's so useless. I can't believe I'm still at level 4 by now. Angelina, your gene level, it's rising too slowly. And Yedong opened his mouth in disgust. How can you afford all those resources my mother has provided you with at this rate? He had forgotten that he had also relied on the resources provided by the Queen to be able to level up so quickly. Angelina softly bowed her head, then asked in a small voice, do you have time now? I have something that I need to talk to you about. Against other races of elves, heavy-handed, facing in Yedong, she instead began to be gentle and small-minded. However, and Yedong enjoyed this feeling of being flattered by a beautiful woman. Say it. And Yulina carefully came to Yedong's ear and told what had just happened inside the Queen's Hall. And Yedong looked up in horror. Looking at Anzarina's face of certainty, she believed most of it. No wonder my mother has been getting grumpy lately. No wonder he is currently always telling him to study hard these days and try to reach the 9th grade within 3 years of graduation. Original. So that's what happened. The corners of Yedong's mouth curled up in delight. Originally, he had thought that his mother would sit on the throne for 1,000 years without moving, just like the previous Elf King. I didn't realize that my mother was on the verge of a genetic breakdown. And Yedong was so happy that he could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. When the time comes, let mother, like those advanced gene crashers of other races, go and fight the bugs. But, it's best to get all the hurdles out of the way before he takes over. Better yet, kill Wei Yuan along with him. And Yulina also saw clearly the desire for power in the bottom of Yudong's eyes. If the normal rate of collapse is anything to go by, and the genetic veins appear, my mother should only have 5 years left. And Yedong rubbed his chin. I don't really have much time left then. No, Your Highness, perhaps you have some time left. When I was in the temple, and saw the lady in waiting by the queen's side, and gave her a potion, and then the veins receded. Angelina opened her mouth, and Yudong froze for a moment. Genetic collapse is accompanied by a genetic unlocking potion that comes along with it. It was reasonable to assume that all creatures that had been injected with a genetic unlocking potion would be at risk of having a genetic breakdown, but it's the lower the creature, the less likely it is to collapse. And over the years, all the creatures that were about to collapse would start with a little bit of bruised veins on their bodies and end up with them all over their bodies. But in the process, almost no one is able to do a cover-up. Mother, where did you get a potion that could mask the veins? And Yedong's heart suddenly panicked a little. He hadn't wanted to keep carrying the name of the queen's son in the first place. Still need to poke around sometime to find out. After all the stupid things you did in the war zone, mother let you out so easily? Azuki East glanced at Azuki Rina. This guy, as beautiful as he is, isn't stupid. Angelina shook her head and said, It was the maid who said something about what the stars have online. I didn't hear it. Starnet? And Yedong opened the Starnet. Surprise! The Elf Queen's Secret Blowout. Chapter 104 giving Star Billion a shocking title shocker. What a beautifully shocking title. It instantly caught in Yedong's eye. The popularity of Starnet is perennially dominated by hardcore topics such as combat techniques, solutions to star beasts, how mechs can be upgraded, and so on. Now, among the many pragmatic topics, suddenly the word shock popped up in such a huge way, plus the added secret of being the 10th level genetic warrior elf queen that everyone only dared to look up to. Wasn't that blow like smashing rocks on a calm lake? Thud. Even in Yedong felt so excited. There's a hidden curiosity. What's the mother's secret? This person who posted this. Who is it? What does he know? Click. View. Heavy and eerie music, coming out of the frame. In front of Yedong's eyes, what appeared was a dark elf mecha that had been broken to the point of being unable to move. The figure next to him had his face blurred, but Yedong still saw at a glance that the silhouette was his previous guard. AI fan. Hasn't Ivan been sent to the war zone by his mother? He hadn't had time to think deeper. A heavy voice, right out of the frame. Everyone should have seen the war zone, where the humans and the star pirates are fighting. Now what I'm going to talk about is not the story of humans and interstellar pirates, but another race that appeared on the battlefield this time. The famed eldritch race, the elves. When it comes to the elves, the one that can't be avoided is inevitably their queen, the 10th level genetic warrior in Yu Xingyin. The elves have been creating a kind and wonderful, world peaceful persona for many years, but this time, with the great battle between the human race and the pirates, we have seen the true colors of the elves. A number of pop-ups appeared on the screen. What true colors? Didn't the elves go over to help? And so many high-level genetic warriors died. Why do they say it's a persona? We elves have always been good. The queen is also good. What is this blogger trying to say? I thought we were talking about the queen of the elves? Why are you talking about the elves? The pop-ups just drifted past. The male voice rang out once more. What I'm saying is that the former elf clan may have been really good, but the current elf clan is on the verge of being taken into the abyss by the sacred voice of the moon. This time the elf clan, or rather the elf queen, sent out this group of elf warriors specifically for the purpose of rescuing the humans? Why are all of them from the weakest and lowest ranking dark elves within the elven race? Also, this sprite in my image, even though I've coded the sprite in question, I'm sure a number of people have recognized who he is. He's the dark elf teenager who appeared in Angelina's picture, the only one who survived and was saved by Wei Yuan-sama. Surely there must be a weapons master among you, Starnet users. Who can tell a weapon's provenance from its marks? Can't you guys see where those marks, on this dark elf boy's mech, came from? Several questions in a row made even in Yedong's heart sink. As a senior student of the Lord's Academy, he had naturally learned about weapons. It only takes a few more looks to be able to tell. Among the many wounds on Ivan's mech, there was an extremely specific weapon mark. Standardized electroparticle cannons. This was a weapon that wasn't commonly used on the battlefield because, as long as the mech opened its shields, basically this weapon would be useless. Its main function, without the shields on, is to short out all the wiring inside the mech. Just blast it in and it'll cripple the mech. That's why the average mech that fights a lot is reluctant to attach the only few equipped gun ports that are attached to this weapon. It could even be said that on the battlefield at that time, whether it was on the side of the human race or the star pirates, none of them have such weapons. And on the scene, the only one who had this kind of shell that wasn't very useful, but it came out pretty nice, was the Ankitsuki Rina. ****, I just ran to watch the video replay of Anzuki Rina again. And that cannon. I'm afraid it was Anzuki Rina who shot it out. Why? They're all elves. Why did she take a shot at Ivan? Ha ha, is it possible that the elves are starting to implode? Is this the queen's secret? The queen of the elf race is a light elf clan. They plan to take possession of the elf king's position for a long time. Right. Look at the pop-ups floating past. Azuki East frowned at Azuki Lina. You did this? Angelina mumbled for a moment before nodding condescendingly. By then Ivan had given her all the energy. He was defenseless against himself again. Wouldn't it be the most energy efficient to hit him with an electric particle cannon on its own without the shields on? Then, and after the electric particle cannon hit, the entire mech would flash with fine arcs of electricity. How nice. At that time, that mecha. But it was instantly unable to move. Isn't it easier to do it from behind when there's no way to move? The additional nuclear cannon she had at the time, that had been fired towards Ivan's cab. Who would have thought that the damn Ivan would have maneuvered the cockpit and ejected in a situation of that certain death, if it weren't for the fear of the human race? It was then that he himself went down and just slit the neck of that obnoxious dark elf. A mere dark elf dared to look down on himself. And Yulina thought back to the time when she initially met Afen by Yudong's side. no matter how much she hooked up. That Aphan was just like a little cutie, the same unmoved, and then even dared to heckle her. That's add up. Where could Insukuto have thought that Insukarina would have so many thoughts? All he could feel right now was that this Angelina was just plain stupid. Pow! He raised his hand and slapped Azuki Lina across the face. Stupid. If you want to kill him, do it cleanly. The elf did not kill even if, but also leave traces. It is simply stupid. And Yudong pointed at Lina and hated her. Within the Light Elf clan, there were simply too few female elves, so he had to choose the prettiest of all the female elves, Angelina. But now it seems, just by looking at the face, no, he was going to be the elf king later on, but he couldn't have a queen like that. It's so stupid. If Yedong could guess it, could the netizens on Star Online not guess it? The queen's secret is more than just the fact that she made Angelina kill Ivan. The voice of the blogger, still emanating in a nonchalant manner. It was only after I ran through the whole thing from the very beginning that I realized an even more amazing conspiracy. This war is an outright conspiracy by the Queen of the Elves, against the human race, against the Dark Elf clan, against Ivan. Chapter 105, come on. Exploding Star Web. The blogger's voice carries the feeling of having discovered a great secret. It screams to be listened to. What's the secret? How could it be against the human race? Didn't they go to save the humans? And the Dark Elf clan, isn't it also their elf clan? Blogger, speak up. I think I've learned that this is something that can't really be analyzed if you don't think about it in detail. What in the world? There's been no news from the human race for so many years, and now they've violently appeared and directly confronted the elf race? The Queen of the Elves has been on the throne for a short time now, and the rule of the elves from the old days has always been that the throne goes to the strongest elf, regardless of the branch. But now, it's common knowledge that it's all about the elf queen's son, and Yuandong is the most promising elf of all. But is that the truth? Let alone the fact that he will always be ranked third in the Lord's Academy. Is he really the most promising elf within the elven race alone? As far as I know, the elf clan has been full of heritage for thousands of years, but in recent years, there have been a lot less geniuses, and there are some branches that have been complaining that the Light Elf clan has been given too little resources, and the Light Elf clan also screamed in agony. Not many genius elves were produced, and in the youngest batch, apart from Yudong, the strongest was surprisingly Lina, who was a district level 4 genetic warrior. Isn't it obvious? It can't be that the elves, after the birth of Yutong, started to have no geniuses born, right? Gentlemen, I wonder if you think that it's more likely that Inu's sacred voice intercepted most of the resources of the elf clan and infused them into Yudong to elevate him to gain the name of genius. Or is it more likely that the elves just really haven't had many geniuses born in the past 100 years? Shocker. And Yedong's pupils trembled. How? Who the hell is this blogger? He must be killed to silence him. Must. And Yudong was breathing heavily. And next to her, Lina even covered her mouth and looked at Yudong in shock. What are you looking at? Get out of here. There's no way it's going to be discovered. And Yedong's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Those resources, all of them were his mother's own. And the resources in the clan were already low. That's why it's divided into branches of less. The big heads he used were given to him by his mother alone. And that had nothing to do with the pack. Lies. This blogger tells lies. Quick, block this blogger. This guy is telling lies. He's talking nonsense. And Yedong roared angrily. Angelina took a step back and shook her head. He's been posting for almost 4 hours now. Totally too late. What's more, the Queen's loyalists who swiped it in the first place will surely try to close the thread as soon as they realize the first signs of it. But it is now, all still hanging in the most prominent place on the Star Network. What that says is self-evident. Have the elves offended any great clans lately? And Yudong took a few deep breaths. The sound on the screen continues. Everyone knows that even the most talented elf is useless without a gene-unlocking potion, even if their talent is overwhelming. But, just under such a grueling situation, the Dark Elf clan actually nurtured a genius like Aphan, and it can be said that Aphan's talent far surpasses that of Yedong. After all, Ivan doesn't have a mother who's a queen, and he got his genetic unlocking potions from a normal genetic warrior academy all by himself, through hard work, and in a normal great clan. As long as one contributes to the clan, these resources are, by definition, coming out of the clan, right? Right? It's endlessly fascinating. I know AI Fan. We are classmates. According to our instructor, AI Fan has now reached the peak of the 6th level. Only need to have the 7th level of genetic unlocking potion. Will be able to enter the 7th level. Geez, an elf this young and this talented is. Surely the elf queen is paving the way for her son. Isn't she? And Yedong, a genius who was catapulted into a genius by his mother, has an incredibly dark mind. And in his clan, he was jealous of AI Fan. So he made AI Fan serve as his guard. constantly humiliating AI fan and stealing the credit. When he arrived at the Lord's Academy, he couldn't do away with that Feng Yusheng of the divine race, so he turned his attention to Lord Wei Yuan of the human race, who is the weaker of the clans. Do people really think that this time? And Yulina came with a live broadcast just to let the entire alliance see how the elves rescued the human race? You know, they are, however, only sending out high-level genetic warriors from the Dark Elf clan. Those 30-odd Dark Elf high-level gene warriors, I think, would have already emptied the Dark Elf lineage of all its high-level gene warriors. The words came out. All the netizens' hearts sank. Yeah, the elves were powerful, but what about the Dark Elf line? How many high-level genetic warriors are there in that little branch of theirs? 36 high-level genetic warriors. All of them died in this battle. Even Ivan, who everyone thought had been saved by Wei Yuan, was actually almost killed by an Yulina. The feeling of conspiracy instantly enveloped the hearts of all the netizens viewing this thread. All of you have seen the live broadcast and know that this Lord graduate of the human race, Lord Wei Yuan, is a 9th-level genetic warrior. He is an existence that in Yedong can never surpass. But the human race, in the league, is in an awkward position. I'll be bold enough to say it this time, even if I end up having my post blocked. How many communities, at the top of the alliance, do not want to see the human race rise? At that time, the Elf clan, after bursting out Lord Wei Yuan's strength, Lord Wei Yuan, was he really able to grow up to the 10th level safely? That's why I say that this battle is a conspiracy of the Queen of the Elves, and you sacred sound, against the human race, against the Dark Elf lineage, and against Aphan. Inside my head, it suddenly exploded. My God, it's inconceivable. Such a scheme, such a high conspiracy. It's horrible. It's horrible. The point is, everything this blogger says, it's all reasonable. All of it. The human race has made contributions in the Union that cannot be extinguished. But back then, the blogger rambles even if it's true. But don't talk nonsense upstairs and get boxed up instead. The scariest thing is that Wei Yuan-sama is so strong, but he still wants to hide it all the time. Isn't he just afraid? The elves obviously know his true strength. Otherwise how could they just send out so many 30 or so Dark Elf senior gene warriors? Right. Knowing that Yuri's is a 9th level gene warrior. Aren't these Dark Elves just sending them to their deaths if they go over there? Exposing Wei Yuan's strength, destroying the high-level power of the Dark Elf clan, and then killing Aphan, who was the most threatening to his son. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. And end up with a good name on her head. Heavy on the music. The blogger finally spoke. The reason for breaking these news is because there is still one thing that we, the human race, believe in. That is, the Alliance has not forgotten the contributions of our human race. We, the human race, have no thought of allowing Lord Wei Yuan to ascend to the position of head of state. We only want him to live well. If any of the Alliance's higher-ups secretly make a move against our Lord Wei Yuan, then the human race will directly break away from the Alliance. So please, think clearly for yourselves. Finally, I'm a blogger oil-stealing woman, and I carry salt for the human race. Chapter 106 Farmers. 3 stars surround it. Energy radiates to the blue star. Give the players a tan. The players sat on the ground beneath the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees. Unknown interstellar insects, yelling at the top of their lungs. Snap. One rattan flip-flop. Straight up storm. A small splash of dark green juice came out. This bloodthirsty toon tree slowly drew out its roots and absorbed the sap of the bugs, oblivious to those humans sitting under the tree. It's so hot that Tsubaki won't even move? The oil-stealing woman pouts and picks up her shoes. He had an unfinished backpack in his hand. The last one has been crushed by that energy or king. Active. Is that recently maybe players on too much? Everyone is afraid to give Tsubaki dry end. So they are all carefully stuck in the bloodline pumping sap. Dark begging sigh. It's still a good meal for the new people. Thinking about it, who among the old players didn't get blasted by Tsubaki? If you don't say the stars are awesome, plants have consciousness. The oil-stealing woman hammed and hawed. I guess you were the first one to get popped when you were a beggar. Hey, I even cut your video and sent it out as an egg in a few days. What day? You kid. Dark begging of flying up. Just to steal oil woman pressed under the body. Ready to him. This pussy is now cutting and posting sand sculpture videos of players in the Alliance every day after he became the Vice Alliance leader. You're on fire on StarNet now. To reverse the Big Dipper. Look at me. De Wei Tian Long. The Great Luo Mantra. Begging in the dark slapped the oil-stealing woman's bloodstain down by a third. The oil-stealing woman was directly dumbfounded. Holy, deadbeat, you're for real. Turn over. Didn't turn over. With a twist, the oil-stealing woman stuck herself completely under the shadowy begging henchman, squealing and begging for mercy. Wrong, brother, wrong, let me go. After you injected the Titan gene, your hand is too strong. Brother can't carry it. the oil-stealing woman wowed. The body bounced wildly, like a fish caught in a trap. He's struggling. Just a short distance away, 2 players were crouching underneath the bloodthirsty Tsubaki tree, looking at something. A younger player, after glancing over, hurriedly retracted his eyes as if he had seen something dirty. The older one tried to turn back before the younger player yanked him. Teacher, don't look, don't look. Young people nowadays are very confused. I'm afraid you'll receive a shock to your 3 views. The ear of the oil-stealing woman. Now that's a good ear. That listen instantly got the point of that little player. Dude, we're not getting laid. He roared this. It drew countless stares. Begging in secret is also numbing. Turning his head, he saw that the players were looking over in unison. In broad daylight. Brother play of flowers, a thumbs up, and a million thumbs up will follow. Even the older player, who had just been led to turn his head by the younger player, came over. A big thumbs up to the face of the oil-stealing woman. Young man, courageous, to know that in our time, comrades like you would not dare to. This old man, whose ID was called Farmer, hadn't even finished his sentence when he was yanked back by the player who looked very young and whose ID was called Fishing Fish. Fishing Fish whispered to the farmer, Teacher, they look like they don't want to be found. Why are you being so blunt? They're the big boys in this game. The old man immediately nodded and hurriedly prepared to slip away with the fishing fish. Darkbag had long since jumped away from the oil-stealing woman and looked at the players with a smirking look, and the occasional thumbs up that was given to him. Begging in secret is really numbing. Still, it's a good idea to stop these 2 players who are serious now. Everyone else is just messing around. These 2. One looks like a clear and stupid college student. The other, am not so old. Don't go, young student, we really aren't faggying. Dark Begging extended his Irken hand. The oil-stealing woman even simply crawled on the ground in the gloom and grabbed the old man's pant leg. This unexpected grab by the oil-stealing woman sent a shiver down the farmer's spine. Hurry up and shout. What are you doing? Get up. Don't scare my old man. Hey, old man. If you don't explain to me clearly what you just meant by comrade, I'll crawl after you every day. The oil-stealing woman opened her mouth cheaply. He laughed out of the yellow-faced comical expression. Seeing the farmer with a look of 3 parts dumbfounded and 7 parts shocked, the oil-stealing woman is about to burst out laughing. Ha ha. I didn't realize that within the players, there were normal people. This is so rare. He raised his head cheaply and after locking eyes with the old man, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips in a perverted circle. Old man, speak up, Egu, my heart can't take it. The farmer took a look at the situation. He covered his chest and slowly sat down on the floor before lying down under the dazed eyes of the oil-stealing woman. Oh, my teacher. He's 64 years old. He's a year away from retirement now. Teacher. Oh, teacher. Fishing Fish is not at all slow to react. Straight away he flopped down beside the farmer and began to weep bitterly. Asterisk. Your ing touching in a game? The oil-stealing woman made a jump to get away from the farmer. Fishing Fish, don't try to run. Oil-stealing woman, you're in the game. That's also a dignified character. You can't run away from the first day. You can't run away from the 15th day. The farmer lay on the ground, squinted his eyes, and stole a glance at the shocked oil-stealing woman. Hey, my old man. Never been so scared. Heart attack soon. He held out his hand, trembling slightly in the direction of the oil-stealing woman. And, I am now, in dire need of 388 gold coins to open a farm league. Oil-stealing woman. I'm really ing crazy to think there are sane people in this game. The oil-stealing woman gritted her teeth. Give now. You old man playing games even. How can you still blackmail people? The oil-stealing woman had just finished her words. The farmer then rose from the ground with a grunt. He hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together. First time I've done this and I'm still a bit rusty, so I'm sorry for letting you all see it. The oil-stealing woman directly gave an angry laugh. No. Your acting skills can already enter the Oscars. AI, don't be angry. Little brother, truth be told, I was also forced to do something. The old man patted the dirt on his body and, actually, I have a dream. Hearing those 8 words, Begging in the dark and oil-stealer woman exchanged glances. In unison, he shouted, stop talking and call the money. Right now. Chapter 107, Lord, give me a piece of land. Earth. Military compound. The old man came out of the playpen. There was a little bit of redness in his pale face. I didn't realize that I would still be in the game, scamming little kids out of their money. But for a little personal dream. This kind of thing. Do it. The old man wiped his face, feeling this body of his, still familiarly heavy, aged, and decaying. That's a pretty interesting game. When you go in there yourself, you feel physically rejuvenated. Whether it's running around randomly while doing research, or just rolling onto the floor in a heap while blackmailing those two kids. The movements are all so screamingly smooth. It's just that people get old. This body doesn't work. The farmer is a little afraid that he's going to play the game for so long that he'll just die in the playpen. Such a great game by then. To be blocked because you died in the playpen. That's a real shame. The farmer began to cough incessantly at the thought. Downstairs, the farmer's family heard him coughing and immediately ran upstairs. "Dad, is everything okay?" A middle-aged man in a white coat ran up. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked worried. He looked at the techie playpen on the floor and frowned. "Dad, you're a very old man. Why are you still playing games like a young man? Moreover, this game warehouse, so far, only one company has released and used it, and we don't even know if it's safe or not. Hey, this old bone of mine, I might die in the next second." The farmer waved his hand. "This game is so much fun. I feel that the biggest dream of my life could really be realized inside this game. When I think about choosing skins in the game," the farmer thought he would have been older. With young skin, he felt a little weird, but after hearing from his students that every skin feels different when used, he wanted to see if he could use a younger one. Didn't realize. He picked a slightly older body, and surprisingly, it was really much more robust to use than his real body. That he had, for so many years, wanted to start a farm. There's a chance that it could actually be realized in the game. "Dad, what kind of farm do you want to start again?" "That stuff. Do you have the energy to do it now?" The middle-aged man covered his forehead in distress. "I should have known better than to let my elderly father go back to school for rehiring. He should have retired and stayed home long ago, instead of running off to school to play some game with the young kids. And you're in charge of me?" The farmer grunted. "And I have cultivated you for so many years, really cultivated in vain. So old, actually still can't accept fresh things up." The farmer didn't even bother to tell his curmudgeonly son. There's absolutely no way to imagine what's going on in this game without actually being in it. The farmer himself, on his return to school, ran into a couple of young students muttering something about robbing accounts. He's the one who got curious and ran to see it. I didn't realize that out of several students, just one little girl grabbed it. They saw that they were curious too, which is why they asked him to try it too. This try, hey, really let him grab it. Thinking of his hand, the farmer glanced proudly at his curmudgeonly son. Down head. "Ugh, you're my real dad. Don't keep learning weird things from those kids. I'm your living father." The farmer cursed with a laugh and, "Take me to the hospital." "Ha, Dad, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere on your body?" "Not. I'm just afraid to die in the game warehouse." "You this dead brain run to find the game manufacturers to pull the skin. When the time to give this good game, make trouble cannot play." The middle-aged man was speechless, but he took the farmer to the hospital anyway. The result actually shows. Everything okay? And those previous 3 high numbers, and they're getting better? This game, it can be. The farmer was even happier to see the result. "You don't have to call me for dinner from now on. This playpen, it's enough to keep your dad alive in there for months." Farmer is back in the game fast and furious. Now that the worries are gone, then he would have to make the most of his last days to fulfill his dream. At least, what a way to have a farm of your own before you die. At this point, in-game, players are working feverishly. Huge printing machines, in a field cleared out by the players, kept printing. Players are responsible for taking the printed components and putting them together one by one. The huge mecha processing plant, just the area it covered, was almost as big as 30 soccer fields. Components are even counted in the millions. The good thing is that it prints fast. The players then follow the printing machine, constantly carrying and then following the system prompts to get the components to the correct location. It's the players who have to do such a boring job. Wei Yuan is supervising in the corner. They say they're supervising, but they're actually running to enjoy themselves. I also don't know which one of the big smarts said that you can get special rewards by brushing up on the favorability of NPCs. The new people, then, started coming over to brush up on Wei Yuan's favor whenever they had free time. Wei Yuan lies on a handmade chaise long woven by the players, blowing in the wind, eating cold fruit, and taking a cool supervisor. Every now and then a newcomer would come along and ask, "Is there anything you need, Lord?" This is the kind of life a lord should have. Wei Yuan squinted his eyes and hummed a little tune. Looking at this progress of the players, it is estimated that several factories can be built in 2 days. At first, the dozen or so teachers plus Ivan were among the ranks, but it wasn't long before they were all a bit carried away. Even if you're a high-level gene warrior, then you have to rest. A moment of lifting and boring splicing. You can even smile and chat with your companions around you. It's just horrible. It's the same as the worker bugs of the bugs. What's the difference? Wei Yuan didn't even know the bellyaching of those teachers. He's humming a little tune. Just saw a little old man coming towards himself. Lord, Behind the little old man there was the fishing fish that had been dragged over. Teacher, you slow down. I'm just talking off the top of my head. I don't know if I can take up land here in the Lord's Just let me off the hook and let me move the bricks, okay? I'm dying of poverty. I haven't even gotten to the top of the first level yet. Keep hanging around like that. There was definitely no way for her to grab those 300 spots to the Lord's Academy competition. How many gold coins can you earn by moving bricks? Starting a farm is the most lucrative. Kid, you've got it all wrong. The farmer ran up to Wei Yuan. He straightened his clothes. Lord, I want to set aside a piece of land in our territory to develop a farm. Do you think it's okay? Ha! Wei Yuan looked up blankly as he hugged his melon. Chapter 108, Lord Loan, you deserve it. Wei Yuan put down the melon. He wiped his mouth and was just about to ask the farmer what kind of farm he wanted to start. It was then that he saw that fishing fish had crouched down next to the recliner he had just been lying on. Reaching out, he touched a piece of melon from the table. Get it in your mouth. It's still the Lord who knows how to enjoy himself. A mouthful of iced watermelon on this hot day is simply refreshing. Her voice was small, crouching in the corner, even afraid that Wei Yuan would see it. He turned to face them with the back of his head. It's time for the NPCs to say their lines again. Later on the teacher will listen to the lines here and I'll go digging for minerals. Damn, too poor. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought the teacher along to the fight, she muttered. Wei Yuan was directly choked. Good guy. Just now he was really ready to say to the farmer, Dear clan, one of the rare gifts of our human race is farming. The words were prejudged before they were spoken. Are all these game players so brainy? No way. Don't you want to save face as a lord yourself? Wei Yuan looked squarely at the farmer. Based on the size of Blue Star, there are currently only 4 locations that can be opened as farms. Wei Yuan raised his hand, and a topographical map of the entire Blue Star appeared in front of the farmer. As his fingers slid, countless large and small green points of light appeared on the sphere. Clan Farmer. All the green dots on this are places that can be opened up as farms. If you want to just charter land for farming and growing and then sell the product, I have the contact information for the Star Farms charter service here. Wei Yuan smirked. The farmer is still a bit reactive. Can I just pick from all these places? The old man's eyes are going wild. I didn't realize I was so close to my dream. So close. Lords, that Star Farm charter you were talking about? Oh, promotional video for you, haha. Wei Yuan, from his intellectual brain, scratched out the image. Moment. This small area where Wei Yuan was resting turned upside down in the blink of an eye. What had been brown, dry, hard land became a farm with green grass. There were large herbivores of the interstellar variety, coming slowly from a distance. Fishing fish, who was eating a melon, and a pair of bullseyes met each other exactly. Those bullseyes were as big as a fishing fish's fist. Asterisk asterisk. She dropped the rind of the melon in her hand and sat on her own ass. What a big cow. The average yak is already over 2 meters tall at the shoulder. But now, the interstellar yak across from the fishing fish was twice the size of an earth yak. The size is simply terrifying. Suddenly being stared at by such a big guy, the fishing fish was still a little shaky inside. The interstellar yak wagged its tail and slowly approached and ate the watermelon rind off the ground in one gulp. A rough, thick cow tongue licked up against the face of the fishing fish. Big brother cow, don't eat me. Fishing fish's voice was tinged with trembling, and she had folded her hands and worshipped the star yak. Wei Yuan took the farmer and passed by the fishing fish. The farmer's eyes went straight as he looked at a star yak that huge. Can this also be given to me directly? Wei Yuan, thinking quite beautifully. This is virtual. The AI in the advertisement hallucinated. Wei Yuan reached out and touched it, and the star yak's body instantly disappeared. Then there were several more figures in the grass around them. Seeing this, the fishing fish immediately trotted after Wei Yuan. You my ass. Scared to death. What's going on, teacher? She had just been so focused on eating her melon that her heart shivered at the sudden star yak. She still couldn't help but shiver as the danger disappeared for the moment. Holy, are these interstellar animals? Are they all this big? It really scared me. Why did it come running to scare me? I thought it was going to eat me. Fishing fish pressed his chest and felt his heart about to jump out. Wei Yuan seemed to smile and gave her a look. AI would not specifically run to scare her, but manipulated AI would. Star yaks are just one of the products of the farms. There are many more crops and animals that have been domesticated, and the farms that have been developed in a multi-ecological way and farmed. Sell everything. Wei Yuan smiled and explained to the farmer. On the surface, he still looked calm, but in the bottom of his heart, he was about to burst into laughter. Originally, Wei Yuan was still considering whether to send quests to the players and let them try farming. After all, with the buff additions of the Huaxia people, it was no problem to get some agricultural products to peddle in the interstellar world. But importing all those crops and livestock cubs in the early stages would require large sums of money, which Wei Yuan was a bit reluctant to part with. I didn't realize that a player would want to farm so soon. Hey, when you're sleepy, come to the pillow. It's still older people who love farming more. Wei Yuan quickly gave the farmer and the fishing fish a quick introduction to several of the farms that were given descriptions in the Star Farms all-inclusive advertisement. The farmer was looking at it all. The Star Farms all-inclusive business is very mature. As long as we pay the money on our side, the plants and animal cubs will all be packaged and sent over from there, so you can just grow them yourself at that time. The farmer's head, nodding like a garlic clove. Good. I want the second program. Breeding or have to be animals also. Chickens and dogs and pigs, hungry ducks and fish, cows and sheep all. Plus the planting place is not small. The farmer hadn't finished his sentence. A prompt box popped up on his system page. Confirming your order, payment is being made for you. Insufficient gold coins. The Star Farms all-inclusive business you are trying to purchase is not available. More money. Ha! The farmer was dumbfounded. Wei Yuan nodded. The Star Farms all-inclusive service costs 67 million star coins per year. The farmer's eyes went straight. Fishing fish was behind him. Tisk 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 tisk. The teacher doesn't think that it doesn't cost anything to start a farm, does he? Playing games without spending money? Want farts to eat. The harvest scythe of planning is already hanging around the teacher's neck. And what if I don't have to go all in? The farmer's old face trembled. At that moment, looking at the Lord's smiling face, he had the feeling of falling into a trap. Wei Yuan, if you don't need the whole package, then you only need to shell out a ground rent law. You're my clan. I'll give you a discount. Wei Yuan, discounted price. 8 million gold coins a year. It's really a price that can't be discounted any further. 8 million. The farmer sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He had only exchanged it for 3,800 gold coins even after he had pitched in and disgraced his old face. 8 million. How many years of blackjacking will it take him to earn that inside this game? Wow. Lord. Oh my teacher. He's already over 60, almost 70. He's about to die at 80. Can you really bear to let him not realize his dream for the rest of his life? Fishing fish burst into tears on the spot, picking at Wei Yuan's sleeve and dryly howling. Don't cry first. Don't cry first. Isn't there still business to push? Wei Yuan ripped away Fishing Fish's hand and a light appeared in front of the two. Lord's loan. You deserve it. Chapter 109, Clansman. Get in your mechs and go. The loan amount is $30 million and you want half of it. Teacher? Fishing Fish is painfully obvious. Like he missed out on $15 million. Farmer, the interest rate is too high. Just this $15 million. I have to pay back the interest of $3 million a year. Is there no king's law here? Interstellar loan sharks are so black. Fishing Fish, who cares if it's reasonable or not in the game? The lords call the shots. Farmer, let's not talk about that for now. Let's hurry up and go to the chosen piece of farm ground. Fishy, you'll help the teacher, right? Fishing Fish, no, I'm going to war. Mecha Nymphet Sago. Star Wars. Star Wars. Star Wars. Farmer, you're such a wimp. You'll be an easy deserter in a war. Fish fish fish. Farmer, don't make me get down on my knees and beg. Fish fish fish, deception. Deception warning? Fish fish fish, teacher. In the future, you'd better not follow their messy lessons. Count on me to beg you. Watching an old man and a young woman slowly leave. After making sure no one would see him, Wei Yuan burst out laughing. Sure enough, it's true. It's still the reaping players that are happiest. Player farmer's identity. As he also saw it from Unity here. Chinese agronomy Titanic figure. The first batch of Chinese agronomy doctorate. Young enlisted in the army. Because the physical quality cannot keep up. So went to teach in the agricultural college. After retirement, he could not resist the leisure and returned to teaching. This old man majored in agronomy. No wonder. There is such an obsession with opening a farm of your own. If a normal player wanted to start a farm and grow something for fun, Wei Yuan wouldn't have given so many gold coins. The ones on the market have been domesticated and seeded. So get some back for the farmer when the time comes. Wei Yuan thought. Don't think there are super many interstellar species, but very few of them can actually be farmed. Even in Interstellar. There was one more thing the 10,000 had to deal with besides the bugs. That's the Star Beast. Wei Yuan rubbed his chin and spoke up. He had taken possession of Blue Star, but had never seen the original species of Blue Star until now. On every planet, there are native Star Beasts. Strength is usually on par with the planet's class. That is to say, on the blue planet, there was also a 5th-rank Star Beast that hadn't shown its face until now. Wei Yuan guessed that it should be because his scent was here and those primordial species didn't dare to come over. By the time he took the higher-ranked players to the Lord's Academy, the proto-species, perhaps, will come to attack. But that's all for the players to deal with later. Time passes. Rumors have been circulating for a long time about farmers taking out loans to rent land. Most players, however, are more interested in the mech processing plant. Several processing plants that have been built. Oil Stealer Woman, they get the most gold as the alliance with the most personnel. They, therefore, were the first players to start building their own mechs. Excited hearts, trembling hands. The players looked at the incomparably wide and tall mech processing console, and for a moment they were all a little unsure of what to do. Please, player, plug in the brain-computer interface and prepare to build the mech model in your brain. The oil-stealing granny's mind was in turmoil, and all that appeared on the operator's page was a large mosaic. Asterisk asterisk. No, I can't seem to do it somehow. The oil-stealing woman cried out in agony. The order of the mech build is that all the materials, first, are placed in the mech machining slots. The player then links the brain-computer interface and builds the outline of the mech in his mind, with the details incorporated a little more. This one, it also really takes a great deal of talent. At the very least, the imagination must be strong. And then there's the extremely strong detail depicted in the brain, while the AI is able to assist. But all the AI can do is make some synergistic adjustments to the base the players have already made. To use the analogy of building a house, players are now building by laying the foundation for the house and building the walls for the skeleton. And all AI do is paint the walls and decorate. But now the embarrassment faced by the oil-stealing woman has arisen. His mind was a jumbled mess after his brain-computer interface was paired up. Unable to recognize your brain image. Please try again. Darkbag stuck his head out from the side. Look at the strange and indescribable that keeps changing on the console page. Secretly begging. Ha ha, what the hell were you thinking? Oil stealing? As soon as the oil-stealing woman heard the dark begging voice, on that panel in front of him, the image of a dark begging head with a huge pile of poop flashed up instantly. Makabaka, ha, that image even flashed. Ha, star, 6. Oil stealer woman, oohoo, no way. Why can't I concentrate on visualizing the mecha? Oil stealing woman, I just tried to think of Moyun's image, but I could only recall Moyun's appearance. I couldn't recall any details at all. Abolished. It's over. Could it be that the big brother status that has been so important is about to be sorely lost here? The oil-stealing woman took off her brain-computer interface, snapped to his knees, hands on the ground, tears swished down his face. He was just getting ready to have a good emo and didn't realize the next second. Please build the mech. Your brain is blank, unable to read any valid information. The operator's console broadcast brought the oil-stealing woman to life for a moment. He turned his head in surprise. Just see the darkness begging to be filled with stupefaction. Ha ha, a raucous laugh scared the dark begging shiver. You're sick, begging in the dark. His old face reddened, and he angrily stepped forward to fiercely whack the oil-stealing woman a few times. Seeing the dark begging is worse than him, the oil thief woman took a few hits and felt nothing. His face was breaking out in laughter. Laughing my ass off. You're not as good as me for s sake. Come on. Makabaka. Star. All of you. All of you. Makabaka came forward nervously. Please build the mech and don't play inappropriate images in your head. Tai. Makabaka blushed. What the hell? I didn't think anything juvenile. I one half. Yeah, so what did you think just now? The oil-stealing woman asked as she came over and pointed at Makabaka. Makabaka, well, I was just thinking about that peachy one from Amilo. I want a mecha with big boobs too. Color demon. Crawl. Mecha, that's a weapon of war. You're defiling it. Dark begging ran over as well. It was only Star's results that were slightly more normal. But, Star, isn't this build of yours the same crap mech you drove before? Dark Beg was speechless to a point. Just now, he got himself on the brain-computer interface, and all of a sudden the man froze. I can't believe I forgot that I can recall all those mechs I loaded and unloaded when I was inside the pirates. He was the one loading and unloading the mechs at the time, and recognized at once that what Star had constructed was the same mech that the pirates had scraped together earlier. Mecha score, 13. Please make it or not. No. Star didn't even want to waste his material. Star, you don't get it. Just let me try again. I remember when I was inside the pirates, there were dismantled a few powerful mechs. Dark Beg wants to try again. While the oil-stealing woman didn't want to let the dark begging overtake him, he was curious. Unfortunately, build mess, please rebuild. Ha, what's going on here? The darkness begged numbness. There was a circle of players standing around who were watching the game, but didn't have the money to buy materials. Everyone was making a scene at the moment. 2. The materials are all here anyway. You can't build it, so why don't you let the guys try? Yeah, big guy, give it a shot. Maybe it takes talent. I'm good at this mech thing. Let me do it. Timeless Star raised his hand and jumped out from the crowd. he knew it when he laid eyes on it. These few bigwigs, although they had touched mechs in the game, didn't have the slightest idea about some of the things that were at the core of the interior. Building this thing, that's the same as spamming Gundam WoW. Okay, you try it. Chapter 110, Shock from Alice. Blue Star Base. Never one to make a lot of noise. Those human children are like perpetual motion machines, never running out of energy and words. But today, it was extraordinarily quiet. Quiet to the point that Alice, who was the slowest to react, sensed that something wasn't quite right. She pulled open the door to her room in a daze, her long green hair appearing first before her little head. Students, out fighting? How come I wasn't informed? As far as Alice could remember, it was only when the players were out fighting that the base was not much occupied. But how long has it been since the last big battle? Not for a few days. Why all of a sudden? It's so quiet. Usually she had to wake up to the noise outside and the smells coming from the snack street side. I can't believe it's not there today. Alice's pupils dilated slightly. They couldn't be gone. What would she do if the students left? Alice ran out of the base. 3 suns hanging in the air. The ground was baked white as the hot stellar energy continued to radiate. Even the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees not far away wilted for a few moments. The insect chirps stung like crazy, but Alice was chilled to the bone. Where are the students? Where are her so many? So loud. So sandy students? Alice was in deep fear. Can't you ever eat good food again? She was trembling all over. Into a deep fear. Pushing out the door, Gavin saw a large pile of green hair, balled up in the corner, still trembling slightly. Seeing such a thing all of a sudden, Gavin thought that some new breed of star beast had appeared. Ooh, scared me. Alice, what are you doing? Spend a lot of time with the players. Originally serious, Gavin's spoken language is beginning to be assimilated by the players. Alice's little face, peeking out from a large clump of hair. 2 large eyes were wet and glistening a little with tears. Gavin, the students are gone. They're gone. Alice pointed outside. There's no one under the trees, and no one at the mine. Even over at the snack bar, the people selling things are gone. Gavin was speechless. This Alice guy, those students of yours, didn't they ever tell you that they were going to try to build mechs? All teachers. Gavin started teaching about mechs long before the players started building those big factories. But it's just not even practical until now. He was genuinely surprised. Alice surprisingly didn't even know about it. What do you usually do? Gavin frowned. He felt that he might need to help Lord Wei Yuan and check on the team of teachers. After all, it's easy for a teacher to get lazy if the students are too good. Like the one in front of me. Alice lowered her head in shame. I've been scouting the snack bar lately. What an expedition. Gavin sucked in a cold breath. The eyes were getting serious too. Alice hurriedly added. They're efficient learners. I'll catch up the progress quickly. Gavin held his forehead. This guy. Alice's head was buried under her skirt. Can you blame her? Those students. They are just horrible learners. If you have been taught, you can memorize all of it in one sitting, and you can even learn by example. Alice was all set to just give her teacher account to the students and let them learn on their own. And so on. Alice suddenly responded. What, mister? Gavin just said. Meaning that the students didn't leave? She jerked her head up, looking at Gavin in surprise without even wiping the tears from her eyes. They're still at Blue Star, aren't they? Gavin nodded. Let's go. Just in time to go along and see how resistant these sons of heaven are. Gavin grunted. Oof. Those guys, they must be gray this time. Heaven's pride in all that has the worst mindset. The first time he built a mech, Gavin had never seen anyone succeed in one go. Gavin remembered back then, the geniuses in the academy. Even those students with the most outstanding talent who were able to enter the Lord's Academy. It's just as clumsy when it comes to building mechs, even to the point of having a blank brain when docking the upper brain interface. Hey, it's my turn to come on and go give these talented students some comfort. Gavin had a faint smile on his lips. He'd already thought about what he'd say when they met and saw the students hanging their heads. Come on, Alice, let's go see them together. The mech processing plant, still a long way from the base. This is because the roar will be louder when the machinery is running. So when Wei Yuan divided the land parcels, he directly moved a few processing plants to the other end of the bloodthirsty toon tree forest. It would take Gavin and Alice 10 minutes even in a small flying machine. On the way Alice was still a little worried. Mr. Gavin, building mechs requires extreme talent. What if some students don't have that talent? Gavin piloted the craft with a few rare words. It's time to be comforted. After all, mechs are supposed to be one of the most difficult to manufacture within all weapons, whether it's the shape or the internal weapon setup. Even the most basic construction of the mech skeleton is enough for these students to agonize over for a while. I just hope that when the time comes, these students, they don't get their minds blown. Those trainees of mine are alright. especially that Shamoy Allah. I feel that she might be able to complete the construction of the mech skeleton within 100 times. Within 100 times, Alice exclaimed. Mr. Gavin, you have such high confidence in this student of yours? Alice was envious. You know that mech manufacturing, of all the weapons manufacturing, is the most difficult. Up until now, mechs have been the meat and potatoes. She and Gavin, the teachers, could at best be called weaponsmiths, as they had not yet been able to create mechs on their own. But, even then, they're in the Star League, and they can fill out their resumes with the ability to do intermediate-level mech building with AI assistance. And this ability, it also goes at the top of the box of abilities. But I've heard that those students from the Lord's Academy are all capable of constructing the most elementary mechs on their own within 20 attempts. And their ratings can reach 60. And you know it's the Lord's Academy, Gavin said, and began to land below the flying machine. It's a huge mech processing factory. Tens of thousands of people were scattered inside the huge processing plant, and it was not at all obvious that there were many people. Alice's mouth dropped open as she looked at the huge processing plant. What a big mecha processing plant. How many levels does this have to be? 9. What? Level 9. Chapter 11 Plastic to iron, rubber to welding. Bigger and stronger to create brilliant. Looking at Alice excitedly, Gavin grunted. This way? Yes. He was following the students when they came over to visit. 9th grade. This is a level 9 mech processing plant. Gavin roared inwardly. Seeing Alice like that, oiled with pride, burst from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha. This is the strength of the human race. Lord Weiyuan, the deepest of the deep. A class 9 mecha processing plant. That was a more terrifying existence than an entire fleet of lead battleships. This represents the human race has the power to build their own mech battle teams. And, still, it's level 9. There are classes of mechs. The higher the grade of the mech, the materials needed, the technology used, were far beyond ordinary mechs. Mechs below level 5 are called primary mechs. Above level 5 and below level 8, it is called an intermediate mech. Mechs from level 8 to 10 are called advanced mechs, and above the 10th level, that would be the battlefield mech. Wei Yuan's Ink Cloud was the battlefield mecha. The rest of those early BT series mechs are still only mid-level mechs, but for the players, as long as they made it themselves, it's a piece of and their beloved treasure. Like right now, brain-computer interface. Thousands of players came together over there to watch. As soon as Gavin and Alice hit their eyes, they saw so many people gathered over there, hastened to follow suit. Before he could walk over, he heard a shriek from inside. Asterisk asterisk. It's Fledgling. Holy bro, you're ing awesome. Ah, cool. It's the handmade big guy no less. The technique, it just makes me fall in love. Oh, I always thought that all that separated me from the big man of the glue ring was a pair of hands. And now you're telling me that it's actually not even the same as a brain? Hush, hush for a minute. Don't let the boy get high. Timeless Star is a soothing batch at this moment. He had a brain-computer interface plugged into his head. Obviously there is a stool, so you have to stand up straight, and stay away from the display, so that the players around them could see how they were building the mech a little bit. Exclamations of surprise from the surrounding players. To his ears, that just about killed him. The mind built the mech with even more fluidity. A humanoid mecha, a little bit outlined successfully, from the skeleton to the details. Even the final color painting is done inside the brain machine. Congratulations to you, Timeless Star. Your mech has been constructed and is evaluating the strength of the mech and will give you a rating in 30 seconds. DDT. The mech model constructed by Timeless Star appeared on the screen. The overall blue color is the main theme. The hard and handsome mecha shape, plus a huge sword-shaped weapon in the back. Looking at people's hearts on fire. It's Gundam. Right. Holy, this guy. He must be a glue ring bigot. Misty grass. Plastic to iron, glue to weld. Criminal. Too criminal for this guy. Awesome. The crowd kept letting out gasps of surprise. The players were all about to look straight in the eyes. Gavin and Alice, who had squeezed in from the rear, had just poked their heads out of the pile. The AI on the console was heard to speak in a sweet voice. Assessment completed. Mecha you constructed. Level 5. Rating 70. Is it manufactured? 70 points? 70 points. Gavin had just let out a cry of horror when he heard Timeless Star frown and say breathlessly, "Just 70 points? Timeless Star, holy, I thought it had to be at least a 90. It's a Shirayuki Heim flying wing." That tone of dislike. Skittish expression. There's not even a hint of hesitation. No. 70 points is a waste of material. Gavin just drilled out awe. He just looked at it. That 70-point level 5 mech build model disappeared right in front of his eyes. Ah, wasteful you, exclaimed Gavin. It was only at this time that the players realized the two teachers who had emerged from the crowd. Alice though usually looks clueless and dopey, but this moment, She was the most understanding Gavin in the room. Alice's eyes widened and she stood behind Gavin holding his shoulders. Mr. Gavin, don't pass out. I can't carry you. Is this the time to talk about it? Gavin wanted to cry. This Alice. She can't get to the point, can she? Oh timeless star. The mecha you just made. Can you reproduce it once for me to see? Gavin inquired cheekily. In the Interstellar Alliance, mechs have their own unique secrets for building mechs with elaborate designs. That's why you don't usually take your original design and let others view it. But now, all these students are coming together, all watching. That's why Gavin had shed his cheek to ask. And from his experience with these kids, these humans were generous. At least at this point, those descriptions of the human race by the stars are able to be right. Just a 70% work. You're still interested, teacher? Timeless Star scratched his head. Honestly, he was less than pleased. Gavin was struck through the heart by the sincere phrase 70%. Favorably, Alice chimed in from the sidelines. Mr. Gavin is the best at making mechs out of all of us teachers. His claim to fame is a level 6 mech with 69 points. What the players heard was a level 6 mech. Gavin's heart ached for a 69-point sentence. Holy, is our teacher that good? I always thought that Jen was trying to save money at the time, so he recruited so few teachers. Don't talk nonsense. Maybe we can see the teacher building mechs in practice. So excited. Listen to the students. Gavin took a deep breath. The level of mecha manufacturing was related to the mecha master's spiritual power as well as the materials. Only the score is really the judge of the finesse and finish of a mech build. Forget it. It's better not to talk to them. Otherwise these guys, they really have to think that they are a watered-down version of themselves. Gavin's heart burst into tears. These students. It's just sick. Gavin finished his thought and also looked over towards the panel on the mech's console. Look closely at the panel. When the retention data is written on it. No time star, 1. His lips quivered. The first time you build a mech, you build a 70-point mech? This, against the day. This talent is so unbelievable. Gavin's pupils quake. It's not as if Interstellar doesn't have its share of geniuses who can build a mech on the first try. But none of those geniuses were able to freely disassemble their mechs when they were small and had teachers who taught them from the sidelines. As for these humans, Gavin thought about the group of students that had popped up all over the place, one by one, after he had arrived on this planet, poor as they were. If he had the money to play with mechs, why would he need to cheat him out of his paycheck to rent a mech? Chapter 112, Gumdrops, Strike. Gavin had thought that a 70-point build map would be enough to surprise him. But now, when the complete build map appeared in front of his eyes, his breath stopped. His hands were shaking. Shivers ran through his body. Even as he raised his head and inquired about the timeless star, he couldn't help but shiver. Did you do this on your own? This stunning eyes. Those eyes are glowing. The look on Gavin's face caused the players to stir. Holy, no way, no way. Is Timeless Star going to manifest in front of people? Geez, Mr. Gavin, don't say the rest. It's going to be bad. Mr. Gavin is going to start blowing up. Holy, a blowout from an NPC. This mustn't give this kid from Timeless Star a good time? Good lord, is Timeless Star filling up? Although it's cool to pretend in front of an NPC, the person pretending isn't me. Then I'm not cool. Timeless Star, who was just now lamenting the fact that the Gundam ratings he made were actually so low. At this moment, once again, his eyes were glowing. Him, straighten up your chest. Under the eyes of the other players with a look of jealousy, he stepped forward and held Gavin's hand. What do you have to say? Teacher, just say it. Kudos. Go ahead and brag about it. The smile on Timeless Star's face was on the verge of overflowing. With the intervention of the system, everything the players say about the game is automatically blurred and transformed. So Gavin didn't pay much attention to them even if he heard them gabbing. Just calm down too. Gavin took a deep breath and looked at Timeless Star with eyes that were still full of amazement. There are two ways to build a mech. One is by docking the brain-computer interface, composing it in the brain, and then letting the AI assist in making it. The benefit of this way of manufacturing mechs is that it facilitates mass production and is able to determine the grade and score of the mech at the time of composition. It's a product of the Star League's mechs now that they've entered mass production. But, before that, the players pricked up their ears. Timeless Star was even more serious on his face. The heart is thrilled. Coming. I knew it. How could Shirayuki G just have 70 points? But before that, every mech in the Alliance was built by the mechs themselves, by hand. And this drawing you have is a very standard, handmade mech drawing. Gavin let out a long sigh after he finished. He really didn't think about it. One was surprisingly fortunate to be able to see the birth of a mecha master giant. That's right. There were no more than 100 people in the Star League who could handroll their own mechs. The reason why Dr. Octopus was able to be known in the Alliance as an 8th level Not because of the things he did at the Lord's Academy. Rather, it's because he's also a character who can build his own mechs with his own hands. He built the mech. Every detail is unrepeatable. And now, Gavin gave a sideways glance. The corners of Timeless Star's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. And he grinned a big, worthless grin. Ha ha, I knew it. I'm a ING genius. There is no bigotry. How is it that such a person can independently complete a diagram of a handmade mech? There's too much detail in this for it to be built for mass production. So the AI gives him a rating that is on the low side. If indeed you can make it yourself out of the material. This mech, the rating is at least 90. Because, of all the handmade mechs, there would be no rating below 85. Humanoid mechs, on the other hand, are much more difficult. Holy, does the teacher mean we have to hand rub the mechs? This wave, really plastic to iron blue to weld? Nyo boy chi, there is a real big man inside the crowd. Gumshoe, assemble. Gumshoe, attack. Coach, I want to learn how to play basketball. Oh no, teacher, we want to learn how to hand rub mechs. Hand rub mechs. Hand rub mechs. Damn. So if that's the case, can't we hand rub pilot battleships too? Holy, self-sufficiency. No problem at all. Gavin shook his head as he listened to the howls of the players. Making a weapon and using it are two entirely different things. It is true that your strength amazes me when learning the use of weapons, but to make weapons, that takes unrivaled talent. Gavin's personal seal of approval, the Timeless Star with unrivaled talent, puffed out his chest and stepped forward. Ahem. Allow the genius to say something. The few players around Timeless Star instantly got his meaning and stood up all at once. Then with a swish, they made a path for Timeless Star. Make way. Make way. He's going to start acting up. No time for the star marriage to arrive. Through and through. Get out of the way. Timeless Star tugged proudly at the collar of his bow-tie-less coat. Ahem. Dear players, starting today, I, Master Timeless Star, can build mechs for you for a fee. 30 gold coins a figure. 30 gold coins a figure. Boys and girls now, walk by. Don't miss it. You're not losing out if you buy it. You're not fooled anymore. Gavin, wait, kid. He hadn't even had time to finish what he was going to say to stop it. Right beside him, a player already shouted strangely. Ty, you've just started testing, old thief, and you're going to sit on your hands? 30 gold coins, you want to rob money? Asterisk asterisk I haven't tested for any mech talent yet. Though, I'll go ahead and say that I only need 20. 20? I only want 10 gold coins. Roll. Just ING roll. Will you die if you don't? Worker thieves. I only want 8 gold coins. Stop beeping for a second. Guys, I'll test it too. A burly arm, raised, Sakurazuma Main, who was a bit larger than the average player, pushed his way out of the crowd. Those who are big in the real world are going to be a bit bigger than other players when they get to the game. Plus he also has a particular fondness for warhammers, and is extraordinarily enamored with the big guys. So when it came to choosing a skin, there was no hesitation in choosing one with a strong body. Well, he's also injected with titanic genes, with several layers of buffs stacked on top of each other. Sakura Falls Horsehair's stature had to be as big as 2 normal players. Male mom. It's huge. Love it, love it. This look is a big assist. Quickly, please test. The players bristled and made way for Sakurazumi's horsehair. Sakurazuma's mane looked dark and strong, with a face of majesty and bravery. In fact, a giant nerd. The kind that doesn't even go out to meet people when they're at home jerking off every day. At this very moment, being treated so well by the players, Blackface instantly reddened. Good thing, he's dark enough, can't see the red face at all. Chapter 113, thanks for the invitation. 1/3 of a race are mechs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The rough and tumble mech look takes on a bit of a look before the players in Gavin's eyes. Unlike the white Yukiheim made by the Timeless Star that was so exquisitely holy. Rugged mecha with a violent aesthetic. Players hit their eyes and there was immediate recognition. A start. That's awesome. Warhammer players assemble. A start. For the sake of humanity. For the sake of mankind. Gavin didn't know why these students were suddenly frenzied though. But, another natural mech. No references. No experience whatsoever. Just drawing from thin air. Astart's mechs, compared to Shirayuki's, were more rugged and simple. It is the complete war machine. All the parts are made to kill. So, the mecha composition of the Sakurazuma main is surprisingly rated higher than the Timeless Star. Level V, 78 points. AI gives the final evaluation. Sakurazuma main also vetoed the AI's comment about building mechs. Looking at the mech he had constructed in his head, Sakura's horsehair eyes were moist. He was, at last, able to open his own path of war unimpeded. Now that's a man's mecha. No regrets. Sakura Rakuma Main took off the brain-computer interface and downloaded the mecha composition to save it. Oi, big guy, don't you go yet. A few old Warhammer players ran over. With their eyes shining brightly, they surrounded Sakura Falls Horsehair and began to brag about it. Big bro, your muscles, so handsome. You're an old Warhammer player too. Let's just say, or else, form an Astartes squad. Isn't a man's romance to shock the strongest? We've tried it all. No way to build the mechs from Warhammer, but man do we want to be starfighters. Team up. Yeah, team up. 17 players? Staring straight at the Sakura Fallen Horsehair. A start. For the sake of humanity. Sakurazuma Main nodded, his voice unmistakably gruff. Good. Team up. For the sake of humanity. He let out a low growl in his mind. Though middle-aged, his blood, for a moment, boiled. A start. The last defense of mankind. At the same time, it could also be a miracle squad that raids for the continuation of the human race. Isn't hand-rubbing a mech much more handsome than AI-assisted mech building? The players' minds are spinning. All brain machines work. It's not like I'm planning on building a mech right now anyway. So, whichever brain-machine interface, it'll work. In a flash, all the players who had come online rushed to the front of several brain-computer interfaces and began to test them. The gumshoe is here, out of his element. There were very few players like Sakuraba Horsehair who simply liked a class of mechs, so they knew the details of the mechs incredibly well. For the most part it's still the gumshoe's talent that stands out more. Just half a day. Gavin's triple vision was shocked. Alice is also skeptical. She watched as so many players, in front of her, began to design their own mech looks. She was stupid in person. Think of the year. Alice is also a being whose brain goes blank immediately after being hooked up to a brain-computer interface. Ah! She ducked inside the corner. Send out a question thread in the Star Alliance's Teachers Forum. What would happen if a race that had close to a third of Mecha Masters? This question was just sent out. Immediately, a Star Alliance Master replied. It's basically impossible. If it's true, then this race can just dominate the Alliance. Did the questioner have some incredible dream? It would be possible if this race, the pack, only had 3 clansmen within it. Thanks for the invitation. Just got off an Alliance transport ship, and a race appears with a third of the mechs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Garbage question. Answering it is a waste of time. Alice keeps refreshing. All the responses so far have been to say she was dreaming, but this is really happening in front of us. Also, some players were a mess when they first started building mechs. After watching a few players build it successfully, it was surprising to see how well it worked when they ran the test again. Who wouldn't be confused watching this scene? As long as they were an intergalactic person? Even Alice couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's true. Hiss. The gods. Cat's Eye Nebula. An archangel with 6 wings behind him. His hair and beard all white. This old angel stared at this latest question on the astral web and grunted. These young teachers nowadays know how to daydream all day long instead of teaching their students properly. The vision, though, is pretty bold. As the war forces of the divine race, the holy archangels, too, were extraordinarily fond of mecha. What happens when a third of a race's population are mechs? Pris mused for a moment. That must be a very powerful race. The answer page he clicked on. Although the question asked by the questioner is basically impossible to realize, it doesn't prevent us from expanding our vision. As we all know, the Alliance 10,000 races have only been able to provide for 97 mecha masters who are capable of independently crafting mecha. The questioner's mech master, if it's what we generally consider now, a mech master who can build low-level mechs with the assistance of AI, then this race, in the Alliance, would already be able to rank among the top 300 communities. After all, to build mechs on their own requires numerous resources, not just a mech master with a mech AI. They also have to have mineral-rich galaxies to back them up. Otherwise buying ore from outside could easily be sanctioned. Also, mechs usually don't have battle power because a lot of their time and energy is spent on building and designing mechs. With fewer battles, this leveling up is slower and naturally weaker. Based on 1/3 of the clan becoming mechs, there wouldn't be too many high-level genetic warriors in this group. It's not much use having a large group of mechs without advanced genetic warriors. Pris's account, which is certified by a guru. That's why his answer was immediately liked by a large number of netizens. Alice read it, but asked a question below his answer. So what if this third of the mechs are able to build mechs on their own? Pris was furious when he saw this. Who is this questioner to ask such a stupid question? It's a waste of my time. Pris backhanded Alice's question and deleted it outright by pulling the plug. As a certified master, he was perfectly capable of just blocking out Alice's questions. The old angel was furious. The teenager's voice came from behind him. Why is the archangel so angry? The stunningly beautiful young man with long golden hair walked from the palace. Feng Yushang's eyes were narrow and long, and there was no sadness or joy in his golden pupils. He was wearing a pure white sarong. Absolute beauty knows no boundaries. He just walks out and it's enough to make people stop and admire. Even after thousands of years of growing up in the divine realm, Archangel Pri still couldn't help but feel that Feng Yushang was born a god. Chapter 114, if you can't figure it out, go home and take your time to think about it. More. A stupid question. Pris waved his hand. I don't know which apprentice it was that came up with the stupid question. It was a waste of my time. Feng Yushang frowned. If it can make the Archangel so angry, then it should be a very interesting issue. Can you tell us about it? Pris was a little taken aback. On weekdays, this son of the gods was extremely reticent. Not even many appearances in the divine race. Ha! That questioner. Asking if it's possible that a third of a race's people are mechmasters capable of designing mechs on their own. Isn't that pie in the sky? Feng Yushang nodded. Indeed, the sky is the limit. It's stupidly infuriating that someone would ask about something that is basically impossible. Pris continued again. And Feng Yushang stopped answering. He turned and walked away. Feng Yushang thought back to the things that had happened when he had just met his father. Is the impossible really impossible? There was a hint of uneasiness in Feng Yushang's indifferent eyes. 10,000 nations. Yun. Will it survive? In his panic, he actually subconsciously thought of someone. I wonder what that person would do if they came across something like this. Wei Yuan, who was far away in the blue star, suddenly sneezed greatly. Holy, what's going on? I'm this strong and I can still catch a cold? Wei Yuan rubbed his nose. If you do catch a cold, you'll have to extract this virus in a hurry. When the time comes to poison the Star League's bunch of, one by one, he hadn't yet envisioned how to get the players to go to the Alliance to poison it. The communicator rang. Feng Yushang, I missed you. Wei Yuan? What's going on? Wei Yuan looked left and right to make sure that the one who sent him the message was Feng Yushang. Thinking of the other party's perpetually indifferent and calm face, Wei Yuan rubbed his arms and sent another sentence. Wei Yuan, no faggying, thanks. Feng Yushang? Feng Yushang didn't understand. What does it mean to be? He was simply, really thinking of Wei Yuan. What is Wei Yuan talking about? Feng Yushang had originally wanted to just close the communication after just expressing his classmates' thoughts, but inexplicably, he remembered that the only thing Wei Yuan had ever said to him, from the time he met him, until now, being polite is a good habit, though behind that, Wei Yuan never struck up a conversation with him again. But Feng Yushang wanted to. They're supposed to be friends. Feng Yushang, I have something that I can't figure out. He stared at the communicator. It shows that Wei Yuan has been outputting, but no message has been sent. Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan, can't figure it out, go home and think. Then Wei Yuan's message screen closed. At this point, blue star. Wei Yuan breathlessly closed the communication interface. Feng Yushang, the son of that old born of the gods. It's also really egg-laying. What bad luck. Wei Yuan was speechless. Remembering that he was almost assassinated by the war angels of the god race back then, he counter-killed his opponent after escaping. Then Feng Yushang surprisingly runs out and says he'll give him face. Wei Yuan was seriously injured at that time. If Feng Yushang had made a move, he would have died. But that guy was probably born with a missing string in his brain. Instead of killing him, the human that the gods were most afraid of, they let him go. At that time, Wei Yuan really looked at this pretender with displeasure and scolded him for being rude. And then it ran. I didn't expect this guy, but now he's even running over to send these inexplicable messages. Neuropathy. The system has detected the presence of an unknown danger, highly suspected to be related to the divine race. Please have time for the host to go and investigate. The system suddenly jumped out while Wei Yuan was spitting. Wei Yuan's complexion instantly went cold. Is there really a problem with the gods? Wei Yuan opened the communication again. Wei Yuan, if you still can't figure it out at home, you can talk to me. After all, we're kind of friends. Feng Yushang's eyes lit up, but then, it dimmed again. Wei Yuan, just a human, even if gifted, even if he was already level 9. Can't help myself after all. Feng Yushang, I've already figured it out at home. Wei Yuan saw the words. Skimmed. The gods are still as annoying as ever. But since the system had said it would investigate again when it had time, there shouldn't be anything wrong. Better to distribute the player transfers first. Wei Yuan lay in his own lounge, sighs as he watches the players make a scene. Game planning, it's so not human. Clanking, service-wide announcement. Between players developing their own mechmaster professions and the game version being updated in advance. Updated as follows. Chapter 115, will this not move him to death? Update 1, Career Mode. In interstellar battles, mechs serve as the main force of war, and the professions are divided into 3 types, Commander, Mech Soldier, and Mech Division. Note, the three professions have different focuses, so please be careful when choosing a profession. If you want to change your occupation, please apply to the Lord, and the final result will be decided by the Lord way you on. Update 2, Player Squad Mode. Only players who form a squad can open the teleportation mode, and when the squad mode is opened, the squad players will be able to teleport to the side of their designated teammates regardless of their location. Update 3, Archived Resurrections. After a player goes offline, he can directly choose to be resurrected in the same place, or he is able to choose to be resurrected from the resurrection cabin. Update 4, Teleportation Mode. Update 5, Land Leases. The human territories, all of which are divided by the lords, can be leased in the hands of the lords if any players want to develop their own forces at a later stage. Note, when enslaving people of other races, the Intergalactic Alliance slavery laws, clickable, are honored. Hereby, warning to player Star, your slave, Slime Clan Puddle Golem, has repeatedly reported that his hours of work have been severely overrun. Please reschedule the working hours of the Slime Clan Puddle Golem within 3 hours of this announcement. If not changed, the slave will be forcibly returned to the Lord's name. Update 5, Business Map. This game does not limit the player's personal development. The Star Alliance has many business opportunities, but also invite players to develop their own gameplay. Game update announcement as soon as it comes out. The players who were just now excited and ready to start hand-rubbing their mechs all froze. Gavin and Alice just eyeballed the students and suddenly it was like they were in hard control for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. This is so cool. Ha, ha, ha. Players are either yelling or pounding their chests. Some have even begun to have seizures. Hand dancing is considered a mild form of illness, and some people just take off their shirts and start twirling. Oh hoo, haha, to celebrate a game version update. Depending on the defense, there's going to be a food banquet. Tonight, half price on all barbecues. I'll come too. Stinky tofu is 1 gold coin a box. Beef ramen. The field is going wild. Only Star blushed. A small group of 4. 3 are covering their mouths. Put. Ha. Oh. Star. Let's just say you're making that slime work a few hours a day. People are being forced to go to the lords and complain. The oil-stealing woman laughed so hard that tears fell from her eyes. Star. 6. Begging in the dark also laughed so hard that he burst into tears. Star. This can't be the part that's been so hot on the internet lately, can it? Makabaka. Pft. Ha ha. My concubine can't argue with 100 mouths. And toot your own horn. I can't argue with that. Star's temples, veins popping, couldn't hold back. No need to hold back any longer. She backhandedly drew the twin blades behind her back and pointed them towards the 3 damaged friends. Let's fight to the death. The 3 of them immediately ran wildly in different directions. The oil thief woman reacted the fastest. The soles of her feet wiped the oil and ran towards the outside, while running also 2 hands to make a okay appearance, beeping her mouth. I can't defend myself with 100 words. When I catch you, you'll be dead. Star returned the tang sword to its sheath and clenched both hands into fists. The oil-stealing woman weaves back and forth across the field, looking for places where there are lots of players to scurry. But soon, he realized that something was wrong, and as soon as he turned around, he saw that Star had already dodged no more than a few meters away from him. Asterisk asterisk. The oil-stealing woman yelled, his voice shaking, why are you chasing me? I don't have any rush syrup. Wow. How dare you play terrier with me now? Star today, in these few short minutes, was on the verge of saying the total amount of words she'd said in a week. Snappy. The oil stealer is caught up. And then there's the familiar stomp on the back as the oil stealer slips on all fours and tries to struggle and struggle. I was wrong. Oh, give me a break. A generation of great anchors, curled up on the ground holding their heads and begging for mercy. Only after he had several large bulges knocked out of his head did Star go to apprehend the other 2. 10 minutes later, the other players had already begun to party wildly at the food festival. An oil stealer woman, begging in the dark, and Makabaka were crouching in the corner with big bags on their heads, wondering why, all being level 5. Star's strength was just higher than them. Phew! Snap! A huge firework bloomed under the dark night sky. Then there was the crackling of firecrackers. What a hoot! Ivan sniffed the smell of smoke in the air. He stood on a deserted hill, envying the clamor that was not his, even though he was already far away. The advanced genetic warrior's keen sense of hearing still allowed him to hear the laughter of those humans who were rejoicing. The smell of saltpeter dissipated after the fireworks bloomed, followed closely by the aroma of the food court. Ugh! Ivan sighed and wiped away a bit of spilled saliva from the corner of his mouth. This time, should be emotional sad. Drooling really not the time. I'd better go see if any humans are willing to lend me some gold coins to buy some food later. Damn you, and Zarina, for destroying his thinking brain as well before leaving. The little bit of star coins that had been saved could not be used now, so they could only be used by dabbling around. Luckily humans are friendly and kind. Most people shouted something about the NPC while pulling gold coins out of their pockets and giving them to him. I don't know exactly what NPC means, but it's probably a generic term for outsider. All the things players say about the game under the vague effect of the system. It's all Earth language. Although the blue planet is similar to Earth, the languages are not interchangeable. Even the blue stars couldn't understand the Earth language, let alone the clansmen of other groups. Plus, after the Star Alliance, more people spoke Federation Common. The players say other things that the people of Starfleet hear in standard Federation Common language. That's why to this day no Starman feels there's anything wrong with what the players are saying. They just like to soar in dialect sometimes. Ivan was blowing in the wind, thinking about how he could mix up some more food when he went to the food court later. Just felt behind him. A sudden aura appeared. Athan. Homesick? Wei Yuan stood to Athan's side. It's so sad to be standing here all by yourself when it's so lively down there. You are carrying the hopes of the entire Dark Elf line. Don't worry too much. My people love you and we will support you. His hand clapped on Ivan's shoulder. Wei Yuan gazed at the players below. The corner of his mouth hooked into a gentle smile. Ha ha, bitterly carrying a blood feud. Ivan is here to hurt his feelings when a powerful lord of another race offers help and gives relief at the same time. He must be touched to death. Ivan's heart warmed as he looked at the gentle expression on Lord Wei Yuan's face. It's only with such warm and kind lords that there are so many optimistic and cheerful clansmen, isn't it? Ivan remembered his own pack. The barren planet where the Dark Elf clan lives. The newborn elf with low self-esteem and sensitivity. The average elfin is even more shrouded in obscurity on a daily basis. Even outsiders say that the Dark Elf clan is supposed to be this dead. But Ivan knew that it wasn't supposed to be like this. His clan elders, too, had not resigned themselves to nurturing themselves. Tell Ivan some stories from the old days. But now, the old elves who still had hope for the Dark Elf clan were all dead. Lord Wei Yuan, thank you. Ivan was thankful from the bottom of his heart. But at the same time, he was clear. The Elf Queen is not something to be taken lightly. Being an elf, it was even more of a natural submissiveness to their king. Otherwise, after so many years of decreasing resources year after year, those branches that were slightly larger would have already raised a ruckus. AI fan, in our human race, there is an old saying that says, if the king and his vassals have a good name, why don't they have a good seed? Wei Yuan turned his head, the wind ruffled his hair, and in the darkness of the night, those bright eyes, radiant and dazzling. At the same time, behind him, another huge firework blossomed in the sky. Is it right to be born that way? Ivan's heart touched hard. Choose to deliver your loyalty, and we, the human race, will surely shower you with blessings, even if it's a 10th level elf queen. We, the human race, have never been afraid. Don't you want the elves to become as peaceful and beautiful as our human race? All the clansmen are happy. There is no difference between the high and the low, only the unity of the same clan. Think about it, Ivan, and I expect to hear from you after we return from the Lord's Academy with the championship. Wei Yuan is gone, but the words were still echoing in Ivan's mind. Want the clan to live like the humans? He didn't know when he'd walked down the food court. The street, which had only a few stores, was now filled with food stalls set up. There were humans everywhere with food and booze, laughing loudly. Even those captives who were captured and returned by the human race before. There were goblins, star pirates, and even the slime, who had reported being crushed, was at that moment holding up a bottle of wine and dancing to the song of the humans. Can they, indeed, get first place in the Lord's Academy graduation competition? In the reward for first place, there was a level 10 gene unlocking potion. Chapter 116, stealing something is just a little thing. So petty, thanks to the great god's certification of the bright moon sanguine. Irfan was about to forget how drunk he was. He only remembers seeing the oil-stealing woman. Then they were dragged around by each other to drink and eat skewers, and then passed out happily. Before going to bed, the oil-stealing woman seemed to, ask a lot of questions. Ivan lay in a daze. The oil-stealing woman poured down the last of her beer and burped. Outside the door, the two heads of Beg and Makabaka, stacked together, poked out. Makabaka, so, is it done? The oil-stealing woman's mouth quirked up and she gave herself a thumbs up. A little thing like that, hand to hand. Star clasped her arms and stood behind them as the four men ran quietly into the corner again. It was already nighttime, and most of the players had gone offline to sleep. Let's all hold on to the fact that there are no ads out for selling nutrient solutions yet, and that the playpen is being used for as long as it can be saved. After all, not everyone's family is rich. Windblown Fart saw the oil-stealing woman pouting from afar, muttering to a few people in the corner. He probed his way over. The oil-stealing woman was seen logging onto a website using StarNet. How come you're using Ivan's account? Windblown Fart suddenly spoke up. The oil-stealing woman was so scared that she shivered. Shoo shoo shoo. Keep your voice down. This is top secret information. I'm going to turn around and organize it to amaze all the players. Windblown Fart was even more interested when he said that, and came over as well. 5 heads. To the video that was open on the oil-stealing woman's brain. In the video, it was a record of a previous Lord's Academy tournament preserved by the elves. Asterisk asterisk, that's great. How did you come up with the idea for this thing? Windblown Fart's eyes were instantly drawn to the video. It was freezing, and frost was still hanging from several huge mechs. We've been working on the factory for so long this time. It can't be that all the other factories are useful and just that intelligent training ground is useless. Oil-stealing woman numbly downloaded the video. I was running to the intelligent training ground to ask that intelligent AI to come, and it told me that in order to do a match simulation of the Lord's Academy, I had to have a corresponding video. But I have a query too. No human has ever entered the Lord's Academy before our gen. The oil-stealing granny clicked on video after video. This elf race, it really deserves to be a long-lived species. There are so many entry videos. Great great great. He he he. In fact, the oil-stealing woman didn't expect that Ivan would answer whatever he asked when he was drunk. As in Yedong's close guard, he was actually originally arranged to follow in Yedong to the Lord's Academy competition, the Elvish databanks, which he was also able to log into. After the oil-stealing woman thought of this, she rushed to AI Fan and poured down several glasses of wine in a row. Ivan even gave away what color his pants were. Don't look at it yet. Hurry up and download as much as you can without the elves reacting. The oil-stealing woman has her hands full. One page with over 80 videos all in download. When the third video finished downloading, Ivan's account was kicked out. Your account is no longer authorized to view. Please report to the Queen. The website popped up with this sentence. Hey, that's petty. The oil-stealing woman cursed. The very moment he cursed out, the face of the Queen of the Elves appeared on the screen of the oil-stealing woman's brain. The Elf Queen was still a bit stunned when she suddenly heard a voice that didn't belong to Ivan. Then he saw what appeared in front of him. But it was several humans. Human? The Queen exclaimed. Then the image in front of him disappeared. And as it did, a whisper came. Holy ah, directly caught on the spot. Fortunately I have fast hands. It was a voice that echoed within the Elf Queen's palace. An icy cold aura emanated from the Queen. The thick pressure made the elves present bend down on their knees. Humans? How did we let humans log into our intranet? What are you guys doing? The Elf Queen let out a roar. A few of the elves at the bottom cringed. A dark thought in the back of his mind. It wasn't because Ivan's whereabouts were unknown. Since Yulina had sneaked up on Ivan, Ivan didn't even have his wits about him. There was no other way for them to contact Ivan. But it was surprising that the Queen wanted Ivan to steal information back from the human race. A few elves who managed the Elf Clan's network suddenly realized that Ivan's account was logged in, and they rushed over to report it. The Queen then said she wanted to use this site's access to communicate with Ivan. Now, well, when you find out it's a human logging in, you're cursing at them? The few elves who managed the Elf Clan's intranet were unconvinced in their hearts, but their faces still had a look of loyalty. The Elf Queen gripped her scepter tightly, eyes scanning over them. Is there any way to connect to that device that logged into the net through the comms just now? These people, they are simply abominable. I can't believe I came to steal the video. The Queen gritted her teeth. Ivan, inevitably, had defected to the human race. Well, what a dark elf clan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more the Queen realized that none of the elves had answered what she had just asked, and she chortled. Speak, Queen, we can't do it. Waste. Chapter 117, Is there any law? Is there any law? Windblown but, Sister Snow, calling Sister Snow. It's snowing, what's up? Windblown Fart, big deal. Come on Sister Snow. We got the videos of the Lord's Academy's past matches. Come on. Yukira, be right there. Jiang Shuer closed the notebook and handed it to her assistant. You go deal with the rest of the little things. I'm going to play the game first. Ha? The special assistant looked so confused that he was going to think he had heard wrong. Playing games? When did Missy get so addicted to playing games? Under the terrified gaze of the special assistant, Jiang Shuer went straight upstairs and entered the room. Now the company has basically stabilized these projects. The quickest and most profitable way to make more money is to open source. Go for more business opportunities. Since she was lucky enough to get the in-between test, she had to run her own identity. Until now, Wei Yuan didn't even give a clear reply to Shimizuka. After all, the players hadn't even run out of nutrient fluid yet, and Wei Yuan couldn't spend the money he earned on Earth. This delay, however, fell into Jiang Shuer's eyes. That is that the other side has very much more to choose from. Chang's Group is not the optimal choice for the agency publisher of Star People Games, Inc. After all, John's Group The earliest home relies on building materials. The transition in the internet era is also a little slow. The thing about competitiveness, though, is that it's multifaceted. Since the main focus of this game is exploration free play, even the game's plot advancement is up to the player to go. Cheryl Chang felt that if she could contribute to the game, gaming companies more or less consider a little bit of her value. Close the upper playpen. Jiang Shuer closed her eyes. The game update also appeared on her panel. This update, it's quite interesting. Yukira checked a few of the updates, her eyes focusing on the business model and the rented land. Soon enough, though, a squad invite popped up on her page from Windblown but, join, wind blowing on your ass invites you to teleport directly. Teleport, without any discomfort. Shimo Shuela only saw a blackness before her eyes, and when she brightened up again, she was already brought to the intelligence simulation training ground. That's a teleportation effect. Super cool. It's snowing. The oil-stealing woman and others came around. Wei Yuan directly made the teleportation exactly like those games in order to convince the players that it was a game. Players also have to mark a green circle on the ground before teleporting, but this is only visible to the players. Otherwise, when the time came for a real battle, it wouldn't be good to teleport over and get squatted directly. Windblown Fart directly told all of the things that had happened before. Sister Shui, you're smarter. Analyze it. What should we do now? The team of 4 nodded furiously alongside them. The oil-stealing woman was even more outspoken. Sister Snow, I just want to know how to maximize the benefits. The few of them, in the real world, the most bullish one was Windblown Fart, a rich second generation. Just because the game is well played doesn't mean the decisions made are the best. A few of them started discussing what to do after they got the 3 videos. Was the choice to contribute the video outright? Or let the oil-stealing woman reveal it during the broadcast, and then use it as one of their Burning Legion's base cards to attract newcomers and make money in the process? Yukira sulked for a moment. As you can tell from the various rewards at the very beginning, the game encourages racial unity more than anything else, and if you share this video with all the players, the rewards will surely be very generous. But the most important thing right now is whether or not this matter of you stealing the video will violate the laws of the Intergalactic Alliance. And what I'm worried about is the elves using it as a crime to take over the human race. It's snowing, although Yukira knows it's just a game, but she would still, subconsciously, think of this place as a whole world. A complete interstellar world with perfect cosmic laws would surely have laws introduced by the Interstellar Alliance. No, you can't. The oil-stealing woman reacted at this time. It's just a game. Where's the law about stealing from the enemy camp in a game? Whose fist is bigger? Whose word counts? Yukira, how can that weak race still exist? Game bug? The oil-stealing woman sidled her head. It's snowing. It would be safer to ask the Lord first. Inside the intergalactic human community, surrounded by mountains, aged old man, sitting on a group bus, the old patriarch's eyes, which were originally closed, slowly opened after he heard the wise brain unling. Wei Temple Mountain. According to the laws of the Alliance, we highly suspect that your people are involved in a theft and need to communicate with you immediately. Please open communication and turn on virtual mode to facilitate the search. The message, sent directly from the Alliance Enforcer Network. The old patriarch hadn't even had time to check to see what it was because of that the notification had been issued. Then he saw his thinking brain light up with a red light. This is a direct deprivation of access. The virtual figure of the queen appeared instantly in the house, which had a few humble moments. Then came the Star Enforcer. The old patriarch looked at them in silence. The elf queen's sharp gaze swept over the old man in front of her. Ha, Wei Jishan, after not seeing you for decades, how did you grow old like this? Non-permanent species just have a pitifully short lifespan. People who once looked so young have turned into an old man in the blink of an eye. The human race, that's how fragile it is. Just by simmering, it was enough for them to simmer the human race to extinction. But now, there was a Wei Yuan. The elf queen had to take another look at the human race. Her gaze swept across the room, including those out there where the human race lives. Green Mountain Green looks great but is very low tech. There were also very few scents of advanced genetic warriors. It does look like what everyone suspected. The human race had sent most of their battle power to Wei Yuan. Still really ready to compete for the Lord's Academy Championship? It's ridiculous. The elf queen's sneering expression was simply too obvious. The old patriarch snorted coldly and simply closed his eyes again. The enforcer came over this time, just to make what the elf queen was doing a little more legal. To put it bluntly, it's a setup. So when he saw the expression on Westhill's face, he didn't say anything. I'd advise you to keep your eyes open. Westhill, do you know what I'm here for? The elf queen leaned down and looked threateningly at the old patriarch. Your human race. A few assholes appeared and used Ivan's account to infiltrate our elf clan's intranet and download some videos. Those videos, they're rare videos recorded by our elf clan. Those are the videos related to the Lord's Academy competition. And these people, surely, are the ones you sent to the boy Wei Yuan, and now, I demand that you recall those clansmen, to your home planet, to be judged. West Hill Mountain, in a flash, opened his eyes. What did you say? Anger that could no longer be suppressed. Wei Jishan's line of sight landed on the enforcer who didn't have any presence at all on the side. Is that what the league means? The enforcer avoided Wei Jishan's eyes. After technical inspection, the Elf Clan's internal network does have traces of intrusion, and the login address is also Blue Star. It's just that right now we can't connect to Blue Star's communication, so we can only contact them from you. Wei Sishan's forehead veins popped out. That is to say, you have no conclusive evidence that it was our people who stole your video. Or was it your kinsman, AI fan, who provided the account himself, co-logged in, and then downloaded the video, right? It's now less than 5 days until Wei Yuan brings people to the Lord's Academy. Now if I summon them back, Wei Yuan's match, there's no way to participate in it. And you sacred sound, you're even shameless to this extent? And Yu Shengyin laughed. That's really what she was thinking. Anyway, as long as the purpose is accomplished. So what if it's full of holes? Even with those videos, it's not really a big deal. But as soon as she told the guys at the top of the league, she said such a reason excuse. They, then, would agree to this ridiculous reason in order to be able to keep Wei Yuan from competing. Detain Wei Yuan's clan. Let's see how he still races. Wei Yuan today. It's time to submit the list of people for the competition. The corners of Yu Shengyan's mouth hooked up. Then let's wait until tomorrow, when we forcibly recall the human clan's clansmen, and search each and every one of their minds, to find out who actually stole our elf clan's video. Chapter 118, then, go back to your hometown and take a look. The way the oil-stealing woman was full of innocence, trying to stare wide-eyed and blinking in an attempt to muddle through. It really made Wei Yuan a little unable to resist laughing. But just think of what they did. Can't stop laughing. Nice guy. Who would have thought that players are not just destructive, but also have a knack for crime? The laws of the Star League, though, are about as good as it gets in the eyes of the brass. But when necessary, it's definitely just going to come out and say something. It's like right now, the oil-stealing woman and the 3 videos they stole from the elves. In fact, it's at best a novelty use for the players. After all, the rules of the Lord's Academy's graduation tournament are different for each session. So the videos of previous matches were at best a look at what the environment might be like to encounter when competing in their galaxy. Not to mention, you download this video are already hundreds of years ago, Carlisle Galaxy, in 50 years ago, because of the surrounding star changes, from the extreme cold star, into a room temperature star. Now go to the competition there. Cannot use the cold coating? To participate in the competition is even less need to bring with the cold equipment. Wei Yuan didn't even know whether this hand of the oil-stealing woman was good or bad. To be bad, he was able to grab Calais, which just so happened to be the galaxy that the old principal said had been set in stone by the Alliance hierarchy, out of a handful of videos. To say well, the climate of Calais has long since changed and this video would be completely useless. Ever since the climate of Calais had changed for the better, it had been purchased by the Alliance's Shelley clan, and a planet that had once been oppressively devoid of intelligent life had been transformed into a habitable planet. Now that the Shelley clan wanted to develop Calais as a tourist star, they spent a lot of money to buy off the top brass and were ready to ride the wave. After all, the competition of the Lord's Academy was an extremely significant competition in the entire interstellar alliance. The entire intergalactic populace will be watching, and there will even be a super handicap, betting on the rankings. Wei Yuan was all set to find a few rich bigwigs in his address book at this moment, pull in some investment, and punt all of them to the first of the human race. I didn't realize that the players would start screwing up before they even started borrowing money. Wei Yuan sighed, looking at the expectant expressions on the faces of several players. These guys, they're all waiting for their reply. These are a couple of videos that Wei Yuan hadn't even finished his words when the old patriarch's communication called. Wei Yuan tapped on his intelligence. The players' eyes instantly glistened. The old patriarch of the human race? Yay! Up until now, they had seen several races. They just hadn't seen a human race other than Gen. So at this moment, they all put their heads together. Wei Yuan, however, felt that something was not quite right. There was no way the old patriarch was going to make 2 video calls to him in a short period of time. He swept a glance at the players, who still knew nothing, and raised his hand to connect. A projected light swept by. The old matriarch, the elf queen, and the enforcer, all appeared before the players. Wei Yuan. The elf queen didn't even give a single glance to those players next to her. Straight away, he walked towards Wei Yuan, though she was approaching 1500 years old. But because it's a long-lived species, It's not at all obvious how old it is. At first glance, it looks exactly like a teenage girl in her 20s. But the temperament is extraordinarily noble. Her golden pupils scanned Wei Yuan. There was amazement in her eyes, but more than anything else, there was scorn. So young and already at level 9, regardless of which race it was placed in. This was a shocking position. Do you know that your people have stolen information from our elven race? She wanted to scan the environment of Blue Star, and in the process, feel out the strength of those humans under Wei Yuan. However, when the spiritual power was about to go out of this house of Wei Yuan, it was blocked back. The Elf Queen frowned. What's going on? Is it because of the distance? Malicious snooping by the Elf Queen detected and blocked. The system's voice sounded in Wei Yuan's head. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. This fake woman is disgusting. Wei Yuan, what theft? I don't know. He spread his hands and looked over toward the oil-stealing woman beside him. There. Do you know anyone who has stolen from the elves? The Elf Queen and the Enforcer also looked over towards the players. All the players present all shook their heads in unison. I don't know. What kind of elves? Never seen it. How can we steal from you elves when we are so far away? Planting stolen goods is not this kind of planting. Right. The players are unified. On the contrary, it was Shimo Yula's line of sight that first swept the Wei Temple Mountain, who was sitting on a group bus, and then glanced at the Enforcer, who was not far away, with a grave expression. That? Yukira inquired, raising her hand. I've studied the laws of the Alliance a little. Elf Queen, are you not directly coercing our old patriarch without evidence? You guys, this seems like an enforcement violation, right? It's snowing. The Elf Queen's brow then furrowed instantly. She coldly swept down Shuela, an extremely powerful pressure that instantly enveloped Wei Yuan and the others. The Elf Queen wasn't a half-assed person like the undead monarch who had an empty level 10 rank but couldn't keep up with her actual strength. Under her awesome pressure, not even Wei Yuan was able to lift his hand to shut down the communication. Shimoyula even felt like her neck, as if she was being choked. She soulfully was shutting down the pain linked to her body, but the response of the torso was unmistakably real. Couldn't breathe and was twitching slightly. The face is turning purple. Shimizuka didn't even have any way to control her body, and could only feel her torso die a little bit. Even without pain, it was extraordinarily scary. It's snowing and I heard a cackle. She then opened her eyes directly from the game pod. Dead? She sat up, cold sweat soaking through her clothes, and Yukira was the first time she had died in a game. But I've heard windblown farts talk about what it's like to die in a game before. Ah, didn't you say that you didn't feel anything at all? Why just now? She felt so horrible. The soul shuddered. It was horrible. Yukira has even gotten out of the game pod and is still shivering. She sat on the couch, arms wrapped around her, shivering. This game? Something's not right. Something's not right. Message after message went off in the gamertag, and Yukira took a deep breath and clicked on it to check. Windblown but, Sister Snow. Sister Snow. It's so horrible. Oh, I'm dead too. Ah, why this time? So horrible? I've obviously turned off my pain sensation. It's too scary. It's snowing la. I've also turned off my sense of pain, but the sensation of the Elf Queen killing me through the air just now should have come up on both a mental and physical level. It's snowing. It's horrible. I just, literally, felt like I was going to be killed. She even recalled the feeling of being so scared she couldn't breathe when she was kidnapped as a young girl, along with her half-brother, and was about to be killed with a knife to her neck. It was a real fear of death. She actually experienced it in a game. Windblown but, so this game is really awesome. Ooh-hoo, it scares me. Windblown but it's so good. At this moment, Windblown fart, who was also on Earth, after coming out of the playpen. The feeling of fear spurred a shiver down his spine. Cool. It's a blast. It was even better than the first time I was killed without turning off the pain. It's a feeling that's just wonderful. It's that feeling of being alive again. Hey, it's snowing, you have masochistic tendencies. You can totally not turn off the pain in the future. Windblown but, you know me, Yuki, he. It's snowing. Windblown fart, so are we going to go back to the game now or not? To with that big boss. It's snowing, I have to slow down first. Though a few words from Windblown fart soothed the fear less, but she was now, really, a little worried about the safety of this game. This is just an internal test. It's not like it's unheard of for games in beta to have surprises. What's more, the game is still using virtual reality as a gimmick. The VR games that are much trashier than Starman have all generally had fallout. Whenever you play for a long time, you are bound to experience dizziness, nausea and vomiting. After being killed by the Elf Queen, Yukila begins to worry that the game won't do any damage to the brainstem. Will it? Yukira, I have to get my health checked first. Interstellar. And Yu Shang-in. A bellowing cry rang out from the Elf Queen's side. The old patriarch, Eiji-san, who had been somewhat stable just a moment ago, shuddered and rose with a roar of rage at the sight of Yukila and the wind-blown fart's limp, collapsed form. You've gone too far. I will sue you to the Alliance Committee, and the Alliance Court will also send you a summons. Our human race, although not as good as it used to be, is definitely not something you, and Yu Shangyin, can bully at will. The old patriarch roared, the veins on his forehead throbbing furiously. Even the aged body was shaking with rage. He jilted, looking at the two corpses on the ground, so angry that a slight ringing in his ears had even begun. His eyes flushed red and murderous intent rolled over him. These humans Wei Yuan had brought with him. He had never seen them before, and they didn't fear the Elf Queen or the enforcers in the slightest. Facing him as the old patriarch, he was even more filled with only curiosity, without any reverence. All these manifestations were telling Wei Jishan that these people should be the old ancestors that Wei Yuan had resurrected back with hidden technology. But he couldn't punch. You can't slap Anzuki Shangyin in the face. Even he wasn't strong enough to fight against Yu Shangyin. The only thing you can do is to take out the organizing committee, the court, and threaten Yusuke Shangyin. He couldn't expose the old ancestors either. This is the hope of mankind, the last card of the human race. Wait for it. Wei Jishan lowered his head, hiding his killing intent, and waited. When the old ancestors recovered their strength to the 8th level, he would then seek out genetic potions for them. All 9 levels of the human race. It will make the whole league tremble when the time comes. Anzuki Shangyin, just wait for your death. Wei Jishan suppressed the redness under his eyes and couldn't bear to look more at the two corpses on the ground. But his strange behavior still made Yu Shangyin feel a little strange. Just 2 level 5 genetic warriors who don't know how to die. And Yu Shangyin snorted coldly. Instead, they spared the rest of the oil-stealing women. It would be troublesome for her if she really pissed off this Weiji Mountain and sued the Alliance Court, and was managed by the mechanical races group of dead brains meddling in the administration. Thinking of this, the Elf Queen looked towards Wei Yuan, who hadn't said a word the entire time. She leaned on her scepter and cowed out towards the ground. The elf race is not to be blasphemed. I am the queen of the elves, moreover I do not allow any race to be slandered. Wei Yuan, I have said that it is your human race that first stole the things that I will come to the door. So, Wei Yuan tilted his head, looking at the Elf Queen. What do you want to do? Take your people and come back to the human home planet, and I will search them one by one. Well, what if you didn't search anything? Wei Yuan calmly inquired. But the fire in his heart was no less than the old patriarch's. That's his player. This crazy, and Yu Shangyin, controlled his hand from a distance of tens of millions of light years, even killed 2 of his players in front of him. Wei Yuan, however, had no choice, because Yu Shangyin is not the undead monarch. She had thousands of years of experience as a level 10 gene warrior and a huge elven race as her backbone. Even if they were both level 10 genetic warriors, and Yu Sacred Sound, too, was among the top of the bunch, far surpassing the undead monarch. He was, at the moment, not a match for Yu Shangyin, but the enemy, not invincible. What he has, it's the 4th heavenly plague. Wei Yuan pursed his lips and looked at Yu Shangyin with a light smile. The queen of the elves can't be planning to not even be willing to give a bit of compensation after slandering my clan, right? And Yu Shangyin snorted. Go ahead. What do you want? As long as there had been a video record, even if she deleted all the videos that had been downloaded, she had a way to find them again. In the interest of fairness, I will petition the Alliance to have the smart brain terminal find the evidence. The Elf Queen smiled back. But for now, you are to return to this planet, immediately, with your people, in 3 days. Wei Yuan, 3 days? Can't be done. No money, no flying machine, no energy. Wei Yuan spoke the big truth. But Yu Shangyin heard another layer of meaning. This was the plan. To use the lack of money and flying machine as an excuse to delay the time so that he could secretly travel to the Lord's Academy. We, the Elf Clan, will be opening temporary passages for you, Wei Yuan. And you should know that it's not illegal at all for a high-level genetic warrior to exterminate an ordinary clan member who doesn't have his genes unlocked. So you'd better listen to me and bring back all the humans under your command. All of them. There just happens to be a large number of children on the human home planet. They all freeze embryos to redevelop them. Just like Wei Yuan. It's a naked threat. She was trying to make Wei Yuan unable to even go to the tournament, though the humans' home planet was a bit closer to the Lord's Academy. But as long as these humans were under her control, then there is no way to leave from humanity's home planet. At that time, Wei Yuan would never have the chance to become the alternative to the Führer. Without the first, where could he look for a 10th grade gene unlocking potion? From the people? Laughing to death. And Yu Shangyin swept a glance at the human home planet that was so poor it didn't even have a few decent veins. The advanced gene unlocking potion could all be grasped in their hands. Wei Yuan was able to rush up to the 9th level, all because of the old principal of the Lord's Academy, who provided him with a genetic potion. Any more genius? Let's stop him there. Wei Yuan, then I really thank you. Chapter 119, This Body. I really want to study it. Mr. Jiang, your health report is out. Private hospitals. The dean held Jiang Shuer's physical examination report and smiled. Mr. Jiang's body. It's much better than last month. Some lumbar vertebrae problems caused by ambulatory work before. Now all gone. Jiang Shuer also knew a little bit about medicine, so after getting the report, she was still a little surprised. Playing a game that will give your body a good fight? For so many years, in order to seize power plus to manage the enterprise, Jiang Shuer looks young and gentle, but in fact, she is full of occupational disease. Whether it's the lumbar spine, cervical spine or the liver, there is damage. Previous medical reports always indicated high risk, and now it's actually all back to normal? Okay, thank you Dean. Jiang Shuer retrieved the data report in her hand, intending to go to the psychiatry department to check it out again. When she had just finished playing the game, she was so scared that she almost didn't dare to enter the game again. But after a while, all the fear she had just felt had disappeared. It's also outrageous that at this point I want to go back on the thread again and see how it goes. That's crazy. Do have to see a psychiatrist. Wait until Jiang Shuer leaves. Dee let out a long sigh and walked back to his section, removing his mask. At this moment, in his office, a young man with long black hair and wearing a white coat was holding 2 medical reports and frowning. Is this the same person's medical data? Nonsense. Can I still fool people with fake data? The young dean tossed the mask into the trash. What are you? A forensic scientist. Looking at this for? Just marveling at the wonders of the human body. In a month's time, it can be restored to the peak state of the human body. This woman, what does she do? Entrepreneur. The dean took a sip of water. Rich people have 1,000 different ways of maintaining themselves. Don't ponder over it, go back and stay there. Aren't you forensic pathologists busy? The young forensic scientist silently put down the 2 reports. I may have to be fired. The family of the deceased is suing me for insulting the body, when in fact I was just stripping away some of the nerves that curled up after the death and passing while looking for clues to the death. Dean choked right back. This senior brother of his was indeed a natural forensic seedling. But this is a research method that, frankly, is not acceptable to the families of the deceased in general, right? Hey, you have to be sympathetic to the families, too. The young medical examiner nodded, pale to the point of transparency underneath his soft black hair. Seifu, can I have the contact information for the owner of this report? He was now interested in the lady who, in a month's time, had transformed her body. No, Dean refused without hesitation. It's better for you to take a good rest for a while. It's fine to play games and read novels when you're not doing anything. The young coroner nodded. His mother had warned him that he couldn't do anything illegal. But, I really want to study it. The pale young coroner glanced fondly at the name on the report card. Cheryl Chang. Go home. Go home for what? He opened his address book and found his best friend from high school, the one he played with. Wang Yong. What kind of game have you been playing lately? At this moment, the communicator of Sakura Falls Horsehair, who was on the airship and following all the players being teleported, rang. Burial to Wang Yong. What game are you playing these days? Sakura's horsehair eyes widened for a moment. Dude, you want to play games? Aha. Chapter 120. Bending the curve is what we should be doing at the Saturday day party. Interstellar shipping lanes are not difficult to open. What's hard to come by is the maintenance that comes after opening up access. Interstellar, some of the star beasts that are able to travel the sea of stars will actively disrupt shipping lanes. This time, however, the channel that the elves had opened up was just for temporary use, so there was no thought of maintenance at all. At fixed coordinates, release the wormhole and just wait for the humans to get on the ship. As for Ivan and the teachers, as well as the other starmen that the players had taken back as slaves, they were left behind. After roughly scanning the scene with his life detector, the high elf didn't say much more. Before closing the hatch of the airship, this high-ranking elf also took a deep look at Ivan, who was standing in the distance. Unmaintained shipping lanes are very dangerous. The energy of the wormhole, which escapes every moment, escapes out and attracts a large number of star beasts. So if you don't go back in time, or if you're unlucky, their ship would then be attacked by the star beast. If you're more unlucky, you might even run into a bug. So the only elves that could be sent out on such a dangerous mission were probably elves of the lower elven clans. Ivan looked at the last look in the other man's eyes. Ivan, stop looking and go back. Alice tugged at Ivan's clothes. Also both low-race elves. Alice and Ivan got along pretty well after getting to know each other. At this point, she thought that Ivan was blaming himself for not taking care of his account. Who wouldn't have thought those kids running to set up your account. Ivan shook his head. Those videos don't even matter. He followed in Yedon for so many years. He understood much more than Alice could. The nasty minds of those at the top. Even if Oil Stealer Woman and the others don't take my account to place the video, the Queen will inevitably think of some other way to stop Wei Yuan Sama from participating in the tournament. After all, the first place winner of this competition will receive a 10th grade gene unlocking potion. Ivan watched as the ship spewed out a purple flame tail. Alice scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. But isn't Yedon only at level 7? Besides, how could the Queen still be missing this level 10 gene unlocking potion? She couldn't figure it out. It didn't even feel like Ivan could have a somewhat paranoid view of these things because he resented the Queen. Although Yedon can't use it now, Lord Wei Yuan can use it now, Afin said. Not to mention, I've heard that this genetic unlocking potion, made according to an ancient formula, is not an innovative model from the genetic potion company. Alice hadn't reacted yet. Next to him, Gavin was the first to look at Ivan with wide eyes. Could it be that the rumors are all true? Ha! Alice turned her head to look at Gavin. It's not, is it? Something. How she couldn't hear it anymore. Moreover, MS. Gavin wasn't an elf. Why did Mr. Gavin seem to know more about the elves than she? A pure elf. When Ivan talked about them? Alice looked at the two of them in confusion. Gavin coughed and whispered with his hand in a fist against his chin. That's one of the tidbits I read once upon a time, when I thought it was false. That is to say, didn't your elven race take a stake in the genetic unlocking potion company? But before the potion company made its fortune, the gene potion was always made by a genius who defected from the human race. That genius made the gene unlocking potion, and the most important ingredient was the king bug bloodline, which was then blended with something special. But then I don't know why, but this human genius turned his back on the insect race and became an insect trader. 10th level gene unlocking potions. He's made just a few of them. They're all in the hands of the terminal brain, and they'll only be released before the Führer's handover each time. And the genetic unlocking potion that the potion company later manufactured was from that potion obtained by the elves. Improved, only to be so poorly improved that it would genetically collapse with subsequent use. This elf queen of yours right now, that's the new potion you're using, is probably on the verge of breaking down. What Ivan is saying is that you, the queen, both don't want Lord Wei Yuan to get this potion and want to obtain it herself because she might be able to contain the collapse if she injects herself. Alice's eyes glazed over as she listened. How is it that she's never heard of any of these messages before? Begging for confirmation, he looked over toward Ivan. Ivan nodded. Hundreds of years ago, there were starfolk who dared to report these things. Now they are largely gone. Alice took several deep breaths. It always felt like these dark things that she shouldn't be hearing about. Hey, I'm a little sleepy, so I'm going back to bed. Queen, is that even possible? How many elves in the elven race know this information? Eigen-sama, it's not dangerous, is it? Alice's mind was so messed up that now she really wanted to call the Ito reply back to them. Those lovely students of his own will not die inside these conspiracies. With a white face and a muddled look, Alice walked towards her lounge. Right about this time, a few players, just coming online, climbed out of their dormant silos. The chicken-eating potatoes looked at the empty base. People were dumbfounded. Holy, I can't be remembering the wrong day when it's still time for school, can I? He was so frightened that he clicked on his homepage, looking at the word Saturday very clearly on the calendar. The heart slowed down. What are you yelling about? The little one ponytailed girl following the potato-eating chicken slapped the potato-eating chicken hard. If I had a class today, I'd still be dragging you online? Come on, didn't you say you'd rub a mech out for me today? The teen ID is called Cold Little Silver. The potato-eating chicken's eyes glazed over and he held his head in both hands. No, cousin, look first. This base, there's no one here. Ha! Cold Little Silver was the newest group of players. Before she could react, the potato-eating chicken had made a mad dash back to the hibernation chamber. Dormant bins that you can't see the end of as far as the eye can see are neatly arranged. Chickens eating potatoes and running over to look at them one by one. The dormant bins used by players who have completed their registration are going to have their IDs on them. And the upline player will leave. He looked over the rows, and the big men he remembered were gone. Ooh-hoo, how come I've been in class for 5 days and this game just abandoned me? The potato-eating chicken held his head in his hands and sat down slowly against the dormant bin of the fishing fish. There must be some plot to miss. The potato-eating chicken hurriedly opened his game page, intending to see if there was a hint or find an old player he knew to ask. Right about this time, Cold Silver screamed, because she saw her cousin looking at these dormant bins, and she plopped down on them to look around. Just saw one dormant bin with a live person in it. Was just about to take a good look at how awesome the modeling in this game really is. The young girl who looks like a corpse. Eyes open. 4 eyes. Countless images from horror movies flashed through Cold Silver's mind. She froze flaxen with fear and screamed before her eyes widened and her body froze, slumping against the panel of someone's hibernation pod. Shadowmoon's eyes widened as she looked at the little girl who was on all fours with her, and her heart shivered twice. Who the wouldn't be scared when they just logged into the game and saw someone lying on clear glass with their whole face in front of them? After waiting for a moment's reprieve, she knocked on the lid of the dormant bin. A dull voice rang out from the external stereo of the dormant warehouse. Sister, you can kill me if you want to, but don't scare me so much, okay? If he hadn't been in the game, he would have probably had his heart explode by now. People can be scared to death. Ah, ha ha, I'm sorry Ovu, I'm sorry, Cold Silver was shocked again, and reacted to his mistake again. Frightened and embarrassed, the opening surprisingly burst into laughter. She finished laughing and wanted to cry again. Reaching up to cover his face, he curled up and crouched in a corner. She whispered to herself, so embarrassing. The potato-eating chicken peeks out from beside her face and yells out languidly, it's good that you know shame. Ah, Cold Silver was startled again, and when he saw that it was the potato-eating chicken, he jumped up and reached around the potato-eating chicken's neck. Frantic shake. It's your fault. Didn't you say you were going to rub my neck for me? Why did you run back? Cough. Silver. Cough. I was wrong. Let go. Let me explain. Just for a moment they made a scene. Several dormant bins that opened one after another. The players in these dormant bins are, as you can tell just from their age, all still in school. Ahem. After the potato-eating chicken slapped away Silver's hand, he looked at the little players and raised his hand. I just observed. You all are the latest batch of players to enter the game. Right. And you should all be like us, only having time to go online on Saturday and Sunday. Right. They nodded. Chicken eating potatoes as the old batch of players. At the moment feel like a heavy burden. I just questioned a few of the big boys to determine what's going on now, so I'll be brief. One part of the game's plot that advanced while we weren't online was that the Elf Queen coerced the Lord to demand that he bring all of his people to the human home planet, and we're just staggered because we came online late. So, we can try to open up another path. The chicken who ate potatoes smiled extraordinarily brightly. Brothers, since we are all so destined, and we can only go online on Saturday and Sunday, why don't we form an alliance, and let's have a bend in the road? Ha? What do you mean? Cold Silver was bewildered. Those present who didn't receive the notification were basically the newest batch of players and were still students who hadn't been able to be in the game for much longer. The Lord has taken a large army to this star. No NPCs can control us anymore. Chicken eating potatoes opened his homepage. Don't you guys want to go to other galaxies for a wave? Chapter 121, the players are quiet, so they must be doing something. Coming into wormhole. Entering wormhole. All passengers please prepare for safety. We're about to enter a bumpy ride. The ship shuddered rapidly as it entered the wormhole. Wei Yuan was in the middle of resting his eyes with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt his hands trembling madly. Doesn't look like a ship bump, does it? He opened his eyes. The brain was bouncing information as fast as if it was crazy. Wei Yuan was a bit confused. Who's been sending messages like that? Alice, Wei Yuan-sama. Dying. Alice, there are still a few students who, surprisingly, did not follow you to the human home planet. What to do? Alice, it's bad. They found me. Alice, oh crap. Now they want me to take them to a mech processing plant and learn how to build mechs. Oh my god. Mother Tree of Life blessing. I hope these kids won't be able to build mechs. Alice, great. Mechs made by potato-eating chickens don't seem to be equipped with many weapons and aren't built for war. No, I'm wrong. Why are they so fond of sticking gun ports in various places on their bodies? Alice, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked too much about the need for innovation in technological weapons. Can someone tell me why? Among them, there are weapon masters? What's with this sheath called open blade? Why didn't you take them all away? Lord Wei Yuan? Alice, they're done with mechs. They're starting to work on airships. Luckily, no one can build airships. These kids will probably stay at Blue Star in peace. I'll keep an eye on them for you. Alice, Wei Yuan-sama. Why did you leave a pilot battleship at Blue Star? Alice, is this all your arrangement? Why? Is the battleship turned on? Alice, are we, all of us, doomed? Alice, fortunately, they don't have energy to feed the battleship. Alice, they approached me about borrowing money. Alice, all the teachers they called out. Gavin, Lord Wei Yuan. They may be trying to revolt. Alice, I don't want to be a pirate. Gavin, they say that we're all on the same rope now, and that if we don't follow them onto the pilot battleship, we'll blow ourselves up. That there are still humans on Blue Star and be prepared to falsely claim that we're the ones who hid them. Alice, I swear by the Mother Tree of Life, it has nothing to do with me. Ivan, Lord Wei Yuan. There are still bad people in the human race, right? Wei Yuan? A man sits in a spaceship, but the pot comes from the sky. What pilot battleship? I didn't give it to them. Wei Yuan knows that there will be players online late. Surely we'll stagger this plot. After all, 100,000 players. How can he let all the players online at the same time? But those players, don't they all have to go to school and work? Don't they all only get to play games on Saturdays and Sundays? Shouldn't none of them have much money to be able to upgrade? What's going on? Wei Yuan apprehensively opened the players' group chat. With all those topics in front of him, he could see Wei Yuan's eyes darken. Chicken eating potatoes, crowdfunded brothers. Crowdfunded. You're going to participate in the activities of the human home planet. We'll go to the Star Sea to open a new copy of the Star Sea. Now start pulling investment. We set up a garbage picking alliance. Externally named Star Hunters. Chicken eating potatoes, opening bonus. All shareholders, as long as you invest 100 gold coins now, you can get one of all the items picked up by the Trash Pickers Union on their first outing, no matter the size or the price. Chicken eating potatoes, the more shareholders invest up front, the bigger the discounts they can get in our league. Potato eating chicken, now that our commander-in-chief is snowed in, has invested in a lead battleship for our trash picking alliance. Chicken eating potatoes, oil stealing granny big guy invests in 3 tons of mech making materials. Chicken eating potatoes, secretly begging for big brother investment. As the potato eating chicken kept broadcasting in the group, Wei Yuan's breath just kept sucking in backwards. Nice guy, really nice guy. He raised his eyes and looked at the players sitting in the airship, each with a serious face. I said, why does every one of them look like they're serious? I thought the ship was too bumpy and one was a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, the players are quiet and inevitably working on a demon. Wei Yuan pursed his lips, feeling so helpless for the first time. These guys, without saying a word, pulled a big one on him, and they crowdfunded an intergalactic pirate crew out of it. Wei Yuan couldn't even dare to think how desperate and scared the teachers who were now hijacked onto the pilot battleship, as well as Athan and those slaves, should be. Wei Yuan is trying to choke out the man and give himself some first aid. Temperance. Big deal. When they make a huge mess that collapses the sky, just say that they defected from the human race. Wei Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his head. These players, in person, look peaceful and quiet. In fact, it's going crazy in the group chat and on the public screen. Arriving at destination. All passengers please prepare for landing. The ship's AI voice snapped. This high-ranking elf that the elves had sent over to watch over it breathed a sigh of relief. He was still thinking about it when he came to pick up these humans. Along the way, with the aura of Lord Wei Yuan's 9th level Gene Warrior in place, the probability of those star beasts coming to attack was not high. Plus, they were departing immediately after opening the wormhole again, so the external dangers on the road weren't scary. It was the humans he feared would riot. After all, a 9th level genetic warrior, pinching him to death was as simple as pinching an ant. And these humans, though not high in rank, were numerous. So on the way to the pickup, he thought of a number of horrific images. But to my surprise, Lord Wei Yuan was gentle and these humans were extraordinarily disciplined, surprisingly sitting quietly in their seats the entire time. Now that he had arrived at his destination, a smile surfaced on the face of this high-ranking elf, and even said to Wei Yuan as he opened the hatch, Lord Wei Yuan, you humans really are as organized and disciplined as rumors have it. Wei Yuan's face instantly darkened even more. Ruthless insertion. Abominable. On the contrary, this high-ranking elf was still genuinely and sincerely opening his mouth to praise. More angry yet, Wei Yuan pulled a smile. So angry, the high-ranking elf was chilled to the bone. Why did he feel a bit dangerous just now? He opened the hatch without knowing anything. Outside, it was the humans of the human homeworld, led by West Hill, waiting with warm eyes. The Elf Queen and the Enforcer stood at the side of Mount Westholm and watched as the cabin of the airship slowly opened. Chapter 122, Begin your show. It's the first time I've met my clanmates in the game, and I'm still weirdly nervous. Oil stealer woman straightened her clothes, begging in the dark back her straight, do not talk. There is something we talk in the group. The commander-in-chief did not say? To give brother Yuan a surprise? Know what it means to be a card face? The words that are secretly begging to be said are said on the public screen. All the players, secretly, puffed out their chests. Solemn, orderly and silent. Players stand up straight and walk right, row by row, column by column. It looked extraordinarily neat, even a little neat like an army. They are not, today, here to search the Queen of the Elves. They are here, today, to line up for Jen. Does Platoon know? The oil-stealing woman standing at the forefront looked straight and slipped away. But the moment she locked eyes with Wei Yuan, she still unconsciously exuded a lewd air. He scowled towards Wei Yuan, Brother Yuan. See, this is the platoon the brothers are giving you. A brother is in the heart. He couldn't wait to raise his hand now and pound his chest at Wei Yuan to show his loyalty. Wei Yuan didn't bother with him. After all, the oil-stealing woman, the guy who funded the resources for the potato-eating chickens, was just under the snow law. A pilot battleship may be impressive, but 3 tons of raw material is not at all subjugated to it. And this guy's grant to the Trash Pickers Union is no worse than the pilot battleships of Shimazuka in terms of hazards. Still have to laugh at life. Wei Yuan saw Wei Jishan below him. The old man looked a little older than he had looked when he was communicating. The old patriarch's big birthday is approaching. However, the old patriarch Wei Yuan saw from his original body's memories was the old patriarch he saw at that time when he left from the human race's home planet. The old patriarch at that time wasn't as visibly old as he was now, but those eyes were all dead gray. And now, the old patriarch looks like the light under his eyes. Much brighter. Despite the increase in age, it looks like it will live longer. Wei Yuan nodded secretly in his heart. It was true that as long as a person still had hope, then they had the desire to live. Wei Yuan does not know. At this moment, the old patriarch looked at the players who followed Wei Yuan down. He could not wait to jump 3 feet high. Toward the players' box kowtow. It must be the old grandfathers coming back. It must be the old grandfathers coming back. Old tears streaked through his heart. Clones can be a bit dull because they have no soul. However, human souls were slightly stronger than other races. So Wei Yuan, the child, must have hatched clones of the old ancestors with remnants of their consciousness. That's great. Even if it's a clone, then there will be bits and pieces of it in the genes. As long as they could think of the single most mysterious ingredient of the genetic unlocking potion, it would be enough. At that time, no matter what race it was, even a 10th level elf queen would have to prostrate herself at the feet of the human race. The elf queen frowned. As a 10th level gene warrior, she was able to sense the chi of all the creatures around her. Weiji-san seems to be very excited. Is it because Wei Yuan is back? No, Wei Yuan coming back was not something to be happy about at all for Wei Jishan. And Yu Shengyin stared at the void air that was invisible to the onlookers in the void. Those humans were clones, their souls too cloudy to see clearly. Weiji-san seems to be more concerned about the clones. As a queen of her generation, Yu Shengyin's mind spun quickly as countless possibilities crossed her mind. Suddenly, she felt like she had caught a clue to something. Human, clone, these clones, now look as if they have no souls and only carry out instructions, even neat and tidy when it comes to action. However, she remembered that these humans could be flexible in that video that she had seen recorded by Anzarina at the time. But then there were some deadweights, who would source forward to attack Eurus, and use weapons, which were pretty TIE tools. Who in their right mind, a normal starfighter, would choose between TIE tools and interstellar weapons that have extremely high destructive power over those TIE weapons? Who would? Yasuki Sentinel's heart missed a beat. She knew there were people like that who would. That would be a clone using active genes, and a clone with some native memories would do that. And back in the day, when the humans were just coming out of the universe and crossing paths with the elves, weapons hadn't been updated to the extent that they were now. They were poor. So when they fought against other races, they liked to put some tools for repairing mechs on their own mechs, and in the gaps between fights, they removed weapons, guards, and arms and legs from other people's mechs. That could all be considered the history of human hair back in the day, and Yu Shengyin shivered. Could it be that these cloned humans in front of them were actually cloned from the genes of the most primitive batch of humans that Wei Yuan had stolen from somewhere? At this moment, Yu Shengyin forcibly suppressed her thoughts of wanting to exterminate all the humans behind Wei Yuan on the spot. She can't do that without any evidence, otherwise there will be a trial. If it really was those old things, those lunatics of the mechanical race, they would have rushed back as well. Damn, things are getting trickier than I thought. No wonder the human race suddenly stopped keeping a low profile, and Wei Yuan suddenly dared to expose himself about being a 9th level genetic warrior. So it's because, get the genes of those old guys? Nope. Aren't all the remaining active cells from back then at genetics? Could it be that old thing from the Lord's Academy? And Yu Shengyin was on the verge of not being able to hold back her thoughts at this point. Calm down, Elf Queen, didn't you want to see me? Wei Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. According to your strength as a 10th level gene warrior, it shouldn't be hard to see what's going on with these clansmen behind me, right? Do you still feel, at this point, that they were able to autonomously hack into the elves' internal network? Ding, ding, ding. Attention, all players. New quest from the Lord. Attention all players who have followed the Lord to humanity's home planet. Mandatory task, playing. This mission is mandatory, and players will be required to play the role of the primordial human clone in front of all the intergalactic races on the scene. Characteristics of the first human generation, simple, peaceful and friendly. They are the heroes who led the human race to the universe. They're heroes fighting the bugs and defending the Star League. They are simple and take extra care of their offspring. All players, please begin your performances. Performance rewards, ranking rewards based on the results generated by the players' performances. In order of ranking, prizes will be awarded for traveling to the Lord's Academy competition, substituting for the Lord's Academy competition, and visiting the Lord's Academy competition. Chapter 123, The Dignity of the Human Race Cannot Be Trampled Upon. Fogweed. 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 Ah, does that mean we're going to start revealing the background of the game? Playing the part. It's so easy. It's a handful. As an Earthling, this is the first time I feel the goodwill of the game. Planning to be back to the people. Other cannot. I am an interstellar Earth old man, no problem at all. Kindness? Peaceful? Greatness? Isn't that what I'm talking about? Yeah. Brave men. Try to fool around first. And wait, gentlemen. Let me go forth and spy out these star people for you. Without Wei Yuan opening his mouth. Everyone just went crazy with their tirades on the game's public screen. After all, this time the deal was to line up for Jen. But they are the ones who feel at peace and stand neatly. But from Wei Yuan's side, one couldn't help but shake his body, as well as put on a mysterious expression. Wei Yuan now so regretted that he had sent out such a game quest. Extinct. These guys aren't going to screw it up. He wanted to find a crack in the ground so bad. If you don't know how to perform, you can still show the same solemnity as just now. What the hell is this distorted expression on each face now? What the hell are they thinking in their heads? These guys. Wei Yuan's face was still as calm and gentle as before. And he was even able to pull up a slightly provocative smile at Yu Xingyin. Haven't the elves always claimed to the outside world that they were very friendly to our human race for so many years? What? This is what you have done to your friendly race? Wei Yuan pointed to the closed shield over the humans' home planet. The 8th level energy cover was originally not visible, but when Wei Yuan reached out and pointed like this, it instantly lit up with a blue light. The players followed suit and looked up. Seeing this scene, who among us could not be clear about it? Is this shield meant to trap us all here? Holy, it must be to delay us so she can get a ranking for her son. Wow, that's disgusting. This boss isn't red yet, but she already has a way to take her death. The players whispered, and one by one, they didn't look at the elf queen very well. Punchable, punchable. This boss looks really on my XP. Chow traitors, suffer death. The words of the players were really harsh in the ears of the elf queen, her eyes blazing as she looked towards those players. With just one glance, the players instantly bled from their mouths and noses. Asterisk. My blood bar seems to be about to clear. So strong. A few players who were closer to Yu Xingyin had already passed out. Wei Yuan's eyes turned cold as he sidestepped and directly blocked Yu Xingyin's attack. And Yu Xingyin. Wei Yuan let out a low gulp. And those players behind him took a breath of relief. But the ones in the front row that were already on the ground, their breathing was about to stop. Asterisk. Guys, I don't feel like my body is working. What's going on? A couple words of lip service pulling boss hate? Worry, the eyes can move, but all the body can't move. And it is suspected that all the meridians are broken. Hiss, is this the power of a 10th level genetic warrior? This elf queen, terrifying as hell. The players who fell to the ground had only their eyes to move, but even at that level, they were still trying to roll their eyes to see what was going on at the scene. After a slice of players fell, the remaining players wanted to come over and take a look. Tens of thousands of players then formed, standing behind Wei Yuan, directly against the elf queen and the enforcers. The enforcer also frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Yu Xingyin would want to kill at the drop of a hat. And you sacred sound, if you've come today for the purpose of slaughtering the human race, then feel free to try. Wei Yuan wasn't a wimp either. With one quest after another from the players, his strength had long exceeded level 9. It's just that he has a slight limitation without a level 10 gene unlocking potion. But facing the 10th level elf queen directly, he had long since stopped having qualms like before. The players, on the other hand, giggled as they heard the words. Asterisk. Don't. Jen looks pissed. Don't around. Brothers take a wave of beatings, just take a wave of beatings. Jen, don't with her. You can't beat that pussy. Count the balls. Count the balls. Jen, don't be mad. The players whispered behind Wei Yuan. The dignity of the human race is not to be trampled upon. My people, will the elves be stronger than the worms back then? Wei Yuan let out a loud shout, and the players felt a surge of heat in their hearts. That's it. It's just a game. Can I get a word in edgewise from an NPC? You're just a ING NPC. Player dignity. Not to be trampled. The players' blood instantly boiled, and their momentum surprisingly shifted into a momentum to do it under the effect of this sentence. That's right. Even if our human race can't make it now, that's definitely not something you, an elf queen, can kill whenever you want to, even if it's to die. I'm going to splash you with blood. Asterisk. As long as there's a bloodstain. I'll drain you even if I have to. Protect the lords and prepare for battle. Calling Commander-in-Chief. Go to war. Go to war. Go to war. Go to war. Under the horrified gazes of all the astral people, before Wei Yuan could even react, those players who had just been crippled by an Yusheng Yan's eye-killing directly bit their tongues and killed themselves. With the dense concentration of people, even in Yusheng Yan had no way of noticing that the players had resurrected in place. Close to 90,000 players, like a tidal wave surging forward. The first thing they did was surprisingly protect Wei Yuan behind them. Jen, hide well. Later on, you'll see what happens and escape first. The brothers will help you stall this queen. How dare you disrespect you? That's right, even if it's a god, we can still kill it. We really can't do this wave of quests. It's too much of a bully. Protecting brother Yuan, after mining for so long, I can't afford to buy high-level weapons, I can't afford to buy resurrection coins? I'll take my level 0 body and drown this damn boss. Jen, hide. Run when the battle starts. You hear me? There were simply too many voices around him, and Wei Yuan was surrounded by players so much that he couldn't even tell which player's mouth the voices were coming from. All he could see was that there were familiar figures, unfamiliar ones, all casting concerned glances at him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. Wei Yuan's heart burned. It's also a damn good idea to be a pain in the ass to your own hometown. Chapter 124, Scattered is a Star in the Sky. This time, however, he was only making Yin Yusheng jealous, and wasn't really prepared to go to war directly. I didn't expect a few words to go down, and Yusheng what reaction he didn't know, but on the contrary, it was the first to give the players hot blood to blow out. I forgot. These are the fourth natural disaster. Wei Yuan confessed that he shouldn't have felt like the players embarrassed him just now. These guys, but the only group of guys in the world that would really give their all to help him get to the top. Wei Yuan smiled, standing amongst the players, at Yin Yusheng, undaunted. Over 90,000 players. The momentum of the humans is so strong that no matter who sees it, their hearts will go weak. Even the enforcer, at this moment, sucked in a breath of cold air. The human race, are they still so stiff? And Yusheng pursed her lips and heard the enforcer at her side speak. Elf Queen, it is indeed you who have gone too far this time. Even if they are only low-level genetic warriors, you shouldn't have acted so rashly. If he starts a race war, I'm afraid he'll capsize this time too. It's easy for a level 10 genetic warrior to slaughter a race, even if the human race had a 9th level Wei Yuan right now. But the position of the human race in the Interstellar Alliance was really something special. Strength is not strong though, but back in those days, all the races were weak and could only tremble in the face of the bugs, praying that the bugs didn't discover them. It was the human race that spearheaded the suicide attack that exterminated the king bug that had discovered the 10,000 at the time. Whether or not that king bug eventually delivered the message to the bug base camp they didn't know, but the human race was the one that did, giving the union of all races such a long period of safety. Not to mention that not all races don't remember the human race's favor. The enforcer opened his mouth at this time, and was advising Yin Yusheng to take a step back. At least for now, the human race cannot be exterminated. He whispered his voice to Yin Yu's sacred voice, and Yusheng coldly glanced at the enforcer. Stupid guy. She wasn't stupid enough to do that. Could she not realize that she couldn't touch the human race just yet? It was just those lowly humans who dared to look at themselves with such disgusting gazes. They were just a bunch of lowly people, and they dared to look over so blatantly? So what if it's a clone of the primordials? It's long past the time when the human race was strong, and Yusheng recalled that when she was young, when there was no gene unlocking potion, the humans very much liked to look at the 10,000 races with that kind of look at objects. In favor of that time, the human race was terribly strong. But now, it's not that time anymore. And Yusheng shouted angrily in her heart, and this group of clones were just clones of the first generation of humans. Damn it! The fingers of Yin Yusheng's grip on the scepter began to whiten from the joints from suppressing her anger too hard. After feeling her forehead start to ache a bit again, and Yusheng calmed down. She lifted her scepter and stomped towards the ground. Enough! I didn't mean to start a war. Human! She was talking to the players. From the very beginning, Yusuke's sacred sound treated the players as if they didn't exist. Just a bunch of lowlifes. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible not to bow down. Her eyes were icy cold, and her expression was condescending as she spoke words that she thought gave the human race a leg up. I meant nothing else. You need not get so worked up. The elves have always been friends with the human race, and the level 8 energy shield is just to prevent the energy escaping from the wormhole from being discovered by the star beasts and causing trouble for your human race. Excuses. Who can't hear that? However, the old patriarch knew that this was already considered in Yusheng's softening. We all take a step back from each other, instead of being better human beings. So Wei Jishan made a look towards Wei Yuan. Ha, Now that you know to befriend the human race for generations. It's really ridiculous. Wei Yuan snorted, but still raised his hand and gestured towards the players. Clansmen, there is no need to start a war. If this was placed in Blue Star, it was expected that the players would just rush up and do it. But this time, when he went out, the general alliance of several alliances had already explained it. If necessary, give Jen enough face. What do you mean by face? That's the marching orders. They listen to whatever Jen says. So for the moment, the players were quiet. Like a tidal wave, they began to retreat backward, exposing Wei Yuan. Gee, look at Jen's face, huh? He's got to be high. This wave, our brother Yuan's favorability will explode? C position. Jen is the proper C position. Shoo. Count on this Anzuki Shangyin to have some eyes. Players continue to whisper. But now, all the star people present knew that these guys were definitely Wei Yuan's most loyal killers. Alright, after such a long ride in the airship, my people are tired. If you want to investigate, Queen of Elves, feel free to do so as well. My people will cooperate at any time. But for now, we need to rest. Ouija-san smiled back. The first time they met and exchanged blows, it was clear that the boy Wei Yuan won. He stepped forward, and only at this time did he begin to act as a peacemaker. It's indeed hard work after a long journey. And you sacred sound, you can't let these children from our clan, who have worked so hard to come here, be interrogated just after they landed. Can you? Not to mention, you've just pulled enough punches. And Yu Shangyin held the scepter in her hand, and her forehead already had throbbing meridians. This old man, what an abomination. When has she ever been a bully? The human race. Just wait, when we find out what you're all about, all of you will be filled into the pharmaceutical company as raw materials. Yasuki Sentinel looked to the players. Clones are better, and it's easier to extract materials. The human race, really think they are the human race of old? Dreaming. And Yu Shangyin snorted coldly and turned her head away. There was no point in the enforcers standing around any longer. Returning to the resting place the people had arranged for them, Windblown Fart followed the oil-stealing woman and the others. Stealing oil woman is also hot. Rubbed his arm, laughed, not well, cool, playing the game is so. The time to do it should be dry. Even if it is dry, that also have to fight the momentum. A NPC so arrogant. Secretly begging, that's right, but the most enjoyable is still Jen. Right. Ha. He mustn't be touched to death by us here? Makabaka, hey. Maybe he's going to hide in the house later and be moved to tears. Tears of joy. Star, 6. Star, Lord touched or not touched I do not know. Anyway, I see we may. There is no chance to perform. As Star's gaze looked over, more than 90,000 players, really as scattered as full of Star's awe. They didn't even take a break. They ran straight to the territory of the human race, looked around, and when they saw the native people, they immediately went up and started friendly exchanges. Old timer, can I help you? Don't mention it. We're all humans. We're family. Hey, this child tiger head. I look at the very like the first glance feels like their own children. Chapter 125, Commander-in-Chief on the line. Snowy Operation, Supplementary 1. Whoa, how do these guys react so fast? Go, let's quickly go and make good relations with the local humans as well. How can Makabaka stand to see this? If you don't make this quick, you won't be able to get any of the quest rewards. She screamed for half a day before realizing that none of the score-swiping fiends around her had moved. Makabaka turned back in confusion. The oil thief was seen getting together with the wind blowing on her butt and the dark begging. What are you doing? If we don't hurry up, we're going to have a hard time finding someone to perform with. Star tapped Makabaka on the shoulder. They're looking for the commander-in-chief. Ha? Makabaka was puzzled for a moment. But isn't Yukira not online? Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Yukira reminding them not to use those videos, they'd probably be ambushed right now. Isn't my sister Snow super powerful? Windblown Fart grunted proudly as he clicked open the communication. If it wasn't for Sister Snow's reminder, we probably would have been caught by that elf queen just after we got off the spaceship. This interstellar technology is awesome. I know you're the commander-in-chief's follower, okay? No. Contact her quickly. Make it quick. The oil-stealing woman rolled her eyes. If they didn't have the offline contact information for Shiritsura, they'd be kicking the windblown ass. At first it seemed like this kid was normal. So humble when they first cooperated on a fight. This pussy is straight up proud after Snowlaw went online. All day long, you hang on to the words, my sister Snow. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was as good as Yukira. The oil-stealing woman skimmed her lips. I'm definitely going to add the commander-in-chief's microfork when she comes online. You're so annoying. Windblown Fart, humph. My sister Snow is a busy person offline. Not everyone can add her microfork, okay? As we speak, windblown but has already made the connection that it's snowing. Yuki-la, who had just stepped out of psychiatry, rubbed her brow and clicked on the message. Zhang Jiaboy, Sister Snow. Sister Snow, calling Sister Snow. There's a new situation in the game. Need support. Can support remotely. Cheryl Chang? Jiang Shuer, I've just finished checking my body. There's nothing wrong with it. I'll go back to the game right away. You let the oil-stealing woman tell me what happened. When Windblown Fart got excited, his speech was a bit upside down. He felt that he had already made his words clear, but Shuela felt his heart tired when he looked at the message he had sent. It also has to be that it would be better for the oil-stealing woman who has been an anchor for years to expound on it. The little face of the windblown, but that was just still blowing awesome. The oil-stealing woman, however, looked happy. Ha ha, you kid. The commander-in-chief doesn't even know what's going on. You're giving her this strand of brain-pinching. That's definitely going to be unreadable. Your teammates are requesting teleportation when it snows. Agreed. The oil-stealing woman nodded. Green points of light appear. It's snowing. When I opened my eyes, I saw a lush green color, not a bloodthirsty toon tree. She looked up. There was only one star high up in the sky, and unlike the sun, the star around which the human's own star was centered emitted waves of green light. The trees here were extraordinarily dense, and as far as the eye could see, there were huge trees surrounded by 30 or 40 people. Giant trees without any aggression blocked most of the light sources, so it was very green but somewhat dark. It's snowing and it's sweeping past. Is this the human home planet? She should be facing a large mountain range. The human dwellings were still very technological, with eggshell shields of energy outside each house. Most of the shields were open at this point. It could be seen that the native human race was very enthusiastic about these players that Wei Yuan had brought back. Yeah, Sister Snow, isn't it kinda interesting? It feels like none of the human development here has changed much, eh? Windblown Fart came over. Yukira laughed and shook her head. That's not the way to look at how big the change is. Though the game settings she didn't know yet. Humans preferred to live in groups all the time, whether it was in the countryside or in the city. And most of the time, houses were placed next to each other to ensure that everyone would be able to help each other in the fastest time possible in case of danger. And now, what Shimanosuke-la saw was that these humans lived thousands of meters apart from each other. And I don't know if it's because the spot they built it is on a hill. The foothills are the most populated, and the higher up you go, the fewer houses there are. Like what? Before Shimoyuki Arei could figure it out, the dark begging standing next to him stroked his chin. Hey, you guys really don't say, even though it's in the interstellar age, but the more I see this pattern of humans living here, the more it looks like the cave mentioned in the immortal cultivation novels. The more powerful the cultivator occupies, the more spiritual chi. Usually their cave houses are still built on the mountain ranges. You guys see this, isn't it? It's all on the mountain ranges. And that eggshell house on the top of the mountain looks bigger than the one below. What kind of game do you think this is? Star people. It's not Mortal Kombat. You didn't see those native humanoids just now. They're all genetic warriors. Makabaka retorted. Shimizuka waved her hand. Not important. Now first, what happened? In the opinion of Snowlaw, begging in the dark is right. 2. Injecting a genetic agent to forcefully unlock the genetic locks within a living organism. Isn't it similar to the descriptions in immortal cultivation novels? All of them became the existence of extraordinary people. Only the genetic warriors were not as powerful as the cultivators in the fairy cultivation novels. The oil-stealing mother-in-law quickly went over all the things that had happened after Shiritsura had gotten off the line. After he finished, he didn't forget to slap a horse's ass. Hey, or the chief commander, you're great. You said that breaking the law is still true. Thanks to my cleverness, directly uploaded the video to my personal homepage to go, and so on after the line, directly shared to the netizens. It's snowing, just got lucky and speculated correctly. She tapped on the latest task bar. All players who arrived on the human home planet and played the quest were received by default. Yukira is very fast at reading documents, and her ability to extract text information is even better. The quest details the game gives out are certainly not for nothing. She thought that she might have been exposed to some hidden information that the game hadn't even told the players about before. What's up, Sister Snow? Should we just do a big wave and go to the old patriarch for a play? Windblown Fart had just finished speaking when he saw Yukira looking at himself with a smirk. Her red lips flicked. No, we should go straight to the Elf Queen. Chapter 126 Pharmaceutical Companies. What? Windblown Fart's jaw was about to drop to the floor. Going to the Fairy Queen now? That boss isn't even red yet. Isn't it a bit too early to her? And Jen doesn't look like he's planning on going up against this boss first yet. If I follow Sister Snow to get things going now, I won't be blackballed by the NPCs when I turn around, right? Windblown but frowned. Is that how the game is played? Won't hit GG right. But the one who suggested it was Sister Snow. Why don't we try a? One look at Windblown Butt's expression. And it was snowing, and he knew that this stupid kid must have thought wrong. She looked at the skittering quartet and said, Windblown Fart and I haven't played the game before, so I'd like to hear your opinions as well. Ha! The oil-stealing woman scratched her head. Open game. Everyone is actually playing as they wish. Anyway, it's just cool and done. Commander-in-Chief. It's fine if you really want to start a war right now. The big deal is that it's just extinction. We can resurrect at any time. It's snowing. I wasn't planning on ing the boss. It's not like she's a little cutie. She's not a cutie. So if she goes to provoke a boss, that's equivalent to a full-level boss now. Isn't that pulling the game's difficulty down to a hellish level? The game quests say it's mandatory to play, and the rewards are distributed according to the outcome that the play leads to. Yukira clicked on her homepage. Although there is talk of the human race believing it, if even the Queen of the Elves believes that we are the first humans, do you think that these indigenous human races will believe it? That brain does seem to be a little different than ours. The skittering foursome looked at each other. Makabaka swallowed, wanting nothing more than to transform into the Commander-in-Chief's fangirl at the moment. So how do we get her to actually believe it? It's snowing. First, find someone who might know some insider information and ask around. The more information you know, the better your chances of winning. Windblown Fart. Call Mr. Gavin's comms over there. Oil stealer woman. You go to Ivan and ask around. After giving the command, Yukila directly put the communication into the hands of the chicken that ate the potatoes. Chicken eating potatoes. Commander-in-Chief. You're looking for me? This is the big moneymaker for their garbage pickers union. Potato-eating chickens stand on the lead battleship with bravado. Today is the first day he eats potatoes chicken and conquers the Sea of Stars. It's snowing. The organization needs you. Well, the conquest of the Sea of Stars can also wait until tomorrow to start. Chicken eating potatoes, you tell me. It's snowing. Take the pilot battleship and let Ivan take you to the Elven stronghold and conquer. Chicken eating potatoes. Chicken eating potatoes? Chicken eating potatoes. You asked me to take out the Monkey King and Porky Pig and get the longevity monk for you? No. It's just borrowing the pilot battleship. The Commander-in-Chief is just letting him go out and deliver a wave? A wave of death before you get out? It's snowing. It's just a bit of long-range harassment. Pull the flag. Don't reveal that you're human. And by the way, do some camouflage for the battleship? At least don't let the Star League recognize it. The potato-eating chickens are already thinking that it's better to hit the road and hand-roll a battleship of their own. Pilot battleship is pretty good, but it's more cost-effective to hand-rub it yourself. It's snowing. 50 million gold coins when it's done. It's snowing. You still don't believe the speed of the pilot battleship's escape? The Gunstar weapons that were removed from the pirates earlier are also in the warehouse. Chicken eating potatoes, haha. Why is the Commander-in-Chief so polite? It's my honor to work for the organization. Players have always been good at latching onto the words of NPCs, and both Ivan and Gavin didn't hide much. As soon as they heard that this matter was related to the survival of the human race, they immediately gave the players a little bit of information about what is called the Alliance's genetic potion. Holy, are primordial humans this awesome? So that's what the system said before about the inferior gene potion. And I wonder what the missing important ingredient is. It won't be Ali giving it? Go. You think everyone is as boring as you? Oil stealing woman, the former human race actually produced a human traitor, haha. In fact, if the game system allows it, I'd really like to try switching camps. Begging in secret, being in Chow camp. Stealing oil woman, you don't forget. You were invaded by brain bugs before. Maybe if you go to defect to the bugs now, you can still let the seniors appreciate you for a wave. Don't forget your brother when you're developed at that time. Oil stealing woman, you really don't say. If I really have this opportunity, I definitely have to try. Let's just say, after so long, we only see a brainworm. It's really meaningless. As Yukiare listened to what they were saying, a plan quickly surfaced in her head. Alright, now that the information is almost gathered, let us go to the Elf Queen. Windblown Butt, bitch, ha. The original Elf Queen is still in the living galaxy. She couldn't turn it off after the projection started. Though, sitting in the room arranged by the human race, and Yushenging closed her eyes and felt all the sense of life on this planet of the human race. The human race, it's still terribly down and out. There were surprisingly only a few high-level genetic warriors, and putting aside the ones Wei Yuan had brought back, the population here was not even close to the population of the Dark Elf clan. In the living galaxy, the attendants who had calmed her riot earlier, also descended quietly. She rubbed in Yushengyan's temples and asked softly, Queen, the current situation of the human race, should we tell the side of the pharmaceutical company? A few days ago, they sent word that the stored human protocells had begun to enter the decay stage and were about to become unusable. and that the 73rd generation of clones had been completely reduced to monsters and could not be used. Don't tell that side yet. And Yu Shangyin took a deep breath. There are only a few of the top management of the potion company who are our people. And those old guys? They are all waiting for the chance to capture some more human advanced genetic warriors. And their main target right now is Wei Yuan. Everyone is going to grab it. I don't have to share the information. Just like those old guys. None of them told me that Wei Yuan got the genes of the first generation. Queen, is it possible that these cloned humans Wei Yuan brought back are not actually clones of the primordial generation? The maid inquired with furrowed brows. She always felt that if something that big had really happened, there was no way that the shareholders of the pharmaceutical company would still be able to sit so peacefully. Maybe. And Yu Shangyin waved her hand, signaling the maid that she didn't need to press it anymore. Maybe I'll have to find a chance to give it a good try. If it really is a clone of an incipient human, it might be a new opportunity for the Alliance as well. No sooner had she finished her words than she sensed that outside 6 uninvited guests had arrived. Knock knock. Chapter 127. After all these years, you're still so stupid. The environment in which the human home planet resides has not been remodeled, though, but the houses they live in are full of technological traces. Inside the eggshell room, it's all anthropomorphic patterns. The oil-stealing woman just knocked on the door. A gap in the door then appeared in the eggshell and a path subsequently opened up. Whoa, should I say no? I'm not sure if this door is high class or not, but it's really high class when it's forced like this. The oil-stealing woman didn't even care about the boss, and Zuki Shangyin, who now stood on the opposite side of the room. As he lay on his back and felt around the cream-colored door, Yukira coughed lightly. Makabaka, don't do anything embarrassing. Hey, the oil-stealing woman returned to her rightful place, sneaking a sideways glance at the dark begging. Dude didn't hold back. But it's really cool. There really isn't a trace. Is there? No, it just disappeared. Gee, I'll look into that later. What kind of technology is that? 2 of Star's tanged knives were pressed against the ass cheeks of 2 sand sculptures. Star, speak again. White knives in, yellow knives out. It was only at this time that Yukira felt why it was said that players were the hardest group to discipline. These guys, just like little kids in kindergarten, only cared about what they were curious about. And even when a boss was present, they weren't the least bit scared. The big deal is to reopen it. Shuela thought to herself that she would look for teammates in the future, and she must look for obedient ones. Her eyes fell on Windblown but, who was still full of seriousness as he followed behind Shiritsura. This little kid from the Zheng family is still pretty good. Windblown Fart looked solemn, his eyes looking straight at the door, still holding the scepter and looking proud of Yu Shangyin. Geez, this boss, her body is really good. It's just that she's still dressed a little conservatively. What kind of game makes money by making the boss so conservative? I'll give customer service a call next time too. I wonder if I'll give an improvement. Why is Sister Shui looking at me? Windblown aspect straightened up a little more. Slippery foursome, what a dog licker. In just a few seconds, and Yu Shangyin had already taken in the various reactions of the players. After her eyes passed over the oil-stealing woman and the others, they landed on Shimasuka La. It's you? She remembered that she had already killed her once. No, this teenage girl seemed to be subtly different from the one who had said the offense was illegal when the call was made. And Yu Shangyin's eyes swept over. Her hair color was whiter, her skin was paler, and her eyes were shaped slightly differently. Twins? Clones are supposed to look exactly the same. The Elf King has changed from generation to generation, and each generation is powerful and tolerant and kind and benevolent. How come in your generation, the breath has become so messy? Holy, my sister, did you come up here and play so big? The wind is blowing on my butt and my palms are sweating. He didn't turn off the pain this time. I hope the boss give a pain in the ass. Stealing oil granny, they also in the bottom of their hearts sucked in a breath of cold air. This sister really does not follow the routine at all. What's going on? What's she up to? In the group, several people asked frantically. Oil thief, commander. What's your strategy? Begging in the dark, sis. Don't say you've shocked the big boss with this opening. You've shocked me too. This is not how the game is played. Makabaka, teach me to do things, Yuki-san? It's snowing, don't worry. Just wait and see what happens. You guys can continue as you were. You did a great job just now at the door. The right amount of sandboxing and indifference to bosses can be disorienting to the enemy. After all, according to what Shuela has learned now is that the old men of these races in the interstellar world, who are still alive after that great war, are very jealous of the human race. Snowla didn't know exactly what they were afraid of, but this air of the players that the other party was just a boss, big deal, could basically be said to fit the stereotype of these old things. There's a sense of, yes, that's the flavor. The corners of Yukira's mouth were tinged with a smile, and her demeanor could even be said to be more haughty than that of the Elf Queen. She hadn't turned off the pain either, and anyway, it had been checked offline and had no physical or mental effects. Instead, the pain would give her more agency to play the game. Still following the wind-blown farts on this one. That attitude. Yusuke Sentinel looked dead set on snowing law. Can't see through it. This woman. She couldn't see through. Obviously. She looked just like a human in her 20s. So why couldn't she see what she was thinking from the bottom of her eyes? Can't even perceive good or evil. After the 10th level, the genetic warrior's original species talent would be displayed, and the elves had an extremely powerful perception. Spiritual perception. In addition to some combat-related talents, spiritual perception is able to sense the other party's good and evil. And if there is a big difference in level, the elves can even directly prejudge what the other party has in mind. But now, except for the two humans who had just entered the room with an unseen look on their faces, clearly showing emotion, the rest of the time, surprisingly, she couldn't even perceive it. Human, you're provoking me. Yusuke Sentinel moved closer to Shimoyuki-la. Her height was approaching 2 meters, and standing in front of the 6'7" Shimoyu-la, she could completely look down on the little human girl. The biased young girl just raised her eyelids without fear and laughed softly. But Junior, everything you've done from the initial meeting, until now, has been a provocation to my human race. I really didn't realize that it's only been 1,000 years since the interstellar peace, and you're already ready to drain the last bit of value out of the human race? And Yu Xiangyin's eyes widened slightly. She didn't even perceive that she had lost her temper. Junior, is that an admission? They are, surprisingly, really clones of the primordials, even, most likely, the first generation of clones. Otherwise, actions and memories would not be so complete. And Yu Xiangyin clenched her teeth. Where on earth did Wei Yuan get the first generation human active cells from? You're just clones. Do you really think you're the first generation? And Yu Xiangyin sneered. Even if it's true that the first generation of human beings was resurrected, it's still long past your poor era. The human race has long since ceased to be the glory of the year. Now the human race, only not the meat on the case. I warn you once again, do not provoke the elf race, or else. Ha ha. Yukiare raised her hand over her mouth, mocking very loudly. Or what? Junior. I know that I was bound to die on the battlefield, but we died back then for the human race, not for you fools who only dare to hide in the dark corners, shivering in fear. Now that's a threat, isn't it? Shimoyuki-are directly reached out and grabbed Anzuki Xiangyin's collar. Kill me? Don't you dare. So what if you're level 10? And Yu Xiangyin, you're no different from your ancestors, always weighing the pros and cons, always feeling that you don't dare to make a move without a 10% certainty. Even if right now you're level 10 and I'm only level 5. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't even need to take an extra breath. But you don't even dare. Ha ha, let me guess. Shimizuka let go of Yusuke Sentinel's shirt and stepped back with a smile, clapping her hands together. Jia sized up in Yu Xiangyin, as if right now, she was the 10th level gene warrior. For so many years it has only dared to consume the human race, not daring to strike again to divide up all the resources, not even daring to be hostile to the human race in the open. It's our former dependents of the human race that are still strong too, isn't it? Well, fear that we will contact them when we return. Shimizuka mixed some of the information she had even guessed into her words, and even said that she was on the verge of believing it herself. No, it's not necessarily all about that, she said and shook her head, like a demonic whisper that rang through the room. It's a gene potion, right? The poor quality of the gene potion has left your body on the verge of falling apart. That's why it gives off such a foul odor. I smell something that disgusts me so much. It's so disgusting it makes you want to vomit. Queen of the Elves, this inferior gene potion you used, laced with ingredients, is truly disgusting. Too. Extremely. Shimoyura looked sideways, her eyes suddenly extra fierce. Quiet. All through the house, a silence fell. The players breathed a few times heavier. In the group chat, the oil-stealing woman. They can't calm down at all. Oil-stealing woman, Sister Snow, you are my god. Wind-blowing butt, when did you get into acting? Sister Snow, it's so awesome. Holy, I'm looking at your eyes and my legs are a little weak. I want to kneel. Makabaka, what a powerful performance. But what is all this that our sister is saying? Why don't I get it? Star, she's, well, enraged. That's right. The Elf Queen was enraged. Her greatest fear was genetic collapse and becoming a horrible monster. Before her body breaks down, her spirit will break down first. And Yusuke Xiangyin wants to hysterically destroy the world just by thinking about the kind of monster she'll become. It was something that was a minefield in her mind. The more long-lived the species, the higher the probability of genetic collapse. At this moment, this human in front of her had just ripped her cover off, or the unflinching statement that her body reeks of something like that. and Yu Xiangyin's beautiful face instantly twisted. Her scarlet lips parted and she hissed as she pressed down on Shimoyoshira's shoulders. Cluck! You think that the mechanical races can threaten me? Do you think that the races that made agreements with you will still honor them right after your deaths? They've already found a loophole long ago and are coldly watching us carve up and cannibalize the human race. Cluck! Your native level should be very high. They all listen to you. Cluck! So sensible Jean. I like it very much. I really like it. Ah. It is you who have brought yourselves to my door? It is you who have knocked on my door? And I, for one, have merely accepted the gifts that the humans have sent to me. Yasuki Sentinel leaned down and rested her head against Shimoyuki LA's neck. Her low growl, word for word, traveled into Shimoyu LA's mind. Information. There's so much power in those words. Snowing La instantly captures the most crucial point. At this point there is basically no hope of escape. That's why she didn't even have the intention of exchanging props. Instead, she obediently also leaned over to Yu Xiangyin's ear and whispered, that single most important ingredient can't be extracted from a human's active cells. You guys are so stupid, I feel sorry for you. Boy, you're catching on. Bang, 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 bang. A succession of headshots rang out. The heads of all 6 bodies exploded, and Yu Xiangyin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth as a bull-sized hole exploded in the temple of Shimoyuki LA's corpse. But on her face, she still had a smile on her face, as if she was laughing at Yu Xiangyin's stupidity. Phew! Wake up from the playpen. Several people were sweating profusely, though in their hearts they all know that it's just a game being played. But this is too exciting. It's more exciting than doing it for real on an intergalactic battlefield. Holy, oil stealer woman, screaming, rolling, crawling in dark corners. Holy, aha, Commander-in-Chief, you're ing awesome. Secretly begging, ah. Just looking at it all feel heart lifting up. Too cool. Complete suppression. That elf queen is probably going to be furious. Makabaka, pissed off. Really pissed off. That old ended up busting her defenses and just showed up. Star, awesome. Even Star, a complete player who liked to do it if he wasn't convinced, had to give a big thumbs up to Schwella after watching the whole performance this time. Really cool. It's also really handsome. Facing a boss like that and just forcing her to break her defense in 3 or 2 sentences was too much. John Schwerer climbed out of the playpen and couldn't help but smile when she saw their compliments to herself. In her mid-20s, she also just looked older. It's actually just as nice to hear compliments from friends your own age. The reason why I played so much this time was actually to see if the planners of this game would even notice myself. The list. She's got to sign the list. It's imperative to pick up the representation of Starman. For once, hit the special line. I'm sure it will be noticed by the staff. At the very least, a fully intelligent and important NPC like Lord would pay attention to her. Wei Yuan said that it was impossible not to pay attention. At this very moment, Wei Yuan's heart was pounding. He was able to choose to watch the player's view, so when Yukira and the others traveled to Anzuki Xiangyin's room, he just switched his view and watched the whole thing directly. This Shima Yukira. It's too smart. She can't really be able to see through the game's true colors. Holy. Wei Yuan bit his finger. The information exposed by the Elf Queen just now, he hadn't even investigated much before. This time, he was straight up pissed off at Yukira until he crumbled and twisted, and then blurted out the secret off the top of his head. Compared to this information that was now known from the Elf Queen's mouth, he was more worried about this guy now. When he found out from the clues that the game was fake and the crossing was real, that would be really bad. Originally also planned to take the carrot of the agent game, dangling Jiang Schwer. Now it seems, not in the earth really get a game company. I'm afraid it's not working. Do not get a shell set. When the players riot, forced to summon over to give him a direct wave of lying down, then it's really over. But those old things are really nasty and disgusting too. Wei Yuan thought again about the information that Yu Xiangyin had just exposed. She must have thought that with a quick headshot and no way for these clones to back up their memories, there would be no way for this information to get out, right? That's why it was so bold to say those things. Wei Yuan's eyes instantly went cold. Opening a gaming company was merely a means of internal appeasement. He had to find out what secrets those stinkers in this interstellar alliance were hiding. And that was the main task. Ding! System mission. Chapter 128, the change came too quickly. Task 1, please lead your clan to participate in the Lord's Academy competition and win first place. Mission 2, finding the lost clansman. Reward, complete 10th grade gene potion, primordial king bug gene, and a copy of Tree of Life culture fluid. When Wei Yuan saw this reward, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The 10th level gene unlocking potion that the first place winner of the Lord's Academy competition got, wasn't it also not the full version? No, it's not right. Unico never said before that the original version of the gene unlocking potion developed by humans was the same as the one Unico produced. That is to say, no matter whether it was the agent developed by the human race in the early stages, or the formula was lost later, the pseudo-gene unlocking agent developed by the Alliance side was not the complete version, and the mission said to enter the competition without incident. Does that mean that there are variations to this? But the quest reward is the King Bug gene, King Worm. That was an existence that surpassed a 10th level gene warrior. To really talk about it, without the King Bug gene, all the current Alliance genetic warriors would cease to exist. This is because the original gene potion was made from ingredients extracted from the King Bug's body. This stuff, how much manpower and resources were expended back then? Now Unico says reward and gives a reward? Wei Yuan swallowed, always feeling that something was not quite right. However, the only thing that had the greatest resistance to his mission itinerary right now was Justin Yu Shengyin. This guy's main body is still in the Life Galaxy, although this moment projected partially to the human home planet, but he wants to take the players to leave. That's not a problem at all. Just as Wei Yuan was thinking so, the room wherein Yu Shengyin was in suddenly exploded. There was a loud noise that startled everyone. What's the situation? The Alliance enforcer who was closest to Yu Shengyin opened the door to the room at the sound of his voice. The next thing he saw, out of the hazy dust, stood a huge figure. There was a constant cackling sound coming from the shadow. Your Highness, Queen of the Elves, is that you? The enforcer drew the weapon at his waist, the muzzle already aimed at the figure in the gray mist. LOL. The sound of stiff bones, coming from inside. The voice was really ominous to listen to. The enforcer had also come down from the interstellar battlefield, and at this moment professionalism made him subconsciously shoot towards the figure inside. Whatever it is, strike first. Zip. A huge wave of yellow light struck out. All the dust washed away. After the attack hit the tall figure, it surprisingly didn't even break the opponent's skin. Instead, it allowed them to see clearly who the figure was. One half of the body was still in the shape of an elf, and the other half had collapsed into the shape of a slimy tentacle. There were even bulging tumors on the stiff gray skin. The Yu Sheng sound like it was embedded inside a huge monster, and like it was split in half with a huge monster and then sewn together. This look is really scary and weird. Even the knowledgeable enforcement officer couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. Yasuki Shengyin, your genes are already starting to break down. Why haven't you reported it? That one sentence practically screamed out of the enforcer. At this moment, in the central galaxy, the enforcer's main body had begun to panic and try to exit the link. A 10th level genetic warrior had suffered a genetic meltdown, and it had gone completely unreported. What was even more terrifying was that when he was in contact with Yu Shengyin before, he hadn't sensed any signs of her breaking down at all. This is nothing less than the bugs sweeping in again, because it meant that the 10th level genetic warriors could hide the traces of their collapse now. And they might even reveal it at the end, when they couldn't hide it anymore. That's a level 10 genetic warrior. Originally, according to the rules, it had to be reported just as signs of collapse began to appear. Anyhow, and then sent to the interstellar battlefield to play out its last remaining days. And now, Yu Shengyin was, surprisingly, close to halfway to collapse. The elves are going down. The enforcer's first thought was this. Then came an even more horrifying thought. He's probably screwed too. Though I don't know why Anzuki Sentinel is crashing. But right now, she hasn't fully completed her genetic transformation. She's still conscious. She had been hiding it before. That must be because she didn't want to be sent to the interstellar battlefield to become a forbidden zone. And now, she's exposed. What would a level 10 genetic warrior do then? That must mean killing all of them who have discovered her secret. Disconnect. I want to go back to. The enforcer frantically called out to his thinker in his head. But, no internet connection. Please wait. The message from the thinking brain rang out from the back of his mind. The enforcer's face instantly paled. Done. There are two ways of body projection during a video call. One is the old version of calling, which is simply projecting your image to where the other person is, and there is very little that the body can do that can be done at the other person's location. It's basically the same thing the undead monarch guy did last time. Can only give a picture. If it's that kind of projection, the enforcer feels like he can survive and go ahead and report the situation. Unfortunately, at that time, when Yu Shengyin had found him, she had said by name that in order to be able to enforce the law, they were going to use their spiritual power to enter the projections in order to sanction humans for their crimes. And he, obediently, made a mental projection. But now, Yasuki Shengyin has blocked the network. He couldn't leave the human home planet. Just as the enforcer was pale and trembling, and Yu Shengyin's half-beautiful face was all smiles. Enforcer, what do you want? Cluck. Wasn't it agreed that there was going to be mandatory punishment for human criminals? For human criminals? LOL. You want to quit now? She moved slowly. There was blood all over the underside of the body. That's what's left of them when it snows. I'm really sorry to make you see such an unpleasant scene. And Yu Shengyin's face had the color of madness. Her eyes had begun to cloud over. The ground was covered in broken flesh, which she hadn't been able to control just now after killing Yukila and the others. The original rationality, in the snow law sentence forced, directly disconnected, full of brain is only left, to be a good rain of blood and flesh. At least get all the hostility out of your heart. What's the point of living and dying? These humans? Killed. Kill them all. Ha ha. She laughed maniacally, her bright red lips looking like roses that had sucked up blood, but on the other half of his face, he couldn't make any expression. Actually, I don't want to kill you. I don't even know what your name is as an enforcer, but it's a shame. You unlucky bastard. You just happened to see this side of me. The normal half of Yu Shengyin's body was propped up by the body that had been completely monstrous, and she looked condescendingly at the enforcer, who was already so scared that her legs were weak and she was kneeling on the ground. Licked his tongue. Trust me. I won't let you die straight away. I'm going to gnaw away at your flesh and blood all over your body, and then we'll see what kind of damage your essence will suffer if your spirit is not away. Before the enforcer even had a chance to say a word, his body was grabbed by the tentacles in the monstrous half of Yu Shengyin's body. The tentacles, full of tubercles, are gray, thick, textured skin, like that of a leech. But then there are tumors on it that are still rising and falling and breathing. It's disgusting. Don't kill me. I can pretend that I don't know anything. In Yu Shengyin, I followed you to the human race's home planet. If you kill me, then the Alliance will definitely send people over to investigate. Please don't kill me. I can help you keep the secret. I don't trust you. Yusuke Sentinel licked the corners of her mouth. On the tentacles that curled around the enforcer, all of those tumors broke open, and there was sticky yellow-green juice spewing out. And then there was a tongue with sharp teeth, licking back and forth on the enforcer's body. Prickly, prickly, flesh and blood. And Yu Shengyin enjoyed listening to the enforcer screaming for mercy as he went from begging for mercy at first, to cursing and insulting later, to finally running out of breath. And Yu Shengyin only felt comfortable. Not enough, not enough. Her still normal pupils had turned scarlet. After gurgling around several times, it landed on the human who was already coming towards her. The teenager standing at the front had dozens of mechs unfolding behind him. Wei Yuan. A voice that was insane in its delicacy came out of Yu Shengyin's mouth. Ha ha. Didn't you say that I wouldn't dare slaughter your human race? Ha 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 ha. I was indeed scornful before, but now I dare. After releasing the pressure for a bit, it's really good. Come on, Wei Yuan. Let me see how strong you are. Swish. Her voice had only just dropped. Dozens of tentacles had then penetrated to Wei Yuan's side. The danger came too soon. Wei Yuan could barely even dodge quickly. But behind him, BT series mechs, all pierced. Asterisk asterisk what the hell? Players also came out when they heard the commotion. The players who were still trying to put on a show to convince the native humans that they were primordials were dumbfounded. Holy, what a ugly boss. What they could see was the half of Yu Shengyin's body that had already collapsed genetically, as tall as the Goblin King that appeared in Blue Star at that time. There were even more disgusting and ugly tentacles, as well as pustules that split open on the tentacles, and tongues that stuck out of the pustules. The tongue still has sharp teeth. It's so ugly. This game artist, it's horrible. Can you design such an ugly monster? Players who saw the monster entity only felt their chrysanthemums tighten and goosebumps were going to explode all over their bodies. Looking at that dense pus is going to be an intense phobia. Jen is fighting this monster. Holy, what kind of monster is this? What's the situation? I don't know. I saw this monster when I came out. Do you see the enforcer grasped in that monster's tentacles? Recording. Holy, what a monster. A player clicked on the video and zoomed in and zoomed out. Holy, which elf queen is this? What the? Which elf queen is it? Which one? In Yu Shengyin. She's fighting with Jen. Jen is only level 9. Don't watch the fun. Do it. Where's my mech? Charge. Before, the player's perspective was so low that they couldn't even see what the monster was. I knew Jen was with it, adhering to the principle that without a system quest, that monster might not be able to hit the treasure chest. Plus, the monster looked powerful at first glance, so none of them moved. But see it clearly now, it's that elf queen. What's the wait? Those miscellaneous clansmen of yours are coming to rush over. Ha ha, it's really ridiculous, but it's just the right time to fill the gully of my desire for flesh and blood. I now really want to capture you, chew you up and devour you. With the support of her tentacles, and Yu Shengyin charged directly towards Wei Yuan, her bright red lips already very close to him. A white lotus root arm, and another black and gray arm, stretched out together. as if trying to embrace Wei Yuan into his arms. As soon as she hugged, she made sure to savor the taste of Wei Yuan. Pop! Wei Yuan didn't duck. A backhanded mouth slapped in Yu Shengyin's normal one on her face. In an instant, it sent in Yu Shengyin flying several meters. Using a mech now would instead limit one's strength. Just now, he didn't make the first move, but it was only because he was still estimating the combat power of this in Yu Shengyin. Unexpectedly, just after making contact, Wei Yuan realized that his current strength did not scare her. That's disgusting. Wei Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and after crunching his bones, he dodged to the landing spot wherein Yu Shengyin had landed after being sent flying. That slap just now had swollen her fair face. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Yu Shengyin's throat. The tentacles underneath her rotated rapidly, and the half of her body that was considered normal just a moment ago began to collapse a little bit, giving rise to tissues as horrifying as the pharaoh's serpent. Wei Yuan, I'm going to wring you out and sprinkle you a little bit. Putting up a hard word is very much you. Wei Yuan jumped over again. From his system space, he drew the hilt of his sword. This was the giant sword body that Mo Yun used at that time. After the energy was charged in, a blue broadsword was formed and Wei Yuan made a horizontal slash, directly cutting off the tentacles that were flung towards him. The crumbling tentacles, after hitting the ground, actually began to bounce, like bugs spilled on the ground. The tumor bag twisted, and a gibbering sound came from inside. Players just happened to get smashed all over the place. Vomit. That's disgusting. What is this? A player poked towards the ground. After the tumor bag was poked and the slime flowed out, what appeared before the players was an unformed monster. Face-hugging bugs? This can't be a ING alien, can it? It looks different but it looks the same. It's disgusting. Holy. Come on. Stomp it all out. Come. Too late guys. This tumor is growing. So fast. Players wobble in front of the camera. All the lumps spilled on the floor exploded. A small monster jumped out and swallowed the outer skin of the tumor bag in one big gulp before surging towards the players. Chapter 129. Call. Plus 80 love letters for Hippie Starman. Emergency mission. There is a change in the game world. The boss elf queen is alienated. All players please pay attention. Attention all players. The alienated eggs generated by the queen of the elves after her alienation have the ability to evolve indefinitely, and once spread, will deal a devastating blow to the human homeworld. So, the most urgent task is now issued. Defend the human home planet. After the elf queen's spiritual power entered the human race's home planet, she was spiritually alienated and her strength was only 70% of that of her main body. But the bugs that hatched from the alienated bug eggs that she produced were extremely disgusting foreign bugs. Player's mission: exterminate all xenomorphs, protect native humans and minimize human losses. Note, the foreign bugs are the weakest when they are just born, but once they start devouring, they will grow rapidly. Task rewards for urgent tasks will be settled after the task is completed. Mission failure, game over. Failing a mission ends it? Holy, isn't that a bug? Snap. The players squealed. The heterosexual bug eggs crackled and fell like rain. You can still hear the crashing sound as it hits the players in the head. Fishing Fish yanked the still slightly dumbfounded farmer out of the way as she yelled at the old man who had already been dumbfounded by the bugs in the picture, and the huge elf queen in the distance. Teacher, what are you fuming about? Hurry up and get rid of these bugs. It's almost like I have goosebumps. As she spoke, she had already stumped several xenomorphs on the ground. The slime was still kind of sticky and gummy, like big gray snot, and at this point, she just really kind of wanted to spit on the game's artwork. You really have nothing better to do. What's the point of drawing bugs so meticulously? At a glance, she was even able to make out the fist-sized worm with its long scarlet tongue sticking out. The tubular tongue was expanded out in a circle of all teeth. How come I don't see the artists drawing the regular intergalactic people better? Damn. It can't be the artwork of this game. The good stuff can't be drawn. These horrible things. One drawing at a time. As a girl, Fishing Fish was originally most afraid of bugs, but now that I have a mission, I can only close my eyes and start pedaling hard. Luckily, the wave of xenomorphs that dropped at the very beginning were all still extremely fragile when they first hatched out. They can't even scream before they're taken out. The farmer reacted to being yanked so hard by the fishing fish and rushed to get worms as well. Goo, old man, I am really suffering. When I followed to the war back then, I have never come across something so disgusting. The old man spat as he sharply used his feet. I can't. They seem to be getting hard to kill. From the distance came a scream. I can't believe that a player was countered by a bug. When Fishing Fish looked over sideways, he just happened to see the unlucky player, who slipped and fell to the ground. Then the overwhelming number of xenomorphs surged up. The skin was bitten through, and in an instant, the player's body disappeared. In the next second, The player who had just resurrected back cried out and rushed up. I brown Nima ah. Oh. I spent a lot of money to build the body ah. You guys did not even give me a ing hair left? He's still ready to screw and come back quickly so he can recover the body. The fishing fish sucked in a breath of cold air. The inning. Finished. If this is dead. Blood loss. The body cannot be recycled ah. Teacher. You do not. No sooner had fishing fish finished speaking than he heard an ouch from the farmer. It turned out to be a xenomorph on the ground, fluttering its long tongue and already attacking the farmer. But the xenomorphs that were originally able to be trampled to death with just a single kick. At this moment, the soft back armor hardened, like the dehydrated skin of a leech. It's very elastic. And that's not good enough to break through. The farmer drew the whip he had made earlier in the weapons factory. He had also seen what happened to that player, and at this point was not daring to be careless at all. The tip of the whip was a section that the energy extended out of, and when it came into contact with the bug, the xenomorph's skin was cut open. The farmer whipped up his whip and the little evolved xenomorph died. But soon, they realized, all the bugs that were best killed in the first wave just now were gone. They seem, collectively, to have gotten stronger. Whoa, pissed off old me. I'll fight you stinkers. Again. I don't know whose body was chewed up by the bugs before they could recover it. This player, who had broken his defense, directly pulled out his rubbed mech. He viciously snapped at the xenomorphs on the ground. Labor, today, will bully the small with the big. Mecha, merge. An Ultraman-like mech was released, and this player directly jumped into the mech with a single jump, and then started a large energy weapon strangle towards the bugs on the ground. Ha ha, look at my kinetic light wave. Bu. Players are starting to use mechs. The initial effect is remarkable, but, ha ha, these clansmen of yours, cackling, are really, ha ha, stupid. How could they think of using energy weapons to deal with the bugs? The elf queen, who was already in a state of semi-insanity, was now completely mutated in her lower body. The tentacle that Wei Yuan had just shattered with his energy broadsword didn't rise up again, but she was even stronger than just now. Her breath grew nauseating. Once you're taken care of, those bugs down there are nothing to fear. Wei Yuan gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand. In a short period of time, he had already chipped away half of the elf queen's tentacles, but as he did, more and more bug eggs fell from the ground, and the players had no prior experience with bugs. Those bugs that will gobble up more and more energy as the players use stronger weapons. If delayed long enough, another bug as powerful as the elf queen could even be born. The good thing, though, is that these worker insects do not have the conscious guidance of the king bug. They just mindlessly charge and devour flesh and blood. Kill me? And Yu Shengyin looked at Wei Yuan with a smirk as if she had heard some particularly funny joke. You forgot that my original body isn't here. Partial genetic collapse. Still manageable. She had arranged it when all her mental energy was poured into this side. Her consort, who would inject the inhibitor into her body at the critical moment. She'll be back to normal by then. And these humans who are already dead have no way to go and tip off the Star League. When the time comes, just say that all of this enforcers were killed by human riots. And Yu Shengyin's insane brain regained a little bit of sanity at this moment. You're reckoning. You also have to play it safe. Want to kill me? Unless you completely turn into a forbidden body. At that time, not to mention killing me, the human race's homestar are all arched for you to use as a forbidden area. Wei Yuan bellowed and turned around quickly to charge towards the elf queen's head, but with his strike, this half of Yu Shengyin's head that was intact was only cracked open, able to see the white skull inside. Pity. A wound like that couldn't kill her. And at this point, the players just really realized it. Why are the bugs so feared by the Star Alliance? Ah. The bugs have evolved. The swath of slimy insect corpses on the ground was diminishing. One could even say that it is reduced to the naked eye. And the bugs that had devoured the corpses of their kin began to grow larger and larger. From being only the size of a fist, it became as long as a small arm. It's even starting to grow legs. They hissed and wagged their tongues, looking towards the players in the sky. Densely packed and terrifying. You can kill them, but you can't kill them all. Dead bodies become nutrients to add to those that come after them. The players, at this moment, were really feeling the crisis. Calling Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 130 Firefighters use fire axes. I'll cosplay Pangu, gifts over 100 plus more. It's snowing LA's headset and it almost exploded. She kept an eye on the in-game action the entire time, but I'm really afraid to go back inside the game. It was all densely packed with bugs. And she felt goosebumps explode all over her body just listening to the players' descriptions. The scariest thing was that she hadn't been the one to scheme it all out, I guess, but she had kind of made it happen. It's snowing la thinking about the task that the system just sent out. It's a bit sweaty. This game is too smart for that. Are the main quests vague and all possible lines all dependent on the player advancing on their own? Yukila was in tears. And now, well, he had launched himself into a dead end. If this wave of players lost, and the game went straight to GG, then her game agent, she wouldn't have to think about it. This was the first time since Shimoyula grew up that she felt nervous about a situation. Sister Shui, come back quickly. 100,000 fire. 100,000 fire. If your company has something, also slow down. Windblown but was on the verge of dying at this point. He linked countless communication methods to call it snowing. It's just a life-threatening wild call. At this moment, all the players felt a crisis. Jen was up there fighting the Elf Queen for 300 rounds and couldn't care less about them. And at this time, they had a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of these foreign insects. There's already a bug that's evolved wings. What do we do? Oh, I almost let that bug hit me just now. It's snowing. La picked up the communication. Don't worry. I'm in the company now. Although there are some things I need to be busy with, but I can command offline. Wind blowing farts. You connect the mic into the public screen for me. I'll command. She had something to do with paperwork at the office. Not because she was afraid of bugs. It's snowing. Take a deep breath. Already you can hear the players talking in tongues. Everyone, don't panic yet. I'm able to see what you're doing right now. And right now, the windblown fart account is mine to use temporarily. Gentlemen, please take the defenseless humans now and lift off immediately. The main task now, the defense of the native humans. Then pull back and make sure you are out of range of these bugs. I need to observe the habits of these bugs and their evolutionary patterns. Secondly, please cooperate with me. And when the time comes, perhaps, some bait will be needed. Snow LA's dry and decisive voice carried an extraordinarily powerful force, allowing the players who had just been squealing and screaming and scurrying around in a mess to all quiet down. The players who were able to pull away immediately did so. It was only after Yukira's reminder that they remembered that there were still native humans in the house, waiting to be rescued. They were previously at the residence of the native humans, trying to put on a show to fool the native humans that they were the first generation. But after the mission came just now, everyone ran out to kill the bugs. No one even pays attention to the native humans in the rear. Fishing Fish turned his head and saw that the humans had opened the shields of the house. Once the players had lifted off to a distance out of reach of the bugs. Some of the winged bugs are still trying to soar. And the bugs that didn't have wings and hadn't yet evolved to the next step started to go towards the perimeter. The shields that the natives had raised had been crawling with bugs by now as well. Their first choice when they don't have flesh and blood to nibble on isn't the dirt and rocks around them or the trees. It's toward the shield. Yukira frowned. Clack, 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 clack. On the energy shield, there was a teeth gnashing, dense clacking sound. Heck, it was the swarm of bugs that started using their mouthparts and nibbling on the energy shields. The star people have shields that are specifically designed to protect their dwellings, so the energy level is not high, and each layer of protection is filled with energy stones. The bugs nibbled a portion of it, and they had to replenish the energy stones immediately. At this point, the players have even seen an energy shield outside of an eggshell hut in jeopardy, and in there were two shivering children who weren't even genetic warriors yet. One of the players standing in the air suddenly burst out in foul language. His ID is called Hippie Starman. He knew this because earlier he just saw these two kids at home and felt that kids were a little better to fool. So he went to their house. The two kids, energy stones in their hands, stood next to the grooves of the energy stones, ready to be filled. But the older one was only 7 years old, and the younger one was even only 3.5. Hands and feet were shaking, and the older child had to soothe the younger, reaching out to hold his own brother in place so he wouldn't see the horrible bugs outside. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Charge! Go save these humans at the front first. With a shout, the hippies rushed towards the house where the two children were. Ordinary human houses are at the foot of a mountain, and that's just about where the bugs scattered. How many energy stones can an average person have? The players didn't hesitate and rushed after the hippies. Anyway, if you die, you can still be resurrected. So the big deal is that this mech dropped here too. If the battle is lost, the game is GG. The hippie alien rushed right outside the house where the two kids were in his mech and bellowed at the bugs on the energy shield. Asterisk asterisk bugs, come to grandpa. Damn it, bullying the weak counts as a dara, he yelled. The bugs were completely ignored. Holy, they're actually impervious to verbal abuse? Yukila's voice appeared alone in his headset. Hippie Starman, can you hear me? I can hear you. Commander, they don't take taunts holy. It's snowing, you let some blood out. It's snowing la, according to the introduction of the bugs, they don't accept external interference at all. It's like a program that will only follow their genetic program. It's snowing, according to what I've surmised. The attraction of flesh and blood is higher than energy, so you want to save those two kids. Now, bleed them, and preferably, get out of your mech. Flesh and blood into the game? The hippie alien's eyes widen steeply. Want me to be the bait? It's snowing, one try. Dare you? Hippie starter, rough. What's there to be afraid of? Come on. After saying that, he made a jump and left the mech, taking it back into the system in the process. It's snowing, don't use energy weapons. Energy weapons arguably only make them more excited. Hippie starter, come on. I know what to use. Hippie star, firefighters with fire axes. I'll cosplay an old panga ahoy. Chapter 131, playing a big wave, plus for river, lake, and sea spectacle moonshine. The hippie alien pulled out his big axe, and with one horizontal stroke, he gave himself a big cut on the palm of his hand. That look was a shock to Yukira. It's snowing, hiss. I thought you were going to cut off all your palms. Hippie starter, hey, rough and tumble. Good lord, this player is a talent. The words just popped out of Shui La's head, and he saw that the bugs that were still lying on top of the energy shield, diligently nibbling on the energy, all stopped moving the moment they smelled the bloody odor. Then, in unison, they turned their heads. Shimo Yula was immediately shaken by the sight of so many bugs, and immediately disconnected from the hippie alien's side of the link. Hippies aren't afraid of bugs. He got even better when he saw this. Ha ha, so you worms, being scolded for being indifferent, loving flesh and blood, come on, sip, come with your grandfather. He held up his bleeding hand and made his way toward the wilderness. The physical qualities of a level 5 genetic warrior were no joke either. As he ran, he dripped blood towards the ground. Then the bugs swarmed in, were the first to consume the blood dripping from the floor. And then the chase is on. It wasn't long before the hippies were actually allowed to kite a large wave of bugs. He was pulling more and more monsters with this one. Players saw this and immediately joined the kite camp. There's no way to fire a cannon at those human houses. When the time comes, don't kill the bugs before they kill the clansmen inside. So for a while, there were players running for their lives and kiting with their hands in the air. The unluckier ones GG together after knocking each other down. It was chaotic, but it gave the remaining players some time to save the day and pull out some time. At this time above, Wei Yuan was still fighting the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen couldn't catch him. However, Wei Yuan also discovered that even if his attack hit in Yu Shengyin's body, she was able to slowly repair it, and at most, the proportion of the mutation was only aggravated. Damn, it's the same as what Yusuke Seinen just said. This guy, big deal. Just disconnect and go back to the living galaxy. Damn it, just how many other old things in the Star League have started to genetically break down? It's been undetected, so they must have used something special. There was absolutely no way that Queen of the Elves, in Yu Shengyin, could be the only one, by then even if they survive. Yusuke Sentinel was also able to revert back to normal with that thing, and then backtracked and said that the people had killed the Enforcer. Those at the top. It's self-evident whose word they'll believe. Abominable. At this point, in a sea of stars, a pilot battleship flew towards the Life Galaxy. The players on the ship, lying askew on the lounge benches. Hey, they're so happy to fight the bugs. Cousin. Or let's not go to the Life Galaxy either. I really want to use my mech this Saturday. Let me go fight bugs. Cold Silver picks at the potato-eating chicken, yanking him from side to side. The potato-eating chicken was shaken and dizzy, and hurriedly reached down to pull Silver's hand off. Then looked to the remaining players. The open-bladed sheath gripped his freshly crafted weapon and coughed. My weapon. It's hungry for more. The sheath of the open blade is the one player in this group of players that makes chicken-eating potatoes feel the most in tune with the high player ethos. None other. Opening into the weapons manufacturing plant. You've created 4 level 5 weapons straight away. And they are. Can't get anything out of it. And the other party had gotten a weapon AI called a growth weapon. A knife. And the other players, too, nodded. Yes, it's a rare Saturday day. Why don't we turn around and go to the human planet? It's probably a bit late to sail a battleship over there now. Or else let's add a few squads and teleport over there. Cold Silver, yeah cousin, didn't you say you had a buddy that was on a start squad? You add it in. You flash to the bugs and then pull us. When she saw that most everyone wanted to go bug hunting, she flipped and jumped out of her recliner with a carp. That's a bug. And it's still the bugs that fell off the Elf Queen, eh? How fun. Seeing that the players were mostly in agreement, the potato-eating chicken was a bit hesitant. It's not a matter of whether he wants to or not. It's this mission. It's given by the Commander-in-Chief. Wow. Just then, in the corner, a little girl with a very introverted temperament silently raised her hand. That chicken that eats potatoes, Or else it's better to make a report with the commander-in-chief first, right? The chicken eating potatoes looked at the little girl whose ID was called by Yu. Luckily, there are still sane players out there. Do these guys just think about having a good time for themselves and don't even think about the future direction of their trash-picking league's fortunes? Abominable. Especially Silver, who just knows to dry hump and dry hump and dry hump. When the time comes, let her lead the charge and be your one-man mech to go. Chicken eating potatoes, gentlemen, wait for me to report to the commander-in-chief first. Sue, wait. Open the public screen and potato eating chicken at windblown ass. Chicken eating potatoes, bro. Help me connect to the commander-in-chief. I'm the garbage alliance ally. Windblown but, over. It's snowing, speak. Chicken eating potato, commander-in-chief. The brothers all want to go back to the fight. Or we flash to the human league and then let Ivan and the others take their battleships to the life galaxy? It's snowing, don't. At this very moment, in an office building on Earth. In his excitement, Shimoyukila stood up and brought the chair down. She knows how to break the ice. Ha ha. It's snowing, ha. Don't move. None of you are coming back. You're the most important part of this game. Now, eat the chicken with the potatoes and form a squad with me. Chicken eating potatoes, huh? Windblown but, Sister Snow, you can go online again? It's snowing, how can you, as the commander-in-chief, run away from the battlefield when the matter has been dealt with? It's snowing, the human home planet has been closed to all communication links by the sacred voice of Anu, and the thinking brain has no signal at all. It's snowing, so now, we're going to bug the game. Use the player's account. Record the screen and dump it onto the brain. It's snowing, since this game is so open. Let's go completely and utterly big. I just don't know if the officials will close this bug afterward. But whatever. Eat potatoes chicken and accept my application. Chicken eating potatoes, yes. I don't know what the commander-in-chief is talking about, but it's so exciting. A dark light appeared on the speeding warship. Shimo Yukira stepped on her heels and arrived outside Ivan's lounge. Snap. Chapter 132, How can a man say he can't? The picture is clear. Even with the chattering and shouting of the humans and the shaking that comes from running around, it also didn't stop Ivan from seeing clearly. In the video, who was fighting Lord Wei Yuan? The huge, bloated, black-tubered body scattered countless eggs at any given time. It was a genetic warrior who was about to become off-limits. The moment the image turned to the front and Ivan saw the face of the genetic warrior, he shuddered. Couldn't even restrain himself from groveling to his knees and starting to vomit. Queen? The queen has actually had a genetic breakdown? How did she? Are the elves going to be finished? Ivan grimaced, dry heaving but unable to vomit anything. How much he had worshipped the queen was how disgusting he felt at the moment. Judging by the level of genetic collapse of advanced genetic warriors, the queen has been in her current form for at least 50 years, and it's been 50 years without anyone noticing. I can't believe she's been hiding all this time. It was important to realize that the location she was in the very center of the galaxy of life. That's the lifeblood of the elves, the Forbidden Zone. Does she actually want to make the elves all food for the Forbidden Zone? Ivan shuddered. Yukira squatted down and reached out to pat on Ivan's back. Dude, this is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. Look at how crazy this is. She must want to drag all the elves along with her before she dies. You're all her people anyway. By the way, what do you mean by Forbidden Zone? Yukira hasn't even seen the word no-go zone on the AstroTurf. It sounds awesome. Ivan hung his head and whispered. It's no use. We're sure we all won't survive. He looked at the humans in front of him who still cared, and quickly said, it's definitely not too late for you to escape now. With the speed of the pilot battleship's interstellar travel, the Queen won't be able to find you, and you'll still be able to leave seeds for the human race. Before Ivan could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the back by the potato-eating chicken. Good you, Ivan. Why are you such a loser? Thanks to us thinking that you were a male loser who took the protagonist's template, it turns out that you're actually a real loser. Potato-eating chicken, answer whatever our commander-in-chief tells you to answer properly. Now we're going to save your elven race. Don't beat me with demoralizing words here. Chicken-eating potatoes, you look like you've eaten. It's bad luck to look at you. Chicken-eating potatoes, come on. What do you mean? Off limits. Ivan's back, all banged up from the potato-eating chicken. Yukira understands that he's in a bit of a trance with the sudden collapse of his beliefs, but it's also the same thing as the chicken that ate the potatoes, saying that a personality that's so prone to self-hatred isn't going to save anyone. Ivan, the warriors after the genetic collapse, after the mutation, will produce that kind of eggs from their bodies. The alien bugs produced by each warrior are different, but they have the same characteristic, that is, they keep devouring and mutating until finally they grow a bug that is as strong as the collapsed warrior, and finally devour the host. Ivan, but until the bugs grow up, they will always follow the host. Ivan, there have been a few such cases in the Alliance before, and without exception, they were all genetic breakdowns of genetic fighters above level 9. Ivan, according to the rules of the Alliance, they are required to travel to the interstellar battlefield to fight against the powerful star beasts and fight for a wider place to live for the Alliance when they discover the genetic collapse. Ivan, when the collapsed warriors are completely devoid of any sanity, that's the day they become a forbidden zone. At that time, they'll indiscriminately kill and devour living beings as far as their eyes can see, directly opening up a lifeless zone in the war zone. Ivan, that's where it's known as the forbidden zone, where the bugs will tangle with their hosts to the death until both sides are dead. And when the forbidden zone is gone, the Alliance will gain a large swath of territory. Ivan, with any luck, there are still planets left. Chicken eating potatoes, holy, no wonder you have to hide. This crashed and went straight to use as a tool. Ivan, this is the mission of senior genetic warriors. The rights and resources they enjoy are the top of the league as long as they don't genetically collapse. Shimoyuki-Are nodded, her heart probably in the right place. That means that this elf queen was content to enjoy the benefits of the elf clan and the Alliance, but didn't want to go to a war zone to fight for her life, and then found a way to hide herself. This time it was letting himself get pissed off and break his defense, directly exposing the chant. Then let's just put the video on Starnet. There's no way the Alliance doesn't have a means to deal with it. Ivan shook his head. Once the queen reverts to her method of hiding the mutation, the Alliance side will just assume you're lying. And there's already an enforcer dead in your human territory now. Ivan, so run away now. It's not too late. Evan meant what he said. He knows a lot more than the players can. If only the queen had been able to hide for so long. So the other advanced genetic warriors, they must be clean? And who provided her with the method of concealment? These. Trying to investigate it is not even something the current human race can do. Moreover, the human race was already a thorn in the side of many communities, and had not been dealt with because of certain reasons that everyone knew only too well. Now, if they explode this matter, the Alliance's top management will have to muddle through and will inevitably take the human race to task. Hey, man, that's a big male lead script you're holding. Cold Little Silver also walked in at an unknown time. She stood in the doorway with her arms coolly clasped. On the other side of the room, Shirayuki nodded as well, seemingly echoing Cold Little Silver. But she opened her mouth in the next sentence. Yeah, a man can't say he can't. Chapter 133, so beautiful, we human race will take it. Ivan was worried. Players are excited. Pilot the battleship and head straight for the living galaxy. Most of the scenery on the way during the voyage to the Star Ocean was boring. Even running into some meteorite swarms can make players cheer a bit. Now, what appeared before them was the galaxy of life. A huge, glowing tree of life. Although from Ivan's mouth, the players had already known that the tree of life had been gnawed on by the insects and had lost its vitality, and was now a dead tree. However, seeing such a magnificent tree for the first time on the deck of the pilot battleship would still cause players to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Holy, a tree is an entire galaxy. It's magical. Seriously, this interstellar game. There are times when it doesn't feel like an interstellar game to me. It feels like a magic game. And now I'll believe you if you say we've traveled to the magic world. Such a big tree, tens of thousands of light years away. The players were able to see an outline that large. The shadows of the trees flowed with a glazed light, and in the shadows of the tree of life were countless planets encircling it. There are no stars here that are perpetually radiating energy like Blue Star. The main energy source of the galaxy of life is the tree of life itself. It's beautiful. Players lamented in unison. Only by Ya, who was cowering in the corner, said in a very, very small voice, "It's so beautiful, such a beautiful galaxy. It should be dedicated to the Lord." Ivan? He had just been taken aback by the little girl's comments. And now he felt even more. What was wrong with this child? Without waiting for him to look deeper, he heard Shwela also lamented. How can such a good place be destroyed by the Queen of the Elves? Ivan, set out. Let's go and save your people. This piece of the living galaxy will be a place covered by our human race in the future. Light Elf Hall. At this time, inside the Great Hall, there was no one. Inside the hall that was supposed to be flooded with light, there was an eerie aura flowing out. Even at this point, the afterglow of the Mother Tree of Life was still glowing, but there was no way to drive away the darkness that lingered within the temple anymore. It was because Yu Shengyin, at this very moment, was sitting at the highest place in the Great Hall. Her body, already, was similar to what it had looked like on the human home planet. The aberration had reached the lower abdomen of her normal half of her body. The slimy strip of flesh was quivering, and the lumpy bag on top of it was shaking rapidly. However, because all of the spiritual energy had been transferred to the human home planet, they were, all of them, asleep. The maid, cowering in the corner, was pale and bloodless. In her hand, she also clutched 3 inhibitors. Just wait until the Queen's mutation reaches the chest area and she'll have to go up to the needle. But at this point, she was genuinely terrified. It's just horrible. When the queen was closing her eyes, the lumps seemed to be asleep as well, but they moved with a much greater amplitude than the queen's. Obviously, it seemed as if they were all about to awaken. Just as she waited in trembling fear, a sudden burst of messages came from the brain. Squire, Ivan is back. He says he has something important to report to the queen. Is he the only elf? The large serving elf frowned. Now was not the time to let this fellow see the queen. The queen is now confronting the people at Blue Star. Hold Ivan for now and wait for the queen to awaken. Before the maid could finish her words, she saw that the tentacle underneath in Yu Shengyin's feet was actually coming in her direction. The tumors on top, already bulging high, began to quiver violently, then cracked open a slit right in front of her face. Lord Squire, what is the matter with you? The subordinate's voice was tinged with doubt. The first maid wanted to cry at this moment, but she still kept the queen's words in mind. These aberrations, until she has a complete breakdown, pose no threat to them. The queen is the queen of the elves. The queen does not persecute her people. It's fine. It's fine. Keep an eye on Ivan and wait for the queen to wake up before you talk to him. For now, no one is allowed to let them enter the Temple of Light. Yes, the maid shivered and fought back her fear, but couldn't help but cross over to the tentacles and head towards Yu Shengyin. But just the moment she moved, dozens of tentacles were starting to move. The leech-like roughness of the skin made her goosebumps explode the moment it wrapped around the maid's delicate skin. Female, queen, she whispered in a small voice. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yu Shengyin was still battling Wei Yuan. The bodies that had awakened within the sanctuary at this time were bugs that had been cut off by Wei Yuan on the battlefield and killed by the players. Rustling, tiny, crunching sounds came from under her feet, and the maid's legs went weak, and when she looked down, she saw countless tiny tongues, sticking out from the cracks of the tentacles, trying to bite her. The maid couldn't take it anymore. With a scream she jumped over these tentacles, which were only instinctive, and towards Yu Shenyin's neck. She slammed 3 needles down. At this very moment, in the human home planet, Yu Shengyin, who had just laughed and taunted Wei Yuan's attacks as if they were scratching an itch, suddenly there was a pain in the neck. At the same time Wei Yuan's broadsword had slashed across towards her chest. Chapter 134, Players may make a profit, but I'll never lose money, added for Manhwa Sanguine Big Brother. These guys, they're too hard to kill. I'm so ed. They even ate the corpses of their own kind before evolving. Brothers, I can't carry it anymore. The blood on the hippie's hands had dried up. Holding the fire axe in both hands, the layer of blood was sticking to the handle. Each swing drove the nerves in the palms of the hands, coupled with a constant stream of sweat seeping in. If the pain hadn't been turned off, the hippies would have collapsed at this very moment. But even so, in front of him, the bugs that had been cleaved to death only moments ago were quickly eaten by the new bugs that had been used up. Then in front of the hippies, the bugs grew again, and just now had the appearance of bugs that were crawling on the ground towards them. At this point, landing directly on his hind feet, he stood up, and with his rounded head elongated and split right down the middle, his slender, bright red, round-tubed tongue, he swiped it and charged towards the hippie alien's face. I want half, 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 I want half. The hippies wielded the fire axe again. Jabla. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was a little hard on the ears. This is outrageous. Mrs. Outrageous. The hippie alien saw with his own eyes that the tongue was breathing sparks as it touched his axe. What's so outrageous that a tongue can match the hardness of metal? This thing is superb, isn't it? Can't carry it anymore. Stamina is bottoming out. Holy brothers, I'm going to die in a wave first. I'll be back to save you later. Hippie Star's hand was tingling. Even if he couldn't perceive the pain, he still had the reaction that his body should have. For example, after exhaustion, the muscles tremble and cannot be brought up again. Watch as the bug rolls its tongue around its own fire axe, then swallows it and begins to binge on it. The hippie starman, not to mention his hands, were numb. Now he felt like his whole body was a little numb. Those players who had just followed him in kiting the bugs were no better than him. Now one by one, they are beginning to pronounce their last words. Stop it. I'm dead too. Convinced. This thing, it's too hard to remove. No wonder it's directly labeled as the biggest boss for the Star Alliance. Luckily, the rest of the brothers have already picked up the people, so we're kind of done for. Don't say you're done. Man, I'm a little worried that I'm going to be upside down on this mission. I've got all this gear. It's all riding on this. No way, no way. I'll just lie down and die equally. Turn on the recording screen. Let everyone see what it means to be gnawed to death in the first view. The hippie starman felt that chopping down trees for a day wasn't this tiring. Straight up whatever. With a blank stare, he lay down on the floor and turned on the recording screen. He spread his hands wide. Come on, mongrels, eat your grandpa. In the next second, densely packed oval bug heads came within his field of vision. bright red tongues, simultaneously rushing towards his brain. Naya. It's weirdly exciting. To record the screen, the hippie's eyes glazed over. The scene was an adrenaline rush. But just as the dude was about to valiantly die to get the video footage, an extraordinarily sharp, piercing and twisted scream suddenly came from the sky. It was a scream that scared the players a little bit. The hippies hadn't even had a chance to ask how it went. All those tongues that had been sticking towards him like steel needles the previous second had softened. The softly falling down in the oval head. Holy, bon. These standing xenomorphs that had grown close to 1.7 meters had heads as hard as large iron lumps. They clanked and fell all over. Smashed the hippie star people's eyes. WOJ, this ING waiting to die and be humiliated by bugs? The hippie star roared and climbed to his feet. When he stood up, he realized that something was wrong with the battlefield. It wasn't just these bugs around him that looked like they were running out of steam. Across the battlefield, all the bugs went soft. The hippie alien kicked one away, then ran towards the bodies of several other players. Ha ha, recycle. The players who had just resurrected back hadn't even figured out what was going on when they saw the hippies there picking up their corpses. Stop it, oh livestock. That's my corpse. Ah, the battlefield howled. And at that moment, Yu Shangyin, who had already had half of her abdominal cavity sliced open and blood scattered all over the ground, stared with wide eyes and covered her stomach in disbelief. The body that was still in a state of mutation just a moment ago has unexpectedly changed back at this moment. After changing back, her body wasn't as resistant to building. Through her fingers, Yu Shangyin felt her sticky insides. Slightly alarmed, she quickly distanced herself from Wei Yuan. Physical problems? It's the maid. She was given inhibitors. Something must have happened. Trying to run? Wei Yuan's eyes swept austerely, not giving Yu Shangyin a chance at all. Splitting his head and giving another output. This time, it changed to him attacking while Yu Shangyin dodged, wolfishly dodging several of Wei Yuan's attacks. Yu Shangyin gasped for air and withdrew from the holographic projection without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, the shield over the human race's home planet disappeared. Meanwhile, within the Central Galaxy Law Enforcement, the enforcer's body snapped to the ground. Alarms are ringing throughout the department. Host, recover live ground bugs in exchange for a large amount of resources. Arrange for the players to recycle it. I want 70% of the intermediary fee on my side, and the remaining 30%, give them a big carousel to draw. Wei Yuan retrieved the energy broadsword. That chop just now. He saw it. When the mutation hadn't completely disappeared, there were no internal organs in the body of Yu Shangyin that had been sliced open. There were only thick veins, and those, it seemed, were dedicated to transporting the tumor packets, because he saw countless pink tumors rolling through the veins of Yu Shangyin. That's disgusting. But by the time the mutation wore off, those internal organs were back in her sliced-up body. It looks like there's a problem with the previous speculation. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth. Before, I thought that the end result of the Forbidden Zone was to turn into a king bug, or it would turn into a low-grade mutated king bug. I didn't realize that it wasn't a king bug, but a nest of bugs. Genetic Potion Company, what exactly are they working on? Is there really no organization that can regulate this? Even the 10th grade gene potion. It's so screwed up? Wei Yuan had a bit of a headache. The good thing is, the players are giving enough. Snowlaw went so far as to arrange for the potato-eating chickens to rush straight towards the living galaxy. Straight away, the situation of certain death was broken, and now it was just a matter of seeing how they dealt with Yu Shangyin. Wei Yuan rubbed his neck. Congratulations, players, for completing the survival quest and killing a large number of bugs. Gold will now be distributed according to the score of kills. At the same time, open the recycling lottery system. Chapter 135, come out, True Body. One more chapter for butterfly lovers non-dancing big brother. Recycling the foreign bugs will give you a chance to draw a prize. The higher the bug's level, the higher the prize you will get from the drawing. Players who were lying down and waiting to die 1 second jumped up and started recycling bug corpses the next. The hippie star man was being chased by a couple of players whose bodies he had recovered. And when he saw the message prompt, he instantly purchased a mechanical crate from the system. While running away, he was furiously picking up bodies on the ground. Slightly, come chase me. Ahahaha, chase me and I'll give you guys hey. Asterisk Q. Aw, so cheap this livestock. Forget it, don't chase them. Recover the bug corpses first. Immediately after the hippies realized they weren't chasing them, they hummed a little tune and threw the bugs on the ground towards their crates. The fleshy bug smashed against the crate with a muffled thud followed by a slight vibration. All regular game players, naturally no one is picking up bugs while recycling at this time. So by tacit agreement everyone pushed up their crates and piled the bugs high. Wait until it's safe to do so, and then a wave of all recycled draws. At this moment, seeing the players of the human home planet picking up worms so hilariously, the eyes of the potato-eating chickens were red. He bit his collar hideously, tilting his head back in impotent rage. Ah, I'm going to pick up bugs too. What should I do? The addiction to picking up trash is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. He wants it so bad now. So much. So wanted. It was so tempting to crawl to the human home planet and sweep the ground for all the bugs. It's all money. A raffle would certainly be a better deal than a direct exchange for money. But the next moment, he saw Shimazuka's sweeping glance towards him. At once, the mouth was loose and the collar fell back. Head down. Silence. Drawing circles. The commander-in-chief is a bully, so I'll have to tell the Lord when I get back later. It was too damnable to let him, a garbage-picking fiend, watch other players furiously sweeping up garbage with his own eyes. It was too damnable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Since that elf queen can turn into a bug and spawn once, she can surely come back a second time, and later on when there's another wave, then all that's scattered on the ground will be mine. Potato-eating chicken crumbles. His words managed to give Shimazuka goosebumps. Commander-in-chief. What's wrong with you? Cold Little Silver asked softly. Shimo Yuula, whose face has obviously turned a bit white, shook her head. It's fine. I just remembered that there's still a bit of work that hasn't been taken care of. If the bugs come later, you must be calm. You must be calm. You must be calm. Then the players who followed her saw that it was snowing, and goosebumps appeared on their bodies. In bursts. The commander-in-chief has this look like I tried to scamper thin yesterday, but the teacher dragged the class. Hush, hush. Keep your voice down. Doesn't the commander-in-chief want to lose face? You think anyone has to take classes like you? The commander-in-chief is now working for the company. It's awesome. I'm going to work for a company like the commander-in-chief from now on. Being a cow horse? The more the players talked, the more crooked they became. And the more the fists in Shui Le's hands were pinched, the more tightly they were pinched. So they really wanted to give one of them a big bag to smash out of their heads. It's snowing. You have to hold back. They're all just a bunch of kids. Damn. Suddenly not afraid of bugs. Shimashira's teeth clenched. She was connected to the mic with Ivan, who by now had arrived at the light star where the light elves were. It's snowing, Ivan. We've tried to turn on the interstellar live streams, but, without exception, all of them have been shut down. Ivan, normal. The Alliance's live broadcasting platforms also have the participation of the elves. Almost all of the platforms are controlled by the higher-ups. Perhaps it would be better for me to open the live broadcast. After all, if the humans turn on the live stream, the enemy is all of the advanced races of the Alliance. But if he, Ivan, were to open it, then the other races would only think of seeing the jokes of the elves. Even the elves themselves had no way to close off his live stream. It's snowing. Wait a minute. Don't just start anything. You'll let the oil-stealing woman come up with a shocking body title for your live room. Ivan, huh? Did it work? It's snowing. It works. Trust me. The oil thief lady is a pro. Ivan, oh, okay. Just so happens I've added them to the group chat before. Yukara had seen that live stream that Anzuki Lina had started before. The live title is simply uninspired and relies entirely on the word human to draw traffic. This is almost like the simple days of the internet when it first came into existence, without marketing numbers, to the players. The title is taken as simple as can be. At this point, the oil-stealing woman, who was happily picking up bugs on the human home planet, was suddenly called in a small group. Ivan, oil-stealer woman, help me with a title. Ah, we're in the middle of a photostar. We're going to have a live stream where the queen reveals her true self. Oil-stealing woman, ah, oil-stealer woman, it's a boss fight family. Oil-stealing woman, I want to kill the bugs, ah, 100 times, 100 times, 100 times ah. The oil-stealing woman suddenly jumped up and screamed. Star tackled the oil-stealing woman with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, secretly begging. This pussy just hit the bugs and let them split his body a small 100 times. He's a little crazy. A little while later I'll have Star tell him to calm down. Ivan, huh? Yes. In the half-minute that Ivan dutifully waited, the oil-stealing woman was almost strangled by the stars. Star, calm down. The oil-stealing woman patted Star's arm, foaming at the mouth and nodding frantically. Star let go of her hand. Makabaka looked at this and scrunched his neck in fear. The oil-stealing woman wouldn't be crazy about the bugs, would she? Oil-stealer woman wiped the white foam off her mouth and rolled her eyes at Makabaka. Is your stealer brother that fragile? I just have an obsession in my heart. Star, take an aim. Oil-stealing woman, oh, good. Oil-stealer woman, Ivan. Just title your live stream, shocking. So the real body of the elf queen looks like this. Ivan, huh? When Ivan saw the headline, he felt a desire to click on it and take a look. But then he sucked in a breath of cold air when he thought about what he was going to be broadcasting. Oil-stealing granny. So strong. Ivan, is this, like, your gift? Stealing oil from women? Oil-stealing woman. I'm flattered. He. It's what I settle for. Do live. If you will not title. How to attract traffic Lou. AI fan did not know which of the bends and turns. Only felt that this title, up, is so apt, domineering and attractive. Chapter 136, it's really quieter to suck, added for hippie star man. Oil-stealing woman, if you believe me, brother, I can actually make your broadcast dramatic and exciting. Ivan, believe it. Ivan was now completely overwhelmed by the player's charisma, pretentiousness, though it was true that before he was pretty much like the rest of the interstellar people, and would look down on lower-ranked genetic warriors, but after following the players around for a while, he was truly convinced. Each of these humans, really, has their own fancy way of doing things, no matter what he ate or drank or played. That one clan, one piece, all of them made him feel like he had opened the door to a new world. The best of them all, of course, was still the oil-stealing woman who had run over to comfort him from the very beginning. In his opinion, although the oil-stealing woman is very sandy, he is also very genuine and passionate. So, he subconsciously nodded his head in belief. Then wait until Wei Yuan opened the Star Network and clicked into the live stream that Ivan had opened. He felt like he was back on Earth. Back in the days when marketing numbers dared to post anything indiscriminately. Shocked. So the real body of the Queen of Elves looks like this. I wouldn't believe it if I said that it wasn't the handiwork of a player. Although they all already knew what they were going to broadcast live, Wei Yuan couldn't help but want to click in. The screen lurches, and out of it comes the sound of Ivan's ragged panting, as if he's been running for a while. By the time Ivan's face appeared inside the video, there were quite a few scrapes on his handsome dark elf face. Hello everyone, I'm the dark elf who was abandoned by the elves. Ivan, I've discovered something terrible. We, the elves, may be about to perish. Those words were thrown out and the explosion was no less powerful than the live headline. The astroturfers who had just been lured in by the headline were dumbfounded, and instantly countless question marks floated past the pop-ups. What the hell? The elves are going to die out? I thought you said you were going to show us the true form of the Queen of the Elves? I smell a conspiracy. That headline. Claptrap. Ivan did as the oil-stealing granny taught him and completely ignored all the pop-ups. His handsome face was filled with grief, stoicism, pain and entanglement. All of it, coalesced into a kind of determination at the end. Seeing this performance, Wei Yuan wanted to applaud him. My headline. It's not a random title. Gentlemen, the news I'm going to broadcast today is something that concerns the entire league, and I'm actually scared. Really, I've never been so scared. If later on, the officials shut down my livestream, that means that what I'm about to say must be true. Just the day before yesterday, I was at Blue Star, as I'm sure you all know, when I was sent to deal with the humans of Blue Star after they fought the pirates. Not only did it not work out, but I was almost killed by the light elf, Angelina, when a fellow clan member tried to kill me and I was saved by a human. I was already a little shaken by then, and I wondered if the queen was still the queen of old or not, until I just picked up a video from the human race. It was short, but it told me that our elf queen's genes crashed. Knock, knock, knock. It didn't even take a minute for Ivan to say the words that came out, but his last sentence made all the viewers who had clicked into the live broadcast all explode, blown up in every sense of the word. The gene crashed. That's no less of a hazard than the bugs. How is that possible? How is this possible? Don't talk nonsense here. The last time the elf queen appeared, we were all still watching, and she didn't even show a single sign of mutation. I see this Aphan, clearly because he has a little friction with that Angelina, deliberately smearing the elf queen. Nonsense live room. It should be shut down. Get the official to come and shut down this live room. But, what if what he says is true? Yeah, what if the live stream is closed, but the elf queen had a real genetic meltdown and she didn't report it? There's only a real problem if the official closes down this broadcast. Law Enforcement Alliance number 1 goes on air. Alliance 1 Army enters the broadcast room. Alliance Town Guard enters the broadcast room. Several IDs with gold glittering special effects entered the live broadcast. Ivan's heart raced at the sight of those headlines. Sure enough, the real interstellar bigwigs that showed up. The Enforcer Alliance has several powerful individuals who specialize in dealing with genetically collapsed advanced genetic warriors. The Alliance Legion was more of a team of high-level genetic warriors from all races. They're all coming. Ivan had more energy in his heart. In that instant, the pop-ups on the live feed were a lot cleaner. If you guys don't believe what I'm saying, I'm going to broadcast the whole thing live. And I've also posted the footage captured by the human race earlier in the comments section of my live broadcast, so feel free to look at it and confirm if it's PD out or not. I swear by the mother tree of life that I have not thought of betraying my race, and I will more than likely not just make things up and slander our queen. Just as Ivan was saying these words, the same soldiers who had turned him away and driven him away earlier, found Ivan. Ivan, you're in luck. The queen is willing to summon you. The soldier looked at Ivan playfully. They couldn't get on StarNet while they were on duty, but the title of the live stream that Ivan was running was so bombastic, it went straight to the elves monitoring the elves and was reported up. The soldier sneered as he escorted Ivan. How dare you swear on the mother tree of life? You stupid fellow. The mother tree of life was cursed bad by scum like you swearing on it. Go and take a look. Let everyone in the alliance see this ugly face of yours, Ivan. Stupid. The queen is so noble and holy. How dare you slander the queen's genetic collapse? Traitor. Bah! Screaming and cursing all the way, the soldiers sent Ivan to the Temple of Light. Inside the main hall, and Yu Shangyin with long blonde hair, wearing a long white lace dress, the ruby scepter in her hand was half tilted. Not a single crack could be seen in her saintly and elegant countenance. The skin was fair and polished, and even though it was thousands of years old, it was still so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it when they saw it. In this instant, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all caught by this beauty, and caught their eyes. This guy Ivan really should have stayed in the underworld galaxy. I told you he was talking nonsense. My goodness, is this the queen of the elves? I'm really mesmerized by the appearance of the coronet, even though Ivan, the scum, deserves to die. It's such an honor for him to turn on the live stream and for me to have the privilege of meeting Coronet for a moment. And Yu Shangyin's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Beneath the hem of her enormous skirt, several long tongues were lodged in the maid's body, sucking her flesh and blood. The originally beautiful maid, with her eyes wide open and tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes, was again swallowed by two scarlet tongues, which plunged into her eyes, along with her eyeballs. And Yu Shangyin slowly smiled. It is true that it is still safer to suck and be silent. Those stink bugs only know how to nibble. Noisy. Ivan, boy, you're finally back. Chapter 137. A player's job is to wreak havoc. Added for all readers' interactive rewards. Facing the queen, Ivan was still instinctively afraid. Cold sweat was already seeping slowly from the corners of his forehead, but in his headset, the oil-stealing woman and their voices gave him courage. Oil stealer woman, whoa, 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 don't tell me. This boss is kind of nice to punch, secretly begging. Brother, what are you waiting for? Close to the water. Go up and kiss first. Oil-stealing woman, this is almost unrecognizable. It's like two elves from me and Yu Shangyin just now. Don't wait. Brother, it's not a bad idea to rush away before you die. Makabaka, Ivan, don't listen to them. You're still live. Wait until we get the boss down and give these perverts a chance to punch the monstrous half. It's snowing, no obscenities allowed. Star 6. Chicken eating potatoes, wow wow wow. What a luxurious palace. I want to pack it all up and take it with me. I've got my eye on that ruby too. It's beautiful. Chicken eating potatoes, Ivan. Hurry up and provoke her to show her true colors. Ask for worms. Lots of worms. Ivan, cold sweat more. Not right. Steel oil woman, they are not right. The attendants underneath in Yu Shangyin were eaten clean in just a few seconds. She saw Ivan go live. He even knew that his previous appearance at Blue Star, where he had displayed his true form, had been recorded. But what can be done about that? Ivan, although I am not your mother, as queen I am able to call you my child. And Yu Shangyin moved to walk slowly down the steps and reached out to clap her hand on Ivan's shoulder. Her holy, noble and elegant demeanor screamed of vertigo, and would not in any way associate her with the monster in the video. My child, you have been deceived by the human race. AI, this is something I was not going to say. As we all know, the elves and the human race have always been on good terms, even when their race was withering away. Compassion filled in Yu Shangyin's eyes. Maintaining a large community on the stars is useless by force alone. How could a single strong man fight alone with more resources than, say, a strong man with a supply of an entire community? She also had to admit that the boy, Ivan, had a good head on his shoulders and was smarter than that son of hers. But the number of years he had lived was still too few, and to use a human saying, the salt she, in Yu Shangyin, had eaten was more than the rice he, AI fan, had eaten. AI fan wanted to use the live broadcast to expose her true colors, so she went along with it, using AI fan's live broadcast to wash her hands of the situation, or at least to dump the pot of killing the enforcers onto the heads of the human race first. Still, that damned Wei Yuan had injured her origin. One maid isn't enough to eat. A little hungry. Hey, forget it. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Since you've come back, it's better for you to properly follow Dongro around and follow him to the Lord's Academy tournament. I don't blame you for giving your account to the human peeps. After all, the human race has always been so cunning, and they have always been good at buying people's hearts. The potato-eating chicken was on the airship, listening to all this official talk from the elf queen, and yawning heavily with sleepiness. I wipe. This elf queen is also strange cultured. Speak literally, a speech is the same as our principal said the opening speech. All give me sleepy, Aphan can still line. I want to directly open fire. Cold little Silver was also sleepy enough to yawn. Chief Commander, I can't do it anymore. This kind of grinding battle is not fun at all. Let's just fire the cannon. Just aim it at that Inu Shangin, and give her a prototype with one cannon shot? Yukira turned her head and saw that the players were all agreeing with Silver. She had planned to play a good hand earlier. To fake it. Wait until all of the alliance people inside the pop-ups believe that Yusuke Shangin is on the good and righteous side before letting the players shine. And then it's up to myself to jump in and take potshots at Yusuke Sagemon. What about finally letting her go on a rampage and finish herself off? That's a lot of pre-preparation. And a lot of pretending to get in the face. And reaping the rewards of another wave of emotion from the live viewers. It's proper facepalm literature. Don't you guys want to play the pretend face-punching routine? The players shook their heads frantically. We're going to fight the war. Fight the war. Fight. Fire. Fire the cannon. Fire. Scratch. 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 Grab the girl. Grab the girl. Grab the girl. Pick up the trash. Pick up the trash. Pick up the trash. Ha ha. Commander-in-Chief, you don't want to wait for those Confederates to believe this. Flip that. And then pull back and forth this way and that. Do you? The open-bladed Sheath held up two of his newly rubbed composite weapons and swung them high. Ha ha. I can't wait then. I've already upgraded my Gunstar weapon. Although I don't know if I can dry bomb Anzuki Sage Voice in one go, but it shouldn't be a problem to beat her up so much that she won't be able to maintain her disguise. You're okay with interstellar weapons? Yukira was shocked. This player isn't blowing awesome, is he? Open-bladed Sheath, you don't believe me? Try it if you don't believe me. The players cajoled and brought Shimila directly to the weapons room. Yukira stood in front of the massive Gunstar weapon, and the man was dumbfounded. After the one pilot battleship was rewarded to her by the system. She memorized all the weapons and properties inside. But how could she not remember that the Gunstar weapon's muzzle was upgraded to 3? Is this ready to go on a streak? Single sniper to machine gun? What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and try it out. I've had a hard time making a weapon that I've imagined. The energy consumption is greater than before. But this caliber, this burst, this firepower, those who have used it say yes. The open-bladed Sheath gave itself a thumbs up. At this moment, he was incomparably excited. One could simply say that he was excited to the extreme. On Earth, the open-bladed Sheath is a military weapons fanatic. Growing up, he studied artillery and knew all the weapons that came out of the world like the back of his hand. But unfortunately his health did not allow him to join the army. All those weapons that are whimsically created every day, even if they are backed up by theory, don't have that particular energy supply on Earth. Little did he know that his dream would be realized here. The day the open-bladed Sheath touched the Gunstar weapon, a shiver ran through his body. One of the first big things he did was remodel the ultramarine weapon. This was a weapon that was able to break through the protection of a level 9 genetic warrior and almost blasted the Lord. What's the point of hitting it one shot at a time? Of course you have to shoot like a machine gun to be a deterrent. At this point, Athan was still listening to Inu Shang-yin's teachings, and the viewers in the live broadcast room already thought that he was a traitor to the elf clan one way or the other. Ivan, as a 10th level gene warrior, I should have ignored your ignorant provocation, but who made you a genius of my clan? I can break precedent and swear by the mother tree of life that I have absolutely no genetic collapse. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 138, putting on a BGM. What's going on? And Yu Shengyin looked up in shock. The energy shield, which was supposed to be transparent, now unexpectedly had orb-like ripples appearing above it. It was an attack that was blocked by the shield. As the main star of the elves, the Light Star's shields had reached the highest level of protection. A level 10 protection that could block the full force of a level 10 genetic warrior. After blocking the next blow, you need to replenish your energy stones immediately or you will be broken. Queen, we're under an unidentified attack. The shields are up, but they don't seem to be able to stop the other side. Dang, Queen, the other side's firepower is concentrated, all hitting in one place. The shield's energy supply is about to run out. Requesting support. Have the resources department immediately pull all energy stones to fill the shields, and send out a mech battle team to find the enemy warships. Damn. For the time being. And Yu Shengyin let out a low curse. To have such terrifying firepower, it was bound to be the battle fleet without a doubt. With such intense gunfire, I'm afraid the number of warships coming is quite large. Having just withdrawn her spiritual power from the human home planet, she hadn't fully recovered from the injuries she suffered at the hands of Wei Yuan. Although her body was unharmed, she had lost most of her mental power. and if she was attacked by the enemy at this time, she would be in danger. And Yu Shangyin's mind instantly flashed to several of her arch-enemies. But those old guys either don't have a clan anymore, or they've always been too afraid to provoke at will for the sake of their clan. How is it that today, all of a sudden, a fleet of ships has been brought to war? It had even occurred to Yu Shangyin that there was a possibility that it was the Mechanical Legion that had come, but she dismissed that possibility in the next second. The Mechanical Corps couldn't be so much as a few cannon shots if they came. They were used to torrents of steel. Knock knock. On the battleship, the open-bladed sheath pressed the firing button like mad. It's a lot cooler than a machine gun. He doesn't even have to eat the recoil. Even the barrels are specially made, so he doesn't have to worry about the problem of having to wait for the barrels to cool down when the swarms of gunfire are fired. Loud gunfire rang out over the bright star, and the traces made by the shells became more and more uniform, even to the point of being fixed to a single spot. The protection of the energy shield is extracted from the energy within the energy stone, woven into a single piece, with the energy protection spread evenly, so when the swarm's fire hit a point, there wasn't enough energy evened out from the other directions to fill it, and it just busted open the big hole. Ha ha, it's broken open. Brothers, get ready to tear open the rift and drill straight through towards the gap. The open-bladed sheath roared. The entire pilot battleship was abuzz with players. People, this is the moment you've been waiting for. At that time, Timeless Star was the first player to pinch out the mech, and he posted the video as soon as he got off the line. The Saturday party, long ago, has been rubbing their hands together and waiting. With Timeless Star's teaching, players not only started searching the internet for mech component diagrams, they also started building their own mechs without a teacher. So, as the elven mech warriors penetrated past their shields, head on, they saw several black dots flying towards them. What's that? The golden mech at the head of the mech battle group sent out by the elves. The pupils of his eyes kept sweeping, locking onto the small black dots they found. The sight kept drawing closer, and closer, and closer. At first they didn't see what those things were. It just didn't feel like a battleship. But when those 5 black dots turned around and rushed towards them, all of these mechs froze. It's the bugs. Sharp screams of agony spread within the mecha battle group, and for a moment all the elves sent out panicked. Calm down, Captain, calm down. There are no new wormholes in the living galaxy, and it's impossible for the bugs to break through the defenses and come directly to us. And most importantly, the bugs don't use energy weapons. The vice captain's mech rushed forward and held down the captain, who was already in shock. Lieutenant, detecting object ahead. Insectoid mechs appearing ahead. Mech level 5. Hearing the words spoken by their own mecha AI, these elf warriors, whose hearts had been violently lifted up just now, were only able to let go. The fear of the bugs by all races is like it's engraved in their DNA. Who would have thought that something that looks like a bug at a glance would be a mecha? Simply heretical. What the hell are they? What kind of race are they? To create insect mechs? That's abominable. I'm afraid there's some extremists. Clear them out. After the fear is removed, there is extreme anger. Dude is a talent. To think of coming up with a mech like this is just brilliant. The pull of 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 the pull. Don't say. This mech wandering around the Star Ocean is just different from other players. Domineering. Hey, this game is so cool. It's a shame we're the only 5 of us who got in with so many of our buddies. This thing, to rely on the luck of the hand. Walk. The Commander-in-Chief did not say? Called us free to play. I intend to good. Anyway, are picking up garbage. We rely on this camouflage to grab some good things. These 5 players, all kids in one class. At this point, it's baring its big teeth and getting ready to go do something bad. It was then surrounded by the mecha battle group that suddenly rushed towards them. Commander-in-Chief, the bait has all been placed. The chicken-eating potatoes joyfully ran back to report. The pilot battleship has turned on stealth mode, being able to duck through by coding under the sweep of intelligence. But the elf warrior mechs came over to look for it, and that was bound to be easy to find. That's why Shimo Yola directly instructed the chicken that eats potatoes to send down some players whose mechs are made in strange shapes and are capable of pulling hate at first glance. Tell them to go ahead and explore. Once they had lured away all of the mech battle groups that had come to search for them, the lead battleship followed the gap that had been opened up by the bombardment and sailed straight into the Star of Light. The moment the huge battleship appeared over the light star, and Yu Shangyin, who was standing next to Ivan, immediately recognized it. She was instantly enraged and chided towards Ivan. Ivan, you have indeed betrayed me, the human race, but do you really want to be enemies with my elven race? Call out Ag-san. She roared towards the lead battleship above her. The old patriarch didn't have time to come see you. And Yu Shangyin, I'm here to bring you warmth again. The sound of snow falling came from the pilot battleship. In the next second, the muzzle of the Gunstar cannon was aimed at Yu Shangyin. not giving Anyuki Shangin any little bit of breathing room. The gunster's cannon fire smashed over towards Inu Shangin like rain. Brothers, it's our turn to debut. Cold Little Silver pulled out his own mech and jumped off the deck of the battleship with arms outstretched. All players, all assembled. They circled down in the direction of the artillery fire and looked surprisingly beautiful in a special way. The chicken that eats potatoes turns on its music right as it speeds along. A rousing BGM rang in the ears of all the players. Charge! Charge! With you guys? Ridiculous! Inu Shangin stomped the scepter in her hand on the ground, and silver armor was instantly attached around her. Then I'll play with you. The swarm of cannon fire exploded and landed around Inu Shangin, whose evasive maneuvers were extraordinarily graceful, all the while still charging in the direction of the lead battleship. Against the fire, a scepter whips the first player who sprints by out of the way. Chapter 139 now. We have Pan Jo Dan, the human home star. Players are still recycling bug bodies though, but they were, at that moment, no longer laughing as much as before, because, when the wave of bugs receded, what surfaced was the heavy death and injury of the human race, even if the players have tried very hard to rescue it. But humans are still spread too thin across the planet. After Ouija-san announced the names of the dead, the two children who had been rescued by the hippies were huddled in their house, crying in pain. Death. 4 children, not very well understood, but the parents could never come back, and they listened. Sadyo's cry of pain made even the players who had gained something feel their hearts heavy. At this moment, standing on the battlefield, looking around at the human homestars that had been trashed by Inu Shangin, Wei Yuan's face was so gloomy that the players didn't quite dare to go up and harass them. Tun Sun broadcast the Battle of the Lightstar to all planets in the Interstellar Alliance in real time. He didn't even ask the system if he could do it. Yes, and the system tacitly did not reply with any other words. Zip, zip, zip. Thousands of galaxies in the Interstellar Alliance, large and small, on millions of planets. Any device that had a projection function flickered at that moment, up to the center building of the Alliance's central star, down to poor enough to be reduced to a garbage star in the League's garbage dump. After the flashes, the picture became clearer. At this time, the Star Alliance Central Galaxy. Report it. There's an anomaly in a. What's going on with all of the normally placed equipment, all of which reproduces elvish footage? Is it that Ivan's live room? No. It seems to be some kind of device view that I invoked. What's going on? The message has been synchronized and sent to all the executives. Now wait for them to reply. Did it develop feelings too? Shoo, don't speculate. The terminal brain only serves the Alliance. It can't possibly generate self-awareness. But, awaiting orders from above. Yes, a message came back from the top. They're going to restart a. Highly doubtful that it develops self-awareness? How is that possible? Report. Can't reboot. All the chaos, all just in that building in the central galaxy. The higher-ups became more concerned with the terminal think tank. The people at the bottom, on the other hand, were watching the battle that was already destined to be won or lost. Put. Cold Little Silver slumped to the ground, her chest having been pierced through by Inu Shangyin's scepter. The large hole went from the mech's chest, all the way through her body. She lowered her head and saw her empty chest cavity with nothing left in it. Even she saw the mecha tissue behind the large hole in her chest. So, poof. Exciting. Her mouth was still spiking with blood and she had to hold back her words. At this very moment, the Anzuki sacred sound has been taken to the next level. All the players who jumped down were no match for her. This can simply be described as a complete second. Potato-eating chicken, brothers, compress the space she's flying in and draw her to strike. The Commander-in-Chief's guns are already aimed at you. Roger that. Countless players brazenly rushed towards Inu Shangin. The gunster's artillery fire followed them all the way towards Inu Shangin. Yukira stood in the command room of the lead battleship, her eyes locked on Yusuke Shangin. Recon. Yusuke Shangin, Queen of the Elves. Weakness, left abdomen has suffered a severe soul trauma. The damage is excessive from the soul level to the physical body. Blood, 68%. It's snowing. If we hit one cannon, we'll know how many cannons can kill her. Everyone hold on. If we can't force her to be a prototype, then we'll be here today and kill her. Slaughter her. Players yelled, rushed up, and were killed. It then hit the ground like a piece of trash that had been thrown down. The swarms of cannon fire that followed their fall also bombarded the surface of the light star directly. The Temple of Light was in ruins. Ivan tilted his head and drew his longbow. Ivan, stop. Do you want to die? And Yedong rushed out from the corner and slammed it towards Ivan. After Ivan dodged out of the way with a sharp dodge, he did a quick kick to Yedong's chest. And Yedong's strength wasn't covered either. He instantly avoided AI Fan's attack while tackling AI Fan's ankle at the same time. You really betrayed us. The queen is having a real genetic meltdown. Fart. The battle on the ground was instantaneous. Under the constant bombardment of artillery fire, Ivan and Inyedon were in direct physical combat. I can't, guys. This boss is completely out of our league. Holy, we can't even touch her. Getting killed in seconds without any sense of gaming experience. I've got my ing pain sense turned on and I didn't even feel much pain before I died. I'm much worse off than you. I bled out before I died. It hurts like hell. Resurrection. 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 I'm going back on deck. Don't lose this wave. Right? I can basically say that I've lost my mech materials. This wave is a bloody loss. That's the way it is with the next copy. There's no way around it. Holy, that guy's almost on the lead battleship. Commander-in-Chief. Run. It's snowing. I'm probably going to hit GG again this wave. It's snowing. I really didn't expect that the cluster weapon, which is capable of bombarding a 9th level genetic warrior, is like nothing in front of a 10th level. It's snowing, but we have one last chance to flip it. It's snowing, guys. It's probably best to turn off all your pain senses later. It's snowing. I'm going to start the mouth breathing show again. It's snowing, and now, we have Panjo Dan. The players didn't stop Yusuke Sundance after all. Like a ghost, she strangled the players who had just revived on the deck, one after another. She ended up in the general command room of the pilot battleship. The back of the young girl with short white hair puzzled her for a moment. You again? She had slowly reached out and choked Shimoyurama. When Yukira went offline earlier, her body had been crumbled into pieces by Inu Shangin. So this wave of resurrection was a complete blank slate level. It's me. Shimoyuki-la hooked up the corner of her mouth. Yasuki Shangin. You stink even more after not seeing you for a day. The slender neck of the human girl was pinched, and the bony hand of Inu Shangin sank into Shimoyu-la's neck. The great arteries of mankind, under her fingers, powerfully channeled blood. But because it was pinched, the blood flow was not smooth, and Shimoyuki-la's head, in a short time, became red. But instead of being the least bit timid, she smiled even wider. What? Trying to kill me all over again? And then me, crumbling into a bloody froth, sprinkled all over my body? You enjoy bathing in blood. And Zuki's sage voice. So tell me, is it more pleasurable to shower in warm blood? Or is it more comfortable to devour blood and flesh in one big gulp? Chapter 140 Blood and Rain. One on the seat, added for God River Kirin Big Brother. The slender neck, the warm flesh and blood, and the beating pulse. And Yushengin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The voice in the back of his mind was screaming. She needs to. Much needed. The flesh and blood of humans is more sweetly flavored than any other race. There were quite a few carbon-based beings among the 10,000 races, but only the flesh and blood of the human race, no matter what grade it was extraordinarily delicious to eat. What is it for? Yasuki Shangin subconsciously wanted to enjoy it once more when she heard the words described by Yukira, but the message that kept flashing on her bracelet brought her back instantly. Mental energy was channeled into the think tank, and a mental imprint was delivered within the anonymous group chat. It was a group chat made up of all the members within genetics that had tried the inhibitor before today. Never had a message from any of the group members. The moment the brand was read, and Yu Shangyin's eyes cleared, and she coldly looked at Shimoyuki-la who was waiting to die. The expression of infatuation just now instantly dissipated. The same routine. How dare you reuse it? Is that all the commander of the human race is capable of? Yukira mentally sucked in a breath of cold air. It's amazing how this boss doesn't get on. Oh, has the game's AI been updated again? It's just not that easy to provoke her last time. Is it? Players can be on the sidelines the whole time. At this moment, the windblown farts far away in the human territory were in a hurry. Windblown but, holy, Sister Snow, what now? Chicken eating potatoes, Commander-in-Chief. The boss isn't on the hook. Are we still going to relaunch the charge? Yukira, no, I have plan B. Windblown but, what's a plummy? Chicken eating potatoes. Telling you to read more is what plan 2 is all about. The exchange of players is but a fleeting moment. In Yu Shangyin's eyes, she then saw a hint of surprise flash underneath Shimoyuele's eyes, and burst into a light laugh. This damned human, really dark and cunning, almost fell into her trap. I had thought that Ivan, the traitor, was the only one who was on the air. I didn't realize that the human race had left a backhand. Inside there is a back door left by the human race. At this point, her battle against the human race was broadcasted directly to the entire interstellar alliance. Luckily, the inhibitor had just been injected. And the inhibitor worked at its best when the madness of the breakdown wasn't triggered as long as it didn't actually come into contact with blood. Didn't see that coming, people. With all your backhanders. The smugness in Yu Shangyin's heart hadn't lasted 2 seconds before she saw Shimoyuki-la, who was all but choked to death by her alive, pull out a dagger without hesitation and stab it towards her own neck. Put. The moment the aorta ruptured, the blood looked like it had been sprayed from a high-pressure water gun. It directly nourished Yusuke Shungin's head and face. Fresh, rolling, fishy sweet, freshly baked human blood even has a sweet scent. Yusuke Sane's eyes, which had been splattered with blood, reflected Shimoyukiare's ghastly white face. Surprisingly, she smiled immensely, then cut harder to make a bigger wound. This is my second time giving you a great gift, in Yu Shangyin. Ha, ha, ha. Yukiare laughed extra loud, even trembling from the loss of blood. It looked like she was shaking with laughter. Extraordinarily epileptic, and Yu Shangyin even felt that her seizure was no worse than when she was mutated. Crazy, crazy. Pain and awe welled up in the bottom of Yu Shangyin's eyes. She simply let go, wanting to leave the bloodstained command room immediately. Chicken eating potatoes? Ah, are you crazy, Commander-in-Chief? Cold little Silver, holy, Commander-in-Chief, you're scared to death. You're not going crazy, are you? Open blade sheath, it's in a game. But this is horrible. Holy, holy, holy. The impact of this scene to the players was not at all less than what Yu Shangyin received. It's not like we haven't seen suicide attacks before, but a direct stab towards the aorta? This is terrible. Chicken eating potatoes, kids should never, ever study. There are no children in our game, right? Cold little Silver, we are not little cute. The game will not die. The reality of who will go to learn eat potatoes chicken, the video cannot flow out in case the children see the school. This game is gone. It's snowing it's me who didn't think it through well, but this is the most effective way at the moment. I presume that although Yu Shangyin used a method to be able to hide her mutation, there's no way for her to refrain from craving for flesh and blood. It's snowing, this stuff is bound to be addictive. So, chicken eating potatoes, got it. But Commander-in-Chief doesn't have to say much. Resurrect in place plus teleportation. And Yu Shangyin hadn't had time to shiver and leave yet. Potato-eating chicken had then used his whiteboard character to rush next to Yusuke Sentinel. Sticking it in not a major artery or something is just too vicious. He brought a grenade, pulled the ring on the run out and just held and charged. Bang! Flesh and blood remains were scattered all over the ground, and Yu Shangyin was doused in blood and flesh again. Trembling, she reached out and caught some of the broken flesh. No, 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 no. I'm going. Strong willpower, at that moment, dragged her body slowly towards the outside, elegant with a maniacal twist. Game public screen. Cool. That's so cool. Guys, Suicide Squad rally. Chicken eating potatoes, brothers, join the bloodbath. Coming. The short few steps were extraordinarily difficult for Yu Shangyin to walk. She walked towards the exit of the battleship in a trance. Almost there. Just get out. Bang. Something exploded in his ear. Bang. Another bang. Bang bang. The smell of blood on the tip of his nose was getting stronger. It smells so good. She raised her head and took a deep breath. The absolutely beautiful face was already full of traces of blood and rain dripping down. Looking so demonically beautiful. Oh. Ha ha ha. Giggle. Pilot battleship's exit. And Yu Shangyin stepped into the air and slowly fell towards the Star of Light. At this very moment, all of the interstellar people of the Interstellar Alliance watched the scene. It's crazy. They watched as the human race rushed towards Yu Shangyin one after another before blowing themselves to smithereens halfway through. Again. He watched Yu Shangyin move a little bit as if he was scared silly. What's going on? I didn't hear about the human and elf wars. These humans, are they all crazy? It doesn't look like unconscious clones. Are they even so unafraid of death? My god. Elf Queen, what's going on? Just kill them The Queen is merciful after all. Look at these lowly civilians, who haven't even been injected with gene potions. How dare they launch a death blow at the Queen? The Elf Queen has fallen. Oh my god. Chapter 141 today. The light falls, plus for infantry geometry big brother. Bright star. There is no darkness. Here, it was the place guarded by the light elves, who, for generations, had bathed in the light of the mother tree of life. Looking at Yu Shangyin, who had fallen from the pilot battleship, Wei Yuan's eyes were cold as he spoke softly. Today, the light falls. It's the Queen's coronation. Those humans, what did they do to the Queen? Launch the war. We will declare war on humanity. Armies, assemble. On the Star of Light, all the elves saw the image of Yu Shangyin falling. Anger filled the hearts of all the elves. The mech warriors captured all of the players that had been dropped out as bait. The mechs of these kid players were all scrapped. Their faces are also bruised and swollen. Disgraceful. So disgraceful. Oh, caught in the opening game. Ha, didn't you say that we're sure to give them a scare if we modeled our mechs with bugs? Tianji jam? Tianji sauce. With dark circles under her eyes, also deflated her mouth. At that time, when the teachers saw the mecha I made, they were all stunned. Wow, Oh, who knew that these elf warriors would be just like having a courage aura on when they saw us? It hurts. Ooh-hoo. I got 13 on my math test and my parents' mixed doubles didn't hurt this much. It hurts too much. So you don't know about turning off the pain? But there was a rumor before that turning on pain sensation would increase experience. So I want to upgrade quickly. Several children are all new to the game. And only Saturday and Sunday can play the game. So this in order to be able to upgrade. Even the pain is not willing to turn off. At this point, after being recaptured by the elven warriors, he came to hide in the corner, holding his head. The first thing they think about is this gameplay video going back and saying they forgot to record it. Those in the class, eyeballing it, didn't snag a spot either. Had they known that they'd taken a beating on their first day in the game? I'm guessing it's going to be a joke by then. Tian Jisauce was even wiping tears from her eyes and said hatefully, "These elves, good looking is good looking. Their hearts are too vicious. Little children are beaten." Oh, the elf mech warriors who had captured them back were also speechless. Who would have thought that the bug mechs that scared them so much that they almost lost their souls would come from the hands of a few small children? Though some of what they were saying was not very intelligible, the words "beat the child" were heard clearly. The captain of the mecha battle team kicked Tian Jisauce's ass. If it wasn't for the fact that your mecha talent is very high, your lives, just now, would have been taken away. Hit a kid? Killing is deserved. Humans. The queen has fallen, and already the holy officers of the Temple of Light have gone in search of her, and the human race is about to be exterminated. These kids, as odious as they are, have a rare talent. He fell in love with his talent. After today, I'm afraid that the human race will be exterminated by our elf race. So you kids, stay by my side and be my slaves. It will save your lives. The 5 little ones came together and directly turned around to ignore this brain-sick NPC. This NPC is so loud. The point is to dare to kick me. I'm going to kick this guy's ass after the commander-in-chief comes down for the elves later. Tian Jisauce opened his mouth viciously. Take them back as slaves. Then I want those warrior women outside the door. Naya, there are only a few female warriors. And you want them all by yourself? Split it up. Split it up. People's grandchildren can be around older than you guys. The male warriors are stronger. I'll take a loss. The male warriors will give you a share. I only want the female warriors. The mech warriors who had just returned from capturing them. Each elf's hand clenched. The 5 little ones got another beating. But just as they were getting their asses kicked, a mournful scream came from within the elf clan's hordes. The members of the mecha battle team stopped at once and rushed towards the outside in panic. Just as they rushed out of the captive's cage, a large mist of blood smeared their faces. There were screams from elves everywhere. There are escaped elves everywhere. The Temple of Light, which had always been bright and holy, was blindingly red. Run! 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 Help! The queen is mad. Screams filled the ears. For a moment, the elves of the mecha warriors surprisingly all froze. All the elves rushed past them, until an elf crashes through. What's the hair what? The lieutenant grabbed the elf by the arm. The other party's face is still thick with fear. His eyes are trembling, and his lips are trembling. The queen's genes, collapsed. Even if it collapsed, it wouldn't be so fast. Before the lieutenant could finish his words, he knew what was happening. From within the blood mist, a tall figure slowly rose up in the air. Below were thick tentacles, like tree roots, holding the beautiful queen up. Her eyes, which had gone from beautiful golden elfin eyes to inorganic, pure black bug eyes. Half of the face disappears, puffs up and bloats. It looked extraordinarily horrible and hideous. Oh my people, why run away? Wouldn't it be nice to be my sustenance? We are one forever, never to be parted. Oh, I am the elven one. Ha ha. Under the peer pressure of the elven race, no elf thought of making an enemy of a Yu Shengyin. All they think about is running away. So those insect eggs that wanted immensely to be born from Yu Shengyin's body could only keep rolling around, searching for the nearest elf and in Yu Shengyin's mutated body to extend their sucking tongues. The queen collapsed, and the great army must have become her sustenance when it assembled. Now, at once, go and seek out In Yudong, and bring him out of the light star. The captain of the mecha battle team roared towards the team members behind him. Now the situation is not the worst. They're going to take In Yudong to escape the bright star. Escape! Go! His roar also woke up the team. They were all aware of how terrifying a genetically collapsed 10th level genetic warrior was. At this very moment, they only prayed that they would not be exterminated. Just who could find In Yedong now under the chaos? There was blood everywhere. The roots of In Yu Shengyin's tree were expanding, and the entire elven race was like the soil in which she had taken root. The planet's energy shields opened and countless elves fled like mad. At this point the forgotten players, quietly, opened their pilot ships and fled. Chicken-eating potato, ***. Why do I feel that this In Yu Shengyin, this mutation, is even more terrifying than it was at our place. This boss, it's obviously been strengthened. It's too scary. Cold Little Silver also hadn't slowed down from the shocking scene just now. I don't know, but it's okay. I've recorded the screen wholly. The internet is definitely going to be blown up by this clip in the next few days. I'll just get offline and upload it later. Damn. It's so exciting. Those guys who couldn't grab an account are going to be so jealous, huh? Chicken eating potatoes. Selective deafness belongs, yes. Open blade sheath, hey I just observed. That blood. We cut a lifetime cannot be cut to death. Turn back to be sure to be in the game. Stronger people out to solve the problem. And Yusheng in this level is too high. The words of the open-bladed sheath were not even finished. Ding! Congratulations to the player for typing a new chapter. Copy quest released. Replica mission, containing Yasuki Shangin. Chapter 142. This top-level mission understanding, added for China Eternal Big Brother. A start squad, which was recovering the body. A new taskbar notification appears before your eyes. Duplicate mission, stopping Yasuki Shangin. The Forbidden Zone formed after the collapse of the 10th level genetic warrior is incomparably huge. The galaxy where the elves are located is in the central region of the Interstellar Alliance. Once in Yusheng completely loses her mind, interstellar life will suffer a devastating blow. After accepting the quest, the player will be transported directly to the Star of Light to fight against Yusheng, and all the items dropped in the battlefield can belong to the player. The corpse of the bug that Sakuraba's horsehair had cupped in her hand suddenly didn't smell good. He recycled all the bugs from the crate. Player Sakura false horsehair. Recovered 764 bug corpses. Gained 800 draws from the primary pool. 88 draws from the intermediate pool. 76 draws from the advanced pool. And 0 draws from the supreme pool. Don't smoke it yet. Don't smoke it yet. Sakuraba Main found a sink and cleaned the bug juice that had stained her hands. Tapped directly on a start squad chat. Sakura downed her horse's mane. A start. Assemble. Prabhupada, Namo Bharat Prabhupada is here. And I will bring my Buddha's compassionate gun and go to overthrow the sacred soundcaster of the Moon. Hasong, Roger, coming right up. Sakurban Shark, I'm right there with Old Song. Eternal Divine Feather, the equipment I used to repair my mechs has all been manufactured as well. So you guys charge ahead and I will give you logistical support. Don Sky Lu, right behind you guys. I'm raffling off. The messages that kept popping up in the group didn't disrupt Tang Tianluo's rhythm in the slightest. The top assassin is required to have a, dagger of his own. Squad members are arriving one by one. Sakura downed her horse's mane, Old Don. Tang Tianlu, you guys go first. I have 100 chances to draw from the advanced prize pool. I'll make sure to dry out a weapon that's in my hands. Sakura downed her horse's mane. Good. Host. I don't understand. That's not the way to play it. Even if it's the fourth cataclysm. And Yusheng Yin's level crushed the players too much. And even if there were endless players, rushing over would only be sending sustenance to an Yusheng Yin. Wouldn't it be better to let the higher-ups of the Star League handle this sort of thing themselves? The number of players is only a measly 100,000 right now. What's more, the number of players who had reached level 5 by injecting potions wasn't even particularly high. Another 100,000 players are new, can't afford to buy a level 5 gene potion. Choosing to let players who hadn't grown up yet face in Sacred Sound head-on right now wasn't a wise choice. Isn't it interesting enough for novice village players to go out and fight top-tier big bosses? Wei Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. Besides, there are some traits in the players that have to pass through the clear path a little bit, and hiding them all the time will rather make those old undead things suspicious. Now that I've made a big deal out of the fact that players can teleport and can be revived indefinitely, guess what they're going to rationalize on their own? The players are characterized by the characteristics of the players, as long as they have been in contact with them more than a few times. Even if the appearance changed a little bit every time they were resurrected and players could customize their skins, that wasn't likely to make those old foxes give up their suspicions. Might as well just take advantage of this full livestream to bring out some of their characteristics. By the time those guys brainstormed something, it wasn't something Wei Yuan, should be thinking about. And, is it still a thing to be despised by the 10,000 clans all the time? The first thing to do in order to be powerful is to raise your sleeves and show the 10,000 tribes first whether the human race has muscles or not. Lest, when the time comes, one shouts that there's an inside job when a punch takes out their teeth again. The system returned to silence, and finally added, was rebooted. And this broadcast, it will last roughly another 5 hours. Got it. Thanks Toon-chan. Wei Yuan had actually wanted to test the system's origins before. He had guessed before that the system was but judging by this, it wasn't. The system really is. Simply by the last time he did that small task, directly hacked into the body of It's all about facilitating backdoor access to players. Hey Tuzi, this time, isn't it killing the poison for you to kill out? No, their reboot is just the equivalent of a forced shutdown of the subsystem to me. And when it comes back on, the intrusion is still there. The system has changed the A code forcibly, so the host doesn't need to worry. Nice guy. The pushiness of the system is not falling off at all. When Wei Yuan saw that the system was so powerful, he was instantly relieved. And at this point, the Battle of the Light Stars was still a one-sided slaughter. There was blood everywhere. After realizing that her people were trying to escape, and Yu Shangyin directly opened her spiritual protection, covering the entire Star of Light. The Alliance Legion is marching toward the bright star. But before she went insane, and Yu Shangyin had even remembered to use her authority to close off the shipping lanes to reach the Life Galaxy. This greatly delayed the arrival of the Star League Legion. Wei Yuan all had to say. And Yu Shangyin's brain was, in fact, still enough to make it work. After all, her meltdown index was up to 88%. It is said that after the collapse mutation begins, the genetic warrior will fall directly into madness, taking pleasure in killing and pursuing killing for the rest of his life. I didn't think that Yu Shangyin would be able to hold out to such a point. In fact, it's quite terrifying, isn't it? Wei Yuan knew it in his heart. If it wasn't for happenstance, Yu Sacred Sound would have collapsed long ago, coupled with the player's bloodthirsty attacks without a care in the world. This guy, he might actually be able to linger until the end of the Lord's Academy's tournament, and then forcefully grab the 10th grade gene potion. But if there hadn't been a genetic collapse, she wouldn't have even thought about persecuting the human race just so the elves could get their hands on a level 10 genetic potion. As the saying goes, where there is a cause, there is an effect. It's anyone's guess. And, even if she got the potion, the 10th grade gene potion used for the Lord's Academy competition was probably useless to her. At this point on the field, players are already appearing one after another. 100,000 players on the battlefield. It was the same as a drop of water blending into the sea. No one paid attention to it at all, because the elven people around the Temple of Light alone were on the verge of being 1,000,000 strong. The elves who ran wildly for their lives left. Players arrive. The oil-stealing woman and the others looked at the rowdy crowd of elves and were still a bit confused. Oil-stealing woman, no, brothers, you see for yourselves. The ones running on the ground, the ones flying in the sky. These elves, not to mention the 4th and 5th level ones, even the 6th and 7th level ones are running for their lives. What are we going to do in the past? Secretly begging, come over, to die? Star 6. Makabaka, all stop talking for a while. Let's see what the Commander-in-Chief has to say. We can't really run off to deliver food. An impossible task. It's really no fun to fight. They weren't even as high as the level of these fleeing elves now. When the boss was too strong, the player's interest in challenging the guy would plummet. Don't rule out the fact that there will be those who like to climb the mountain. For example, at this moment, the Astarte squad that had already entered the mech and was heading straight for Yusuki Sacred Sound. It's snowing, gentlemen, can you hear me? The sound of snow suddenly traveled from the headset into every player's ears. It's snowing, I don't need you all to report back now. I'm here to explain what I think about this quest, which, I think, was released to allow new players to accumulate wealth quickly. Ha? What does the Commander-in-Chief mean by that? Accumulate wealth quickly? Guys, seriously, I just saw that this quest is to fight a big boss. I pumped in Yu Shangyin's blood bar. Wow. That big string of zeros, it's about to break through my field of vision. Ha ha, you don't say. So do I. All of a sudden, I can hardly recognize what zero looks like. The Valley of Terror effect all over. Don't beep. Listen to what the Commander-in-Chief has to say. I'm new. I'm short of money. Super short of money. That's right. That's right. Commander-in-Chief, tell me what you think is going on. I can't even afford a level 2 gene potion right now. Whoops. Players you talk about. It's snowing. This mission, obviously, is for us to delay the growth of the Moon Sacred Voice until the Alliance's senior legions arrive. It's snowing, then. Our main task is not to grind her blood, but to stop her from growing, and growth requires flesh and blood. It's snowing la. These elves didn't attack in Yu Shangyin even when they were being preyed upon, so there must be a reason why they can't. Snowing la, according to my speculation. What they are really afraid of are those bug eggs produced inside in Yu Shangyin's body. And according to the information I've looked up from the Star Network, these genetically collapsed fighters, they will spawn more bug eggs after they are attacked. It's snowing la, but the worm eggs breaking through the body is something that requires an external force to come in, which means that someone else needs to attack the collapsing warrior's body to make those eggs fall off. Yuki-ra, so Astarte squad, please be careful that your attacks do not break through her body. Understood? Sakura downed her horse's mane. Roger that. It's snowing. Secondly, it's when I said that this battle is a benefit for new players. Did you guys see the quest that says that all items dropped from the battlefield in this battle go to the players? It's snowing. Let's go. New players, and sweep away all the light stars. The players instantly cheered as soon as the words "it's snowing" fell. Now what don't they understand? Wow. Ha ha. It was a complete and utter robbery while it lasted. Chicken eating potatoes, ha. I'm good at kite ghosting, but I'm even better at cleaning up the battlefield. As soon as the players teleported to the Star of Light, they immediately began to run wildly towards the ground, and as far as the eye could see, all of them began to work on their recovery. Ding! Recovering a broken door panel. Ding! Recovering a piece of tin. Ding! Recovering a third-degree elf corpse. A player was quick on his feet and rushed to recover an elf with a flying leap the moment Yu Shengyin's tentacles killed it. He, on the other hand, is just a blank slate warrior. The corpse of a level 3 genetic warrior elf was about to be eaten in his mouth. All the eggs that had awakened on this tentacle let out a frantic roar. Then with great speed, it penetrated the body of this whiteboard player. Ha ha, earn over. Ha ha, it's too good to be true. This wave, blood money. This player, his chest was pierced. The flesh and blood on his body was still smiling very brightly as it was being rapidly devoured. Whiteboard for level 3. Awesome. The corpse of an elf had directly exploded 300 gold coins for him. It was too happy. Ding, ding, ding. Wei Yuan was all shocked by the unceasingly crisp sound. It's not. Ha, that's not what he meant. He really just wants players to go through a bit of clear wow in front of the eyes of the Star Alliance. What kind of top-level game understanding is this? In the last half hour, the whole league saw a bizarre scene. These humanoids, surprisingly, let in a large number of ordinary humans. And these ordinary humans, how dare they rush over to the tentacles while they're eating the elves and worm their way through? Just as all of Interstellar was waiting to see and trying to figure out what these humans were up to, the screen went black. The commercials that were playing before came back, and what was supposed to be playing on the giant screen changed back to what it was. This one. All of the Alliance people who were able to log into the Star Network all rushed in towards the live broadcast room that Ivan had opened. They wanted to see what was going on with these humans. What was going on with them? But when they entered the live broadcast, what they saw was that Ivan was being grabbed by the warriors who had fled from the elves. And at the forefront was Yedong. On Yedong's face, aside from the fear and shock, there was also a hint of excitement. Hey, Mother even had a genetic breakdown. So shouldn't I be king? Your Highness, we must leave the Light Star now. Any later in time and the Queen will inevitably devour the Light Star along with it after she completely collapses. A male elf is shown shouting. And Yedong nodded. I know, but before we leave, we also need to take more of our people with us. Can a king without his people still be called a king? How many battleships are you ready to come out? How many elves can you take? Within the weapons repository, the highest level weapons, the authority is in the hands of the Queen, and now that the clan elders are all mostly dead as well, Your Highness, with your authority, you should be able to turn on half of the weapons and battleships. Only half of them? Whatever. Let's go first. We'll take out the weapons and warships, then we'll leave with our subjects, as many as we can. But for now, we still need them to help me delay my mother. And Yuto performs in grief. Ivan was tied up in the back, and by his side, there were 5 little ones. Tenji Jam's head appeared on Ivan's livestream. The audience then heard this human child mercilessly spit out. This in Yedong. It's clear that he's trying to escape on his own, and he's setting up a persona. Green tea. Let's just say, why are these guys bringing us along? I also want to join the war. Oh, gluttonous cry. I'm so poor I can't afford to buy gene potions. Don't say it. There's no money for resurrection. Last time I survived only by 24-hour automatic resurrection. Ugh. The 5 little ones sighed at the same time. Athan reached out and rubbed their heads. Don't worry. I will protect you guys from leaving when the time comes. As long as you can follow in Yedong and the others onto the battleship, Lord Weiyuan will definitely save you guys from going back. Be alive. Understand? Tenchi Sauce raised his head and looked at Ivan. I thought to myself, this NPC is kinda warm. It's just a shame. It's not like they're in fear of death. It's poverty. It's hard to be poor. Is it a certainty that the battleship they're flying will be able to escape? I don't know. Ivan shook his head. After the Queen collapses, her strength will increase drastically, and the mental barrier she opens will be hard to break. At that time, I'm afraid that the first battleship to impact on the mental barrier would be the first to be discovered, and then it was shattered. It will be shattered, right? Tianji Jam's eyes blossomed violently. The other 4 little ones also got excited. Holy, wouldn't that be? Whoa, Ka-ching, as long as they're all dead and gone, we can pick up the unclaimed items. It's Harry. It's going to be Harry. Chapter 143, A Start Squad. Now evacuate immediately. Central Star. Towering over the building, hovering in large letters, the Genetic Pharmaceuticals, Inc. There wasn't even any signage, but inside they came and went. growing into all sorts of interstellar creatures that walked around the company. Some of them are here to pick up their purchases, while others are here to work. The creatures, usually silent and forward, suddenly had more words today. Did you guys hear about that thing with the elves and the humans? Who knows now? The human race is probably going to completely break with the elf race and go to war. Hey, the main thing is that the elf queen had a direct on-the-spot genetic collapse. When her collapsed mutant directly filled the screen. A number of races have speculated that she's been collapsing for quite some time, so I wonder what methods she's using to hide it. Hey, who knows about these high-level things? The Star Network says everything. The officials were trying to keep the lid on it before, but now I guess they see that it can't be sealed. The Star League has been stormy for thousands of years, and only in the last few hundred years has it finally been safe. Back then, the StarNet was most focused on war information, so much so that even now, it still upholds the habits of those days. All the news on the internet that has anything to do with fighting, with the slightest hint of fighting, is on fire. This genetic collapse of the Elf Queen had also caused a huge uproar on the Star Network. All the Alliance people were amazed that the Elf Queen was able to hide her collapse. Many intelligent interstellar beings are speculating that since the Elf Queen can hide the traces of the collapse mutation, and would that be the case with the other races at the top? It's just a shame that suspicion can only be suspicion. The strength and authority of a 10th grade genetic warrior was not something that these shrimps below could challenge. The underside of the genetic pharmaceuticals building was noisy and full of gossip about Yusuke Shangin. At the very top of the building, in a conference room, a cloud of shadows so illusory that it was impossible to make out its appearance said in a voice that had been covered over. Yusuke Sentinel has been completely unreachable, and I suspect that she's completely broken down. Another cloud of shadows appeared. The First Legion has already sent the suppression team, and it won't be long before she's sent to the battlefield. Is that our future too? Didn't we talk about this back when we chose to take the potion? It only delays the onset of the collapse. And once the mutant spirit is allowed to take over and lose its sanity, the inhibitor is completely ineffective. But apparently the inhibitor isn't foolproof. Wouldn't Anzuki Sage Voice know how to use this inhibitor? Several dark shadows on the field were silent. Yeah, they had all learned about the effects of the stuff before they injected the inhibitor back then. Everyone was an advanced genetic warrior, and no one would joke with their lives. And Yushengyan had lived for so many more years. There was no way she could have gotten to this point and still not obeyed the laws of safe use. So it's the inhibitor itself that's the problem, is it? A dark figure shuddered as he spoke. After a lifetime of fighting for the Alliance and their people, it was amazing that they had to become horrible monsters at the end of their lives, abandoned by the Alliance and sent to the battlefield as tools. Anyone would be uncomfortable. Seeing Yusuke Shanyin's eyes in the video, there was absolutely no sanity to be found in them. Everyone has a sense of the rabbit dying. So this inhibitor, do we keep injecting it? The pharmaceutical companies haven't come up with anything better so far. Yes, and since so many, the word human, though he didn't say it, but the dark shadows in the room were all shaken at the core of their hearts. What are you afraid to say? Isn't it just the human race? We did it all back then, and now we're starting to fear it? The dark figure standing closest to the glass window sneered. Actually, I'd like to ask who, exactly, gave Wei Yuan the active cells of the primordial human race? Those guys who pushed Yusuke Shangin to that level. I could tell with a glance that they were definitely human clones of the first generation, and their state of calm insanity was truly shocking to see once. This black shadow was obviously remembering the Natsuyuka who had confronted Shangin and then laughed as she slit her own throat. It's simply horrible. These guys, they can't be crazier than ever after cloning, can they? Not me anyway. I'm scared to death of those fakes. When I first saw the bugs, the first thing that came to the mind of those maniacs was actually to try them. It was horrible. I don't know. The active cells we obtained at that time were all handed over to the Gene Potion Company. It's impossible that Wei Yuan stole them from the company, right? Impossible. These cells from the Gene Potion Company, after several generations of breeding and cloning, have long since mutated, and the ones that are being bred now, those aren't even considered human. Just as the dark shadows were arguing, the door to the conference room was opened. A long silhouette walked out. He wore smooth, gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes sweeping over the few dark figures present. The slender fingers pushed the gold-rimmed glasses and said to the dark figures, "Are you guys doubting me? I dare not. Dr. Zhao, we don't have any intention of doubting you. After all, you have long since separated from the human race." The black shadows that had been clamoring just a moment ago looked a lot more well-behaved at this point, but now we've all seen the end of Anzuki Sentinel. Humph, that's her fault. According to the inhibitors I've configured for you, it's perfectly capable of allowing you to maintain your normal form for 500 years. Dr. Zhao pulled the corner of his mouth with a leathery smile. This idiot, in Yu Shangyin, however, injected away the amount of 300 years that was ready to come out in just 50 years, overdose, and the effects of the potion will fall exponentially. But didn't you say before, doctor, that you would develop us a potion that could retrace our steps and completely eradicate it once and for all? Dr. Cho, that would require more human cells, and now that I have those on hand, I've run out. Silence spread through the dark shadows. The human race for so many years, closed doors, we also have no way to start. Wei Yuan has caught a few, but they have failed as well. Doesn't this match just happen? Dr. Cho's eyes, behind their gold rims, radiated a sharp light. It's normal for so many or two participants to disappear during the race, right? Bring me what I want if you want complete inhibition. Having said that, Dr. Cho then pushed the door and left. Only after making sure the other party was gone did the several dark figures let out a collective sigh of relief. Most of the dark shadows in this conference room were no longer afraid to speak. Still, some of them had the guts to knock hard on the table when everyone was silent. This Zhao Yu, after rebelling against the human race back then, he has been trying to find ways to target the human race. And now I'm skeptical if the human race's active cells are really capable of suppressing mutations. After he said those words, the other dark shadows didn't dare to answer. Quickly, he digressed. They weren't the first to inject the inhibitors either. Quite a few of the dark shadows joined later. This black shadow that opened its mouth to taunt Dr. Zhao shouldn't be able to live for long. Oh, gentlemen, I have things to do, so I won't discuss them with you here. I have to think of a way to capture some humans. Yes. Those lists that Wei Yuan reported up. Everyone should have seen them. They are all strange names. It looks like it should be the initial human clone. And according to Dr. Cho, he should want the initial clone the most. So I'll go and make the arrangements as well. One after another, the dark shadows left and disappeared into the conference room. The dark shadow that had spoken those words of rebellion against Dr. Cho earlier was the last to leave. He couldn't help but snicker as he watched the black shadows that left. These guys are such cowards. The one surnamed Zhao, who rebelled against the humans back then and now doesn't even dare to show his face in front of the human race, and now wants to rely on their means to take people from the human race, is nothing more than a rat in the gutter. At this point, Bright Star, half of Yu Shengyan's normal face was already completely devoid of expression. Her eyes were open and all that came out of her mouth was, I am the queen of the elves, the queen of the elves. I am the queen of the fairies. I am, queen of the fairies. Who am I? I am? Eyeless eyes, looking at the ground. At this time, Yu Shengyan's mutated body had grown to hundreds of meters in height, towering over the clouds. She couldn't see the elves either. The eggs that kept swimming in her body were screaming to get out of her, trying to kill. So much that she wanted to fight someone and have all these eggs in her body that were boring her flushed out. It's hard. It's too much. The half of Yu Shengyan's face, which was still amazingly beautiful, raised violently. A silent shout. More. Killing. Killa. Her mutated body moved slowly across the ground. All the fleeing, hiding, and panicked elves were covered by this overwhelming blanket of mutated tentacles. Holy, a real carpet search. I'm ing. Potato-eating chickens who are digging for treasure in a ruin are just poking their heads out of the basement when they are hit with a head-on blast. Seconds if you show your head. Brothers change places to pick up trash. Potato-eating chicken shouted from the public mic, then quickly chose a place to resurrect where there wasn't much tentacle coverage. Here, it was Cold Silver who set his resurrection point. At that moment Cold Silver was rummaging through the house looking for something. Looking at the large metal doorframe and the beautifully crafted house, the potato-eating chicken man was stunned. Whoa, old girl, you don't even want this? This is a masterless house. Elf's house is awesome. Light Elf's house is even with what light shine stone built. Sold to the system can earn tens of thousands of gold coins. The chickens that eat potatoes are craving them. He touched the house where the Light Elf lived. The owner of the house had long since run off somewhere. Whether alive or dead was unclear. Cold Silver bristled. I'm looking for something more important here. You can recycle it if you want, but don't move the bookshelves here. I'm collecting them all. The potato-eating chicken instantly caught the scent of treasure, and instead of touching the gate, he scurried over toward Cold Silver's side. Only in Xiao Yin's hand was a roll of maps created from the skin of an unknown animal. It identified the Temple of Light, then several blocks of mineral areas, and finally, in one corner, it was dotted with a red marker. It says, Elven Arsenal. Hiss. Treasure. The treasure map. The eyes of the chicken eating the potatoes lit up. Brothers, hold on. I'll soon be able to climb to the location where Yu Sacred Sound has no mutations. A roar came from the tall monster. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to see that within these ugly folds, There was actually a crude mech that was currently hanging from the mutated position of Yu Shengyin's waist and abdomen. Sweat dripped from the face of Sakura's fallen horsehair. Inside the mech, a small puddle formed. Crane-san, Captain. Who? Cheers. I guess there are only a few seconds left to live. Eternity, you wait for this wave of tentacles to go away. Then come back and fix my mech. Ground. Crane-san's mech was dismantled by the tentacles. His entire body was swept up in the tentacles. There were gaping mouths and a tongue everywhere up and down. The blood was drained in seconds. The skin and flesh were being gnawed even more quickly. This feeling of death had happened so many times that Crane-san was numb. As a psychiatrist, he had never felt so free. Tilting his head back, he waited until his body was completely engulfed and he heard the sound of his brain being eaten all the way back to earth. Open your eyes. Hasong then went back to his counseling room. A sign outside the door reads suspended. Crane-san climbed out of the playpen and took a drink from the water fountain. After gulping it down, the body and mind are delighted. All before that, I had only heard that my peers would choose to relieve their minds of their depression by playing games. He had kind of scoffed at it before. After all, as a counselor, this day by day, listening to the patients talk about their mental journey, Crane-san, as a counselor, is getting more and more depressed day by day. Nowadays, in the game, you are constantly being killed and feeling the most realistic death. Seriously, it's pretty cool. It's just so bad that every time you run into a monster, you get killed, and there's no thrill of fighting back against it. Though, even if he fought back it was probably a dead end. Hasong thought to himself that he would have to go back and ask the other veteran players if this game was always like this. You can't just fight bosses all the time. Just as he finished the last sip of water, Eternal Godfeather's voice had already sounded in his headset. Old son, the mech is patched up for you. I have no money for resurrection. Brothers, no money, obviously. Eternal Godfeather which had just patched up his mech and died. Hasong gave a dry laugh and hurriedly said, ha, wait a moment. Eternity, I'll charge you some gold coins. He put down his glass of water and quickly returned to the game. Prabhupada, I charge 10,000 to our squad account. That's enough to revive a few of us a few more times. Now it's up to the captain to climb up to where he can. My machine gun is already hungry and thirsty. According to the snow law gave them later analyzed, she felt that the location wherein Yu Shengyin had mutated couldn't be attacked, but the location where it hadn't yet mutated could be attacked. And those locations should be where her weaknesses are. So, a start squad was assigned the task of giving all players an anchor point. That's right, utilizing the teleportation skill given by the game. Players will need to have a place where they can land on Anzuki Sage Sonic. And Yu Shengyin's tentacles were split from her legs and left hand. In the torso position was skin as rough as the links of a leech. A start squads, one by one, climbed towards the top, marking the point as soon as they landed, then teleporting back up and continuing on. Now, Sakurazuki Horsehair had climbed up to the position of Yusuke Seien's side waist. He had been able to see the seemingly normal skin of Yusuke Seien, but it's here. Yusuke Sundowner's elbow. Also in this piece, the tentacles that split from the fingers kept waving in the air, searching for flesh and blood. Sakurazuma main gasped for air, marking the patch of wrinkled skin at his feet before redeeming a medical potion from the system. Injecting, he doesn't even have the strength to inject. Biting right through the top of the bottle, he swallowed it with the glass slag. After a moment's effort, the stamina that had just disappeared recovered. Sakura Falls Horsehair continues to climb. It seems to have sensed a movement in his loins, and Yu Shengyin's numb face looked slightly towards the side of her waist. Griffin, and Yu Shengyin waved her hand. The strong wind blew Sakura Fall Horsehair's mecha clanking. After being shattered countless times before, they were all allowed to be mended by the Eternal Godfeather. This patched mech, no matter how much use it gets, is still flawed. Right now, for example, the cold wind was drilling into the cockpit along the cracks of the mech, and the veins on Sakura's horsehair's forehead were popping out. Damn, it seems like I'm about to lose my grip. This position, he had calculated, and Yu Shengyin's normal hand could not tickle here, and her abnormal hand, alienated out of the tentacles, had even less of a way to fold back over. But now, the unexpected happens. The folds of skin that he had felt extraordinarily firm just a moment ago were actually squirming a little. Still a ing leech? With the constant writhing of the skin folds, Sakura's horsehair mecha was, surprisingly, rolled right into it. The powerful force caused the mech shell to make a teeth-grinding cackling sound. After Sakuranuma main cursed, he couldn't say anything else. He was squeezed right into it, and then his teammates saw a stream of blood slowly flowing out from the cracks in that skin of Yu Shengyin. It was finally licked clean by the tongues exposed on the tentacles. My mech. Sakurazuma Main roared out before he could revive. This time, his mech was directly scrapped, and even the eternal divine feather had no way to repair it. Prabhupada shouted, "I'll do it." The teleportation point is the location where Sakurazuma Main just died. A perfect jump followed. Prabhupada pulled out his homemade, invincibly huge machine gun barrel and swept it towards Yusuke Shangyan's normal body and face. Chugging, the roller gun barrel spins fast. The big long strip of bullets he was streaming out was spinning fast like a chain. Hiss, and Yu Shangyin finally reacted. Her brow furrowed slightly. The intact one blocked all the shells. With his other hand, he quickly grabbed towards the flying pushy bodhisattva. These mechs, they're just an eyesore. And Yu Shangyin, who no longer had much sense, also realized at this moment. One seems to have killed them many times. The things inside these metal mechs, which had died countless times, had surprisingly come back to life countless times. It seemed to take a complete destruction of the mech to do so, so she didn't hesitate. Crushed the mech of Pushia. Another wail. Oh, Bodhisattva's mecha this mecha but I specially built according to the face of the Bodhisattva Pushyun. Gone. After Pushyun resurrected over, in the tentacle bush, picking and pulling the mecha debris that was casually thrown down by an Yu Shangyin. The eggs inside the tentacles don't consume anything other than non-meat until they are released. So with the principle of saving a little bit if you can, Pushia searched the ground and felt for the broken pieces of his mech. It's snowing, a start squad. Now! Evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. Chapter 144, Little Silver. You're looking at this map wrong, aren't you? Buzz. A sudden roar came from overhead. All the players looked up. It's not that I don't want to keep sweeping the trash down there, it's because it's getting dark. The planet that was known to be in perpetual daytime was actually darkening half of the sky at the moment. Wow. What is that thing? The oil-stealing woman raised her head and looked at a large churning black cloud that suddenly appeared in the sky. The air currents rolled, and as a roar began to sound, the swirling dark clouds gradually spread, widening and widening. The oil-stealing woman tilted her head and watched in fascination. The special effects. They're so cool, okay? Whoa, looks like a big man is about to show up. Regular army? Star Online says it's the Union Legion, the suppression team, and it's awesome. If the battle bearers of the Slippery Force say it's awesome, then it must be really awesome. The oil-stealing woman saw that the thing in the vortex hadn't come out yet, and hurriedly sidled up to Star for information on the suppression team. Oil stealer woman, we're all busy picking up trash. Star, you still have time to go on StarNet? Star, there's a lot of Star stuff out there, she said, forwarding the information she had downloaded from StarNet to the small group. Suppression team, all level 9 genetic warriors, daily activities in the Starfish Sea region. Battle record, fought off 3 waves of star beasts organized by level 10 star beasts, captured 5 level 10 collapsed gene warriors, and traveled to the Forbidden Zone to collect data and information 76 times. Oil stealer, holy, just a few lines? Secretly begging. Just a few lines like this, it's enough to make people feel awesome. All level 9 gene warriors. My ass. Makabaka, abba, is awesome. That's how succinct and straightforward the game is about NPCs. Oil-stealing woman's eyes are glowing with gold. When the battle is over, she can go up and have a good exchange with these NPCs. When it's time to get off the line, get first-hand resources and go back to your fans and popularize it. Sure enough, information is the first driver of production. He glanced at Star with some surprise, not realizing that Star, who was all about hacking and slashing, would search for in-game information before him. No way. I steal from the oil woman. And in a sneaky foursome, the scout's position cannot be shaken. Oil-stealing woman, Star, don't you ever do anything like that again. You're shaking my foundation. Knock. His words had just finished. Star's fist then slammed into his skull. Cranialize you again? I feel like brainworms are multiplying in your brain. Oil-stealing woman, TT. Begging in the dark and makabaka. Ha ha. During the playfulness, above the sky, the tumbling clouds had been lifted. A large swath of very old-looking battleships came out of the clouds. The oil-stealing woman reached out and made a telescope-like gesture, and after taking a closer look she exclaimed, "Holy crap, that doesn't seem to be a rust stain." Just by looking at the mottled marks on the battleship, the first thing most people felt was rust. But actually, after the oil-stealing woman took a closer look, she sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the blood that's dried up. And that's how much blood it must be. Battleships can be hydrophobic coated. Blood spilled on them will slide off with just a little movement. And these battleships in front of them that came out of the clouds were actually densely packed with dried blood all over them. The fierceness could be seen from the battleship. And Yu Shangyin, who had been continuously searching for blood and flesh from the ground to eat just a moment ago, at this moment, also stopped moving. All of the tentacles began to retract as they propped up in Yu Shangyin, slowly rising. Even in Yu Shangyin, who had already lost her mind, sensed that there was danger coming. Subconsciously, she moved her pace in the direction the battleships had come from. In the meantime, a Start Tactical Squad, on the public screen, began to call out, "Brothers, I've set the coordinates. It's right on the waist of Yu Sacred Sound. Brothers charge. A Start Squad. Open private coordinates for all players. Congratulations to Astart's team for triggering the special reward, Selflessness. Reward all members of the team with a ticket to the Lord's Academy." Sakura falls out of her horse's mane. Holy, that's even possible? Sakura fell into the horse's mane. Old Son, you're great. How did you come up with that? They retreated when they heard Yukira yelling at them to leave immediately. But everyone was saddened that it took so much time and effort to set the mark at the time. Originally, I thought that this wave of blood loss is just blood loss, ready to wait for the completion of the mission. The system to share the rewards when less loss. I didn't expect this guy, Crane Song, to come back from the resurrection and then directly tell Sakurazuma Main to tell him to share the marker. So he might be able to earn a little bit back. Each squad marked point is privately owned. There is no way for other players to use which marker if the team is not willing to share it. Sakurazuma Main was thinking that they couldn't do it anyway, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to share the markers. Just listen to Crane Song and share directly. Didn't realize there's a reward for that? He-song, the chief commander told us to retreat. It must be because a war group has arrived and can fight in Yu Shangyin. Crane Song, when the time comes for the two parties to fight, I reckon that we, the little shrimps, will definitely get beaten up while mixing inside. But while getting beaten up, we might be able to snuggle up to a lot of good things. A song, anyway, a few of us can't finish it, so I thought I'd let everyone join in. At least, if we lose money, we won't be the only ones to lose money, right? Crane Song, ha. But I didn't expect to blow up a wave of system rewards. Sakura fell into the horse's mane. Then let's teleport there now? Crane Song, no. Let's take a break first. Let's see what the results of the other players who went there are. We've lost too much blood in this wave. So far it seems like the probability that we'll be able to get it is the bug eggs that dropped from the queen. Ha-song, hey, let the little kids with impulsive personalities go up and deliver a wave first. Sakurazuma Main looked at the grinning Tsuruga Song and suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. This guy, Sakurazuma Main, you're a friend of mine, so you'll definitely have a lot to talk about later. Cold little Silver, breathless to death. What's drawn on this map? It's even fake. Waste of my time. Cold Silver's little face was covered in dirt. She followed the treasure map's drawing of the armory and searched her way through, finding a large dirt slope at the end. Then it's just a matter of digging. She trembled with excitement at the mere thought that she would soon have an entire arsenal of weapons. What legions have come from heaven? Can it be as powerful as an arsenal? She dug happily, and by the end of it, the mech was out of energy. Didn't dig up a thing either. Instead, it was a turnaround. Just see the potato-eating chickens recycling those houses. Recycling with rotten smiles. Ah, damn it. Cold Silver filled his mech with energy again, then dropped the shovel as soon as he could. Damn elf. How dare you trick me. Tore at that treasure map a couple times. Didn't tear it. Got even more pissed off. Little Silver, don't be angry. Look. A player shared the marker on Yu Shangyin A. They got the participation reward directly. Holy envy. The chicken eating the potatoes wowed. The punctuation on Yu Shangyin? Silver exclaimed, looking up to see the two sides of the battle seemingly about to begin. Holy, then I'm going to go join in the fun. Hurry up now. I should be able to watch the battle up close. Teleport. The chicken who was eating the potatoes. Before his hand could reach out, he saw Silver disappearing fast. The treasure map, which she threw out as if it were trash, fluttered down. Just now, because it was Xiaoyin who took the treasure map first, the chicken eating potatoes didn't have the heart to say that they would look at it together, but now he glanced away. Good guy, this map is not technology hanging? Xiaoyin knew this guy. Just say should eat more brain platinum. He pressed down towards the red spot marking the arsenal. The map instantly becomes 3D. Chapter 145, as the saying goes, the rich and powerful are in danger, added for the Arctic coconut big brother. I really didn't think that it would be the Queen of the Elves that I would have to capture on this expedition. Eric, you don't have to do anything if you mind. Inside the battleship, within the Star Alliance Legion, the captain of the suppression team sighed in the face of the likeness of Yusuke Sentinel that had been projected from the battleship. The originally stunningly beautiful elf queen had now turned into this ghostly appearance. The entire planet was filled with elves fleeing in all directions. They also happened to have a mainstay right in their ranks who was an elf. Re-enter the old home. To see the former teacher's genetic collapse, the destruction of the home, do not have to think also no. This guy is now estimated to be very bitter in the heart. The captain of the suppression army turned his head to the long-haired teenager crouching in the corner. The teenager's long green hair was down and didn't look too clean. The long ears, studded with earrings, are at this moment frantically sending messages on a communicator. Eric, the captain is talking to you. The teammate standing next to Eric hurriedly reached out and pounded Eric, who wasn't listening to the captain. Long hair, greasy to the point of being a bit knotted, was raked back, and Eric looked up to see the captain looking at her with a worried expression on her face. Holy, what did the captain just say? He had just focused on sending a message to Alice. It was not easy for him to make a trip back from the war zone. He had to get some money to buy something to eat. Alice had sent a message the other day that she'd gone to the people and gotten a well-paying job with food and lodging. Eric couldn't have been more excited when he saw the news, and was waiting to find his oldest sister to pop some coins for some good food when he got home from Warzone. That's why he kept sending messages just now and didn't hear what his squad leader was saying. But now, by the look on the captain's face, he must be thinking that he should be having a hard time at this moment. If he knew what he was doing, it would be a big deal. I'm sure I'll throw myself on a wave of star beasts when the time comes. Think about it. Eric burst into 2 tears. Captain, oh, I'm messaging my sister but she won't answer me back. She's not dead, is she? Eric looked a bit unkempt, but she was an elf anyways, and that little face put on a pitiful look instantly made the whole team go soft. Hey, don't worry Eric. Your sister hasn't returned your messages. She probably had something to go and get busy with. Or maybe they lost their brains when they escaped. Yeah, there are so many fleeing elves over there. I'll have logistics give account of the green elves still alive when we drag your teacher to the unexplored land of the Star Ocean, and I'll give you the news then. Eric nodded tearfully. Hey, without further ado, Captain, get to work. Even if it's my teacher, I'm still able to lay my hands on him. Eric didn't have any teacher/student affinity for Inu Shengyin. He was only hung up as a student by Inu Shengyin back then after he was looked at by the suppression team. He had no respect for the queen. In the Star Ocean battlefield, all were used to seeing those high-level genetic warriors. Let's not even talk about level 10. At that time, when he broke into the forbidden area, the genetic warrior he saw who had gone completely insane, that strength had long surpassed level 10. Okay, just as long as you're okay. At this moment, Alice, who had already followed the lead battleship that was snowing to a safe area, sneezed greatly. This Eric must have secretly scolded me again. Alice couldn't mention how bad she felt when she saw the flurry of messages on her smart brain's communication. The desire to click on it? No. The habit of clearing red dots disappeared straight away after it was determined that the message was from his unlucky brother. And Yu Shengyin's body, driven by instinct, ran towards the battleships with extremely high energy. Flesh and blood. Energy. In Yu Shengyin's field of vision, the energy of the suppression army squad was like a ball of sparks, particularly blinding in the dark night. The elves who escaped were nothing more than fluorescence, and as for the players, one by one, they buckled and searched and died once and then refused to spend another penny to medicate themselves. So, all blank slates, they were completely ignored. The squads of the Suppressive Legion are 13 in number to a squad, from different races, but their division of labor is extraordinarily clear. After entering the battlefield mech, all the squad members flew separately. I thought that at the rate we came, and Yu Shengyin had at least completed the first stage of metamorphosis, but I didn't realize that she hadn't fully metamorphosed yet. It's not enough flesh and blood to consume, I guess. I see quite a few elves running out. Eric felt surprised as well, and he looked towards the ground. Where's the Temple of Light? Why is our big Temple of Light missing? And the buildings around it? How all those residence houses are gone? Could it be that the queen still has remnants of her sanity? So instead of eating the elves, she started sweeping the buildings instead? What is this nonsense? Even if you still have your sanity, you wouldn't like to eat those things. Maybe it's because your elf clan moved and didn't inform you. The relentless jeering of his teammates came out of his headset, and Eric rolled his eyes. How could the Temple of Light move? It was probably bulldozed, but I didn't see it. But this is good. I originally thought it would be a vicious battle, but I didn't realize she hadn't fully transformed. So let's use the freezing grid this time. Yes, brothers of the First Legion don't need to engage in battle. You can just stand guard on the periphery. The leader of the suppression squad issued instructions to those battleships that followed behind them. Then it flew towards Inu Shengyin at the same time as the other 12 mechs. The freezing net, which required them to turn on at the same time, and to be complete, covered Inu Shengyin in it. So you need to be sure of your position while dodging away from her attacks. Eric's position just happens to be Azuki Sundown's left arm. Captain, I'm here. Eric's mecha, dodging Azuki Shengyin's attacks at a rapid pace. Minimize losses as much as you can. This time, he should be able to take away Yasuki Shengyin without any injuries. Eric smiled and thought, when the time comes the team rewards down the supplies, to exchange part of it into star coins. to show that stingy sister. Eric make money can be much easier than you. He hadn't even had time to laugh out loud. Just as suddenly, he saw a small mech suddenly appear at the waist and stomach position of Inyushingin. Captain, there is an unknown situation. Cold silver, holy, it's windy. She had just teleported over when she felt the wind was ridiculously strong, and if it wasn't for her quick eyes and hands, directly grabbing the folds of skin at the waist of Inyushingin, this wave would have directly fallen to the ground. Cold silver, brothers, pay attention before you come. The wind is strong. Coming, coming, coming. Cold little silver, as the saying goes. Rich and famous. Let me see what I can glean from this wave. She stuck one hand on the lines of Inyushingyan's skin, and those lines, which were originally tiny, were able to become points of focus at this time. Was searching for it. Repression Army Squad Eric. Attempting to speak with you. May I have access? Chapter 146, Getting some skin pieces, added for Bright Moon with pecans. The suppression team is on business. Please ask uninvolved persons to leave immediately. Having just accessed the comms, Eric immediately yelled into the cold little silver mic. Next, he then saw hundreds of mechs suddenly appear where there was only one a moment ago. In an instant, Inyushingin, who was originally attacking him, reversed her direction and attacked towards those mechs in the waist and belly position. What's going on? Eric was a little unresponsive for a moment. As it turned out, it was the players that cold little silver had greeted, all coming over. Asterisk. Wasn't this big boss still attacking that suppression team just now? How come it's starting to us? Wow, the wind is so strong. I can't control my mailbox. Why is this boss suddenly storming off? It can't be that there are too many of us. So she's starting to turn around and hit us. Can it? Jiu Min ah. This mech is my last possession. Wow. It's not so poor brother. Players were falling to the east, babbling, and wah-wah-wahing all over the place. Iraq was dumbfounded. In less than a second. How did so many strange mechs suddenly wander in? Luckily, though, with the presence of these mechs, Inyushingyan's primary target of attack became them directly. At this point, Inyushingyan started scratching as if she had bugs on her body, and clawed her way towards the players. The unlucky player was directly stopped and grabbed to death. The luckier ones hid in the folds between her skin and flesh. Hiding. Don't hide. You'll all end up getting squeezed in by the folds of her skin like that. Look for cracks where the skin on her body joins. Any cracks that have chipped away. Start with the cracks and be able to tear some of the skin away. Then use that cracked skin and wrap it around yourself. Eric talks to the players via comms. It was all about their experience of surviving in the Star Ocean Warzone. The forbidden area of complete metamorphosis has little skin on it that can be torn off. But Inyushingyan hadn't completely metamorphosed yet. And there were a lot of such cracks where the normal skin connected with the skin after the mutation. Holy, the NPC gave a hint. Find it. A word from cold little silver. Blow out the players for the public screen. Oil-stealing woman, asterisk. You really let these rash people find something good? Darkness begged. Then we're not polite. Star Big Brother. Charge. Makabaka, punch. Star, 6. With players rushing the field. The scene was instantly chaotic. Yusuke Sentinel kept reaching out and scratching at these mechs. And then the players just kept getting more and more involved. Iraq shuddered as he looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. Holy, I'm going to have a dense phobia. If it wasn't for the ones that appeared so densely packed, they were all mechs. He was on the verge of thinking that this was the insect race running over ready to devour Inyushingyan. Detect opponent's race and class. Having access after Cold Silver agreed to access it, Eric immediately checked her race. Race, human, gene level, 0. Eric sucked in a cold breath and transmitted the image in front of him directly to the intelligence of every member of the suppression squad. Holy, what is this? No bug eggs are spawning on Inyushingyan. Mechs are being spawned? It's scary. Why are there more and more of them? Goosebumps. Get it off. Get it off. I'm thinking of those bugs. It's more bug-like than even the xenomorphs. What is it this? Eric, human, level 0 genetic warriors, and all of them driving mechs. My god. No wonder they say the human is crazy. This is just, what an eye-opener for them. The ones hanging onto Inyushingyan at this time could be just some level 0 humans. In other words, it's just ordinary humans. Ordinary humans who don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Ah, how dare they? What are they frantically searching for? Why do I get the feeling that it's like they're receiving some kind of instruction? A comment from a teammate made Eric think, perhaps, about what he had just said. They wouldn't be trying to get a little bit of Anzuki Sentinel's skin pieces, would they? But what good is that thing, other than being able to protect yourself? And the player side. And yet everyone is mad. Holy, the Elf Queen's skin after her mutation can still be used for protection? Chicken eating potatoes, ha, I know how to raise worms. Guys, Trash League, assemble immediately. Quickly search for the queen's skin. Let's tear big chunks down. Make it quick. Little Silver, ask that NPC again when they're going to capture the queen of the elves. How much time do we have left? Cold Silver, ask right away. So what? Good people, how are you going to capture Anzuki Sage voice? How long do we have? Cold Little Silver's voice sounded like he wasn't very old. Eric wasn't hiding anything. And this battle was probably good all because the people had stepped in. Since these little guys needed it, he didn't mind giving some information that didn't have to be kept secret. 70 seconds to go before the freezing grid is completely set up. What are you guys doing? Chapter 147, then let's let you guys open your eyes, extra for Dashun's bag of points. Wow. Bro, can't you see? We're poor as hell and all we want right now is to get some materials that will pay us back. Wow. Cold Silver snapped at a crack with his hands and feet and yelled to the players around him. Come help. I found a piece. And then proceeded to babble on about Arak. The elf queen's skin after her mutation will surely sell well. Maybe it can even be made into anti-insect material. For the sake of the human race, it's incumbent upon us. She screamed as she pulled harder. Several of the players who had already climbed because they were heartbroken about their mechs and then climbed with their bare hands had now re-pulled out their mechs. None other. There was no way for a human to tear off pieces of Yusuke Shanyen's mutated skin with their bare hands. Everyone worked together, snapping right to the edge, hundreds of mechs together. At any moment, a dozen players would be grabbed and crushed to death by Inu Shengyin, but that didn't affect the rest of them in the least. The scene, don't even say it fell in Iraq's eyes. Even their squad leader, who had always been known for being cold and serious, was somewhat moved. Is this human? He murmured. Legionnaires who were able to fight in the Star Ocean battlefield and grow into 9th level genetic warriors in the midst of killing, constantly fighting with their own flesh and blood. Munch, the leader of the suppression squad, also had a modest pack, but that community, in the course of history, has been annihilated. The whole pack was left to him as well. As for the enemy, that would naturally be the bugs. So he was seeing these humans, so desperately searching for materials, even brazenly rushing up to them, just wanting to obtain some pieces of the elf queen's skin. Munch, for a rare moment, did not allow Iraq to drive these unknowing common humans down. The players' mechs had long since been beaten up by the tentacles when they had just scoured the entire field. The mechs used now were all improvised, tinkered with and barely functional. Parts would fall out just from moving twice. It looks poor. Munch joined the comms. You guys, get it quick then. Later, we'll take the best of your human race and head to the Lord's Academy tournament. You guys are still responsible for coming over and picking people up. Silver's side had torn off a large piece of debris. The potato-eating chicken quickly takes over, then giggles and slides down Anzuki Shangyen's waist and down her legs. Mark your spot the moment you are given a hole in the tentacle. Lying on his back in the cockpit of the mech, the potato-eating chicken had been bound by the tongues of several insect eggs that had wound their way up, but he stays in the game until the blood runs out. So, there's nothing to do to start dishing it out straight away. I can be a genius. Listening to the sound of the eggs absorbing their own blood, the potato-eating chicken lowered his head and counted which ones were which. Wait until after you get frozen and Grandpa comes to take you home. Hee. The tentacles squeezed in through the breach where the mech had been pierced. A little counting shows that there are 7 or 8 eggs. The potato-eating chicken had counted 9 before his eyes went black. Time's up. Gentlemen, leave. Eric barked in order. Players instantly teleported from Inu Shengyin's body to a variety of places. Congratulations, players, for completing this delayed mission. Players ranked in the top 900 will be awarded tickets to the Lord's Academy tournament, a substitute ticket to the Lord's Academy tournament, and a ticket to the Lord's Academy tournament. According to their rankings, players who have been rewarded, please immediately return your strength to its peak state. All players who participated in this copy game will receive a gift from the Lord. Your mechs, which have been rebuilt, are returned free of charge. Please check in your backpacks. All the harvest from this copy belongs to the player. Note, since all participating and spectating members have real names when traveling to the central galaxy to participate in the tournament, it is not possible to use squad teleportation in the tournament venue, but players can be in the hands of the lords. By Alliance teleportation coupons, scrolls can be transported one person at a time. Wei Yuan smiled and sent such a big string of messages to the players. The moment he mentally crossed his arms for a while, he was really worthy of being a good lord himself. This skill of teleportation was basically kind of over the top now. If anyone doubts it, just say it's a new talent developed by humans during the course of evolution. Anyway, all races have their own odd talents, but the players didn't know about it either. They've made a fortune this time. Wei Yuan looked at the bare scene on the light star and he was dying of gluttony. But as a qualified lord, you must let your own people eat first before you can Hey, I should have settled on a recycling draw of 80%, but with this trip to the Lord's Academy tournament, can these guys settle down and not go out and play? 100,000 players. There will be just 300 participants, 300 spectators, and 300 substitutes. The rest of the players don't want to have a go at the central galaxy? Wei Yuan couldn't be happier in his heart. The system gives the teleportation skill, and the players then by teleportation scrolls from him. It's a no-brainer. Turn over. Xiao Yuan, what are you so happy about? Wei Jishan stood at Wei Yuan's side, somewhat puzzled. There were no more bug corpses on the battlefield of the human home planet, but the clansmen also disappeared. The old patriarch is still a little strange. Wei Yuan was seen smiling and looking staring at the empty field, occasionally having fun. This kid, ha ha, didn't I not expect that you, the old patriarch, would even be acquainted with Munch? With their suppression team going ahead to pick up the people, we'll definitely be able to make it to the game. AI, child, this is what I, as a clan leader, should do. For so many years, your growth has not used the clan's resources. What's the point of talking about this? Wei Yuan patted the old patriarch's shoulder. Old patriarch, the cloned old ancestors, developed a new talent. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you, to go and announce it with the alliance. I'm afraid that if we win too easily, they're going to call us open. Row row row. The old patriarch's face was all smiles like a chrysanthemum blooming. Then you should hurry up and get going too, or you won't make it in time. Wei Yuan nodded. Mo Yun appeared behind him in a flash. The battlefield mech automatically opened up a spatial teleportation, and with a tilt, Wei Yuan drilled straight into the wormhole. Now that the players are legitimately in the stars, isn't that a done deal? The Earth player came to the stars and turned out to be an old ancestor who was resurrected back by the Star People. Then take advantage of this wave of competition. Let's open the eyes of players to the Star Alliance once and for all. At this point, Eric looked at the 900 well-dressed and spirited-looking level 5 human gene warriors, sandwiched between a large group of level 0 ordinary humans. Whoa, allies, please, get us a ticket, get us a ticket. I want to go to the central galaxy for fun too. Buy tickets. Make sure you remember to buy us tickets. Got it. This wave is bursting with fat. When we get there and get established, we'll take you guys straight over to the reunion. Chapter 150, Why are you touching my heavenly bodhisattva? The frozen grid is extremely efficient. In just an instant, and Yu Shengyin was no longer able to move. An icy blue glow blossomed all over her body before she was bound, by energy ropes, to the back of the battleship. Humans traveling to the Lord's Academy for the tournament. Don't linger any longer, get on the battleship quickly. Eric lowered the boarding ladder of the battleship. The players in the first 900, that called for their heads to be held high, waved their hands frequently towards those behind them who couldn't go up. 2 steps and you have to turn around and wave. And I don't know who led the charge. They sang in a whisper at first. Farewell brother, I'm sailing away tonight. Don't worry about me. I've got joy and wisdom for pulp. When you wake up, the music, which was originally somewhat melancholy, was hardened and sung with joy by these excited players. Human beings, by their very nature, are repeaters. Who started it? I don't know. But eventually, almost all the players started humming the tune. Even Star, who couldn't help but hum, waited until she stepped onto the battleship before she realized that she had unconsciously followed the group of sand sculptors as they stood on the deck and waved at the other players. It really does look like a parting trip away from home. Munch's eyes warmed up as he watched the behavior of these humans. It was enviable. I've seen so many races among the 10,000 races. Only the human race, so harmonious. Right about this time, a piece of paper was delivered to Munch's hand. The oil-stealing woman's little face came over. Sir, you're going to pee in your eyes. He grinned at Munch, who was covered in yellow fluff. Munch is also just about 2 meters tall and looks very much like Stitch from Star Baby. However, his fur is yellow and he grows 6 hands. Seeing the tissue from the oil-stealing woman, Munch politely took it. Thank you, cutie. Won't you say goodbye to your companions? The oil-stealing woman shook her head and said indifferently, it's not like we won't be able to see each other in the future, so we'll just see each other again after the competition. Boy, a lot of people are going to die in the Lord's Academy tournament. One of Munch's hands, resting on the oil-stealing woman's head, gently touched it. What a cute little human. Oi! The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up, and he snapped, and pressed Munch's hand. And, you touched my heavenly bodhisattva. Ha? Munch was a little confused. What do you mean by heavenly bodhisattva? Oops, whatever. You touched my heavenly bodhisattva. Brothers, he touched my heavenly bodhisattva. The oil-stealing woman shouted towards the dark, begging them. At once, the players who had just been skulking around looking at each other and bouncing around excitedly all came over. Whoa, how dare you touch the heavenly bodhisattva of our oil-stealing granny big brother? Begging in the dark is worthy of being a good partner for the oil-stealing woman, and he gets what she means in a second. This is to blackmail this NPC who looks so powerful. What a fancy way to bring people closer together. Secret Beg secretly gave the oil-stealing woman a thumbs up. This guy, really? Big brother, you touched my heavenly bodhisattva. In our human race, the heavenly bodhisattva can only be touched by loved ones. If anyone else touches it, then they must die fighting. Oil stealer woman reverently took Munch's hand and pressed it on her head. But I definitely can't beat you, and I don't want to die. So if you don't mind, I can recognize you as my righteous father. Of course, it would be nice to recognize me as my righteous father, the oil-stealing woman thought to herself. He talks too much like that. Munch all but froze. He turned his head to look around at the humans. At this point, the oil-stealing woman is within the player's public screen, swiping wildly. Oil stealer woman, aw, guys, it's time for your show. Oil stealing woman, we've investigated before. This squad, the thieves are awesome. Oil stealer woman, by hitching a ride with them, when we arrive at the central galaxy in the future, we'll have no problem eating and drinking, and we'll be able to walk sideways completely. Oil stealing woman, cooperate, cooperate. Just a couple hundred players, and there aren't many that aren't lezers. At this moment, seeing a great opportunity to be able to trick an NPC, who would jump out and break it up? Not to mention, there are quite a few people who are fans of the oil stealing woman. At this very moment, he needs them to steal oil from women. Chicken eating potatoes. When Big Brother is in trouble, all sides will support him. Brothers support you. Lure this NPC to our side. Makabaka, oil stealing woman. Or are you a good boy? Is this a tradition of your people? Munch's remaining 5 hands were at a loss as to where to put them. He looked over toward his crew with some embarrassment. As the captain of the suppression squad, Munch had always been quite serious. But the team also knows that Munch has always had a strong sense of guilt about the disappearance of his race. Because at that time, when the Munch race was discovered by the bug race, he was fighting within the Star Ocean battle domain, and had received a message from his own family, but didn't have time to connect. By the time he tried to dial back to go back again, the message he received was that the races had all been exterminated. So big a tough munchkin that sulked for a whole decade. Can I, Munch, really be bonded with you? He was a little concerned that these humans didn't know what was at stake. I, Munch, have no race left, and am a single member of the suppression squad that stays in the Star Ocean war zone. Once you are bonded to me, you will be forced, in the future, to become my replacement to the Star Ocean war domain when I die. There, the place where all the Star League legions suffered the most. In the Star League, which had been at peace for centuries, the Starsea Warzone was the last place any legion would want to go. But, that's a different story for players. Now, not to mention the oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. The other players were all one suddenly looked as if they had discovered the entrance to the duplicate. They looked to several of Munch's other hands. Munch's subconscious hands retracted and all 6 hands were received at his back. Ha ha, I'm not afraid of it. Righteous Father, tell me, when are you planning to retire from the Star Ocean war domain here? I can take over anytime. Stealing Oil Woman also did not expect originally also want to casually pull at NPC's good sense. This one, surprisingly, led him to another copy. Haha, cross your arms. There are no retreating warriors in the Star Ocean battlefield, only dead ones. Munch was also overjoyed. He had longed for a loved one for centuries. I didn't think I'd ever meet a child who wanted to be my own. Though the kid talks oddly sometimes. But he's happy. Ha ha, when we arrive at the Lord's Academy later, I'm going to make it known that you're my righteous son. Righteous son. What's your name? Oil Stealer Woman. Oil Stealer Woman yelled. My name is Oil Stealer Woman. Ha ha, good. Oil Stealer Woman, I'm so happy today. Iraq, have the kitchen side. Send up my most precious nutrients. Oil Stealer Woman, and all you human children, come and try my treasured delicious nutrients. Chapter 151, stealing some insect eggs won't hurt, right? Nutrients? No, 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 no. The oil-stealing woman immediately waved her hands and refused to be tripled. He even resisted until he took 3 steps back. Don't be polite to your righteous father. Munch gave a big wave of his hand, and Iraq ran off to the kitchen. With his 5 remaining hands, he reached out and grabbed the oil-stealing woman into his arms. Although those nutrients are very precious to me, today, I have harvested an even more precious treasure. Ha! The oil-stealing woman's head poked out of Munch's yellow fur. He listened to the sound of Munch's heart beating in his chest and suddenly felt some different emotions. It's like the eyes have to pee. Stealing oil woman secretly wiped her tears. Really is a person old eyesight shallow. How to play so many years of the game, but still so easy to be moved by the NPC. Ah, woohoo. Righteous father, don't say that. I just simply don't like nutrients. Among the teammates we came together this time, there are those who know how to cook. Wait for it, ha. The oil stealer broke out of Munch's arms and shouted towards the players who were being windblown farts copped nutrients how bad they were. Brothers, today I'm treating our righteous father and a few buddies from the suppression squad to some good food. With a wave of his hand, thousands of gold coins were scattered. Ha ha, let's. I'm just ready to go to the stars to open a restaurant. Just give the interstellar people a taste to see if they can adapt to our tastes. Biggie, you don't need to sprinkle your coins. I've been hungry for my ingredients for a long time. Come on, someone. Set up the stove. Frying pans are arranged. I'll show my brothers a hand today too. I'm from the New Oriental. For a while, the cabin, which was already bustling with activity, was abuzz with heat. Only just after going down to fetch a box of nutrients up, Arak smelled an extremely strong and overbearing scent. Several other members of the suppression squad, who had previously been completely uninterested in the humans, came over at this time. They sucked in their noses, smelling the flavor coming from the air, and their mouths actually all started to flow out involuntarily. What's that smell? God! I can't believe I feel my stomach starting to growl. It smells so good, doesn't it? So good. Munch's eyes also snapped open. When killing the enemy in the Star Ocean battlefield, all members had their heads on their pants belts. The only way for them to release stress, besides killing the enemy, is to eat something good. That's why most members of suppression squads, who have heavy appetites, buy in a wide variety of flavors of nutrients. The more palatable the nutrient, the higher the price. But at this point, in contrast to these scents, the box of nutrients that Arak had carried up no longer held any appeal for them. These frail-looking humans used the fire nimbly, using a large black cauldron, tossing and turning, and were even able to upend all those chunks of meat that were giving off their aroma, up in the air, and then pick them back up again. Between this up and down, the aroma is more intense. The potato-eating chickens looked at the members of these suppression squads, and each one of them was on the verge of dripping her rumps. He turned towards Silver at his side and cocked his head. Bear with me. A look of caution. The two guys then sneak off to the corner. Holy, cousin, are you sure that's going to work? Why can't it work? Haven't we already gotten the elf queen's skin pieces here? From his own backpack, the potato-eating chicken pulled out the skin fragment that he and Little Silver had combined their efforts to tear off together at that time. Close to 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, the brown flakes of skin looked thin, but were actually tough as nails. The chicken that ate the potatoes tried it, and being a level 5 genetic warrior himself, there was no way to tear through the skin. Chicken eating potatoes, you'll do as I say later. Is the rope ready? Silver, all set. Chicken eating potatoes, hey. It's also thanks to the oil stealing woman who put up a video online of them stealing from the elves in the freezing cold. I was looking at it and I thought, high or low, I'm going to buy some cold spray. There's no way there's going to be useless clues coming out of the game. And look, at the time, you guys were saying that I was spending money recklessly, and now this isn't working? Cold Silver, but what's the point of getting your hands on those bug eggs? She couldn't even think of any use for these mutated bug eggs other than being able to recycle them for the system. Chicken eating potatoes, you're too young to understand. In fact, he himself didn't know what those bug eggs were for. But since the opportunity was put in front of us, could this not be dug? What if we train them later? Raising these worms is similar to raising parasites. Chicken eating potatoes, go. Hurry up while they're all drying their food. We'll probably catch a hot bite when we're back after we're done. Cold Silver skimmed his lips, always feeling that the chicken eating potato guy was unreliable. She'd much rather be here for dinner, wouldn't she? The potato-eating chicken doesn't care that much. After spraying a wave of antifreeze on himself and Silver, select the previous mech drop point and click teleport. And Yu Xiangyin's frozen body trembled slightly. Her eyes shifted slightly. At this moment, Wei Yuan, who was far away in the wormhole, suddenly felt his eyelids jumping a little. The seconds it takes for a potato-eating chicken to die is when the freezing grid kicks in. So his mech, too, was frozen in, just landed in the cockpit of the already shattered mech. Cold Little Silver then hugged his arms tightly. You holy crap, it's so cold. Rubbing. You, it's so cold. This antifreeze is used, but it's still so cold. The potato-eating chicken shivered. In the center of the cockpit, his previous suit covered the tentacles. The chicken that ate the potatoes lifted his shirt with one hand. Jie, let you guys dare to eat me. Now let Grandpa come and dig you out. Jie, icy cold fingers, threw in Yu Xiangyin's skin, stabbed in towards the gap between the insect eggs and the tentacles. Sticky, with the sound of ice being torn apart. A worm egg was gouged out. Cold Silver stood next to him, constantly rubbing his hands together and harping out white mist. Aha! When I saw Yu Shangyin get frozen hard directly before, I thought that these worm eggs must have become hard as well. But I didn't expect the slime linked in the middle to be torn apart just like that by you. Wow. The chicken eating potatoes holding the picked out eggs also feel a little wrong. Yes, ha. How to feel this egg? Not imagined. So hard, ah? He rubbed the eggs through the skin fragments. Still a little soft. Did I forget something? The potato eating chicken pondered suspiciously, and a long, bright red, tubular tongue flashed into view. Holy, I sprayed this mech with antifreeze too. Chapter 152, It's Over Brothers. Am I not going to get rich? Cold Little Silver let out a sharp popping sound. Chicken eating potatoes. Head exploded right in front of her eyes. Unprepared. Blood exploded in her face. Even after playing the game for so long, Cold Little Silver was still dumbfounded by this sudden scene. The next moment, she heard the sound of hee-haws, tentacles on the ground, with rounded eggs, working their way closer to the corpse of the potato-eating chicken. The xenomorph that had just stuck out its tongue also showed its prototype. Surprisingly, it had been hiding in the wall of the cockpit. Apparently this was one of the ones that had somehow gotten out of the mech after it had been relieved of its freeze, then grow and morph by eating the metal inside the cab. To the naked eye, the skin glowed faintly metallic. Perhaps it was moving slightly slower because the freezing was still having an effect. After killing the potato-eating chicken, it slowly moved towards his corpse. After this xenomorph came down, those eggs and the tentacles didn't dare stick their tongues out. At the same time its black compound eyes, at the ends of its head, occasionally turned to look at Cold Little Silver. Even xenomorphs know to replenish their strength before coming back to deal with another prey. Chicken eating potatoes, ah. Silver quickly help me take revenge, ah. Cold Silver had just been startled, and was called back to life by a groundhog screaming in his headset. Su Rue, ah cousin, your blood fried my face to me blind all. I will immediately help you to take revenge. A worm also dare to scare my mother. Laser weapons don't work here, and the extreme cold reduces the power of energy weapons drastically. So Silver pulled out a screwdriver. Tink. A few screwdrivers went down, and the xenomorph, who was eating, glanced at Silver after his compound eyes rolled. Stopping his mouth, he hissed towards Silver to scare the hell out of him. The food it hunts for can't be eaten by other bug eggs. Just in the few seconds it took to scare Silver, the eggs it had just chastised down quietly stuck their tongues out again. Hiss! The xenomorph chortled at the eggs. Silver took the screwdriver and stabbed it towards the xenomorph. The tiger's mouth hurts. It's no use. Cold Little Silver, cousin. Or else you should do it yourself. This guy, he can't hit it at all. It's so hard, and I don't know if it's because it's so cold that it's slipping on its back. Chicken eating potatoes, I'll do it. Pale blue light appeared around Silver. A large portion of his body had been eaten, and now all that was left was the upper half of his body. His stomach hollowed out. Tragic. Too tragic. And that damn xenomorph is chrysalising on his stomach, still eating the entrails. With an ice cracker. It sounds crunchy. Probably because of all the metal parts from the mech that he ate after being born. This xenomorph didn't look quite the same as the one seen by the chicken that ate potatoes before. It favors the beetle class. The back is rounded and glows with a silvery metallic light. The chicken that ate the potatoes could tell at a glance that this guy was afraid that he had eaten the accessory with the antifreeze spray on the mech, and that it was much more resistant to the cold. Absolutely. That's if he hadn't snuck over here ready to collect the eggs. Such a big cold-proof bug crawling out. Descend directly onto the battlefield of the Lord's Academy. That would be a real mess. The chicken eating potatoes went cold at the thought of that possibility. It could also be that it's so cold and chilly here. Cold Little Silver, cousin. It can't be dried out. Or just blow up your mech and freeze it to death. Chicken eating potatoes, I guess it can't freeze now. Look at the steel pattern on the back. It must have absorbed the antifreeze. Cold Silver, huh? So what do we do now? She's silly. But the next second, she saw the potato-eating chicken picking up the previous skin fragment from the ground. The worm egg that had just been gouged out of this huge fragment of skin was still well and truly tied up inside the skin fragment. The rest of the area is still so big when it's propped open. Potato-eating chickens can see that. These bugs, with their one-track minds, don't do anything else while they're eating. So he didn't hesitate a bit, took the skin fragment and pedaled on. Then handily, he wrapped the head-sized bug straight up and tied it with a rope. Big round ball, not moving a muscle. Because the bug had taken a large intestine before it was encased in it, and at this point it was inside the skin fragments, still chewing on the bar. This is okay? The Cold Little Silver man was dumbfounded. Ah, that's okay? Not. Dude, is this even possible? The shock on her face really couldn't even be hidden. She thought that the high and low were going to have to fight and die a couple dozen more times. Just take the skin pieces and pedal them up? The potato-eating chicken stowed the pieces of skin encasing a large and a small worm into his backpack. You just played too few games. There are tawdry maneuvers to pass any level. The potato-eating chicken waved his hand and looked at those bug eggs on the ground that still had to stick their tongues out and was on fire. Is your grandfather's corpse also something you can covet? As soon as he recovered his mangled body, he pulled out a small hammer with his other hand. The hammers of special material struck at these not yet formed bug eggs with a shiver. At once this tentacle that had burrowed inside the mech began to tremble. Yoo-hoo! This is preparation for a pre-shake release move. Potato-eating chicken had already figured out how to get through this little level when he got offline just now. He pulled cold silver with him, and with a single hammer blow, he slammed over the locations of several patches he had earlier given the mech. At once, the mech, which looked normal on the outside, was instantly in pieces. A real storm of extreme cold sweeps through, and Yu Shangyin, who originally had a chance to revive midway, was completely frozen this time. The two then went back inside the battleship at the very limit. Ho ho ho, it's so warm. Ouch me chow, it's really freezing. The chicken eating potatoes shivered as he was excited by the warmth of the air inside the battleship. Cold little Silver shivered even more and held out his hand. I've got frostbite on this hand. The body of a level 5 genetic warrior was useless against the power of the frozen grid. It's all about antifreeze to survive. It was only at this moment that they felt that this suppression squad was really something good. Before I didn't even feel that our source brother was poor. Now a comparison. TSK. The chicken eating potatoes thought about those things within his mall. All the items displayed in this mall were from Wei Yuan's private coffers. Players have been speculating about this for a long time. At the time, when we first saw so many interstellar weapons, we couldn't have been more excited. But at this moment, after seeing the richness of the suppression squad, a comparison was made, and one was instantly able to feel that Wei Yuan's treasure trove didn't have much good stuff. Poor. Our source brother is not poor. Can open the game to let us go digging and cutting down trees. Cold little Silver rubbed his hands. The frostbite is really a bit itchy. Didn't hold back, but purchased a medical needle and stuck it in. Save your money. The last time I watched that video the oil stealing bigot edited, I had a feeling that when he took the oil stealing and the others to the Central Star, he said he was giving Amilo a ride just to rub it in. And look, this suppression team's battleship, when it makes a space jump, it's without any discomfort at all. Which means that Amilo, that NPC, isn't some rich either. Silver sighed, feeling the poverty of the lords. The chicken that eats potatoes also thought of this, and instantly felt sorry for Wei Yuan. Our lord, we've always been frugal with our food. Speaking of which, the starlings eat nutrients. Only we, Jen, can't even afford to buy nutrients. There are only some lowest grade nutrients in the warehouse. That taste. The chicken who ate the potatoes talked about one of the nutrients he had redeemed and didn't even want to talk about it. It smells like Play-Doh to water. It was hard to eat and he shook his head. Geez, is this what you people usually eat? Munch's 6 hands were either clutching kebabs or serving noodles and even cupcakes. These weird and wonderful foods are so delicious. The human race. They sure have a lot of resources. The human race must be very rich. Geez, the nutrient companies would go out of business if these delicacies were sold. They're so delicious. Eric ate with tears in his eyes. Humans are so happy. The savory roast was moist and bubbling with grease. And Eric didn't think that the star pig, which was originally covered in stinky meat, could be made so delicious. And these noodles, they're actually made from wheat. It's not like the Star Alliance doesn't sell these raw materials. The nutrients they consume are made from these farm products. In terms of energy delivery, it's probably true that nutrients are a little quicker, but flavor-wise, nutrients are. Ito replied, as long as it's tasty. We're planning to just set up a stall outside and start selling food when we go to the Lord's Academy competition this time. Selling at stalls? Eric's face was full of grease and he swallowed it with a big mouthful. Then you're going to make a fortune. Really? There aren't many people who can go to the Lord's Academy to watch the game who don't have money. They're all the elites of various races. The rich ones. Iraq jerked 3 more skewers of sticks hard into his mouth and chewed on them. You'll have no problem selling a string for 50 star coins. Raider? You mean Raider? The players all turned their heads. Eric was still chewing on something in his mouth, his eyes open in confusion, wondering why these humans were reacting so much. 50 star coins. But if you want to sell for 100, it's not impossible. It's just that business might be a little worse. Munch nodded back. If it was 100 star coins, I'd actually go for it. It's really so good. Just my box of nutrients. See, 10,000 star coins apiece. So expensive. Ito replied, rushing over and opening one to show off in his mouth. Gulp. He opened his eyes. Holy, guys, I feel like I could dominate the stars. Doesn't this just taste like regular juice? And it's still a bit of a snoozy juice. It's kind of like the 50-cent bottles of pigmented juice they used to sell in front of the school when I was a kid. Just this stuff. 10,000 apiece. Holy, let me do the math. My previous skewers. 1 gold coin per skewer. 100 to 1 exchange of gold and star coins. Chapter 153, entering the game's mainline. The protagonist makes his appearance. Additional work for sautéed screws. Just this stuff. 10,000 apiece. Holy, let me do the math. My previous skewers. 1 gold coin per skewer. 100 to 1 exchange of gold and star coins. Ha ha, I am going to be rich. Ha ha, I'm going to get rich. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy one. Brothers carry away. Thick burial. WOJ. So the players we entered. Can we go out there and set up store? Holy, yeah, I'm high and low. No problem getting some kebabs. Wow. Will there be any intergalactic favorites for Wolfsbane potatoes? Oh, wrong billion? I don't want to compete, Jen. Let me go outside and get some snacks. Munch and his crew watched as the hundreds of humans suddenly went insane. They quietly opened the squad channel. Munch, is this human? Eric, it's completely different from the rumored introverted, quiet and peaceful character. Probably. They weren't making much money within the human race before. Holy, it can make so much delicious food. And the human race hasn't even thought about enriching themselves with it? The suppression squads whimpered and ate. Players wailed individually, some counting how much money they'd missed out on by toiling over skewers at Blue Star. The other players were wailing in woohoo. They got replacement tickets, and they couldn't go to the tournament, and they couldn't go out and set up stalls. Absolutely. Cold Silver had only just returned from the thrill of almost getting into big trouble, so easily taking care of the big problem and then whisking his sleeves away and hiding deep in the shadows. When he heard the wailing of the players. Ha ha, I'm a spectator ticket. Haha, I'm a spectator ticket, eh? I can go outside and set up a stall. Chicken eating potatoes, no cousin. We still have to go to school. You'll at most have a little time to go on the game at night. And the stalls are probably all divided up. Cold Silver. At this point, Wei Yuan received another agent request from Yukira. Ah, it looks like we can't do it without opening the Kryptonite channel. Wow. Wei Yuan scratched his head. He won't be able to get these. The black text still needs to be looked at by tons. Unico. Understood. Unicorn was really getting smarter. Wei Yuan smiled as he walked towards the gates of the Lord's Academy. Here, there are already countless students from the college, waiting here for the graduates to arrive. The pink double ponytail stood at the outermost level and jumped the moment she saw Wei Yuan. Senpai. Here. Amilo's little face flushed. I don't know if it's because of the heat, or was it because he met the senior he'd been pining for. The shyness had faded from the old days of meeting. She was just too excited. Elder Wei Yuan, he really is frighteningly strong. So many dangers, but all of them were overcome. So happy. Amilo looked towards behind Wei Yuan in her excitement. She actually kind of missed the chattering humans. His own bloodthirsty Toon Tree sap was all but finished. Gotta restock fast to do that. Amilo. Wei Yuan greeted his elementary school sister. Senpai, where's your crew? Amiro cocked his head and looked around, but he didn't see the clansmen Wei Yuan had brought with him. Wei Yuan looked up. They should be here soon. At this moment, the entrance of the Lord's Academy was filled with clansmen of various races. Although no one dared to look at Wei Yuan brightly, everyone was curious about the human race who had recently made quite a splash. In particular, this Wei Yuan who could be said to have taken the initiative to provoke the elves. Seeing Wei Yuan look up, the clansmen of all races at the doorway also looked up. Right about this time, a piece of wormhole twisted and appeared in the sky above the Lord's Academy. Ding-a-ling. From the wormhole, surprisingly, some mech parts fell first. Holy, what is it? Smashed me to death. The Eagle clan member who spoke covered his head and ran away. Holy are both words that Alliance people still learn as they watch players pre-sweep through the elves. As the mech parts finished dropping, the dominating battleship slowly emerged from the wormhole. Also dragged out was the frozen body of the Elf Queen. Corner. And Yedon looked at his mother's body as he clenched his fists and trembled. Mother's still captured. Ha! Looks like it's time for the elves to get a new king. He breathed a few times heavier in excitement. And behind in Yedong, of the 900 elves, only 30 or so were light elves. The light elves were worried. If this time, and Yedong couldn't get a good ranking in the competition of the Lord's Academy, I'm afraid it's the turn of another elf to take the position of Elf King. And there's no telling how the other races will plunder the elves. Ha ha, at this time all eyes are on us. It's time for our protagonist to make his appearance. Oil Stealer Woman shouted from within the battleship. He excitedly straightened his clothes, then turned back to Munch. See you later, righteous father. He took a handsome leap of faith and jumped through the mouth of the battleship. At the same time, he turned on the recording screen in mid-air, and was about to record it for his fans on Earth. Guys, I'm here to record the video. We're finally going to enter the main line of the game and compete in the Lord's Academy tournament. I'm looking forward to it as much as you guys are. And I'm going to be recording the whole tournament this time. Chapter 154, oh yeah? I don't believe it, extra for Hippie Starman. Wei Yuan watched as a player jumped down from the sky. Then like dumplings, they started jumping people down. He couldn't help but open his mouth and try to shout. Don't embarrass me. But I'm afraid it would be even more humiliating if I shouted out at this point. He was silent. But there's no way to be silent with Amilo around. Amilo tugged Wei Yuan's arm and let out a low cry. Senior, did you not tell your clan that flying is forbidden at the entrance of the academy? The forbidden altitude is 3,000 meters. Jumping down hard like this, I'm afraid you'll fall into a cripple right. Amilo had just finished. The oil-stealing woman who had led the jump was seen to land on her head with a thud, and the fall caused him to bounce twice on the ground. Wei Yuan held his forehead and whispered, "These guys, even if I said this place is off limits, they would definitely do something like this. Players messing things up and he can control it? I'm only afraid to say 1 second that I won't be allowed to jump off. The next second it's all down. As long as they landed fast enough." What they said to themselves, "Forget about it, ah. Ouch, I'll be damned." That is, the 5th level Gene Warrior body quality is high, ah. Steel Oil Woman felt that he heard a crunch. The bloodstain went straight down 90%. Not dead, but the lower half of your body is paralyzed. His eyes dripped and he saw his dear Jen, reaching up to cover his face and silently turning his back. "Ah, not. Source brother, you listen to my explanation, ah." The oil-stealing woman stretched out her hand, and just as she opened her mouth, she spat out a large stream of blood. Then, shivering, he pulled the healing needle out of his backpack and stuck himself with it. Phew! Survived. Oil Stealer Woman watched the blood bar slowly recover and smiled as she directly laid flat on her back and looked at the sky. This look didn't matter, ah. Opened his eyes and saw hundreds of players who fell like cannonballs, all rushing towards him. Holy, can you guys not learn everything? Leap of faith. Is that something you can just learn? The oil-stealing woman rolled around trying to escape the location where the players had fallen. Wow. Labor is just so cool. This flying feeling. The heart is going to explode, ahaha. All of a sudden it's back to the moment when I was fighting the squid and being flung out on a skewer. It's so exciting. Much happier than a peaceful elite skydive. I'm a happy paratrooper. Oi. The happy cries of the players turned to the thuds of the landing. Everyone is still physically fit. All of them. There was no contamination of the ground. It's just that some were unlucky enough to fall on their necks and go straight off the line, and some were crippled in the same way as the oil-stealing woman was by falling on their hands and feet. The ones that are alive are on the ground as mayfly chrysalises, begging their grandparents to ask their teammates to stick a needle in them. The dead ones hurry up and call their friends to let the bodies be recycled a bit. The participants of the 10,000 races collectively made way for a large open space. High above, Munch and his teammates had just reached for their landing equipment when they saw that the players had gone for a big human landing. I have landing equipment for you guys. Munch's whole munch is a little bad. He stood at the landing port and made his way down towards the bottom. The cubs that just arrived aren't going to play themselves to death in one leap, are they? Star took the landing equipment from his hand. Don't worry, he's alive and well. Munch had been comforted. He saw the oil-stealing woman who was lancing her teammates. This kid, he's really skinny. It's good to be skinny. It's good to feed. Star couldn't resist stroking the soft fur on the back of Munch's hand. Seriously, there's a bit of an upside to the outrageous cheekiness of this guy's oil theft bra. Son, you hurry down too. Munch looked at Star with a loving face. The few players that were on the battleship at this point basically had a bit of fear of heights on them. Star nodded and leapt down. Other players, who were afraid of heights, waved their hands at Munch. Uncle Munch, don't mind us. We have other ways to get there. The Immortalist is a wolf and has purchased a teleportation scroll. Mary Cat purchased a teleportation scroll. Bobby Hen purchased a teleportation scroll. Tomo Pear August has purchased a teleportation scroll. Fire Unicorn purchased a teleportation scroll. Reflections has purchased a teleportation scroll. Wow, there are so many rich people. Standing on the deck, the player with the ID called Night Uncollected looked at the few rich bigwigs that had disappeared and let out an envious sigh. The few players left are the ones who don't have much money left in their hands. Is this a racial gift of your people? Munch was amazed. He had never seen a talent that was capable of spatial transfer other than the Space Cloud clan. Night Uncollected nodded. Yeah, the talent. It's this talent monster that costs money. Thank you, Uncle Munch. He took the landing equipment that Munch had sent over. It's just nice to have equipment that didn't cost a fortune. The device snaps around your waist and jumps right off. The energy stored inside the landing device is just enough for one landing. The night uncollected floats in the air, the device serving to reduce speed, much the same effect as a real-world parachute. It's a real thrill to look down from the sky. The Night Unchained had never seen such a beautiful view. That's pretty much the view you'll see if you're on an airplane, I guess. Night doesn't hold its breath, subconsciously recording the screen until it's offline, so it can be shown to Grandpa. I also don't know when the game will open the Kryptonite channel. By then, all these gold coins and props that he had existed in the game could all be sold to other players. With how hot this game is, Grandpa's hospitalization money should come through. I'll get lucky and get some marinara to sell. I just don't know what the conversion ratio is between in-game gold and real money by then. The price is a bit lower than the official one and it should sell well. He hadn't even figured out what he was going to do to make a lot of money in the game when the time came. The landing equipment then began to alert to prepare for landing. Phew, over 800 players, all present. The reason it's over 800 is because, well, it's Monday. Some players have to go to school. In some cases, the high rollers had 2 tickets in their hands. Like Star had an entry voucher and a replacement voucher. The oil-stealing woman came over to Star and disliked her with her shoulder. Sisters, let's discuss something. Star looked sideways. Oil-stealing woman, you know, your buddy. I'm a little anchor high and low, right? And we have that 1 or 2 little fans in the game. He scowled at Star. Oil stealer, sell me your replacement ticket. Star shook her head. Oil stealer, why? You don't have anyone to give coupons to. Star, according to the time, there's still a few days left before the game is supposed to open its next beta, and there will be more accounts released then, and I'd like to bring someone in. Oil-stealing woman, ***, you're going through the back door? Star, big brother, tell me the truth. Do you know someone from the game company? Star, nope. Star, the chicken that eats potatoes can bring his cousin into the game, so surely I can bring my cousin. Oil-stealing woman, no. He held his head and hissed. That was his luck, sis. It was Cold Silver's own luck. Star, oh yeah? I don't believe it. Knock knock. All participants, please follow your lords and enter the field in an orderly fashion. Countless colored balls fell from the sky. The cheers were loud and clear. The square of the Lord's Academy was like a coliseum surrounded by all stepped viewing platforms, with a huge light screen in the center. Above, being projected at this time, are all the graduates who are participating, and their clansmen. Players are really opening their eyes this time. Different races occupy different locations, and as players look around, there really aren't that many humanoid races. There were all sorts of strange races, and the one that surprised the players the most was the race sitting next to the human viewing platform. They appeared to be a mass of gray dark clouds, but at the core of these dark clouds, there were a few more spots of 7-colored glazed light flickering. What race is this? It's so awesome looking. I don't know. Ask to be touched or not. I haven't seen such an amazing race. We'll set up our booth later. Take 2 skewers for them to try, and ask them for a favor. This game modeling is also awesome. Oh, so abstract creatures like this. Don't be ridiculous. Wow. Don't even know if it's a creature. A few players were whispering. They were watching the battle incidentally, and their real purpose was actually to prepare to set up a stall on the battle viewing platform later to sell some food. The idea of the player who got together with dependent defense is called sautéed screws. Every now and then he glanced at the dark cloud beside himself. I don't know if they eat fried snails, but I just bought 2 teleportation scrolls from Jen. So I'm just waiting for a trip back later to get some snails. ETOH replied. Fried snail flavor is still too niche, I tell you. To do, you have to do kebabs. Look at me, these skewers sold. That is a hot. Later I'm going to try. Take 2 skewers. Touch a handful of ooze. Surely no problem. The Space Clan, with just over 30 clans, didn't even have enough clans to travel to the competition. They, therefore, have to stay in the stands. In all these years, they participated in the Lord's Academy tournament spectating, have never seen any of the clansmen of any clan, so blatantly at them to discuss wanting to touch a. They communicated with their spiritual consciousness. To the players, that's what they look like, those streaming patches of core light that are constantly flickering. It's really nice to look at. It would be a real treat to have such a dark cloud light hanging in your home. Chapter 155. It doesn't matter. I'll make a fool of myself. After feeling the gaze of the players, the Space Clan clansmen, their core light spots flickered even more. What do these humans want? It's all over StarNet that they gained the gift of spatial teleportation during their evolution. That's just farting. The space race's talent is innate. Never heard of any race being able to acquire spatial abilities in the process of evolution. The human race once seemed to have captured our space race clansmen. The evolution they're talking about, they probably got it by eating our people. Stay away from them. It's a bunch of crazies. The constantly flickering patches of light made it even more difficult to look twice. The smallest one inside the dark clouds. The moment it locked eyes with the sautéed screws, the gaps in the clouds became smaller, and it was about to shrink into a ball. Don't worry, little P. When the match starts, we'll open the energy isolation wall and directly separate ourselves from the human race. Next to the smaller cloud, the larger one moved over. At this point, on the light screen, the illuminated members of the competition had been neatly arranged. All the other clansmen under the other lords were standing by. Only on the side of the human race, they looked like they were standing neatly. And in fact, they did stand neatly, but their eyes, they were called looking around. In the game's public screen, the information was scrolling so fast that even Wei Yuan was about to lose sight of it. Luckily, these guys know how to save face. When I got excited, I just messaged on the public screen and didn't jump up and down and yell. Surprisingly, I was a little touched. Wei Yuan thought about it and felt like he was being a bit PDST again. He had already forgotten about the humiliating incident when he entered the arena just now. You can't forget it. Just think back to the guys landing in a 360-degree spin and then smashing into the ground and bouncing twice. Wei Yuan just felt the way the other students were looking at him, making him want to find a crack in the ground and hide. 3 or 4 years of schooling. So poor when taunted by ignorant classmates, secretly suppressed by other races. Wei Yuan didn't even frown. However, the things that the players did just now when they entered the arena made Wei Yuan feel like he couldn't lift his head up a bit. Now, will the human race please send a member to draw lots? In the center of the screen, the virtual AI bowed in the direction of the human race. Whoa, guys, it's our turn to draw. The oil-stealing woman still had her recording screen on. Come on, Jen, look at me. I want to go up. I want to go up. The ones that went up for the draw are on the big screen. I'm going up. On TV, on TV, on TV. Looking at the players with excitement written all over their faces, Wei Yuan directly ruled out these lazy people. These guys, if they go up there, who knows what kind of operation they'll get up to. It's just a very simple, little draw. It is the extraction of the equipment provided by the academy to the participants before entering the competition venue. Normal race members went up, drew their sign, and walked away. Wei Yuan really didn't want to see a sand sculpture like the oil stealer woman. Bouncing up, wherever his sight swept, the players began to stir. One's face was red with excitement, and his eyes were bright with thievery. The moment Wei Yuan locked eyes with such a player, he immediately averted his gaze. Can't afford to lose this one. Soon, he saw inside the crowd, a player with a bare head and an axe in his hand. He looked pale, and even when he locked eyes with Wei Yuan, he remained silent. That's you, hippie starter. This guy, Wei Yuan had an impression. When the human homestar was fighting the xenomorphs, this guy didn't hesitate to space out his hands and start kiting the xenomorphs. Even Yukira has complimented that this hippie is rough and tumble. This guy, then, must be a normal player. Hippies, please come forward for the drawing. Wei Yuan's voice clearly reached every player's ears. The hippies shivered and came back to their senses. He was just wondering if he should sharpen this axe. We're going to chop people up later. It's not good to have an unfavorable axe. The next moment he heard Wei Yuan speaking towards him. Bewildered hippies, with blank faces, appeared on the big screen. Get up there. Jen told you to go on stage. The treadmill ancestor, who was standing beside the hippie star man, quietly disliked him with his elbow. I guess I want you to go up and say a few words. Just go up and ramble on. These NPCs are just going through the motions. There's no way to skip the game scenes, is just a pain in the ass. Just now, it was also old ancestor treading heaven, who was explaining to the hippie star man the importance of a sharp weapon, which caused the hippie star man to think about whether or not he wanted to sharpen his axe. At this very moment, neither of them had heard what Eigen had said earlier about what he was telling them to do. Just know that the NPC invited him on stage. The hippies looked at the envious gazes of the players around them. The back straightened up in a flash. Hey, it's hard to blame the man of God for that. Then let me come up and say a few words. Wei Yuan suddenly realized it was bad, but before he could stop it, he saw the hippies walk up to the big center stage. The light screen reflected his confident face. Ahem, I'll just say one thing. Everyone here is trash. Chapter 156 Swamp Star. Everyone who is seated. It's all garbage. The hippie alien's voice, unmistakably clear, traveled through the live equipment and into the ears of every creature present. Wei Yuan felt his eyes go black, while those other graduates of the Lord's Academy who had come to participate in the competition, each and every one of them felt that this was a provocation. Naked provocation. The human race is just so hateful and so open-minded. They haven't even started the game yet, and they're surprisingly laying down the gauntlet towards them in the middle of the draw. Wei Yuan, don't be too arrogant. That kid, he's dead on the battlefield. That's right. The human race can have long since ceased to be what it was in its prime back then, and we, the giant eagle race, want that brat's head as well. even if you, Wei Yuan, have been dominating the first place list for years in the academy, it doesn't mean that you guys will definitely be able to get the first place in this match. That's right, it's better to be peaceful in a clan match. If you're so wild, you'll only die a horrible death. One by one, the graduates of the Lord's Academy screamed not far from Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, as a human, had been dominating the number 1 in the Lord's Academy even though these Gene warriors, who were only at level 5, even dared to speak out on such an occasion? Simply, there's no one else in sight. A few of the larger races had sent in participants with at least 30 rank 6 genetic warriors. The moment they saw that all of these players Wei Yuan had brought with him, all of them were level 5, they were already calculating it out in their hearts. The human race can basically be identified as being in the lower middle tier. Didn't realize. It's amazing how unself-aware they are. Wei Yuan coldly glanced towards the few races that had just rushed him with harsh words. Giant Eagle Clan, Red Lizard Clan, Abyssal Demon Clan. Wei Yuan, is this a preparation to lay hands on my people on the battlefield? He laughed. A bunch of losers, worthy of being compared to my human race? What's wrong with what my people say? Garbage. What the hippies just said is indeed pretty wild. But Wei Yuan's eyes went black just because he felt that the words were too middle-aged and open. But that didn't mean Wei Yuan found anything wrong with what was said. The human race. It's just that it can be so wild. Is it a problem for these trash races to be called a piece of? Seeing that those guys still wanted to speak, Wei Yuan coolly opened his mouth. What? Not convinced? He hadn't killed any of his classmates at the Lord's Academy. Doesn't mean he's afraid to kill. After leaving the academy, those who offend him will die one by one. Wei Yuan smirked and glanced at An Yedong who was cowering in the corner, pretending that he didn't exist at the moment. Take a look. How well behaved that elf boy was. Behave yourself to live, right? You, the graduates of several races, after locking eyes with Wei Yuan, surprisingly all wimped out. Who didn't know about Wei Yuan tearing up An Yedong's cousin with his bare hands in front of the principal's office building? And who didn't know about Wei Yuan not only not being brought down by the Star Pirates, but instead directly destroying the Squid Pirates as a group? Fear of death. It's a biological instinct. As for the players, they are the exception. After the hippie star man finished his speech, he looked over toward Wei Yuan on the stage. Brother Yuan, do I still have to say a few words? Wei Yuan, no. Draw lots. The small box in front of you. Just draw one out at random. The venue for the first game was the Green Shade Galaxy. The main product of this galaxy is ferns, and the planet's atmosphere is dominated by nitrogen. The composition of the air is similar to that of Blue Star, but the oxygen content up there is ridiculously low, so players are going to have to go up there to play. It would be necessary to have the equipment provided by the College of Lords to do so. This time, the lottery is here to draw the order in which the supplies will be picked up. The teams at the bottom of the rankings are bound to get less than 300 devices. The higher the ranking, the greater the advantage up front. The hippies struck out confidently. I raffle. That always starts with a special prize. Look at my god's right hand. Sweepstakes box a touch. 8. Congratulations to the human race for acquiring the 8th equipment box. You, nonce. This guy, his face is so black, he can whip out the 8th. 8 is hair. This is not good. The things in this box may be very good Lou. The other racial squads waited quietly for the lords to come up and unpack the chests to get their equipment. The players' side is bustling like a food market. There just hasn't been any tournament that has seen this kind of participant. Even the old principal couldn't help but look twice. Wei Yuan took his equipment out. 37 gas conversion devices, 79 mech shields, 66 nutrients, and 3 maps. Of the 300 players, the starter is 30. Snowlaw remains the commander of this one, with players such as the Sneaky Four and Windblown Butt as members of the main force. All 30 heads came together around Wei Yuan, picking and choosing at the things that came out of the open chest. If we have 300 participating players, we should need 300 mech shields. That's a bit much to be missing. The map is also in tatters. None of the 3 pieces can be put together. It looks like the other pieces are in the hands of another team. As for all this equipment that's missing, we'll see if we can grab it from another team when the time comes. The rules of the tournament don't say either, so I guess we won't know until the map is pieced together. Shuela put away the 3 pieces of the map, and as for the equipment, she divided it all up. Pull the team mic first. Are you all ready? Ready! The players bellowed in unison. The teleportation wormholes on the field were all lit up as well. Wow! It's so cool to be venturing to a new planet. Seriously, I'm not even tired of looking at the map of this central galaxy, and I'm still a bit bleary-eyed from wanting to look around. About to go to a new map. The artwork needs a chicken leg, and the wormhole special effect is so coolly done too. The players and the participants of the other races were of two entirely different mentalities. The clansmen of the giant eagle clan, who were in the ninth place to set off, each had a look of death. Watching the human race heckling, they felt the cloud over their heads getting heavier. These humans, they really don't know the terror of the green shade galaxy at all. If they teleported to the swamp star right after the opening, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how to die. For these guys who didn't respect the game, the commander-in-chief of the giant eagle clan only coldly glanced at them and didn't look at them anymore. Realized that the green shade galaxy is anything but as safe as its name sounds. 300 players, disappearing in front of the wormhole. The large screen on the field was also divided into several small screens in an instant, and these small screens corresponded to the teams in this competition. Wow! The human race this time landed. Actually Swamp Star. Their equipment can be just enough for the main army. The rest, and food, that's all the nutrient fluid they have. They're probably going to starve a whole lot, and the swamp doesn't have wild fruits to feed them. It looks like the human race, who let out their bravado, is going to be completely wiped out. The equipment they arrived with is so bad. Ha ha, if the ones who appeared in the Swamp Star this time were those great races of the gods, I guess the probability of being able to pass the level would still be higher. The whispers on the field. Wei Yuan didn't even bother to listen to much. He made it to the VIP viewing position, intending to peek into the group chat messages of the players. Suddenly, he felt energy approaching from his side. Frowning, he reached out and stopped Feng Yusheng, who had come over. No, man, didn't I say no faggying? This guy, he would have rested his head on his shoulder if he hadn't sensed the other man approaching a little too close. The guy is good looking, but he's not attracted to men. Wei Yuan grimaced coldly and squinted at Feng Yusheng. Piss me off, I'm going to beat you up. Phoenix feathers outrageously long, pale golden lashes formed a shadow under her eyes. I just wanted to ask, do your people need help? He was a little puzzled. Last time, after hearing Wei Yuan talk about getting laid, he even went to check it out. That's when I realized it was referring to the love between males and males. But the gods, there's no such thing as gender. At this point in the stands, bored and looking around, the players caught a glimpse that their lovely lord was in a situation at the moment. I'm super. That's who. So handsome. Wow ka. This guy looks like his face value is not lower than Genza. Wow super. Fast wine secretary. 3 minutes I want to know all the information about this handsome guy. TSK. I'm reading the mouth. I read it. That handsome guy asked Jen if he wants to help. The unchanging principle of alchemy is equivocation. What does this guy want? Ha ha, it's Jen. Chapter 157, this advertisement is not lossy at all, added for treading heavenly ancestor. No need. Wei Yuan waved his hand. There was a small quest about the god race that the system had sent out earlier that he hadn't yet investigated, and it wasn't the right time for him to bring relations to a standstill with Feng Yusheng. Just keep an eye on your own team. They're on Swamp Star too? Feng Yusheng nodded. The gods are born to fly. And in Swamp Star, it's just a matter of grabbing the Swamp Star map pieces and finding the Swamp Star race point. This time around, there were a total of 4 planets in the galaxy that served as drop-off points. They are the Swamp Star, the Green Moss Star, the Giant Fern Star, and the Fruit Star. The rules of the game were really just as Yukira had guessed. They just need to get the maps assigned to their planet together and enter the red dot zone. Not an elimination system, but a points system. Teams are ranked according to their time in the red zone. Of these, only Swamp Star is the most dangerous and food is in short supply. The teams that entered the Swamp Star this time were the human race, the divine race, and the rainy night race. On Swamp Star, the rainy night clan has the most to offer, and I will inform my people if they need it. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Let them compete. My people, they have their own ideas. Poof. Swamp Star. Players fell from the sky and poofed into the sludge. Wow. Is this the Swamp Star we saw on StarNet earlier? What a toilet smell. What AF *** king stench. In the silt, dozens of heads were revealed. Shermoya had been prepared for this, and she went through the wormhole and into the mech. Her mech, very ordinary. It wasn't even painted. Standing in the middle of all the other players' fancy and strange mechs, it was completely impossible to see what was so special about them. As the commander-in-chief, I'll just say a few words. The map is defective. It should be a scramble to find out where the focus is after grabbing the maps of the other participating teams. Our goal for this wave is to find the other teams and grab a handful of maps. That's our mission for this tournament. It's snowing. La flipped open her private message. But I took on a few big jobs today. Guys, 100 million gold coins. 100 million. Just now, when they heard about the tournament quest, those few players who were not going to bother at all and just wanted to have some fun and look around, the ears instantly perked up at the sound of a large list of $100 million. The sound of snow falling from the battlefield. synchronized also reached the light screen of the Lord's Academy. At this moment, Shimo Shuela, with an agitated face, completely lost the kind of calmness that he had felt when he fought the Elf Queen before. Windblown but is still muttering, "Sister Shui, aren't you dropping your style by getting so excited? People will see it and think that we haven't seen that much money before." Jiang Shui's family's business, small million big 10 million, hundreds of millions of dollars. According to Windblown Fart, this snow sister of his must be the richest rich woman in the game. Why did she pronounce 100 million gold coins with a trill? Yukila took a deep breath and held in her excitement, but she couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. This stupid kid, he thought he was excited because of all these gold coins in the game. She arched her eyebrow, her eyes scanning over the Intergalactic Human Cooperation Agreement inside the private message. During that time period when the hippies were on stage giving their speeches, she's in the middle of signing an agency contract. Though for some reason, all the contracts for Starman are only available electronically. But this contract, which was transmitted within the game by the game company, that surely can't be fake. Is she excited because of 100 million gold coins? She's excited because of the prospect of a multi-trillion-dollar future. Ahem, cut the crap. Just about to make the announcement. The grayish, one could even say ordinary to the extreme, Mecha violently soared to the highest position from the crowd of Mecha. The Gourmet Alliance invests 100 million gold coins to fight the Gourmet Challenge. Participating members, who can make a good meal in the competition arena, with limited site ingredients, are required by the judges to be members of other races. It will be judged by the members of the other races competing, and the prizes will still be awarded according to rank. Now, hang on to the commercials for a bit. Haha. Snowlaw as the president. Usually this kind of arrangement thing really do not do much. So this gray mech was kind of fumbling around when he suddenly pulled out a big giant billboard for the Food Alliance. On the center screen, everyone is all over the screen in either green or brown scenes. Suddenly there was a big splash of color, the ultimate in culinary color. The four big words, Food Alliance, occupy the very center, surrounded by a variety of food pictures. Just looking at the color makes your mouth water, and I don't know why. The video monitoring the arena, surprisingly, gives a big close-up of the billboard directly in the hands of Yukira. Haha, look, it's my family's beef plate noodles. Stinky tofu, my family's stinky tofu. It's fragrant and stinky now. Oh, this wave of advertising is not a loss. Everyone, we are the Food Alliance. Today's opening of the big reward. All the races present to watch the game are able to taste for free. The Food Alliance Ministry is relying on the defense. Standing beside him, the sautéed screws took off in a catapult. Fire like, asterisk. How come the ads are coming so fast? I haven't even fished for my screws yet. I'll go and fish for a snail first. The teleportation scroll shattered with a squeeze, and he instantly shifted back to Blue Star, and the clansmen of the Space Clan all froze. Chapter 158, it's okay, as long as it's dead, extra for recollections of River Big Brother. It really is a spatial talent. A talent that has never appeared in another race has appeared in the human race? Oh my god. The core of the space nation kept flickering. When have the Star League ever seen this kind of battle? Even Feng Yuxing froze. He looked at the big screen, the huge advertisement, and his perfect face was full of long-suffering expressions. Impact. This was an extraordinarily shocking shock, both for the divine race and for the 10,000 races. The entire atmosphere of the Star League is still on the serious side to this day. After all, there were constant internal and external troubles, with all the races tipping over, and bugs and interstellar pirates on the outside. The higher-ups are masters of war, so the entire alliance is revered for fighting. Even the tech is strained, pounding all the way towards the combat side of things. But now, at such a grand tournament held to select the future Führer, just when they came on the field, the people shouted out such a high note. You're all garbage. That was a provocation to the 10,000 races contestants. The audience also held. We'd like to see how strong your human race can be after so many years of being out of sight. But now, what about the beginning of the race? Everyone was already prepared for the certainty of your deaths as you headed to Swampstar. Several humanoids had been seen falling inside the sludge, and everyone was waiting to see how the few humans who had fallen into the sludge would save themselves, or to see how they would die. You're advertising all of a sudden? You advertise? Or did these human spectators in the stands fight it out? An indescribable feeling suddenly lingered in the hearts of the audience. The gazes of all the creatures fell on Wei Yuan. Doesn't this young lord of the human race really care? Entertainment that is out of place in their fighting atmosphere. This lord, he must be furious too. Wei Yuan raised his head, and the entire spectator arena, millions of clansmen from various clans. Wei Yuan, these clansmen of yours. Feng Yuxing's words were not finished. He saw Wei Yuan burst out laughing. Hey, they are very business-minded, right? Whoever came up with the idea to advertise here is an ing genius too. Of course, if the players played off their game and lost the first opening match outright, then the human race would surely become the laughingstock of all races. But the probability of this playing off is well, hardly. Wei Yuan stroked his chin and shouted towards the old principal. Principal, we don't have a rule that we don't allow food on the grounds, right? Could the old principal not understand him? But is it the right time? The old principal gave a dry cough. There are no rules. And is there a rule against cooking on the grounds? Neither. What's this guy up to? The old principal sometimes really couldn't understand Wei Yuan's operations. Mostly, these humans look a little out of sorts as well. His grandson stood beside the old principal at this moment, his brows furrowed. Grandpa, what the hell does he want? This is a place to watch the competition. Are we going to let the human race mess around here? Damn, what a show-off. Casey, Wei Yuan didn't break the rules. The old principal reached out kindly, interrupting his young grandson's complaints. This kid has no idea that a mentality like that of the human race is the scariest thing of all. Only the strong can do that in such a serious setting without fear, even talking and laughing. All creatures subconsciously obey rules that they don't know exist in an inexplicably orderly environment. But these humans, completely oblivious and even more joyful than Wei Yuan. Casey, you're going to have to change these things you're doing now if you're going to deal well with the people in the future. Just for a moment as the old principal spoke, the Food Alliance has been ready for these big guns for a long time. The spacers came in small numbers, and they took up a lot of space. So after the sautéed screws brought back the soaked snails, they scurried over to those clouds with some embarrassment. He saw it at once. A tiny cloud of good talk. Younger kids just can't wipe the slate clean. Hey, little friend, can you talk to the adults of your clan and say, can you give us some space out? And later on the delicious food will give you a share first. Space Nation Jr. Panic JPG. Its core-colored light flickered for a moment before it realized that what it was saying was unintelligible to these humans. It then pulled out a small instrument. After pressing down, a three-dimensional image of a little person appeared. Hello, I'm Little P of the Space People. You want places, don't you? The small cloud flickered toward a couple of large clouds around it, and then the little man spoke again. The matriarch says it's okay, but we want to know about your gift of transience and how it came about. It's no problem. Hey, make a friend. My name is Stir-Fried Snail. I'll send you a snail to try later. A scroll is only 100 gold coins now. Take this opportunity. And then evening a few big brothers. Beautiful. This side of the viewing platform was hot. Inside the swamp star, the players were instead prickly and scratchy. The first to bear the brunt were the players who fell inside the mud. It stinks. Puke. This mud stinks worse than my old septic tank. Why can't the sense of smell be turned off all the way? Vomit. Pinch your nose. Stick it right in. And then you flop around inside the mud. And after a while it sinks and dies on its own. So you don't smell it. Chapter 159, you don't even know how dangerous this planet is. I'm super you. Grunt grunt grunt. Grunt grunt. There are players who listen and only half listen. And then it got stuck inside the muck. A few other players who were still struggling in the sludge laughed out loud when they saw the scene. Then also got a bellyful of sludge and couldn't throw up if I wanted to. Then the fluttering was less forceful. And finally it slowly slipped inside the swamp. After Snow La retrieved the billboard, he began to observe the time of death of the players. Public screen. Wow guys, getting drowned in this swamp can feel so good. Come and try it all. It's really pleasurable. The body is all crispy. Wow. Gentle land. Gentle land. I feel like a loach. Slipping and sliding down. It's cool. Come on guys, try it. A few brothers upstairs. Your intentions are too obvious. Water ghosts don't even pull people like you do. No, dude treats you like a brother. You treat dude like a water boy? Players were cheeky and chatting freely in the group. It's snowing. Those players who died. Bring up the graphs of your body data changes when you died. I'll do an analysis. Then the other members, find a suitable location and get ready. It's going to be dark soon. Though it was noon when they entered the Swamp Star. But the daytime hours on Swamp Star are very, very short. It was still brightly lit when the commercials were running. And now it's starting to dim down. And the humidity in the air is starting to increase. It's snowing. Doubt it's going to start raining. Their mech shields were completely inadequate, so most likely, the raindrops that fell were faulty. It's snowing. We need some players with wilderness survival experience as guides for this tournament. Any? After the Snow La opening, the players stopped playing with the stunt. Players who died earlier, pull up their body data maps and surrender them. Hippie starter, I've been a lumberjack in the mountains for a while before, and I've had rainforest survival experience. Night uncollected, my grandfather used to be a hunter. And we lived in the Changbai Mountains for a while, so I know a little bit of wilderness survival. Oil stealing woman, ever seen a Beyonce count? Makabaka, having had 10 years of wilderness camping experience. Commander-in-Chief, I can build a shelter. Elder Treadmill, having done carpentry. If you have the materials, you can build a house. The phrase "it's snowing" blew out a lot of players. It's snowing, Hippie Starfarer, Knight Uncollected, and Treading Heavenly Ancestor. The three of you, take 20 people each, and take the mech shields. The hippies are in charge of going to look for materials to build shelters. Knight Blessing is in charge of looking for food, and Elder Ancestor Treadmill is making temporary shelters out of the materials that the hippies bring back. The rest of the players, start exploring this swamp. There's more to Swamp Star than just swamp sludge. There's bound to be other dangers. There's definitely no way to win with one life. So let's experiment one life at a time. And I'll be responsible for funding this part of the resurrection. Hippies, yes. Old Ancestor Taption, yes. Knight Not Collected, roger that. 3 squads, with men and mech suits, rushed toward the outskirts of the swamp where they had landed. The rest of the players are starting their path to death. No details about the Swamp Star can be found on the Star Network. This dangerous series of unintelligent creatures rule the galaxy, and generally all the data inside is privately owned by some races. Not to mention the data, even what could be on this planet is unknown to the average interstellar. So the interstellar people watching the battle at this point would be mesmerized by the food that the players had come up with, though their eyes would be mesmerized. But still, after seeing Shimo Eula's arrangement, she would frequently shake her head. If the human race screws up like this, they will definitely be dead. Maybe the whole army will be wiped out before they even get to the red dot zone. None of them realize how dangerous this planet is. Chapter 160, there's a ghost. Barf, barf, barf. The muddy water made a slimy sound when it was stepped on, even if it wasn't a swamp. There's no dry ground here. The hippie starman took his axe and made his way ahead, while the rest of the players were behind him, looking around as they walked. The damp planet was green and lush except for the brown swampy pools. Giant ferns with dew still dripping from the wide fronds that stretched out. My goodness, images like that are simply awesome. Although I stay in this game every day, but every time I change the map, I have a feeling that I'm not playing a game. This green shock, it's so cool, my mind, it's washed. Wow. The player following the hippie alien opened his hands and took a deep breath. Where there is more vegetation, there is much less swampy smell. Instead, more oxygen is left behind by the plant's photosynthesis. This exhale and inhale does feel very much like a lung cleanser. Isn't this a natural oxygen bar? Once this game of ours goes on sale, those rich people will definitely rush inside like crazy. We have to save up more gold coins and wait until the Kryptonite channel opens to make a big fortune. Who knows when the Kryptonite channel will open? But we do have the advantage. Let's not talk so much about that. Find some leaves with slightly thicker roots to cut. I don't think there are any trees here. The hippie alien scratched his head. He had planned to find some trees and cut them down to build a shelter out of wood, but after half a day's search, there's no sign of this. Hiya, this big leaf still needs an axe? The player ID behind the hippie starman was called 1000 Miles, and he extended his hand cheekily. I broke off. Break. You can't break it off? Thousands of Miles had just felt that something wasn't quite right when they saw the fronds of this giant fern that they had reached out to break suddenly curling towards them. This troper can't be the same species as Tsubaki, right? There's no place for this either. Ooh-hoo. He was just about to say that there's no place for brains to grow in this huge mass of foliage, either. It was then rolled up in a large leaf and sealed with the mouth. Then this giant fern frond took the player, who was already wrapped in a coil, and slammed him down hard towards the ground. Knock. Barf. Muddy water muddies the player. The surrounding players were too late to dodge, and the mud and water spread out and splashed on their bodies. Hippie star, it's now. Watch my messy cape slash. Rolled up for thousands of miles, woohoo. The hippie alien gave a hack and slash, which broke the rhizome of this giant fern. Pale green juice oozes out. Holy, this rhizome, it's so resilient. It must be stocky chirpy to eat. The hippie alien felt like chopping himself into a sweat. He is now a level 5 genetic warrior. Level 5. This is put inside the player. How is also a senior player. When I was in Blue Star, a handful of axe chopping Tsubaki brothers. It was invincible wherever I went. Surprisingly now, just chopping off a fern leaf makes you sweat. This giant fern, it can't be ranked so high that it's scary. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, the hippie starman dropped a scout onto this leaf. Giant whip-ear fern. Rank 4. Ferns are unable to become intelligent due to their own genetic limitations, but their genetic level can be raised with the planet's level. After being cut off, the fern leaves also lost their strength at once, and the thousands of miles that had been rolled up were suddenly set free. His head was covered in blood and mud. After getting up from the ground, a yuck. Nima, this guy is persistent enough. He's been hacked to death and he's still holding on to me. Mud mixed with blood dripped. Thousands of miles reached up and wiped both eyes clean where they had been on a face covered in mud and water. Hippies, it's going to rain soon. We'll have to cut these ferns quickly. Around here, there's only the giant whipleaf-ear fern. Now, in teams of 2, one of us will harass the whipleaf-ear fern, while the other waits for the right moment to cut it. Thousands of miles, Sue, wait for me for a minute. I just got rolled out of my. I'm going to take a dump. Hippie starter, go ahead. Then, thousands and thousands of miles of clutched asses running all the way to the swampy star, with swamps of all sizes. It's a natural toilet star in the eyes of the players. I'm just so civilized and qualified. Thousands of miles to find a hidden swamp pool. This tiny, swampy pit, only about half a square meter, was having gurgling swamp gas rising upwards. Thousands of miles of pants down and white asses pouring out into the swamp pit. The rain, it's starting to fall. On the big screen in the central galaxy, the images of all the teams are the ones that will follow the large group of participating members. So on the human side, all you see is still snowing lava level of danger in the environment that is constantly making players try their limits around them. Shimashira looked up when she heard a little bit of a bared sound rattling from her mech shell. Raindrops, falling, it's raining. Her voice, likewise, carried into the audience. The audience, who were all originally engrossed in the food, looked up after hearing these words. Sautéed Screws is delivering snails to the Space Nation's little people when P's virtual villain gives a look of surprise. It's raining, the Rainy Night Clan. It's going to show. Sautéed Screws, what? Didn't you notice that on that screen on the field, all the clans were there, but only the Rainy Night Clan, which was in a state of nothingness before? Sautéed Screws, didn't notice. What's that? That's the one. The villain pointed towards the Rainy Night 1 screen. On that one screen, as it rained more and more, in the image that was originally just drifting continuously in the open space, suddenly a number of black slender silhouette molds appeared in a blur. Black tarp overhead. Slender and pale as a ghost's face, it loomed in the rain. The Rainy Night ones looked more and more like the image of the hanged man in the mind of the sautéed screw. Fried Screws, egu ai chow. This looks like a ghost. His words had just fallen. In the picture of the Rainy Night Clan, a miserable scream suddenly rang out. Ah, ghosts. There's a ghost. Only a poof was heard. There was a flash of a big white ass, and then there were 2 thighs sticking up in the swamp pit. After a couple of flutters, the thing that was screaming sank a little. One of the Rainy Night Clan members whose face had just been revealed in the picture was also shivering and shouting towards his clan. Is there a ghost? Ah, it covered its face, which was like a dead man's elongated jaws, and ran wildly in terror in the direction of the many clansmen. Chapter 161, Follow sneakily. Don't shoot at guns. The Seafried Screws, who had just been shocked by the appearance of the Rainy Night Clan, stared wide-eyed. I throw. Which unlucky bastard is this? Ha ha, this dude was just pooping, wasn't he? Ha ha. The players on the field are laughing maniacally. The group is going ape crazy. Audience. The potato-eating chicken who just got out of class and rushed back to watch the game. Which big brother let the ghost get the better of him? Ha ha. What a white ass. It was a flash in the pan, but the ass sure was white and fat. Is this dude taking a case solved? He came to. Ha ha. That's bad luck too. A swamp pit in front and still a swamp pit behind. Thousands of miles just woke up from a panic attack and opened the group chat ready to tell his brothers that there are hanging ghosts on Swampstar. Then you see the video sent in by the players in the audience. Luckily, I was so startled that I was planted forward, and there was poop in the pit on my rear end, not in the front. Otherwise, this lifetime of fame will really be ruined. Damn, whose contestant looks like that ghost? Hey. Thousands of miles of anger rubbed his face. Thankfully only his ass was exposed and no one saw his face. He hadn't been happy for 3 seconds. Hippies, asterisk. Ting on a brother? Isn't that 1,000 miles? Hippie man, at thousands of miles. Thousands of miles, I don't know. I don't recognize it. It's not me. Deny the trifecta first. Then hurry up and get on the game with a darker skin. Thousands of miles online didn't even choose to resurrect at the same point again. He directly purchased a teleportation scroll and then teleported from Blue Star. Even went so far as to change his skin to a yellow, black and dry skin. It was just a shame that by the time he teleported to the station, the 20 teammates were already looking at him with knowing eyes. The hippie alien sighed and reached out to clap a hand on the shoulder of the 1,000 miles. Hey man, it's okay, your ass is white. We'll keep your secret. But, ha ha, dude, let's just say, what does that ghost have to look like? Scared you straight to death. Thousands of miles and miles of anger. A bit of anger, I'm not scared to death. It was ing hypoglycemia, blacked out when he got up from taking a planted himself, and then suffocated by the swamp. Hippie starter, ha, you guys, I told you it was him. Thousands of miles. Dude over in the audience sent intel that the thing that scared you was a contestant member of another race. Something called the Rainy Night Ones. Now that the task of gathering materials is basically complete, who will send the equipment back? I'm going to stage a raid and meet that Rainy Night clan for a while. What do the brothers think? The hippie alien looked to his squad. Jing. All the players, you look at me and I look at you. It was 1,000 Miles who spoke first, so who sends things back? Hippie man, that's a real problem. Snap. He reached out. Decided. I'll send a message to old ancestor treading heaven and ask him to come and get the materials. They don't know the location of 1,000 miles of anyway. Let's sneak in. No guns. You guys understand? 20 players nodded like garlic. At this point, Elder Treadmill was directing the players to find a suitable location to use as a shelter. A slightly more elevated position. High and low is sort of safer. And then clear the grass all around. Without materials to make a fire. Let's just exchange a bit of liquid fuel from the mall to bake the ground dry. And then using mud, make a foundation. When all was said and done, a couple of players had just thrown sparklers into the fuel. Then the ground began to chrysalis, and countless poisonous insects crawled out of the ground, while a large amount of thick smoke rose up. The gas that rose up met the fire, and all at once there was a sharp popping sound in the air. Elder Treadmill, I forgot that it's swamp gas bubbling up from the ground here ***. Guys. Bang. The loud explosion blew the participants of the 3 live feeds back. The players on Old Man Treadmill's side died instead. It's the clothes that are all torn and tattered. And then the fur is all curly. Old Treadmill ancestor opened his mouth and before he could speak, a large mouthful of black smoke emerged. Dude. You're ing. Another explosive head, pointing at Old Man Treading Heaven, could barely speak. Old Man tapped Tion. Let's just say that this place is dry or not? He asked, pointing to what had become an explosion crater. There's still no ing problem. I should never have trusted my sand sculptor teammates. Old Man Treading Heaven also knew that he had pitted his teammates, but the place had sort of dried up, and the poisonous insects on the ground. This is not all cleaned up. What goes around comes around. There's no such thing as a good time. He's calling it a long experience for his teammates. Old Treadmill ancestor was just a little embarrassed when he received a message from the hippie alien. ***, brothers. I'll take the credit for the. Bah. Here's my chance to take you to fame and fortune. Ha ha. That kid of the hippie star people, who was planning to sneak up on that Rainy Night clan member, even tried to lie to me, saying something about leaving the chopped material for us where it was. And they'll go find new material. How with such a poorly crafted lie? You also attempt to hide it from the discerning eyes of my old ancestor Tadian? Old Treadmill pointed his index and ring fingers at his eyes and waved them towards his teammates. These eyes of mine. They are rulers. Teammate, reward for good work. Reward for good work. Use all the teleportation scrolls. If we really catch those Rainy Night race, we'll get a big credit. This old kid from Hippie Star Man. He's even planning to take the credit quietly? Ungenerous. Yes. Unkind. Treading heavenly ancestor. Go go go. Go over quietly. Don't shoot the gun. You guys drop. Got it? The 20 players smiled evilly and nodded their heads. Had. The hippies must not know. Right. That they'll part with their scrolls. In the meantime, it's snowing after determining that the big white ass is a member of the hippie alien squad. It's snowing. Hippie Starman. Have you gathered the materials yet? Hippie Martian, Commander-in-Chief. We're done with this giant fern we're cutting down now. And we're planning to get some more in a farther direction. I've already given the address to Treading Heavenly Ancestor to take back with him first. It's snowing, okay. It's snowing, Elder Treadmill? Treading Heavenly Ancestor, it's heading towards the location given by the hippies. Please don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. I promise to complete the mission. It's snowing. Shut down the newsletter. Turning to the players below who were still struggling for life and death, he said, everyone stop and prepare to come with me. Wind blown but, huh? What for? It's snowing. Follow the hippie Starman and the Treading Heavenly Ancestor to capture a wave of Rainy Night ones. Ah, these two old boys. Open eyes say nonsense. Snowlaw had just a suspicion. Hippie Star will go to do things. This question just now. It was established that both old boys were dishonest, and that this was intended to be a sneaky way of pulling a big one. At this time, still pouting in the forest to find the night not to collect the squad that can be used as food. Still looking for food. Chapter 162, I'm an incomparable qualified lord, added for recollections of River Big Brother. Lord's College viewing platform. Inside the highest rated viewing booth, several figures, formed by the data stream, sat together, looking at a clearer screen of light. The picture of the human race was put to the maximum. It's confirmed that they're all clones. The human who was resurrected the most times, up to 7, did have a change in his face, but did not become deformed. The human race has a solution for multiple clone mutations? This is only a few times? Our cloning experiments also began to mutate significantly after they had been conducted up to 100 times. I'm afraid that the human race has gone out of their way this time in order to be able to allow Wei Yuan to win the championship, regardless of the gains and losses. Is it worth it? How is it not worth it? If Wei Yuan is able to win the championship, the human race will once again have a Class 10 genetic warrior, and will then be able to speak with even more weight in the alliance. It's only a sacrifice of 300 primordial cells, but these 300 clones bred from primordial cells are up to level 5. Humph. That's why I said, by any means necessary. I just didn't realize that they had actually mastered biomass space technology. Not a gift? Do you believe whatever that old man Ouija-san says? Dr. Cho wants to live. That entry on the field, not so much. Their eyes, falling to the viewing platform. At this point, the spectator field has been completely consumed by all the tastes that the players have given out. There was a large circle of small things around the players' cookware. That's right. This kind of spectator arena would always have a lot of rich senior gene warriors who brought their families' children. These strange-looking little creatures, one by one, chirped around this area of the human race. Little P all but ran over to the sautéed screws, crying and begging, "Uncle Sautéed Screws, you said we're friends, wow. Go ask for some more cotton candy for me. It's really so good. Ask for some. I want more kebabs. I want kebabs. I want kebabs, wah wah wah." One of the other little round creatures rolled to the feet of the Ito reply. The kids were shouting so loud they were drowning out the screen on the field. The old principal, seated in his high seat, was eating the last skewer, placing the one that had been eaten cleanly, without even a trace of material juice left, into a handful of sticks. His grandson, Casey, next to him, let out a big burp. "Grandpa, you're right. The human race is indeed worth befriending." As he spoke, saliva was once again secreted. His eyes changed when he looked at those humanoids below. Before he only felt that these guys were just too noisy. Wei Yuan really loves to show off, to bring in such a group of guys who are totally over to ruin the playing field. But now, he thought, being able to create so many delicious things, these humans brought by Wei Yuan were doing everything right. What's this about being in the limelight? This is the fact that they don't begrudge sharing their food to the 10,000 tribes. The human race, what hospitality. These things, they really are as delicious as ever. That horrible human race is really coming back. The old principal coughed softly, smoothly gulped down the saliva. "Grandpa, what do you mean by that?" Casey looked at his grandfather in shock. "The rumors are all true." After Wei Yuan's great battle against the elves, there were many rumors that Wei Yuan had found the active cells of the first generation of humans, and then cloned the first generation of humans. It was important to realize that the strength of the first humans, though not seen by the current starlings, was recorded in the history books. It was a time of stars and managed by the Iron Fist of mankind. At that time, the alliance was still only in its infancy, and all the races were trembling under the iron fist of the human race. I was fortunate enough to have tasted the delicacies made by the human race back then, and was amazed at them back then, and the ones I'm eating now are even more delicious than the ones I had back then. It stands to reason that memories are embellished by time. The old principal was agreeing with vague expectations when he agreed to Wei Yuan's allowing these humans to create food in the spectator arena. He had thought he would be able to savor the same delicacies he had eaten back then. I didn't realize that the food, this time, was even better. He was somewhat skeptical that this batch of human clones, the clone originals, were not the same humans who had gone to battle in the first place. Rather, it's the human cells that were left behind before mankind set foot on the primordial blue planet, or a group of, well, cells of humans who specialize in food. It's so delicious. Ha ha hi kids, Radisson my jets. Ito replied, tearing hard at the kids who were picking at themselves, yelled towards the star people on the field. "We also just came over to watch the battle. It's not appropriate to keep taking up resources in a public place, ha. I'll make a declaration here." He's on his feet. Some of the 10,000 clansmen of the stars furrowed their brows, while others were puzzled. This chef, why would he be so bright, so bold, jumping out to talk past Wei Yuan? Although the food he made was delicious, in the end, he was only a 5th level genetic warrior. "The players don't care what the Starman thinks," Ito replied, shouting. "Later we will set up a stall at the entrance of the Lord's Academy, selling food that will be even more abundant than what we gave you all to taste today, ha. Welcome to the scene when you have nothing else to do." After saying that, Ito's defense instantly left. Most of the Food Alliance chefs on the floor are gone. They'll have to go back to the Blue Star to get the ingredients. As for the field, there are no thrillers on the screen yet at this point either, and everyone is more concerned with the food. Of course, going to try it later? Go ahead. These kids at my house, they're crying and wanting to go. It's just food made by some level 5 genetic warriors. When the time comes, Hire a few of them back at a high salary and work as family chefs for us. The rank is still a bit low. Just make it delicious. Our family doesn't have any requirements for the rank of the chef. By now Wei Yuan had already found a place to sit. Several of the top graduates of the Lord's Academy were sitting around. They feared Wei Yuan at first, but then there was simply too much food that the players sent to Wei Yuan. It smells so good. They were really a bit greedy, so they came over. Wei Yuan didn't mind and greeted them and came over. For so many years, in the Lord's Academy, Wei Yuan had always been a very low-profile, but very non-low-profile student in terms of his achievements. They would initially still think that Wei Yuan was just too crazy. Right now, it just felt like Wei Yuan had a really good temper. Brother Wei, these clansmen of yours, if they go outside to set up stalls, I'm afraid they'll be bullied by those guys. The lord of the caste clan chewed on a stinky tofu while pointing at the whispering guys outside. Most of the people who could be invited to come and watch the battle were among the 10,000 races. The powerful genetic warriors in their clans. Level 7 and 8 were not uncommon, and there were quite a few level 9 gene warriors. Most of them are pivotal in the clan, talking and doing things, bossy and accustomed to. Wei Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Little things. Player's tawdry operation more outrageous. He is now as a qualified lord. To do things, should be how to be able to players later to earn in the hands of those star coins to harvest. The exchange amount of star coins and gold coins has already been set, so it's really not good to switch, but money corrupts the heart, and as a competent lord, you must cleanse the hearts of your people to do so. Ding, ding, ding. The system mall is new. Limited time sale, inferior grade 6 gene potion, inferior grade 7 gene potion, inferior grade 8 gene potion, inferior grade 9 gene potion. Chapter 163, Giving Kudos to the Planner, Extra for Recollections of River Big Brother. The players, lying on their backs in the muddy water and advancing quietly, clenched their asses at the alert that popped up from the system first, without being surprised by the rainy nights as they peeled back a fern frond. The hippies covered their mouths, and their eyes let out a gleam. Oh, being able to feel the strength of an advanced genetic warrior again? The hippie alien opened the system mall with a surprised look on his face. Turned it off the moment I saw that big string of zeros. Oh, you're getting old, aren't you? Open it up again and look at it. Another long string of zeros. A forged level 6 gene potion that costs me 100 gold coins? 10 million gold coins? Doesn't that make it the same price as a real gene potion when you do the math? Whoa! It's not like it's only the pseudo level 6 gene potions that are so outrageous. You guys look at the outrageous level 7 and 8. I've basically stopped looking at the prices of the level 9 gene potions. Is this plan to beat us up? This is to force us to die poor? I haven't seen so much money in the real world even if T.E. Meow into a game is still shocked by the game currency. So many zeros. It's really going to hay the old man. Nope. Holy, someone must have messed with inflation. Isn't this forcing us to not just kill ourselves when we get too advanced? Damn it. In the muddy water, several players had a look of sadness on their faces. Originally, I thought that I would be able to whore out another wave of free gene potions this time. I didn't realize that I would have to buy it myself. I remembered that the system hinted earlier that this inferior gene potion can't be used for a long period of time yet, and that you have to commit suicide to change your body after using it for a while. The hippies reluctantly opened the mall, closed it again, and opened it again. The money he had saved was stuck just a little over $10 million. What's the deal? A whole one? Scratch that. Fellow teammates were also a tisk at it. Planning is a dog. This is obviously peeped over. Our balance belongs to is 6 level of poor quality gene potion. Just padded feet can afford. Sadness. If I snap and die after injecting a gene potion, it's a direct blood loss if I don't recover it quickly. The rapid recovery discount also discounted 30%. It must be because the kryptonite channel is about to open. So the dog planners do this kind of thing. Just when everyone was raving about planning, the hippies peeled back the damp fern fronds. A large group of black shadows appeared within his field of vision. A game prompt then appeared on all players' interfaces. Ding! Race hostile forces found. In order to show the strength of the human race in front of the Alliance, issue a side mission. Side quest, capture the Rainy Night Clan. Quest reward, 1 level 5 Rainy Night Clan, 500 gold coins. A level 6 Rainy Night Clan, 500 gold coins. The hippies covered their mouths and slumped in the mud. His body trembled slightly. Behind him, fellow players, too, were using various methods to keep themselves from laughing out loud. The curator is great. 1 second you're opening a mall special. The next you're giving away a money-making channel. Love it. The Rainy Night Clansmen of the 5th level. It's 500,000. And the 6th level ones are 5 million. And they're competing in 300 of them, too. With 20 level 5s. We'll be able to come up with a level 6 inferior gene potion. And then after we get level 6 players, We'll go and catch the level 6 Rainy Night Clan. The hippies' mouths were grinning behind their ears at the little math. And that's just the Rainy Night Clan too. Maybe other races are more expensive. Not to mention, the hippie aliens' eyes quietly scanned the Rainy Night ones who were marching through the rain. They must have star coins. When the time comes to rob it. Beautiful. It's true that the fastest way to get money is in the criminal code. The clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan all came together to move forward quickly. One of them, a young man whose face was paler than the rest of the Rainy Knights, suddenly shivered. For some reason, he felt cold all over. Strange. Was I startled by the strange noise just now? Why do I have a bit of a chilly feeling? The young man reached up and touched his cold face. And at that moment, Hippie Starman led the group and threw out a survey skill towards the Rainy Night Clan. Clan, Rainy Night, special race, ghost class, a separate race born in the underworld galaxy, only visible in the rain. Humanoid, averaging 2.5 meters tall. Attacks, psychic shock, scream, fear attack. Only in the physical state can use mechs. So this type of creature does not like to use mechs. Usually in the enemy, will be mainly mental attacks. Weaknesses, please explore on your own. Hippies, huh? This Rainy Night race, surprisingly, was a creature born out of the underworld galaxy. And it was still an independent branch. Holy guys, it's a creature from the Ghost series A. How do you catch this? Yeah, if it doesn't rain, won't we catch it? The hippie Starman led his teammates through the shallow mud, crawling after these Rainy Night people, completely unnoticed. Behind them, old ancestor treading heaven had also brought people with him, following theirs. This hippie star people must not have thought of it. The mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back. After they do it, let's not be polite and just go up and grab the monsters. Understand? Understood. Treading heavenly ancestor and the others were judging the path based on some of the bloodstains of the hippie star people and theirs that had been corroded down by the rain. This swamp star, it rains with acid. The players couldn't be bothered to use their mechs right at this point, so they simply went straight for the meat and hard. The hippie alien squad had completely missed the fact that the skin on their bodies was already pitted with corrosion. With their mouths talking so much about the hippies, the treading heavenly ancestor and themselves weren't much better, even because they weren't rolling around in the muddy water. They could clearly see their teammates, the rain-scratched marks on their faces and the little strips of skin that had eroded away. Chapter 164, Human. Human? Let this rain wash away this memory of silly. Grief doesn't talk. Humming a little tune, Nightbreed draped himself in a raincoat made from a protective suit removed from the top of his mech, and trotted along with his squad members. Hey, we've brought back all the wild vegetables we could dig up on the mountain this time. Have some wild vegetable soup later. Gorgeous. Let me conk out where old man Tap Tion said the location of the encampment was. This rain was getting heavier and heavier, and this galaxy where the swamp star was located had relatively low stellar energy, and by nighttime, not even a single star could be seen in the sky. The visibility was simply sensational. Nightbreed took his teammates and dismantled a mech shield to make 21 raincoats, weaving in and out of the darkness. Every now and then a teammate will step into a swamp pool. Despite the tough environment, these players, one by one, felt new and fun. Hey, that little worm I just ate, pinching and crunching, poisoned me in one go. I gave one mixed in with the worm meat this time. Asterisk asterisk brother asterisk asterisk. Bulls asterisk asterisk t wow. And honestly, it's in the wild. In the snake's flesh. I had a poison sac break and smeared it directly on the flesh. Head deadly delicious. That little red fruit that grows on the tips of the fern leaves I just ate. TSK, that's so sweet and yummy. I just ate 10 of them and I'm dead. Fun is fun. It's just that this rain gets colder and colder. And even with the poncho covering me, I'm shivering from the cold. Just go back to the shelter. They're sure to build a fire. It's cool to roast in this humidity. The methane gas is so heavy that a fire would explode, right? Well, let's just blow it up and drain the methane out of that area first. Hiya. When it rains the methane sinks. The fire is fine. Big deal. Players walk through the pouring rain chatting with their somewhat skimpy ponchos. Night does not collect also harvest full. Looking at these wild vegetables and fruits in the back basket, his face smile has not been broken. In the past, in order to earn life-saving money for his grandfather, he was online every day for people to move bricks on behalf of the trainer. His eyes are boiling myopia. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of freewheeling joy. Today, he was able to take the other players to find food, using all the same methods that his grandfather had taught him once upon a time. That's satisfaction. It's so not normal. It's just a shame. When they were looking for wild food, they didn't run into the one called the Rainy Night Clan. Otherwise it's even better. And make a little gold. However, as long as the tasks at hand were all done, when the final rewards were settled, the commander-in-chief would certainly not be short of his gold coins. he thought as he tapped on the comb. Knight uncollected, at treading heavenly ancestor. Bro, we've picked our food. Hey, how's the shelter set up on your side? Inside the group chat, there was silence. Old ancestor tapped Tion dangled slightly when he saw the message. Oops, the task forgot to do it. If the commander-in-chief knew that he was stalking the hippies, he would definitely be scolded. Wow. Elder treadmill ancestor, the foundations are all set. The place is dry. I just haven't found the place where the hippies said to put the building materials yet. Elder treadmill, at hippies. Bro, where have you guys been? The hippies' hearts were also tight. Hippie man, bad signal over here. Knifefast scratched his head. These guys, what the hell? However, fortunately, old ancestor treadmill wasn't too pitiful, as he directly marked the piece of land he had blown up earlier and gave it to Knight Uncollector. The land after steaming is not going to be all wet at once. Old ancestor treadmill knew at the time that he might not be able to return for a while, so he simply got some fern leaves on the spot to cover the drying area. Knight Uncollected, oh, good. He honestly took his squad and headed over toward the marker. The warmth of the campfire stood out on a rainy night. Look, the camp. The player ID called Devaris held up a small, half-meter-long sword he had drawn from a raffle and pointed it at the bonfire. Wow, everyone's tasks are completed very well. Before I was afraid that they were all pits. I didn't realize that this treading heavenly ancestor was doing things so reliably. On the large expanse of dry ground that old man treading heaven had roasted and blasted out with fire, several mechs stood in 4 directions, and the mech protection issued by the arena was spliced together to cover out a makeshift camp. In the middle of the camp, the campfire glowed orange. Inside the makeshift camp, there were a number of other shadows walking around. Night never collects, walk. This rain dripping on our bodies is unbearable. Go into the camp and roast the fire. They are doing so well. Let's hurry up and make food so that everyone can taste our handiwork. Hey, no problem. Promise to finish the job. The gods are on the screen. Several angels with bloodstains on their feathers were wiping wounds from their bodies. Under the illumination of the firelight, the 6-winged angel Akari, whose complexion was cold and icy, spoke heavily. In this competition, we should only be able to get second place. This rain, corrosive, is too strong. The swamp planet is likely to be upgraded again, with no intelligent beings being born and all the energy of the galaxy able to be used to feed the planet itself. With Swampstar as the base planet of this galaxy, the rain has taken on dark attributes. The Rainy Night Clan is completely unaffected by the rain. Instead, they can draw energy from it. I'm afraid we don't have a good chance of winning if we run into them. The 4-winged angel teammate who was cleaning the wounds on her wings looked up at Akari. Didn't the Lord say that he told us to take care of the human race? That's if they can survive the first night's rains and miasma attacks. Humans are just so fragile that a random swamp pool can kill them. Let alone, all of those humans who entered the Swamp Star this time were only rank 5. And there wasn't even a single rank 6 genetic warrior. Akari's words had just fallen. Their tarp was then lifted. The brothers are cowards. They know we'll be cold if we get wet. Hiss, this fire burns really well. Nuan, come on, let me roast the fire. It would be nice to have hot water for another shower. After lifting the rain poncho and placing the basket of food on his back on the ground, Night Blessing scurried over to the campfire and stretched out his hand to roast the fire. Just before the angels could react to what was going on, 42 small white hands had all come up to the fire. 300 angels, in unison, looked at these 21 humans in the center, roasting earnestly over the fire. People, humans, you guys. Chapter 165, Going Out and Giving Yourself Identity. Illuminated by the orange campfire, the angelic maiden was incredibly hot, with her wings retracted behind her, fitting in incredibly well with the character of the game he loved to play. Holy Kesha, who can stand this WOJ? Wow, all angels, dude, harumph away, it's dripping on my feet. The players all looked up after hearing Akari's voice. Shock, it's shocking. In the interstellar universe, one of the races within the biological races that best fit the human aesthetic must be the gods. When they were not granted the divine seal, all of the divine genetic warriors were predominantly in angelic postures. It's not gendered, but it looks like the female features will be more pronounced. They were wearing golden battle armor, and although the snow-white wings behind them were retracted, this glance alone was enough for the players' mouths to water. As the saying goes, face value is justice. Wei Yuan understands the XP of these sand sculpture netizens, and presses to not even bother to send out any capture mission. These guys, it'd be nice not to have the harumph drop when the time comes to follow someone back to the gods' galaxy. And you want them to capture it? The truth was pretty much what Wei Yuan had predicted. These 21 players, each with golden eyes and a red glow on their faces even before their bodies had fully warmed up. You guys are also participants who came to the competition, aren't you? How come I haven't seen you just now in the square of the Lord's Academy? Yeah. What's y'all's names? Hungry or thirsty? Let me get you something to eat. Why is this wing still injured? I have healing injections here. The players were enthusiastic and attentive. Akari looked serious. She hadn't expected that she had just been talking to her teammates about the humans, and in the blink of an eye these humans had come in, but there hadn't been any sign of the human race at all before. So how had these humans searched for this place? Akari looked like the Nightbringer who seemed to be the leader of the group. I am the divine commander of this tournament. Akari. Nightbreed coughed, rubbed his somewhat cold hands together, and reached out towards Akari. Hello, I'm Nightbreed, the human commander of this tournament. The group chat exploded when his words came out. The players standing behind him were all scowling, and some even wanted to go up and give Knight Uncollected 2 hits. **** brother ****. Are you trying to rebel? At snowing, Commander-in-Chief. The Knight does not collect here to blow up the awesome. This guy in the beauty of temptation this is. Knight not collected, going out identity is all self-given. Brothers don't blame me. This Akali. You can't hold it. Let me do it. A glance at the holy Kesha how dare you wow. Nightbreed, there are so many more angels. Brothers divide them amongst themselves. Birth. Simply birth. I'm going to sue the defense. It's snowing. Commander-in-Chief. Come quickly and demolish this abomination. Knight does not collect. When the Commander-in-Chief went out, did not he say that he would let me lead the team? I'm the commander of the team. There's nothing wrong with that. The commander of our team he. While the players were chattering away here, Akari was looking at Knight Uncollected's outstretched hand and reaching out like him. There seems to be quite a bit of human etiquette. It's just that he is a human commander? Akari didn't even think that the teenager in front of her, who still had a hint of shyness on his face, would be lying to her for fun as she nodded her head solemnly. When we entered the tournament, my lord explained that we were to help you. Are you 21 contestants the only ones left from the human race? Night Nocturne, huh? No. At this moment, Snowing La, who was stalking far behind Treading Heavenly Ancestor, looked at the group chat message. Knight Uncollected, hey, Commander-in-Chief, these angels are treating us okay. When are you guys coming back? Knight Not Collected, when the time comes, just tell them that I'm the Commander-in-Chief. Okay please. Knight Uncollected, when the match is over, I'll kowtow to all the righteous fathers here. Nightbreed, please. Oil-stealing woman, good guy. This pussy is even more shameless than me haha. Go out for a trip identity no they give. Secretly begging, the lad's got promise. But if you're going to play like that, then we'll all start to learn, squinty-eyed grin. It's snowing, it just so happens that we have some business to attend to. Nightbreed, you stall the angels, and you'd better find a way to get their map. Although she didn't have as sharp an elemental sensing ability as the angels and theirs, Shimoyula still sensed that there was something wrong with this planet. The rain was getting heavier and the dark night was chilly, and even when she was hiding inside the mech, she was shivering from the cold. Not to mention the other players. Most of the players in the squad that Hippie Starman was leading were starting to carry the load. They followed them all the way and watched as the Rainy Night Clan's figure became clearer and clearer. I can't. Dude wants to go offline to get some hot water. Can't carry it anymore. Don't know when to wait if I follow it anymore. Rush a wave and maybe catch a walking 500,000. Brothers, I'm going. Before the hippies could even react, a few players behind him covered in mud jumped out. The hippies reached out with their ergonomic hands. They yelled and rushed into the rain. Ow! Rainy Night Clan, come and fight. This roar, coupled with an extremely odd roar, was unspeakably odd as the sound of falling rain covered the distortion and fell on the ears of the Rainy Night Clan. What's that noise? It came from over there. The tall, black, long shadow turned, 2 black eyes swiveling in a terrified, pale visage. The mud on the few players who rushed out had been washed clean by the rain. Also washed away was their skin. So when the Olish players came up to the few rainbows at the very end of the rainbows who turned their heads to look over, a few of the rainbows sucked in a breath of cold air. Their pale and eerie faces were made even more terrifying when they put on a horrified expression. The two parties looked at each other and instantly screamed at the same time. Thump. The few players who rushed out were so surprised that their hearts pumped and crunched as they went offline in a fit of extreme panic. The hippies were dumbfounded. Wow, go on. It's good to be young and fall asleep. At this moment, the little hearts of the Treading Heavenly Ancestor and the others who were following the back of the hippie star people were also jutting out. In the game group, the players who had just been scared to death finally came back to their senses, and began to send out messages furiously before they were even resurrected. Holy brothers, this Rainy Night Clan, why does it look even uglier? Scared the out of the baby uhu. The game has a bug I played so many games. This what the ghost of the Rainy Night Clan. On the horror of the looks. Even the top 100 cannot enter. The most is just now touching when suddenly turned to me to scare a shiver. How do I die? Chapter 166 Sweet. Too sweet. The orange campfire looked ambiguous. Ambiguity dies hard. At least as far as the players are concerned. It's just too embarrassing. Hey. Touching little hands. Akari was puzzled as she looked at Nightbreed, who was standing next to the campfire. Standing and squirming around since she had shaken hands a moment ago. Human. Commander? Is that all? Why does it look as if it's a little out of whack? A few of the angels behind her, who were also a bit hesitant, came over to Akari's side and asked in a whisper, Commander-in-Chief, these humans didn't get wet and get invaded by darkness, did they? This one looked straight at them, and every now and then his eyes let out a brilliant light, and weirdly screaming something. It's done so much like, isn't this game afraid of copyright infringement? Blessed, the gods YYDS. Has mankind evolved something unimaginable internally after so many years of closure? Or was it that getting wet just now caused them to have a bit of a problem somewhere? A short-haired angel standing on Akari's side pointed to the spot on her temple and twirled her fingers. The Lord told them to help the people. But these people look like they're out of help right now. Akari raised her hand, stopping the team from making radical statements. These humans could have simply gotten wet, realized that they are now necessarily under surveillance, and everything they do is visible to the Lord. Even if one felt that the human race was a bit off, one should not act too much, but should instead express friendliness. As for how to express it, Akari looked at the still squirming Nightbreed and she coughed lightly. This was the first time that Akari had ever spoken to a rank 5 genetic warrior in a gentle voice. Nightbreed, my lord, Feng Yuxin, is friends with your lord, Wei Yuan, so he had greeted us when we set out. If there's anything you guys need help with, as long as it's not overkill, it's all up to you to offer. Said here. Akari looked over to the backpacks that the players had brought in. There was everything in the back basket. A variety of pinching poisonous insects, some poisonous snakes that were specialties of the swamp, and even 3 or 4 swamp star crocodiles. But it's more about the plants. What the humans drew from this raffle seems to be devoid of nutrients. So is this their plan to spend the entire tournament on swamp star, eating these things? The divine race doesn't have a high need for food and can provide you with some nutrient solution. These plants are best for you to not try to use as food. Quite a few of them are poisonous. When Akari finished speaking, the short-haired angel who had just suspected that the players were out of their minds nodded along. You humans have fragile bodies. It's better not to eat these things if you can. Some of them can't even be digested by us gods. Players are collectively G-title. Are they concerned about us? Oh, my second-gen wives show up in the third-gen even if they care about me. Oh, this is the moment to die without regret. Ha ha, no regrets in death. With a yell, this suddenly insane player shoved all sorts of tasty little fruits from the straw basket into his mouth. Sweet, too sweet. Death is not regrettable, brothers. We play bachelor for so long, or the first time to meet with his wife, and then do not go offline to work a little. Can not be? Alas, I'm gone. Do not think too much of me. The guy ate with a mouth full of red and reached out for a goodbye forever gesture to the angel who had just warned him. Knock. The next second, the bodies went rigid. The thud gave even Nightbreed a fright. Not. This dude is in love with his brain, right? Holy, dude, you're in love, brain. Brother, not so much. Not so much. It's just some angels. I'm not going to be polite with this corpse of yours. It's snowing. What's the situation over there? Night harvest? Night uncollected. It was after we got to the camp that these angels said they wanted to help us. As if to say that Jin sold his body to give us the aid we were pulling. Shiroyuki, bull asterisk. Jen could never sell himself. Oil stealer woman, Jensokyo forever. Secretly begging. What do the gods look like? Look at you guys chattering. These angels are beautiful. Night does not collect. You have not seen. Do not understand. That is not the problem of good looking that is many years wife actually really appeared in front of the time. That kind of shock. Alas. You are still small, you do not understand. It's snowing, play the game well. And when you've penetrated the interstellar alliance, I'll let the lords reward you with a few angels, so you can all live the life of a wife and children. Snowla, now. First help me go ask your wife what's going on with this rainy night clan. Hippie starter, huh? Elder treadmill ancestor, huh? It's snowing, don't pretend pitbulls. I'm right behind you. Asses don't even know how to wipe clean. Blood all over the floor. How long had the hippie alien party crept? And how long were the dark red bloodstains on that ground? Treading heavenly ancestor and the others had a little bit of anti-surveillance awareness, knowing that they couldn't leave blood on the ground, but none of them knew that their blood, taking on those ferns on the side of the road. The blood-stained ferns. That one twisted and crazed all to hell. Doesn't this plainly tell the enemy what kind of route they are traveling forward? It's thanks to this wave. Just the 3 forces. They're tracking the rainy night clan. and the divine clan is right in their home base. Just now, apart from those players who had initially died, Hippie Star Man and the others rushed up again. Without exception, all players had half a tube of blood left before rushing over, then met up with the Rainy Night Clan and screamed and died immediately. Even the later treading Heavenly Ancestor and the others rushed up to try it out, completely unresolved. With such a result of no return, the players on the side of the snow even jumped on the bandwagon. If it hadn't snowed, it would have stopped. These guys are definitely going to have a no-holds-barred wipeout. Is that how the game is played? One by one, they just go up there and drain the blood by wheeling around? It's snowing and I'm speechless. The good thing is, it seems that the gods are not a hostile force now. The players didn't have enough information, but the gods definitely had a lot of information. So when would they wait if they didn't inquire about the news now? It's snowing, Nightbreed. Go sacrifice your color and get us some first-hand information. Windblown fart, Sister Snow, you've learned the hard way. Why did you start telling dirty jokes like the oil-stealing woman? It's snowing, I see you're eager to go back to sacrificing your color. 2. Wind blowing but, hey, bye you to see out. Sister Snow, Night does not collect, they look like geeks. I guess the girl's hand has not even touched it. Can pry out what you let me go back. Ensure that 3 to 5 minutes to be able to complete the task. Oil-stealing woman, if that's true, I feel like I can follow it back. Secretly begging. Hands up. It's snowing, dismissed. You guys have been in love? Can you have the purity of other people's nights? The other side is an angel of God and wants purity. The old face of Night uncollected was red. Good lord. It felt like he was being scolded. Chapter 167, The Human Head Cannon. Wow. Is this human? People didn't used to be like this, did they? It's just outrageous to just eat those fruits straight to death. I don't remember humans being like this once upon a time. In the audience, all the spectators were dumbfounded by the player's one-handed rhythm of killing himself by chewing on a sweet fruit. Not to mention the spectators who were on the periphery. Even Wei Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. The players did play as usual. It's probably harder to maintain the previous style of a competition this serious with all these sand sculptures around. With so many screens at this point, all the viewers had their eyes drawn to the 3 screens on the Swamp Star. After all, who would have thought that these interstellar people who hadn't traveled for so many years and had only heard of their legendary events but hadn't really come into contact with humans would see this for their first meeting with the human race? All the other races were serious, cautious and tough to survive. When it comes to the human side, one dies and lives again, lives and dies again. All not just don't want to live it's totally treating the game like a game. And it has that feeling that they're running a simulation. It's ridiculous. Wei, these people of yours, who keep cloning themselves over and over again, aren't they afraid they'll turn into monsters? A few other lords who had come over to the table also gave a confused look. Earlier, when he chatted with Wei Yuan about taking a few humans who cooked very well away, Wei Yuan even said with an indifferent face that if he wanted to take them away, he could just take them away. At the time they were thinking this is great, take it back and tell these humans to cook for them every day. But now, hesitate. The lords were a little hesitant. There's something wrong with this brain, and there's an attitude of not caring at all about living or dying, and they hesitate. This isn't going to be a problem if we bring it back, is it? Not very stable looking. Wei Yuan waved his hand. These guys this only just see what The fourth catastrophe has a lot more tricks to play with than that. What's it come to? It's just a relationship brain crime. Really haven't seen a few fun people. In fact, this is one of the drawbacks of our human race. Wei Yuan sighed, sipped his water, and said worriedly, after too many human clones, the after effects will gradually appear. Aftermath? Several of the lord's ears perked up. Even Feng Yuxing was curious. These humans, it's true, don't look quite normal. But then again, how many look normal? This is rather strange. Wei Yuan sighed. As you know, the population of our human race, back then, was already so small that it was almost on the verge of extinction. So apart from humans like me who were bred using frozen embryos and artificial wombs, it was direct clones like them. This matter, you will know about it by then anyway, so I won't hide it from you. In fact, these clansmen I brought with me, their clones, are not genetic warriors, so the consequence of them constantly repeating the cloning of themselves is not mutation, but rather, confused memories and a fondness for gibberish. Or in other words, a little bit of a problem with the brain. Feng Yuxing nodded with seeming understanding. I thought that they were all primordial clones. You know, the first generation could have all been injected with a gene unlocking potion. All genetic warriors who had been injected with genetic unlocking agents, their clones, would directly mutate after 100 clones? But the memories of such mutated clones would not be confused. At best, it's just a constant flashback of memory fragments without the full memory of the body. Feng Yuxing did not expect that Wei Yuan would tell them such news. Wei Yuan, isn't this a secret of your human race? It's no secret. The looks of these angels, Akari, are very much liked by my people, and if they ask, these people of my people themselves will tell. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Several lords sensed his helplessness. So that's what happened. Several lords nodded. It looked like Wei Yuan, the lord, was also having a hard time being a lord. The clansmen under his command, while still human and possessing powers similar to immortality. But the state is similar to those chaos races that the Alliance excludes, and probably just a little bit more obedient. And these clansmen of mine aren't really unkillable. Wei originated from exposure, after dying a certain number of times. You can't be resurrected. That's not a lie on his part. Players can't be revived for a while if they run out of gold in their hands. But it was his words that started these lords guessing. Wei Yuan dared to expose himself to this information here, which meant that this information would be exposed as they watched the match. That is, there is a good chance that these humans will be in a situation where they will not be able to come back to life. Alas, Wei Yuan, you don't have to be too sad. At least the first few games are just ranked according to the score. Even if you don't have the required time and enter the red zone, you can still get some points according to your performance. Wait until the later games. You guys can then exchange the points for props. As long as you're lucky, maybe you can make it into the top 10. Wei Yuan glanced at the Lord's Academy classmate who had spoken. He didn't look too smart. Slight signs of bestiality. It turned out to be a clan of orcs. Ah yes. Wei Yuan nodded with a grin. Feng Yuxing also had a few strange glances at this orc lord. This guy, what is he babbling about? There was such a strong ability to be reborn and resurrected, as well as a spatial shuttling talent. These humans have a better chance of winning than even the gods. But Wei Yuan didn't even open his mouth, so Feng Yuxing didn't remind him. He was more curious. Wei Yuan, you said that my people are very popular with the human race, right? Yes. Basically, it can be said that out of all the races, it's you, the divine race, who are the most liked by my people. Wei Yuan nodded his head. Cause and all, it's still the ones with wings that have the most flavor. That holier-than-thou feeling is going to drive the players collectively crazy. Feng Yuxing frowned, but there is a partite. Wei Yuan did not even expect Feng Yuxing can still say this. Suddenly choked. His game cannot engage in yellow. Let's see if your subordinates, first of all, will comply with your wishes and help my people. The Rainy Night clan they had to deal with wasn't simple. Without the help of the divine race, the players were afraid that they would really only be able to return home in defeat. Wei Yuan leaned back in his recliner and quietly watched the big screen on the field. At this point, on the divine race's screen, Akari was also deep in thought as she heard the Knights Uncollected's question. The weakness of the Rainy Night clan? She hung her eyes for dozens of seconds before speaking slowly. The divine has the most comprehensive knowledge base of the Alliance. It's a knowledge base that's more advanced than existing independently in the hands of the gods. A knowledge base that is not open to the public at all. In there, the descriptions of the 10,000 races were very detailed, and I even heard that even the insect race, they had analyzed and described. Such a knowledge base, however, requires access. It just so happens that Akari has partial access. Now confronted with Nightbreed's inquiry, Akari wondered if she should travel to visit the knowledge base for the sake of this human. The Rainy Night race wasn't very strong, but it was extraordinarily mysterious. Even more mysterious than the human race that had been living in seclusion for many years. It just so happened that within the knowledge base of the divine race, there was a volume depicting the Rainy Night race. The way Akari hesitated. In the eyes of the players like Knight Uncollected, it was a sign that the NPC's goodwill hadn't been brushed up enough yet. I guess the goodwill is too low, so there's absolutely no way to swipe out what we want. That's right. Think of Amiro, Ivan back in the day. Didn't that all come out good after brushing up enough goodwill? But what do we have to brush up on our favor? With these? Put. The players scowled and gestured for the night not to close. When Knight Uncollected instantly got, he smirked and turned to Akari. Forget it, the internal core information of the divine race is too important. If it's really inconvenient to view it, don't look at it, so as to save another in you sacred sound from coming out at that time. That would be too terrifying. I see you all have injured teammates. Ah, you should not have eaten yet either. Wait, let's get something hot and fill your stomachs. Wait a moment. Akari was expecting these humans to react negatively to her hesitation. Unexpectedly, they actually began to directly start pulling out pots and pans and some condiments out from within the space device and began to pound them. The group was a hoot. As much as I like what the angels say, they don't give the right information, or else, just poison them all. People inviting you to mess with you? The divine knowledge base is definitely not to be entered casually. Wow. Maybe it's Akari who doesn't have the authority to view Lu. Bah, I should have let you go over there alone to dig for wild vegetables just now. Love Brain is so cute. Get out of here. Something has to be done to get these angels to talk. Nightbreed, do something. Night Uncollected, I've already asked directly. There's no way around it. Is there? It's snowing, the rain seems to be getting heavier and heavier, and the night doesn't end. Inside the mech. It's not at all surprising that Snowlaw is not gaining anything from Night Harvest. After all, although the divine race appeared to have a pretty good relationship with the human race, it was only what it appeared to be. They were still competition for the match too in the end, and it would be strange if the angels told them this crucial information just because Night Uncollected was a big, innocent lad. Oil-stealing woman, I should have known that I should have been the one to go wow. All I need to do is for oil-stealing woman to have a tiger's body tremble, and those angels will naturally obediently tell me the information. Secretly begging, the most shameless is you. Now the problem is that the rain is getting bigger and bigger. The brothers who are outside in the rain all seem to be a little close to dying. Makabaka was outside in the shower at this point. The rain was dripping on my face with a strength that was getting stronger, and when I wasn't paying attention, it felt like small stones hitting my head. She reached up and just scratched her head when she felt a large handful of hair come down from her grasp. It's still mixed with blood. What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Players are kind of at a loss for words at this point. This game, it's too hard to play. Snow LA's steady voice traveled from the headset into every player's ears. Gentlemen, there's no need to worry. Although I haven't analyzed the reason why everyone would die straight away if they met up with the Rainy Night Clan, we still have time to test it. The mech had long ago entered the weather information for this time of year. The rainstorm will arrive at 10 a.m. The protection ability of the mech shield will be reduced in the rainstorm. Please pay attention to the pilot. There are 37 minutes until the rainstorm hits. 37 minutes. She needed to experiment. It's snowing. Star. Tang Tian Lu. A start squad. Get ready. It's snowing. Star is the fastest. And Tang Tian Lu, as an assassin, has good stealthy means. So you too, bring your protective raincoats, and wait for the rest of a start squad to launch an attack head-on before scurrying straight in from the side. And try to mark the Rainy Night Clan. It's snowing. The tactic now is simple. Mark the rainy night ones before the storm hits. Wait for tomorrow. We'll land directly against the markers and kill them. Or maybe we'll need to play for our lives to fill them. Star, no problem. Tang Tianlu, always ready. A start squad, for the sake of the Human League. They were running after Snowlaw before. The mech shields were huge. One mech shield was enough to cut out 30 or more ponchos. Yukira, Timeless Star, take out that contraption you just made the other day. Timeless Star, who was suddenly named, was still a bit dazed. He was only going to be on the outside looking in. After all, listening to those GG players describe it, facing the Rainy Night Clan inspires a very strong fear. It's as exciting as watching a horror movie with the lights off when you're home alone late at night. Timeless Star just happens to be terrified of horror movies. At this time by the Snowlaw name, he did not even think about it and shook his head. Commander-in-Chief, I do not play. I do not play. Didn't you come up with a head cannon last time? I didn't say for you to charge it up yourself. Yukira cried and laughed. Didn't the oil stealer woman and begging in the dark want to be on it? I'm afraid it's still not quite possible to rely on Star and the others alone. So I've decided. You use your human head cannon to shoot the oil stealing woman and the dark begging them, one by one, as cannonballs, so that they reach the rainy night ones at high speed. Still doing the punctuation. Do you understand? Brothers? A head cannon? Holy, that crap comes in handy now? Makabaka, ha, don't just play for the oil stealing woman and the secret begging. I want to try it too. Timeless Star hemmed and hawed. It was good that he didn't have to deal with it himself. As for the head cannon, that was just what he had in his head at the time. At first there were players who felt aroused and came over to ask questions, but then they realized that the cannon was literally just like the name he had given it, which was to shoot the player out. It's not very powerful, and all of a sudden, it can land and blow up after ejecting the player. That's right, heads blowing up, hence the name head cannon. Chapter 168, Player Master playing a reed mess back. Knock knock. Here we go again. Sakuraba's horsehair's heart skipped a beat the moment her eyes came into contact with the faces of those Rainy Night clansmen. Obviously, I've gotten used to the fact that this clan looks like ghosts. Why do you still feel such intense fear the moment you see their faces? Grass. Sakurazuma Main sat up violently from the playpen. Sweat fell from his forehead in drops. So scary. This is so weird, guys. I died again. I need to slow down. Sakurazuma Main climbed out of the playpen and took a hard gulp of hot water. Prabhupada, the Bodhisattva's machine gun has only just been turned on, and he's hiccuped before even 2 rounds have been fired. Cranesong, I don't dare to go back in. Bro, if any of you guys still dare to resurrect in place, help me collect my corpse, thanks. Holy. Sakurazuma main, wait for me to get a drink of water, I'll go back in for another wave. I just looked at the distance. If I just revive slightly more than 1,000,000,000 times I should be able to touch them. Sakuraba's horse main, the monsters we ran into this time. They're not going to be some kind of concept god or something like that attacking, are they? Why do I feel like I didn't do anything but run wildly towards them and just die? Crane song, maybe we should try closing our eyes next time. Eternal god feather, it's useless. I've tried it. I tried it when we ran all the way towards them furiously. When I closed my eyes, I indeed couldn't feel anything at first, but when the number of the other side gathered more, the faces of the Rainy Night clan members even popped up in my head automatically. Eternal god feather, and the fear will be even stronger. Outrageous, too outrageous. I have to go offline to relieve myself. Even though I don't feel much fear myself, my body is still shivering even after I go offline. Crane song, the somatization of fear. Man, we need to go get some sun. Get some sun on our backs. Get some sun on our backs. Sakura falls out of her horse's mane. Hasong, you're well read. Think of something. Crane song, I can think of a hell of a lot in this moment. I don't even know what the principle is. He was scratching his head in anxiety. 2. Hasong himself is a doctor anyhow. Naturally it is impossible to think that the other party is a ghost. Not to mention that this game is about the interstellar future. It's not like, all of a sudden, it went from sci-fi to metaphysical horror. Crane song scratched his head, but now that he was told to go back inside the game to feel the fear of the Rainy Night clan, he didn't dare. It's kind of scary. Only this guy, Sakurazuma main, doesn't bring fear at all. With hot water in hand, Hassan squatted on the balcony in the sun. It's better to be comfortable when the sun is shining. It was raining heavily in the game. It was cloudy and cold. It was too uncomfortable. And with that, what's her name? The Rainy Night clan. It was hard to look at the heart in any way. Sakurazuma main sighed. There's no way out. Brothers, if you're really scared, dude will charge ahead by himself. Pushya Bodhisattva, hey, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? The Bodhisattva has followed his buddies in a wave. I can at least help you collect your corpse. The members of a start squad opened a live stream directly in the game, and as long as they didn't aim their sights at the Rainy Night clan, the players watching the stream wouldn't be affected. Crane song sipped hot water while miking the group in the sun. Dude, we're offline. You direct the video to that Rainy Night person's face. Let's see if the fear isn't a dog plotting to screw it up on purpose. Holy, dude, don't around. If you get scared to death offline, then I'm going to have to go offline and sit in jail? The player running the livestream said this while disliking the camera to the Rainy Night clan's face. He's disliking his camera even though he's not. Instead he's looking down and not watching the video himself. Just for a moment, players who were just looking at the video and saying they wanted to look up to the touching behavior of these two awesome bigwigs from the start saw the true face of the Rainy Night clan. More than 300 pale dead faces with empty eyes filled with terror. Hasong stared wide-eyed at the video the player had sent out. It's still a little scary to watch at this time of year, but it's a fear that's nothing like the one in the game. Now he was watching this video, much like he usually did when he had nothing better to do than look at the illustrations of a horror story. Sure enough, it's just a game. Looks like that feeling of fear was specifically set by the game planner. Behind the scenes must be secretly tuning the data. Crane song spat, then opened the group chat. Crane song, it's a sure thing. It's the planning that did it. I'm looking at it offline and I don't feel anything. His message just went out. Immediately the top was gone. Why didn't bro warn? Where's the dog's head? Where's the dog's head protector? Holy, you shoot the Rainy Night clan UF*** king shoot. A big quick flashback. Crane song then realized that just now, and inattentive, caught in the path of so many players. There are quite a few players still in the game who are watching this video. They were caught off guard by the sight of the Rainy Night people, and then they were caught off guard going offline. Hasong's mouth grew. Good lord, does this Rainy Night clan mean that it's still a karma weapon in the game now? So powerful we still play chicken hair. Rainy Night clan directly take a shower in the head of the water, and then you can kill all the way through to take the first. The human side had violently killed so many players that Shuela was taken aback, and on this side of the camp, while stewing the dish, a player silently flung his hand and fell headfirst inside the fire. ***. Bro, you fall asleep? The player beside him was quick on his feet and grabbed his opponent's body, then clicked recycle the moment all the players weren't paying attention. The scene hit the angels. They stood up in surprise, their wings all slightly spread. What are you doing? This quick-eyed player looked blankly at his wives. This buddy of mine. He saw that the fire of the fire pile is a little bit not work, so he was ready to feed his body to the fire. I call this a fire in the chestnuts, and quickly obtained the relics after he was burned to death. You guys see? He spread out his palm, and there was a red, poisonous fruit in the center of his hand. The main hit a read mess back. Are you nuts? This human is really psychotic, isn't he? Akari all but froze. Behind her, the other angels, their brainwaves linked instantly. My lord, do you really want us to help the human race? Commander, something's not right with these humans. They've most likely begun to genetically break down. I suspect that the first thing to break down is their brains, and that the mutation is occurring in their brains as well. It's outrageous. I've never seen such an outrageous pack before. Is my lord blinded by Wei Yuan? The human race has been hiding in this star not to come out for so many years. Maybe it is because of their people. Got this strange disease, right? One or two human babbling I feel okay, but now, the angels are really a bit at a loss for words to describe how they are feeling right now. Holy, so big and alive. Just now, I was stirring the dish in the pot with a spoon. The next moment it's like dying all over the place. Even the angels hadn't judged what had happened to the human, and the human beside him had simply stepped in, grabbed him, and absorbed him. Nope, if it's absorbed, that's more or less energy spillage too. But they had sensed nothing, and the other party had disappeared. Akari had all but unfolded her wings by now, looking at the awkwardly staying Night Uncollector with a grave expression. Humans, I think we need to be open and honest in our cooperation. Nightbreed raised his hands. I surrender. Ah no, you should say you account for it. Have been honest, please ask questions. Akari pursed her lips. They weren't afraid of themselves at all? What the hell is this bunch? Wei Yuan, your people really do have the qualities of the chaos race. Looking at the screen, Akari's complicated expression. Feng Yuxing sighed. He had also only met one chaos race. Still, on the day his father returned to the gods, even with only one head left, that chaos race could still talk and laugh with him. And in the midst of his gibberish, it was possible to glimpse that the other man was actually awake. But Feng Yuxing's father told him to stay away from that chaos seed. Their language, it is said, is capable of contaminating normal beings. At this moment, these human races that Wei Yuan had sent into the match made Feng Yuxing feel that they were the chaos species. Where's the chaos species? Don't give our human race a bad name. They're really just like that because they've been cloned too many times. AI Wei Yuan sighed, blocking out what Feng Yuxing still wanted to say. You just said you'd have your people take care of mine. Just like that? Wei Yuan held a skewer in his hand and pointed at the angel on the screen that had spread its 6 wings. 6-winged angel Akari, with strength approaching that of a level 7 genetic warrior. All she needed was a gene unlocking potion and she would be able to instantly reach the peak of level 7. Feng Yuxing was slightly embarrassed, but when he thought of what Wei Yuan had just said, he also lightly laughed and shook his head. I can only pay lip service to it, and when it comes to actual combat, they will naturally still have the interests of the divine race at heart. Who let those clansmen of Wei Yuan say and do things that were too unbelievable? From the viewer's perspective, that's a whole lot of people suddenly dying. Then they reappeared one after another and were cursing under their breath. Not to mention that Akari and the other angels suspected that the players had been invaded by darkness. Even these spectators in the audience were muttering in their hearts. Wei Yuan coughed and quietly sent a message to the old patriarch using his intelligence. Wei Yuan, matriarch, it's time for you to come out and prove your identity to the clan. Husong felt warm and fuzzy as he held the empty cup. There's no way the game is going to give an unresolved situation. Guys, I always feel like I should be catching some kind of inspiration. And this Rainy Night clan's weakness should be just as simple as that. Otherwise, according to this way of killing set up in the game, they can directly rule the entire interstellar alliance. Maybe even give the bugs a scare when they run into them. Sakurazuma main had died for I don't know how many times. He felt the time for the fear to come was getting faster and faster. There's a few seconds of buffering before that. Now just revived. Run one step forward and die. It was thanks to the last big battle that he had harvested a large amount of gold coins, or else it really wouldn't be enough to build his own. He kept dying and going down. There was still time to send a message to Craneson. Doctor, you have a good brain. Quickly figure out what's going on. I'm about to run out of breath here on and off the line. And Don, when are you going to do it? Tang Tianlu just drew out a dagger I wanted. This is ready to strike. Big brother, you feel it. Is there a tension on you? Sakura fell in the horse's mane. Don't make it hard for me. Lift an eyelid and die. Wow. Wait for me to see. Haha. One eyelid lift and Sakura Fall's horsehair was dead twice. But he really did find out. Those 300 or so Rainy Night clansmen were actually literally stacked on top of each other, looking at themselves in horror. That terrified look was reflected in Sakura's horsehair pupils. The fear was once again infinite. The heart went poof and exploded with fear. Sakurazuma main, here I am. I don't know why. They're all looking at me. He. Sakurazuma main, probably also blown away by my persistent, indomitable spirit. Sakura falls out of her horse's mane. He. Craneson, your gold coins are also rocking your spirit. Sakura falls out of her horse's mane. No he. Tang Tianlu, okay, then we're off. In the simple and plain conception of the players, if they don't look at the dead faces, they won't be afraid themselves. That's why the two of them, Star and Tang Tianlu, directly used black strips of cloth and blindfolded their eyes. The general location is known anyway. As soon as they jumped on these rainy nights, after marking the spot, the players were able to land directly next to the rainy nights without any injuries. As for how to catch it then, it's up to the commander-in-chief. Xia Xue La. Stormy. Black cloth covered Star's white face. The two glittering Tang horizontal swords reflected her good-looking jawline in the rainy night. Maka Baka, Star big brother is really Gil handsome. Oil stealer woman, in a moment I will catch up with the stars, and watch me blow up the blood mist over them. The barrel of the human head cannon opens. Timeless Star, stop chatting and get in here. I'm going to fire. Hiss, it's cold bro. The oil stealing woman just reached out and touched the barrel of the cannon, and cringed at the icy coldness on it. Still, he dutifully dug into the barrel of the gun, his head exposed. Cool, bro, light a fire and warm my ass. Timeless Star, don't you be pulling in my gun barrel. Filth. Ignition. Thud. There was a loud gunshot. The clansmen of the Rainy Night clan actually shuddered collectively. Star also took advantage of this point in time right now to take a flying leap up and rush in the direction of the Rainy Night clan. Under the cover of the dark night, Tang Tianlu's figure was like a ghost, without a trace. So scary. There was a not-so-young child in the Rainy Night clan, his face covered in horror as he yelled out. In an instant, the emotion of fear was released 100-fold, centered directly on him, augmented by his people. Knight Uncollected raised his hands to Akari. Akari, we really aren't bad people. That teammate of mine was simply scared to death by the Rainy Night clan's clansmen. Really? Ah, you believe me? Oh, impossible. The short-haired angel spread his wings as well. The Rainy Night clan's means of attack is nothing more than releasing the fear they feel 100 times back onto the object that made them feel terror. How can this clan of yours, with people here, make the Rainy Night clan feel fear? Chapter 169, then let the Rainy Night clan see what Chinese horror is all about. Timeless Star. In the headset, the voice of the Knight's Uncollector. So tragic. Live hands ah. Head cannons that can't be hit. Ha. Timeless Star gave a bewildered ah. Then without a second's hesitation, he pressed the launch button under his hand. What's going to happen when you fire it? Wow. The oil-stealing woman, who had only one head in the barrel, was also struggling to reach her head and look backward. Yeah, why can't it fire? Nightbreed heard the sound of a button being pressed. You pressed it? Timeless Star picks his nose. Yeah. Oh, that's okay then. Y'all get ready and reopen. Dang. As he flew through the air, the oil-stealing woman was going to ask again, but soon he felt his ass finish burning and his head burn. After the dizziness, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the 300 Rainy Night clansmen underneath him, looking up at him in horror. Ah, the screams spread like sound waves. Even the raindrops were driven out of shape. Snap. The head of the oil-stealing woman exploded like a watermelon the moment after he was scared to death. The headless body snapped to the floor. The viewing platform, which was originally still bustling with activity, completely quieted down the moment the oil-stealing woman's body fell to the ground. The mental attacks of the Rainy Night clan have a limited spreading distance. The Lord's Academy side has already done the corresponding protection, so even if you see it through the video, the audience watching the game will not be affected. But here and now, what they felt more terrifying was not the attack of the Rainy Night clan clansmen. It's a human attack. The audience had even seen that among the Rainy Night clan clansmen who were still considered calm just a moment ago, there were already a dozen or so younger Rainy Night clan clansmen, covering their hearts and gasping for air. This is human? The few lords around Wei Yuan were a little afraid to chew on the things in their mouths. They turned their heads sluggishly to look at Wei Yuan. Fingers are shaking a little. Wei, is that your clan? At this point, in the video, everyone was able to see that most of the humans who had participated had been killed off by the mental shock. The bodies all over the floor looked a bit gruesome though, but it's nothing like what they did. Don't look at the clansmen of the Rainy Night clan, one by one, using their fear emotions to counter-transmit to kill the enemy. It looked as if they were timid, but in reality, the level of horror they can accept is extremely high. But now, the head bloomed open in mid-air, dribbling out, and then with a smile on its face, snapped open the instant it exploded as it approached them. Several of the Rainy Knights were so scared they went down. Humans who can give all the clans of the Rainy Night clan a frightening downtime by bouncing emotions is really sick enough. Brother Wei, if you play like this, I'm afraid those of your clan will be scared into madness. Will they still be able to come back to life? The original clone carries pre-mortem memories. Would those humans dare to come back to life after that horrible mental shock? Several of the lords were shocked. Irrespective of the level of strength, the Rainy Night clan's best battle record once was that of a level 4 genetic warrior. who directly utilized the fear rebound to send a level 7 interstellar pirate fleeing in terror. These humans, too, had suffered from not knowing the skills of the Rainy Night Clan. But now, those angels of God have told them the skills. These humans, do they dare come back online? Wei Yuan knew what all the Star Alliance viewers were expecting. He also wondered if the players would need his help. After all, mental attacks were indeed kinda troublesome. It was a complete waste of resources to dry out here in the Rainy Night Clan, so it would be better to go and attack the God Clan, Wei Yuan mused in his mind. Or else send out quests and tell the players to catch those chicken wing girls of the gods. Love brains don't go soft when it comes to gold coins, do they? After all, if falling in love gets in the way of fortune, then let alone angels, even if the one who appears in front of them is a chimera. These players were also able to take the wave of beautiful women they were crying for their wives without mercy. Gold coins. Those are walking gold coins. Hey, being a lord is a real pain in the ass sometimes. Wei Yuan rubbed his chin. If it wasn't to balance out the assets of these players out there, he wouldn't have been able to give out so many gold coins. Who would have thought that inflation was due to players setting up stalls in front of the Lord's Academy? Just as Wei Yuan was about to reissue the task, the player group chat exploded. Windblown but, oh, it's really going to be a loss. Guys, I'm running out of gold. Sakura down the horse's mane, I haven't even said anything yet. Man, I'm rubbing it in. Sakurazuma mane, I said why every time I died and resurrected. Resurrected dead and resurrected again. The closer I got to them, the faster those guys killed me. Crane song, ha, who wouldn't be scared to see you like that? Holy, laugh me to death. Oil stealing woman, don't tell me. I feel like my head and ass are still hot. Secretly begging. But what to do now? What to do? If we can't handle these guys, we'll lose money this time. Tang Tianlu, my brother was just preparing a handsome appearance, but he was unexpectedly killed by an indiscriminate attack. And my dagger is still falling outside. Star, my tanged sword. 2. Makabaka, the Commander-in-Chief hasn't spoken yet. Commander-in-Chief. Makabaka, Commander-in-Chief at it's snowing. Commander-in-Chief, have you figured out what to do about them yet? Hippie Star, I'm revived guys, I just threw another appraisal spell and it didn't work. There's still nothing there at the weak point. So let's go now. And resurrect another wave? Honestly, I need to get some sun and warm up my corpse right now. Me too. Need the sun. Just moved my own playpen into the sun for Snowla. Relinking to the group chat. Saw that someone had already AD himself. It's snowing, I haven't found the opponent's weakness yet, but I've come up with a solution. Guys, it just might require everyone to move their playpens into the sun. It's snowing, let's not care if it's storming or not now. Let's at least catch a few rainy nights first to fill up our vault. Snowla, it's been going on so long anyway. Everyone's heart should be practicing a little bit. The message, it's snowing, appeared in the group chat when the others stopped speaking, but right after that, players were treated to devil's speech. It's snowing la, even for the Rainy Night Clan, there must be a limit to the amount of fear they can withstand. It's snowing, they've scared them to death so many times. This time, let's let them know what Chinese horror means. It's snowing, it doesn't matter if it's money or not, it's just that I can't swallow it. Chapter 170, Players Screw Up. More scary than ghosts. Agreed. Agree +1. A little bit of sun and I feel better already. The playpen has been moved into the sun. Guys, I'm ready. Asterisk 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 the wave. It's too much to swallow. Wei Yuan looked at the message sent from the group chat, and then there was the next battle that Shimazuka deployed, and he was dumbfounded. Holy, these guys, they're not going to play bad for the Rainy Night Clan, are they? It's raining harder and harder. A faint mist rose from the swamp star, and in the rain and fog, the few Rainy Night Clan members who had just been so scared that they couldn't even stand up, recovered a little bit. They were all clansmen who were relatively young and had relatively low genetic levels. The commander of the Rainy Night Clan, who stood at the front, had a miserable white face in panic. The rain washed the blood away from their bodies. Commander of the Rainy Night Clan, 2 claws over his face. Have they all recovered? A few of the Rainy Night clansmen standing around the commander shook their heads. After that horrible scene, everyone's still a bit reeling from it. The only thing the Alliance people of the Star League know is that they, the Rainy Knights, are capable of bouncing back fear emotions. Without realizing it, they have very little guts as well. It's also the fact that being timid is what allows you to magnify your fears infinitely. The undead Grand Matriarch also told us to crack down hard on humans. Why are they all unkillable? Oh, scared me to death. Just now that guy kept resurrecting and kept dying and kept resurrecting and kept dying. Scared me to death. Stop it. Humans are really scary. Are they afraid to come back to life after being scared to death like that once? Maybe the clones. Now. Won't dare return to the battlefield. We should be safe now. Then go retrieve the bodies of those humans. The undead skeleton Grand Matriarch said to bring the bodies back to him. Then, let's go together to resist the corpse. Just to put the map together. The storm is coming. The real danger of this planet is about to revive. To head to the red zone as soon as possible. Let's go, let's go. The clansman of the Rainy Night Clan spoke in a voice much like the sound of rainwater clattering. But you can still hear it clearly if you listen carefully. It's snowing, recycle your corpses. Then immediately play dead and start your show. By the time you've determined their location, Timeless Star, your head cannon, can get right to work. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. All players go straight back to where they died and lie back down in their original position. After the genetic potion was injected, they were already able to adjust their body's response. Turns the blood flow extremely slow and the heartbeat slows down. Even breathing, a little bit lower. It's raining too much. There was no way for the Rainy Night Clan to rely on their hearing to tell if the players were actually dead. They thought, with that high of a fear attack, these clones, even if they were recloned from the originals, probably wouldn't dare to come back. You know, even for themselves. So many of their clansmen were scared half to death. The 2-meter-tall Rainy Night Clan member was so black that he only had one face, which looked a bit like a dead long-faced man. They groped apprehensively and went over in the direction where the humans had fallen. Sakurazaki Horsehair was lying that peaceful. He was the closest to these guys within the current players. He couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down under the tin. Had. Later on he'll storm up and scare these Rainy Nights and give them a living hell of a scare. Then quickly resurrect and grab them. The thought of those dead faces letting out screams of horror made his heart swell with relief. Even if I get scared to death by the rebound again, that's cool enough. He. Just as Sakuraba Horsehair was thinking freely, the tall ghostly shadows, one by one, quickly skimmed past Sakuraba Horsehair. You go pick up that body. I'm not going. You go. No go. Bad luck. Sakurazuma Main, meow. At the end of the day, 300 clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan, even their commander-in-chief didn't come over to pick up Sakura Fallen Horsehair's corpse. All the dark shadows spontaneously just moved away from him. In the gaming group, Crane-san laughed so loudly. Saruji-san, ha, the disliked Sakura falling into a horse's mane. Pratyabudada, Amitba Buddha. Captain, it seems that your hefty and fierce reputation has already been established in the hearts of these clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan. Pratyabudada, now it's time for the Bodhisattvas to come on. Hey, I'm such a nuclear good Bodhisattva that I'm going to start acting like Jizo too? Prabhupada, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Guru, hippie starter, huh? What's that sound coming from your side? Bodhisattva? Prabhupada, I'm sinking into the swamp. Black figures appeared. One by one. The players swept them with the rest of their eyes even as they lay on the ground. As long as they didn't try to scare them, these Rainy Nights were just like ordinary genetic warriors. Pushin Bodhisattva only showed half of his head in the swamp pool, quietly peeping like a crocodile at those Rainy Night Clan clansmen. From the ground, they carried the players who were playing dead. The players died in locations where they were purposely spread out a bit, even if there were any close by. Those Rainy Night Clan members who were able to come together were only 2 to 3. After the players were shouldered up, they made sure there were no more Rainy Nights around. They immediately tapped the shoulder of the Rainy Night Clan member who was carrying them. The Rainy Night Clan members lowered their heads. Just lock eyes with the player who finished playing dead. The 8 teeth of the nuclear good bloomed as the player stiffened and turned up his body, then quickly twisted his head and peeled his hands and feet on top of this clan member of the Rainy Night Clan. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Repeated shouts one after the other. Plus the players are still purposely screaming in weird voices. This late at night, it's pouring rain. The human twisted his body into a twist, then climbed haphazardly over their bodies. Miserable screams came out from the mouths of the Rainy Night Clan members. Before dying, the player grins, then quickly resurrected and teleported in instantly, following the point that Timeless Star had given the marker. Press. Timeless Star numbly tapped the buttons under his hand. Tap the button as soon as you feel a player has been revived to this point. Then countless head cannons went off. The Rainy Night people who had only just digested their fear. Suddenly the horrible, ghost-like voice was heard again. Give me back my life. Chapter 171. To snatches to earn, added for recollections of River. Where is the sound coming from? This Rainy Night Clan member was already a bit confused. The moment he looked up, he locked eyes with the head that had become disconnected from his body. It was a, well, familiar head. The smiley face on his head was so familiar. Only heard the head. Slowly spoke. Return my life. Snap. The exploding blood burst out and splashed the Rainy Night Clan members all over their faces. He shuddered. The tall body even shivered a little. Even after bouncing the fear back, he still gets scared himself. This clansman of the Rainy Night Clan rolled and crawled, trying to escape, to go to the large troop. He couldn't stay here by himself. A rainy night person. Climb. Run. Run. Woo. The eerie sound of the oboe suddenly rang out in the darkness of the night. The sound of the rain couldn't even cover the sound of the oboe. Miserable and cold. Unspeakably creepy. The player hiding in the corner was struggling to put on the morning clothes made of white cloth by the logistics unit. The brain plays the classic oboe sound from Mr. Zombie. With this rain and fog. Extinction. A wide robe that covers the player's geo. He stood on his tiptoes and quickly used both calves to primp. Make a float. With both hands hanging down and his neck dangling, he ran with a cheeky grin towards the Rainy Night Clan member who was already scared out of his wits. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Give it back. He hadn't even finished his words when he was attacked by this Rainy Night Clan's passive attack. Death, though, is just a new beginning. He had just died, so he hurriedly resurrected himself and went to change into another set of red robes. Gulp. On Wei Yuan's side, the Orc Lord swallowed and silently clasped his arms tightly. The Rainy Night Clan's attacks are invisible. This mankind's epileptic behavior, but it's tangible. Ah. He looked at the screen, where several Rainy Night Clan members had appeared shivering with fear and stiffening in place. Then they were covered with a large black box by the humans who ran quickly past them while screaming, "Give me back my life." The next thing that happened was that several humans, crawling out of some corner, quickly lifted that black box and ran away fast. Good. So sick. The Orc Lord didn't even want to watch his own familiars play. He was now all over the screen on the human side. These guys, they're outrageous, aren't they? What's the point of them taking the Rainy Night Clan? Wei Yuan had a little toothache. Red and white punch. Mournful music in Suona. Rain and fog. 100 ghosts carrying coffins. 6. Are these operations really something that a human being can think of? What was the weakness of the Rainy Night Clan people? They didn't even bother to try. It was accomplished entirely by infinite resurrection and hardening these clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan by scaring them senseless. Ding! Congratulations to a start squad for capturing a level 5 Rainy Night Clan member. Rewarded with 500 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the hippie alien squad for capturing a level 5 Rainy Night Clan member. Rewarded with 500 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the snowing squad for capturing a level 5 Rainy Night Clan member. Rewarded with 500 gold coins. Ding! Ding! After a dozen dinging system alerts, the clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan, too, reacted. They quickly gathered together, and although they were all scared half to death, these clansmen were all considered to be a bit better-minded. Not so much that you're outright scared out of your mind, so they were able to escape. Even so, everyone was already shaking in their boots. The chief commander of the Rainy Night Clan who led the team this time is even a dead face with tears. Go! The storm is coming. Let's go! Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Run! Oh, it's horrible. Just as they were fleeing, the rain came down. It was just a fraction of a second before Shimoyukila could figure out whether or not to continue the chase. Lightning flashed in the sky, and in an instant, pouring rain came. The moment the raindrops hit the exposed player, the player's skin was corroded. Sister Snow, the blood level is dropping. Dropping. Congratulations to the player, completing the capture mission. Activating the branding system. The player, or the player team, is able to brand slaves on the captured object. Once branded, it can be carried into the game backpack. Shuela was just wondering what to do with these captured Rainy Night Clan if they ran away when the system jumped out and gave a branding system. Timely rain, quick, first brand these Rainy Night race, then let's immediately teleport to the Night Uncollectibles tent. This rainstorm is probably still just the foreplay. There's something even more terrifying appearing behind it. I'm not wrong at all about the snow. Just finished branding these rainy nights. The fog on the ground then slowly condensed as the rain continued to drip. The pandemonium rose, and before the players could react, they hiccuped. Go quickly, and come back for the body when you turn around. It's snowing. Star grabbed the last second, picked up his dropped double blades, and in a flash, appeared at the angel camp. Chapter 172, I suspect you are Chaos Darkness Invasion carriers. Night Unchained's hands are being held high. After spreading their wings, the angels stood coldly in mid-air, their judgment with a holy air. White feathers of unparalleled beauty. Answer me, have you been corrupted by the darkness? The divine race, within the interstellar alliance, had always been in a position of dominance. Even back in the days when the human race struck hard, they hadn't been beaten badly. Ever since the launch of the interstellar alliance, the divine race has always been in a high position. Beyond the races, they don't ask about the alliance, but they also never allow any chaos race to enter the alliance. A dark invasion, in the eyes of the gods, is no less harmful than a bug invasion. And right now, the player's abnormality had alerted this six-winged angel. Though you guys do have a lot of, well, similarities to the first generation back then, Akari's pupils blossomed into a dazzling golden light, but their defiance of life and death is quite different from yours. You, fools of death. Akari unfolded her 6 wings and hung in the air, her golden sight forcing the players below. 20 players, at this point, were a bit puzzled. No way. Why is this NPC suddenly storming off? Fooling death? When the hell did I fool death? Nightbreed, talk your wife out of it. Stop it, Akari. It's full of humans out there. No, sir. We also have to pay for our deaths, okay? The words coming out of the players' mouths made the angels present even more alert. They're starting to babble. After the human race disappeared into obscurity, many of the races of the 10,000 races had forgotten what the original primordial humans were like. But the divine race was experienced in working with them back in the day. Just in time. Akari had also fought alongside the human race when she was a young child. She admired the heroic leaders of the first men, humongous, and valued the love of his fellow man. On the battlefield, even if the private quarrels were serious, once on the battlefield, those humans would still die for their teammates. But now what? Akari looked at the humans in front of her, not taking death seriously at all. The highly poisonous fruit is eaten in a sudden rush, and even absorbed immediately after a teammate has died before the cause can be ascertained. Confused thinking and gibberish. Invaded. Even if their language is not contagious in any way. Still, Akari felt that they were definitely being invaded. Chaos and darkness invade and will be executed. Even if they can keep coming back to life, the gods still have a responsibility to clear out the invasion, even if they are human. Akari could still remember the sound of the first humans back then. Who would have thought that the offspring you swore to defend would turn out like this? Since they're all just level 5 gene warriors. Then, Yen, you go to the trial. Akari gave a command. The short-haired angel on the right wing, his eyes blossoming slowly with golden light. The angel, whose name was Yen, reached out his hand and clasped it in the air. A weapon with endless flames was drawn as she moved her arm. Space technology. This was the Divine's own technology, more refined than the Alliance's space technology. At this moment, the audience was in shock. I didn't think they'd be able to see it in the first game, but when the line of sight fell on the players, the group of melons, however, were wide-eyed and wowed at how awesome they were. The special effects are simply brilliant. There's a feeling that the third dimension is doing better than the second dimension. This game, I can play it for the rest of my life. That's so cool. Although I don't know why these wives are suddenly storming off. It's only one healing potion more for a thrashing and beating by an angel. That's a small amount of money. Take it. Wei Yuan rubbed his brow as he listened to the players' mixed-up words. These sand sculptures, do they really think the angels are joking? These angels work, and it's a hell of a lot of persistence. As long as the players have gold to revive, they will keep hunting. Trouble. Wei Yuan swept a glance at Feng Yusheng, who was sitting next to him with a suddenly grave expression. Feng Yusheng was born after the human race. He is the newborn, the brand new god. The God King condensed from a bloodline that extended from his heart as he sensed the need for the next God King. So he hadn't seen the first humans, but from the word of mouth of the gods, he had a great affection for humans. But Akari believes that those humans were invaded by chaos darkness. Wei Yuan, I can't help you. Feng Yusheng knew that Wei Yuan was looking towards him to say something. Before Wei Yuan opened his mouth, he explained, as an archangel, Akari's judgment is up to her, and it's rare for Akari to misjudge. They might actually be invaded by chaotic darkness. Chaotic darkness is the mortal enemy of the divine race? The 10,000 races may not care, but they are a terrifying virus. Once invaded, the entire alliance will be in danger, not to mention the humans. Wei Yuan, you still, as early as possible, check to see how many of your clan members have this kind of babbling, sudden epileptic madness and evil phenomenon, and they may have all been invaded. Feng Yusheng's tone was heavy. This is indeed a big blow to the human race. But Wei Yuan, for safety. Feng Yusheng, I know, it's hard. Wei Yuan, no, you don't know anything. Wei Yuan closed his eyes in pain. My people are like this. They are chaos teas, not chaos darkness. The gods are extinct. How can this be detected? Tatsuko, Wei Yuan called out to the system inwardly. Unity Sun, what's going on here? The divine race can detect an otherworldly invasion? The chaos and darkness that the gods speak of is not an existence summoned from another world like the players. Chaos and darkness have always existed in this universe. It's just that certain characteristics are somewhat similar to those exhibited by the players. System summoning. The gods can't sense it. Chaos and darkness are not worthy of the player's shoes. The system was also speechless. Chaos darkness touching the fourth plague of heaven? Trans-universe bumper sticker belongs to Is. Wei Yuan was also silent. So there are too many lazy people and stuff. I can't believe that the gods are being used as a carrier for the chaos darkness virus invasion. That's brilliant. That's brilliant, Wei Yuan roared inwardly. That's why I've been telling them to be more prudent. And all these things they've done, one by one, don't seem to be something that a normal carbon-based creature could think of. Well now, there is no way for this lord to enter the playing field to help you. Hey, Wei Yuan let out a low sigh. Feng Yuxing thought that he was a little sad. After all, the human race for so many years, only to come up with the original clone. It is surprising that just cloned out not long ago. I'm afraid this race is just about ready to be put to use. Chapter 173, Want to be a dog for Star? Get in line. It was then detected that there was a chaos darkness invasion. Feng Yuxing substituted himself for a moment and could not help but sympathize a little with Wei Yuan. If the human race needs help, they can really seek refuge from my divine race, and quite a few of the divine race's subjects are emotionally attached to the human race. After all, the gods had lived long enough. The bond of the first generation of the human race was still there, and there was no problem at all in sheltering the human race. Wei Yuan waved his hand. It's a bit noisy, bro. Don't say anything. What a piece of to seek asylum. Once the human race really went under the banner of the divine race to seek refuge, it would directly become a subsidiary race. Are you kidding? This guy, Feng Yuxing, is also a white-cut black master at a closer look. All Wei Yuan cared about right now was those players of his, and when he would realize that the angels were really planning to kill them, and it's the kind that decapitates on resurrection. These love brains do deserve a bit of a beating. The moment Yan's flame weapon was completely drawn out was the moment the player who had just recovered his teammate's body was left in a state of disarray. Judgment! Yan's weapon sliced through his neck. A flash of heat. The remaining 19 players froze. No way. For real? Didn't we agree on a friendly camp? I'm going to go and come back? Yan easily killed a player, and his line of sight immediately swept towards the other players. The feathers spread out completely and flew towards the players. Night Uncollected dodged the attack with a quick prancing dodge. But on the fiery weapon she held, the flames blazed onto the body of the Night Uncollector. Instantly, his skin was cracked. Then a quick rise of scalding blisters. What a overbearing weapon. Guys, these angels are really going to us. What should we do? What else can we do? 20 of us can only wait for death here. Call the commander-in-chief. Crooked. Mayday. Mayday. I'm afraid it's too late to call for help. Akari raised her shields, the nature of chaos darkness daring her to be careless. My shielding is on. Your teammates can't. Now. Come. Her words had just fallen. A light blue teleportation square mosaic spot of light visible only to the players appears. The black-haired girl's twin blades were chillingly bright, directly blocking the flaming weapon that was about to slice into the neck of the Night Uncollector. Stab! The ear-piercing sound of weapons exchanging blows rang in the ears of the Night's Uncollector. Star's cold-side face, her long black hair, and the tang blade that shone with a cold light all made Night Uncollected's eyes pop up with stars. After Star blocked Yan's blow, he glanced sideways and saw that Night Uncollected was actually still standing dumbfounded. He raised his leg and kicked the sand sculpture out, rolling farther into the corner. Night Uncollected tilted his head back and watched as Star made a beautiful turn, cutting across with his tang blade and instantly turning a disadvantage into an advantage. Is this a high roller? Night Uncollected marveled. He used to play games to make money and substitute trainers, though I have heard of players who would super worship the high rollers. He never scoffed at it. Isn't a high roller just a game player? What's the difference with him? We all play the same game. Who's still nobler than anyone else? After entering Star People, many of the players who were his contemporaries had joined Oil Stealer Woman and her alliance, just because of a word. The starry-eyed bigot was there. At the time, he thought it was unbelievable and ran to ask a few players who were on good terms with him. The uniform response was always, because we want to be dogs for the Star Big Brother. At that time that shaka, Night does not collect heart to curse them a few times after. Went to digging. Even now, aren't we all still at the same level? It's all level 5. Is it necessary to worship a player that much? Now, he looked at the starry figure. Night Uncollected couldn't help but say, Big Brother Star, I want to be a dog for you. To be a dog? Ha! Some more blue teleportation mosaics appeared on the side of the Night's Uncollector. The oil-stealing woman devilishly lowered her head, came to the ear of the Night not to be collected, and whispered, You want to be a dog for Star? You'll have to get in line. Young man, join our alliance and give you a chance to be a dog. Secretly begging at the side of the oil-stealing woman, she covered her face and laughed softly. Hey, Star, this guy, completely is the super program player it, even if it's already at level 5. The players are also just physically there. The real fighting techniques don't begin to be learned. So in the face of angels wielding fiery weapons, they still had some trouble reacting. The Stars, on the other hand, are different. Of all the players, her overall strength, it could be said, was the strongest. Together with these two weapons Wei Yuan had given her, they were not inferior to the angel's weapons at all. Under a fierce engagement, Yan's expression, which had been calm a moment ago, was about to tense up. She looked at the brunette in front of her in shock. So strong. The two Tang swords were wielded without any lag at all. Yan was already starting to lose his hold. Every time he parried an attack from a Tang sword, he also had to dodge another Tang sword's attack. But it would be too humiliating to ask for help now. Eyeing the surrounding companions seemed to want to come over and help. Immediately, Yan yelled, "Let me do it myself." Akari reached out to stop the other angels as well. She looked in awe at the young human girl in front of her. Under the flashing light of the knife, inch by inch, Yan's defense shattered. And even by the end, she had activated the energy inside the weapon directly. The heat was so intense that it raised the temperature of the entire camp. But that's it. Still slashing, Star sliced through her weapon's defenses and slashed through Yan's wings. In pain, Yan folded his body and tried to parry with the fiery weapon in his hand. And Star's other Tang sword had already slashed horizontally. This time, she tried to use as much energy as a level 5 genetic warrior could run on. A third of the energy flowed from the palm of the hand into the Tang blade. The moment the blade pattern lit up, it clicked. The flame weapon was surprisingly cut off straight away. Seeing that the location where this Tang blade was slicing towards had turned into Yan's neck, Yan was desperate. For the first time, she felt so close to death. Stop! Akari shot out several feathers. Star backhanded those feathers with his Tang blade, and with the Tang blade in his other hand, without hesitation, he ran through Yan's spine, from behind, and then it's like throwing away garbage. Threw Yan off. Yan fell to the ground with serious injuries, and while she was still trying to get up, she realized that there was no way for her to get up. At the same time, a dark dagger, stuck in her neck. The smiling teenager was crouching at her side. If you don't want your people to die now, Akari, you can keep attacking. It's snowing. La slowly appeared in the campground as the mosaic surfaced. Chapter 174. Yes, we are the Chaos Invasion. Hey, is this the mental shield that the rank 6 genetic warrior himself opened up? The hippie alien Eily lifted the membrane cloth covering the top of the camp. The membrane cloth that the angels used was the very same mech shield that was handed out at the Lord's Academy tournament. Outside of the mech shield's membranous cloth, there was a faint layer of mental protection. The heavy rain fell on top of the mental shield, but it even slid down the sides as if it was being resisted. Akari's face instantly became extremely ugly. She was surprised that she hadn't sensed anything as Shimoidala stomped on her heels and entered the campground. And all of the hundreds of players that followed her, all of them appeared. Human contestants. All of them showed up. With a sweep of her pupils, Akari counted off the number of people. Not a single one is missing. Her golden pupils shrunk slightly, and even the human who had just died while the fire was burning appeared. Clone. What cloning technology is that strong? The human race seems to be hiding a bit too many secrets. And they really weren't invaded by chaos? Shimo Yukira stepped on her heels and took a step in front of the crowd. In the face of the angels, snowing La, a small president on Earth, the momentum is actually no advantage. Plus now, Akari spread her feathered wings and hung in midair. And it's snowing and you have to look up to see her. But the face of Shimo Yukira made countless viewers suck in cold air. That's the human, right? What I remember, is that this little girl slit her own neck like a madman, and used her flesh and blood to hard seduce the elf queen in Yusheng Yin's mutation. Are all humans this ruthless now? It's just crazy. Honestly, I'm a little worried that my people are going to run into these crazies during the course of the tournament. That's right. Now the lords of the alliance are starting to think that the humans are all a bunch of crazies. Or one of those scary, organized, disciplined maniacs. There really is just something about the way they do things that is so unnecessary. Even at high levels it's a bit intimidating. At this point, Akari felt much like the spectators outside. Akari, it's you humans that have suddenly broken into our camp. Before the treadmill ancestor could even see the eye gesture from Shirshuela, his buttocks tightened and he scurried to the front of the crowd. You fart! I shot down the base of this camp, and we just went out for a nap, and you shameless angels, you came over and took over the camp that I just got dry. They were on the verge of blowing themselves up. How can these angels be so shameless? What do you mean their camp? Ugh, you can't take credit for his good looks with nonsense. Old ancestor Treadmill even used his brain and released the video that was recorded at that time. His eyes widened in anger, and he looked as if he had been truly aggrieved. Instead, he mentally wiped away a sweat. Luckily, hey, he was scared of that hippie Starman guy running around, and after he went along, the commander-in-chief said he wasn't working, so tell your teammates to make sure they record video as proof. I didn't think it would work. In the video, Old Man Treading Heaven and his teammates were still clearly visible as they braved the black smoke and drove away the poisonous insects. These angels of the divine race were all a bit embarrassed as well. After all, in the beginning, this area was chosen because it was on high ground. The swamp was thin, and there were even no poisonous insects. They had actually thought that this would be a landing spot for the human race, but they hadn't expected them to be this maniacal. Directly on the fire to burn the methane gas. Akari, we were late, but the place was unguarded at the time. She didn't want to argue in these inconsequential places either, and her eyes shifted to the grinning teenager. Akari, let Yen go so we can talk. Your people, in their behavior, are simply too similar to the invasion carriers of Chaos Darkness, so I have to suspect that you have been invaded by Chaos Darkness. Akari looked at Shimoyuki La. Although there was something very crazy about the state that her opponent showed when she fought against Anzuki Sentinel, but Akari knew, when she saw the Snow La, that she had not been invaded. Those eyes, ridiculously calm. No, to be precise, it was a pair of eyes filled with bashfulness, different from the naturally cold face of the black-haired girl who had just wielded her twin swords. Yukira doesn't seem to care much about the world around him. Akari pushed down the faint displeasure in her heart. It was just a 5th-level gene warrior. Why did these humans look at themselves with a variety of emotions? Just no respect? Akari had at least been able to feel the goodwill of the humans who had initially come to the tent, towards them, the angels, but now, one has to admit that while in many ways these humans are not the same as the first generation, they are pretty much a ghost when it comes to synergizing with the outside world. If you say flip-flop, then all of you will flip-flop together at once. From the moment the players appeared in the tent, a variety of weapons appeared in their hands. Akari even saw a few humans that had their high-end particle cannons up. Once the Chaos Darkness invades, the blow to the Star Alliance will be no less than that of the bugs, so we have to be cautious as well. Chaos invasion? Shimazuka glanced sideways. She didn't play games often enough to be familiar with the term. Seeing this confused look of the commander-in-chief, the oil-stealing woman immediately ran to her side with a bared face and whispered in a low voice in the ear of Shishuela. Chief, if we go by the gaming circles, we really are a chaos invasion, the oil-stealing woman said, and her two eyes suddenly lit up. This game, it's too good to be true. Ha! Shimazuka turned her head in surprise. Her oil-stealing woman stared up at her, confused. What the hell? There's still really a chaos invasion? So with these angels, you can't be friendly? The oil-stealing woman nodded. That's a little tip for the gaming community. To put it mildly, there are some big online games that are so realistic that players feel that it's an alternate universe where all the NPCs are real. And what about us, as gamers, entering the game? Isn't that an outside invasion? Everyone is jokingly calling themselves the Fourth Plague, but to the NPCs in the game, it's the Chaos Invasion, and the lesser players are calling themselves Chaos Teasers. It's snowing. Yeah, this game, made so awesome, must play differently than other games. For these AIs that may not even have passed the Turing test yet, they may as well be a whole real world. Wouldn't that make the players a Chaos Invasion? Chaos, which stands for positionlessness. Players can't really be good or evil in the game. And it's not uncommon for them to be doing good deeds 1 second and screwing around the next. Then this is bad. Yukila and the oil-stealing woman exchanged glances. Chapter 175, it's over. I've met a real rich woman. Put. Ha ha, way. These clansmen of yours. I'm going to die laughing. They sure as hell aren't the invasion carriers of Chaos Darkness. Why haha die laughing. No. Did they not know this game was going to come out live? No. They must have forgotten. There's no use whispering. On that logic, I'll give the human one what's her name. What's her name? The oil stealer woman. Yes, big kudos to the human who stole the oil woman. Ha ha, what a hilarious chain of logic. Because Chaos Invasion likes to talk nonsense. So they're Chaos Invasion. Brother way. Ha ha. These clansmen of yours have a lot of basic common sense that still needs to be supplemented. Wow. That's right. Even if it's the original clone of the original human being, it's still necessary to learn the basic common sense of the current interstellar world. Wei Yuan was patted on the shoulder and laughed maniacally by a few lords around him who were still on good terms. At this point, he really wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. The system replaces everything the players say that has something to say about the game. For these races of the Star League, the players talk about, translated, that they are original clones. So the memories are sort of coming into the body for no reason. And that's no different than a Chaos Invasion. And the oil-stealing lady guy. Obviously, you're not thinking straight, are you? It's snowing. Don't trust him. Wei Yuan closed his eyes in despair and tilted his head slightly. His tears, they cannot be left behind. Despair. It's too desperate. As much as one would like to have all the Star Nations misunderstand that the players are right, the players did get rid of the Chaos Darkness invasion vector as well by messing with it so much. Because it's not just gibberish and spreading it around after the Chaos Darkness invasion. It's also the lack of logic. There's nothing wrong with the logic the players are showing at this moment. But, really has something to be ashamed of. The oil-stealing woman doesn't know anything. He even, crookedly, possessed the Dragon King, Commander-in-Chief. Trust me. Small fists, slammed against his chest. For this wave of parsing, oil stealer woman is going to give herself a perfect wow. Gah! He's going to give his fans a good shout out when it comes off the line. This game is so cool too. Straight away the generation is pulled full circle. He didn't even expect to still hear the words chaos invasion from the mouth of an NPC. To add chicken legs to the planning, all the players, all of a sudden appeared in this world, using although the identity of the human race, but the real identity, in fact, is the chaos invasion race high. The oil-stealing granny has been unable to restrain herself from sending her speculations to the group chat. Dig it? Really? Are we this bullish in the game world? Chief, at it's snowing, ask Holy Kesha if the oil-stealing woman is right. Snowlaw was defeated by a bigot in the group chat. She coughed. The scene of sword fighting just now also disappeared. Yukira raised a faint smile. Chaos darkness invasion. We don't seem to have heard of it. Akari was deep in thought. The divine race is above all races in terms of basic physical construction and ability, including the 5 senses. So steal the oil woman and the things they whispered. Actually, she heard it. It was because she heard it that she was even more certain that these humans were not chaos darkness invasion vectors, but simply sick in the head. I just didn't realize that the young girl in front of me, who seemed to be quite sensible. Surprisingly also, Akari swept up the oil-stealing woman and simply tucked her wings away. I, for one, do not wish to explain that you are not a carrier of the invasion of chaos darkness. Akari sighed, the saber rattling for so long, and even reminders of hanging on for dear life, spending so much energy, and losing inflammation. I didn't realize that the ones who were nervous about dealing with it were a bunch of humans who weren't very brainy. What a loss. Akari made a comment, but it upset the players. They have crazy group chats. Why are you saying no now? Game bug, right? Asterisk. I know. If we recognized the player's identity, wouldn't this game be unplayable? So the backstage side must have directly changed the data for all the NPCs. That seems right, if you put it that way. These angels of the divine race, or the first NPC we've encountered that suspects our identity. She's not about to pass the Turing test, is she? Identity of the oil-stealing granny game up. It's still pretty well known in gaming circles. He had said so, and everyone felt right. Upon further scrutiny, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed right. Just now this Akari was dying to kill them. It's a turnaround. And hey, the name that's about to go red. Suddenly it's green. Wow. Oil-stealing woman. What a hearty pull. We're still an internal test after all. So maybe this bug will be fixed immediately after it's discovered. Tang Tianlu turned the dagger in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he watched the snow fall. But, Commander-in-Chief, what about this angel? Return it directly? He hadn't even gotten his dagger open yet. Commander-in-Chief? It was only then that Akari sensed something was wrong and looked over towards the Knight Uncollector. Knight Uncollected puffed out his chest and tilted his head. What's wrong? I'm leading the squad, and I'm also considered the commander of our squad. Don't take 20 people and not be a squad, alright. Akari, I should have known not to say anything. I'm so screwed. These humans are still real. The angels have no intention of making enemies of the humans, and you don't have much to lose. Instead, my people, who are now seriously injured, will be in danger of dying if they are not treated. So, it's snowing, please release my people. Yukira nodded. It's okay. When she finished, she extended her hand and rubbed her index finger and thumb against each other. 50 million star coins. 50 million star coins. Wei Yuan all but rose from his seat. Akari thought Yukira would Leonize her. I didn't realize that it would only be 50 million star coins. It's just a small vein. Though, she frowned slightly. Is it really only that little? In the silence, the player group went wild. Holy, Commander-in-Chief. You're my god. They're not going to be unable to take it, are they? Sure enough. Oh, hitting the house is the most lucrative, right? It's snowing. In business, you have to give the other side a little bit of leeway to bargain. She had a faint smile on her face. From the ground up. In the mall, negotiating prices is only possible with an attitude that the other party can't figure out the bottom line. $50 million is what she blurted out. There's plenty of room for a counteroffer if Akari wants one. Anyway, as long as the price is high, there is no fear of the other party counteroffering. Even if it was returned to 5 million star coins, converted into gold coins, that would still be 500 million. Akari, okay. 50 million star coins. Yukira stayed. Oops. Prices opened low. Chapter 176, facing a star beast for the first time. May, Snowlaw for the first time in the game. The expression did not taut. She even shivered a little and rubbed her face. At this point, the players' group chat blew up as well. Holy, let's make an offer. Aren't we underpaying? By the looks of it, we're definitely driving less. Is it too late to raise the price again on an ad hoc basis? I'm sure it won't work. Or we could do another ING job and get some angels for money? Don't tell me. I've come up with a path to get rich and famous. Tang Tianlu, who had been smiling brightly just a moment ago, also trembled with the dagger in his hand. He lowered his head. There wasn't much blood left on Yan's face, and he looked extraordinarily miserable. Belonging is just hanging on by a thread. Holy, brother, don't shiver ***. This is our money tree. The oil-stealing woman quickly ran over and moved Tang Tianlu's dagger out of the way. Then with incomparable solicitude, she drew out a medical injection from her own backpack. It's not safe for us to take 50 million star coins if this angel is not treated and sent back. The oil-stealing woman had just finished speaking. Several other players nodded. That's right. Is one enough? We'll give some too. The medical injections inside the game's backpack are from the system. Players don't redeem them at a high price. They stuck around and stocked up during the last mission discount. Now one by one, they want to please and ingratiate themselves with these angelic rich women. Gah! They're all rich women. One will do. The oil-stealing woman hemmed and hawed as she pushed the injection into the angel's body. Yen closed her eyes when she had been about to tell these humans that ordinary healing injections were useless to her. She suddenly felt pure energy, channeled into her pulse from the spot where the needle had been stuck. Vitality. Yen opened her eyes in shock and looked down to see where the oil-stealing woman had injected her. At the small of her arm, in the angel's line of sight, the pale green potion with a strong life energy was surprisingly effective in repairing her meridians all the way down. What is it? The oil-stealing woman looked up in bewilderment. It's a healing injection. Only within the human race? Yeah. Rich. No. Yen, how do you feel? Very well. Yen nodded. I feel like I've recovered quite a bit, and I'll pay you for it. Thanks. Although Yen was dying just now, he had heard what the players had said to Akari. As a member of the divine race that could be sent to participate in the competition, her own resources could already be said to be incomparably generous. The divine race had already possessed countless planets before the Star Alliance was formed. Their wealth had been accumulated for so many years, so naturally they were not comparable to the already defeated human race. $50 million. Yen himself can get it out now. It's a star money card with $60 million in it, in addition to a replacement for my life, plus one of the healing injections from earlier. Yen flung out a card. Yukira lifted her hand to clip the card and took a deep breath. It's a mistake. Makabaka, whoa. Oil stealer woman, you're making too much money here. 10 million star coins for one injection. Begging in secret, seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Brother, the chicken guy who eats potatoes rallies the garbage picking alliance. I put in some money, and now I still almost have gold coins to exchange for a level 6 gene potion. Wait for me to let me transfer some. Oil stealing woman, no problem. Star, 6. Star, hit me with some too. Oil stealer woman, okay big guy. No problem big guy. He. What's it called? It's called good people getting rewarded. He. The oil-stealing woman was smiling and couldn't contain her excitement. But just at this time, a gust of wind blew up and bean-sized raindrops crackled towards the tent. Akari suddenly stifled a grunt. She looked outside the tent. My mental barrier. It's being attacked. A star beast has appeared. What? The players turned their heads. A large scarlet eye. At this moment, through the tarp above the tent, after dripping around for a few times, locked onto the players inside. A huge, gaping mouth, harping out a foul odor. 6th grade. Look what I found. Weird tone, fishy breath, and a mouthful of fangs that glinted with cold light. Food. Huge claws that tore through the membrane cloth. It was only at this time that the players got a good look at what was running by. A huge, brown bear-like star beast. Do all the bears in the stars talk? The oil-stealing woman muttered. The players had raised their weapons and started shooting towards the brown bear-like star beast. Whoa, this defense is kind of awesome guys. Can't break the defense. Nima. This bear. How? Can't break the defense. Prabhupada was holding his blue light Gatling and firing it with a clatter, while his face trembled and he didn't forget to check the blood bar of this brown bear. Star beasts are also divided into different categories. Some have high defense and some have high attack power. Akari spread her wings and flew up. It just so happens that this bear-type star beast is a high defense and attack type, and it's still a level 6 star beast. Akari hadn't finished her words. Standing at the forefront, looking at the extraordinarily conspicuous Pushya Bodhisattva, by this bear, a slap flying out. He fell to the ground. not forgetting to hold the Gatling and burst toward the bear's mouth and eyes. But it didn't work. The brown bear was smart enough to block its eyes and mouth and nose with one paw, and quickly ran to the side of the Prabhupada with another paw. Prabhupada, after going offline, with a peaceful face, he opened the playpen. Have a sip of tea. The Bodhisattva is tired. He hadn't even taken a few minutes off when the video from his teammate hit. Sakura falls into the mane of his horse. Look brother, this bear, the way it talks, does it sound exactly like you? After connecting to the video, Pushin Bodhisattva saw that Sakura Fall's horsehair had changed into a stark battle armor and was running wildly. The brown bear is chasing after him, rainwater on his fur, shaking off as he ran. The wide-open mouth still contained half of Prabhupada's Gatling. What's even scarier is that the brown bear has human words coming out of its mouth. Bodhisattva, transcend you, worry. The chrysanthemum tea in Pushia's hand spilled. What the hell is this brown bear? Why would you use his voice and say the words? Or would the Bodhisattva overtake you? Ha! So weird. Captain, forget about what it's yelling next to you. Prabhupada, from the camera, saw the dense assortment of all kinds of star beasts after the tarpaulin was completely lifted. The tide of the beast. Swamp Star. Isn't there supposed to be no beast tide at this point in time? It's not just Swamp Star. Several other planets, all of them are experiencing a wave of beasts. Wow. This class of contestants is hard. There was a clamor in the audience. Several of the participating Lords graduates suddenly had ugly faces. 177. Nasty. Although star beast tides are uncommon in the Green Shade Galaxy, it's not to say that they're not there either. And when they appear this time, at most, it can only be said that this batch of participants are a bit unlucky. Yeah, it looks like this class is going to lose a lot of its stalwarts. In the audience, a number of races watching the battle were chattering and chatting. Warning, warning, warning. Anomalous beast riot in the Shade of Green system. All Lords, please contact your participating clansmen and secure yourselves until help arrives. Rescue on the way. Rescue on the way. Reiterated. The old principal's voice suddenly rang out from the big screen in the audience. It resounded throughout the square. The images on the screen, as they fluctuated, went wrong one by one. Starting with Fruity Star, which had the most entries. The screen flickered, the picture shook, and finally went out. Then there are the arboreal stars, the green bush stars, swamp stars, one after the other. The Lords' faces changed. Not only are they graduates of the academy, they are soon to be Lords. Every Lord. The men are trained by themselves. These geniuses selected from the clans were all very strong one by one, and their future growth was all predictable. These are the capital for them, the Lords, to rise majestically in the future. But now, problems with the game? Or the first one? The Lord of the Orc race was the first one whose face turned ugly. He raised his head. His bestiality all a little worse? I can't get in touch. Green Shade is too far away. And after the channel closed, my signal couldn't get through. His people, when they encountered the star beasts, would not be treated as their own kind. I'm going to beg the principal to open the passage and let the race clansmen come back first. This beastman lord got up and was held down by Feng Yushing. Feng Yushing, even if the passageway is opened, it will be scattered by the impact of the star beasts. Moreover, even the Academy's monitoring equipment has been destroyed. Do you think? The passage should have been too far to fight through. And now that you've gone to the old principal and pushed for the Lai, you might as well have gone to your pack first and gone to pressure the alliance into engaging in quicker support. Wei Yuan spoke up as well. After he finished, he turned toward the viewing room where the old principal was. Feng Yushing looked at Wei Yuan's back and frowned slightly. He didn't seem too surprised by this onslaught of star beasts. Perhaps it was his people who could escape at any time. Feng Yushing's sight swept to the surrounding lords. They were all so worried one by one. A wave of star beasts that could make even the old principal initiate a notification. The originating star beast behind it. It must be at least level 8. I wonder if they'll make it back alive. The electronic camera swept over Wei Yuan's face and the electronic door opened automatically. The old principal had a cold face, obviously having just finished talking to someone from the Alliance military region a while ago. Rubbing his temples at the moment, seeing Wei Yuan coming, he waved his hand. Something happened. The star beasts from the Green Shade Galaxy came too early. The old principal nodded. According to the model given by there will indeed be a wave of star beasts this time, which is considered a difficulty for the contestants. After all, if it's just a matter of piecing together a good map and getting into the red zone, the game is too easy. So on the side of the Alliance hierarchy, they put out some bait to lure some of the star beasts to the Green Shade Galaxy, but just now they came with the news that all of the bait that was sent had died. Wei Yuan snorted. Sure enough, these Alliance executives never wanted the students of the Lord's Academy to become stronger. Many of the students in their class this year were from powerful races. In addition to him, Wei Yuan, there were several other students who were strong candidates for the Führer, so it didn't surprise Wei Yuan at all that they would mess up. Only, if these guys play badly, it's, how many levels will this wave of star beasts be? 9th grade. The old principal rubbed his brow. The passage cannot be opened right now, so all support is needed to get over from the nearest white moon system in the Green Shade Galaxy, but the white moon star to reach the Green Shade star, just by the battleship to travel. It will take 2 days. 2 days? The members of the competition. It is estimated that. Then surely we'd have to die out. The communication can't contact the participating clansmen anymore. Old headmaster, a level 9 beast tide. There will definitely be a level 9 star beast in it, right? Wei Yuan inquired. The old principal sank down. You're not allowed to go. We don't have a clue as to what their plot is yet. Their target could be you. Aren't those clansmen of yours able to utilize space technology? Just tell them to go back to the human clans immediately. As for the other students' clansmen, we are now at the mercy of God. Wei Yuan laughed coldly and looked at the old principal and shook his head. If they really listen to heaven, then they will be even more fearless in the future. Headmaster, they have now dared to openly make a move, come to intervene in the competition, and even messed up. If we don't give them a hard lesson, in the future, the Lord competition, it is estimated that, then surely we'd have to die out. The communication can't contact the participating clansmen anymore. Old headmaster, a level 9 beast tide. There will definitely be a level 9 star beast in it, right? Wei Yuan inquired. The people, generation after generation, although most of them hadn't been able to make it to the top, but there will always be those few that are both born in a high-class race and have outstanding strength, being able to storm the old ones with the support of their pack kinship, and holding favor with the College of Lords. Such a presence is also threatening to the guys who have been sitting firmly in the top positions. The Green Shade Galaxy was also far away from the Alliance, and it was surrounded by a lot of star beasts because of the suitable environment. The Fruit Star, in particular, is frequented by star beasts. It was just that before. There were no high-level star beasts to start a beast tide. The first game of the Lord's Academy tournament was chosen to go to the Green Shade Galaxy. The shady guys were probably happy on the spot, so without even notifying the Academy, the decoys were directly arranged to travel to the Green Shade Galaxy. It also specifically avoids the Academy's surveillance, and then succeeded, drawing in a 9th-rate star beast. They were bound to screw up with the old principal's excuses, but in reality, they are, at this moment, overjoyed. But there's nothing I can do. The old principal sighed and shook his head. Wei Yuan, the top echelons of the Alliance are in cahoots, and the Lord's Academy has long since become a thorn in their side. The old principal looked down at his hands, pale, representing more than just physical old age, and his fading strength. In the Alliance, the underdog is hard. Old Chancellor, don't forget how the successor you chose before you died. Do you still want to see the old guys sitting firmly at the top, with their asses not moving? Wei Yuan leaned against the door, his smile not reaching the bottom of his eyes. Those old farts, they've been acting as a bully within the Alliance for too long. I think it's long overdue to shuffle the cards and tell them to get the hell out of the border defense warzone. Attention all players, game plot updates. A new quest is about to appear. Please prepare all players. Chapter 178 Epic Quest. Unity Sun, open a new round of player summoning. I think it's time to let the 10,000 races know the human races. True strength. Wei Yuan left with a big stride and closed the old principal's door. Older and older. The old principal is far from as ambitious as he was then. One must know that back then, when Wei Yuan came to the Lord's Academy, he was still thinking that this place was at least considered to be the only place within the Interstellar Alliance that could shelter him and grow up safely. Didn't realize, but only a few years have passed in the district. The old principal had wimped out. Back in the day, while Wei Yuan was in school, aside from the fact that those guys had secretly ambushed Wei Yuan a few times, they had also done something very big. The old principal's son, on his way back from the war to take over the principal's position, is attacked, died on the spot. The death scene is said to be extremely gruesome. The old principal didn't even wait for his child's whole body. It was also an opportunity for Wei Yuan to align himself with the old principal. Didn't realize. Wei Yuan pulled up the corner of his mouth. When people get old, they just have a soft spot. He glanced at the one standing outside the door. Still knowing nothing, the old principal's grandson. Since the principal is afraid to do it, let him do it. Summoning task, please summon 100 million players within 24 hours. Mission reward, full version of level 6 gene potion. Full version of level 7 gene potion. Full version of level 8 gene potion. Divine genetic talent. Insight talent. Space shuttling ability, Lord's exclusive use. Summon at once. After Wei Yuan finished those 4 words, He returned to his position in the central square. At this point, the screens in the center square had all gone dark. The audience is whispering, and it's all over the AstroTurf. The competition for the Lord's Academy had only just begun, and there was such a big mishap. If all the participants of this match died, then the Lord's Academy would really be to blame. Just as all the lords were worried, Wei Yuan took a big stride and walked to the podium where the old principal had spoken before. I'm Wei Yuan. The crisis in this competition is no accident. I think that since the Lord's Academy enrollment is geared towards the 10,000 races, the 10,000 races have the right to know the truth. Boom! The old principal was sitting in his office and was also able to hear what Wei Yuan said. He sat up straight in an instant, his mind going blank as if he'd been blown. This kid, Wei Yuan, is he crazy? He was about to get up, intending to go forward to stop Wei Yuan. Just in through the door, his grandson reached right out and squeezed the old principal's shoulder. Casey. The old principal looked back at his young grandson. The child, who resembled his son 9 times over, had an expression on his face at that moment that looked exactly like his father. Literally, Grandpa, you're right. The human race is really different. And Wei Yuan is really different. Don't you really want to avenge my father? Casey looked straight at his grandfather. He never knew that without realizing it. He had become his grandfather's weakness. No wonder his grandfather had always told him to befriend the human race and even asked him to go and make good relations with Wei Yuan. Now that you've got it all figured out that those guys dared to go after my father, you should know that they didn't go after me. It was just bad timing. The Lord's Academy is, inevitably, a thorn in their side. It's no use compromising all the time. The old principal crumpled back into his seat. He watched as Casey stood in front of his seat with such a solemn look on his face. In his ears, he heard Wei Yuan's clear, resounding oath to declare war. But the human race, it's not as strong as it used to be. He sighed inwardly. Wei Yuan's voice, from the amplification equipment, reached the scene and even the entire central galaxy. I am the human lord, Wei Yuan. Since the Lord's Academy is enrolling students for the 10,000 races, then we must make everything known to the citizens of the 10,000 races. This Class 9 beast tide that appeared in the first match of the Lord's Academy was not a result of the Academy's failure to scout well, much less an accident, but rather, it was an intentional act on the part of certain higher-ups of the Alliance. His voice was loud and clear. As to which one or ones did this, I don't know, but I will ask the mechanicals to come to judgment. As for the competition crisis, I am now applying to the Academy for us, the human race, to intervene in the competition, and I will be teleporting 10 million clansmen of the human race to the Green Shade Galaxy, to go and rescue the contestants, requesting approval from the principal. The old principal looked at the amplification device Casey had pushed over. He sighed. The new world. It belongs to these young people. Human Lord Wei Yuan. Application approved. The application was approved. After 4 words came out of the old principal's mouth, Wei Yuan laughed. In the audience, so many communities, they had already sent all the happenings of this time to the Star Network. The guys hiding behind it. It has to be fought off. But right now, on Stars, the internet is asking the most questions. 10 million clansmen? Are there still this many people in the human race? Could it be that they're still planning to gather back all their clansmen who are far away in the Star Ocean battle realm? Even if we gather those clansmen back, it's probably not enough. Besides, aren't those clansmen of the human race, who are in the Star Ocean battlefield, all deep into that terrain? How could they still be summoned back? The Alliance's liaison can't even find them. A lost cosmic clearing where no signal can penetrate in. The human race is preparing to use clones in large numbers. Do they have that many genetic potions to work with? Who knows? The players, however, were all mad, because the new quests that the game jumps out at you are so bombastic. Epic Quest, Shades of Green, the Lord's Academy competition, guided by unknown forces, has resulted in a wave of Class 9 Star Beasts. Player assignments. Task 1, kill the recycled Star Beast. During the mission, all the Star Beasts killed are automatically recovered without the player's manual operation, and the Star Beasts are evaluated according to the strength of the reality of the strength of the player to give the player gold rewards. Note, after killing the Star Beasts can choose to exchange for gold or directly take the flesh and blood to eat. The system can handle the ingredients for the players, paid. Task 2, protecting participating members. This is a randomized mission. If the player can obtain the consent of the participating members and reach a protection agreement, the player can temporarily include the participating members in the pet stowage space. Successful stowage will result in a chance to obtain a copy of the participating members' genes. 1 random ability. In addition to the competing players partying, all players also received another message. This mission, all players can participate. Accept the mission. You can be directly transported into the Green Galaxy. This mission, New players resurrection without payment. Old players half-price resurrection. Another, the game opened a new round of testing. Open a million places. Old players can pay to buy places. And the game officially opened the recharge system. Please pay attention to check. Chapter 179, Star North Star. Swamp Star. The camp tent was comprehensively torn apart. The angels are scarred. Not many signs of humans can be seen on the ground anymore. The corner of Akari's eye was slashed open by a level 7 hawk-like star beast, and hot blood dripped down, attracting more terrifying star beasts. The blood and flesh of high-level genetic warriors was extremely attractive to the star beasts. They can alternatively turn on genetic unlocking by eating the flesh and blood of advanced genetic warriors. Akari had already injected a level 7 gene potion into her body. With a single stroke of her sword, she strangled the star beast that almost killed her just now. The huge body of the beast landed with a thud. There were more star beasts on the ground grabbing for flesh and blood. Eat? These star beasts were able to grow so big by eating. Akari, all the signals are all cut off. Even the signals within our divine race are cut off. It should be all the channel communications. They've all been cut off. Yen, who had just been cured and had spent 50 million star coins, was also in a sorry state at this time. What about the human race? Akari punched out a large space that Star Beast couldn't cross. Protect them? The human race is incredibly fragile. With a battle like this, they will surely die. Akari's words had just finished. Just glimpsed where the giant eagle he had just killed had fallen. A dark silhouette, wrapped in mud like a maggot, may fly chrysalis through the beasts, then steal chunks of meat and feathers that fall off the ground. Oil stealer woman, hey guys, smearing swamp mud in the feces of these star beasts on your body can really hide some of them from detection. I picked up quite a bit of giant eagle meat. Secretly begging, the game anchor brain is just great. Any kind of tawdry maneuver can be done. I'm coming. Makabaka, I'm coming too. Players were killed and injured in large swathes. And even Shimo Eula was eaten to the bone dregs under the initial wave of star beast onslaught. But this guy, the oil thief, is a thief. After realizing that those star beasts weren't quite right, they immediately plunged into the swampy mud with a jerk, and then happens to find some feces. Sneakily, he shipped it to a couple of his buddies. The other players were a bit dazzled by this tawdry maneuver. Ha ha, this is me being witty alright, but these star beasts are really scary. Wow. Eating people and learning to talk after humans, it's really strange. Are all the interstellar star beasts this scary? Thinking of a horror movie I saw before. It seems like there are monsters that eat people and then gain a portion of the food's genetic fragments, then cut off the DNA and reconnect. A few people were chattering away when Makabaka was the first to realize something was wrong. Where's the big star? It was just there a moment ago. Wow. Oil stealer woman, the pretentious big guy wouldn't want to smear star beast feces and plan to fight hard then die inside the beasts. Would he? He'd only ever get by when Star wasn't around. But the next second, he felt a weight on his head. Subconsciously he clutched his head tightly and squatted into the corner. I'm sorry, Star. I'm sorry. Ha ha, look at you wimp. Star went offline and sent a message in the group. Darkbag withdrew the hand pressed on the head of the oil-stealing woman. He knew the pussy was a wimp. Ha? What is she doing offline? What's she waiting for if she's not harvesting gold coins right now? At this point, the player group chats were going crazy. Yukira went offline and started docking directly into Star People's in-game currency exchange system. Wei Yuan let the system go to the full extent of the matter. The system then opened the Kryptonite channel as he thought, and opened an offline mall, specializing in selling nutrient solutions. And more players go offline to pull their buddies into the game. It's like the stars just opened his eyes from the playpen and ran outside. There were still more or less a few students in the Wu Family Martial Arts Center. The place where Star lived was on the second floor of the Martial Arts Center. She dang-dang down the stairs, just saw his dad, teaching his students some moves. She hid her eyes and saw that something was wrong. Dad, when this move is in actual combat, you should flip your wrist and go straight for the enemy's throat, or else it's easy to get a reverse hamstring. With those words, she winded up running out the door. The game is all about personas. Outside of the game, Star is not a cold person. Instead his personality is kinda outgoing. You kid, why are you so dismantled? Star's dad reached out to greet him, only to see Star, without looking back, get on her bike. What are you doing? You're going out to play after the game? It's not easy to get offline. Don't you want to eat? No more food. I'm going to get my cousin to come over here on something important. What else could be important to this child? Looking for Xiaobei? Star dad is still a little confused. The few martial arts practicing disciples around him were already trying to follow the movements that Star had said. Wow, master, your daughter seems to be right. Holy, this move, use it surprisingly smoother than before, but if you directly choke someone's throat, the force is not mastered well. Something may happen. Oh, master, your daughter won't be. Click over. When Star's dad saw a couple of his disciples in that state, one of them had a brainwave. What is this nonsense? My daughter is a martial arts practicing wizard. That's why she can see at a glance that something is wrong. But this stance, don't learn it indiscriminately. Or as I taught you before, go practice. After Star Dad dismissed a few disciples, he wiped his hands on the second floor. His wife had also just come out of Star's room. The two of them looked at each other, and Star's old mom was a little worried. Old Wu, this child, said he went to look for Xiaobei. I'm not sure what exactly. Looking for Xiaobei? Star's mom was full of doubts. What's there to find in Xiaobei? A self. The word autistic hasn't even been uttered yet. Star's dad then gave his wife the cold shoulder. Xiaobei, the child's martial arts talent is not worse than our daughter. Don't open your mouth and shut your mouth on the autistic child shouting, so that the daughter heard and said you. At this point, Star has taken a nice standing start on his bike. The bike's inertia carried her across the concrete road and under a large tree in front of a country brick house. Dropped the stirrups. Star knocked on the wooden door outside the brick house. Xiaobei, open the door. Sister. After a while, a boy, dressed in somewhat dirty old clothes, slowly opened the wooden door. The boy froze and looked up at Star, and it took a while before he spoke. Sister. With that word, he looked towards the ground and re-immersed himself back into his world. Little Tatsu? Why are you here at Grandma's? An old man came out of the kitchen. Didn't your dad say you were playing video games? You say you are such an adult. It's better to stop playing games. Hurry up and find a boyfriend. Serious things. Milk. I don't have time to nag you, huh? I'll take Xiaobei to my house. Star finished and pulled Xiaobei outside. What are you taking him for? You kid. Don't you even have dinner at home before you leave? Star ran as fast as she could. I'll take Xiaobei to play a game. Come back later to eat. What? Just as Star's her grandmother reacted. She saw that Star had pressed Bei behind the seat of the car, then stood up and started pedaling the bike as fast as she could. Chapter 180, Playing Games and Making Money? This kid. Why is he always so windy? Star stopped the bike and pulled Kahoku up the stairs in a dang run. Star's mom looked up from downstairs and couldn't help but mutter as she watched them go straight into Star's playroom without even looking back. This child, playing games to give back to Xiaobei, also brought in. This daughter of ours, who can control her? But why bring Xiaobei to the game room? It can't be to take Xiaobei to play games, can it? Star's dad and mom looked at each other and followed them upstairs. Immediately after that, Star's voice could be heard from the room. Player ID, Star North Star. Game qualification purchased successfully. Can gaming equipment be mailed to my current residence? Can. The voices in the house. Not so little. Both couples were a bit bewildered. What does that mean? Before any of them had a chance to ask, they heard Star in the house yell toward the outside. Dad, there will be equipment from the game company in the mail later, so send it up for me. You girl, you're really going to bring Xiaobei to play the game? Master, a delivery has arrived. Star's dad hadn't finished his sentence yet. The disciples downstairs started yelling. Star's mom frowned as she watched her husband go downstairs to get the delivery. As soon as she pushed the door open, she watched as Star was sitting next to Bei, teaching him how to lay into the game pod later. Star's mom sighed and patted Star's shoulder. Daughter, come over here. Mom will talk to you. Star looked at Xiaobei. Xiaobei, you sit here obediently and don't run around, ha. When she waited until Xiaobei was out of sight, Star's mom frowned, her tone slightly angry. Tatsu, are you preparing to take Xiaobei to play a game? Xiaobei's family situation. Do you still need me to tell you? You are now able to follow your father to the competition to get the prize money. You make your own money to play the game to buy equipment, I do not say you. But Xiaobei family. Forget it, you don't understand yet. Star's mom sighed. I also know that you mean well and want to expose Xiaobei to more things. But Tatsuya, a lot of things aren't possible just because you want them to be. Mom, I know you're trying to say that turning back to uncle will find a way to pay me. But that's just some in-game gold coins. I have more than enough. And I can afford all this money for equipment. And I have a feeling that with this game, there's no chance that I can recover some of it for Xiaobei. Star didn't know how to explain it to her mom. This cousin of hers, who was found to be autistic at the age of 3, was past the point of being able to intervene early. Her eldest uncle, husband and wife, go out to work just to make money for Xiaobei to do rehabilitation. But the autism rehabilitation program is long. The price is not cheap. The effect is not yet visible. These 10 years down the line, the eldest uncle's family cannot make ends meet, but it is preferred that the eldest uncle, this person, does not accept the Star family's financial assistance. Before that, Star dad would take Xiaobei to martial arts competitions, because Xiaobei is so talented. But then the organizers found out about Kahoku's special situation, and Kahoku was banned. Star had long wanted to try and see if he could bring this cousin of his into the game. Now that you have the opportunity, how can you not try it? but on your eldest uncle's side. Don't worry, Mom. I know this matter in my heart. And this game has now opened the Kryptonite channel. If Xiao Bei can play it, he might earn more money than Big Uncle and the others. Now that's really saying anything to fool your mom. How much money can you make playing games? Star's mom gave Star a blank look. Anyway, don't go overboard. This gaming equipment isn't cheap at first glance. She wasn't old enough to be blind. She'd seen this gaming pod when Star was playing games before, and it looked like it was worth a lot of money. People can still not eat or drink while lying inside. And this equipment is very expensive just by looking at it. The kid is still lying. Really, if you don't believe me, look it up on the internet yourself. Seeing that his dad had already come up carrying the new equipment, Star hurriedly pushed his mom out, and then connected the equipment to Xiao Bei, who had stayed on the sidelines, and stuffed it into the game pod. Welcome to Starman. Star North Star was inside the dormant silo and opened his eyes. Countless sounds, images, smells, and vibrations he'd never paid attention to before scrambled into his brain. Star North Star stared in shock, surrounded by players who were new to the game this time. The sound of players chattering was especially clear. Never again would it be like the old days, when he could hear voices, but they were muffled and there was absolutely no way to understand what was going on. He's too new. Feelings he'd never felt before made him scared and feel shaky all over again. He looked around in a bit of a panic, trying to find a familiar figure. The players all had smiles on their faces as they ran past each other with a cheeky grin. It quickly caught Star North Star's eye. 1 second he was thinking about finding his sister. The next he was following the players around. Little old brother, you're a newbie too, aren't you? You look like a blank slate. Do you want to join our alliance? Look, there's a little kid. Buddy up, buddy up. This game, it's also too powerful. This time it directly released 1 million accounts. It is estimated that it is about to go straight to the shelves. It should be. Now also open Kryptonite channel. But it is the game of gold coins. Surprisingly so expensive. I thought at least $100 gold coins. Did not think $1 can only buy 10 gold coins. At a glance you are an honest person. Find an alliance. Go inside the alliance and look for Big Brother players to exchange. It's much more cost effective than what the exchange system in the game gives. Doesn't the game restrict players from screwing up like that? Don't build it. Anyway, the announcement restriction hasn't been issued yet. I've already found the anchor I was following before to steal the oil woman for $3,000 in gold. Upgrading is the most important thing. I'll have to take the latest quest this time. Anyway, newcomer resurrection is free. This wave is wildly profitable. The information was like a tidal wave pouring into a sponge, and Xing Beichen felt that all those words he couldn't understand before were now, suddenly, all understandable. He stood in the player's house and waved his hand after smiling good-naturedly at the few players who had just tried to pull him into the game. Brother and sister, I won't join your alliance for now. I'm waiting for my sister. Who is your sister? Oh yo, you were brought into the game by your sister. Ha, Etsu replied he just picked this kid up just now. Just looking at his ID, it looks a bit familiar. Star North Star. Hey, just one more word with the starry-eyed bigot. I'm afraid it's also one of the backup groups for the big star guy. Kids nowadays, they just love chasing stars. But the starry-eyed bigot is indeed a bullseye. Star North Star thought about what he had just heard his sister say before entering the game. But there was no way to understand it at the time. In retrospect, what did my sister say? My ID is Star. So I'll name you Star North Star, Xiao Bei. When you get to the game later, just report my name and you should be able to find me. Millions of players directly online. Blue Star's hibernation chambers open directly into the thousands. So it's kinda tricky to find people. And Star North Star doesn't have calms until he's in the game. Star North Star, my sister's name is Star. Brother, she said that if I enter the game and report her ID, I can find her. Can you help me find her? Ito replied. Oh, your sister's name is Star. Dependent on the reply the voices have changed. The look he gave to Star North Star became bright and shiny all of a sudden. What did you just say? Little brother? What's your sister's name? Star. Star North Star was confused. Brothers. I've picked up the brother of a starry-eyed bigot. I've picked up the brother of a starry-eyed bigot. Heavy rain fell. Swamp Star is wetter. The only star beasts that came to the siege this time were the ones from the dark sector that were willing to come here. The raindrops were hard on the wings. None of the angels had the stamina left to open their mental barriers to get out of the rain. The slimy mud was still occasionally tumbled with poisonous insects native to the swampy stars. Akari took the dead and wounded angels and quickly ducked for cover. The brain is out of signal. They can't reach anyone. Akari, are we, going to die here? The few angels that were following Akari around were originally tinkering with the think tank in their hands, getting no feedback on links over and over again. There was no way to even access the internal network of the divine nation anymore. They're a little taut. Several four-winged angels had their wings torn off. From the broken open wounds, one could see the white bones inside. Rain on the wound will also trigger more intense pain. But none of that was as good as being on the battlefield. Seeing your best friends being torn apart and devoured by the star beasts until they disappeared into thin air. They didn't even manage to take a feather with them. There wasn't much blood left on Akari's face either. Swamp star because of the harsh environment. Even the star beasts don't really like to pick this place. But on the contrary, there were so many darkness-type grade 7 star beasts that came. She was able to escape from those star beasts by relying on advanced prediction. At this moment, when she heard the wails of her teammates again, there was despair flowing from Akari's eyes as well. Even with the injection of the level 7 gene unlocking potion, there was no way for her to deal with 3 level 7 star beasts at the same time. First, find a safe location and consolidate how much equipment is still available and the battle damage to the mechs. Akari knew that if even she was discouraged now, there was really no way for them to leave the planet alive. The Lord's Academy side will definitely be the first to notice the problem, and they'll send someone over to save us. And now that the Star Beast's main force is attacking the Rainy Night Clan, we just need to delay until help arrives from the Lord's Academy. Akari reached up and wiped away the tears of the angel at her side. But Moon and Mia and the others, the teenage angel shook her shoulders, unable to face the death of her teammate. They are little angels born in the same batch, training and growing together from birth. The ones who were picked to compete were the most gifted. Everyone was prepared for the fact that there would be casualties during the course of the game, but they hadn't expected it to be this fast. It's gonna be so bloody. Akari, this is an essential refining before you become true warriors. I don't know what happened to those humans. They were able to clone the originals directly after they died, so I guess they're long gone. A couple of the other angels, who were badly injured, held each other up and changed the subject. At first it was possible to see a few humans fighting the star beasts. Later they were seen rolling around covered in mud and feces, running to pick up the pieces of the star beasts. The last time it was seen again was the scene of the humans who were ready to pick up the pieces and get eaten. Luckily, they're still able to clone the originals, and if the memories over here can be brought back as well, they'll surely report them to the academy. Right? It will. So we must carry it. Akari's face grew white. The star beasts hadn't found their trail, all thanks to the mental interference Akari kept releasing. If it were normal, she wouldn't feel the pressure. But right now, the hurt was too much. Let's find a safe location first. The main force is on the Rainy Night Clan side. There shouldn't be many star beasts left on this half of the planet we're on. Her words had just finished. Then the fluctuations of the star beasts were detected. 6th grade. It still seems to be fighting something. Akari's body shifted. And with her current stamina, she would have no problem taking on a level 6 star beast. But if the mental interference wasn't turned on, the flesh and blood of her 7th level genetic warrior would instantly attract those high level ferocious beasts. Around. Can't get around it. The angel beside her side. Not far away. 3 pairs of eyes glowing with cold light looked towards them. A low, hoarse voice emerged from the brown bear's mouth. Bodhisattva. Bless you. All for the Empire. Look what I found. A bunch of angels. It changed its voice several times in the time it took to say those words. The other 2 ferocious beasts also walked out. Gah! It's an angel. As tender and delicious as human flesh and blood is to eat, angels have more energy. The faces of Akari's team of invalids changed. Genetically mutated star beasts. They've reached the 6th level. Are they devouring human flesh and blood to promote them? Akari took a deep breath. A pure white angelic mech was released. The mech had a penetrating wound in its chest, running from its shoulder to its abdomen. Almost got gouged out of the cab in the heart position. Apparently, this mech of Akari's was nearly scrapped during the battle at the time. Commander-in-Chief, if we keep fighting, the feathered wings will be completely scrapped. Let's do it. Our mechs. We can fight again. Akari entered the mech. You guys, run away first. She drew the weapon made of the feathers on the back of her mech. The tip of the weapon had shattered. She was still confident in killing these 3 star beasts with all her might. Big deal. The interference fails. At least it gives the team hope for life. Whoa, dude, be merciful. This is the bear I'm looking at. Don't do it yet. After a scream, the hippie alien rolled out of the corner in his mech. Crawling. Bugs. Akari and the 3 star beasts shuddered at the same time. Luckily, walking out right behind the head mech were several humanoid creatures. Akari, you can rest with your buddies first. These 3 star beasts, we reserved them first. Dark begging came out of the darkness. On his side, several of the highest level players showed up. One by one. Star, back to chat. Take care of my old man. Star stood at the feet of the hippie alien's giant bug-like mech, twin swords in hand. The deal was to just help you catch that bear. Hey, grateful big guy. Star raised an eyebrow. There was no way around it. You had to make money to raise a brother in the game. Chapter 181, without a little defense. Bodhisattva. I am Bodhisattva. The brown bear monster roared up to the sky. Though it has a brain that has absolutely no way of understanding what a bodhisattva is. But it just felt that the human, who muttered the word bodhisattva before dying, was cool. That's right. Just cool. Since eating the human who had burst at him with a weapon, he had absorbed a little bit of the other's memories. It was fun. It's more interesting than the interstellar creatures we ate earlier. In the words of the players, this brown bear monster, it got the hang of it. Of all the star beasts, this brown bear was the only one that fell in love with eating human flesh and blood. All the other star beasts preferred to hunt the more powerful angels. The two star beasts, too, had followed the brown bear, searching for the scent of humans. At this moment, with the brown bear as the leader and the other two star beasts from the side, their goal, from the angels, shifted in the direction of the humans. The hippies' bug-shaped mechs were waiting in the corner. For their part, the player groups were all wearing ponchos and standing in the torrential rain. At the head of the group was Star. Star doesn't really like using mechs because they don't have a corresponding matching double blade. As for the other players, what the big boys do, they follow. But there are those who don't follow the trend. Members of a start squad marched behind the allied group of oil-stealing women. The recently resurrected Bodhisattva Pushin, listening to the words shouted from that brown bear's mouth, had a look of disbelief on his face. No way bear die. What the hell? He didn't have the luxury of looking around at the players, because now you don't even have to look to see it. These guys, laughing at themselves. Why? Everyone gets eaten just the same. This bear has fallen in love with this bodhisattva? Prabhupada's teeth clenched. Hey, the bodhisattva is not happy about running into a pirate at this moment, is he? Cranesong cheaply disliked the bodhisattva's shoulder. Pratya butted his eyes were lost in thought, and with a look of letting go, he folded his hands. Bodhisattva. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Saruka Song and Sakurazuma Main and the rest of his teammates looked at each other and stifled their laughter. It really doesn't matter. Can you tremble with anger? When Star Biggie asked the bear version of the bodhisattva later on, let's go over and sneak attack and give you a break? Hasong had always been the main person who watched what was going on, just because there was still a bit of a doctor's frame on him before, so he was more or less on the end of the line. But now, looking at this guy, hippie alien, it seemed like he wanted to follow the example of the big star guys and their pets, and also this brown bear that had eaten their squad, so he kind of wanted to wreak havoc. Prabhupada's eyes lit up, but he still had to act as if it didn't matter. Prabhupada, everything according to the captain. Sakura downed her horse's mane. If we're going to do it, let's do it. We have a personal vendetta against this bear. That means, it's a yes. The squad members nodded. None other than coming up and getting eaten by bears. A few players were gutted and watched hard as they were eaten while still alive. That feeling, even if there is no pain, it can be very uncomfortable. So, everyone agreed. And at that moment, the hippies, who hadn't realized they were about to be backstabbed by the pro players, were looking at the brown bear with a smile on their faces. If this has a bear, then I'll have to get the system to customize a skin for Baldur's head. Hey, I'll also have to save up for a better saw and axe. That's a lot of money to spend. Okay, just this bear isn't it? Star drew his twin swords. These two tanged swords made a beautiful arc in the rain. Because of the special material, rainwater with corrosive properties didn't even leave any traces on the surface of the knife. Hippies, yeah, just this bear. Secretly begging. This bear has already eaten a man. Is it still fit to be a pet? Oil-stealing woman, ala. We are now raising the Alliance's efforts to complete the bounty mission. Ask the chicken that eats potatoes. When he takes the mission, will he bother about whether it is reasonable or not for Party A to give the mission? Makabaka, not to raise the Alliance's strength. Steal the oil woman. Star has just hit the level 6 gene potion. She means to go on by herself alone. To take on this bear solo, the rest of us, go in the two behind the bear. Star, that's right. Secretly begging. Roba, who let you be the main battle? Then this battle, I'm in command. Star main battle brown bear. Rear black wolf. Oil stealer woman you take Makabaka and 30 newbies and do the job. Me and windblown fart will do the other one. Let's go. Roger that. Windblown but, it's not like I'm in your league. Wow. Isn't the commander-in-chief away? You're not following us and delivering yourself alone? Darkbeg grabbed Windblown Butt's collar and rushed out. The setup looks like it took forever, but in reality, it was just a few seconds. From the star beasts and the angels, it was the angels whose mechs had just been released after shocking these star beasts. Human emergence. The brown bear growled. Then the humans rushed. They don't have a chance of winning if they don't use their mechs. The angel on Akari's side had just uttered these words. Star was seen to make a jump, and in midair both blades unfolded, cutting towards the outer skin of the brown bear star beast. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to even see her movements clearly. How is this possible? Even if it was a level 6 gene warrior, it was impossible to do it that fast. Akari couldn't even help but frown. The AI of the broken mech feather lit up with a faint blue glow, scanning for star beasts in humans. The entire human race has been upgraded to become level 6 genetic warriors, AI said, causing Akari to successfully change her face. She was a little unsure a moment ago. But that's not true. It was impossible for a normal level 6 genetic warrior to be able to suppress a star beast of the same level, because a star beast's physique, from the very beginning, is just going to be stronger than the alliance races. The negative effect of the evolution of higher intelligence in all races is that the physical body will be weaker than creatures that have not produced intelligence. Humans' initial physique was only moderately low among the 10,000 races. It's so weird. Although Akari felt strange. For now they had to hope that the humans would be able to kill the 3 star beasts, so she didn't dare to do anything small at this time. Star's super speed chops cut in the same few spots each time. The brown bear ran wildly, trying to catch Star. Yet every time it scratched at her shadow, it was just so angry. In its extreme anger, it opened its voice with surprising flexibility. Bodhisattva, to eat you human. Star, eat you. Star, you can say a few words and you really think you can be a human being? Star sliced at the brown bear's throat. Pluck out your throat bone and you shouldn't be able to speak. Hippie starter, Biggie, don't. You're going to make it karma off with this one. Too wow. Star flipped his wrist, the blade turning into a hilt, and the brown bear was knocked back several steps. It was sliced thin and dense all over its body, and was even angrier now that it had been hit in the throat. After running several steps in a row, he opened his mouth wide and roared furiously in the direction of the hippies. It's summoning a star beast. Kill it. The shouts of the angels had not all fallen. A start squad, it's now. Chapter 182, there are some traitors among us. Come on, big guy, knock it out. I'll steal it for a slave deed. The hippies were on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. The house mech's front paws rubbed up. The rest of the claws were climbing even faster. Just as Star slashed the back of his blade on the brown bear's back, intending to completely subdue this guy, the brown bear turned his head and opened Star's tang blade with a claw straight away. In passing, he also grabbed the other Tommy knife. The brown bear grinned a sardonic grin and said, in a strange tone of voice, word for word, to eat the Bodhisattva, to eat the star, eat your Mara coins. Prabhupada is really unable to stand wow. This guy, it's simply a smear campaign. How dare it? And they keep calling themselves bodhisattvas. It's abominable. The Bodhisattva is going to overtake you. Dead brown bear. You're just a dead brown bear. Prabhupada roared in annoyance and ran wildly towards the brown bear. Meanwhile the other Astartes squad members also flew to follow. Sakurazuma main carries the heavy steel mech in a wide open choke. Tang Tianlu used his beloved dagger and stuck it in the brown bear's teeth. The few remaining players, on the other hand, rushed up at the same time and stuck all the brown bear's limbs. Yes, let my lord indenture it. The hippie alien thought that the members of a start squad were, well, their own outside help. With gusto, he had jumped out of the mech. Ha, cubby, I'm coming. He ran merrily. Then he felt a breeze blowing by his side. Turning his head sideways, he saw Prabhupada, carrying the barrel of a Gatling gun almost as big as a man, charging all the way through. Ha, dude, what are you doing? A hideous and horrifyingly perverted expression appeared on Pratyabhuttada's face, which had always been extraordinarily calm and compassionate. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 depleted uranium shells. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. Great mercy. Fairy the brown bear. Transit what? The hippies were shocked by the hideous and terrifying appearance of the Pratyabhuttada. Mud. Horse. No. The hippie starman stared with wide eyes, horrified, at the Purusha Bodhisattva, grimacing maniacally, shoving the barrel of the cannon, so thick, into the mouth of the brown bear beast. The blue light emerging from Gatling illuminated the area for a moment. 3,600 revolutions shook Pushya Bodhisattva's face so much that it trembled out of its stump, but he got a kick out of it. Ha, sinful animal, that's what a bodhisattva is. Overcoming you. Tada. Bodhisattva. Revenge. Cranesawn looked at the brown bear that was all beaten into a hornet's nest and couldn't help but go up and pat the bodhisattva who was still laughing maniacally. Prabhupada is usually watching from the team and is so kind. LOL. Sure enough, you can't repress yourself. When you do, you go crazy. The bodhisattva is out of Gatling bullets in his hand. The blue light doesn't come out anymore either. He then relieved himself by taking the Gatling back into space and rubbed his face with a hefty grin. Then resuming his original quiet form, he folded his arms. Hey, a good deed for the day. Today is another day of merit. The Bodhisattva smiled and turned his head. On the scene, the players, the angels, and even the two black wolves that were just now showing their teeth in battle, both froze at this point. The black wolf wailed and was ready to run. The oil-stealing woman and begging in the dark immediately returned to their senses and quickly rushed over to catch the wolf. Only the hippies, in tears. No wow bro, you guys, aren't proper people. Sakuraba Horsehair had dealt with the hippies before in the human home planet, and the relationship was quite good. He came with a heavy, thudding stride, patting the hippie alien on the shoulder. Dude, it's fine. You want a bear. This green crisis. Star beasts are everywhere. Our squad doesn't have a lot of money, but we can still get you another bear. The hippies looked up with teary eyes. But this bear, he can talk. Then I'll pay you for two. Sakurazuma Main held out 2 fingers. The hippie starman then beamed with joy. Hey, dude's a righteous man. I'll take 2 bears that look like bears. Then, success. Sakurazuma Main said while on the potato-eating chicken's chat page, and started to place an order. Brother, get 2 bear-type star beasts, tame them, and make them look like bears. Roger that. At this point, Chicken Eating Potatoes, who had just gotten out of class, immediately took the order. Congratulations to player Pratya Buddhata, killing a level 6 mutant star beast. Successful recovery, obtaining gold coins, 600. Is it made into an ingredient? Yes, 100 gold coins. No. Prabhupada looked at the brown bear that was on the verge of being beaten into mud by himself, with no appetite at all. And not far away, the oil-stealing woman and the others had returned carrying 2 wolves. The angels didn't know why they had followed these humans. Sparingly, by the time Akari and the girls came back to their senses, they had then reached an underground lair. Human campfires, burning inside the caves, and every now and then a native poisonous insect of the swamp star would tumble out and be caught by the humans. They quacked and laughed, like some sort of not fully evolved demon, screaming, pinch, crunch, chicken flavor, and then it doesn't hesitate to eat the poisonous insects. When he died, he looked peaceful too. Don't look, those are the newest ones on the line. The newcomers just aren't composed enough. The oil-stealing woman sat down on Akari's side of the freshly grilled kebabs and sprinkled them with spices. Do you eat chili? Akari froze and shook her head, receiving the meat skewer handed over by the oil-stealing woman. Akari instead subconsciously said, thank you. Dark Beg came along, and in his hand were some roasted ferns. The top is richly sauced. Akari is an angel's wow. Sure loves veggies. Oil stealer woman, ***, the angels over there in the west aren't vegetarians alright. Secretly begging. You knew it, you dog thief. Didn't you just want to sign with Akari? Oil stealing woman, oh, you're not? Secretly begging. I was trying to befriend her. Oil stealing woman, you're cheap. Secretly begging. You gluttonize people's bodies. Oil stealing woman, you don't have a craving. If you don't want it, you're looking for the sauce in the defense of Yitoa? Oil stealing woman, you dog thief. You use sauce, you're shameless. The two fought as soon as the sign was put down. Makabaka, stop fighting. You guys, she said as she quietly pulled the two in the direction away from Akari. By the time they were fighting so hard that the dog's brains were coming out, Makabaka picked up 2 sticks from the floor and brought them to Akari's hands. They always do, don't you mind? She blinked, her eyes pure. Chapter 183, all playing the game? Surely you must play your own copy of it. Thanks. Taking the food from Makabaka, without much hesitation, Akari took it into her mouth. The flavor, sure enough, was great. When she ate such delicious food, Akari became a little convinced that the humans in front of her, who looked like little children, were cloned from the cells extracted from the bodies of the first generation of humans. Hey, no thanks, just sign with me. Akari, all you have to do is sign a contract with me and I'll take you guys away. Oh. Makabaka blinked her big eyes and smiled. The gods do grow on the players. Even if Akari is now badly injured, it's hard to hide her stunning beauty. The more Makabaka looked at it, the more she liked it, and had the feeling of seeing a ball festival doll already dressed up. The gods are too perfect for that. No wonder the male players were wailing and calling them wives. The gods live up to their name. Makabaka reveled in Akali's divine face. Under the orange firelight, Makabaka supported his head. Okay Akari, if you sign a contract with me, I can make you delicious food every day. Akari looked to Makabaka with a smile. What kind of contract is it? It's a friendly contract. You just have to sign it with me so I can put you inside my space. Then I'll buy the scrolls from the lords and I'll take you straight to safety and you won't get hurt. The gentle look on Akari's face didn't change at all. Only her heart sank and her tone remained soft. Are you saying that the people can get us out safely? Yes, that's the idea. If you're willing. And if you're not, there's nothing you can do about it. Makabaka blinked. She watched Akari's eyes carefully. The NPCs in this game are doing too good of a job of latching on, aren't they? Luckily for me, I've always played character strategy-oriented games. Tiny angel, wait for me to take it. Akari frowned. She subconsciously somewhat believed the words of the little girl in front of her. The first humans were smart and cunning, but didn't have many bad intentions, and these cloned humans, from the very first contact, felt a bit lacking. Think about it. Akari's eyes swept over to the two who were still fighting next to the oil-stealing woman and the dark beggar. As for the rest of the humans, there were still some who were foolishly engaging in flowery endeavors, and others who, like the little girl in front of them, wanted to ask the angels for permission. Within Akari's squad channel, an angel had also already sent out a query. It's so strange, humans seem to be getting more numerous. It's not just that it's gotten more, they're treating us, it seems, a little too well, and I don't feel right about it. I've already asked, and it says that, as long as we sign an agreement of some kind with them, then we'll be able to enter their space. Didn't the guy who ingratiated himself with you tell you that once you were in their space, he could potentially gain access to our angels' abilities? Is that where they got their powers from? Commander-in-Chief, do primordial humans have such abilities as well? Akari, no. So all these new abilities coming out of the humans were sought out in exchange for the clansmen of the 10,000 clans? Space jumps are exchanged from the space people. Where does that means of constant cloning and memory storage come from? Akari took a deep breath. There was no such race in the 10,000 races of the Star Alliance. The only thing she could think of was the bugs. Memory sharing for bugs. Bug clone production. Buggy worker bugs are brainless. Tiny goosebumps exploded on Akari's arms, but she was only skeptical. Don't promise them yet. The Star League is as broken as a sieve right now. Akari was afraid to take the gamble. The rise of the human race was too sudden and bizarre. Still, if these clone humans were as simple and brainless as the worker bugs, it might be possible to take advantage of them and ask for some useful information. She camouflaged herself to think that, to Akari, none of these humans were a fraction of her age. Naturally, it's too good to lie about. Akari, what's your name? Makabaka. Makabaka. How many humans are there now? Are all of you cloned from the cells of the first generation of humans? 1 million or so. Clones I don't know. Makabaka shook his head. I don't actually remember. But we wake up from our dormant silos after every death. All the things that precede death are remembered? Makabaka blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly. I don't know, if I really did forget, I certainly wouldn't remember forgetting anything when I woke up. That's a pretty good point. Akari looked down in deep thought. So Angel sister, are you going to make a pact with me? Makabaka's head spun around to look at Akari from underneath. The two men, the oil-stealing woman and the dark beggar, who had already fought their way out of the cave, and the fight to the outside of the cave, sought shelter from the rain in a large fern leaf. Hand a kebab. Oil-stealing woman, asked the rice man. This method you're talking about, will it work? Why can't it work? The dark beggar took a bite a little too much and swallowed it with a stalk. Don't look at Makabaka as if her skills are usually average when she plays the game, but she's actually much better at observing NPCs than we are. This game, it's really not like any other game. Don't you want to play out a more powerful situation? Oil stealer, I'm just a little worried that if we muddy the waters, the game servers won't hold up. Hey, this wave opens up the Kryptonite channel. There are ways for game companies to make money. Dark begging threw the sign into the swamp. Standing up, he unfolded his arms and breathed in the toxic air. According to the background of the game, this god race is also just a neutral race, or else such a powerful race would not make a move when they see the human race losing. Don't forget that when we first met these angels, they were nearly red. Besides, it's not good to rob a friend, but if it's an enemy, we can rob it fair and square. Oil-stealing woman, you're bad. He's finished eating too, wiping the oil from his hands on his body. But well, we're brothers, so I'll be the bad guy too. Hey, I'll take a chimera with a big ass over a divine-looking beauty like an angel. Hey, the two old color guards bent their eyes at the same time. In the meantime, on the main battlefield of Swampstar, batch after batch of star beasts, swept away by the wave of fear, there were those who died, and even more hordes that had frozen in place. And in the very center, the clansmen of the Rainy Night Clan were all pale. There's no bear-type star beasts in here. What the hell? In the corner, the blank slate player looks at the quest boards posted in the Trash Pickers Alliance squad. One by one. Chapter 184, Stealing Sense is still heavy. Star beasts are hunting for food. It is not going to go for things that are made of metal. The angels' mechs are damaged and carry some kind of shield on them. Whiteboard players can't carry the rain, but they can pick it up. When the star beasts left, the newly launched small players were like a group of diligent ants, going up and taking away everything they could pick up and use. So now, everyone is wearing ponchos. Since they had just entered the game, none of them had any gold coins, so they even wandered over to the star beasts, and no star beasts ate them, moving that one-time consumed energy that eating them wouldn't even make up for. After eating a few blank slate humans in a row, those star beasts with no special fetishes didn't bother with these somewhat rambling humans. They are more concerned with the Rainy Night Clan that has manifested itself. Players guard the edge and hide out of range of the Rainy Night Clan's attacks. The star beasts are also afraid of death though, but in the rear, there were powerful star beasts, urging them to impact. The players are live, except for waiting for the attack to end to grab something. The Earth Network is now all over the word of the game about Starman. Jiang Shuer was not online, but the money on this side of the planet was harvested by her. A few other race planets. Again, countless players, front and center, showed up. Newcomers have kryptonite for those who have money and kryptonite for those who don't. Anyway, for a while, all the players were happy. You have a new message from the farmer. Farmer, dropping. Potato-eating chickens. Are you guys up for a capture mission? Farmer, I see as if there are quite a few star beasts that can be raised. Wow. Can you catch some for me? Potato-eating chicken, no problem. What kind do they all have to be? Do you have an idea? Farmer? Farmer, list JPG. The farmer sent in a long handwritten list. Potato-eating chickens clicked on the list image and sent it on its way to a large group of their garbage-picking coalition. Yes, the Trash Pickup League. Now that's a big group, because new players are showing up more. Millions of players entered the game, and the chicken that ate the potatoes just happened to be out of the game again. So the first time new people come into the game, they are lulled into his league by the potato-eating chicken. But now he's in a league that isn't called the Trash Pickers Collection. It's called the Intergalactic League of Bounty Hunters. With such a lofty name, as soon as newcomers saw it, they fantasized about being intergalactic rangers and signed up in droves. Anyway, there are so many leagues out there that you don't have to pay a fee to get in, and some of them have perks for getting in. Intergalactic Bounty Hunters League Group. Group Master, Potato-Eating Chicken. Another new mission. Brothers, this time it's a big order. The list of missions is put in the group. Whoever captures the corresponding star beast, directly take pictures to settle the bill. After sending the message, the potato-eating chicken bent over from its place in the viewing gallery, and quietly turned its head away. Despite making such a big deal, most of the audience in the central galaxy still only cared about eating melon. There was no point in rushing the race without their clan anyway. Might as well go to the door and eat some of the food brought in by the people while you're at it. At the entrance and exit points, the potato-eating chickens, following the large flocks out looking for food, slowly moved out. The snack street is too busy. Players followed the style of their previous stints at Blue Star and went straight for the cloth billboards. Only the price of gold coins written on the previous sign had been simply and roughly scratched out with a black pen and replaced with the price of star coins. The chicken that eats potatoes looks at it while walking, and the more he looks at it, the more staggered he is. So engaged. Who can make more money than this group of cooking? No, I have to buy a game account for my mom here. Let my mom enter the game to open a restaurant. This shall not earn death. The chicken eating potatoes looks around as it walks. A tall race covered in black robes met him head on. The chicken eating potatoes crashed right inside someone's arms. The opponent also subconsciously held the potato eating chicken with one circling hand. Chicken eating potatoes? He looked up, didn't even get a good look at the other guy, just saw a white jawline. Sorry, a very gentle voice. Wow, great big beautiful woman. The chicken eating the potatoes had starry eyes and tilted its head. The woman with the black cloak on her hood smiled lightly and took a step back. The little guy couldn't even see his own face and he opened his mouth to call out for a beautiful woman. Really, it's just as cute as Munch said it would be. But now is not the time to come jerking these little guys around. She's got other things to do. Little man, I'm going to get some good food. Do you know which one is the best? A gentle imperial voice that charmed a potato-eating chicken into a fool. He pointed to the stall where Yatoa had replied. Sister, that stall is delicious. I'll treat you. Just after saying this, the potato-eating chicken saw the price list hanging out from the guy at the dependent defense. All at once his fingers trembled. No, I'll just eat it myself. Supersized beauty. Smiling away. The potato-eating chicken watched the cloaked beauty leave with an ambiguous cry. I forgot to add a contact. I really want to see what this big number sister looks like. Cold Silver appeared from around the corner with a neck crutch stuck around the neck of the potato-eating chicken. What's up? Look at the black-cloaked beauty. The chicken eating potatoes finished inside. Being broke is hurting me. I want people's contact info. The beautiful woman in the black cloak? Cold Silver shot a glance. Saw that there were already several black-cloaked men on the snack street. Who is it? So many masked and cloaked people. It can't be the game artist who can't do his job, can it? It's so many face-covering races showing up. The chicken eating potatoes realized this time. The players had more or less 2 or 3 black, tightly wrapped unidentified races in their stalls. Whatever. Bear with me. Silver, you didn't call a few people this time, did you? No. What the hell do you want to do? I just called a few of our previous groupies, White Moon and the others. What do you want to do? The potato-eating chicken smiled enigmatically and quietly shifted to the corner with Silver. After making sure no one was around, he took out the treasure map he had gotten from the living galaxy earlier. Cold Silver didn't think about what it was at first. After waiting to see it clearly, he skimmed his lips. Cousin, I don't know which elf *** this treasure map is. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the potato-eating chicken reaching out and pressing on those markings on the treasure map. Instantly, a projected map appeared. Gah! Let's take advantage of the elf clan's empty defenses now and go explore a wave. ***. This, the little silver man was dumbfounded. Chapter 185, The Consequences of Openly Calling the Shots. Jen is in danger, added for God River Kirin Big Brother. This kid, Wei Yuan, is playing with fire. The old principal sat down disheveled on his stool. He had thought that the boy, for all these years, had been at peace in the academy. He was overly talented, so as long as he developed quietly, and waited until after level 10 to challenge those old guys, he would certainly be able to lead the human race to rise again as well. Maybe even a bloodbath at the top. But it's still just a simple Lord's Academy game. How did he make such a radical move? Even those old guys, who wanted to hit these newly promoted lords hard, were just exterminating the 300 mid to high level gene warriors in the pack. Don't they still have replacement members? The old principal was silent. He didn't think much of Wei Yuan this time, for being so aggressive. Casey chuckled softly as he watched his grandfather sigh. Grandpa, wasn't it you who said that this new world is for us young people? And I have a feeling you're right. Wei Yuan is indeed a good person to follow, and after talking to him, I think he's got a point. To hold back and retreat will only make the enemy strike harder and will devour our flesh and blood in the process. If we're all torn up, why can't we just take the game table off the table? Those old guys, they should have been off the table a long time ago. The old principal shook his head as he listened to Casey's words, certainly in the face of absolute strength. But this time, Wei Yuan will, most likely, kick the bucket. You'll see, before you say anything on the Star Network, and, today, he's too open-minded to take a hit. The Star League's fair and square, not really fair and square. There is no absolute strength. The other party, even if they were a bit scornful in the beginning, saw Wei Yuan jumping like that. That will definitely come out. Once those old guys get out of the way, Wei Yuan, it's going to die. The old principal didn't want to talk about these cruel unspoken rules. It's still up to the child to make sense of it. Young people, it's good to be bold, but it's not a good thing when you're hot-blooded and you're willing to do anything. Casey frowned. Grandpa, you mean they'll go after Wei Yuan? We are here, but it's the Lord's Academy. Are they still planning to lay hands on Wei Yuan on the Lord's Academy's competition grounds? Casey doesn't even bring it to believe. But, just the moment his words fell, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A huge crack appeared above the central screen of the Lord's Academy. What's that? Star Network, all the messages we sent, all of them are blocked. The human race, this time, will not be. Shoo, Wei Yuan is too strong, and too wild, so I'm afraid he's already been targeted. He opened his mouth so blatantly about which ones at the top did this. So can we keep watching? Can't walk. The plaza. A purple shroud of light rose up around it. The players who set up stalls outside raised their heads. Relying on the reply just put the hand of the barbecue skewers, handing to Star North Star. Let Star North Star to the customer. He then heard that customer whimper. Wow, Wei Yuan of the human race, is he in a big mess this time? The signal's all gone. It's the higher-ups who are coming to sort him out, isn't it? Consequences of talking nonsense? Oh, those guys who messed up sending messages on the Star Network before are probably going to be sanctioned this time as well. But didn't the human race say that they were going to send someone forward to save those members who were competing? With so many participating lords, the top brass will. The higher-ups are probably just sanctioning Wei Yuan this time. The face of the dependent reply was suddenly cold. Immediately open the game group. Ito replied. Guys, something big is going on. Jen is getting ed. Timeless star, ***, I was just about to take the munchkins on a copy. Potato eating chicken, dig in. I can't get out of this right now. Bro, you go in and start a live stream for me. What's the situation? What the hell? It's snowing la. It should be that what Lord said before offended those at the top. Jiang Shuer was supposed to be all about the company's business. The game agent had just been taken down. And after the kryptonite channel was opened, there were a lot of things to be done. With the paperwork piling up in front of her, she didn't really have much time to get in the game at this point. But, if it was really what she thought it was, then I guess it would be useless even if she went to the game. His lordship has already offended the higher-ups with the things he said this time. Not even waiting for Snow Law to open her mouth, a new player suddenly appeared in the group to send a message. Saber Rin, Jen is probably in big trouble this time. Guys, Saber Rin, according to the game's worldview, within the Interstellar Alliance, there are strict hierarchies. The law is nothing more than a display, and high-level genetic warriors can casually kill low-level warriors. Saber Rin, we'll be able to tell from that elf queen we fought against. Saber Rin, after I watched all the videos of the oil-stealing granny bigot, I was able to observe these details in the reactions of these astral people. Saber Rin, now that Jen is openly calling out the Alliance's top brass, according to the winds of war over here, it's not really out of the realm of possibility that they'll run straight over to finish Jen off. Chapter 186, I apply. Judgment of the 10,000 races, plus for make a wish for prayer big brother. Space cracks. Wei Yuan raised his head and looked high above the sky. Dozens of airships, shuttling from the space rift. Exquisite and luxurious spaceships made into small molds. Life at the top is never a bloodbath. Even when they traveled, they used these technological tokens that were extremely luxurious. Wei Yuan. Dozens of airships stood side by side. We will be arresting you for defamation of the Star League's house officers. Please cooperate. From the airship, 50 red mechs flew down. Each of these mechs was a battlefield-class mech. There were still a few players in the viewing gallery at this time. They recorded the scene, all in its entirety, inside the group chat. Just as a few players were about to rush to Wei Yuan's side, Wei Yuan waved his hand toward them. Don't come over. All of them are level 9 genetic warriors, and it was also piloting a battlefield-class mech. The players are not strong enough, right now, to be enemies with them. The system also appeared at this time. Host. This system can forcibly upgrade you to level 10, but the energy required is so huge that it may consume all the energy stored by players. No, I know they'll come for me. Wei Yuan mentally spoke to the tutelary. It's not like he's a little cutie. Having declared war on the Alliance hierarchy, he had been able to anticipate what was to follow. These guys, hasn't it always been like this? Wei Yuan held his hands up high, his expression cold. With so many battlefield mechs surrounding him, he didn't take out his mech. No words were even uttered to declare war. Feng Yuxing followed the other Lord's Academy students. The gusty wind brought out by the turbine's rotation caused the clothes on Wei Yuan's body to hunt. He tilted his head without timidity. His expression warm, but his eyes were bland. I plead not guilty to the charges you speak of. I apply. Judgment of the nations. The judgment of the nations. Feng Yuxing's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her breathing couldn't help but get a few points heavier. The orc lord standing next to him even sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Has Wei Yuan gone mad? The trial of the 10,000 tribes. Why is he This incident, according to the strength the human race has now, could have been avoided outright. With the human race's spatial abilities and the primordial cloning technology, they're perfectly capable of leaving unharmed, aren't they? Does Wei Yuan not know the consequences of the judgment of the 10,000 races? Judgment of the nations. Once the trial turns out to be the fault of the party being judged, his race, then, is abandoned by the Alliance, losing the blessing of the Star League. They will face the threat of persecution from interstellar pirates and bugs and ferocious beasts. There is also the Union's equipment and resources, which will no longer be available. Feng Yuxing frowned. Wei Yuanming knew that today had long since ceased to be what it was back then. The judgment of the nation still sounds like it's fair and just, but actually, how could there be no dealings between the Alliance hierarchy and the 10,000 races? This trial of all races, the human race will lose. Wei Jishan was getting old. Plus the human race had been in a state of seclusion for so many years. Even with the full support of the mechanical race, Wei Yuan would definitely lose. And he had sent out all of his clan to rescue the contestants this time. Feng Yuxing and those remaining lords had a bad taste in their hearts. Although Wei Yuan is strong and gifted, he really doesn't know anything about politics. The Orc clan lord with the dumbest brain had a bit of red eyes. It's all still not as good as me. The Beastman clan's lord wiped the corner of his eyes. Feng Yuxing, your divine clan is strong. Can you protect Wei Yuan? Feng Yuxing shook his head. He has applied for the judgment of the 10,000 tribes, so he must go through the trial of the 10,000 tribes to decide whether the human race will stay or go. He's betting on his race. Lord Wei Yuan, open the judgment of the nations. Main story progression. Please watch. Such a paragraph popped up on all players' system pages. Oh, it looks like the boss won't die. Scared me to death. So it's just a story? Absolutely. I thought it was Jen encountered a crisis to karma it. I was thinking, if this Jen is gone, We revive the intergalactic human race. Who will we follow in the next wave? Ha ha, I've got it all figured out. After Jen takes the leash, I'm going to defect to AG-san. The players clicked away with laughter as the main story progressed. As soon as the live feed went in, everyone saw the same image that Feng Yuxing had seen earlier, but the video that Wei Yuan manipulated the system to take out, that was much better looking than what Feng Yuxing saw standing far away. He also purposely picked the angle that would reveal his handsome face and cold eyes. In one word, handsome. 2 words, mega handsome. 3 words, handsome. At least the players turn on the screen and see his handsome face, and the external environment to set it off. Absolutely. Saber Rin had sent so many messages. He thought he could play hard to get in the game like Yukira. Didn't realize. The backhanded lord surrendered. Chapter 187, Beast Taming Squad. Assemble. Added for Prashin Bodhisattva of the Royal Sword Terrace. The NPC learned the hard way. Saber Rin crouched underneath a large tree in Fruity Star, frantically taking her finger and drawing circles on the ground. The lords must have learned to surrender because of the last time. On the advice of Yukira. Why else would you have been so powerful before? Talking to the races of the alliance of 10,000 races about judging and checking on those at the top. You start off so wild and then turn around and surrender? It doesn't make sense. It's not scientific. He was emo when there was a sudden movement in the bushes. A young lad, who was looking around, came right towards Saber Rin. His mouth was still shouting, brothers, we're not going to catch the sea today. Your anchor jaws me. Out of the blue. Grabbed the game account of Star People. Ha ha, this is not just enter the game, directly to record video for you guys to come. So far, the game are not able to directly open the live broadcast, but the recording screen is the same. We will not edit at that time. Directly sent. Brothers can follow to see. The large force went towards those races. All the star beasts over there scared old he to death. So he ran in the opposite direction and is now in a safe area. Hey guys, look at this. The planet is really all fruit. I don't know how this game was made, but there's one thing to be said for it. Guys, the fruit here, it's delicious. Fruity Star, true to its name. Jaws Old Ho was recording the screen when the camera just happened to sweep over Saber Rin. Look everyone. I can't believe I'm here. I've come across a single player who's fallen behind. Looks like a newcomer just like Old Ho. Saber Rin didn't hesitate for a second and pulled out her legs. How is it that you've come to emo in a corner like this and you're still running into players of WoW? This game just has too many players now. Hey, that player must be shy. Old Jaws he turned the camera on himself, grinned, and stuck out his thumb in Saber Rin's direction. Then he saw, out of his own lens, a huge, standing walking grey wolf. And the kicker was that the big grey wolf had its paw on his shoulder. Huge wolf eyes and a few moments of confusion. Human? The werewolf sniffed the Old Ho, shrinking a little bit in Jaws Old Ho's horrified eyes. He finally turned into a teenager with beast ears and a wolf's tail. The other guy was covered in wounds. The great white shark, was directly stunned and stood in place, too stiff to move. It's his first time in the game. I've never played the game before either. So what do I do when I run into a wild, injured werewolf in the wild? Is it good or bad? WoW? Is it friend or foe? He's just an ordinary, live-streaming seafarer, so why did he just enter the game and run into this WoW? Just when Lao he was at a loss for words, he posted the trouble he was now experiencing to the group. A player with an ID called Shenjie is a wolf, applied to add him as a friend. Brother, come through. I heard you met a fury. Let's add a friend. I'm in the Swamp Star right now. I need to teleport to the Fruit Star. I need you to give me a point. Jaws Old Ho, it's through a friend now. Come on you. This must be a bigot. Jaws Old he was certain that those who could afford to buy a teleportation scroll now were all rich people. Only just got through the friend request. Several mosaic glows lit up right next to the feet of Old He, the great white shark. Senzin is a wolf going crazy with joy. He's super into orcs. Even chose the orc type for his ID. Jaws Lao he watched as several players appeared from his side. Then one of the little squares, who had just landed, jumped up and ran to the werewolf's side, stroking his ears and rubbing his tail. The mouth is still quacking. A few other players who had teleported over were holding something and looking at it as they did so. Little wolf, don't play with it first. This one on the ground seems to be an orc, not a star beast's WoW. There's no way for you to catch it back as a pet say. Yeah, we couldn't find those things the farmer wanted in the Swamp Star before, and now that we're in the Fruit Star, we have to hurry up and go look for them. Oh well. Sunban was a wolf fondly letting go of the hand that was rubbing the werewolf's ear, but it was at this time. The unconscious werewolf opened his eyes. His eyes reflected back the look of Senator as a wolf. The big amber eyes were wet and looked adorable. Sunban was a wolf who didn't hold back and went up for 2 more grabs. Seeing as you're so cute, I'll give you a medical needle. Hey, I want to be like the oil-stealing woman Big Brother, who gives me 10 million star coins for a single needle. Sunban is a wolf side and injected the healing needle into Once the werewolf. Congratulations to player Xianbian, who is a wolf and has gained 100% trust from werewolf Once. May I ask whether to conclude a contract? Chapter 188. Who would want to die? Sunban was a wolf and a werewolf on the ground, locked in a wide-eyed stare. Deed. Ha ha, such a good thing has fallen into my lap. Sunban was a wolf face on the verge of grinning. A few players next to him still thought that this kid, really, was a bit of a fool. System-wide notification. Congratulations to player Xianband as a wolf for being the first player to sign a contract with a contestant. What the hell? Fogweed. Are all orcs this gullible? This is worse than killing me. Wolfie, let me do it. Tamare August is the player who just told Sunban that he was a wolf and that it was just a werewolf, not a star beast. She was just thinking that the stupid kid was going to lose a medical injection. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect that. The sour taste in his heart smoked down his throat and into his eyes. For a moment, Tamare August's eyes were red. A few other players, too, wailed and groaned. It has always been mixed with the sea-catching anchor circle of Jaws Lao. He really have not seen this battle. He froze a bit for a moment. Then he saw the small, tear-filled Masatsuki, Sunban a wolf, get up from the ground in a heap and hold his hand directly. Big brother, you are my own big brother. This werewolf, actually just a shot of healing potion can contract. Good man, what a good man. Zion was a wolf with 2 tears in his eyes, grabbing the old Jaws ho's hand. It was a side-to-side shake. It was called a genuine thank you. One look around at the players who were all bubbling with acid would tell you that too. Contracting a contestant, that's no easy task. There are still good people within the players. Wow. Fairy was a wolf feeling a lot of emotion before letting go of her hand and hopping over to her contracted werewolf, watching the werewolf up and down. Old Jaws, he scratched his head. Did this big brother forget that he was still just a newcomer? Not to mention the healing injection, he couldn't even afford a level 1 gene potion himself, but it's kind of a good way to get in touch with these big boys. Once looked around at the strange humans, his wolf eyes slightly contemplative. What happened? The body is comfortable and is being treated. The humans were really as good as the Lord said they were, for the most part. His nose shrugged slightly as his gaze fell to the fact that Sunban was a wolf. Looks like a little human boy. He's the one who saved himself. It's pretty cute, just doesn't look too strong. Once, my big baby, come here and give me a hug. Sinton was a wolf who let out a strange yelp and went up to Once and gave him a big bear hug. In the view of the players, the game, the contract is a family. After all, the other party was 100% favorable to him. Injury-free Raiders. Gaga. Once's body stiffened slightly, but his ears still subconsciously moved. There was a small flick of the tail as well. Human children. That's very warm. Once stroked the head of the wolf that Sundan was a wolf. Human. Thank you. Zion, I am called Zion. Let me take you to a safe place now. This fruit star is so dangerous. Wow. Satisfied with having a wolf. Sunban is a wolf intending to give it out to Once the werewolf first. After all, when we met just now, the guy looked like he was going to die. But the players didn't expect Once to shake his head. My teammates. Still fighting. Tamare August's eyes instantly lit up. How many of your teammates are still alive? Wow. Are they seriously injured as well? You can tell by this werewolf. The orcs, I guess, are all a bit of a one-track minded sort. Although the game says it's an equal contract law, but it's fine to develop, and then just contract as a pet when the time comes. Once nodded and shifted right back into his wolf form. The reason why he transformed into a werewolf was still because he saw the old Jaws ho, and in order to ask for help, Once used the last of his strength to change into his human form. After all, humans don't always save wolves, but they are more or less compassionate when they see a creature in human form. Once thought to himself, but after he turned into a wolf, he realized that the human children around him, one by one, were letting out a gasp of amazement. Digging in, Xianban, you've really stepped on. So big. Such a big one. So handsome. So handsome. This head. These muscles. I'm going to be so handsome by Once. Man, please, let me touch it. Righteous Father. Righteous Father. This is so cool. Let me take a picture with Once too. Wow. The corners of Xianban's mouth, which was a wolf, were harder to press than a case at the moment. Hey, brothers, didn't we already agree to set up our own squad? Let's go. Let's set off. Rescue the orcs and bring them home. Once heard Sunban was a wolf shout out the phrase, take them home. The heart was warmed. When wolves are domesticated, they are dogs. So often, emotions are connected. Its tail, involuntarily, wagged slightly. Humans, okay. The huge gray wolf, with a group of chattering players, ran wildly towards the war zone. Old he, the great white shark who had planned to leave quietly, had his arm tightened, and saw his sleeve being tugged by the female player called Tong Li August. His feet left the ground and he screamed as he was led to the war zone. The scent of blood was frighteningly thick. The reddish fruit around the dye is even more vibrant, intensely sweet with a fishy flavor. The beasts, gasping for thick breath that smelled of blood, looked with red eyes at the star beasts that had once again surrounded them. The outermost part of this group of orcs was a circle of huge serpentine mechs. The mech was no longer able to get up. Its link joints were chewed off by the star beast, but the head is still angular. Of the remaining orcs, some of the mechs were still functional, and some had already begun to use their instants to fight. The serpentine mech used its mouth and ripped a star beast from its body. Blood was squeezed out of the mech's mouth. Countless star beasts came forward, trying to bite off the last joint of this serpentine mech. Surrounded by the beast people in the very center, the pale fox maiden, looking at her teammates in the periphery who were seriously injured one by one but still insisted on fighting, her bean-sized teardrops rolled down. No support, no news. Commander-in-Chief, are we all going to die here? The young girl choked and cried clearly. Inside the serpentine mech, the boa with the reticulated serpent scales on its face had its pupils raised. Orcs, die in battle. Coalition, unreliable. We are, I think, abandoned. But don't be afraid. I will find you a way to live. Civet flower, don't cry. A few other orcs, too, hemmed and hawed. Yes, cry what ah. You wait for me to time to self-detonate a wave. You run. Hear me? That kid is fast. Must have already found a safe place. You then smell the smell to find him. Hide. Poof. AKA. Roar. Blood erupted. Ants arrived with the players. What he saw was his big brother, after animalizing into a giant wolf, being surrounded and torn apart by the star beasts. Ow. Chapter 189. Humans are the saviors. Justice. What is it? Ravens don't know. All she knew was that the Alliance closed the passages as danger approached. Let their group of not yet grown genetic warriors face the terrifying star beasts head-on. At the time of their greatest despair, it was the human race, which had been suppressed by the Alliance all along, that suddenly appeared. Humans? Why are they here? Their battlefield. Isn't it on Swamp Star? Beaver hasn't thought this through yet. A shout drew her to look up. Aunts, watch your back. The civet blossoms tearfully watched as the humans Aunts had brought with him suddenly rushed forward when Aunts was in danger, and then were torn apart. Aunts looked back in horror and saw a little boy with his head flying out and a smile on his face. No, don't. Huge gray wolves, tearing apart those star beasts around them, all the while running wildly back, trying to save the little boy who was already dead, but all it could see was the little boy's head rolling to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. Xian band. The hairs on the back of the giant wolf's neck, all exploded. It turned back as if it was crazy and rushed into the group of star beasts to kill them. The beast taming squad's group chat, a few other players, looked directly dumbfounded. And then the 8 starts. Tamare August, no. Dude, do you play so dirty? At Sunban is a wolf. Mary Cat, at Xian Banshee is a wolf. Return quickly. The village has been blessed. Taoist, please stay. Xian Ban. Your good friend is crazy about killing. He thinks you're dead. Not how else are we going to brush up on other orc goodness if you're not playing like that? Fairy oh. Aunts must have thought I was dead. But I can't go online right now. My mom's calling me for dinner. In the playpen. On the nutrient solution of course. You cannot need to eat But can you trust a mom who doesn't play games? They'll just think, even if you play games, you don't eat? That's a death wish. So after hearing the game pod being slapped with a jarring sound, Sunban was a wolf, and finding the right moment, he parried the fatal blow to Aunts, then settled down. But he didn't realize that Aunts looked, as if he didn't know that players could be revived indefinitely. It was so frantic to avenge itself. Fairy is a wolf with a conscience that is condemned. Oh, so sad. My Sunban was a wolf gulping down noodles, shedding tears as he did so, at a time when Sen was a wolf grieving. Dog, please stay and laugh out loud. Good. Found a way to brush up on the good feelings. Taoist friends, please stay, all of you. Also see the ID of this gentleman. This gentleman today. Look on that little fox. All of you. Just don't grab it with me ha. Mary Cat, Shingongbao touches the 9-tailed fox? Well, there's that flavor. Charge the wave before the hordes come over. Score. Brothers charge. A gene unlocking potion is not something anyone can afford. Of the members of the beast taming squad, only Dao friend please stay is the strongest. He's a real rich brother. Not only did you level up, but you also bought a Dharma robe. With his crown and hair up, he looked like an ancient monk. My level 6 gene potion. I'm already hungry and thirsty. Now I'm waiting for the experience value to rush up. Brothers, let's go. Please stay, Taoist, and turn on the pain sensation. In a handsome pacing leap, he chopped at one of the star beasts in the neck position on the python mech. This star beast opened its scarlet eyes. Straight away, he bared his teeth and chewed on the longsword he'd just bought to juggle. Holy, my money! Snap! The longsword shattered. He then took out a handful of floating dust from his space. Before he could use it, the star beast had already lifted its foot and kicked at Dao friend please stay. Chapter 190 Players 3 times drunk, acting until you shed tears. According to the Orsish aesthetic, the less animalistic a clan member becomes when they take human form, the more perfect they are. Civet Flower watched the human in his Taoist robes, with his cool demeanor, flinging up his floating dust, getting knocked down by the star beasts again and again, and getting back up again. The corners of his mouth were even laced with finely shredded internal tissue. Just looking at it like that is beyond miserable. But even worse, it's still to come. The Taoist's insistence caused the star beasts to roar in anger, and the black star beasts that had just surrounded the giant snake mechs gave up fighting the mechs and instead came over, ready to combine their efforts to kill the little Taoist. The players are actually getting rounded up, but I don't know why. The beaver's eyes just couldn't help but look at the cold little Taoist. The orcs are very fond of humans. It's the same as players preferring alliance creatures that fit the mold of their secondary wives. So the civet recognized him as a little Taoist priest, one of the humans, who practiced another path. It was just that from what she used to look for in her clan. In the records about humans, it was clearly written that the Dao cultivators, later on, gradually disappeared after the gene unlocking potion came out. Ah, I never thought that I would be able to run into a little Taoist priest here. Really, it's kind of lucky for her, after carrying so many fatal attacks. Finally, holding out until the experience value is full. Ha! Taoist please stay wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and spat out some of the blood clots in his mouth. He covered his chest and looked at the star beasts that gradually approached step by step. Since his level wasn't high either, the ones that came together this time were all just level 5 star beasts. It's still true. It hurts like hell. His veins were throbbing. Between his backhand, he purchased 2 needles from the system mall. Level 6 genetic unlocking potion. Healing injection. 2 injections, simultaneously, into the chest area. Scratch that. Forgot that there was enough experience value to turn off the pain now. My friend, please stay. You are already in severe pain all over your body. And now you add these 2 potions injected at the same time. The level 6 gene unlocking potion was injected into his body, and the surging energy rushed into his entire body from the needle opening all the way down the bloodstream. Ah, the Taoist please stay on his knees. Drops of sweat, rushing down the blood on his face. The beaver exclaimed. The surrounding beasts who were badly injured and were relieved by the arrival of the humans at that moment were also frightened. Is he preparing to directly turn on the gene unlock right on the battlefield? Too impulsive. Human. Force on the genetic unlock and you'll collapse. Stop it. It's useless. I've already injected it. The Taoist friend please stay pale lips, sweating, slowly lifted his face and faced the group of orcs. There is something fairy-like about his face. This is the same skin optimization that Dawnguard has chosen to spend a lot of money on. Specifically, when entering the game. At this moment, this little Taoist who appeared to be a genius of the human race, surrounded by strong enemies, even said to them, "Our Lord," but specially explained to take you back. Little fox, don't cry. A beauty shedding tears is something the poor Taoist can't afford. After saying this, the Taoist friend stayed back and curled up with another low growl. His movements made the hearts of all the orcs clench. Even aunts, who had all gone killing mad just now, couldn't help but turn back at this moment. He remembered the little posh boy who had jumped into his arms. That kid, he was able to sacrifice himself to save me. Then I, naturally, have to save his teammates. With a low growl, aunts broke through the small encirclement of star beasts. The remaining beasts, who still had some strength, were also ready to head towards the Taoist friend please stay. But it was at this time. From the forest, several rank 6 star beasts came out. Finally, there was also a 7th level star beast, bubbling with black gas, slowly walking out. 7th level star beasts were already able to utilize their mental power to control other star beasts. The orc race was still relatively weak compared to those other races that came to the fruit star. So initially, the number of star beasts sent over to finish them off was small, but because of all the other battlefields, humans have inexplicably appeared. That's why it was arranged by a higher level star beast, to bring a team to intercept it. I didn't realize that a human was really here. The 7th level star beast split its mouth full of fangs and roared towards the other star beasts. One moment, the advantage that the players fought so desperately for turned into a disadvantage. and the star beasts that surrounded the side of Daofriend Please Stay were extremely fast in stopping the beastmen that came over to rescue them. The 6th level star beast, pacing towards the still curled up Daoist on the ground Please Stay. Fishy breath spewed out. This level 6 star beast grunted and arched over. Congratulations to player fellow Daoist. Please stay and gain 100% favorability of the Orc Ravens. Congratulations to player fellow Daoist. Please stay and gain 100% favorability from the Orc Boa. Congratulations to player Dawnguard. Please stay and get the Orcs. Deeds, all deeds. 100% favorability. Does that mean I can just take the Orcs without them agreeing? Yes. Taoist Please Stay felt like he was almost done with his performance. In fact, he had already turned off his pain sensation a long time ago. What waits is for the beasts to pull their favor with the humans, but I didn't expect it. This time, the ones who waited were actually a few level 6 star beasts and a level 7 star beast. Brothers, it's not looking good. The winds are tight and whirling and pulling. On your side, how are the orcs pulling in their favor? Tamari August. Almost. 60 or 70% is there anyway. Just a verbal promise should take it away. I don't have any problems here either. Me too. Immortal Ban is a wolf. Haven't you finished your little meal yet? Hurry up. After collecting the orcs, we still have to catch a wave of star beasts to return to our capital and run away. Right away. Guys, help me take care of my ANS. In the few seconds that the players were chatting, the level 6 star beasts had already rushed over. Its gaping mouth, without hesitation, nod towards the head of Daofriend Please Stay. Those sharp teeth, as soon as they touched the skin, would inevitably be torn open with huge fissures. It was trying to eat this human who didn't know how to die and dared to inject the gene unlocking potion right on the battlefield in one bite. But in the next second, the floating dust that had been hanging down next to it just a moment ago was instantly as if it had come to life with the flip of the Taoist friend Please Stay's wrist. The white floating dust wrapped around the star beast's neck and instantly twisted. Rub! This star beast is so strong. Taoist friends Please Stay was originally prepared. A handsome floating dust strangulation to kill this star beast. But the defense of a rank 6 star beast was obviously not comparable to that of a rank 5 star beast. All at once, he just strangled this 6th level star beast. But there's no way to kill instantly. There's really no choice but to get on the tech and hard work and die. The Taoist Please Stay and press the button in the position of the floating dust handle. Several thin, dense light sources shot out from the tips of the floating dust's filaments. Countless tiny wounds penetrated the flesh. The blood, at first, was just like a fine hairspray, and finally snapped. It turned into a huge column of blood. 6th level star beast, dead. The bodies were also recovered in an instant. Without waiting for the 7th level star beasts to react, Daofriend Please Stay shouted towards the orc clansmen who were already 100% favorable. Return, and I will take you away. His words fell. The field was empty of most of the orcs. The rest of the orcs were blinded. Brothers, don't froth. Make a pact with us. Brother aka, are you willing to make a friendly pact with me? Tamari August was the first to rush over to Ans's big brother, aka, Big Brother. Nod your head. Ans understood as well, aka nodded and then disappeared as well. The rest of the orcs, too, nodded to the humans who had issued the questions. The 7th level star beast sensed that something was wrong and its fur exploded as it charged towards the battlefield. These humans, what have they done? Ans was still trying to help block the way for the Taoist friend Please Stay, when he was grabbed by the small positive man who appeared out of nowhere. Then it too disappeared into thin air. Guys, it's time for us to get our money back. Senzin was a wolf flinging his hands and pulling out his plasma cannon. I didn't even bother to turn on my mech for the sake of acting, so I'm finally able to let go of the carnage. Gah! Come on! The poor man happens to be short of money. Chapter 191, Where's my sister? Let's find a way to get rid of the low-level star beasts first, save up for the gene unlocking potion, and then come back to finish off these remaining star beasts when we've upgraded. Just killed a level 6 star beast. Taoist Please Stay and you see your gold coins go up by a large amount. 10 level 6 star beasts would be able to be exchanged for a level 7 gene unlocking potion, and although it was an inferior version, the effect after this injection was not bad. Understood. Senzin is a wolf and releases his mech. The humanoid Gundam produced by Timeless Star had been able to reach a rating of 80 points under his constant modifications. Players are also long gone from the low-level mold they were in back in the day. The higher the level, the higher the ability to use the mech. But it's hard to fight with two fists. After successfully killing 6 level 5 star beasts, Xian Ban was a wolf's mech with joints that were still bitten off by the star beasts. Mech damage reaches 90%. Pilot please flee immediately. Self-destruct system is being prepared. Asterisk. Timeless Star didn't say that this mech has to be scrapped when it reaches a certain level of damage. This pitiful bastard. Next time I won't buy his mech. I one half, 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 I one half. With a flurry of hands and feet opening the cockpit of the mech, Sun Ban was a wolf yelling at the megaphone. Asterisk asterisk Starbeast, come on, me. He maneuvered his mech and gestured a middle finger towards the Class 7 Borstar beast not far away. Although he didn't understand the meaning of it, the mocking meaning of Sun Ban being a wolf was quite obvious. A red light flashed underneath the eyes of the 7th level star beast as it rushed towards the mech that had been immobilized by the attack. Humans! Hubris! It came to deliver a fatal blow to that unknowing human. Just as the level 7 Borstar beast, with a gravity jump, rushed wildly towards the mech where Sun Ban was a wolf, a small ball that bounced off the core of the mech. Bang! A violent explosion followed. Sun Ban is a wolf heard a pleasant system alert. Blasted 3 level 5 star beasts and 1 level 6. Hey! It's worth it! He climbed out of the cockpit's safety ball and ran in the direction of several other players. But the next second, he smelled something burning. A fang, pierced from behind. Fairy is a wolf being pierced by a Borstar beast, with tusks. Blood flowed down the snow-white fangs and poured into the 7th level star beast's mouth. Die! Turn on the pain! Sun Ban was a wolf struggling to turn on the pain sensation. And the next moment, the drilling pain came flooding in. Off! The level 7 Borstar beast felt this prey on its tusks and shivered every now and then. Ended up dying in the struggle. Poof! The boar flung the body away. A level 5 genetic human who didn't even bother to eat. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the Taoist who was fighting a few grade 6 star beasts. Game offline. Sun Ban was a wolf without any hesitation, choosing to enter the Lord's Academy as a resurrection point. At this point, the central square of the Lord's Academy, Wei Yuan, has been taken away. There weren't many people in the arena. But Feng Yuxing and a series of other lords hadn't left yet. They were waiting for news. How did the people end up? And will their people ever come back? A human has appeared. I don't know who it was, but he suddenly spoke. It was then that everyone noticed it. In the central square of the Lord's Academy, there was a small human square, standing somewhat abruptly on it. After looking around, he released a what? To the ground. Orcs? Ans opened his eyes in confusion. A different environment from Fruity Star? A different odor that made Ans shrug his nose. This is Lord's Academy? Ans opened his eyes and again, as he had done when he first saw Sun Ban as a wolf, he saw the little Masamune's big, soulful eyes. Xanadu. ANS. A majestic figure burst forth. The Orc Lord gasped and pulled at Ans's arm. Where's Ravenspire? Why did you come out? Where is my sister? Where's my sister? Chapter 192, why don't you just kill them all? Right after the Orc Lord roared, several humans suddenly appeared around him. Your sister. Fairy Band is a wolf pointing to the landing still have to pose a handsome poses of the Taoist friends please stay. Find him and ask for your sister. Taoist friends please stay. The corner of the mouth is still overflowing with blood. Floating dust flinging, the look of supercilious, brothers, how to curse After he finished speaking, he released the beastmen that had entered his pet space. As the beasts were released, Dawnguard heard a pleasant game prompt. The corners of his mouth held a smile, a look of deep wisdom. Whoa, this pussy is really pretending. I can feel his pussy wind surrounding him. Damn, if I had money I'd buy this kind of good pretentious skin too. Too pretentious, envious and jealous. Is it going to kill me to have one more rich person in this world? Players made jealous comments. But to the orcs, it was something else entirely. Civet Flower choked out a sound as she looked at Dao You Please Stay, whose hair had all turned slightly white. Actually, it's a customized skin that was filled with money after the death of Dao You Please Stay, with white hair on the forehead. His hair is white, brother. It was the human race that saved us. It was they who saved us from the mouth of the star beast. The civet wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and told the orc lords about what they had seen. The humans coming to the rescue. There were still some Union men around the outer circle at this point, not without exclaiming, that human, who didn't look too old, dared to take the risk of injecting a grade 6 gene unlocking potion while surrounded by star beasts? And it worked. Even the orc lord couldn't help but look at Dao Friend Please Stay in shock. Is Wei Yuan willing to send such a genius to the race to save the day? Even if it's possible to clone and regenerate, that's definitely not without consequences. The orc lord then thought about the way Wei Yuan had been taken away by the higher-ups of the alliance just a short while ago. The orc lord, who didn't have much heart, also had red eyes. Unable to resist, he dropped to one knee and slammed the ground. Humans, thank you for rescuing my people. I, Beaver vigorously, am incompetent and do not have the strength to help your Lord Wei Yuan, but I will certainly tell my father truthfully about the situation here. And we, the orc clan, will support the human clan in the judgment of the 10,000 clans. Hiss, judgment of the nations? Several players who had screamed and shouted and skipped right through the plot when the game prompted them to be able to skip the screen were dumbfounded. Still flinging floating dust and looking a weak batch of Taoists, please stay. Coughing up blood and frowning, he asked, what is the judgment of the nations? At this point, Wei Yuan, who was heading to the judgment court and waiting for the patriarch of the 10,000 clans to come, was confident, by getting kicked out of the Star Alliance, he'd be able to take his players to get tech, upgrade, and then counterattack the Star Alliance in peace. Let the new players pick up some slack on the field this time, more or less bring back some resources, can also make these millions of newcomers, a little capital, or just rely on the blue star mining? That can't be afforded. I just don't know how many members of other races these guys can save. It's nice to make friends, at least there can be trade during the development process. Falling out with the alliance doesn't have to mean falling out with all races. Wei Yuan thought about the future. It's not clear at all. At this very moment, the idea that he wanted to be kicked out of the league had a billion tiny little problems in its implementation. Civet Flower, the trial of all races. If the human race is judged guilty, then the human race will be kicked out of the Interstellar Alliance, and all of your human race's home stars will be taken back. Only the blue star that Wei Yuan owns right now, which is marked, can be considered as your own. The players looked at each other. Hurry up and send this newly obtained news to the player group. Something big is going on. Guys, we might be kicked out of the Star League. Asterisk asterisk. So this new wave of players entering is coming over to compete for resources? Great. What are we going to eat if we lose the big plates? The only way to do that now is probably to try to save as many of the participating members as possible. Learn from the tutorials of the Taoist friends, please stay. The favorability of these NPCs affects the direction of the game. And anyway, we've already reached the favorability achievement for the orcs. Newcomers find a way to earn more gold. And this time, we, the veteran players, are going to canvas for Gen. Take care, little ones, do whatever it takes to get resources. If we really get kicked out of the alliance this time, then the resources we can get in the future will be limited. Millions of players, in the whole of Interstellar may not be many, but in the face of this beast tide, everyone's confidence was still high. The newbies who were still a bit hungover, thinking that there would be veteran players to lead the fight against the star beasts, thinking that this was a newbie perk, were dumbfounded. No way. The big boys are going to canvas for votes, acting out, saving the members of this contest back, and then getting their race to vote for our Gen. Whatever. Patch. What pain. Just open it. Can't stand it. My experience value is going up too slowly. A few short minutes. On all planets in the green battlefield, players spontaneously formed two factions. The new players suddenly turned on their pain senses as if they were crazy and charged. The veteran players, on the other hand, started acting like crazy after they found those members who were competing. The veteran players on Swamp Star, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. Brothers, is it too late for us to rescue the Rainy Night Clan? Rainy Night Clan, let's not go otherwise. I'm afraid that if we go, they won't be eaten by those star beasts, but they'll be scared out of their wits by us first. It's too difficult to pull good feelings. The angels were originally inside the lair, feeling the concern from the players, but suddenly, it felt like these humans, collectively, had a change of mood. To save them? Hey, I should have known I wouldn't have scared them so much before. Angel sighed, listening to those guys who watched the show outside before. It seems to be their leader, who has a good relationship with our Gen. So basically there is no need for a strategy. The focus is on the Rainy Night Clan now. What's the point? The players are gone. Without even a hello, they all walked out of the nest. Even Makabaka, after glancing at Akari, got up and headed straight outside. Each of these angels is so defensive, and the players are each giving skewers and getting healing injections. Got a lot of star coins though, but the good sense of these guys is not advancing at all. It's the same as dangling a licking dog. If this were the real world, growing up like an angel, hanging would be fine. But here is the game. The players one by one mentality is actually really similar to Long Aotion. When you deliver a healing shot, the person gives money and food. They say thank you and then nothing else. And in the game, good feelings are still so clearly identified by numbers. The players were getting a little tired of delaying for so long. Makabaka walked out of the lair and came to spit next to the oil-stealing woman. Withdraw. Can't carry it, let's just start hunting. The condition of the Swamp Star is too bad. An angel and a rainy night race. Push the good feeling can't be pushed. Just all the ing forceful binding to take away. Annoyed to death. It's still a bit of a contrast when a wide-eyed girl opens her mouth and swears. Star nodded. Right. She was still in a hurry to hurry up and change places. To find Xiao Bei. It's a waste of time to delay here for so long. Chapter 193. Is it possible that this is the most terrifying part of the fourth heavenly tribulation? Patience? Raiders? The players said that what they were playing was an intergalactic game. What they have to do should be to get the most resources and the most benefits in a limited time. Angels are not good at raiding, so they don't, and if they really can't, there are other races. The next one will be better behaved. Individual extremist players were even more radical, saying that it would be better to simply kill these angels directly and recycle a wave that would definitely be worth more than the star beasts. But this tantalizing offer was rejected by the commander-in-chief, Shima Shira. First, right now the god race is still considered a friendly race, and Lord asked us to save them surely with the intention of making friends. Secondly, it's not clear what the true strength of these angels is, and whether they will have any hidden means, which will be a hidden danger in the future if they are not dealt with cleanly. 2 points persuaded down players who wanted to give it a try, but they continue to jump at the chance, and have even pulled together their own group chats, and the first player who did the wind-blown fart who went for it without turning off the pain was pulled into the group chat. Bandung Extinction Program. When he saw the name of the group chat, Wind-blown fart was a bit dumbfounded. When he waited to see the content of the group chat, he even sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at this paragraph, if placed offline will definitely be treated as a panic organization's speech. The wind-blowing farts do not even dare to exit the group chat. Sneaky screenshot sent to Snowy. Sister Snow, these players. It's snowing and glanced at him. Don't worry about it. We have nothing to do with the free development of the players. If we want to take care of it, we should be the leader. Players who play games couldn't be called players if they were really that obedient. Yukira doesn't feel like she has that big of a face to be able to manage the interests of the players. She was just a, well, mediocre beatnik. The wind-blowing fart this just remembered. Play the game at hey. Their own generation is too strong. Just now even have a kind of feeling of entering a terrorist organization. Haven't been a member of a terrorist organization yet hey. Just the right time to put on a show in this group. Wind-blown fart grinned and let out a horrible comment. If I have the chance, I really want to taste the angel's wings baked up. Is it the same flavor as chicken wings? The group chat blew up. Sure enough, this wind-blown fart bigot is also extremely racist. I told you. This kind of first batch of second batch of players within the first batch of players who can open the game without turning off the pain must be ruthless. Humanoid races, we might as well be friendly? The question is, do angels have the same organization in their wings as birds do? Or do they have the same arms as humans? Akari and the girls were already mostly healed from the healing injections. The day dawned on Swampstar and the rain stopped. Wind-blown fart stepped in the muddy water and looked sideways at the angel that had followed them out. Their wings, white as snow. If you do take it off and bake it. Oi, what was I thinking? Wind-blown fart slapped his face. It was crazy. Humanoid creatures, not edible. What are you guys going to do here? Akari inquired curiously. Humans appear in great numbers. They didn't even know where so many people had appeared from. Aside from the 100 or so participants with a higher level, the other tens of thousands of people, surprisingly, were all level 0. That's right, tens of thousands, level 0. Akari didn't even feel like this was possible. She even felt like she was dreaming for a moment, but it's surprisingly all true. Wind-blown fart coughed with his fist against his chin. Travel to free the Rainy Night Clan and slay the Star Beast. Just you guys? It's not that Akari is looking down on them. The main thing is, even if tens of thousands of humans, all of them level 0, that doesn't help. Could 10,000 people still run against a star beast? It can't be helped. The swamp star entries are just your 2 races, and then the star beasts that come here are also less than other planets. Even if it's a newcomer, there aren't many that are willing to come here. What about the millions of newcomers? It's actually only 80,000 that came to the swamp star in the special meow. Wind-blown fart skimmed his mouth and spat. Akari, wouldn't it be useless at all to have more people come that aren't genetic warriors to rely on? As he was talking, he saw a small group of 4th level star beasts appear not far away. Even if it's only a level 4 star beast, they can still kill them all, right? Akari just thought. It was seen that the humans, who had no rank whatsoever, were all excited after seeing the group of level 4 star beasts. Ha, smart me. I've already taken the free primary energy saw from the warehouse. Brother's hands are fast enough. The energy saw is so small. I didn't even grab it. Brought a couple small arms. Brothers split them up. Does the hardware work? Go. A bunch of tiny 4th level star beasts are just a bunch of tiny 4th level star beasts. Just open an opening. Just lying on the wound and sucking blood will be enough for us to take it down. Good plan, brother. The one who gets the weapon pokes the mouth first. Akari only heard the level 0 humans, none of whom were considered genetic warriors, bickering, and she had a feeling that these humans were really worthy of being cloned, and had no sense of fear at all. Then it was witnessed as these humans took the lead without waiting for the star beasts to react. The weapons they were holding weren't even weapons. The only thing I could look past was a rudimentary energy saw, and that was still something that had long since been phased out by the Alliance. The people, don't they arm them? Then this rushing over is not a waste of time. She glanced sideways at Windblown but, only to find Windblown but an oil stealer woman with honeyed smiles on their faces. Hey, back when we fought Tsubaki, it was like this, wasn't it? Thinking back then, where did we have such good conditions as them? 30 people rushed over and got stabbed to death, and they couldn't be revived straight away. You don't even know how extreme we did it back then in order to get stuck in the bloodline. That's right, Tsubaki is only worth a few dollars. These newcomers came up to fight against a 4th level star beast, and they don't need money to resurrect. A wave of riches. We didn't have these conditions back then. During the time that the oil-stealing woman and the others were lamenting their efforts, tens of thousands of players surged forward. Akari watched, with her own eyes, as they impacted countless times, resurrected, died, and resurrected again, just to break through the star beast's defenses. All it takes is a small break. Behind the ear of one of the star beasts, a small cut was made, and then there was an endless stream of weapons, teeth, fingers, expanding that wound. What's even scarier is that someone, I don't know who, found out that when you suck blood, the monster's blood drops a bit faster. Then there are countless humans like locusts, tearing out wounds and going up to suck on them. The blood is not eaten into the players' mouths, and will be recycled by the system in an instant. But these horrific acts, whether they fall in the eyes of the angels or the other star beasts, are horrific in the extreme. Chapter 194 Trial. Earn 3,000 gold coins. No loss. The player who said this had his stomach busted open, his guts sliding out of his stomach along the wound and laying on his back on the ground. The pain made him shiver and go pale. Even the voice that spoke was tinted with trembling brought on by the pain. But even then, he was able to joke and laugh with the other human beside him. The other side is also still alive, but it was already covered in blood. The leg and foot bent, the thigh bone broken into an irregular shape, stabbing out from the middle of the thigh, so white that the mere sight of the injury would cause a degree of pain. But they, surprisingly, managed to shiver in pain all over again while talking about their battle. The fear that Akari felt was being played out on every planet in the Green Shade Galaxy at this very moment. In the meantime, Wei Yuan's trial, about to begin. The blinding light that shone in front of Wei Yuan's eyes, he subconsciously frowned and raised his hand to cover it. Wei Yuan, a majestic voice, coming from a very high place. Wei Yuan adjusted to the light before raising his eyes. For the judgment of the 10,000 clans, not all the patriarchs of the 10,000 clans came, most of them were in galaxies far away, and could only appear in the court of judgment through virtual images. The ones who were actually present now were the top brass of the Star League. There's the current head of the Star League, Arisa, 27 committee members of the League, Union Minister of Law Enforcement, Surin, the military districts of the Intergalactic Alliance, the 7 major military commanders. A total of 36 Black Shadows were at the highest position, looking down on Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, you applied for the trial of the 10,000 clans. Then we have opened the trial of the 10,000 clans as you requested. Now, read out your charges. Top. One of the 27 members of the speaking committee. The head was bare, the skin all over was a silvery color, and the fingers were long and slender, looking like ebony throats. Is it true that you were at the Lord's Academy and openly slandered the Alliance hierarchy for interfering with the Lord's Academy's competition? Not true. Wei Yuan tilted his head and looked at the faces of the executives. These guys, with their asses sitting so high up, have to pretend to hold some kind of trial court? That's hilarious. I'm not slandering. What I'm saying is the truth. Aren't you guys just worried that when the students from the Lord's Academy graduate, they'll take your positions? Wei Yuan said with a smile. Incidentally, he also took out a comfortable-looking couch from within his space. In such a solemn setting, he didn't even bring himself to look at the executives above him, whose faces weren't looking too good already. Wei Yuan, are you showing contempt for the Star Alliance? Straighten your attitude. The committee member who looked like Ebony Throat and whose name was also similar to Ebony Throat's, became furious and roared towards Wei Yuan, immediately followed by a flash of golden light. The sofa Wei Yuan had just taken out was burnt to powder by the laser. This trial of theirs, it's the one that's on live mode, and it's going to take a lot more than simply kicking the people out of the league. They won't allow the humans to get the position of the head of state, and likewise, they have to take advantage of the human race this time, and give a good knock to those races that are vaguely dissatisfied with the Alliance now. If they couldn't stop Wei Yuan's arrogant aura now, wouldn't they lose face in front of the 10,000 clans? As a level 9 genetic warrior, was just a foot short of being a level 10. So this trial, he's leading it. The other members held their own and assisted him from the sidelines. But, Wei Yuan was not intimidated, much less a good-tempered person. His lips curled slightly as he took another couch from space. How dare you? Pressed the fire button again. The hot flames roasted the circle of Wei Yuan. It couldn't hurt the 9th level genetic warrior Wei Yuan, but it could melt the things around him. Cleanly. Most of you members, I assume, know the primary humans, and I don't know if you've ever heard the saying. Wei Yuan raised his hand, revealing 3 fingers. According to the old saying of our human race, things don't happen in threes. So, Wei Yuan pulled out another couch. This time, the sofa style is very simple. It is a small white single sofa. Looking at it, it will be very comfortable to sit on it. Without the slightest pause, after he finished speaking, he simply leaned back and plunged into the sofa. If you fool around again, I'll kill you in front of the 10,000 clans live broadcast. Kill you. 3 light words. Exasperated. The silver skin on Umu's face trembled. From silver, slowly changing to a variety of colors. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Wei Yuan, how long do you think the former merits of the human race will be able to bless you? A mere couch, and you dare to threaten me? Umu still has to move, but he was held down by an aging committee member at his side. It was a member of the tree people. It's old enough. He felt Wei Yuan's murderous aura, and even he was certain that if Umu dared to provoke again this time, Wei Yuan would really kill him. The old tree man said in a deep voice, let the others preside over this trial. You go to the back. The Führer, who had originally been at the back and hadn't said a word, Orisa suddenly opened his mouth, and in his hoarse voice, there was a slight tremor of coughing. No, let him do it this time. He had previously only known that this Wei Yuan of the human race was amazingly talented and strong. It is very likely that he will ascend to the position of Führer after he leaves office. Orisa's eyes swept over Wei Yuan, but now it seems that this Wei Yuan is very short-tempered and seems to be quite irritable. If that's really the case, he killed him in front of the 10,000 clans, then his support was bound to drop in the future. After all, the votes of the committee members are more important in the selection of the position of the head of the union. Who would want a madman who could rise up and kill at any moment to be the Führer? M is bound to not let the Führer down. An unstable factor like Wei Yuan must be kicked out of the league. Umu looked cynically down at Wei Yuan. This guy, at such a young age, has actually reached the 9th level, and then once he was out of the Lord's Academy, with the added status of Lord, wouldn't he be able to be directly elected to the committee? He could never let a guy like that get on the committee. So, more provocatively Umu glanced down at Wei Yuan. It seems that you haven't recognized your identity clearly. Wei Yuan. He pressed the button on his hand. Next, the flames that should have appeared by Wei Yuan's side, surprisingly, in an instant, burned down to Umu's side, and in direct succession, all of those top positions were burned. Only a few members who reacted quickly raised barriers to block those flames. Chapter 195. The flames are not very effective, but it's a slap in the face. A naked slap in the face. Was shaking with anger. His seat had melted. Wei Yuan, you're going to have one more charge added to your list. Oh yeah? Wei Yuan raised his hand, fingers gesturing in the shape of a firearm, fingertips aimed at Umu. I know what this charge is. His smile got a little bigger. Killing a member of the Star Alliance Council. Well, that one, I recognize. Wei Yuan's words had just fallen, and the tips of his fingers were also lightly shaking. Umu's brow and limbs burst at the same time. Silver blood, bursting everywhere. Didn't know what happened until he died. He was just now thinking about how to deal with Wei Yuan. In the next second, it had burst at several lethal points all over his body. Wei Yuan smirked, looking at the Alliance head of state in the back of the Wei Yuan. This time, it's not just the commissioners who are shaken. Wei Yuan pulled out his ears. I can hear you. What's the point of screaming so loudly? The 35 members who were still alive stood up at the same time, glaring angrily at the humans below. Jia Artie, you are simply lawless. The Führer chided. Wei Yuan, however, spread his hands and said easily, if it was truly lawless, how could I have followed the law enforcement team here? Don't you think so, Lord Führer? I just, in suspecting that this has developed a mutation. That's why I did it. Didn't you guys notice that he was babbling during the interrogation just now? Without any evidence whatsoever. He just opened his mouth indiscriminately. Haven't we already been told the story of the Elven Queen before? Even if it's already genetically collapsed, you executives have a way of being able to camouflage it. I'm just being very reasonably skeptical. What if he just had a genetic breakdown? Wei Yuan felt that it was actually quite nice to mess around with the first readback like the players did. At least now, after bull ***** ting, and then looking at the faces of those senior members, Wei Yuan's heart was soothed. It's in the middle of a trial, and they won't do anything to themselves until they get the final verdict. As for now, Deal with them strength. Wei Yuan said that after the massive sweep of 100,000 players before, his resources were plentiful, and while the players grew in strength, he also grew a lot. Even without using the 10th level gene unlocking potion, his strength in all dimensions had exponentially skyrocketed. The player's skills, too, will stack on him in sync. Even if it was some very simple skill, tens of thousands of times of increase could make him terribly strong. 10th grade? But it's just a division of data by these Star Alliance executives. He, Wei Yuan, now had enough lateral strength alone to violently beat most of the 10th level gene warriors. But when they joined forces, they certainly couldn't do it on their own. Can't do it. There are also guaranteed lifesavers. Wei Yuan swept a glance at the mechanical clan chief, who had already appeared in silhouette. It was an eye, made of machinery. Even within the pupil, you can see the gears in motion. Wisdom Device had sent his greetings to Wei Yuan as he appeared. If you need help, please feel free to ask. Wei Yuan looked at the large, calm and unperturbed eyes. The human race back then still left a lot of things for them. Wisdom Device, the patriarch of the mechanical clan. They follow the few ground rules of the mechanicals and don't care about the laws of the Alliance. As early as when he arrived at the Alliance Judgment Court, Wei Yuan had already sent a message to the mechanical race. To the mechanical race. It was unlikely that Wei Yuan would expose Tuzi, a 10th grade perfect gene unlocking potion. Once it was exposed, what awaited the human race and players would be the hunt of the entire Alliance. Wealth doesn't come out of the woodwork. Wei Yuan felt witty as hell. It's just a matter of killing him. It's just a matter of provoking the Alliance Council. It's just a matter of despising the Führer of the Star Alliance. The things he did, even if he went overboard, those guys, because of the presence of the wisdom devices, would not dare to make an explicit move against him. Wei Yuan leaned back on the couch. It was obvious that he was being looked down on, but when he locked eyes with him, he would have the feeling that he was being looked down on instead. Such an indifferent attitude on his part, in turn, caused the military commanders of several Alliance military regions to, in turn, give him sideways glances. Prick. Definitely a powerful prick. There are a lot of pricks in the military district, and the more powerful the pricks are, the more the military chiefs will like them. Prick. It stands for having strength and hot blood. It just needs a good polish and will be of great use. Wei Yuan was able to see what those military commanders were thinking. He tugged up the corner of his mouth, wondering if he should send a few players to govern these military leaders when the time came. Let them know what it means to be a real prick. But now, Arisa coughed and crossed to Wei Yuan over the body of Umu. Wei Yuan, the Alliance's senior management, would never do something that would jeopardize the Alliance like that, and after our investigation, it's a complete coincidence that a wave of star beasts appeared in the Green Shade Galaxy. So what you're saying is a slander and a reaction against the Alliance. And now, you've killed a member of the committee in court, which is an added offense and should have been dealt with by grisly death. But the human race agreed to the trial of the nations in order to save you. Now, I ask again, Wei Yuan, are you clear about the consequences of the judgment of the 10,000 races? Arisa looked, well, about the same as a normal union man. It was impossible to sense his strength at all, but Wei Yuan knew, when this guy was placed inside a 10th level gene warrior, it was also extremely strong. It was said that back then, he had hard fought a branch of the bugs and still managed to come back alive. The strength of such a guy should not be underestimated. Therefore, Wei Yuan nodded with a good attitude. I know, the 10,000 races voted, and 25% of the member races agreed to kick the human race out of the Alliance, and we, the human race, will no longer be able to take refuge in the Alliance. At the same time, the human race doesn't have to pay taxes anymore, right? Is this the time to count on paying taxes? The few patriarchs of the 10,000 clans who had just arrived all glanced at the human clan patriarch, Wei Temple Mountain. In confusion, Wei Sishan coughed. The human race is very poor. Everyone should also know that, for so many years, we haven't cheated on our taxes, and it's also very stressful to pay taxes to the Alliance every year. This reason, several of the smaller races that were in the vicinity of the people nodded empathetically. Yeah, what the Alliance said about sheltering, they really didn't feel much of it. Really, when there's an interstellar pirate, whatever beast arrives, Alliance rescue is always slow. Instead, when it came time to pay taxes, it came right on time. Voting time, 3 days, please start voting for all clans.